I was the first day proud of the sect that everyone looked up to, not only cultivating the foundation in 1 year and forming the core in 3 years, but also possessing a miraculous healing body. As long as I don't die, I can recover from multiple injuries as good as new. However, 100 years ago, a crack in the void of the sect's secret realm released demonic energy, and the senior members of the sect begged me to investigate. In order to suppress the demonic energy eroding the sect, I opened my own spiritual body and sealed the demonic core inside my body for 100 years. For 100 years, I endured the pain of bone erosion and flesh fragmentation every moment, just to transform the evil energy into rich spiritual energy, and to elevate the sect by producing more outstanding talents. When I completely stopped the evil elixir from coming out of the void crack, what I saw was a complete change in the sect, and everything that once belonged to me was given to the newly accepted junior brother. Now the junior brother is only bringing disaster upon himself by poisoning his fellow disciples, and his master and 5 junior sisters are all attacking him together. Faced with the accusations of several people, I felt no disturbance in my heart, because this incident was exactly the same as the beginning of the dream I had the night before. In this dream of 1,000 years, I completely woke up and realized that in the dream, I clearly saw the master and several junior sisters working together to extract the evil elixir suppressed in my body, just to help the junior brother Yi Xiaolin in exchange for a strange object, until Yi Xiaolin grew up and turned them into a refining furnace, destroying the Lingshao immortal sect, and even slaughtering half of the creatures in the Xianhuang ancient realm to help himself ascend. At this time, Master Bai Mengqi said without any emotion, "Lu Yuan, your instant healing spirit is gone. You can no longer cultivate. I have already given the position of chief to someone else, so don't dwell on this matter. This is the closed-door disciple of the master, and also your junior martial brother. Although his cultivation level is not too high, his aptitude is not inferior to yours in the beginning. Perhaps the sect can reach new heights under his leadership. However, considering your contribution to the sect by blocking the evil energy in the secret realm, the capital offense can be forgiven, but the living offense is hard to escape. I will punish you with 10 years of seclusion at the Tianfeng Cliff as a warning to others. You must immediately move out of the Little Xian Peak and head to Tianfeng Cliff without delay." Hearing this, I showed no change on my face, turned around, and left the main hall of the sect directly without saying a word from start to finish. Seeing my attitude, Bai Mengqi was somewhat puzzled and said in a deep voice, "Sun Wei, follow him and see where he is going." Second junior sister Lu Xuanwei responded and followed from a distance. I quickly returned to Xiao Oxuanfeng's cave, but at this time the cave's gate and defensive formation had already been destroyed. Just as I was about to step closer, I saw a young man walking out of his cave, holding a white jade plate in his hand. This was the junior brother Yi Xiaolin. He saw me rushing back and placed his hand behind his back. "Senior brother, you're back. Master is looking for you. I saw you hadn't gone yet, so I came to call you." Looking at his friendly smile, if it weren't for that dream, I would have a hard time associating him with the one who destroyed the sect. Moreover, before my return, this guy had already started intentionally or unintentionally connecting my several junior sisters and those who despised me with the master. I went straight up and snatched the white jade plate hidden behind him. "Who allowed you to trespass into my cave and steal my things?" Yi Xiaolin was slightly stunned, a hint of anger rising in his eyes, but before he could react, his expression changed instantly, his eyes becoming dull, his right hand hanging in the air. "Lu Yuan, who gave you the courage to lay hands on the junior brother?" Suddenly, a questioning voice came from a distance, followed by a graceful figure rushing over and pushing me aside. It was Lu Xuanwei, who had been following me all the way. Ignoring the newcomer, I directly put the white jade plate back into my sleeve. "Lu Yuan, how dare you lay hands on the junior brother? Do you really think we won't touch you?" Lu Xuanwei glared angrily, and a wave of pressure suddenly spread out, pressing straight towards me. I have no nonsense. Just took a step back and activated the defensive formation of the cave with spirit stones. Seeing this, Yi Xiaolin quickly stopped Lu Xuanwei. "Senior sister, forget it. It was indeed my fault. I shouldn't have intruded into his cave without senior brother's presence and taken his things without permission." As he spoke, his head drooped slightly, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "How can such a useless person be your senior brother?" Lu Xuanwei comforted softly. "Don't worry, although the white jade plate is of little use, as long as you like it, even if I have to ask the master to intervene, I will help you get it." After speaking, she directly took out a sound transmission talisman and activated it, then looked fiercely at me inside the cave. "Lu Yuan, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the white jade plate, apologize respectfully to the junior brother, and I can let this matter go. Otherwise," she looked at me playfully. After all, in the 3 years since coming out of the void crack, such things had happened many times. As long as they symbolically gave me a way out, I would comply. But I said coldly, "This is something I brought out from the secret realm. If he wants it, He should enter and find it himself, not snatch it from me. Lu Xuanwei was slightly stunned. Then a hint of anger appeared on her face. Fine. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for not upholding the camaraderie among fellow disciples. Before she finished speaking, a streak of light approached from afar, and the person was none other than the sect master Bai Mengqi. Lu Yuan, what are you up to again? Why are you resorting to violence against your junior brother? The cave remains untouched. Are you trying to rebel against your master? How dare you? A person whose cultivation has been completely destroyed, resort to violence against a false Dan realm cultivator. Before Bai Mengqi could speak, Lu Xuanwei spoke first. It's because the junior brother hesitated to act against a fellow disciple. If not for that, how could you have snatched something from him? At this moment, Yi Xiaolin carefully tugged at Lu Xuanwei's sleeve, making a perfectly pitiful expression, evoking sympathy. Seeing this, Lu Xuanwei's anger intensified and she blurted out, "You also know that your own cultivation is exhausted, yet you still hold a portion of the chief disciple rights and interests, so recklessly consuming the clan's resources, but it's really disgusting." Bai Mengqi frowned a little deeper, but didn't stop it. Seeing that her master did not stop her, Lu Xuanwei became more and more reckless as she directly said, "If I were you, I would ask myself to be demoted to a miscellaneous disciple and give up the cave with these rights and interests in order to avoid wasting the sect's resources." Hearing these words, Lu Yuan but smiled. If not for her reminder, he seemed to have really forgotten about this thing. Deed of assignment of clan rights and interests. This was something that every disciple who joined the Spirit Sky sect would receive in order to not limit the disciple's development and immortal path. After all, the Spirit Sky sect back then was just a third-rate power, not the current Spirit Sky immortal sect. "What are you laughing at?" Bai Mengqi asked in a cold voice. With a bit of displeasure on her face, Lu Yuan restrained his smile and responded, "I remembered happy things." When the words fell, he activated the Qiankuan ring on his hand with his divine sense by inducing the aura of heaven and earth, took out a paper contract from it, and then without hesitation bit his finger and pressed the handprint on it. And a hint of surprise surged in the eyes of Bai Mengqi, who saw this paper contract. As the patriarch, she naturally knew what it was, and her face instantly became gloomy. However, he heard Lu Yuan say, "Please ask the sovereign lord to sign this contract and release the disciple to return to the mortal world." "You want to quit the clan?" Bai Mengqi asked in a deep voice, a few hints of displeasure in her tone. Lu Yuan nodded. "Do you know that once master signs this contract, you will no longer have anything to do with the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. You will no longer be blessed by the sect, and the glory of the sect will have nothing to do with you in the future?" Lu Yuan nodded again. Lu Xuanwei, who was still a bit confused, was delighted to hear these words and thought that this Lu Yuan was quite conscious. The sight of the face of aggrieved Yi Xiaolin heard the words is more nearly broken. Almost all the sad things in this life to think again before suppressing the heart of ecstasy. I didn't expect to put this guy as quite self-aware. As long as he is driven out, everything in this spiritual immortal sect will be his own. Looking at the firm-faced Lu Yuan, Bai Mengqi was laughing coldly. "Are you dissatisfied with this honored one's punishment of you, and deliberately took out the contract to threaten this honored one?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanwei was first stunned, and then a strong color of disgust rose in her eyes. I thought it was Lu Yuan's high awareness, but I didn't expect it to be a trick to retreat, and this tactic can be really disgusting. Lu Yuan was puzzled. "I don't know what is so threatening about disciples' action." Bai Mengqi snorted coldly. "You have done a good job of suppressing the evil Dan for the clan. If this father kicks you out, he will be burdened with the curse of 10,000 generations. What is this move if not a threat to this father?" Lu Yuan was first stunned at his words, but then he smiled. The matter of suppressing the evil Dan was a joint effort of all the elders and a request from the old patriarch. Other than that, the matter was not publicized. He raised his eyes to Bai Mengqi. "Dare I ask, patriarch, how can you carry the name of 10,000 generations under such circumstances? What is the threat of a disciple's action?" Looking at Lu Yuan's still resolute demeanor, a wave of annoyance inexplicably arose in Bai Mengqi's heart. She closed her eyes and exhaled slowly, wondering if she had gone too far with today's framing. A little while later she opened her eyes. Her tone softened a few points and said, "That's just it. After all, you have merit to the clan. Even if your performance over the past 3 years has been extremely disappointing, I will not be heartless enough to expel you from the clan. So I'll punish you to stay in the heavenly Windcliff for 5 more years. I still ask the patriarch to fulfill my request." As soon as Bai Mengqi's words fell, Lu Yuan's voice sounded once again. He bowed and arched his back with a determined look. Seeing the situation, Bai Mengqi narrowed her eyes slightly, and her tone turned cold once again. "Not knowing how to advance or retreat like this, do you really think that my father wouldn't dare to sign to expel you from the clan?" The terrifying pressure of a Mahayana cultivator came crashing down, causing the defensive formation that the old patriarch had personally laid down to tremble and shake. What my disciple is doing is just fulfilling some people's wishes. Please be pleased with the patriarch's fulfillment. Lu Yuan opened his mouth again, but the content of his words caused the hearts of the three to tremble. Could it be that he knows? Master, since he wants to withdraw from the clan, then let him go out and suffer some pain, so that he knows what happens when a wastrel like him leaves the clan. Lu Xuanwei immediately turned to Bai Mengqi and said archly, Yi Xiaolin, on the other hand, pretended to be hesitant as he looked at Lu Yuan and then at Bai Mengqi. Good. This father will fulfill you. Bai Mengqi nodded and spoke coldly, probing her hand and grabbing the paper contract in front of her. Lifting her hand, golden light surged out and quickly dropped her name on the paper. When the last stroke fell, the contract burst into dazzling light, and finally turned into streams of light and flew towards Lu Yuan. The moment he touched the stream of light, Lu Yuan only felt that something in his body seemed to have disappeared along with the stream of light. That was the bond with the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, and even more so, the sect's chi that had been placed on him. Only for Lu Yuan, what this stream of light took away were the shackles that imprisoned his future. Therefore, at this moment, Lu Yuan only felt a burst of unprecedented ease. Exhaling slowly and patting the non-existent dust on his body, Lu Yuan bowed to Bai Mengqi. Thank you, sect leader Bai. For completing this, I will leave Little Shin Peak and leave the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. Saying that, Lu Yuan opened the defense formation to facilitate leaving Little Shin Peak, but he saw Lu Xuanwei stop his way with a flash. According to the rules of the clan, those who withdraw from the clan need to return the clan's belongings. What you wear on your body and what you wear on your hands are all the clan's belongings. You will leave these behind. Her gaze was resentful and her eyes were almost ready to spit fire as she spoke angrily. To actually dare to threaten yourself and your master, then I will completely make you lose face. Chapter 3, Spirit Wood Hut. Preparing to take the pill. Lu Yuan's eyes instantly chilled. This one on me is not comparable to your clan's costume. Lu Xuanwei froze before reacting to the fact that what Lu Yuan was wearing wasn't inner disciple clothing at all, but a regular uniform with slightly rough fabric and a few patches. In addition, Lu Yuan's long silver-white hair also looked extremely eye-catching, and if not for his face remaining the same, I'm afraid I would have thought that he was already a late old man. Returning to her senses, Lu Xuanwei blurted out, You're an orphan, how could you possibly afford to buy clothes? These clothes must have been bought with the sect's monthly bounty. In response, Bai Mengqi only frowned slightly and did not stop it. However, I heard Lu Xuanwei continue, The Qinkuan ring in your hand and the white jade disc in your sleeve also belong to the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. Leave them all behind for me. Looking at Lu Yuan's gradually gloomy face, she laughed coldly. You should be thankful that I'm not ruthless enough to make you cut off all your flesh and return it to the clan. Lu Yuan snorted. This Qinkuan ring was obtained when I was exploring a ruins. As for this white jade disc, I found it in a void crack. His eyes gradually became icy cold. Even if the old patriarch himself was present, he wouldn't dare to say that any of the ruins belonged to the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, much less say that that void rift belonged to the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. What kind of a thing are you? Lu Xuanwei was choked red, but heard Lu Yuan then said, As for the clothes, you want to give you is? Anyway, I'm alone. Lose a little face does not matter. Just I walk out without an inch. How the world will look at the Spirit Sky Immortal sect is not something I can control. When he spoke, Lu Yuan wanted to take off his clothes. Enough. But at this moment, Bai Mengqi said in a cold voice, Let him go. My Spirit Sky Immortal sect doesn't lack this much. Master, Lu Xuanwei anxiously opened her mouth, wanting to persuade, but was subdued by a look from Bai Mengqi, and immediately did not dare to say a word more. Lu Yuan hooked his lips when he saw this, while his mind recalled Lu Xuanwei's life is better than death ending in his dream. Only after Lu Yuan walked away did Ji Xiaolin pretend to hesitate. Senior, why don't I just not have this cave? I don't want my senior brother to completely break with the sect because of me. I'll go and call him back. Hearing this, Bai Mengqi raised her hand and rubbed his head. You don't have to care about this matter. Just feel free to cultivate. His cultivation has been abolished, and the instantaneous healing spirit body has also been worn out in the secret realm, so he will come back on his own when he has suffered all the pain outside. But, Yi Xiaolin wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Mengqi raising her hand. From now on, this cave will be yours, if you want to keep the things inside, if you don't want to directly throw them away, she said softly, then looked at Lu Xuanwei and arranged. You'll be in charge of this matter. Not long from now Shaolin will be attempting to conjugate the Dan, so you'll prepare some pills that can assist in conjugating the Dan by the way. Lu Xuanwei hurriedly answered. The displeasure and anger on her face due to Lu Yuan quickly disappeared and was replaced by a heartfelt delight. Okay master, I'll call a few senior sisters to come and help. After saying that, she turned around and vanished far away, quickly disappearing from the sight of the two. Bai Munchi shook her head helplessly and turned to look at Yi Xiaolin, her voice soft. Now this cave is also yours. In the future you must be diligent in your cultivation, and strive for an early completion of the Dan into an infant. Got it? Saying that, she handed the contract to Yi Xiaolin. Receiving the contract, Yi Xiaolin nodded his head repeatedly, already excited inside. After spending 2 days, Lu Yuan finally stepped out of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect's inner gate sphere of influence. This was also once the sphere of influence of the Spirit Sky sect. When he left the place completely, Lu Yuan only felt relaxed and exhaled a long breath. Looking at the large mountain that still stretched out in front of him without knowing where it ended, Lu Yuan didn't continue to move forward along the mountain path, but turned around and walked towards a side path. Before entering that void rift, he had built a wooden house out of spirit wood for the convenience of a few senior sisters to land on when they went into the mountains to collect medicines, and spirit wood has the effect of gathering spirit, in which cultivation can be said to be twice as effective. Now that he had quit the clan, this spirit wood hut naturally couldn't be cheap for them. Moreover, the most important thing was that the aura was thick there, which was just convenient for one to reawaken the instant healing spiritual body. After all, that process required too much aura. The sunlight dappled through the dense foliage on the forest path, each step accompanied by the rustle of falling leaves. Lu Yuan gradually went deeper and deeper into the forest along the winding path, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and pine needles. Finally, he followed the path in his memory to a special place full of weeds and shrubs, and in his eyes were 4 giant trees in the sky. Fixed eyes look. Lu Yuan some surprise. These 4 huge wood is actually when he built that spirit wood hut with the 4 main beams. Did not expect 100 years later? These 4 main beams have once again revitalized, and now has branches and leaves, and the sky and the earth symbiosis. For some reason, an inexplicable feeling of emotion was born in the heart of Lu Yuan who saw this scene. I'm afraid that this was the only living being that gave itself obvious feedback after benefiting from that rich aura. It was really comforting. Stepping into it, Lu Yuan plucked away the weeds and shrubs and came to the door of the wooden house, slowly pushing it open. A burst of fresh wooden fragrance hit his face. Lu Yuan felt a few points of relaxation, and then stepped into it. Then see the house furnished with a few solid wood tables and chairs? The tabletop is polished and clean, with basic yellowed books, as he left 100 years ago. It turns out that spirit wood can really be immortalized for 100 years, and the fragrance of the wood will last forever. Lu Yuan murmured in a low voice, and then he turned to look at the wooden wall on one side, on which hung daggers and wooden swords, a coiled rope on one side, and a small shovel and a small hoe on the ground. These were the things that needed to be used to find medicinal herbs. As for the wooden sword, it was carved by Lu Yuan with the extra spirit wood for practicing sword skills in his spare time. Sensing carefully, Lu Yuan found that the richness of the spiritual chi here is actually stronger than their own cave a few points. It seems that these spirit wood seems to have the effect of gathering spirit. Removing the dagger, he walked to the corner and sat down on his knees before Lu Yuan removed his clothes. As his mind kept recalling the dream scene, Lu Yuan pulled out his dagger and wiped it with his shirt. His eyes filled with determination. Plain Dan. Now Lu Yuan had 2 Dan in his dantian. One was his golden Dan that had been corroded by the evil chi to the point of being tattered and rotten, and the other was the evil Dan. Looking at the white jade disc placed aside, and feeling the rich spiritual chi in the air, Lu Yuan did not hesitate for a second. Thumbs up, the dagger broke through the skin, and instantly a strand of deadly black gas gushed out from the wound. With a thought, Lu Yuan drew the spiritual chi of heaven and earth together on the white jade disc, and all of a sudden, the white light flourished, and the dead and black chi surged towards the white jade disc as if it was guided. Sharp pains came in bursts. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and held on, then slashed another 3 inches of flesh. In the dream, that white jade disc needed a golden elixir to balance it in addition to the evil elixir. And in that dream, Lu Yuan was dug up twice by his cherished master and his 5 senior sisters. Chapter 4, Evil Reappearance. Taoist Heavenly Plate. At the same time, the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, Spirit Void Cave Heaven. A woman was sitting in the cultivation room. She was wearing a moon-white robe, the corners of which were embroidered with faint silver lotuses that glowed with a faint silver radiance. Ink-colored long hair like a waterfall pouring down, only with a simple jade hairpin lightly pulled, with the wind fluttering through a transcendent temperament. This person was Lu Yuan's 4th senior sister, Qin Jin Xian, with a perfect cultivation in the middle Yuaning stage. A woman who was extremely obsessed with cultivation, and also the person whose cultivation was closest to that of Lu Xuanwei. Now, his body's chi had been polished to the point of perfection, but he still could not sense a breakthrough opportunity, which made him a little anxious, and his brows knitted up without realizing it. After a moment, she opened her eyes and exhaled slowly, holding her forehead helplessly. How come the breakthrough to mid-Yuaning 3 years ago was so smooth? eliminating the distracting thoughts. She closed her eyes once again and began to feel, wanting to continue to look for a breakthrough opportunity. However, not a moment later, she opened her eyes violently, her eyes filled with disbelief. Evil. She got up in a hurry and rushed out of the cultivation room, heading straight for the clan's forbidden land. Her innate soul was powerful, and her perception was the sharpest among the several disciples under Baimengqi's seat, and she was also the only disciple who had personally experienced evil qi entering her body. However, the most important point was that the rich spiritual qi in the spirit void cave sky came almost entirely from the void rift. Therefore, when the evil aura reappeared, she sensed it at first and determined that it was likely to reappear. Breaking into the forbidden land, Qin Jinxian headed straight towards the void rift. When she saw the strands of black air that condensed like smoke and kept spreading, Qin Jinxuan's heart thumped. Wasn't the source of the evil qi completely suppressed by Lu Yuan? Why is it still coming out? With doubt in her heart, she immediately flew out of the forbidden land and headed straight to the Patriarch's hall. Such important matters concerning the cultivation of all the disciples of the sect must be resolved immediately. However, before she was about to arrive at the Patriarch's hall, she suddenly felt that the true essence in her body was uncontrollably agitated, a feeling she was more than familiar with. It was a sign of evil qi entering her body. It must have been because she was too close to the void rift just now. Quickly landing on the ground, Qin Jinxian sat down on her knees in place and began to operate her gong method to regulate her breathing. Elder sister, why are you here? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Qin Jinxian subconsciously opened her eyes, and was about to respond with a voice, but she violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fainted on the spot. When she woke up, she had been brought to the middle of the Patriarch's great hall, and Baimengqi had personally dispelled the evil qi in her body. At this moment, Baimengqi was also frowning tightly while a black gas was suspended above her palm, which was confined to a limited space, constantly scurrying around like a poisonous snake. And to the side, Lu Xuanwei, who saw her wake up, was relieved. How can you have evil in you? Seeing Qin Jinxian wake up, Baimengqi raised her eyes and asked, her expression slightly grave. Lu Xuanwei also looked at Qin Jinxian with a slightly grave expression. After all, she had witnessed the terror of the evil aura with her own eyes. Qin Jinxian hurriedly got up and bowed to Baimengqi before saying, Disciple has come here precisely to explain this matter. There is once again an evil qi surging out of that void rift, and it is continually eroding the sect's heaven and earth aura. Lu Xuanwei slightly surprised, the heart for no reason to think of Lu Yuan. But this matter cannot be based only on Qin Jinxuan's side of the story, or to see how the master said it. Baimengqi sniffed her palm and fingers violently, and the mass of evil qi was instantly pinched and exploded, disappearing without a trace. That source of evil qi has been completely suppressed. How could evil qi still appear? She questioned in a cold voice. Qin Jinxian was momentarily speechless, and then suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly said, I can't say anything about this matter, so I will know the answer when I have met Lu Yuan. The source of evil qi was originally suppressed by Lu Yuan, and now that the evil qi had reappeared, Lu Yuan had an unshirkable responsibility, and he had to be found so that he could once again enter the void rift to continue suppressing the source of evil qi. Lu Yuan has already left in the sect. This matter is just for you to state directly. Leaving the clan? Is out traveling? Qin Jinxian was a bit confused. Where could Lu Yuan, a person whose cultivation was all but ruined, travel? Lu Xuanwei directly said. He used the sect rights and interests concession contract to cede all of his rights and interests in the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, and withdrew from the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. Baimengqi nodded. Today, he is no longer a disciple of my clan. Qin Jinxian was in a trance for a moment and looked at her master with some confusion. Master, Lu Yuan had entered the void rift alone to suppress the source of the evil qi for 100 years. Why do you want him to sign this contract? Lu Xuanwei hurriedly explained. It wasn't that master asked him to sign it, but he took the initiative. Baimengqi directly raised her hand to interrupt Lu Xuanwei as she directly said, There's no need to mention irrelevant people. It's better to talk about where this evil aura came from. Hearing this, Qin Jinxian suddenly felt that her master teacher seemed to have changed, becoming so unfamiliar. The clan's ability to have the status it has today is all due to Lu Yuan suppressing the source of the evil qi. Even if he took the initiative, the master should not have signed a contract to let him leave. Instead of answering, she asked, Master, when did Lu Yuan leave? Baimengqi was a bit displeased. Master said that it was just an insignificant person. Master wants you to answer where this evil aura came from. These words carried a hint of the intimidating pressure of a Mahayana cultivator, directly pressuring Lu Xuanwei and the two of them to gasp for air and stagger their feet for 2 steps. Seeing this, Baimengqi closed her eyes and slowly exhaled, suppressing the annoyance in her heart. Qin Jinxian froze, and then said, Master, you go to the Forbidden Land to check, will know. that the evil gas has reappeared. At present there is no Lu Yuan a person to go in. If you want to suppress the source of the evil gas once again, be sure to find it to ask. She had a few moments of hesitation, but continued. If necessary, send Lu Yuan back into that void rift to continue suppressing the source of that evil qi. Receiving an answer, Bai Mengqi was silent for a moment, her divine sense instantly catalyzing. A few moments later, her divine sense came back together, and her expression became a bit more grave. Evil has reappeared, she immediately ordered. Pass the order down, close the spiritual void cave sky with immediate effect, and open it at a time to be announced. With that, she looked at Qin Jinshen. Lu Yuan has left Little Shin Peak for 2 days, and now I'm afraid that he has just left the clan's sphere of influence, so make sure you find him and bring him back on this trip. At this moment, the face of Lu Xuanwei on the side became extremely ugly. No wonder the retreat from the clan was so dry. So it was waiting for us here, she said with a furrowed brow, and even more unabashed disgust welled up in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Bai Mengqi was similarly dazed, and a hint of hostility instantly surfaced on her face. When he comes back, this father will definitely break all the bones in his body, and then lock him up in the heavenly wind cliff, to be ravaged by the astral winds for all eternity. Saying that, she seemed to have thought of something, and then said, and every month, this honored one will go to check. If he recovers from his injuries, he will once again break the bones of his whole body, and he must be made to know the consequences of threatening this honored one. Listening to her master's words, Qin Jinxian only felt a bit suffocated, and she didn't dare to think at all about what kind of life Lu Yuan had been living in the sect for the past 3 years. Taking a deep breath, she busily bowed and excused herself, while making up her mind that when she found Lu Yuan, she would make sure that he properly apologized to her master. Thinking so, she sent her sword straight down the mountain. Meanwhile, inside the spirit wood lodge, black evil qi surged out like smoke, twisting and tumbling towards the white jade disc, while at this moment, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and the spirit wood lodge began to converge from all directions as if attracted. Surging into the wound like a silver stream, spiritual qi and evil qi continuously flushed Lu Yuan's meridians, repeating the destruction, remodeling and widening, and the root bones that were originally corroded and worn out began to revive like a withered tree in spring. The severe pain started from the wound, spreading towards Lu Yuan's limbs and bones through his meridians, while a force wrapped the Jin Dan and Evil Dan in his dantian and moved slowly. Lu Yuan's face gradually became pale and twisted as he closed his eyes and took a deep breath to recite silently through clenched teeth. The lake of the heart reflects the moon. The waves are not shocked. The moon shines in the heart of the lake, bright and clear. The way of cultivation. The first in meditation. This was a mind technique he had obtained from a site named Heart Lake reflecting the moon, which could calm the heart and achieve tranquility and peace of mind, and was most suitable for this moment. However, Lu Yuan soon realized that under such severe pain, this so-called heart method that could calm the heart could be said to be useless. The pain was still pain. Suddenly, an unprecedented sharp pain surged, like a tidal wave quickly spread all over the body, and at the same time a gold and a purple two inner dan flew out of the abdominal wound, suspended above the white jade disc. However, the evil qi was strangely reversed at this moment, surging straight into Lu Yuan's wound. In this instant, the spiritual qi and the evil qi intermingled and blended, surging through the meridians into Lu Yuan's limbs and bones, and that originally hideous wound also began to slowly heal at this moment. During this process, Lu Yuan's body seemed to have gone through a baptism. His breath gradually became smooth and deep, and his spirit, which was originally exhausted from planing the Dan, was also restored. Everything quickly returned to calm, leaving only one gold and one purple Dan slowly rotating on the white jade disc, and at this moment, above Lu Yuan's head, brilliant golden light tore from the void, as if it had been cut open by a sharp sword. In the golden light, a touch of purple mango mapped out, and the golden light intersected and entangled, gradually tending to balance, like yin and yang fusion. Also at this time, the purple and gold two Dan transformed into two strands of streams of light little by little into the white jade plate below. The original translucent white jade is also accompanied by the integration of streams of light and constantly changing. Under the rendering of the flowing light, the translucent white jade plate was half occupied by each of the two colors of purple and gold, and the two intersected and merged, and on top of it was the heavenly rhythm of the Tao, and the two colors of gold and purple light intertwined and landed in front of Lu Yuan. At that instant, a piece of information flooded into Lu Yuan's mind, the Tao Heavenly Disc. Chapter 5, Sea of Qi transforms the vault of heaven. Heavenly plate takes treasure. The gusts of severe pain in his body were gradually easing, and Lu Yuan could feel the influx of heaven and earth aura, and even more so, the repair of his dantian. Opening his eyes, Lu Yuan looked at the Taoist heavenly disc in front of him where yin and yang met. and his mind could not help but recall what he had seen in his dream. Capture unclaimed treasures from any node of time and space for your own use, where heavenly treasures will be coveted. And under the coveting is inspired by the conflict and killing. When the original owner died, the treasure will become ownerless. It was that moment that this Dharma heavenly plate captured. It was only a pity that his dream self was too foolish to cause such a chance to fall into Yi Xiaolan's hands. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan dabbed some of the blood on the wound that hadn't completely dried up and lightly tapped on the Tao heavenly plate. And immediately there was a purple and gold light mist overflowing on top of the Tao heavenly plate. Lu Yuan only felt that he had created some sort of connection with the Tao heavenly plate, as if he could cross time and space with a single thought. Right at this moment, an invisible fluctuation emanated from Lu Yuan's body, and the spiritual qi around the spirit wood hut all surged towards the spirit wood hut as if they were attracted to it. On Lu Yuan's body, two colors of purple and gold light emerged and intertwined, and the top of his head even condensed into a chaotic scene of nothingness, and an aura that Lu Yuan had only felt in his dreams quickly emerged, intertwining with the surrounding aura to form a marvelous picture. This is chaos breath. Lu Yuan was secretly surprised, but he saw that under his skin, it was as if countless tiny points of light were flickering, converging into a mysterious pattern that spread out along his meridians and bones. The chaotic atmosphere became more and more dense, and those spirit trees with tiny branches inside the spirit wood hut were actually exuding even more intense vitality at this moment, and began to grow at a speed that could be described as barbaric. The entire hut was filled with a chaotic aura, and it actually directly activated the astringent type formation that Lu Yuan had laid down 100 years ago. And the hut that was originally filled with aura and chaotic aura merged with the environment under the shroud of the formation. And under the nourishment of the chaotic qi, the main beam that had already transformed into a gigantic tree in the sky was growing even more at this moment, completely covering this area, and the hut was already completely invisible from the outside. Suddenly, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed with a strange light, while the chaotic qi that filled his surroundings surged into his body like a tidal wave. These chaotic qi passed through his skin, through his meridians and continuously merged into every piece of his bones, and finally it was heading towards his dantian. In the middle of the void rift, Lu Yuan had introduced the evil Dan into his dantian, causing it to be corroded and broken by the evil qi, and now along with the influx of chaotic breath, it actually began to recover rapidly. One must know that in that dream, Lu Yuan had spent nearly 100 years of light repairing his dantian by relying on his instant healing spirit body, and with the current speed of repair, I'm afraid it won't take more than a quarter of an hour to fully recover. However, what makes Lu Yuan most delighted is that along with the continuous repair of the dantian, that which has been depleted, such as the Yangtze River-like sea of qi, is once again revitalized, and rapidly expanding at a horrifying speed. Not long ago, Lu Yuan eyes surging surprise, in his perception, that the expansion of the sea of qi there are points of light emergence, bright as a star. Subconsciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Lu Yuan suddenly thought of a possibility. Although this idea was too ridiculous, what was happening at this moment was almost exactly the same as that possibility. The sea of qi transforms into the firmament. However, if the qi sea continued to expand like this, it wouldn't be good news for Lu Yuan nowadays. How much heaven and earth spiritual qi would have to be absorbed if it advanced once? Not to mention that so far, this sea of qi hadn't stopped expanding. Just when Lu Yuan thought that the sea of qi would expand endlessly, the expansion suddenly stopped. And then he saw 9 points of light in the sea of qi getting brighter and brighter, and finally turned into dazzling stars suspended in the sea of qi. And one of the stars was emitting a gust of purple and gold halo, actually continuously condensing into chaotic gas, filling this vast as the sky sea of qi. Chaotic Tao body, the vault of heaven qi sea. Lu Yuan's divine sense gathered back, but his sight landed on top of that Tao Dharma heavenly plate. The changes in oneself nowadays seem to have benefited from this Tao Dharma heavenly plate. But in that 10,000 year dream world, Yi Xiaolan activated the Tao Law heavenly plate only to be able to access the unknown treasure of any time and space node, and didn't experience any magical changes such as his own. Could it be related to one's own Jin Dan and the evil Dan that had warmed up one's body for nearly 100 years? Or does it vary from person to person? Shaking his head, Lu Yuan no longer thought much about it, as he felt the cultivation level in his body that had recovered to the first level of qi refining. A trace of helplessness surfaced on his face. Now their own sea of qi stored in the true qi of placed in the past, can begin to prepare for the foundation. Did not expect now can only reach the first level of qi refining only. It could be seen how huge one's qi sea was nowadays. Holding the Tao Dharma heavenly disc in his hands, Lu Yuan recalled what he had seen in his dream, and with a single movement of his mind, his true qi transformed into silk threads that continuously surged into the middle of the Tao Dharma heavenly disc, accompanied by the continuous influx of true qi. the Taoist heavenly plate above the emergence of points of light, and in the next instant bloomed dazzling aura, and its upper part of the stream of light emerged, intertwined and rotating, such as a vortex of streams of light, seems to be in the general will be something to grab over. Lu Yuan stared intently at the spinning stream of light, and a few moments of curiosity inevitably arose in his heart. What kind of treasure will one get this first time? Suddenly, the number of streams of light decreased sharply, and the aura light also weakened quite a bit, but with the continuous injection of true qi, the aura light and streams of light quickly returned to their prime. However, along with the passage of time, Lu Yuan also felt strained. If he ran out of true qi, I'm afraid that he would not be able to catch anything, which would be equal to the loss of his efforts. In that dream, Lu Yuan had seen more than once that Yi Xiaolin was unable to capture the so-called treasures even after exhausting his true essence. After all, treasures were also divided into grades. In this Xian Huang ancient realm, the grades of treasures from low to high were magic weapon, talisman treasure, ancient treasure, spirit treasure, innate spirit treasure and supreme treasure. If the first time he crossed the nodes of time and space to grab a treasure, he came across a supreme treasure, then he could only blame himself for his lack of strength. Just as Lu Yuan thought so, the stream of light suddenly bloomed like fireworks, and then an ancient ring appeared in Lu Yuan's line of sight. The ring is intertwined with two colors of green and gray, engraved with landscapes and pavilions, and heaven and earth coexist in it, seemingly carving out a small world. Sumeru precepts. The word immediately surfaced in Lu Yuan's mind. This thing is an ancient treasure, which has become a big world of its own, with mountains and lakes and everything, and is more capable of including the living beings within its control, and the time flow in it is 100 times that of the outside world, which is a top storage treasure for the record. And the most important point is that beings holding the Sumeru ring can enter the Sumeru ring through special methods. I didn't expect the first treasure acquired to be this. However, what Lu Yuan does not know is that at this time in the sky is another spectacle. Chapter 6, Chaotic Heavenly Formation. 9 stars self-cultivation. Above the dome of the sky outside the spirit wood lodge, the shadows of the mountains and pavilions loomed and drifted, like a huge scroll slowly spreading out above the dome of the sky, unfolding continuously above the dome of the sky. Some spirit immortal sect disciples raised their heads and looked into the distance. Mirage is seen, but such a strange mirage is the first time to see. Looking at the shadow, he saw that the starting point of the scroll was the spirit wood hut where Lu Yuan was located, only that the spirit wood hut had been completely covered by the leafy spirit tree at this moment. Such a situation naturally wouldn't draw them to go check it out. After all, no cultivator would care about a mirage. In the spirit wood lodge, after making a blood bond, Lu Yuan successfully allowed the Sumeru ring to recognize its owner. Regarding the Sumeru ring, there were only those few that Lu Yuan knew of, but the fact that it could be captured by the Tao Dharma heavenly plate meant that this item was not as simple as it was recorded. Perhaps when one's cultivation had improved, one would be able to sense more functions. With this in mind, Lu Yuan removed the Qiankuan ring and put it into his Sumeru ring, then put it on his left hand. At this time, the sun was slanting in the west. Lu Yuan put his clothes back on, found an entry-level gongfu circulating in the mundane world from his memory, and began to meditate and cultivate. Half a day later, in the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, the Great Hall of the Patriarch. What do you mean you didn't find Lu Yuan? Bai Mengqi frowned slightly, looking at Qin Jinxian with a displeased expression. Back to master. Disciple along the road away from the clan flew to the nearest town to the clan have not seen his silhouette. When I came back, I even slowed down the speed to divine sense all the way sensing, but still nothing. Qin Jinxian arched her hand in response, a few moments of worry arising in her eyes. What about the mountains near the 7 peaks? Qin Jinxian shook her head. Disciple has already used the formation to sense it, and found nothing. Bai Mengqi's expression became more and more unhappy. Okay, long ability, dare to so avoid this father. Really think that the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect can't suppress the source of the evil qi without you, Lu Yuan? Hearing this, Qin Jinxian hurriedly said, Master, let the disciples spread out to look for him. He doesn't have cultivation nowadays. He shouldn't have gone far yet. More people looking for him can definitely find him. He's now a wasted man, and he's looking for it back just to ask for a way to suppress the source of the evil aura? Bai Mengqi said in a cold voice. Without the instant healing spirit body, the evil qi tainted in his body is eroding his body every moment. Do you know how many resources the clan has spent on keeping him alive since he came back? And from the beginning to the end I have never cancelled his monthly salary. An invalid receives the monthly salary of a chief disciple every month. Isn't master treating him well enough? Bai Mengqi coldly grunted. When he can't stand the erosion of the evil qi, he'll crawl back on his own. The most urgent thing is to help your youngest junior brother protect the law, so that he can successfully form the Dan, and then deal with the matter of the evil qi reappearing after that. When she mentioned Yi Xiaolin, her tone softened a few points. Lu Yuan went to suppress the source of the evil qi for the sake of the clan. Without him the clan wouldn't be where it is today. Shouldn't we consume resources to maintain his life? Qin Jinchuan's voice was slightly trembling. Master, Lu Yuan is also your disciple. Why are you so heartless? Shut up. Bai Mengqi's face was gloomy. It seems that you won't stop until you see the Yellow River. In that case I'll let you know how much clan resources Lu Yuan needs to consume on a single day in the clan. Her tone turned cold, and also let you see how many outstanding disciples he has consumed enough resources to train in these 3 years. With that, she took out a summoning talisman and turned into a stream of light that flew out of the Patriarch's hall with a thought. Not long after, a young man in inner disciple's attire came with a sword. Disciple Lin Yi greets Lord Sovereign. Walking into the great hall, he bowed to Bai Mengqi and then arched his hand at Qin Jinxian. Lin Yi, come tell Jinxian how many resources are consumed daily by the treatment plan prescribed by my father after examining Lu Yuan in the first place. Bai Mengqi got straight to the point. Lin Yi froze slightly, doubt rising in his eyes. Lu Yuan's treatment plan? He tried to think back and finally remembered the relevant things, but his eyes were even more puzzled. Back to Patriarch. At first you did prescribe a treatment program for Lu Yuan, and the consumption of resources was also very great. But, he had a few moments of hesitation, a few difficult moments on his face. Say on, Bai Mengqi said seriously. Lin Yi froze slightly, but he could only nod and continue. But Patriarch, you said at the time that some herbs were too rare to withstand consumption, and that you would start distributing resources again when you found a palliative. But since then you haven't mentioned this matter again, and we don't dare to distribute the resources at will. So we just, at this point in the conversation, he obviously saw Bai Mengqi's face become unsightly, and suddenly his heart thumped, and he hurriedly shut up and stopped speaking. Qin Jinxian only felt a buzzing in her head after hearing this. So it turns out that these 3 years Lu Yuan are hard to carry the evil erosion over. She looked at Bai Mengqi with a forlorn expression on her face. Senior, didn't you say that Lu Yuan consumed many clan resources? But why did it turn out like this? Bai Mengqi furrowed her willow brows and retorted. As the master of a clan, there are many things at hand, quite busy, and a momentary negligence is justifiable. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something else and said in a rationalized manner. Besides, doesn't he know to remind Master if she forgets? He's obviously trying to embarrass Master by doing this. She snorted coldly and said in disgust, deep-hearted, you deserve to suffer from the erosion of evil qi. Qin Jinxian was stunned at his words and looked at Bai Mengqi with a face full of disbelief. However, I heard Bai Mengqi continue. Even if the master did not give him the resources to treat his injuries, but the monthly salary for the master has never lacked him. With the monthly salary of 30,000 spirit stones of the chief disciple, what medicinal herbs he could not buy. Hearing this explanation, Qin Jinchuan's heart finally felt better. However, as soon as her words fell, she heard Lin Yi's voice weakly ring out. Patriarch, Lu Yuan's name was not registered in the list of Spirit Sky Immortal Sect's disciples, so he hasn't received a monthly salary for the past 3 years. When these words came out, like a thunderbolt exploding in Qin Jinchuan's head, she only felt her nose a little sour. So Lu Yuan these 3 years, in the sect actually lived in such poverty? No wonder he'd taken the initiative to sign that contract, and even more so, he'd gone out of his way to make himself completely unavailable to him. Bai Mengqi's willow brows grew tighter. Even according to the standards of the Spirit Sky Sect's chief disciple, there are still 2,000 spirit stones, which is small, but it's still enough for him to purchase some low-year medicinal herbs. Lin Yi faced hesitation, carefully said, but the list of disciples of the Spirit Sky Sect also does not have the name of Lu Yuan. Speaking of this, he instead relaxed quite a bit and busily continued. From the beginning to the end, Patriarch, you have never reported Lu Yuan's name, so we have never distributed even a single spirit stone of cultivation resources to Lu Yuan. Qin Jinxian raised her eyes in shock, looking at Bai Mengqi incredulously, and was about to open her mouth to inquire, when Bai Mengqi had already taken the lead. Without spirit stones, how can he survive as an invalid? Lin Yi immediately replied, over the past 3 years, whenever there was a need, he would collect a portion of the spiritual liquid condensed from the rich spiritual qi in his cave for exchange, and we were all happy to exchange with him. However, I heard Bai Mengqi coldly snort, as if she had caught something broken and said, see, isn't this utilizing the clan's resources? And isn't the spirit stone he got after completing the clan's mission more than 100 years ago also given by the clan? At this instant, even Lin Yi, who was used to seeing Lu Yuan without cultivation resources, was taken aback. Is that something a master teacher should say? While Qin Jinxian, who heard his master's words, only felt a wave of suffocation, and it was only in this moment that he seemed to truly understand Lu Yuan. After firming up her thoughts, Bai Mengqi signaled Lin Yi to leave before looking at Qin Jinxian. Alright, this matter stops here. Now you go and protect your junior apprentice brother. The master will personally select a few people to enter the void rift and try to suppress the source of the evil qi. She arranged to. Then snorted coldly. Didn't you want to threaten this honored one with this? This honored one will let him know that even without him, the Spirit Sky Immortal sect is just as capable of suppressing the source of evil qi. My father never threatened. After saying that, she left the Patriarch's hall straight away, leaving Qin Jinxian alone to stand in place for a while in a trance. It was night. Spirit Wood Lodge. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, and there was a surge of incomprehension and surprise in his eyes. In this half a day's time, my own cultivation has condensed less than 1,000th of what the Qihai star has condensed. Lu Yuan muttered to himself in confusion and was busy looking inward at his dantian, but he saw that the light mist in the sea of qi was twisting and coalescing, as if it was forming something. Under the concentration, Lu Yuan finally saw that the light fog condensed is actually 8 big ancient characters. Chaotic heavenly formation. 9 stars of self-cultivation? Lu Yuan froze for a moment, then reacted violently, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes. That is to say that with a chaotic Tao body, even if one did not cultivate, the 9 stars in this sea of qi would light up one after another, while continuously generating chaotic qi and turning it into one's cultivation. In this way, even if one didn't cultivate, one could still continuously raise their cultivation level, which was simply an ability that all cultivators could only dream of. I just don't know when the second star will be lit up, and how my own cultivation will change after it is lit up. Chapter 7 Paying Tribute to a Former Friend. Hoping to meet again on the immortal road. Divine sense coming back together. Lu Yuan put the dagger into his sumaru ring and got up to walk towards the hanging wooden sword. As he walked towards the door of the house, the branches and leaves that originally covered the entire wooden house automatically backed away as if they were alive. Walking out of the Spirit Wood hut, Lu Yuan turned around. A thought between the sumaru ring light flow. The Spirit Wood hut in front of him gradually became fuzzy and transparent, and finally even disappeared directly. With a glance at the empty ground, Lu Yuan turned straight around and left the place, also going deeper into the mountain range. He was going to meet the fellow disciples that he had once befriended, and in the meantime, he was going to help set up a monument for that senior brother who had been killed by Yi Xiaolin. His revenge, Lu Yuan will help him with his own hands. After 2 days of walking the mountain road that was sporadic, Lu Yuan finally came to the bottom of a short mountain. At this moment, it was already a bright moon hanging high, and the moonlight spilled down on the winding mountain road through the sparse clouds. Lu Yuan was still wearing the rough clothes with patches and holding a wine pot in his hand. This was the spirit wine that he had been putting in his Qiankuan ring, which he had exchanged with others using the spirit liquid condensed from the spiritual qi in his cave. And the purpose was also to come and pay tribute to some of his former fellow disciples. Raising his head to look at the familiar yet unfamiliar short mountain, Lu Yuan walked up the stone steps with firm footsteps, a faint sadness flickering in his eyes. This was the cemetery they had built for themselves, and in this world of the weak and the strong, they hoped that they could be buried here when they died, rather than being exposed to the wilderness. On both sides of the stone steps, ancient trees with intertwined branches and leaves guided Lu Yuan forward, and as he stepped on the fallen leaves, his ears seemed to echo with the laughter and laughter of the past. Bai Mengqi had no intention of accepting Lu Yuan as her disciple, so she had never taught Lu Yuan anything from the beginning to the end, and on weekdays, she couldn't even see him. Therefore, Lu Yuan often hung out with the rest of his fellow disciples, which made him a lot more close friends, but both for the clan cannot avoid the conflict arising from the cultivation resources, not to mention that the original Spirit Sky sect was already weak, which also led to his close friends to leave one by one. Stepping onto the last stone step, Lu Yuan arrived at the familiar bamboo forest, and in its depths, a stone monument stood quietly, with withered bamboo leaves falling all over it. Stepping over, Lu Yuan stopped in front of each stone monument and poured out clear spirit wine. Masters and brothers, Lu Yuan has come to see you. Are you all well in the other world? Finally left with the last sip of wine, Lu Yuan spoke softly, and by the light of the moon he looked at the names on each of the stone tablets. Tilting his head back and pouring the wine into his mouth, Lu Yuan sat on the ground and sighed softly. To think that in the beginning, we also used to cultivate together, go out on adventures together, and even compete with other clans for the pitifully small amount of resources together. At this point in the conversation, a faint sadness flickered in his eyes. Nowadays, I'm the only one left, and even that resourceful kid, Xiao Kong, is dead. With that he rose straight up and walked towards a pile of stone tablets not far away. That brat has no righteousness. He said that he would come together to see you guys when my cultivation recovered, but he ended up leaving first on his own, and died in such a shabby way. Picking one of the best stone monuments, Lu Yuan carried it outside a cluster of bamboo, concentrating his true chi on his fingertips. He carved words on the stone tablet. But this is good. The Spirit Sky sect no longer has anyone I need to care about, and from now on it will be enemies. So if I move, I won't have much to worry about. Looking at the engraved Kong Xin character, Lu Yuan had mixed feelings in his heart. The wind blew through the bamboo forest, making a rustling sound, as if responding to Lu Yuan's monologue. Setting up the stone monument, Lu Yuan took out a brand new jug of spirit wine and poured it all in front of Kong Xian's stone monument. Don't blame the other senior brothers. This kid happens to be on his 7th day today. Let him drink more. Putting away the wine pot, Lu Yuan raised his head and looked at the bright moon in the sky, his heart filled with emotion. After a moment, he took a step back and arched his hand at the dozen or so stone monuments. I once heard that all cultivators have the saying of reincarnation, and if we meet on the immortal path thereafter, we will ascend to the 9 heavenly K together. After saying that, he bowed and turned to leave. His back was stretched out in the moonlight, looking so determined. All dead? All 4 Jindan stage cultivators are dead? In the Spirit Sky Sect's Patriarch Hall, Bai Mengqi, who had heard the incoming report, was somewhat stunned. The day before yesterday, she had sent 4 late Jindan cultivators along to the Void Rift, and all of them had brought with them talismanic treasures that could withstand the full force of a void refining stage cultivator. Who would have expected to get this result today? All 4 of their soul lamps have dimmed, and in the end, they even blew up directly. They should be dead. A disciple knelt in the center of the hall, his body trembling a little. Previously, I heard that Lu Yuan had survived in it for 100 years, so I had thought that there should be no danger in it, and it was obviously superfluous for the Patriarch to send 4 Jindan cultivators to go there. But who would have expected the result to be like this? And the weakest of the 4 didn't even last more than an hour. Impossible. When Lu Yuan suppressed the source so easily, he was even able to send a message out through the sound transmission node. How come it's so bad for someone else? She was so hostile that she scared the disciple's body. Master. When Lu Yuan entered the Void Rift, he brought with him a Mahayana stage protective spiritual treasure that the old Patriarch had personally refined. So that void refining stage rune treasure naturally can't be compared. At this moment, Lu Xuanwei, who was on the side, reminded gently. It dawned on Bai Mengqi that this was the problem. It seemed that the power of the spatial storm that existed in the Void Rift was also extremely terrifying, and it was he who had underestimated it. It was just a pity that these 4 good seedlings who were expected to step into Yuaning within 20 years. However, nowadays, the Spirit Immortal sect was full of talents, so there was no need to care about this loss, and as long as the source of the evil energy could be suppressed, there would only be more and more such good seedlings in the future. She took out 3 protective spiritual treasures from the Qiankuan ring on her hand, and immediately the spiritual light blossomed, and there were spiritual rhythms in the heaven and earth that were attracted by these 3 spiritual treasures and leaned over. This is the 3 protective spiritual treasures refined by my honored self after breaking through the Mahayana. You and bring them down to find 3 more people to head to the Void Rift to suppress the source of the evil chi. She commanded. Whoever is willing to go there, this spiritual treasure will belong to him when he comes out. This honored one will never make a joke. Bai Mengqi was originally a refiner by birth, and was very talented at refining weapons, so after her cultivation reached the Mahayana level, she refined quite a few spiritual treasures, which attracted quite a few heaven and earth anomalies. It was also because of this that the Spirit Sky Immortal sect was able to attract so many small and medium-sized sects to defect. After all, a good spiritual treasure was not a 1-star increase in strength. Lu Xuanwei was a bit surprised. Why would Master take out 3 spiritual treasures out? That disciple received the spiritual treasure, and only now could he see that it was 3 silver bracelets, on which the aura was condensed like a stream of air, rising and encircling around it. He was only at the Yuaning stage of cultivation. Where had he seen such a scene? And was actually somewhat dumbfounded. Seeing this scene, Lu Xuanwei was busy coughing lightly twice, which made the disciple come back to his senses and bowed hurriedly. Disciple obeys. Only after he finished speaking did he slowly exit the sovereign hall. It was only then that Lu Xuanwei spoke up and asked, Master, Lu Yuan alone suppressed the source of the evil chi, so why did you let more than 1 person go this time? Bai Mengqi closed her eyes and slowly exhaled a breath before saying, that Lu Yuan, after all, carries the instant healing spirit body, and no matter what injuries he suffers, he can quickly heal in a short period of time, which is something that other people can't compare to. When she finished, she got up and asked rhetorically, by the way, how are all the materials that I asked you to prepare ready? Chapter 8. Find Lu Yuan and continue to have him suppress the source of the evil chi. Lu Xuanwei busily took out a Qiankuan ring. The purple spirit jade and star iron from all over the clan are all here. Saying that, she seemed to remember something. and busily took out a section of pitch black wood from her Qiankuan ring. This is the 10,000-year-old thunder sound wood that disciple found. Please have a look at it, Master. Bai Mengqi nodded her head and collected both the Qiankuan ring and the thunder sound wood, and threw the proxy token to Lu Xuanwei. From today onwards, Master will be closed for Yi Xiaolin's refining of his natal sword, and all the affairs of the sect will be left to you to handle without reporting. The voice was still echoing, but Bai Mengqi's figure had already disappeared in place. Looking at the token that fell into her hand, Lu Xuanwei exhaled a breath, and the corner of her lips curled into a faint smile. She flew out of the hall with her sword and caught up with the disciple who had left earlier. There are too many unknowns in the Void Rift. There's no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. Give me those 3 spirit treasures and I'll find a way to get Lu Yuan back. She got right to the point, not giving the other woman a chance to speak. He had suppressed the evil Dan for 100 years, and now that the reappearance of the evil Qi happened as soon as he left, this matter must have nothing to do with him. The disciple, who was originally still a bit bewildered, hurriedly bowed when he heard such an explanation, and then presented the 3 spiritual treasures with both hands. Then I would like to thank eldest senior sister for searching for that trash Lu Yuan, he said, but his gaze still fell uncontrollably onto those 3 spiritual treasures emitting spiritual light, until these 3 spiritual treasures were put into the Qiankuan ring by Lu Xuanwei. Once again bowing to Lu Xuanwei, that disciple turned around and left the place. Nowadays, the Spirit Sky Immortal sect was mostly filled with outstanding disciples from other sects who had joined later, and those who had once been acquainted with Lu Yuan had all been buried in that bamboo forest. Although there are a very few old people such as Lin Yi that exists, but in the face of Lu Yuan their choice has always been a clear attitude. Seeing that disciple go far away, a hint of a smile surfaced on Lu Xuanwei's face. Lu Yuan, an invalid, definitely won't go far. When the time comes, he will directly capture him back and throw him into the Void Rift, forcing him to continue to suppress the source of the evil Qi, which will surely make the evil Qi no longer appear. In this way he had also obtained 3 spiritual treasures, and when the time came, he would give 2 of them to his junior brother, so it would be a safeguard for him as well. Thinking about this, she turned into a recluse and headed towards Little Shin Peak. At this moment, outside the Little Shin Peak cave mansion, 3rd senior sister Lin Shihan, 4th senior sister Qin Jinxian, 5th senior sister Yun Mengyao, and 6th senior sister Suwan were all here. They occupied the 4 directions of the cave respectively, sitting on top of the runic treasures and magic weapons, looking serious, obviously escorting the current owner of the cave. Such a battle would only occur if someone broke through in the outside world, but I never thought that such a thing would happen in the sect. Shirhan and Jin Xian, the 2 of you come with me. Before people arrived, their voices came first. Lu Xuanwei said, Meng Yao and Waner help Shaolin protect the law properly. When he shuns the safe conjugation of Dan, I'll reward the 2 of you with a talismanic treasure each. The 4 of them answered in unison, and then Lin Shihan and Qin Jinxian followed Lu Xuanwei and left this place together. Only when they reached the sect's Jade Void Peak did Lu Xuanwei say, Jin Xian, go activate the sect's grand formation and look for Lu Yuan's scent. She was filled with confidence. He may have anticipated that we would use the Spirit Void sensing grand formation to search for him, but he must not have imagined that we would use it a second time. The originally preoccupied Qin Jinxian immediately got a few points of spirit when she heard this and raised her eyes to look at Lu Xuanwei. She asked, is it because Master has figured it out and wants to continue searching for Lu Yuan? Her voice seemed a little shaky because of her excitement. However, she saw Lu Xuanwei shook her head. Master has already closed down. This is the solution I came up with. As long as Lu Yuan is captured and thrown back into the Void Rift, I believe everything will return to normal. Qin Jinxian sucked in cold air, only to feel a coolness rush from the soles of her feet straight to the sky. Even the master's father had only said that he would break Lu Yuan's bones after he captured him and returned, not realizing that his once respected senior sister would have such horrifying thoughts. That was the eldest senior brother who had brought her to enlightenment and cultivation. At this moment, Lu Xuanwei took out a formation disc and handed it over. Meng Yao, you take this small induction formation and look around the sect in case he's hiding in any corner of the sect to steal the sect's heaven and earth aura. Receiving the array disc, Yun Mengyao did not hesitate in the slightest and turned around to leave the place after giving a salute to the 2. Lu Xuanwei turned her head to see Qin Jinxian's slightly dull expression. Lu Xuanwei sank her eyebrows and said, Jin Xian, you don't seem to be in a very good state right now. It's better for me to accompany you, so as to avoid any mistakes when the time comes. With that, she reached out her hand to pull Qin Jinxian, but was countered by Qin Jinxian grabbing her arm. Senior sister, Lu Yuan was also once our eldest senior brother. He also took good care of us and brought us into cultivation. Have you forgotten all this? She asked in a low voice. Lu Xuanwei frowned at her words, but then quickly stretched. She patted the back of Qin Jinxian's hand. Jinxian, you're still too kind. Understand Lu Yuan too little. He was a person of maturity. So carefully teach us a few he will have no selfishness? The slightest hint of disgust surfaced on her face. Now just thinking back on it makes me sick to my stomach that you're still defending him. Qin Jinxian froze slightly, and her mind could not help but recall a scene in which Lu Yuan had taught them cultivation. In her memory, from the beginning to the end, Lu Yuan had always guided them with words and never had any physical contact. On the contrary, it was the youngest junior brother who, after worshipping under the master, often cried out and labored to jump into the arms of several of them, and sometimes even jumped into the arms of the master without a care in the world. Even now, when the youngest brother has reached the age of weakness, he will act in such a way. In such a situation, none of the senior sisters except themselves felt wrong or uncomfortable, and would even softly comfort and pat the youngest senior brother's back, just as if they were coaxing a child. She doesn't understand. At this moment, Lu Xuanwei let out a light sigh and raised her hand to rub Qin Jinxuan's head. Jin Xian, you've had too little contact with Lu Yuan. When you really get to know him as a person you'll realize what a disgusting person he is. Saying that, a trace of anger surfaced on her face. 2 years ago when she was practicing her sword outside the cave, he had actually stood there and watched for a long time, and even spoke out to point out the inadequacies of her sword moves. A person who has lost all his cultivation ability is also worthy of judging his own sword strokes? But Qin Jinxian wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lu Xuanwei raising her hand. The first order of business is to find Lu Yuan and ask him to help suppress the source of the evil qi to ensure that everything returns to normal, and it won't be too late to wait for the rest until this matter is resolved. After saying that, she pulled Qin Jinxian towards the formation heart pavilion not far away, where the clan's great formations could be manipulated. Other than that, only the array disc in the patriarch's hand could manipulate the spirit void sensing array. Qin Jinxian secretly resolved that when she found Lu Yuan, she would definitely protect him and would never let him live a life like the past 3 years. Thinking so, she urged her true essence to activate the spirit void sensing grand formation. Chapter 9, Chaotic Sword. Saving the wolf cubs. The blazing sun was high in the sky, and Lu Yuan was strolling alone on the path between the mountains, surrounded by dense trees. The sunlight poured through the cascading leaves and spilled onto the ground, creating dappled shadows of the trees. Every now and then he lifted his head and squinted slightly, letting the golden light jump across his eyelids. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the trees, accompanied by the sounds of insects and birds chirping in the distance, calming the mood. Lu Yuan took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling the tranquility and harmony of the mountains and forests. His mood was unbelievably relaxed. He slowed down his pace, carefully observing the scenery around him, occasionally stopping to pick a ripe wild fruit and gently biting into it, the juice overflowing, sweet and sour. Lu Yuan continued to move forward, enjoying this freedom that was truly his. But just as he was reveling in the peace, he heard a rustling sound that didn't belong to the blowing of leaves coming from the distance, interspersed with a couple of low wind-breaking sounds. There's fugitive hunting. Lu Yuan gave birth to a few moments of curiosity. This was after all the vicinity of the Ling Xiao immortal sect, and it was highly probable that the pursuing party was a disciple of the Ling Xiao immortal sect. In this way, Lu Yuan's curiosity in his heart became heavier and heavier, and this trip was just the right time to try out the power of that chaotic qi. With this in mind, Lu Yuan stepped forward, listening to the rustling and breaking wind sounds that were getting faster and faster. The corners of his lips brought up a smile. This is quite capable of running. Catch it for me. A roar came, followed by a few more flirtations. Senior brother, you haven't even entered the Spirit Sky Immortal sect yet, and you're preparing such a big gift for that Fairy Sue. Your intentions aren't very pure. What do you know? That Fairy Sue has a stunning appearance. Her temperament is off the charts, and she's even the sect leader's disciple. So if you can get married to her, even if your cultivation stops at Yuaning, you'll still be able to mix it up with a deacon in the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. Then came the indistinct words. It's still senior brother. With such a long-term vision, it's really out of our reach. Not long after, a small white ball broke into Lu Yuan's line of sight, instantly giving him a familiar feeling. It seemed that he had seen this little beast in that dream, prompting his divine sense to sense his aura. Lu Yuan was dazed. Let the cave incident after the 3rd month. Yunsong sect newly promoted. Talented foundation disciples were sent to the Spirit Heaven Immortal sect cultivation, and that one of the waste of the Spirit Beast ball in the closed. Is this little beast? That person will find an opportunity to give the Spirit Beast ball to Su Wan. But at that time, Yi Xiaolin was also there, and when that person left, he opened his mouth and asked for the Spirit Beast ball, and in the month after that, he tortured and abused the little guy like crazy, until it was dying before it was thrown into the mountain range outside the sect. However, this little guy not only did not die, but also accidentally activated the sleeping bloodline power in his body. and after that, he even obtained the Demon Zun inheritance. In the future, the little guy found a lot of trouble for Yi Xiaolin, but it was a pity that the ending was still hard to escape death. After all, at that time, Yi Xiaolin had already grasped the Tao Heavenly Plate and had many ancient and spiritual treasures in his hands. As for that Yunsong sect disciple, he died in a sect mission a month after entering the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. For the small beasts and the 5 high-level chi refining cultivators coming towards him, Lu Yuan acted as if he had not seen them, and continued to move forward without stopping his steps. On the other hand, the little wolf cub that saw Lu Yuan subconsciously stopped his footsteps, but ended up directly losing his balance and crashed into Lu Yuan's feet. Whoosh! 3 arrows flew out, heading straight for Lu Yuan. With a slightly cold gaze, Lu Yuan drew the wooden sword behind him and swung it out in a flash. The sword chi brought up the strong wind and turned into a whirlwind, easily cutting off the 3 arrows. Although the cultivation is abolished, but Lu Yuan had in order to become a baby and tempered flesh can be unusual. So these people Lu Yuan has not put in the eyes. On the other hand, the little wolf cub who saw the scene immediately hid behind Lu Yuan and even hugged his calf. This, Taoist friend, that we have been tracking for a long time. The previous 3 arrows were a misunderstanding. I also hope that Taoist friend can give that to us. The man at the head of the group arched his hand at Lu Yuan and politely said. Lu Yuan looked down at the wolf cub for a moment, then remembered something interesting. In that dream Yi Xiaolin would obtain a demon immortal inheritance, and the time would be 10 years later, so it would be just the right time to cultivate this little guy. Thinking about this, Lu Yuan raised his head again, and his eyes had become incomparably cold. You guys shot 3 arrows at me. It seems unreasonable if I don't respond with something. With that, he mobilized a trace of chaotic chi from his chi si and passed through his meridians to his palms, while the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was attracted by Lu Yuan and converged on top of his right hand, wrapping the wooden sword. Looking at the wooden sword in Lu Yuan's hand, several people exchanged glances, and then they all couldn't help but laugh. They were able to confirm that this guy with long silver white hair only had a first level of chi refining cultivation, but looking at that sword earlier, this person should have a bit of body refining kung fu in his body. Such a person wouldn't do them any harm even if they stood and let him slash them with a sword. Just let him vent. Yes, you also chop us 3 swords, but after 3 swords you must hand over that little man. A man opened his mouth, and as his words fell his eyes were playful, while his gaze fell on the Sumeru ring in Lu Yuan's hand. The rest of the few people laughed out loud at his words, not taking Lu Yuan seriously in the slightest. In response, the corner of Lu Yuan's lips hooked up a cold smile. The wooden sword in his hand swung out without any warning, and a chaotic chi wrapped around the body of the sword, forming a Mori cold sword chi. When the 5 people saw this, they were first stunned, and then a look of surprise appeared on their faces. They didn't expect the seemingly ordinary white-haired youth to possess such a powerful force. However, surprise was followed by horror. They saw that the sword chi was actually wrapped in the strong wind coming towards them, and before the sword chi arrived, they could already feel a burst of stinging pain coming from their skin. Realizing that the situation was bad, the 5 men turned to flee. But the speed of the sword chi was even faster, and the terrifying power erupted from the chaos chi instantly cut down the closest person. The remaining 4 people saw this, but they were even more scared out of their wits. But the sword chi wrapped in the astral wind had already arrived, and everything was already too late. In the blink of an eye, all 5 of them fell to the ground, blood staining the ground red, and some still had expressions of despair lingering on their faces. Lu Yuan was still standing in the same place. The wooden sword in his hand had returned to calmness. He was a bit surprised, not expecting a trace of chaotic chi to be so terrifyingly powerful. Ouch! The sudden yelp drew Lu Yuan's attention, and he leaned down to grab the back of the wolf cub's neck. You kid, you're lucky to have met me. Follow me well in the future, and I'll send you a great chance in 10 years. With that, Lu Yuan continued walking towards the original path. Meanwhile, in the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, in the Formation Heart Pavilion, found it, Lu Xuanwei suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes could not hide her excitement. He's really still roaming around the sect. He must be holding back his bad. This time when I get him back I'll make sure to break his arms and legs before throwing him back into the void rift. Her face was full of gloom and madness, and looking at Qin Jinxian at the side, she only felt chills running down her spine. Chapter 10 Lu Yuan Fallen? The second level of Qi refining. Jinxian, let's go get that guy before he gets too far. Lu Xuanwei couldn't wait and grabbed Qin Jinxuan's hand and headed outside. However, no matter how she pulled and tugged, she couldn't even pull Qin Jinxian by the slightest bit. Jinxian? When she twisted her head in confusion, she saw Qin Jinxian with reddened eyes. Senior sister, Lu Yuan had made significant contributions to the sect. He is a credit to us. We shouldn't treat him like this. If there's anything we can say after meeting with him, can we talk it over? Qin Jinxian asked with a trembling voice. Lu Xuanwei froze slightly, then let out a soft sigh, stepped forward and hugged Qin Jinxian, softly comforting her. Okay, Jinxian, I'll listen to you. I'll talk to him properly when I see him. While her mouth spoke so, her face was already cold. Lu Yuan, what on earth have you done to senior sister Jinxian, to have her trust you so much and help you out so much? A quarter of an hour later, the two of them rushed to the place where Lu Yuan sent last appeared with their imperial swords. However, before the party arrived, the two were shocked by the scene in front of them. There were 5 corpses lying on the ground. The blood on the ground had already dried up, and there was an eye-catching sword mark on top of a boulder in the distance. Looking closely, you can also see that there are also sword marks on the ground, although they appear to be disorganized, but they are all facing in one direction. Lu Yuan's cultivation is ruined. This must be someone else's doing. Qin Jinxian let out a sigh of relief and spoke firmly. Lu Xuanwei, however, let out a cold laugh and stroked her palm. I have to say, Lu Yuan's tactics are indeed brilliant. Qin Jinxian froze slightly, looking at her senior sister with some confusion. Lu Xuanwei landed on the ground and explained unhurriedly. After all, he was once a Jindan stage cultivator, and even if his cultivation is ruined, there is bound to be a lot of true essence stored in his dantian. Saying that, she walked towards a few corpses. All of the people here are high-level qi refining cultivators, and the strongest one has even reached the peak of qi refining. If not for that, it would have been impossible for him to kill these 5 with a single sword. She urged her divine sense to perceive it, then said, the weapons and spirit stones and other belongings are still there, which means it's not for cultivation resources, so why would it be? She lowered her eyebrows in contemplation. Qin Jinxian, on the other hand, was filled with doubt. Senior sister, this must be a conflict over resources. How come there's still Lu Yuan's tactics? The terror of his divine sense at one time was such that even some of the sect's god transformation stage deacons could only narrowly win a match with him. Lu Xuanwei patiently explained. I guess when we sensed his location, he must have also sensed the activation of the spirit void sensing grand formation. And to cover up his presence here, all of these people were killed to confuse the public. She narrowed her eyes slightly, anger rising in her eyes. All of the people here are disciples of the Yungsung sect, which is a sect affiliated with our clan. His action, which is to brutally kill his fellow disciples, is already no different from an evil cultivator. Her tone was a few points colder, and the disgust in her eyes was not hidden at all. I didn't think that in order to avoid us, he would degrade himself to such an extent. Qin Jinxuan's mouth slightly opened at the words, wanting to defend Lu Yuan, but the facts were right in front of her, so she couldn't refute them. Lu Yuan seems to have really changed. Okay, Jin Xian, Lu Xuanwei spoke again. Now that Lu Yuan has killed the disciples of our affiliated sect, he is an enemy to my Spirit Sky Immortal sect, so there's no need to hold back when you see him in the future. With that, she took out a formation disc and was about to activate her true essence. However, before he could do anything, he was snatched away by Qin Jinxian. Senior sister, it's not like that, she hurriedly said. Lu Yuan's breath is no different from a mortal's nowadays. It's impossible for him to take the initiative to look for trouble from others. It must be that these people made things difficult for Lu Yuan first, and he was forced to fight back. Lu Xuanwei's brows furrowed slightly. Senior sister, no matter if he is intentional or unintentional, he has already created such a situation, so he should bear the consequences of this matter. She looked serious. There is no mercy in front of the clan rules. Even if you few senior sisters have violated the clan rules, I will never show any mercy. Then what if junior brother violates the clan rules? Qin Jinxian asked rhetorically. Lu Xuanwei hesitated for a moment, but she couldn't answer a single word. Seeing this, Qin Jinxian laughed bitterly. Why? Are you always so lenient with junior brother, but so mean to Lu Yuan? Lu Xuanwei said without thinking. Can Lu Yuan be compared to junior brother? Junior brother is a star Yuan pulse body, and once he succeeds in attaining Dan cultivation, he will grow by leaps and bounds, and the future of the clan will all fall on his shoulders. Qin Jinxian was speechless. She couldn't refute this point. And junior brother had never violated the rules of the clan. Lu Xuanwei took the array disc back and activated it without hesitation, and all of a sudden everything in 100 feet radius appeared in her sea of consciousness. However, nothing. She once again injected her true essence, and her perception range expanded once again, directly to 200 feet. It was followed by 300 feet, 400 feet, and it wasn't until 1,000 feet that Lu Xuanwei stopped with a red face. Looking at her own senior sister being so persistent, Qin Jinxian very much wanted to know why on earth her own senior sister must want Lu Yuan to come back to suppress the source of the evil qi, when it was obvious that he was already an invalid. She wanted to know the real reason, not just make it up. just as Lu Xuanwei tried to perceive again and again. The space in the Sumeru ring. Lu Yuan brought the little wolf cub in and gave it a good bath. Washing away the hidden dirt and blood on his body, the little guy became covered in snow white, and at this moment, his coiled body was lying in Lu Yuan's arms, sleeping soundly. Lu Yuan had no choice but to find a place to sit down in the Sumeru ring, looking into the distance, seemingly recalling something. Heavenly Square City, chance descending. There seems to be a chance for Yi Xiaolin there, and it doesn't seem to be small for him right now, he murmured. At that time in the dream, Yi Xiaolin had already stepped into the early stage of Jindan and was holding the quasi-spiritual treasure level flying sword, Tianyin Thunder Shadow. At that time he was in the limelight, making many people envious. Just don't know how things will change this time with himself as a variable. Still really looking forward to it. Stroking the little wolf cub's silky fur, Lu Yuan lowered his head. I'll call you Xiao Bai from now on. Following me will definitely not be a disadvantage. As he was talking, Lu Yuan was suddenly sensing something, and immediately looked inside with his divine sense. After a moment of trance, the second star in the Sea of Qi was seen to emit a microscopic light, with purple and gold colors continuously emerging from it, and then rapidly spreading to the entire star. Not long after, he saw the second star completely light up. Lu Yuan only felt a burst of refreshing, and his own cultivation came to the second level of Qi refining. It was also at this time that chains of light extended between the two stars, linking with each other and then actually heading towards the third star. Watching this scene, Lu Yuan finally understood the meaning of these 9 stars, and at the same time, he also carefully felt the richness of the chaotic qi in his body. It was no exaggeration to say that today's Lu Yuan, even if he only utilized his second level of qi refining cultivation, he was still enough to fight against Foundation Establishment cultivators. Chapter 11, Meeting a Wang on a Mountain Road, Repairing an Ox Cart and Getting a Message from an Old Friend. Nowadays, in the Sumeru ring, the flow of time in it was 10 times that of the outside. And when 30 days had gone by, Lu Yuan only left the Sumeru ring with little White. After this month of recuperation and care, White has grown quite a bit. 1 man and 1 wolf traveled through the forest, and this journey lasted 7 days. Early in the morning, the sky was first showing the white color of the fish belly, and the soft sunlight through the sparse clouds dappled on Lu Yuan's body. He was still wearing simple rough clothes, his feet stepping on the thick fallen leaves, and in his arms he was holding tightly little White, who was sound asleep from exhaustion. After another night of difficult trekking, Lu Yuan finally walked out of this deep and mysterious forest. The little wolf cub stomped in his arms and opened his mouth to bite his shirt, then fell back into a deep sleep. Raising his eyes, a wide road was displayed in front of Lu Yuan. The road surface had a few potholes, while near the potholes were traces of wagons running over them, but they had already dried up. On both sides of the avenue, the wildflowers look especially delicate under the morning dew. The insects are sparse, the birds chirping, but it is pleasant to hear. Lu Yuan took a deep breath of fresh air and looked down at the little wolf cub in his arms. Seeing that the other party was sleeping soundly, he only raised his hand to gently caress its silky fur. Walking onto the main road, Lu Yuan didn't get entangled and chose a path away from the Spirit Sky Immortal sect and stepped on it. As the breeze brushed by, Lu Yuan walked alone on the forest avenue, mirroring the surrounding dense forest trees. After half a day's walk, the setting sun shed dappled light through the gaps in the leaves, falling on Lu Yuan's face and reflecting the leisurely look on his face. His pace was unhurried, and each step seemed easy and relaxed, as if the entire mountain forest was his home. By the ancient road in the slanting shadow of the emerald sun, the old man drives his calf back to the field in the evening. The whip cracks softly and the dust rises slightly, and the steps are leisurely. Suddenly a mellow singing voice came from far behind, echoing continuously in the forest. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, not realizing that there were still old people driving ox carts on this mountain road at this hour. The song is still going on, but when you listen to it closer, it's a little hoarse. As the sound got closer and closer, Lu Yuan turned his head to look, and saw an old yellow ox pulling a crate coming this way, and the old man sitting on that crate was the owner of the song. Right at the moment Lu Yuan looked over, the old man's singing stopped instantly as if he had been strangled. Extremely vigilant as he looked at this white-haired youth who suddenly appeared on the mountain path, the old man threw a whip on the cow's buttocks, and the old yellow cow immediately accelerated its pace. Leaning closer, Lu Yuan nodded his head with a light smile, then he withdrew his gaze and continued on his way. However, not long after walking forward, Lu Yuan saw the old yellow ox again, but did not see the crate pulled by the old yellow ox. Lu Yuan only saw the situation after getting closer. A head-sized mountain stone in the middle of the road. There is a section of broken wheels on the ground, and the old man's cart is now overturned on the side of the road. Not far away, a child is running after a firefly. Looking to the side, the old man who drove the ox cart earlier sat on a rock. smoking a dry cigarette with a sad face. Seeing Lu Yuan appear, the old man was instantly alert. Hua, come to grandpa. Lu Yuan was helpless and saw the cause and effect of this matter at a glance. So he immediately put Xiaobai down and took out a piece of spirit wood from his sumaru ring towards the crate. The little doll ran behind her grandfather in a flash, looking at Lu Yuan with some fear, but her afterglow caught a glimpse of Xiaobai standing on the side, and her eyes instantly glowed. Dog! Subconsciously, he wanted to run towards Xiaobai, but was grabbed by the old man. Looking at Lu Yuan's behavior, he was a bit puzzled, but he didn't dare to go up and stop him. After all, if he dared to hike alone on this mountain path, this person would never be simple. It's better not to be easily messed with. Lu Yuan placed the spirit wood on the broken cartwheel and mobilized a trace of chaotic chi into it, and immediately the spirit wood began to sprout and grow as if it had come to life. Yet it quickly grew according to the changes in Lu Yuan's mind. Seeing this scene, the old man's eyes went straight and he hurriedly knelt down towards Lu Yuan. Immortals! His voice was filled with excitement, and before he could kneel down, he was lifted up by Lu Yuan, who mobilized the aura of heaven and earth. I'm not an immortal. I just know some spells, and you don't have to make such a big bow. Upon hearing this, the old man bowed to Lu Yuan repeatedly. Catching a glimpse of his grandson sneaking toward the coyote pups not far away, the old man turned and grabbed him by the collar, bringing him back. Looking at this old man's behavior, Lu Yuan helplessly propped up his forehead, but he didn't bother to explain more and only concentrated on repairing the wheels of the car. Not long after, the spirit wood completely melted into the cartwheels under Lu Yuan's guidance, mending the cartwheels, and only then did he hold the crate up, and put a few sacks that were originally placed on the crate on top of it. Throughout the entire process, the old man wanted to help, but he was always a step behind Lu Yuan, which made him a bit embarrassed. Only after doing so did Lu Yuan clap his hands and continue walking forward. Immortals, please stay. The old man suddenly opened his mouth, turned his head to see the old yellow cow grazing, and hurriedly pulled the nose of the cow toward the crate. Immortal, these 3 paths are still 20 to 30 miles ahead, and it's getting late, so why don't you let me give you a ride, and thank you for helping me fix my crate. The child had consciously climbed onto the crate, and looked with glowing eyes at Little White, who was following beside Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded his head and walked over to sit on the ox cart. Little White then followed over and jumped into Lu Yuan's arms in a flash. Seeing this, that child immediately crawled to Lu Yuan's side. Uncle, can I pet this puppy? Given his true age, it was more like it for this old man to call himself uncle. But this face of his is only 20 years old. How come he is called uncle? Call brother. Lu Yuan frowned and said, getting up the idea of teasing this child. However, he heard the child look at Xiaobai and then at Lu Yuan, with a few puzzles and tangles in his eyes. So, uncle, can I touch this brother? Lu Yuan was speechless and helplessly waved his hand. Touch it. Don't hurt it, haha. It'll bite. Yes, uncle. The child, full of joy, tentatively reached out towards the little white man, and finally pressed it against its head. Good brother, touch your head. Lu Yuan. The old man driving the cart in front of him also smiled when he heard this conversation. Immortal, your hair is sick, right? The old man asked. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. No. The old man laughed. I knew you'd say that. You're definitely sick. The Zhang divine doctor of our village said that even gods get sick. Otherwise, what do you need him as a divine doctor for? Hearing the 3 words Zhang divine doctor, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, but heard the old man then said, the Zhang divine doctor in our village has very high medical skills. If you have time, you can follow me to have a look, and I can't guarantee that you can be cured of your full head of gray hair. An image of a fat man floated in Lu Yuan's mind, and the corner of his lips hooked up slightly. Elderly man, I wonder about your village's chapter divine doctor. How long has he lived? Lu Yuan asked. The old man mused. Dr. Zhang was in the village when I was young, and is said to have lived for over 100 years. He can definitely cure you. Receiving an answer, Lu Yuan nodded. Alright, let's go with you. Chapter 12. Yi Xiaolan's Jin Dan becomes successful. Tianyin Thunder Shadow Sword becomes successful. Ling Xiao Immortal Sect. On the Jade Void Peak, Lu Xuanwei angrily smashed the boulder in front of her, trembling with anger. Master refining at most 12 days, now has passed 10 days, but still no trace of Lu Yuan. He is like evaporating on earth. The original plan was to capture Lu Yuan back and have him continue to suppress the source of the evil qi. But who would have thought that it would turn out like this? 2 months ago, she had received news from the affiliated sects that Heavenly Fong City had been experiencing a series of visions lately, and that there must be a heavy treasure on the horizon. Now that Junior-Senior Brother's conjugation was imminent, that heavy treasure had to be his. Only then would Junior-Senior Brother be able to lead the clan to the next level in the future. Originally, If she got these 3 protective spirit treasures, she could reduce a lot of trouble, and her chances of capturing the treasures would be greater. But Lu Yuan's disappearance had disrupted her plans. Lu Yuan, you deserve to die. Lu Xuanwei cursed viciously, gritting her teeth in anger. Yet at that moment, on the little Xian peak, a burst of fluctuation came from the cave that had been motionless for days, causing the 2 Suwan who were on the side to subconsciously look back. At this moment, in the quiet cave, Yi Xiaolan's eyes were slightly closed, and a suction force steeply surfaced at his dantian, absorbing all the spiritual qi in the cave. And at the same time, the originally clear sky above the cave was suddenly flooded with layers of ripples, as if it had been torn apart by an invisible force, revealing the color of the deep void. Immediately afterward, a golden light hung down from the void, as if it was the guidance of a heavenly god, directly penetrating the cave and enveloping Yi Xiaolan. Within the golden light, countless runes could be vaguely seen flowing, and as if they possessed life, they danced around Yi Xiaolan's body, emitting bursts of mysterious fluctuations. As Yi Xiaolan breathed, these runes seemed to resonate with it and gradually integrated into his body, making his breath stronger and stronger. Outside of the cave, a fierce wind rose up and blew the mountains and forests, as if it were a gust of cheers. In the sky, clouds churned and thunder flashed continuously, emitting a deafening roar. These thunderbolts seemed to be attracted by Yi Xiaolan's Jedan and converged towards the cave, only to dissipate into nothingness when they were about to touch. On the ground, the originally calm earth also began to vibrate, as if a giant dragon had awakened underground and was struggling to break out. Between heaven and earth, an illusory star loomed, which was the sign that the Star Yuan pulse body had been fully activated. It was as if the entire heaven and earth became boiling over Yi Xiaolan's successful Dan formation, and all the visions reached their peak at this moment. Suddenly, an aura erupted from the cave, and an aura uniquely belonging to Jin Dan stage cultivators then spread. Junior senior brother has successfully formed a Dan. Suwan was full of excitement and joy, waiting for more than 10 days, finally waiting for the youngest senior brother to successfully conjugate Dan. In the future, when he cultivates, his cultivation will be able to grow by leaps and bounds. Aha! Yun Mengyao nodded. It's only been 13 days and you've successfully formed the Dan. It's considered the second person in the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. Suwan sniffed with a displeased face. Senior sister, don't mention that obscure contraption when you're so happy, and nowadays he's already wasted, and even ceded all the rights and interests of the sect, and has nothing to do with the Spirit Sky Immortal sect anymore. Yun Mengyao nodded at his words. Indeed, it was me who neglected to do so. At this time, Lu Xuanwei and Qin Jinxian rushed over together to see this heaven and earth anomaly are somewhat surprised. I didn't expect junior senior brother to be able to conjugate the Dan so quickly, worthy of being a star elemental vein body, a natural cultivation physique. Lin Shirhan also rushed over at this moment, after she had followed Lu Xuanwei's instructions and brought 3 spiritual treasures to the 3 of them to head to the Void Rift. She had just arrived from the Forbidden Land now, just as several people were expecting Yi Xiaolan to walk out of the cave. On the Qingxiao Peak in the rear, dark clouds gathered as if something was brewing. At this moment, on Qingxiao Peak, Bai Mengqi pinched her hands together and spirit fire continuously surged into the forging furnace in front of her. In it, golden flames were constantly pulsing, and at the center of this flame, a sword was slowly taking shape. This sword had a slender body, with a faint silver luster flowing throughout, as if it had gathered the essence of heaven and earth. At the tip of the sword, thunder seemed to be hidden, emitting a low rumble that echoed the thunder in the sky above. As her eyes fell to the tripod, Bai Mengqi bit her finger and drew runes with her blood. With the last rune drawn on the sword's body completed, the entire sword seemed to be infused with a soul, gently trembling and emitting a pleasing and melodious tone, like heavenly music that resounded through the clouds. Just then, new visions began to appear in heaven and earth. The originally calm night sky was suddenly windy and cloudy, as if there was an unnameable force brewing. Immediately after that, a dazzling lightning bolt cut through the sky, directly slashing at the long sword that was about to take shape above the mountaintop. This lightning was no ordinary heavenly thunder. It contained endless power, as if it was going to tear apart the void. However, the moment when the heavenly thunder touched the long sword in that tripod, it was as if it was swallowed by an invisible force, and the lightning flashed above the sword, making it even more majestic and mysterious. With the integration of the lightning, it was as if the long sword was infused with a new life force, and the light above the sword blossomed, emitting a deafening thunderclap. At the same time, the entire mountaintop began to vibrate, as if something was about to awaken from the depths of the earth. The air around them began to become distorted, as if being pulled by an invisible force. The dark clouds in the sky began to churn, forming a huge vortex, and at the center, a bright golden light broke through the clouds and shot straight towards Qingxia Peak. This golden light was the Tao rhythm, the essence of heaven and earth, and it slowly merged into the sword, making the lightning above the sword even more brilliant and dazzling. At the same time, the sword began to emit a clear and pleasant sound, as if there were countless heavenly voices echoing within the sword. With the integration of the golden light, this sword finally completed its metamorphosis. It was no longer an ordinary sword, but had become the most mysterious and powerful existence in heaven and earth. It lay there quietly, as if waiting for its owner to come and claim it. The heaven and earth visions at this moment also began to slowly dissipate, the dark clouds dispersing and revealing a bright starry sky. Seeing this scene, Lu Xuanwei was overjoyed. In this way the strength of the youngest senior brother would be greatly improved, and the pressure of the trip to Tianfang City would be less. On the other hand, Qin Jinxian, who was on the side, was a little heartbroken, and her heart ached for Lu Yuan. After more than 100 years of joining the sect, she had never seen her master give Lu Yuan anything. Even the Jindan stage's original magic treasure was made by Lu Yuan, who spent a large amount of money to ask the Qingxia Peak elders to refine it. Why did master just refuse to gift even a single treasure to Lu Yuan? Was it because it wasn't her intention to take Lu Yuan? Just as she was thinking so, Yi Xiaolin had a smile on his lips as he pushed the door and walked out of the cave. The movement of Qingxia Peak was so powerful that he naturally sensed it, but he just didn't expect his master to think so highly of himself that he would come out with a spirit sword. And it was also the spirit sword that had attracted such a heaven and earth phenomenon. With this kind of spirit sword as a life magic treasure, coupled with the importance of the sect, one's future must be unlimited. Chapter 13, Failure to Complain. Lu Xuanwei was reprimanded instead. Congratulations to junior senior brother for successfully forming the Dan. Lu Xuanwei was the first to come forward to congratulate her, her face and eyes full of joy. The remaining four also spoke out their congratulations one after another. At this time, a reclining light on Qingxia Peak came towards this direction and quickly landed on Little Xian Peak. "See, master!" The six of them saluted by Mingqi in unison, and then their gazes all fell on the 3-foot-long sword she was grasping in her hand. "See this sword, body present deep blue-purple. Sword light flashes as if there is electric current leaping, breeze blowing through, hidden thunder sound from which resounded. Let a person doubly surprised. Everyone protect Shaolin, so that he can subdue this sword in peace and refine it into the sword of life." Bai Mingqi nodded, but commanded directly, then threw out the sword in her hand. In an instant, the long sword, as if it had a spirit of wisdom, flying into the void, hovering in the air after the bloom of thunder. For a time, even let the sword body appeared a road of phantoms, so that people cannot capture where the body. This sword is called the Heavenly Sound Thunder Shadow. Once you subjugate it and refine it to become your natal sword, Little Lin, you will gain unprecedented enhancements and benefits. She patiently introduced herself, nodding only in response to the arching hands of several people. First of all, the Tianyin Thunder Shadow Sword, as a spirit sword that contains the power of endless thunder, will greatly enhance Yi Xiaolin's thunder ability. After using this sword, each of his attacks will be accompanied by a powerful lightning power, and the Tianyin Thunder Shadow Sword may also carry a special thunder sound effect, making Yi Xiaolin's attacks more penetrating and shocking. Secondly, the Tianyin Thunder Shadow Sword may also have a direct effect on Yi Xiaolin's cultivation. After refining it into the life sword, Yi Xiaolin will get twice the result with half the effort when cultivating the thunder system technique, and his cultivation will increase at a much faster rate than before. At the same time, the power of thunder in the sword may also temper Yi Xiaolin's root bones, further enhancing his physical quality and cultivation potential. Piles and pieces, everything. Listening to Qin Jinxian, heart cannot stop hard. Although master had mentioned more than once in front of several of them that it was not her intention to accept Lu Yuan as her disciple, Lu Yuan was ultimately her disciple. Moreover, if the master was unwilling to do so, he should have refused in the first place, instead of acquiescing to the matter. "Thank you, master, for taking the trouble." Yi Xiaolin stepped forward and bowed to Bai Mingqi, but a flash of fire surged in his eyes. Bai Mingqi smiled gently. "There is no harm. This is how the master always treats his disciples. If you still have any ideas, you can say them now, and the master will still be able to return this sword to the furnace." Hearing these words, Qin Jinxian sucked in cool air and raised her eyes to her master in surprise. It turned out that in her heart, she had never considered Lu Yuan as her disciple. Yi Xiaolin smiled and shook his head. "This is already very good. Disciple doesn't dare to ask for anything else." Bai Mengqi nodded her head in satisfaction. "It's still Shaolin who knows what he's doing. Unlike certain fellows who would only cause trouble for this honored one, who some of the guys here were referring to was well known to the few people present." Seeking Vivian. At the mention of Lu Yuan, Bai Mengqi was suddenly a bit annoyed as she looked at Lu Xuanwei and asked, "Has that guy not returned yet?" Lu Xuanwei sniffed and immediately stepped forward, arching her hand and said, "Back to the master." "Not yet, and he is still." At this point in the conversation, Lu Xuanwei suddenly hesitated, which instantly caused the crowd to look over curiously. Only Qin Jinxian face full of surprise. That day is not agreed not to cloud pale faction that matter to inform the master? Why? What else did he do? Anger instantly surfaced on Bai Mingqi's face, which originally carried some annoyance, and her eyes became cold for a few moments. Lu Xuanwei pretended to hesitate, but in her heart, she was laughing coldly. It was the other day when we still wanted to know where Lu Yuan was, so we once again utilized the spirit void sensing formation, and we also managed to sense Lu Yuan's aura. As she spoke, she showed a look of caution and entanglement, and then said, when we arrived at the place where the scent last appeared, we saw only the corpses of a few disciples of the Cloud Sang sect, and all of them were killed in a single blow and, speaking of this, she once again began to hesitate, but her line of sight was seemingly glancing to Qin Jinxian who was standing on the side. Seeing this, Bai Mingqi immediately looked at Qin Jinxian and said, Jinxian, you come and say it, there shall be no concealment. Qin Jinxian froze and looked at Lu Xuanwei with some confusion. She followed that day, saw such a scene in her mind as Lu Yuan, where to see the scene situation. No, all Lu Xuanwei said. Elder sister's move was completely forcing herself to speak out her analysis that day, but that was originally elder sister's unfounded deduction. How could it be taken out as a result? Especially still in the face of the master. Jinxian? Bai Mingqi furrowed her brows, and there were already a few points of impatience on her face. Taking a deep breath, Qin Jinxian could only stiffly speak out the conclusion that Lu Xuanwei had summarized that day. And hearing what Qin Jinxian said, the corner of Lu Xuanwei's lips slightly hooked up. Qin Jinxian had been drunk on cultivation for 100 years and had contacted very few people, not to mention knowing how to lie. With her as a witness, it would basically confirm Lu Yuan's guilt, in which case the master would definitely send sect cultivators to apprehend Lu Yuan. When Lu Yuan returned, he must be thrown into the void rift once again. After all, he was the only one who had successfully suppressed the source of the evil qi. There was no reason to waste so many such good spirit treasures in the void rift. Moreover, if it wasn't for the old sect master picking him up, he would have died a long time ago. His life should be the sect's. Even if the sect wanted him to die, he should still die without hesitation. Thinking so in her heart, Lu Xuanwei secretly raised her eyes to measure her master, and was already 90% sure in her heart. However, she saw Bai Mingqi fall into deep thought for a moment before opening her mouth in a deep voice. That Yunsang sect is just a small sect, in which the strongest person is just a god of transformation. And its disciples dare to trespass into the Tianqi mountain range on this strength? Lu Xuanwei froze, but heard Bai Mingqi then said, Sure Han, tomorrow you take the clan token to go to severely punish the Cloud Sang sect. If someone resists you directly use the token to mobilize a trace of the divine thought of the teacher to kill his. As for Lu Yuan, upon hearing this, Lu Xuanwei immediately looked forward to it. Although I don't place the Cloud Sang sect in my eyes, after all, it's a sect affiliated with my Spirit Sky Immortal sect, so naturally, this matter can't just be left alone. Lu Xuanwei nodded her head repeatedly, anticipating Bai Mingqi's next words. However, he heard Bai Mingqi murmur, now that the heavenly punishment contest is imminent, the master doesn't have much heart to pursue his responsibility, so he will first write down this account, and when he can't endure the evil qi backlash and begs to come back, then we will settle the total account together. Master! Lu Xuanwei immediately opened her mouth, looking at her master teacher with some disbelief. Should we just let Lu Yuan kill the disciples of our affiliated sect? Bai Mingqi glanced at her and frowned, seeking way. That's just a small sect that doesn't make the grade. Is it possible that just for this bit of crap master would have to personally order someone special to deal with it? She looked a few degrees more serious and said, You're also too unable to distinguish between priorities. Chapter 14, Evil Qi Erosion. Sword Spirit Revolt. Hearing these words, the expression on Lu Xuanwei's face froze, and a moment later she pursed her lips. It is disciple who has been rash. I look forward to being chastised by my master. Seeing Lu Xuanwei admit her mistake, Bai Mingqi nodded with satisfaction. Qin Jinxian, who heard this, had a cold heart. Is Lu Yuan so unimportant in the eyes of master? Apart from her, Yun Mengyao, who was not far away, was likewise a bit surprised by her master's answer, although she also hated Lu Yuan, this moralistic guy, but no matter what, he was the one who had brought himself into cultivation. That bit of grace was still in her mind. But, that's about it. Guiding a cultivation initiation was just that. Anyone could do it. It was just that it happened to be Lu Yuan guiding himself at that time. She retracted her gaze, slightly looking down at the softness that blocked her toes, and secretly said in her heart, in master's heart, I'm afraid that there has never been a place for Lu Yuan. Well, the first order of business is for the spirit sword to recognize its owner. Bai Mingqi brought the topic back to the matter of the spirit sword recognizing its owner. She looked towards Yi Xiaolin with gentle eyes and admonished, Shaolin, you remember, the spirit sword has a spirit and is inherently proud of itself. In order to subdue this sword you must show your qualifications while sensing the presence of the sword's spirit and establishing communication with it, she said in a detailed manner. When communicating with the sword spirit, you may fall into a spiritual trial, at which time you will need to abide by your heart. Do not go astray and end up as a sword slave. Listening to Bai Mingqi's nagging, Yi Xiaolin appeared a little impatient, but still showed seriousness on his face, and when Bai Mingqi's words fell, he hurriedly raised his hand and arched it, showing some impatience. Disciple, keep in mind. After saying that, he stepped on the ground and his body instantly swept out, transforming into a recluse flying towards the heavenly sound thunder shadow sword suspended above the sky dome. Bai Mingqi smiled dotingly at this and didn't say anything, seemingly sensing that someone was approaching. The heavenly sound thunder shadow sword immediately triggered the aura of heaven and earth, transforming into 9 barriers of thunder light, and then reduced from 9 to 4 after a split second. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiaolin was secretly pleased, while Bai Mingqi in the distance furrowed her willow brows, but did not do anything. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xiaolin immediately invoked his true essence to stimulate his star yuan pulse body, and immediately the space within 10 feet seemed to be enveloped by the power of the stars. A star silhouette appeared in the void, and the true essence transformed into a brilliant starlight that landed vertically on Yi Xiaolin's body. Within the beams of light, the stars seemed to be dancing, each one shining with a unique light like the Milky Way pouring down. Such a vision was enough to make people marvel. Having seen the scene that appeared during Yi Xiaolin's breakthrough earlier, then looking at the current scene, it was really a bit unbearable. It was no exaggeration to say that Yi Xiaolin's mastery of the star elemental pulse body was perhaps less than 1%. That sucks. Yun Mengyao secretly shook her head. Above the dome of the sky, as if sensing the qualifications of the star yuan pulse body, the heavenly sound thunder shadow sword automatically dispersed the 2 layers of lightning light curtains. It was also at this moment that several strands of evil chi emerged from Lin Shihan's body and silently floated towards the heavenly sound thunder shadow sword. The crowd whose attention was completely on Yi Xiaolin was oblivious to this. Yi Xiaolin stepped forward 2 steps into the void. Looking at the lightning light curtain in front of him, he subconsciously raised his hand and wanted to touch it, but stopped moving a moment before he did so. On Little Xian Peak, Bai Mingqi's willow brows knit up once again. The heavenly sound thunder shadow sword was refined by her, and now that it had not yet recognized its owner, the sword spirit was also relatively affectionate towards her, so she was able to clearly sense the sword spirit's emotional changes. At this moment, she clearly sensed that when facing Yi Xiaolin, the sword spirit carried contempt from the beginning to the end and never changed. This emotion peaked after Yi Xiaolin stopped moving, even with a few moments of ridicule. Could it be that Shaolin's qualifications and enlightenment were really that bad? With his right hand naturally hanging down, Yi Xiaolin urged his divine sense and instantly passed through the curtain of thunder and lightning light, breaking into the heavenly tone thunder shadow sword. At the same time, the evil chi similarly drilled into the sword. Seeing Yi Xiaolin close his eyes, several women's gazes subconsciously converged on him. Only Bai Mingqi had a trace of a strange feeling within her heart, but she couldn't find where this strange feeling originated from. Suddenly, Yi Xiaolin's face changed, and the veins on his forehead rippled like gnarled dragons. His face was flushed, and black and purple lines emerged on his face. At the same moment, above the body of the heavenly tone thunder shadow sword, thunder transformed into a black and purple color and wandered between heaven and earth. Master, evil chi has entered the body. Lu Xuanwei was the first to speak, her face and eyes filled with anxiety and worry, after saying that she was ready to rush out, but she was stopped by Bai Mingqi. Don't worry, let's see what Kobayashi will do, she advised, but her eyes were no less worried than Lu Xuanwei's. However, at that moment, Yi Xiaolin's eyes slowly opened, and purple thunderons blossomed from his pupils. Bai Mingqi was struck by lightning. Where is this what evil chi into the body? This is clearly the sword spirit eroded by the evil chi in turn control. In other words, in the divine sense exchange with the sword spirit, Yi Xiaolin only lasted for a few breaths, or even less. Such divine sense talent was too poor. Not even Lu Yuan, who had first entered Foundation establishment, could compare. Thinking of Lu Yuan, Bai Mingqi's mood became irritable again. She threw away her distractions and transformed into a recluse in a flash towards the Tianyin Thunder Shadow Sword. The remaining few sword cultivators were sweating for Yi Xiaolin and were worried in their hearts. Instantly breaking through the last 2 layers of the Sky Sound Thunder Shadow Sword's lightning light curtain, Bai Mingqi invaded the Sky Sound Thunder Shadow Sword with her divine sense, and her brows unconsciously furrowed. This sword spirit had been completely eroded by the evil chi and was currently trying to control Yi Xiaolin. There is only one solution to handle such a situation from time immemorial. Although Bai Mingqi was reluctant, she had to push her divine sense to quickly wear out the sword spirit. The realm of a spirit sword whose spirit was worn out would fall to that of a quasi-spirit sword. And unless the spirit was condensed again, the quasi-spirit sword would be transformed into an ordinary longsword with the passage of time. When the divine sense grinding against the sword spirit began, purple thunderbolts suddenly appeared out of thin air in the surrounding void and attacked towards Bai Mengqi. 1, 2, 10, 100. The sword spirit began to fiercely resist, and the thunder also transformed into sword chi at this moment, constantly chopping at Bai Mengqi. The original spirit light dense spirit sword at the moment the light is rapidly fading. The sword roar mixed with thunder roar resounded in the sky above the small Shin peak, attracted many sect disciples have sideways glance. When the thunder weakened and the light declined, the sword spirit had weakened to the extreme. Also at this time, the star visions between the 10 feet of Josu subsided, the thunder dissipated, and everything was rapidly returning to calm, accompanied by a wailing sword chant that resounded through the heavens and earth. The heavenly sound thunder shadow sword plummeted straight down towards the ground. Yi Xiaolin, who was not far away, had been mobilized by Bai Mengqi's heaven and earth aura to hold him, and did not fall down at the moment, but his face still had some black and purple lines remaining. Chapter 15, Falsely Accused Again. Qin Jinxian completely regrets it. Lu Yuan. The stern shouts containing anger resounded through the clouds, echoing inside and outside the spirit sky immortal sect like morning bells and twilight drums. Bai Mengqi took the unconscious Yi Xiaolin into her arms and continuously passed her true essence over to stabilize Yi Xiaolin's realm. She looked at Lu Xiwenwei, who was not far away, and questioned, "Didn't I have instructed long before I closed down for refining weapons to have selected disciples go to suppress the source of the evil qi? Why is there still evil qi straying in the spirit sky immortal sect even now?" Lu Xiwenwei, who was still worried, sucked in a cold breath of fright when she heard these words. Her thoughts flew around and she quickly said, "It's Lu Yuan." Qin Jinxian, who was on the side, stared wide-eyed at those 3 words, looking at Lu Xiwenwei with disbelief on her face. Obviously, it was senior sister herself who brought back the spiritual treasure, saying that she would retrieve Lu Yuan to continue suppressing the source of the evil qi. So how did it turn out to be like this now? And at this moment, Lu Xiwenwei's eyes once again became firm, and she hurriedly added, "That day after Master Zun's retreat, disciple was originally prepared to go to Little Xian Peak to help Little Master protect the law. But the spiritual void sensing array was triggered, and at that time, I had just arrived at Little Xian Peak." She added to the story and put all the blame on Lu Yuan's head. As the words fell, Qin Jinxian was about to open her mouth to retort, but she heard Su Wan preempt her. "Master, disciple proves that what eldest sister said is all true, and at that time, we all sensed the fluctuations of the spiritual void sensing grand formation. Disciple also testifies for senior sister." Lin Shurhan similarly spoke. Although Yun Mengyao didn't say anything, she nodded her head, making her position clear. At this instant, Qin Jinxian only felt her heart was blocked. She opened her mouth but said nothing, and finally slowly hung her head down. "Jinxian, don't worry. Lu Yuan has always been biased in our favor. I don't know how many wrongdoings he actively carried for us when he went to suppress the source of the evil qi, and even if Lu Yuan was present at this matter today, he would never shake his head in denial." Lu Xiwenwei transmitted her voice to persuade. "When he returns to the clan of his own accord, the big deal is that we'll all persuade the master not to beat him together." Qin Jinxuan's eyes had turned red. She remembered so many times how they had planted evidence against Lu Yuan without hesitation and without regard for the consequences. Thinking of Lu Yuan, that stunned for a moment, still calmly backed down the guilt of the calm. Even more so, I remembered the breezy smile that had comforted them in turn after they had been chastised for their planting. Lu Yuan. No, eldest brother. He has really had too much of a hard time in the spirit immortal sect all these years. Taking a deep breath, she looked up at Bai Mengqi, who also happened to be looking over at the moment. "Senior, I've been distracted because of what happened to eldest brother, so I didn't pay much attention to that incident." She raised her hand to wipe away the tears from the corner of her eyes and bowed to Bai Mengqi. "Perhaps it is because of the evil aura from the previous days. Disciple has been distracted these days, unable to concentrate. Holding on until now is already the limit. I hope that master allows disciple to go back and rest." After saying that, she didn't wait for Bai Mengqi to respond and turned around to leave Little Shin Peak. However, her words caused the few women present to freeze in place. Did she just say big brother? Is that about Lu Yuan? Returning to her senses, Lu Xiwenwei carefully recalled Qin Jinxuan's words, and was instantly relieved. "Senior, I think what senior sister Qin said should be true. After all, calling Lu Yuan that waste of a big senior brother was already more than 100 years ago." Lin Shurhan nodded in agreement. On the other hand, Yun Mengyao on the side was in deep thought. Big brother, it's really an old and time-honored title. She raised her eyes to glance at Bai Mengqi and couldn't help but be truly curious in her heart. Since master did not like, or even recognize, Lu Yuan as a disciple. Why had he not taken the initiative to dissolve the master-disciple relationship with Lu Yuan in those 10 years? A figure came to her mind. Another woman who had been her master's senior sister and a strong contender for the successor of the sect leader 100 years ago. Perhaps the answer could come from that master's mouth. Good. Good for you. Bai Mengqi was so angry that she laughed coldly, and the coldness in her eyes seemed as if it was going to condense into frost. This account is written down by this honored one, and when you return in another day, this honored one will definitely settle the score with you. Lu Xuanwei's head snapped up at the words, with doubt in her eyes and disbelief on her face. Normally the master is the most favored Yi Xiaolin. 5 years ago a few dependent on the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion of small sect cultivators and the youngest brother got up a little verbal dispute. The master learned immediately went to the abolition of a few people's root bones. Afterwards, that small sect asked the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion deacon to come to inquire. At that time, the master's father had a strong attitude, while the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion deacon was making peace, and in the end, he only let the compensation of some silver to those people in the mortal world pension. Why is it like this now? Without waiting for Lu Xuanwei to inquire, Bai Mengqi could no longer care about anything else and turned towards Liuli Peak with Yi Xiaolin. There, the Spirit Immortal Sect's pill hall was located. Several women looked at each other when they saw this, and in the end, Su Wan and Lin Shirhan followed, and Yin Mengyao left this place, quickly leaving the sect and heading straight to the Tianyin subsect of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect. That senior is now the head elder of that subclan. Only Lu Xuanwei stayed where she was for a long time. Why on earth would master not dare to touch Lu Yuan? The moon and stars are bright and the moon is high in the sky. The old man drove the ox cart out of the mountain, and at the moment walked on a road lined with fields on both sides. The child had already fallen asleep, but was holding Xiao Bai in his arms, and smacked his lips twice every now and then hugged Xiao Bai a little tighter. Originally drowsy, Xiao Bai was embraced in such a way that he immediately only felt the pressure doubled, and was busy casting a look of help to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, laughed lightly and ignored it. Serves you right for letting your boy like getting his head touched. He lay on his back on the crate, looking at the star-filled sky, with the occasional firefly passing in front of him, slightly closing his eyes, listening to the insects chirping from afar, as well as the occasional mooing of 2 old cows. Lu Yuan only felt a sense of comfort. Immortal at this point in time, Dr. Zhang should be resting. Wait until you arrive at the village and stay in the humble abode, so that I can entertain you the old man said with a smile. Lu Yuan didn't refuse. You just arrange it, old man. Hearing Lu Yuan agree, the old man was instantly happy. Having entertained the immortals, it was enough to blow him into a coffin. It was only when the moon climbed to its highest point that we finally saw a few bright lights in the distance. Finally, the old man said, his tone hiding a few moments of relief. Lu Yuan got up and looked toward the distance. He saw a few bright lights above the distant short mountains, along with the gradual approach of the cattle. The outline of a wooden house was outlined in the darkness of the night, and occasionally 2 dogs barked from the distance, and soon drowned in the darkness of the night. Driving the ox cart through one house and finally stopping in front of a house with a yard, the old man jumped down from the ox cart in a hurry. Suddenly, a sound of sucking in cool air came. The original sound asleep children immediately woke up, let go of Xiao Bai, then jumped off the ox cart, knowingly supporting his grandfather. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan pursed his lips, then stepped forward. Chapter 16, Fulfilling the Old Man's Karma. Farewell and goodbye to an old friend. Gathering spiritual chi in his right hand, Lu Yuan struck out at the old man through the air. At one time, Lu Xuanwei often got full of injuries while practicing and competing, and Lu Yuan also learned something about healing in the clan as a result. I didn't think they would be of much use after that, but I didn't expect them to come in handy at the moment. The aura instantly merged into the old man's waist, and the bone spurs growing in it were instantly worn down and disappeared. While the remaining aura nourished the old man's body a bit, the pain suddenly disappeared. The old man was puzzled. He subconsciously straightened his waist, but there was still no pain. The old man was a bit surprised, but when he turned around and saw Lu Yuan with a smile on his lips, he immediately understood. Tearing away his grandson's hand, he turned around to pay his respects, but suddenly remembered what had happened before and was busy bowing to Lu Yuan. Thank you, Immortal, for helping to cure the old man. Thank you, Immortal. Lu Yuan waved his hand. It's just a matter of lifting a hand. It's getting late and you guys are tired for the whole day, so you'd better take an early rest. The old man nodded his head hurriedly and turned around to open the courtyard gate. Before he could turn around to move a few sacks, Lu Yuan had already mobilized the heaven and earth aura to hold a few sacks over. Seeing this, the old man thanked him repeatedly, and then pulled the old bull to the barn, before returning to the yard to light the lamp. Old man, is this house just for you and your grandson? Sitting down in front of the stone table in the courtyard, Lu Yuan looked at the old man who was busy back and forth and asked, taking the child to bed. The old man then poured 2 bowls of fresh water and brought them to the stone table to sit down. Alas, 2 years ago the government drafted troops. My son was taken prisoner, and there is no news so far. As for my daughter-in-law, last month when she went up the mountain to collect medicine, she accidentally fell off a cliff and broke her leg, and now she's all still lying at Dr. Zhang Shen's place. Saying that, the old man seemed to think of something, and hurriedly said, Immortals, you are all people who can count. Can you help the old man count? Lu Yuan sniffed and looked at the old man, then picked up the clear water and drank it in one go. After putting the bowl down, Lu Yuan then asked the old man about his son's birth date. A moment later Lu Yuan frowned slightly, and seeing Lu Yuan with this look, the old man didn't hold back a breath of cold air, and his eyes dimmed a few points. He'll be back in a couple days, but with injuries. Lu Yuan looked down at the bowl on the stone table and was silent. The old man, who had already prepared for the worst, looked up in surprise when he heard this, and immediately understood when he saw Lu Yuan's movements, and got up to pour a bowl of fresh water for Lu Yuan once again. Lu Yuan let out a soft sigh and tapped the sumero ring, and immediately a jade bottle broke through the air. The spiritual liquid in this you use to water the vegetables in the courtyard. Your son and daughter-in-law will slowly heal when they eat the vegetables, he said lightly, then picked up the clear water and drank it once more. The old man hurriedly received the jade bottle with both hands and bowed his head in constant gratitude. However, when he looked up again, where was Lu Yuan's figure in the courtyard? Even little White, who Lu Yuan was holding, was similarly nowhere to be seen. Looking at the empty bowl on the table, the old man burst into tears. He hastily fell to his knees and bowed 3 times to the empty bowl. Thank you, Immortal, for curing the old man's illness. Thank you, Immortal, for giving the old man the elixir to save his son. Thank you, Immortal. Far above the short mountain, Lu Yuan, who had left there with the help of the sumero ring, reappeared. Looking at the scene in the courtyard in the distance, Lu Yuan sighed helplessly and turned around to walk in one direction. Following the perceived aura, Lu Yuan quickly arrived at a courtyard, which was still lit with candles, and a thin shadow fell onto the wall. Looking closely, that thin shadow was now crouching and bowing his head, seemingly writing something. Lu Yuan's footsteps slowed down, and the figure of his old friend with a little obesity appeared in his mind, secretly saying that this guy had succeeded in losing weight. With that in mind, he knocked gently on the courtyard door. Ahem, who is it? An old voice came from the candlelit room, followed by the shadow rising, and then the door of that room was opened. At that moment, a thin and old figure broke into Lu Yuan's line of sight, causing him to freeze on the spot. Dry, thin body, wrinkled skin, hunched back, pestle and bamboo pole. Sensing his aura, Lu Yuan let out a breath. He still hadn't been able to form a Dan. 200 years of life was his limit. He is dying. Lu Yuan then remembered that when he first became acquainted with the fat divine doctor, he had already lived for 70 to 80 years even though he was middle-aged in appearance. Now that another 100 years have passed, his lifespan is indeed running out. Who's there? Is it a cure? He spoke again, his voice pulling Lu Yuan's thoughts back. Rolling over the courtyard gate, looking at the other party squinting and looking around, Lu Yuan's heart felt a little bad. Fat divine doctor, long time no see, Lu Yuan said, stepping out of the shadows. Divine Dr. Zhang narrowed his eyes and stared at Lu Yuan, lifting the lantern in his hand again to approach Lu Yuan. Are you that kid from the Spirit Sky sect? He asked out loud, and after seeing Lu Yuan with the same head full of white hair, he laughed. You're also getting old. It seems that you, a kid, didn't manage to form a Dan either. Old chapter me. I've got company. Though he was flirting, his cloudy eyes were already filled with tears. Lu Yuan smiled helplessly and bitterly, stepping forward to help Divine Dr. Zhang towards the house. Dr. Zhang frowned and pushed Lu Yuan away. I am at least in the late stage of foundation establishment cultivation, and at the end of my life, I am old and blind, and my body and bones are strong. After saying his words, he didn't hold back his constant coughing up, but he remained stubborn and walked back into the room by himself, walking over to the wooden table and sitting down. Wasn't your brat also a foundation establishment cultivator back then? How come you're only at the second level of chi refining now? Just as he closed the door behind him, he heard Divine Dr. Shang's voice ring out with suspicion. There's been an accident, Lu Yuan said in a cloudy voice and turned around to find a seat. A little accident? Divine Dr. Zhang furrowed his brows, got up and grabbed Lu Yuan's hand and started to take his pulse. The more this number, the deeper his frown became, and finally he simply shook Lu Yuan's hand away. Old me hates you guys with special physiques the most. Either your cultivation speed is perverted or your recovery ability is perverted. It's simply a bunch of perverts. Lu Yuan laughed lightly. It seemed that the fat divine doctor was attacked by the dead memories. So much fire. After venting a pass, the Zhang divine doctor regained his calmness. He looked at Lu Yuan. This hair of yours is also that little accident? Lu Yuan nodded. Then are you still in that spirit sky sect now? After saying that, he seemed to have remembered something and busily changed his words. Alas, look at my memory. Now I should say Ling Xiao immortal sect. Lu Yuan shook his head. I'm withdrawing from the clan. Dr. Zhangshan raised his eyebrows and took out a number of melon peanuts from somewhere. A little more detail. Lu Yuan helplessly held his forehead. Even though this guy had already aged into this shape, his character still hadn't changed at all. He sighed softly, but shook his head no. The guy was nearing the end of his lifespan, and he didn't want to drag him into a bit of an unsettled life in his old age. Seeing Lu Yuan like this, Divine Dr. Zhang showed disappointment and put away all the melon seeds and peanuts again. Lu Yuan. Chapter 17, we can't all say goodbye to reincarnation, right? I once went to the Spirit Sky sect to look for you, but they said that you were in seclusion. So now it seems that you've suffered quite a lot. Putting the melon seeds and peanuts back on the table, and taking out 2 jugs of wine from somewhere. Dr. Zhang Shen said. Looking at the 2 jugs of wine, Lu Yuan laughed softly and grabbed a jug and gave himself a big gulp. It's true that I've suffered a lot, but it's just as well. Seeing the white-eyed wolves of that clan, the chapter divine doctor nodded, peeled 2 peanuts and tossed them into his mouth, and similarly poured a mouthful of wine. I told you earlier, if you want to get away with it, you have to be a casual cultivator. What kind of clan do you want to add? He grabbed a few more peanuts, crushed the skin with his hand and threw it away, then said, with your qualifications that can be called perverted, if you were a casual cultivator, you would be a spirit transformation stage cultivator nowadays at least, which is like now. Lu Yuan fell into deep thought. Thinking back since joining the clan, he had indeed enjoyed none of the clan's benefits, except for the group of deceased brothers and sisters. The pills were made by himself after learning the art of alchemy. The herbs were dug by himself in the mountains. Even the original life sword was made by himself by spending a lot of spirit stones to ask the elders to help him make it. For that sword, Lu Yuan had paid for all the materials, and the 50,000 spirit stones were just the cost of asking that God transformation stage elder to make a move. To know, a handful of talisman treasure only, go outside to ask a God transformation stage refiner to help refining top day 20,000 spirit stones. On this that elders still have a face of extremely reluctant look. Moreover, during the refining process that person was frequently distracted, and a bunch of extremely high-grade materials only produced a medium-grade talisman sword. If not for this, Lu Yuan would not have spent 3 years nurturing his sword and delayed the condensation of his Yuaning. It was just that he didn't expect that while he was preparing to condense his Yuaning, the void rift had quietly descended, thus leading to all these things that followed. As his thoughts came back together, Lu Yuan laughed softly, grabbed the peanuts and threw them into his mouth, and poured himself another mouthful of wine. All the world's affairs are floating in this pot of wine and water. Seeing this, Divine Dr. Zhang wanted to say something, but then he let out a soft sigh and lifted the wine pot to similarly take a sip. There is no need for words here. The helplessness is deep enough. The 2 drank freely all night, 7 or 8 jugs of wine each, and only stopped early the next morning. Well, the sun's out and I should get back to my business. There are quite a few patients waiting for me to take care of them. Divine Dr. Zhang got up holding onto the table and walked towards the door with weak steps. Now that you've left the Spirit Sky sect, I'm sure your heart won't stay in these unnecessary places, so I won't keep you. If you pass by here again in the future, come and visit my grave. A few words, said in a cloudy manner, but heard Lu Yuan frown straight away. By the way, I have some spirit grasses in this courtyard. If you see any that look good to you, pick them and take them away. Don't wait for me to die, and let those people who have no eyesight spoil them. Divine Dr. Zhang added, pushing open the door of the room and heading outside. Lu Yuan lightly laughed and got up, saying, it's better to keep those weed-like things of yours for yourself. He turned around and walked out of the room before heading outside. There's a family of grandparents and grandchildren who drive cows at the east end of the village, and the vegetables grown in the vegetable patch in his yard will complete your roots and bones if you eat them. Speaking of this, he had already walked to the courtyard door. Whether or not you can completely repair your roots and bones and successfully form a Jindan in the rest of the time, it all depends on your fortune. After saying that, Lu Yuan had already picked up Little White and his figure instantly became a blur. This scene saw Divine Dr. Zhang froze on the spot. He was busy rubbing his eyes and quickly walked back into the room to look at the dozen or so empty wine jugs on the table, fluttering without a trace, stealthy as the wind. This is a tactic that only void refining cultivators have, right? It's only been over 100 years. His eyes were a little dull, but suddenly remembered what Lu Yuan had said earlier. and immediately grabbed his walking stick and walked towards the house he had built not far away with bright eyes. There lives a woman who broke her leg. You can't heal slowly. I don't have much time left. Several miles away on the mountain path, Lu Yuan rubbed the head of Little White in his arms with a smile on his lips. More than 100 years ago, there were only a few of his friends, so he couldn't just say goodbye to them all in reincarnation. Could he? Ouch. Drawing his hand to avoid Xiao Bai's sneak attack, Lu Yuan laughed and pinched Xiao Bai's mouth, exasperating Xiao Bai with a whimper. Holding Little White in his arms, Lu Yuan walked under the night color, a little bit towards Tianfeng City. The Heavenly Rhythm subsect of the Spirit Immortal sect was located deep within the Heavenly Rhythm mountain range, 10,000 miles away from the Spirit Immortal sect. Spending 2 days to arrive here, Yun Mengyao took out her clan token and had an unobstructed journey until she arrived outside the Heavenly Rhythm Hall before being stopped by the two men. Yun Mengyao, a disciple of Spirit Sky Immortal Sect Patriarch Bai Mingqi, has something to ask for an audience with the sect leader elder. She curtsied to the two men. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. Senior sister, wait here for a moment. We'll report it. After saying that, one person took out a transmitting note, and the transmitting note turned into a stream of light and flew towards the suspended hall with a thought. In fact, once the Spirit Heaven Immortal sect was also like this sub-subsect. Several peaks are suspended in the void, but when the youngest brother said that they all floated, he could not go up. The master will be 7 peaks have fallen back to the ground. The architecture and layout of this Heavenly Rhyme subsect was very similar to the former Spirit Sky sect. So much so that Yun Mengyao felt a pang of familiarity when she saw it. Elder's sister has been waiting for a long time. The elder said that you can just go directly to the hall to find her. At this moment, one of them arched his hand at Yun Mengyao and said respectfully, retracting her gaze. Yun Mengyao saluted the two of them once more before she flew towards the Heavenly Rhythm Hall. The Heavenly Rhythm Hall was suspended in the void, with an ancient and elegant appearance, constructed from a mixture of special spirit stones and 1,000-year-old trees. And the overall appearance was extremely atmospheric. The roof of the temple is covered with glazed tiles. The sunlight through the clouds sprinkled on it flickers with variegated light. Under the shroud of the clouds around it is just like the stars dotted on it. Flying into the hall, Yun Mengyao slowly moved forward, walking through the front hall and then through the middle hall, finally arriving at the back hall where the Palm Sect Elder was located. The front hall was where the clan's elite disciples practiced and studied, with one area clearly delineated, such as weapon smithing and rune formations. The middle hall, on the other hand, was where the sect elders and deacons practiced, and there were also secret rooms and forbidden areas that could not be entered without permission. The back hall, on the other hand, only housed one person, and that was this palm elder. Just as he walked into the back hall, he could smell the scent of flowers and tea in the air, calming the mind. Continuing on, a woman in a long elegant dress was seen sitting in front of a bamboo tea table, her slender hand gently lifted, taking out a few pieces of tender buds from a tile jar and putting them into a jade teapot. Yun Shang, Bai Mingqi's senior sister, with a great round cultivation of harmonization. You are now at the critical moment of breaking through the Jindan and condensing into a Yuaning. How come you have the time to come here to see your uncle? The woman spoke, her voice soft and delicate. Yun Mengyao hurriedly bowed to Yun Shang. There is a doubt in my disciple's mind. I hope that senior apprentice can help my disciple solve it. Yun Shang's hand movement stalled as she raised her eyes to look at Yun Mengyao. Are you asking as a disciple of the sovereign, or as a latecomer to the clan? Yun Mengyao was stunned and her attitude became more and more respectful. Late generation Yun Mengyao. Meet old ancestor Yun Shang. Chapter 18. He joined the sect but lived like a loose cultivator. Both Yun Shuang and Yun Mengyao came from the Yun family of the Tianqing spirit state, which was once just an ordinary immortal cultivation family, with the strongest person in the family being no more than a god transformation stage. More than 100 years ago, Yun Mengyao worshipped in the Spirit Sky sect, and only then did Yun Shuang learn that Yun Mengyao was a member of her clan through her bloodline during the root bone test. It was only since then that Yun Shang had returned to the Yun family in the Tianqing spirit state, and as a result, the status of the Yun family had risen. However, Yun Shang and Bai Mingqi had always been at odds, and their relationship could be described as a fire and water. Originally, Bai Mingqi didn't want to accept Yun Mengyao, but because of Yun Shang's interest, she offered many generous conditions to snatch her. Therefore, it was only when she met Yun Mengyao earlier that Yun Shang raised this question. Sit down. Yun Shang spoke faintly. Yun Mengyao moved in response to the sound and came to sit in front of the bamboo tea table. Ask any questions you have, and my time is limited, Yun Shang said, looking a little impatient. Yun Mengyao pursed her lips and said, I would like to ask, why did the patriarch not refuse Lu Yuan to fall under her name in the first place when she disliked him so much? Her eyes were filled with curiosity and doubt. Is it really because you can't disobey the old patriarch's orders? Hearing this question, Yun Shang, who was washing the tea, paused in her hand movements and looked at Yun Mangyao with some surprise. She put the teapot down and asked curiously in return, did she punish Lu Yuan again? What was it for this time? Yun Mangyao pursed her lips and said, Lu Yuan he signed the sect interest concession contract and retired from the sect. What did you say? Yunshang instantly rose in excitement. Her eyes filled with disbelief. White Munchkin signed on too. Yun Mangyao nodded. Signed. Does Lu Yuan ever hesitate? Yun Mangyao pondered for a moment and shook her head. Senior sister said that he took the initiative to take it out without hesitation. Those elders of the clan didn't show up to stop it either? Yun Mangyao nodded. No. Yunshang suddenly snorted and laughed, not knowing what she was laughing at. The pair of eyes filled with heartache and helplessness. Lu Yuan is a born cultivation wizard. 1 year to build the foundation. 3 years to form the dan. If it weren't for the fact that his natal sword is too poor, he would have been a Yuaning cultivator long ago. She began to speak, seemingly reminiscing. Since joining the sect, I've never seen him receive any cultivation resources from within the sect. Not to be condescending, but his name has never been on the distribution list because Bai Mingqi didn't report it. Yun Mangyao froze, her mind suddenly flashing back to the image of Lu Yuan taking cultivation resources to help them cultivate, and even assisting them from the sidelines to break through their cultivation bottlenecks. Those arguably abundant cultivation resources turned out not to be what he had obtained from within the sect. He is extremely perceptive, and can even be said to have reached a heaven-defying level. No matter what kind of sword skill sword technique he learns at once, and from this one sword technique he realizes another even more powerful sword technique. Yunshang elaborated. His self-created basic sword skill enlightenment sword skill applies to all sword skills. As long as one acquires this sword skill, the rest of the sword skills sword techniques will be mastered surprisingly fast. Enlightened sword technique? Yun Mangyao sucked in cool air, her face full of disbelief. Seeing her react like this, Yunshang instantly guessed a general idea as she snorted. Some people say that this sword skill was created by Bai Mingqi, right? Yun Mangyao nodded her head. This was what Lu Xuanwei had told her and had said it more than once. She was very impressed. Chutzpah! Yunshang cursed, then smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for me going out to practice in the first place, Bai Mingqi wouldn't have been able to become the sect leader's heir. As the words reached this point, her eyes turned mocking again. But even so, the old patriarch still said that I was still qualified to become the patriarch's heir, and I've been performing better than her since then. Suddenly, she let out a soft sigh. But my luck is not good. The old patriarch picked up a Lu Yuan and credited it to her name. At that time, there were already 3 disciples under Yunshang's seat, while Bai Mingqi had yet to accept a single disciple. The old patriarch wanted to consider the ability of the two to bring disciples, which will be Lu Yuan to Bai Mingqi's name. Bai Mingqi would have wanted to refuse, but after seeing Lu Yuan's good bones, but also has the instantaneous healing spirit body will be silent. After all, she wanted to sit in that patriarch's seat as well. However, she had never cared about Lu Yuan, and had not even reported Lu Yuan's information to the disciple in charge of cultivation resources. It could be said that Lu Yuan had relied on himself from the beginning of his cultivation to foundation establishment, and to Dan Jiadan, and he had joined the clan, yet he still lived like a casual cultivator. He even had to sacrifice his cultivation time to fight for the right to mine the spirit stone veins for the clan. Bai Mingqi's position in the previous years was not as high as Yunshang's, but Lu Yuan's cultivation speed of 1 year to build the foundation and 3 years to reach the dan was too shocking, and Bai Mingqi benefited from it, temporarily sitting in the position of the heir to the patriarch. Perhaps Lu Yuan's growth rate was too heaven-defying, causing her to have the illusion that she had taken in 5 more female disciples after that, the current Lu Xuanwei and the others. As for the matter that truly settled her identity as the patriarch's heir, it was Lu Yuan who traveled to the Void Rift alone to suppress the source of the evil qi. In Yunshang's opinion, without Lu Yuan, Bai Mingqi was simply not worthy of competing with herself for the identity of the patriarch's heir. Even the Spirit Sky sect was able to upgrade to become the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, ranking among the top 10 immortal sects in the Xin Huang ancient realm, all because Lu Yuan suppressed the source of the evil qi, so that the originally released evil qi was transformed into pure and rich spiritual qi. The Spirit Sky sect has only been established for more than 300 years, with a weak foundation, and has only been among the top 10 immortal sects for more than 10 years, and there are very few disciples with excellent qualifications. With the help of the pure and rich spiritual qi, the Spirit Sky sect was able to continuously see the emergence of Jindan stage cultivators, and the original goddess of transformation and refining Void Elders also used this as a way to break through the cultivation bottleneck and quickly become strong. Listening to Yunshang, Yun Mangyao suddenly felt that Bai Mingqi had become so strange, as if she had never really known her. I've long heard that Lu Yuan has had a less than ideal life in the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. I didn't expect it to be so less than ideal, paying so much for the sect. Yet he's still like a casual cultivator. Yunxiang snorted. If Lu Yuan had been credited to me in the first place, today's Lu Yuan would be a void refining cultivator to say the least. And even reaching void refining perfection would be no exaggeration. She looked towards Yun Mengyao and said as if reminding her, on the path of cultivation, having someone to help and having no one to help are two different things, just like the five of you. Yun Mengyao was silent and slowly lowered her head, recalling when she started to loathe Lu Yuan. It seemed to be shortly after junior brother learned of Lu Yuan's existence. Many thanks to senior sister Yun for guiding senior brother to the door. It's so nice to have a senior sister, but if our two genders are swapped, it's just not okay for you to do so. Fortunately I'm a boy. Was this how eldest senior brother grabbed senior sister Yun's hand to sense the sword skill in the past? Would eldest brother have bad intentions then? Don't misunderstand. Senior sister. I'm just saying it off the top of my head. Don't take it to heart. Chapter 19, Oh variable. I seem to have been wrong about Lu Yuan. Yun Mengyao's gaze was dull as she muttered under her breath. Looking at Yun Mengyao's reaction, Yun Shang snorted and poured herself a cup of tea. How could I be so stupid as to forget how patient he was with me? How good he was to me because of a few words from my youngest brother. She closed her eyes, and all that came to her mind were all the images of herself following a few senior sisters and junior sisters to count on Lu Yuan over the past 3 years. Although she had never taken the initiative to count or victimize Lu Yuan, she was present in all the piles and pieces, and all of them were fueled by her. When she thought of this, she felt nothing but a heartache. A heartache that Lu Yuan had given so much for the sake of the clan, but had never received any reward from the beginning to the end. It hurts that Lu Yuan has been treating them as family members, but they are so calculating and victimizing him. Lu Yuan's life in the sect was not even as good as that of a casual cultivator. She broke down completely and didn't hold back a low whimper on the spot. Seeing her react like this, although Yunxiang's heart aches, but this is after all the descendant of his own family. At the moment seeing her like this mood is becoming complicated. Thinking for a moment, she finally spoke out to comfort. That child Lu Yuan is not bad by nature. Leaving must have seen through that group of white-eyed wolves in the sect. If you really have a repentant heart, go find Lu Yuan and apologize. At this point in the conversation, she seemed to suddenly remember something and reminded, you don't have to expect Lu Yuan to be able to immediately forgive you. After all, to be able to sign that contract without hesitation shows that he has long been dead at heart. It's better to be able to smile and nod when we meet in the future than to draw swords, don't you think? Yun Mengyao huffed and nodded her head. This was all that could be done now. When her emotions stabilized, she bid farewell to Yunxiang and left the heavenly rhythm hall, turning into a recluse and rushing towards the spirit sky immortal sect. That spirit wood hut might have traces left behind by Lu Yuan. At the same time, the spirit immortal sect, on the glazed peak, Yi Xiaolan's eyebrows only moved and Bai Mingqi immediately grabbed his hand, while the other hand was grabbed by Su Wan, while Lin Shirhan stood on the side looking at him with a worried face, struggling to open his eyes. Yi Xiaolan's sight turned around. Master, where am I? Where's the spirit sword? He asked in a hoarse voice. Bai Mingqi's eyes were filled with heartache. This is the medicine pavilion of Liuli Peak. The spirit sword was eroded by evil qi without my knowledge, and the sword spirit was evilized. She reached out and touched Yi Xiaolan's head. In order to make sure that you don't turn into a sword slave, I can only step in to wear down the sword spirit of the heavenly sound thunder shadow sword. Hearing these words, Yi Xiaolan froze and a wave of anger arose in his heart, but it was quickly suppressed by him. The corners of his eyes quickly moistened and a tear slipped from the corner of his eye at just the right moment. It's me who has dragged the master and everyone else down. If I hadn't worshipped under the master, senior brother, he wouldn't have retreated from the sect, much less let the evil qi leak out again, leading to the current situation. He closed his eyes, tears welling up from the ends of his eyes like valves that won't close. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Seeing this, Su Wan quickly reached out to help Yi Xiaolan wipe away his tears. Junior brother, you don't say anything. It's all because Lu Yuan is too vindictive. He did this because he wanted master to bow down and go begging for him to come back. The one who is at fault is him. It has nothing to do with you. The end of her eyes slightly red, tightly grasping Yi Xiaolan's hand, which if you don't know, I'm afraid to think that lying on the bed this person is going to die. Don't worry, junior brother, Lu Yuan, with his malicious intentions, will surely fall short of his calculations and get nothing. Lin Shirhan spoke up at this moment. There are already 3 Yuaning stage disciples with spirit treasures entering the void rift to suppress the source of the evil qi. I believe that it won't be long before the evil qi is completely suppressed. After that, senior sister, I'll personally go to capture Lu Yuan back to break his arms and legs to give you some anger. Yi Xiaolan sniffed but sidestepped her face and stopped speaking. Her tears still could not stop flowing. Well, let's just let Kobayashi calm down for a while. He's so kind. This must be hard on him, Bai Mingqi said. and then took the lead to get up and walk towards the door. And the two women also quickly followed when they saw this. The three of them all took one step forward and back, and didn't leave completely until they had closed the door to the room. But before they left, they also called on the Pill Pavilion disciples to pay special attention to the situation in this room. After making sure that all three people had left, Yi Xiaolin opened his eyes and his eyes became cold and stern. Variables? Ah, variables. He sat up, his fists clenched to the point of creaking. I was supposed to successfully contract that spirit sword, and then head to Heavenly Fong City to kill the four directions and seize that piece of chance. How did it suddenly change? He narrowed his eyes slightly. This is nothing like what I saw in my dream. Every time he slept, he would dream of something that would happen in a short period of time, and he was now able to hold such an important position in the hearts of several elder sisters and his master. All thanks to this ability. More so, he relied on this ability to hold all of the many chances in his hands, not realizing that there would be a change. Is it that alabaster disc? After all, it was something that had been brought out of the void rift, so if he had known, he wouldn't have let Lu Yuan take it. If you want to continue to control everything in the future, then the white jade disc, which is a variable, must be taken back. The next most important thing was the competition for the chance in Heavenly Fong City in half a month, and this time he must take it perfectly before he could do so. With this in mind, he lay back on his back and contemplated. The Heavenly Sound Thunder Shadow Sword was very powerful, and the future power of heaven and earth thunder it mobilized possessed the terrifying power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. So even if this sword did not have a sword spirit, he himself had to contract it and refine it into a life magic treasure. In the midst of his contemplation, he suddenly remembered that just now, the master teacher didn't seem to mention how to dispose of Lu Yuan, and only senior sister Lin said that she would break his arms and legs to take out her own anger. Why doesn't the master her dispose of Lu Yuan this time? Just because Lu Yuan retired from the clan? Absolutely not. There was definitely a hidden agenda in this that he didn't know about, and as long as he found it and solved it, he could make his master take down Lu Yuan and retrieve that white jade disc. Thinking so, he closed his eyes and quickly fell into sleep. Only this time, he slept until the next morning without dreaming, which made him very helpless, but there wasn't much he could do about it. After all, in the first place, every time you dream of the future, it continues to appear after the last dream has fully happened. It seems like we still have to wait until the trip to Tianfeng City is over. The following day after he waited for Bai Mingqi, he explained his thoughts with her and eventually contracted the spiritless Heavenly Sound Thunder Shadow Sword under their protection. It was also while he was contracting the Heavenly Voice Thunder Shadow Sword that the homing Yun Mengyao swept across the sky above the clan, heading straight for the Spirit Wood hut in the forest outside the clan. It was just that when she came here, she realized that the place where the Spirit Wood hut was originally built was no longer a Spirit Wood hut, as if it had been uprooted. The upturned dirt had small grasses sprouting up at the moment, and it was clear that the Spirit Wood hut had been gone for some time. Chapter 20, he must have been very sad at first. She quickly stepped forward to check, but all she saw was the overturned dirt and the potholes left by the four main beams. Spirit Wood Lodge literally disappeared. Lu Yuan's cultivation was exhausted and he couldn't do this, so there was only someone else. Judging by the character of her senior sisters, senior sister Lu was most likely to do this, but even if she was as strong as senior sister Lu, she would definitely not be able to do it as cleanly as this. Could it be Master? Yun Mengyao hurriedly shook her head. Master's father didn't care to do such a meaningless thing. She was still very sure of that. Nope. What one should be thinking about now was where Lu Yuan would be, not why the Spirit Wood hut had disappeared. Thinking about this, a short mountain surfaced in her mind, and she once again turned into a recluse and headed towards the distant mountain range. Soon, she flew away to the bottom of the short mountain, landed on the ground and quickly climbed up the steps to this bamboo forest. In her eyes she saw a new stone tablet. Her heart thumped and she was busy stepping forward to check it out, while in her heart she kept praying that things wouldn't be the way she thought they would be. These steps she took extremely slowly, as if there was endless pressure on her shoulders. When she didn't see the word Lu Yuan on the stone tablet, she was relieved, and only then did she realize that her clothes were actually soaked with sweat. Taking a long breath, she looked closer and froze in place when she read what was on it. Kong Xian, the senior brother who was killed by his junior brother with poison. Lu Yuan erected a monument in his honor here. When the memories of the past flooded into his mind, the jade bottle that contained a small amount of heart-eroding powder was brought by himself and secretly placed in Lu Yuan's cave. Junior brother killed a fellow disciple. According to the rules of the sect, when the abolition of cultivation erased the memory of the expulsion of the clan, and never set foot in the sphere of influence of the spirit immortal sect. But what did they do because their youngest brother cried and begged them for help? To help junior brother plant evidence on Lu Yuan. Just because of senior sister Lu's sentence, Lu Yuan has meritorious service to the clan. This kind of crime put on him at most to be confined. They did not hesitate to act. There were too many of these things to count. For example, if the spirit beasts of the disciples of the beast harnessing lineage were roasted and eaten by the young master, they would not hesitate to plant the evidence, and would even act as witnesses. There was also the youngest junior brother stealing the clan's talismanic treasures, them accidentally breaking the elder's treasured Linglong jade, and so on. The list of piles is almost too long to count, and that's just what's happened in 3 years. Yun Mengyao does not dare to think. If Lu Yuan did not withdraw from the clan, how many more planted evidence will he encounter? Not being able to hold back, Yun Mengyao cried again. So they were so vicious to Lu Yuan, but Lu Yuan never revealed them from the beginning to the end, and just suffered silently. What have they done? She snapped her head up and looked at the stone monuments, each of which had a name engraved on it. These were the elder brothers and sisters who had sacrificed their lives for the sake of the clan. They had fought alongside Lu Yuan and had done the same thing with him, but the sect couldn't even clear a piece of land. And in the end, it was Lu Yuan who cleared this place with his own hands. It was only at this moment that Yun Mengyao realized what a ruthless sect the Spirit Sky Immortal sect was. No wonder Lu Yuan had left so dryly. He didn't even come to see a few of them before leaving, only coming to say goodbye to these senior brothers and sisters. He was, I'm sure, very upset. Sitting here dumbfounded, looking at the names, Yun Mengyao did not leave until Lin Shirhan, who noticed the abnormality 2 days later, followed the guidance of the spirit talisman to come here. She didn't care about this place. She just brought the dull-eyed Yun Mengyao back to the sect. 3 days later, Bonsin City. There was an endless stream of people coming and going on the bustling streets. There were Jianghu people dressed in rough clothes with long swords hanging from their waists, walking hurriedly with a bit of indolence and vicissitudes on their faces. There are on earth or holding a long sword in a bad look, or holding a dust whisk whirled outside the high dress, or carrying a zither. The demeanor of a leisurely stroll through the streets, and it is most populated by city folk, who push carts or carry burdens, weaving in and out of the crowds, shouting and selling. Roadside children play and play, chasing each other's silvery laughter sprinkled throughout the street. In the middle of this bustling crowd, a white-haired figure appeared particularly eye-catching, dressed in rough clothes and holding a white-furred puppy in his arms, attracting a lot of people passing by to glance at him. Some people are curious, slow down the speed to survey. There are also people disgusted to avoid, afraid of staining what general. More people open-mouthed to ask the white-haired figure in the arms of the puppy for sale or not. This white-haired man was none other than Lu Yuan, who was holding Little White. Only halfway through the street, a group of children playfully surrounded Lu Yuan, all curiously sizing up Little White in Lu Yuan's arms. Lu Yuan's footsteps were smooth, ignoring the gazes of the bystanders, and when surrounded by children, he directly went around them. Tianfang City is far away from 10,000 miles. Want to rely on feet to walk over is not very realistic, but the good thing is that Fengxin City has a special recluse ship for cultivators. All cultivators in the body can pay 30 lower-grade spirit stone to ride. Lu Yuan came here today for this matter. Soon arriving in front of the door of the Lingxian Chamber of Commerce, Lu Yuan was about to raise his foot and walk in, but was stopped by the guards at the door. The guards erupted their foundation establishment stage aura and looked at Lu Yuan with a warning look. The Chamber of Commerce has important matters today and will not receive outside guests. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and said politely, I'm just going to take the recluse ship, so I hope you two can be accommodating. The two still shook their heads firmly and refused. It is really inconvenient today. I hope your excellency will pardon me. Lu Yuan had no choice but to leave here first. With the Sumeru ring, where can he not go? Moreover, he was rather curious as to what kind of big shot this was that could make the Lingxian Chamber of Commerce, which was in charge of the mortal recluse ships, not accept cultivators on board. His figure appeared on top of a tower of the Lingxian Chamber of Commerce, and Lu Yuan looked toward the recluse ship suspended in the void in the distance. As remembered, the recluse ship is not too different from ordinary ships. The broad deck has a 5-story tower structure. At the moment there seems to be a performance on it, the sound of music constantly. From time to time there are applause and laughter. Utilizing the Sumeru ring once again, Lu Yuan directly appeared on top of that 5-story tower. Walking to the edge and leaning down to look, he saw that the deck was surrounded by people, all admiring the enchanting dance of the several female cultivators right in the middle of the deck. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze after only a glance. He placed a restraining array at the top of the tower and then directly closed his eyes to meditate. The third star in the middle of the Tsang Sea occasionally bloomed with a faint light in the past 2 days, and it seemed that a breakthrough was already imminent. It would take roughly 3 days to rush to Tianfang City, and breaking through to the third level of qi refinement during this period would be no problem at all. After that, it was to wait for that day to come, and once again capture the masterless treasures of the heavens. With this in mind, Lu Yuan closed his eyes and began to meditate. while Little White rested on Lu Yuan's lap. A man and a wolf wait quietly for the departure of the recluse ship. Chapter 21 Escape Ship Negotiating Cooperation. Offense and defense changing shape due to Lu Yuan. Whoa! It's a puppy. Suddenly, a childish voice entered Lu Yuan's ears, causing him to open his eyes violently. Into the eyes we'll see a 4 or 5-year-old little girl full of little stars staring at the Little White. She and Lu Yuan separated from the convergence of interest formation. At the moment squatting on the ground, 2 little chubby hands resting on the chin, with a little bit of baby fat pink cheeks look very cute. She raised her eyes to look at Lu Yuan. Her eyes were full of expectations, but the words that came out made Lu Yuan cry and laugh a little. That, Grandpa, can I hold this puppy? The little girl asked with bright eyes. Lu Yuan had no choice but to conceal the breath convergence formation, and then place Little White on the ground. When the little girl saw this, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she couldn't wait to rush towards Little White, carefully stretching out her hands. Little White was only subconsciously backing away at first. After all, it hadn't come into contact with anyone other than Lu Yuan and the little boy who had directly carried him over in one arm. As for those few high-level chi refining cultivators of the Cloud Sign sect, in Xiao Bai's heart, those were all evil. Looking at the little girl's cautious appearance, Xiao Bai seemed to sense her kindness and stopped his backward steps. Looking at the little fat hand that gradually approached over, White tentatively came closer and sniffed. Just 2 breaths after the two came into contact, the little girl fiercely stepped forward and wrapped Little White tightly in her arms. The little girl was excited, but she didn't dare to push too hard. Her face buried into the soft fur of the Little White. Great White, I miss you so much. A muffled childish voice came out, and Lu Yuan's eyes became complicated. As for why this little girl was here, I guess she was here before she showed up. Lu Yuan got up and raised his hand to gently pat the little girl's head as a sign of comfort. A few moments later, the little girl invited Lu Yuan to sit on the edge of the roof, gripping the handrail to look at the deck below. Did you know, Grandpa? This is Daddy's birthday party for Nui Nui. With a face full of pride, she pointed at the middle-aged man on the main seat and said, that man who looks mighty and domineering is Nyan's daddy. Speaking of this, her eyes suddenly became bleak. But Daddy seems to be very busy, and after the dinner, he let Nui Nui go back to rest first. Hearing these words, something flashed through Lu Yuan's mind that he seemed to have seen in that dream. Lingxian Chamber of Commerce, Cultivation Sect, Cooperation. Lu Yuan reacted to the fact that it was the 3 major mundane minor sects that were calculating and dividing up the base of the Lingxian Chamber of Commerce. Back then, in that dream, there had also been a disciple of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect who had mentioned this matter. So what Lu Yuan understood was only a result of this matter. I didn't realize that I just wanted to rub a recluse ship, and this thing actually happened to me. And the follow-up to that incident was that the daughter of the president of the Lingxian Chamber of Commerce escaped from death, and after 100 years of transforming into a god destroyed these 3 sects to avenge her parents. In that case, the little girl in front of her seemed to be the daughter of that president, a legendary woman who had transformed into a god for 100 years as a casual cultivator. Inside that dream, she ended up falling into Yi Xiaolan's hands while crossing the refining void tribulation. The reason was simply because one of those 3 sects had subsequently defected to the Spirit Sky Immortal sect and sent 2 well-qualified children to the Spirit Sky Immortal sect to cultivate. With the identity of a loose cultivator can be able to turn into a god for 100 years. It can be seen that his qualification is excellent. Looking down at the little girl who was hugging Little White and shaking her short legs, Lu Yuan raised his hand and gently tapped on her brow. A trace of soul power was sealed in her mind with a lot of information. This was the Heavenly Void Forging Spirit Skill, a generalized technique that Lu Yuan had obtained in the midst of the Void Rift, while its strength had reached the Earth grade. In the Xian Huang Ancient Realm, techniques and stances were divided into 4 grades, Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, and each grade was further divided into 4 grades, Lower, Middle, Upper, and Extreme. There was only one merit law that could reach the Earth level in the Spirit Immortal sect. Perhaps they had obtained a new Earth level technique in these 100 years, but it no longer had anything to do with Lu Yuan. The little girl touched her forehead and curiously said, Grandpa, why are you knocking my head? Are you leaving? She seemed to have remembered something as she continued. Back when Nui Nui's grandfather was going to that world, he was the one who knocked Nui Nui's forehead. Lu Yuan raised his hand and rubbed the little girl's head. I am preparing to leave, but we will meet again. Little White let out a wail and jumped into Lu Yuan's arms in a flash. It was a small, but sharp sound that immediately caused those on the deck below to look up and quickly see the 2 men at the top of the tower. Looking down at the crowd below, Lu Yuan's lips were tinged with a smile as his figure instantly disappeared. Remember to call me brother the next time you see me. No more Grandpa. The little girl was full of surprise. Wow, Grandpa's gone. At this time, that Lingxian Chamber of Commerce president had already come here in the air. but after seeing Lu Yuan's figure abruptly disappear, his figure violently stopped, floating without a trace, stealthy as the wind. This is a void refining stage cultivator. Returning to his senses, he quickly came to the little girl and picked her up in his arms. "Daddy, is that grandfather an immortal?" Throwing her arms around the man's neck, the little girl asked in a voice tinged with childishness. Jin Yuandong, the president of the Lingxian Chamber of Commerce, gently patted the little girl's back as he looked at the place where Lu Yuan was sitting earlier. "Yes, Nui, that man is immortal." He looked down at the little girl in his arms and was overwhelmed. The Lingxian Chamber of Commerce was the result of over 100 years of hard work by both him and his father, but neither of them had any cultivation talent, and his father had never been able to form a dan in his life. Now although his cultivation has reached Jindan, but the cultivation is more and more strenuous up. Want to keep the Lingxian Chamber of Commerce can only think of ways to cooperate with some immortal cultivation sects. Today, by inviting them to discuss cooperation matters on the occasion of Nui's birthday, I had already gritted my teeth and was ready to give up many benefits, but I didn't expect my own daughter to have made acquaintance with an immortal of the refining void stage. With this old man around, even if he didn't show his face, it was enough to deter these greedy jackals. With that in mind, he dropped back onto the deck with his own daughter, and at this moment, the attitude of the representatives of those three sects had become much more humble. After all, they had witnessed that scene earlier. Jin Yuandong smiled in response and quickly brought his daughter Jin Sichuan back on top of the previous main seat. At this moment, he looked at the representatives of those three sects like a spring breeze and asked with a smile, Nui, what did that white-haired immortal say just now? Jin Sixian tilted her little head and recalled. That white-haired grandpa said, "Remember to call your brother the next time you meet, not grandpa anymore." Once these words came out, the representatives of those three sects were like being struck by lightning. The white-haired teenager, coupled with the strange stance that disappeared out of thin air. This is bound to be a void refinement stage cultivator undoubtedly. I did not expect that this Lingxian Chamber of Commerce's little girl actually befriended a refining void stage cultivator. Then the offense and defense of this cooperation negotiation. I'm afraid to change shape. Chapter 22, Lu Xuanwei's Heart Demon Tribulation. President Jin, I think the division of benefits discussed just now, it is indeed a bit too much for us to share the benefits equally among the four parties. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a Changxian sect belt tag on his waist smiled and said, only that smile seemed a bit forced. As soon as those words were out of his mouth, he saw the other two men similarly stand up. Indeed, after all, the main direction of the cooperation is to escort the goods, and we are only contributing people to follow. On that just think of an equal share. It is indeed not very reasonable. The middle-aged man with the Qian sect around his waist secretly agreed, his face looking a little stiff with a smile. As I see it, we'll take 10% of the benefit share. What do you two fellow Taoists think? The representative of the Heavenly Cloud sect directly said, and at once, all three of them looked at Jin Yuandong, waiting for his answer. Jin Yuandong, however, pretended to be contemplative and put on a difficult look. Seeing this, the representative of the Heavenly Cloud sect clenched his teeth and conceded once again. In that case, the benefits are broken down to each and every escort, and the sects participating in this escort can share the benefits, and with a combat mission, they can share 10%, and without a combat mission, they can only share 0.5% of the benefits. How about that? This was already the biggest concession they could make. If they let this cooperation negotiation fail inevitably, Jin Yuandong was well aware of this. So when he heard this, he also took it in stride and said, the three fellow Taoists are overstating things. What I was previously struggling with wasn't that the profit sharing was too high, but that it had suddenly dropped too much. He smiled and said, previously, Mr. Jin had also said that the matter of dividends would mainly depend on the ideas of the three fellow Taoists, and the only requirement was that it couldn't be higher than what my Lingxian Chamber of Commerce would get. Stopping his laughter, he looked down at his daughter dotingly and continued, if fellow Taoist of the Heavenly Cloud sect has made such a concession, and fellow Taoist of the other two sects have not refuted it, then let's carry it out in accordance with what fellow Taoist of the Heavenly Cloud sect has said. Although the three were upset, the situation was not up to them, and they could only grit their teeth and endure it. If they wanted to blame it, they could only blame it on their bad luck, encountering a void refining stage cultivator at a critical moment. Meanwhile, the city. Lu Yuan walked through the busy streets and casually found an inn to stay at. Lu Yuan had anticipated what was happening on the recluse ship at this moment, but even he did not expect things to change so quickly. The matter that was originally prepared for 3 days of negotiation has been finalized this night, and at dawn tomorrow, the recluse ship, which was scheduled to be out of service for 3 days, will start running again. And this night, within the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, in the Lu Xuanwei Cave, Lu Xuanwei, who was attempting to cultivate in seclusion, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. She jerked her head up, and all she felt at once was an eerie aura that was rapidly leaning towards her. She blacked out, as if she had come to a place where she couldn't see out of the corner of her eye. Unease continued to flood her mind. Fear hit her and she closed her eyes in fear. However, just before she was about to break down, a large hand gently landed on top of her head. The hand was a little rough, but extremely warm, bringing her an endless sense of security. Lu Xuanwei slowly opened her eyes and realized that everything around her seemed to have grown bigger, including the handsome youth in front of her. She subconsciously looked up as a face that disgusted her broke into view. Lu Yuan. To be precise, it was Lu Yuan who was full of gentle smiles. Did he just touch himself with his hand? No, his hand must be cut off to teach him a lesson. Thinking about this, a long sword had already appeared in her hand, and then she swung it out without hesitation. However, at that moment, the originally gentle smile on Lu Yuan's face abruptly turned cold, and his eyes became extremely icy. This change caused Lu Xuanwei to instantly stop her hand movements. Also at that moment, Lu Yuan's figure gradually retreated until it was completely hidden in the darkness. Why is it that you are always so lenient with junior brother, but so mean to Lu Yuan? The sudden sound caused Lu Xuanwei to be startled. She turned around in surprise and saw Qin Jinshan looking at her with a face full of incomprehension. The tears in her eyes were swirling around and finally turned into two lines of clear tears sliding down. It was a scene of déjà vu. Suddenly, she recalled that this was the question that senior sister Qin had asked that day when she was searching for Lu Yuan's figure in the mountain range. Unable to help herself, she responded, "Can Lu Yuan be compared to junior brother? Junior brother is a star Yuan pulse body. Once he succeeds in forming a Dan, his cultivation will grow by leaps and bounds, and the future of the clan will all fall on his shoulders." Qin Jinshan froze, her eyes filled with disbelief. At this instant, Lu Xuanwei finally reacted. Such a picture must be the descent of the heart demon robbery. She was going to break through the Yuaning to reach the transformation spirit. She looked toward Qin Jinshuan's figure, her eyes firm and abnormal. "Even if you ask me 1,000 times more, I will still give this answer." At this moment, the illusion shattered, revealing the surroundings. Lu Xuanwei breathed a long sigh of relief. In such a situation he thought that the heart demon tribulation must have been past. However, just at that moment, a childish and familiar voice came from the distance. Elder brother, just take me into the mountain one more time. Just one more time." Xuanwei promises that she'll listen to elder brother properly from now on. Turning his head to look, he saw a half-human tall little girl tugging on the sleeve of a teenager, constantly pampering herself. That was me as a child? And Lu Yuan from over 100 years ago. Lu Xuanwei froze on the spot, panicked and pinched her body's true essence, trying to break through the space here, for which she even used her Yuaning out of her body. But no matter how much she struggled and tried, she remained standing still, watching her childhood self pamper Lu Yuan. The more she looked, the more murderous intent in her heart grew 1 point thicker. She wanted to kill Lu Yuan, and she had wanted to from the moment she learned that Lu Yuan was unable to cultivate. She would never allow an invalid like Lu Yuan, who had seen all of her looks, to live, and it would be a disgrace to her. Just when she saw her childhood self jumping onto Lu Yuan's back, all of a sudden, her killing intent reached its peak, and she grabbed her long sword to strike. However, just at this moment, a slender jade hand appeared out of nowhere as if it had torn through the void and grabbed Lu Xuanwei's wrist. The sky and earth turned upside down, the Qiankuan reversed, the surroundings shattered, and the entire world was plunged into darkness once again. When she opened her eyes in a daze, her eyes were greeted by her senior, Bai Mengqi, and her two senior sisters. "Seeking Wei, the heart demon tribulation is coming. Why don't you ask us to protect you?" Bai Mengqi asked. Lu Xuanwei bowed her head, and in her heart, she was already incredibly convinced that Lu Yuan was the key to breaking her heart demon tribulation. As long as Lu Yuan died, then her heart demon tribulation would be over, so she could become the youngest spirit transformation stage disciple in the sect. She raised her eyes to Bai Mengqi. "I'm sorry, master." Disciple didn't expect the heart demon tribulation to suddenly descend either. Bai Mengqi sighed helplessly, and the stone hanging in her heart sort of fell to the ground. "Since the heart demon tribulation has already descended, I'm sure you should know the contents as well. In that case it's up to you to cross it, so the master won't get involved." Chapter 23, Chi Refinement Third Gravity. Beginning to help Little White harden his body. After sleeping all night, Lu Yuan only felt refreshed. Last night, the third star in his Tsung Dome Chi Si had already lit up, and at this moment, his cultivation had reached the third level of Chi refining. With his current cultivation level, coupled with the strength of his physical body, ordinary early foundation establishment cultivators were no longer a threat to him. Pushing open the window and looking around, I found that there were actually a lot more pedestrians on the street than even yesterday. People were walking along the street shoulder to shoulder, and there were also a lot more vendors on both sides of the street, which seemed to be some kind of rush event. Lu Yuan came to a few points of interest, gripped the still sleeping boy up and went straight downstairs, merging into the flow of people. Lu Yuan used his divine sense to scan through the stalls on both sides of the street and found that they were basically common things, and mostly food and decorations. As he passed a fork in the road, Lu Yuan smelled a medicinal scent and was busy turning his feet and turning into this side of the street. Compared to the previous street, this side of the street also has a lot of vendors and a lot fewer viable people. Walking forward, he saw that the stalls on both sides of the street were lined with quite a few medicinal herbs that were common in the mundane world, the rarest of which were only his shawu and 100 years of ginseng. Suddenly, Lu Yuan paused in his footsteps and twisted his head to look at the 5 small fruits on the side stall. These fruits are only the size of a child's fist. The body is turquoise. Under the skin has a faint red lines. Looks extremely bizarre. Hardened fruit, the main medicinal ingredient of the body tempering pill. Lu Yuan was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to actually come across such a good thing in this bazaar. He walked straight over and looked at the vendor and asked, "How do you sell this fruit?" The vendor is a middle-aged lean man who looks 40 to 50 years old. Originally started to doze off. When he heard the question, he immediately popped up and said with a smile, "Is the customer interested in this green fruit? One only needs 50 spirit stones. If you want all of them, give me 200 spirit stones on the line." The price wasn't expensive, but Lu Yuan didn't have any spirit stones right now. "I don't have enough spirit stones on me. Can I use something else instead?" Lu Yuan asked. The vendor's attitude immediately cooled a few points as he asked, "I wonder what the guest would like to use instead." He added, "I can tell you, I'm at least a cultivator of the 5th level of chi refining. Don't fool me with any crap." Lu Yuan cried and laughed, directly taking out a piece of wood from his sumaru ring and handing it over. The vendor frowned and picked it up, and after carefully examining it, he realized that it was actually a new piece of wood, and it wasn't any kind of mahogany or anything like that, which wasn't worth much at all. An anger rose in his heart, and he said unhappily, "If you are making fun of me, then you are looking for the wrong person. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation, or else my strength of the 5th level of chi refining won't spare me." Lu Yuan was not annoyed and reminded with a smile, "Try injecting a trace of true chi towards this wood?" "What do you mean?" The vendor was puzzled. Lu Yuan didn't explain, and only lifted his chin, signaling him to try. With skepticism, the vendor tried it and then immediately froze in place. "This is the spirit." Only after the words left his mouth, he hastily covered his mouth, and the hand holding the piece of spirit wood was trembling. What does the new spirit wood mean? As long as one knows how to cultivate it, one can make this cut of spirit wood turn into a spirit tree, which can produce spiritual chi, and even more so, has the probability of bearing spirit fruits that can enhance one's cultivation, even if it is not cultivated. Bringing it on the body also has the effect of gathering spirit and nourishing the spirit, which if it is placed in the auction house, at least it will have to be sold for 1,000 or 2,000 spirit stones. Lu Yuan smiled faintly at this and reached out, then grabbed the 5 fruits on the stall, but at that moment, a hand grabbed a fruit and stuffed it directly into his mouth and ate it. "This fruit is good. I'll take it." Lu Yuan frowned, turning his head to look at the person. He saw the visitor wearing a basalt-colored robe, slightly obese, tall face but with a few points of baby fat. Upon closer inspection, the man still had the Heavenly Cloud sect token hanging from his waist. Lu Yuan instantly understood, and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. "What are you looking at? Look again and I'll blow your eyes out." The man looked at Lu Yuan and said angrily, then looked at the vendor. "Wrap it up for me. I'll go back and eat it slowly." With that, he was ready to grab a second body tempering fruit. Lu Yuan frowned and pulled out his wooden sword and struck him directly on his small arm, which immediately caused her to grimace in pain and hurriedly drew her hand back. "Dare to hit me? You chi refinement 3rd grader trash actually dared to hit me." Surprise and anger were intertwined in his eyes, and he was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently, and his face rose into a pig's liver color. "You're dead." Saying that, he took out a long-handled large knife from the Chinkuan ring on his hand, and while rushing out, he also did not forget to instruct the vendor to say, "Load up the fruits for me, and then come back to get them after I kill this bastard who has grown dog's guts." Lu Yuan's eyes went completely cold as he lifted his wooden sword and mobilized his body's true essence to wrap around the top of the sword, followed by a sword chop. The sword chi swept out and penetrated the man's body in a flash, and the obese body fell to the ground as if it had lost control of itself with a booming sprint, and the ground shook a little as a result, killing people in the downtown area. Lu Yuan was not so brainless to this extent, but the body-quenching fruit had strong medicinal properties, and if this man ate one directly, his body would soon not be able to withstand it. Adding that sword of his own, he was bound to have his chi and blood boiling and reversing, and finally burst into flames. Taking the wooden sword back, Lu Yuan walked straight to the stall, and with a move of his right hand the remaining 4 body-tempering fruits flew into his hand. He threw one directly to White in his arms, and at that moment, that heavenly cloud sect disciple trembled and climbed up. At this moment, there was a striking sword mark on his chest, and blood continued to gush out from the wound, almost staining his robes red. "Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you lay such a heavy hand on me?" Seeing Lu Yuan's behavior, he also froze on the spot. "This stuff is for dogs?" Lu Yuan lightly laughed and mocked, being a cultivator but not recognizing the body-tempering fruit. "Wait for death you." After saying that, Lu Yuan did not stop and turned around to leave this place. The vendor who heard these words also came back to his senses. He was in a cold sweat at the moment, not expecting that he would actually seriously injure this peak chi refining sect disciple with just one sword. When he thought of the fact that he had just threatened him with his words, the vendor just felt a chill down his spine, and hurriedly began to pack up his things, preparing to run away. On the other hand, the Skycloud sect disciples who heard these words got up in a hurry and took out pills from their Chenkuan ring and stuffed them into Jiangnan's mouth while running towards the outside of the street. Walking around the corner, Lu Yuan's figure instantly entered the Sumeru ring. Looking at Xiaobai, whose body began to change after swallowing the body-tempering fruit, the corner of Lu Yuan's lips hooked up. The medicinal power that exists in the body-quenching fruit will take some time for this little guy to completely absorb and refine, so he will stay in this Sumeru space. Saying that, he chopped open a body-hardening fruit and took out the seed and dropped it into the pit poked out by the wooden sword, stepping on it gently. After placing all the body-tempering fruits on the ground, Lu Yuan retreated. When he reappeared, he had already appeared on top of the roof of a row of tile houses, and was about to return to the inn when he noticed a shadow looming over him, and when he looked up, he saw a huge building ship slowly skimming above the dome of the sky. This recluse ship actually resumed operation. Chapter 24, 2 dead and 1 seriously injured. Another situation in the Void Rift. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yuan turned around in an instant, and his figure had disappeared from its original spot. If one were to go there on foot, they would definitely not be able to catch up with that chance in Tianfeng City. But in just 3 days Xiaobai would be able to fully absorb and refine those 4 body-tempering fruits and become a true demonic beast. And by then the speed of rushing could be much faster. Taking advantage of the early morning, Lu Yuan jumped off the roof and walked down the street towards the city gates. This time, when he came to Fengxin City, although he didn't ride on the recluse ship, it wasn't completely unproductive. Just stepped out of the city door of the moment, the city of an inn, a wearing basalt-colored robes of a slightly fat young man in the process of the stairs, the body steeply expanding, around the sinews and veins bulging, and finally under the eyes of the public burst open, turned into a ground of flesh and blood. This incident soon alarmed the Jindan stage cultivator of the Skycloud sect, who was unusually angry but had to find out the truth. When he figured out the reason for this person's self-detonation, his face instantly darkened and he cursed on the spot. The cursing was so bad that no one who passed by could look at it with a flat expression. Meanwhile, in the Spirit Immortal sect, on Little Xian Peak, Yi Xiaolin was holding the spiritless sword Tianin Thunder Shadow that he had just contracted a short while ago, and stood under the shade of a tree, his eyes slightly closed at the moment, as if he was sensing something. When there was a lightning arc flickering above the sword, Yi Xiaolin's figure instantly transformed into a residual shadow. It was seen that his figure was flipping in the air. His sword light was like electricity, and each swing of the sword was accompanied by a thunderous sound that was deafening, causing many disciples to look towards this side from afar. The wind on Shaoxian Peak was stirred by the sword chi, forming an astral wind that wrapped Yi Xiaolin's figure in it. In the next instant, lightning flashed, and an arc of thunder danced wildly above the astral wind as if it were a spirit snake, brilliant and short-lived. Seeing this scene, the 3 people who converged here, Lu Xuanwei, Lin Shihan and Su Wan, all nodded their heads in satisfaction. Junior brother's enlightenment is just high. He's only learned this sword move for less than 3 months, and he's already practiced it to this level of purity. Lu Xuanwei's eyes were filled with admiration as she smiled. Lin Shihan nodded her head and said offhandedly, "The last person whose enlightenment was heaven-defying was still Lu Yuan, and I didn't expect junior brother to have such talent." As soon as these words came out, Lu Xuanwei's face instantly darkened. She was unable to find Lu Yuan's location right now, otherwise she would have immediately chased after him and killed him without hesitation. It was also at this moment that the thunder attached to the astral wind steeply went out of control, and the thunder danced chaotically as it swept towards the surroundings. Lu Xuanwei was shocked and wanted to go forward to help Yi Xiaolin. However, at this critical moment, a silhouette swept in, and the jade pendant hanging on Yi Xiaolin's neck blossomed into a golden aura when he lifted his hand. and then a spirit shield that was strong enough to withstand the full force of a Mahayana stage cultivator surfaced, completely wrapping Yi Xiaolin. The person who came was none other than Bai Mengqi. When the wind dispersed, Bai Mengqi immediately stepped forward to check it out, so worried that she forgot that she could use her divine sense. After determining that Yi Xiaolin was fine, she was about to utter a few words of reproach, but then she saw a figure flying from the distance. Reporting to Patriarch, the Forbidden Land has suddenly changed. 2 of the 3 Yuaning stage senior brothers who previously entered it to look for the source of the evil qi have already died, and the other one is seriously injured at the moment. Without waiting to land, the man stated his intentions. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xuanwei's body stiffened and looked at the disciple who came to report with a face full of disbelief. Didn't they bring the spirit treasures refined by the Mahayana cultivators? Why isn't it working? Bai Mengqi's complexion changed, and at this moment, she couldn't care less about checking whether Yi Xiaolin was injured or not, and immediately turned into a recluse and flew towards the direction of the Forbidden Land. Lu Xuanwei and the others looked at each other and similarly followed. At this moment, the Forbidden Land, outside the Void Rift, Qin Jinxian was treating the wound of the only surviving disciple. Seeing that the wound was deep enough to see the bones, there was also a faint dead black aura rising up, not only devouring the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, but also continuously devouring the vitality of that disciple. That disciple's eyes dimmed as he watched the means Qin Jinxian had exerted to no avail. What's going on? Suddenly, Bai Mengqi's voice came from far away, causing that disciple to see hope once again. He struggled to get up, and Qin Jinxian hurriedly helped him up. Bai Mengqi landed on the ground and raised her hand with a flow of light, quickly enveloping the disciple. Feeling that his life force did not continue to drain away, that disciple let out a sigh of relief. What happened in the Void Rift? Bai Mengqi asked, looking a little impatient. It's a kind of living spirit that we haven't seen before. No, it's not a living spirit, and their strength is comparable to that of a god realization stage cultivator to say the least, or even stronger. That disciple said the words as clearly as possible, but when the words came to this he seemed to have suddenly endured some major pressure. His eyes became bloodshot, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood, unconscious on the spot. Bai Mengqi's brows became increasingly furrowed as she stepped forward and placed her hand on this disciple's wrist to take his pulse. A moment later, with a shameful expression on her face, she raised her hand and pointed a finger at the person's brow, and immediately a wave of divine sense invaded the disciple's soul. Soul-searching, Qin Jinxian, who was on the side, was full of surprise. Her heart couldn't bear to see this image, so she immediately twisted her face to the other side, slowly closing her eyes. Bai Mengqi began to check this person's memories. From memory, everything was perfectly normal after they entered the Void Rift. However, as they gradually went deeper and deeper, they began to encounter this so-called bizarre beings. Said the living spirit is actually not accurate. After all, the memory of the 3 have not sensed the existence of this so-called living spirit any breath. There is only a strong evil. Faced with such a seemingly unthreatening object, they let their guard down. Even when the thing followed them all the way, they didn't care about it until a second. Third, by the time they realized something was wrong, they had a dozen of these things behind them. One of them had a slightly bigger temper, and when he saw that these guys were following all the way, he instantly struck out, wanting to suppress all of these guys. However, this strike not only didn't drive these things away, but also angered them, and the fight was imminent. It was also at this point that they realized how terrifyingly strong this thing was. After 2.5 days of siege, the 3 defensive spiritual treasures were all turned into fragments and left there forever. In the end, 2 of the 3 were killed on the spot and 1 was seriously injured. As her consciousness drew back, Bai Mengqi's brows knitted tightly. There were even other living beings in this Void Rift. The strength of a guaranteed transfiguration stage cultivation? Bai Mengqi murmured in a low voice, her eyes gradually becoming cold. She snorted coldly. What was said about the situation therein informing the clan as much as possible, but now it seems to be nothing more than a joke. Qin Jinxian didn't have the memory of seeing that person. Naturally she didn't know his condition, but from the tragic scene, she could roughly guess. But did this matter really have anything to do with Lu Yuan? Chapter 25, Yun Mengyao seriously injured. Qin Jinxian ordered to leave the sect. Was it Lu Yuan who hadn't said that such a spirit existed in the Void Rift? Not really. After Lu Yuan had prioritized saying that suppressing the source of evil qi would turn the overflowing evil qi into pure and rich evil qi, a group of sect executives were too excited to listen to anything else. Even though Lu Yuan had mentioned many times that he had been worn down and heavily injured by the beings in it many times, none of them had taken note of it. If I had to say, I'm afraid it would only be recorded on the crack investigation record that Lu Yuan had submitted. What a good calculation. I'm afraid that when he stepped into that Void Rift again, he had already planned to quit the sect. Bai Mengqi spoke in a cold voice, a hint of killing intent already bursting from her eyes. but soon she closed her eyes again and turned her head to look at Qin Jinxian. Don't you want to find Lu Yuan and bring him back? Master granted it. Upon hearing this, a flash of joy surfaced on Qin Jinxuan's face, but it was quickly replaced by shock. If Master Teacher had said this in the Great Hall of the Patriarch, when he had not experienced this, she would have been very happy, but now Master Teacher was clearly suppressing his fire. Bringing Lu Yuan back in this situation was pulling him into the fire. Never do that. Thinking of this, Qin Jinxian shook her head. Disciple is sorry for not being able to comply. Bai Mengqi's face immediately sank as she asked, haven't you always wanted Lu Yuan to come back? Why are you not carrying out Master's orders now? Qin Jinxian took a deep breath and spoke out her analysis, but she heard Bai Mengqi let out a cold snort. This is not up to you. She directly took out the Patriarch's token and ordered, this father now orders you as Patriarch to immediately go down the mountain to look for traces of Lu Yuan and make sure to bring him back. Her eyes were ice cold. I will throw him back into this void rift and suppress the source of evil chi for my spirit sky immortal sect for all eternity. I won't allow it. Only after the words fell, a silhouette broke through the layers of obstacles and broke into the Forbidden Land, arriving in front of the two people. Master, you have never cared about Lu Yuan, you have never given him anything, and you have never allowed him to enjoy any of the treatments that he should have as a disciple of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, or even the Spirit Sky Sect. So on what basis are you asking him to suppress the source of the evil chi once again for the sect? The visitor retorted with righteous indignation, his eyes reddening as he looked at his master. Mengyao, you should be resting right now instead of going crazy here. Bai Mengqi was a bit surprised, and when she saw Bai Mengyao rushing here with her hair and pale face, a touch of heartache surfaced in her eyes. Qin Jinxian pursed her lips slightly as she looked at Yun Mengyao, seemingly thinking about something. Crazy? Master, I know everything. Lu Yuan has contributed a lot to your current position, but why are you treating him so meanly? Yun Mengyao's body shook and questioned with a sobbing voice. Bai Mengqi's willow eyebrows knitted up, and she said unhappily, this honored one can sit firmly in the position of the clan's heir, and even finally succeed in inheriting the position of the clan's master is all by myself. When did I rely on Lu Yuan? The heartache was instantly gone from her eyes as she looked at Yun Mengyao, replaced by 3 points of anger and 7 points of coldness. If you don't make this clear today, I will severely punish you with the rules of the clan. Qin Jinxian heard this and quickly flew to block Yun Mengyao behind her. Master, I will go to bring Lu Yuan back. Yun's senior sister is seriously ill. What she said earlier was just nonsense. I hope that master. Not nonsense. Yun Mengyao interrupted Qin Jinxian in a stern voice, directly bypassing her to come in front of Bai Mengqi. My Yun clan's old ancestor told me everything. It was the old patriarch who had eyes without a pearl and couldn't see that Lu Yuan's rapid cultivation advancement was the result of his own bitter cultivation, and that it had nothing to do with the master, nor with the entire clan at all. Snap! A loud slap sound smacked above Yun Mengyao's cheek, instantly sending her flying backwards 3 to 4 feet away. In an instant, Yun Mengyao's breath weakened and her vitality rapidly drained away. Qin Jinxian was startled and dashed over to her in order to stabilize her vitality. This was a slap from a Mahayana stage cultivator, and even though Bai Mengqi had withdrawn her strength, she was still able to easily decapitate an ordinary Jindan stage cultivator. On the other hand, Bai Mengqi on the side was looking at her hand in a bit of a daze, and a wave of heartache surged through her heart. She hurriedly raised her hand, and instantly the majestic true essence unique to Mahayana stage cultivators surged out, instantly wrapping and shrouding Yun Mengyao, while the true essence surged into Yun Mengyao's body, quickly stabilizing her ever-losing vitality. The tails of her eyes flushed red as her figure instantly moved to Yun Mengyao's side, leaning down to pick her up. Hurriedly taking out a 9 revolutions pill from her Qianquan ring, Bai Mengqi sent the pill to Yun Mengyao's mouth with a trembling hand. The action came to a head, but she was at a loss as to what to do anymore, nervousness and fear almost filling her. Seeing this, Qin Jinxian hurriedly stepped forward and parted Yun Mengyao's lips before Bai Mengqi delivered the elixir. She only knew how to cultivate from the beginning. How could she know how to take care of people? If Qin Jinxian was a cultivation fanatic, then Bai Mengqi was a cultivation fanatic. Since Lu Xuanwei and the other 5 were initiated, everything was arranged by Lu Yuan. Even the most important guidance for the immortal path initiation, she had never been there in person. The first time the 5 of them were taught something, it was when their cultivation had reached the peak of chi refining and they were about to build their foundations. At that time, she came over, gave them a foundation building pill, and then disappeared again. It was also only when she succeeded to the position of patriarch that she began to contact these 5 female disciples. Only after sensing Yun Mengyao's breath gradually stabilizing did Bai Mengqi finally let out a sigh of relief, while Qin Jinxian, who was on the side, fell to the ground as if she had lost all her strength. Only that still slightly trembling body is still tell her earlier panic and worry. Alright, you will now go down the mountain to look for Lu Yuan. and whether you find him or not, make sure you arrive at Tianfang City 10 days later. After calming her mind, Bai Mengqi looked at Qin Jinxian and said, 10 days from now, there will be a fortune coming out of Heavenly Fang City, and that fortune will be extremely helpful to Shaolin, so make sure you help Shaolin capture that fortune. Qin Jinxian looked at Yun Mengyao, wanting to speak. In the end, he had no choice but to nod his head and oblige the matter. She didn't want Lu Yuan to come back. After all, this place was a fire pit for Lu Yuan nowadays, and if he came back, he might only die. But, the master's orders are hard to disobey. What's more, this time, Master Teacher had also taken out the sect leader's token, so even Qin Jinxian was forced to carry out this matter under such circumstances, unless she immediately rebelled against the clan. That afternoon, Qin Jinxian packed up her things and left the sect, while Yun Mengyao was also sent to Liuli Peak for treatment. As for the 3 Yuaning stage disciples who had been eroded by the evil qi had all penetrated deep into their bone marrow, and the one who had only survived had died shortly after by Mengqi and the others had left, so all of them had been thrown into the void rift. Also on this day, Lu Xuanwei, who had originally been ordered by Mengqi to rest in seclusion, quietly left the sect and went down the mountain to look for traces of Lu Yuan. She had to find Lu Yuan and break this heart demonic calamity. She, herself, was going to kill Lu Yuan. Chapter 26, the first of the 9 swords of death. Breaking the sky and chopping the wind without a trace of shadow. After this day, 2 women arrived successively to inquire about Lu Yuan where he passed by. A young man with long white hair and extremely distinctive features was easily inquired about without even having to make any special inquiries. This is true for that village, and it is also true for Bongxin City. Just when the 2 of them arrived at Fengxinqing one after another to inquire about Lu Yuan news, Lu Yuan has been away for 3 days. At this time, only 7 days away from that one chance to descend in Tianfang City, so the 2 successively boarded the recluse building ship, and went straight to Tianfang City. It said 7 days, but it was only deduced by someone who practiced the way of heavenly chances and divinations, and actually had to arrive and wait. Of course, Yi Xiaolin, who possessed the ability to foretell dreams, was very certain that that so-called chance was that time to descend. 2 days later, a small town, a white-haired young man riding a giant wolf arrived on the street with only a few people, immediately scaring the already small number of pedestrians into hiding. The youth was dressed in rough linen clothes and carried a wooden sword on his back. It was Lu Yuan, and that giant wolf was Little White who had been in the Sumeru ring for 30 days. 1 day outside equals 10 days inside. At this moment the small white body size has the size of a stallion. Thick hair, eyes deep, overall look god handsome. Of course, this was all the result of Lu Yuan's conditioning in the Sumeru ring over the past 2 days. Otherwise this guy would still be as uncontrollable as a puppy. It was late at the moment, and the moonlight spilled onto the nameless street, adding a bit of mystery to the silent night. Lu Yuan mused and looked to both sides of the street, seemingly searching for something. The rest of the way was only 3,000 miles, which was completely enough time to get to Tianfang City. Just as he was debating whether or not to rest for the night in the town ahead, a few youths in similar power suits came up to him. They hooked shoulders and could smell the odor of alcohol from a long distance, causing a wave of discomfort to Xiao Bai, who subconsciously leaned toward the other side of the street, wanting to get away from them. However, their gazes were attracted to Little White, and they gathered around, their eyes glowing as they stared at Little White. "Ho! A demonic beast this is." One person was surprised and reached out to grab the hairs on Xiao Bai's neck, but was stopped by Lu Yuan with the wooden sword in his hand. "Stay away from us," Lu Yuan reminded. At those words, one of them immediately frowned. He took out a cloth bag from his waist, from which he took a few fine spirit stones and threw them to Lu Yuan. "What's there to scream about? Isn't it just a demonic beast? I'll buy it." "Little master," with a playful look in his eyes, he snorted and said, "Doesn't this tea dislike the smell of wine on us? Then take it for the wine. I still have 2 more jars of good wine there." Lu Yuan looked at this person with an icy gaze, as if he was looking at a dead person. The moment he made eye contact with Lu Yuan, the man froze and only felt a chill run down his spine. In a flash, he came back to his senses and was instantly annoyed that he was actually subdued by the eyes of a 3rd-level qi refining waste. Soon, his gaze fell on Little White, and he saw that Little White was actually raising his right paw at this moment, covering his nose like a human. The man was instantly infuriated and drew his sword and slashed horizontally, wanting to decapitate Xiao Bai. Lu Yuan's quick eyes and hands, lifting the wooden sword instantly and quickly point at the person's wrist. Immediately a sharp pain came. The person's right hand is completely unconscious. Lifting the sword and turning it around, the sword accurately swiped at the man's chin, straightening him up and sending him backwards. The remaining few people saw this and drew their weapons, and the scene instantly became tense. Lu Yuan rolled over and landed on the ground. his gaze coldly scanning several people. It just so happens that the third weight of chi refining has been achieved, and can mobilize more true essence and heaven and earth aura. Since these people are looking for death, then it is just right to take them to try out one of the sword moves that they have perceived in their dreams. Seeing this scene, Xiaobai subconsciously stepped back and then continued to cover his nose. Without any words, Lu Yuan lifted the wooden sword in his hand, his true essence entwined, mobilizing the aura of heaven and earth and the circumference of the void to converge on top of the sword body. This kind of manipulation of aura was a masterpiece. With a head of gray hair, you can tell at a glance that he's sick, and he actually has the dog's guts to take a shot at us. The beaten man snorted coldly, and was about to speak out to continue taunting, but he saw that Lu Yuan had already chopped out with a sword. This sword seemed unusual, but when it was swung out, it brought out a breeze that gently brushed the bodies of several people, and then those people fell straight down. The breath is all gone. The first sword breaks through the air and cuts through the wind without a trace. This is the sword stance that Lu Yuan himself realized in the dream, called the 9 Swords of Immortal Execution. This first sword chopped out, sword chi like the wind, can sweep in all directions. The trail is difficult to capture. When you hear the sound of the wind, you have been hit. Creepy as hell. After settling a few people, Lu Yuan looked in one direction and asked with a frown, "Still not coming out? Is it for me to personally invite them?" As soon as the words fell, a silhouette dressed in an aqua green dress walked out from a side alley. "Fellow Daoist, forgive me, I am the employer of these people, and have specially hired them to escort the goods." She let out a soft sigh and said helplessly, "I had thought of letting them have a little drink to relax and unwind when they arrived in this town, but who would have thought that they would have messed with your head, fellow Daoist?" When the words came to this point, Lu Yuan instantly understood. This woman was obviously pretending to be pitiful. As expected, I heard her continue. "Even though they were ignorant, they were able to help my slave escort the goods, and now that they're all dead in your hands, how am I supposed to escort these goods?" As she spoke, she actually cried on the spot. "Lu Yuan, tell me, where are you sending the goods you're talking about?" Lu Yuan directly pointed out. "If it's close, it doesn't matter if you make the trip." The woman's face expression stiffened, then quickly returned to normal. "It's not far. It's in Tianfang City. When we get there will be someone to meet us," she said with a grin, then leaned over and rummaged through a few people, quickly stripping them of their goodies. "Are you going to Tianfang City too?" Seeing Lu Yuan's silence, the woman asked. Lu Yuan nodded. "Go on a tour." The woman laughed softly. "It's for the Spirit Abyss trial, isn't it?" Then, as if remembering something, he extended his hand to Lu Yuan. "Get to know me. My name is Zhouya. Mid-Foundation Establishment Cultivation. This time I followed the goods to go just for the Spirit Abyss trial." Her eyes became bright. "It is said that there is a green lotus seed in the depths of the Spirit Abyss. If it can be refined, it will allow one's physique to be metamorphosed. My qualifications are too poor. I would like to take my chances." After saying that, she looked at Lu Yuan. "What about you?" Lu Yuan rolled over and landed on Little White's back. Lu Yuan, the abyss of Spirit Abyss. Looking at Zhouya, who had already searched a few people clean, Lu Yuan cried and laughed a little. He asked, "When do we leave?" Zhouya lifted her head and quickly stepped in front of Xiaobai. "You come with me. We'll set off early tomorrow morning, and then I'll tell you about some of the news I know about Spirit Abyss." Chapter 27, Road Interception. Chopping Leaf Xiaolin's future help. The Spiritual Abyss trial. The main thing is enlightenment. In his dream, Lu Yuan had seen someone sensing thousands of Dao swords suspended in the sky, and he had also witnessed endless flames burning the sky. However, all of these sensations were ultimately defeated by the Dao that Yi Xiaolin had realized. A black hole of nothingness that swallowed everything. Lu Yuan did not participate in the dream, naturally do not know what kind of Tao can be realized. But with his enlightenment, Lu Yuan is confident that the enlightenment will be far beyond Yi Xiaolin. "It was just that I didn't know if the content of the trial would change this time when the Spirit Abyss trial had its own participation." In that dream, the Spirit Abyss trial was divided into 3 levels: enlightenment of the heart, enlightenment of the spirit, and enlightenment of the way. Participants in the trial of 1,000,000 people. That the first level will be eliminated more than 99% of the people. Can be seen that the difficulty of the trial of the high. Moreover, the first level of the trial produces a mind illusion that can even control and kill Yuaning stage great cultivators, making them forever lost in the mind illusion and unable to get out for eternity. Only those who passed the first level were qualified to enter the Spirit Abyss and open the second level of the trial, after which came the third level. The number of people who could reach the third level in the dream was less than 2 handfuls, which showed the extent of its terror. As for this Zhouya, Lu Yuan indeed did not have any impression. Perhaps he was eliminated in the first and second levels. Lu Yuan didn't really care, and only followed the team escorting the goods. quietly listening to Joya's self-referential narration. In that trial 5 years ago, it was rumored that there were 800,000 people who fell alone, mostly lost in the mind illusion realm. The more she spoke, the more energized she became. In the end, although there were more than 20,000 people who entered the spirit abyss, no one was able to make it to the third level in the end. And if you look at the 8,000 years up and down the world, there were only a few people who were able to make it to the third level, and all of their names stayed on the spirit abyss list. Her eyes were full of longing. I wonder if I'll have a chance to stay on the list. Lu Yuan laughed lightly. Cheer up. Don't worry, your name will be left on there too. Joya immediately let out a petulant grunt, clasping her hands and said, staying famous is only the most basic goal. My ultimate goal is to take the green lotus seed in the spirit abyss. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. Yes, you have to hold such an attitude to get to the end. Just as the two of them were talking, a sharp cracking sound came from the air, and an arrow pierced through the night sky like a meteor, heading straight for Lu Yuan, who was in the center of the group. Lu Yuan's eyes flinched, and the wooden sword in his hand quickly swung out, a sword chi colliding with the arrow in the air, snapping the arrow easily. In the next moment, an even denser rain of arrows fell from the sky with roaring flames, instantly igniting the goods on the escort vehicle in front of them. Look out! Joya let out a loud cry, and the long sword in her hand danced, forming a sword screen that cut out all the flames around her. Seeing this, Lu Yuan twisted his head to look at Xiao Bai, who instantly understood what Lu Yuan meant, and his body transformed into a residual shadow, rushing into the rain of arrows. Xiao Bai's fur shimmered faintly in the flames as it opened its mouth and let out an earth-shattering wolf whistle that shook the arrows around it to the ground. However, the rain of arrows was only a prelude. As the flames spread, the trees on both sides of the mountain were set ablaze, and in the flames, dozens and hundreds of cultivators rushed down from the mountain, armed with long knives and short swords and dressed in black, and they swarmed up at the moment, obviously having prepared for this. Protect the goods! Joya shouted and was about to move, but he saw that Lu Yuan had already rushed into the crowd with his wooden sword in hand. His wooden sword drew a blazing trajectory in the air, and every time he swung it, a cultivator fell in response. Joya actually shouted that it was too much and rushed into the enemy line right after her. Her sword skills were also very exquisite. Each sword was as easy as cutting through the enemy's defense like tofu. Those who were escorting the goods then took out their weapons and surrounded the several carts of goods, their gazes vigilant as they looked into the distance. As expected, seeing that the charge failed to take down the escorting caravan, the rain of arrows with flames once again came from the distant hillside. However, this time the escorts were prepared, and at this moment, they all shot out and intercepted most of the arrows. On the hillside, seeing that the enemy was still rushing towards the side in a steady stream, Lu Yuan's eyes condensed, lifting his sword and instantly injecting a trace of chaos chi into it, while his true chi wrapped around the top of the sword. The spiritual chi of the heaven and earth was attracted by it. A sword chopped out like a breeze, and those who came into contact with it fell to the ground, their breath gone. The scene was bizarre in the extreme. This was precisely the first sword of the immortal Punisher, the Skybreaker Windless Slash. With this sword, within 30 feet in front of him, not a single living soul survived, and most of these people were high-level chi refining cultivators, and there were even a few foundation establishment stage cultivators. No way. This woman can't have such a strong assistant by her side. Retreat! Suddenly, a slightly trembling voice rang out, and then the man staggered and turned around to quickly run towards the distance. That sword earlier was truly too terrifying. Lu Yuan frowned slightly, stepping instantly. His figure had caught up with the man's pace like the wind. With a kick, he flipped the person over on the ground, and at the same time, with his divine sense activated, Lu Yuan also saw what the person looked like. In that dream, Lu Yuan had seen this person, who had also participated in the Spirit Abyss trial and was on quite good terms with Yi Xiaolin. At this moment, there were already quite a few people with swords attacking towards him. Lu Yuan frowned slightly, mobilized a trace of chaos chi, raised his sword and chopped out horizontally. In an instant, within a range of 30 feet, no one survived. Under this sword, finally no one dared to move a bit anymore. Looking at this person's trembling appearance, Lu Yuan frowned and asked, Yi Xiaolin sent you? The man was visibly stunned, then hastily shook his head in negation. I don't know any Yi Xiaolin. I was just ordered to intercept the cultivators heading to Tianfang City here. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and without the slightest hesitation, a sword directly cut his head. Gave you a chance. The crowd that saw this scene from afar couldn't hold back their breath. This was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, which was much stronger than them, the high-level chi refining cultivators and peak chi refining cultivators. I didn't expect that this person could not only be easily suppressed, but also easily decimated. For a while, many people's feet had begun to sneak backward, and at this moment, Joya had already crossed the forest and rushed into the archer formation, killing those archers and sending them fleeing in all directions. It was also at this time that Lu Yuan finally understood why he had not seen Joya in the dream. It was just that this time life and death had been exchanged, and Lu Yuan had not only given Yi Xiaolin one less future booster, but had also preserved a woman who, according to her own words, she had a high level of enlightenment. Things seem to be getting interesting. I hope that this trip to Tianfang City will not disappoint me too much before I do so. Moreover, with this person now dead, the heavenly pride that passed through here in the following days would definitely be able to arrive at Tianfang City alive, which seemed to be another big variable. Just as he was thinking so, those who ambushed him had already escaped, most of them, and were soon gone. Lu Yuan didn't care, and returned to the caravan to roughly count the goods and ascertain the losses before setting off again towards Tianfang City. Chapter 28. Arriving at Heavenly Feng City, utilizing the Dao Heavenly Plate for the second time. At the same time, the recluse ship heading to Tianfang City. Yi Xiaolin, who was in the room and was exhaling on his knees, furrowed his brows slightly as he opened his eyes and took out a small ball as transparent as glass from his Qinkuan ring, which had a drop of essence blood sealed in it. At this moment, this small ball was covered with cracks from the inside out, in which the essence blood was even overflowing all over the small ball. Dead. He couldn't hide the surprise in his tone, but his brows grew tighter. Variables. Variables. Could it be that this matter is related to Lu Yuan again? But his cultivation has been ruined, and he doesn't have any resources to back him up. So how can he kill this guy? Puzzled, he busied himself with taking out a few other spheres, and was finally relieved when he realized that the rest of the spheres were intact. Even if there are a few more heavenly prides, it won't affect the end of me finally obtaining the green lotus. Besides, I know the contents of the trial, so what are these losers going to do to compete with me? With a cold snort, he pinched the shattered blob directly into pieces and mobilized the flame to burn it clean again. Those who die early do not deserve to be my helpers. After saying that, he once again closed his eyes and began to exhale, refining his cultivation. At this moment this recluse building ship was less than 10 from Tianfang City. If one stood above the deck, one could already see the outline of a city, and there were even a few small dots suspended in the void. Tianfang City covers a very large area. Is the ancient world of Xianhuang rare thousands of miles of the city, which has a population of millions of huge, and the peak of the resident population is more than 10 million. The forces in Tianfang City were intricate and complicated, but they were mainly led by three parties: the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion, the Star Immortal Mansion, and the Xian Tian Sacred Sect. These three forces are all veteran immortal sect, but also veteran top 10 immortal sect forces. Since the Spirit Abyss trial descended, they have set up a branch here, not only searching for talents, but also attracting the clan's pride to participate in the Spirit Abyss trial. And these three forces are also very recognizable. The three huge suspended islands in the city are their three reception pavilions. Every 5 years, those self-proclaimed heavenly pride cultivators from the 8 surrounding states would rush here in order to seek that green lotus creation. However, for 8,000 years, although some people had walked to the 3rd level, and even past the 3rd level, no one had ever been able to obtain that green lotus creation. Soon, the recluse building ship arrived outside the city. It was seen that there were many cultivators either flying with their swords, walking on both feet, or following their elders on recluse magic treasures. All of them kept running towards the gate of Tianfang City, and no one was seen leaving through the gate. The building ship flew over the city wall, and immediately some cultivators flew towards the city with their swords, and even more directly flipped out of the deck and fell straight to the ground. Looking down from the deck, I saw people coming and going on the streets, but I didn't see a trace of congestion. Those who enter the city with a sword or self-consciously put away their flying swords and walk on the streets. Only the recluse building ships flying over the city. Yi Xiaolin felt the change in the environment and busily got up to open the window, and immediately saw this lively and prosperous Tianfang City. Although he had seen the heavenly Feng City himself in his dreams, it was never as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. He raised his eyes to the several immortal mountains floating in the distant void, his eyes narrowing slightly. Since this trial, the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect will successively replace you and the others. His eyes were icy cold as he turned around and put away as much as he could before finally making his way to the top of the deck. When the recluse building ship was parked, he directly sent his sword to leave this place. He had already found someone. All he needed to do at the moment was to go there. And in the end, Qin Jinxian would also go there to look for him. 2 days later, Lu Yuan and Zhouye escorted the escort team to the outside of Tianfang City. The first thing you see are the cultivators coming from all directions. The strongest of them already have Jindan, and the weakest of them also have peak Qi refining cultivation. After entering Tianfang City, the sight before him made Lu Yuan feel a little surprised. At this moment, the people entering Tianfang City were like a steady stream of water. but the pedestrians on the streets of the city could not see a single bit of congestion. Continuing onward, he found that both sides of the street were filled with all sorts of vendors, some selling rare medicinal herbs and pills, while others were selling all sorts of magic weapons and talismans. Lu Yuan and Joya passed through the bustling crowd and couldn't help but marvel at how attractive this spirit abyss trial was. Following Joya's lead to the front of a dartboard, 3 hours had passed and the sky was already dark. Along the way, Lu Yuan's image of white hair and also riding a giant wolf attracted the attention of who knows how many people. Arriving at the entrance of the dartboard at this moment, Lu Yuan subconsciously raised his eyes and saw the 4 big words Qingfeng dartboard, and in the lower right corner of the big words, there was also a peculiar logo of Qingfeng Sword Pavilion. Obviously, this was a force attributed to the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yuan rolled over and landed on the ground, arched his hand at Joya, and then left the place with Little White. Now that the Tao Heavenly Disc could be used again, Lu Yuan naturally wanted to find a more secluded place. After strolling around the city, finally at the end of an alley, Lu Yuan found an inn that seemed to be uninvited, and without hesitation, he lifted his foot and walked over. There was basically no one to be seen in the inn, and even the innkeeper was only called by Lu Yuan after knocking on the table a dozen times. Lu Yuan didn't talk nonsense and directly checked into 7 days, then went upstairs to find his room. As for Xiao Bai, he followed Lu Yuan all the way, and the innkeeper was too lazy to say anything. Closing the door to the room, Lu Yuan took out a formation and laid it down before taking out the Tao Heavenly Disc. At this moment, there is already a faint light flowing on the Taoist Heavenly Plate. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, sat on his knees on top of the bed, and felt it meditatively. On the side, Little White consciously lay on the ground, while his eyes were fixed on the movements of Lu Yuan's hands. When he saw Lu Yuan strangling with one hand, his true qi was immediately transformed into threads and injected into the Taoist Heavenly Disc, which immediately blossomed into a more and more intense light. In the next instant, the Tao Heavenly Plate was completely enveloped in light and began to truly function. Now that Lu Yuan's cultivation was already at the 3rd level of qi refining, the process was quite a bit easier, but he remained fully concentrated, quietly feeling the changes in the Tao Heavenly Plate. Suddenly, an aura that could be described as bizarre emerged, filling the entire room in an instant. Little White, on the other hand, as if frightened, immediately assumed an attacking stance, with a whimpering warning sound coming out of his mouth. Lu Yuan didn't care about any of this and only quietly felt every bit of change in the Tao Heavenly Plate. Suddenly, the Tao Dharma Heavenly Disc's light flourished, and then eerily receded in an instant. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and directly increased the infusion of true qi, and the light above the Tao Heavenly Plate became more and more intense. At the same time, the bizarre scent was getting thicker and thicker, so thick that Xiao Bai was affected by just sniffing it, and his eyes turned red. Lu Yuan's brows tightened, and he was about to increase the injection of true qi once again. However, at this time, the light of the Tao Law Heavenly Plate instantly dispersed, and then something that could be described as bizarre appeared in front of Lu Yuan's eyes. That, surprisingly, is an eyeball. Chapter 29, This pupil is called Silence. Lu Yuan was confused. Wasn't it grabbing a magic treasure? Why did you grab such a thing? However, when Lu Yuan looked at the eyeball turned strangely. As the lines of sight met, Lu Yuan instantly felt a pressure. A terrifying pressure from the aspect of the divine soul. In this instant, he only felt that his spirit was in a trance, as if everything around him had annihilated and faded away at this moment. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yuan breathed heavily, his forehead already covered with fine beads of sweat. This time, it seems to have really caught the unbeatable. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth hooked up a smile. His sight once again landed on top of that eyeball. No longer having the slightest hesitation, his right hand grabbed out. Yet bizarrely, the right hand went straight through the eyeball as if it didn't exist, and the result remained the same after several attempts. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and immediately bit his finger to throw out a drop of blood. However, the result was still the same as before. The eyeball was as if it didn't exist. Thinking back to his previous experience, Lu Yuan came to a sudden realization and immediately activated his divine sense. Buzz! With just the contact, Lu Yuan only felt a blur in his left eye, and he was busy closing his eyes and waiting. After a few breaths had passed, and after making sure that nothing had happened, Lu Yuan opened his eyes. Yet this time what he saw in his left eye was completely different. An unfamiliar face appeared in Lu Yuan's left eye and quickly disappeared, which seemed to be the image that this eye in front of him had once seen. Lu Yuan stilled his mind to watch carefully, and everything around him fell into silence. Little White was still very vigilant, and would even come over and pick at Lu Yuan twice with his claws because he didn't move a muscle, and each time Lu Yuan needed to gently pat its head with his hand to reassure it. In the picture, what Lu Yuan saw at first was nothing special, but at a certain moment, he began to see the meridian diagrams within a person's body, and even the direction of the mobilization of true chi and true energy within a cultivator's body. This eye is beginning to show its peculiarities, and shortly thereafter, Lu Yuan felt that the eye seemed to be devouring the aura of heaven and earth, and the ability of the pupil of the eye increased with every period of time it devoured. From seeing a map of the human meridian, to mental shock, to a glance at the environment, and finally a glance to kill. This process seemed to have gone on for a long time, at least 200 or 300 years, but here in Lu Yuan it was only a few breaths. Soon after, Lu Yuan found out that the holder of this eye started to look for treasures everywhere, refining those treasures into the power of the origin as a way to quench the left eye, which also made the left eye's ability more and more terrifying. 5 elements: wind and thunder, soul swallowing, reincarnation, and even a glance at silence. In the end, 4 big golden characters appeared in front of Lu Yuan's eyes, which also finally made him understand the origin of this eye pupil, Silent Heavenly Father. In the ancient times, a great power had possessed the terrifying ability of 1 glance of life, 1 glance of destruction, 1 glance of reincarnation, and 1 glance of silence, and this person was the Silent Heavenly Father. It was just that the records of the Xian Huang ancient realm for the Silent Heavenly Father were quite few, and Lu Yuan would know about it also because he had seen it in that dream, in the middle of an ancient relic, and the one who recorded all this was the grandson of the Silent Heavenly Father's disciple. After watching all of this, Lu Yuan's left eye finally returned to normal, and he once again raised his eyes to look at the suspended eyeball, and the corner of his lips hooked up a hint of a smile. This was the silent pupil tempered by the origin of a supreme treasure, and it was no exaggeration to say that this item was completely above a supreme treasure. It's just that I don't know how much of its strength I'll be able to utilize if I refine it. With this in mind, Lu Yuan immediately urged his divine sense and once again merged into the silent pupil. As soon as the divine sense came into contact, the silent pupil transformed into wisps of streams of light that converged towards Lu Yuan's left eye. White whimpered and whined, spinning around on the ground in a hurry, barking twice every now and then. Lu Yuan raised his left hand and little White immediately came over, sticking out his tongue and licking Lu Yuan's left hand. It was under these circumstances that Lu Yuan began to refine the silent pupil. Not long after, another recluse building ship flew in from outside the city. Also as before, many people couldn't wait to fly down when the building ship entered Tianfang City, which naturally included Qin Jinxian and Lu Sunwei. The two arrived at Yi Xiaolin's temporary residence one after the other. There were quite a few Foundation Establishment Dan cultivators here, and many of them were wearing Spirit Sky Immortal Sect disciple clothing. This was the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect's residence in Tianfang City. Yi Xiaolin is very confident. As early as 3 years ago, he boasted with Bai Mingqi that he would come out on top in this Spirit Abyss trial, and that Tianfang City could be included in the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect's sphere of influence in the future. That was also why so many spiritual immortal sect disciples appeared here, and Yi Xiaolin's ability also lived up to his expectations. Not long after the dream of the Spiritual Abyss trial, followed by a dream that he successfully passed the Spiritual Abyss trial, the way of enlightenment is recognized by the green lotus of enlightenment, and finally put into its body. The Spirit Abyss trial did not have a cultivation limit, but for 8,000 years those who participated in the trial were mostly Foundation Establishment to Jindan cultivators, and even the Yuaning cultivators were very few. After all, the cost of this enlightenment is really too great. A careless will be lost in the illusion of the mind, and the body is no different from death. Those Yuaning cultivators do not want to risk their lives for the sake of this unknown utility of the green lotus. So much so that there was no need to mention cultivators with harmonized God and above cultivation levels. After meeting up with Qin Jinxian, Yi Xiaolin casually inquired a few sentences about Lu Yuan, and after receiving the answer that he had not encountered Lu Yuan, he lost interest and only collected his mind, looking up to the sky above. Is Senior Sister Qin going to participate in this trial? He suddenly asked, while his gaze glanced at the entrance to the courtyard from time to time, as if waiting for someone. Qin Jinxian shook her head. My Dao is not here. It would be pointless to participate, and my mission on this trip is to protect you so that you can safely pass the first level. Yi Xiaolin retracted his gaze, and when he twisted his head, his gaze landed on Qin Jinxuan's plump yet elegant figure, and he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Qin Jinxuan's figure was delicate and curvaceous, as if the spring breeze was brushing through a willow, with the softness of a woman but without losing the toughness of an immortal cultivator. Her breasts were plump and high, like 2 proud peaks, manifesting the vigor and abundance of life, while her waist was slender and powerful, as if it contained endless spiritual power. The looks are even better. Just one glance is enough to mesmerize the millions of male disciples in Spirit Sky. Yi Xiaolin secretly swallowed a mouthful of water, then withdrew his gaze. Then I'll trouble Senior Sister Qin to protect me when the time comes. Qin Jinxian waved her hand and was about to speak, but she saw a figure sweeping in, and a flash of surprise flashed across her eyes. Senior sister, what brings you here? Yi Xiaolin saw this while he breathed a long sigh of relief. The dream elder sister was the one who came with himself. Now that elder sister Lu arrived, his heart was quite relaxed. After all, since the beginning of Lu Yuan's retreat from the clan, so many things had changed their trajectory, and this one variable had made him a bit mentally exhausted all this time. It was good that senior sister Lu had also come on the trip to Tianfeng City, which had given him a peace of mind. Chapter 30 Refinement. Awakening the Silent Pupil. I've come down the mountain to find a way to break the heart demon tribulation, Lu Xuanwei said directly. Qin Jinxian was curious. Elder sister, what exactly is your heart demonic calamity? Lu Xuanwei sank her eyebrows and said perfunctorily. You'll know when I break the robbery. Qin Jinxian wanted to ask again, but Lu Xuanwei had already changed the topic and said, have you ever encountered Lu Yuan along the way? Qin Jinxian froze, her complexion instantly becoming despondent as she shook her head. Not yet. I only heard someone say that they had seen a white-haired handsome youth holding a white puppy. Lu Xuanwei mused. This basically matched what she had inquired about. Senior sisters, do you guys think I'll meet my senior brother in this trial? Yi Xiaolin asked at the right time. Lu Xuanwei frowned when she heard this. She raised her hand and rubbed Yi Xiaolin's head, softly saying, there's no need to call him senior brother. The previous one didn't deserve it, and the current one doesn't qualify. Yi Xiaolin sniffed and immediately put on a look of wanting to speak. But, no buts. Lu Xuanwei opened her mouth to interrupt him as expected. A waste is a waste. Even if he was once glorious, it's hard to change the fact that he's a waste. Qin Jinxuan's brows furrowed slightly, but she didn't say anything. After all, she had already seen what Lu Xuanwei was like, and speaking out against it herself would only lead to unnecessary arguments. But heard Lu Xuanwei snort coldly, then said, this time if he has the guts to come, maybe I will still think highly of him for a few points, but waste is waste. With his footwork did not die of exhaustion in the middle of the road is a good thing. Qin Jinxian couldn't listen any longer and directly turned toward the outside of the courtyard. I'm a little tired. You guys talk. Senior sister Qin? For Qin Jinxuan's reaction, Yi Xiaolin was obviously a bit surprised. He didn't know what was wrong with Qin Jinxian. Could it be that Lu Xuanwei had said that Lu Yuan was a waste of space and hurt Qin Jinxian? But of all the things that she had falsely accused Lu Yuan of in the first place, she had clearly participated in many of them, and had also clearly expressed her distaste for Lu Yuan. Why now? Yi Xiaolin had a few moments of puzzlement, but he heard Lu Xuanwei sigh softly. Your senior sister Qin was still thinking of receiving Lu Yuan back to the clan, but it's a pity that she couldn't even see Lu Yuan's face. Saying that, she also walked towards the courtyard door. Rest well and prepare for the Spirit Abyss trial in 3 days. I've been running all the way and I want to rest as well. As she spoke, her figure had already disappeared around the corner of the courtyard gate. Seeing the two women leave successively, Yi Xiaolin's eyes instantly turned cold. This Lu Yuan clearly did nothing, yet he still made senior sister Qin care about him so much. It seems that the efforts made over the years were still not enough, but it doesn't matter. He's already an invalid anyway, so when he meets a sword one day, he'll just chop it off. With this in mind, the precognitive dream that he had unexpectedly had not long ago, which was about himself and senior sister Lu, suddenly came to his mind. Perhaps this heart demon tribulation was the opportunity, and he himself would finally be able to unseal the first layer of the astral Yuan pulse body. Thinking of this, the corner of Yi Xiaolin's lips curled up into a playful arc. When he got this chance, it would be time to enjoy it for a while. Qin Jinxian, who had left the courtyard, returned to the room that had been arranged for her and sat in front of the dresser silently weeping. Obviously, at one time, they were so worshipful of Lu Yuan, even treating him as their goal. When exactly did they start to change? While enjoying the convenience brought by Lu Yuan, he resented his return. Is it really true that Lu Yuan is unworthy and unqualified to be our senior brother? She had an answer in her mind. Only it was a pity that the answer might only be recognized by herself. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and the inn where Lu Yuan was staying, it was already after Shenzhen time, and this inn was already full of people. At this moment, in Lu Yuan's room, Lu Yuan opened his right eye and let out a long breath. Now that the silent pupil had been completely refined, a warm and comfortable feeling still filled Lu Yuan's left eye. Lu Yuan once again added an astringent array, and threw Xiao Bai, who didn't know whether he was asleep or starving, into the Sumeru ring, before he took a deep breath and prepared to open his left eye. In this instant, the long-dormant silent pupil in his eyes was like a sleeping star being awakened, releasing a deep and cold light. With the opening of the silent pupil, the visions of heaven and earth appeared one after another. The originally tranquil night sky seemed to have been torn apart by an invisible force. A deep rift running across the sky, a bit of starlight flickering in the pitch-black crack, as if connecting to the endless void. The air around them seemed to freeze, and the only thing that filled the night sky was the cold breath that emanated from the silent pupil. Under the influence of this force, the surrounding scenery began to twist and distort, and the distant mountains seemed to be kneaded by an invisible giant hand, transforming into a piece of broken phantoms that drifted apart in the air. The nearby trees, on the other hand, under the gaze of the silent pupil, their branches and leaves withered instantly, turning into a dead silence. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be caught up in this mysterious and terrifying power. At the center of this vision, light flowed and quickly outlined a bizarre rune that looked extremely similar to the pupil of an eye. Many cultivators sensing this aura had stepped out of their residences and looked out at the bizarre pupils of the eyes above the sky. The pupils of those eyes were deep and cold, as if they could penetrate through all illusions, and a bizarre power was spreading rapidly, and under the effect of this power, the cultivators of the entire heavenly Fong city froze on the spot. At this instant, a thought couldn't help but arise within them that this pupil of the eye seemed to control the life, death, and reincarnation of all of their living beings. Such a vision. Could it be that some supreme being from outside the domain is spying on us? A void refinement stage deacon of the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion twirled his beard and murmured in a low voice, "Can't it be that the cultivators in the city have awakened some terrifying physique or talent?" The sword-bearing middle-aged man on the side held his arms and flirted, but his eyes were filled with gravity. That old man smiled ha at his words. "If that's really the case, then I'll head to the inner gate to convince those old guys to directly internalize this guy as the patriarch's successor." Even though he was laughing, the gravity in his eyes was not much less. Why is it now that such a horrible vision has appeared? Could it be that there will be some changes in this trial? Or is that supreme being who created the Spirit Abyss trial spying on this place? He couldn't figure it out. The remaining two immortal sects had also proposed this idea, but there was no evidence to prove it, so it was left unsettled. Spirit Immortal Sect Residence. Yi Xiaolin looked at the huge pupil-shaped rune above the sky dome, and his fists pinched and creaked. Variables. He frowned tightly. His heart instantly lost its bottom. In that precognitive dream, there had never been such a scene. I'm afraid that this Spirit Abyss trial will change. Just as he was thinking so, the bizarre power brought about by the awakening of the power of the silent pupil had begun to dissipate, and the rift in the sky had begun to slowly close, and that cold aura emanating from the silent pupil also gradually disappeared as the weird power dissipated. When all the visions returned to calm, Lu Yuan's left eye gradually returned to normal. It was not until this moment that Lu Yuan truly felt that the silent pupil belonged to him. Chapter 31 This Spirit Abyss Trial. You have to participate for me as well. At this moment, in Lu Yuan's left eye, the aura of heaven and earth was like silk, lingering in every inch of space. They were no longer formless and qualitative existences, but transformed into colorful streams of light that poured down like a waterfall and were as brilliant as the Milky Way. These streams of aura intertwined and entwined in the air, forming a splendid picture scroll. The colors of aura streamers are rich and varied, from deep blue purple to passionate crimson, from fresh emerald green to mysterious silver white, and each color represents a different aura attribute and power. These colors intertwined and changed in the air, as brilliant as a rainbow and as bright as fireworks. Flipping out the window, Lu Yuan leaped onto the roof and raised his eyes to look into the distance. It was seen that in the places where the aura was thick, the streams of light converged into a single light cluster, either suspended in the air or floating on the ground, emitting a dazzling light. These clusters of light were the essence of aura and contained great power. Cultivators could sense their aura and use the so-called gong methods to draw and refine the energy in them. At this moment, the entire world took on a new look in Lu Yuan's eyes. On a whim, Lu Yuan leaped off the roof and walked on the streets of Tianfeng City, listening to the cultivators on the road discussing the earlier vision that could be called bizarre. However, while walking, Lu Yuan heard some other topics. Have you heard? There are hundreds of corpses on a road southwest of Tianfeng City. I've heard about it long ago, and it's said that many of them are high-ranking qi refining cultivators, and there are even a dozen or so foundation establishment cultivators, with the highest cultivation even reaching the middle stage of foundation establishment. Isn't it just the middle stage of foundation establishment? What's so great about it? The bone age is less than 20. There was a sound of breath being sucked in. Such a heavenly pride is a core disciple no matter where you put him. Yes, even the 10 great immortal sects will, I'm afraid, pay immense attention. That's for sure. Where would there be a sect hierarchy that doesn't care about such a heavenly pride? Hearing this, Lu Yuan let out a light laugh and took a step to leave the place. Yes, where would there be a sect hierarchy that didn't care about such a heavenly pride? Unless you were never really accepted there. Fortunately, he had already detached himself from it, and since he had been living like a casual cultivator, he might as well just be a casual cultivator. Thinking of this, The corners of Lu Yuan's lips slightly hooked up, and his figure steeply disappeared as he walked around a corner. A few moments later, the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect's residence. Are you sure? Lu Xuanwei was slightly agitated. She looked at the youth who came to report and stood up at once. Back to senior sister. I definitely didn't see it wrong. That was indeed a white-haired youth dressed in coarse linen. Receiving the affirmation, Lu Xuanwei took her long legs and wanted to leave, but she violently stopped her footsteps the moment before she left the room. Does that man have any cultivation in him? She asked again. The youth sniffed and thought back carefully, then nodded. I felt extremely faint fluctuations of true qi on his body, so I think there should be cultivation in place. As soon as she heard that it was true qi, Lu Xuanwei immediately turned around and returned to her previous position to sit down. That's not him. Lu Xuanwei shook her head. You continue to look. There's no need to keep an eye on that person. The young man sniffed and muttered in his heart. Obviously the back was basically the same as what the world described. So why wasn't it again? He had no choice but to exit this room as well. However, not long after he left, Lu Xuanwei also left this place. She was incomparably certain that Lu Yuan definitely still had cultivation in his body. But even so, it should be the unique true essence of a Jindan stage cultivator, not true qi. However, for her, who was descending from the heart demon tribulation, it was better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. However, she was destined to find no trace of Lu Yuan. After all, at this time, Lu Yuan was testing the ability of the silent pupil in the ring world of the Sumeru ring. Then he saw his eyes flinch, and the plains in the distance instantly lit up with a blazing fire, while a sharp pain like a knife and axe came from him, causing his spirit to go into a trance. Fortunately, his chaotic Tao body was promoted from the instant healing spirit body, but 2 breaths of that severe pain disappeared. Opening his eyes again, the fire that was rapidly engulfing the plains was instantly sealed by the strange cold ice and spreading rapidly. In the pupils of his eyes, a trace of coldness rose, and Lu Yuan only felt that every meridian in his body seemed to be frozen, and a piercing coldness enveloped his entire body in an instant. In just 2 breaths, this feeling disappeared, but it still made Lu Yuan shiver uncontrollably. Letting out a long breath, he looked toward the distant peaks. A drop of blood gushed out from the corner of his left eye, following which the distant mountain peak was actually cut off. A sharp pain like thousands of pins and needles swept through in an instant, and Lu Yuan couldn't help but grit his teeth and bow his head. This time it took a full 5 breaths for Lu Yuan to recover. He lay directly on the plains, while Little White ran wildly from afar, surrounding Lu Yuan and wagging his tail incessantly. Lu Yuan lightly laughed, his right hand raised instantly, and Little White immediately stuck up. This silent pupil was worthy of being sacrificed with countless magic treasure origins, and its power was truly terrifying. However, it is also Lu Yuan's special physique that he dares to use so. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Yi Xiaolin gets this thing, he can't refine it. And even if he gets lucky and refines it, the ability that he can use is estimated to look at the flow of the heaven and earth's spiritual qi. After spending 2 days refining the pupil of silence and using it 3 times, and relaxing at this moment, Lu Yuan only felt exhausted to the extreme, and he slept before closing his eyes for a while. And this sleep, he slept for 5 whole days. 5 days in the Sumeru ring. By the time he woke up and left the Sumeru ring to return to the inn, a full half day had passed. At this moment, there were only 6 hours left until the Spirit Abyss trial opened. At this time, a group of uninvited guests suddenly came to Tianfang City, and they were mostly old and aged cultivators, or seriously injured cultivators who were about to die. They didn't come here to participate in the Spirit Abyss trial, but to take over their bodies. Every Spirit Abyss trial would have cultivators lost in the mind illusion realm. Most of them were extremely talented, and having their souls trapped meant that their physical bodies decayed. And what these dying cultivators came here to seek was the physical bodies left behind by these cultivators. Get a better body and maybe even live a better life. For such behavior, most of the cultivators in Tianfang City, although the mouth cursed shameless, but the heart can quietly note down this method, not allowed to use in the future. And at this time, the disciples of the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion, Star Immortal Mansion, and Xian Tian Sacred Sect were also picked up by the teleportation array. They were all spirited and full of fighting spirit. But they didn't know that their bodies were also being missed by some of the clan's old men. After all, to be able to enter the 10 great immortal sects, one's talent naturally had no argument, and to be able to come here to participate in the Spirit Abyss trial, which one would be a saving grace? Just as everyone was expecting the Spirit Abyss trial to descend, in the middle of Lu Yuan's room, Lu Yuan grabbed Xiaobai's fleshy face, and there were a few points of helplessness in his eyes. This Spirit Abyss trial, you have to participate for me as well. Chapter 32 Spirit Abyss Trial. Opening. Today's white is noticeably more rounded. On the way here, Lu Yuan picked quite a few spirit grasses of extremely low vintage, and planted them all in the Sumeru ring. Another spirit wood hut transformed into the existence of spirit trees. These spirit plants are extremely rapid growth. Just a few days will have given birth to spiritual chi. Obviously, in the past 2 days, Xiaobai was locked into the Sumeru ring after not lesuing all those spirit grass. No wonder it grew so fat. This was still something Lu Yuan realized only after he woke up. Looking at Xiaobai foolishly tilted his head. Lu Yuan helplessly propped up his forehead, and in his heart he couldn't help but sigh that Xiaobai's enlightenment was still too late. If only there was a birth spirit grass. As he was thinking this, a glimmer of spiritual light blossomed in Lu Yuan's left eye. In the next instant, the spiritual light flew out and was directly injected into little White's brow. Oh? Xiaobai froze, then his eyes became godly. His eyes even swept around, retracted his gaze and barked twice at Lu Yuan. Then the man stood up, his front paw pointed to the roof, and barked twice again. This is Kaiji? All of this Lu Yuan naturally knew, yet even so he was still a little surprised, not expecting that he just thought so. The silent pupil would realize this idea. So it seemed that the ability of the silent pupil was definitely more than just the little bit known after refining it. Only after making sure that Xiaobai knew what the Spirit Abyss trial was did Lu Yuan put his heart down. 6 hours passed in a flash. During this period of time, many more cultivators arrived at Tianfeng City one after another, and every single one of those who arrived tried to find a place to hide in order to avoid any physical mishaps while breaking through the barrier. After all, once a cultivator enters the secret realm of the mind, he will not be able to take care of his own body. If he can't come back, it's okay. If he comes back and realizes that his body has encountered strange treatment, then it will be somewhat worse than death. Soon, the originally bustling heavenly Feng City gradually became quiet, with only a few cultivators who weren't going to participate in the trial still loitering and talking on the streets. At this moment, the blue sky was clear and cloudless, and those cultivators who were not participating in the trial raised their heads as if they had expected it. In this instant, the sky seemed to be enveloped by a mysterious force and began to show breathtakingly bizarre changes. The originally clear and boundless blue sky suddenly became gloomy, and the clouds rapidly gathered, but not in an unusual grayish color, but with a faint purple and black intertwined chaos. Between the clouds flickered faint electric light, like dragons and snakes roaming around, constantly twisting and changing their shapes. These electric lights did not emit ear-piercing thunder, but were low and eerie, like ghostly sobs from the 9 ghosts. As time passed, a crack gradually opened up in the center of the sky, not an ordinary crack in the sky, but a layer of ripples like water. The light coming from the crack was not sunlight, but a deep ethereal blue color, as if connecting to another unknown world. Under the reflection of this ghostly blue light, the surrounding clouds began to surge, forming a strange picture. At times, they transformed into ancient immortals playing games in the clouds, and at other times, they turned into spirit beasts soaring in the clouds, and each image was lifelike, yet fleeting. Just as the crowd was captivated by this strange sight, an illusory green lotus suddenly bloomed in the center of the sky. This green lotus was not a solid entity, but rather was made up of countless streams of green-colored light intertwined, with each filament emitting a faint fluorescence, as if it contained endless Tao rhythms. The green lotus slowly rotated, emitting a mesmerizing aura as if it could purify all dust and troubles. This was the final reward of the Spirit Abyss trial, the green lotus of enlightenment. As the green lotus of enlightenment appeared, the surrounding sky became even weirder. The original electric light became more frequent and intense, and the clouds also became thicker and more oppressive. However, in the midst of this oppression, there was an unspeakable solemnity and holiness, as if the entire heaven and earth were solemnizing for the upcoming Spirit Abyss trial. In the next instant, the countless streams of light that made up the green lotus of enlightenment suddenly dispersed, turning into a rain of light that poured down from the sky. It was also at this moment that every cultivator who wanted to participate in the Spirit Abyss trial activated their divine sense and began to compete for the first batch of light rains. Anyone who snatches the light rain will be pulled into the mind illusion, and as long as they succeed in getting out of the mind environment, they will be able to ascend the Spirit Abyss heavenly staircase and head to the second level of the Spirit Abyss trial. In the middle of the room, Lu Yuan's mind moved, and instantly, his divine sense wrapped in 2 rains of light flew towards the room they were in. However, just at this moment, there were several divine senses attacking from the surroundings, trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Lu Yuan was also not the least bit spoiled, and between his thoughts, his divine sense instantly released a wave of divine sense impact, directly dispersing the divine sense of those who were trying to take food from the tiger's mouth. And at this moment, in the surrounding several rooms, one cultivator after another violently opened his eyes and couldn't help but spray blood from his mouth and nose, his breath withering. Just in the moment before Lu Yuan was about to include the 2 rains of light into the room, A powerful divine sense enveloped the room and actually directly restricted Lu Yuan's recycled divine sense. Lu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. I'm afraid that this kind of divine sense is unique to Yuaning stage cultivators. As he was thinking this, he heard a mellow voice ring out. I'm afraid it's not quite appropriate for you, Taoist friend, with such a powerful cultivation to compete with these juniors for the creation of the world, right? He saw a middle-aged man with a goatee wearing a Taoist robe and holding a duster standing in front of the inn by stepping into the void, his eyes staring sharply at the room where Lu Yuan was. Could it be that this spirit abyss trial was set up by fellow Taoist? Lu Yuan asked rhetorically, his words carrying a few hints of mockery. However, he heard the middle-aged man with the goatee snort and said, even so, we should give the opportunity to those juniors instead of being brazen enough to compete with them. Lu Yuan snorted, just a moralistic guy. If not for the lack of certainty, you are bound to be more aggressive than me. You. That middle-aged man with the goatee was obviously poked in the sore spot by these words as he let out a cold snort and flung his duster in his hand. Mr. Sun advises you to give up this trial and apologize to those latecomers so that you don't incur the trouble of killing yourself later on. He warned in no uncertain terms. Kill the body? Lu Yuan asked rhetorically, his tone carrying a few hints of sarcasm. The middle-aged man with the goatee nodded. That's right. Pust. Before the words were finished, his expression suddenly stiffened. His face quickly reddened, and finally he didn't hold back and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His figure flew out backwards, smashing through the pavement on the opposite street, completely out of breath. While in the middle of the room, Lu Yuan's left eye flickered with a strange light, while his eyes were cold to the core. Closing his left eye, Lu Yuan took those two rays of light into the room in one breath. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yuan took Little White and directly entered the Sumeru ring. As expected, as that goatee middle-aged man's figure flew out backwards, immediately there were several more figures swept in from afar, and directly barged into his room as if they were hot-headed. The strongest of these people were already in the late Yuaning stage, and the weakest had a Jin Dan great circle, just at the side of the empty room. Several people were puzzled, yet in just a few moments, as if they had thought of something, their faces changed drastically, and they turned around and ran wildly towards the outside of the city. Not even daring to care about those disciples of theirs who had suffered from soul traumas. The person was not there, but the voice was still there, and even the two rains of light were nowhere to be seen, and it was also able to instantly kill a Yuaning stage cultivator such as the middle-aged man with the goatee, which at least had to be a strong void refining stage cultivator. They were actually bold enough to break into the room of a void refinement stage cultivator, even if that void refinement cultivator wasn't there. This was still an act of seeking death. Chapter 33, Clouds by the Moon. Frost and snow in the sky, and at this moment, Lu Yuan had already distributed a rain of light to Little White, and then guided the rain of light into his brow. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaobai followed Lu Yuan's movements and similarly introduced the rain of light into his brow. Closing his eyes, Lu Yuan only felt a burst of noisy sounds ringing in his ears, like he was in the middle of a downtown, but he couldn't hear anything. Within a short time, the cacophony of voices gradually faded away, replaced by the chirping of insects and birds and the gurgling of water in the mountains, followed by the rustling of wind-blown leaves. Suddenly, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes was a verdant green, with giant trees standing on their roots in the sky, luxuriant leaves covering the sky, and the fragrance of the soil quickly filling Lu Yuan's nostrils. Frowning slightly, Lu Yuan took a few steps forward and raised his hand to lightly touch the huge wood in front of him that was completely covered with moss. The soft and slightly damp touch was so real. This is the mind illusion. What was seen and felt was so real that it was no wonder that so many people were lost in this mental illusion and could not get out. At this time, a hint of breath is suddenly broke into the scope of Lu Yuan perception. He subconsciously turned back, then saw a familiar figure from the distance emerged. The man was tall, dressed in the Spirit Sky Sect disciple's costume, his long hair fixed with a wooden hairpin, and was currently holding a sword in his left hand and carrying a wine jug in his right hand, as he was looking at Lu Yuan with interest. Long time no see. Seen your brother Lu Yuan. A familiar voice rang out, causing Lu Yuan to sway a little. Seen your brother Gu. Long time no see. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, while turning around and arching his hand at the youth. This person's name is Gu Mingzi. When Lu Yuan first joined the clan, he had taken him to carry out the clan's mission of a senior brother. People are quick, love to drink wine, but also a sword Dao wizard. It was only a pity that during a conflict over a spirit vein, he fought 3 enemy clan Jindan stage cultivators on his own and finally died of exhaustion. Recalling the past events about Gu Mingzi in his mind, his heart had already realized the key to this first level. Insight into the heart, insight into one's desires, fears and obsessions in the midst of the illusion, and the only way to get through is to cut these away. And these are often the most difficult for cultivators to face and part with. However, all of this was already in the past for Lu Yuan, and there was nothing difficult to face or part with. Circumstances follow the mind, and life is created by the mind. Lu Yuan had dropped all of it. Lu Yuan couldn't help but recall what he had seen in his dream. The first level was to sharpen his will and insight into heaven and earth. He needed to find the exit in the midst of endless dangers, and only if he chose the right one could he pass the level, or else he would be lost in that endless dangers forever. It seems like you've had a hard time during these years of my absence. Not only has your cultivation not refined, but even your hair has gone gray. Gu Mingzi laughed and teased, then opened the wine pot and slammed in a few gulps. Refined, just overflowing. Lu Yuan responded and directly sat down on his knees in place. Gu Mingzi nodded and handed the wine jug over. Seeing how calm you are, I guess you already know the key to passing the test, right? Lu Yuan raised his eyes to Gu Mingzi and nodded. Senior brother, after this battle, I hope you and I will meet again on the immortal road. At the moment of his words, Lu Yuan's fingers were like swords, and he wiped them in the air. At that moment, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth converged and spread out as a breeze, breaking through the air and cutting through the wind without a trace. With this sword chop, the wine pot was instantly chopped in half, while Gu Mingzi stamped his feet on the ground and retreated sharply. So it seems that even though your cultivation level is not high, Master Lu's control over the aura of heaven and earth is frighteningly strong. Steadying his stance and watching the breeze dissipate into nothingness, Gu Mingzi smiled and flirted. Then his aura completely exploded around his body, and he looked slightly displeased for a few moments. It's just a pity that the beauty of it is that you still stayed your hand. Are you looking down on your senior brother me? Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head as he got up and grabbed the wooden sword. Nonetheless, it's just that senior brother has also comprehended a bit of a sword stance, and would like to have senior brother's help in giving him some pointers. The moment the words fell, Lu Yuan's figure was already rushing out like an arrow off the string. The wooden sword in his hand was pulled up like a flowing cloud by the moon. His sword step was light, and his stance was erratic. Suddenly, he stabbed out with his sword. His body was like stepping on the moon, leaving no dust behind, and the tip of his sword pointed out with a sharp edge. This is the second sword of the 9 swords of the immortal exorcist. The flowing clouds and moonlight step light dust. Gu Mingzi immediately brightened up. This stance, this sword move, it's wonderful. The words fell. He also pulled up the sword flower. At once the body has countless sword shadow convergence, like a sword wheel arching in its circumference. Issued a sound sword chant, Jingo resonance constantly. Flowing light sword shadow, Gu Mingzi's famous sword move. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan mobilized 30% of chaotic chi to wrap around the tip of the sword. At that moment, countless sword shadows flew towards Lu Yuan like streams of light, constantly impacting on top of the wooden sword tip, emitting bursts of gold and iron sounds. But under Lu Yuan's strange stance, they constantly fell short. However, after falling short, the sword shadow did not disperse, and turned its direction to attack towards Lu Yuan again. Under the siege of the seemingly endless sword shadows, even though Lu Yuan relied on the weirdness of his sword moves to keep dodging, he felt doubly overwhelmed. He had no choice but to make another sword strike. In this instant, the true chi in his body was induced, and the chaotic chi was even mobilized by 50%. The moment his feet settled, Lu Yuan had already swung out his sword. Under this sword, the sword chi was like frost and snow within a 10-feet radius covered by the sword intent, covering the sky and the earth, as if it wanted to freeze this heaven and earth in the sword intent. The third sword of the 9 swords of the exorcist, frost and snow filled the sky and sealed a Qianquan. Countless sword shadows seemed to be frozen under this sword, suspended in the void, no longer able to move the slightest bit. Gu Mingzi was surprised. I thought that the previous sword was your limit, but I never thought that you still had a card. As soon as the words fell, Lu Yuan's sword step had already arrived, and the wooden sword entwined with chaotic chi instantly penetrated Gu Mingzi's chest, and the thousands of sword shadows instantly dissipated into nothingness. It seems that senior brother has also held back a bit, Lu Yuan said with complicated eyes. Gu Mingzi laughed. Since the moment you didn't believe I was real, my power is limited. As he spoke, Gu Mingzi's body had begun to dissipate. More than that, if you are lucky enough to meet me after reincarnation, you must remember to give me some guidance. I don't want to be that bitter again. Lu Yuan froze slightly, then nodded. Drawing the wooden sword back, Gu Mingzi's figure completely disappeared, while everything around him began to crumble at that moment. As his consciousness returned to his body, Lu Yuan looked at Little White lying on the side, and his brows couldn't help but knit up. What's this stupid dog giggling about? Seeing Little White lying on the ground at the moment, not knowing what he had encountered in the mind illusion, he actually grinned a silly smile. However, when he saw the dirt that was wet with saliva, Lu Yuan immediately turned his head to look at the Sumeru medicine field that was oohed and awed not far away, and he couldn't help but helplessly hold his forehead. It's just a few months old wolf pup. What can come out of a mind illusion? Lu Yuan laughed bitterly and simply lay directly on the ground, slowly falling into the middle of contemplation. Chapter 34. If this is reality, doesn't it mean I'm worse than a dog? At the same time, Yi Xiaolan's mind illusion was in the middle. He was in the middle of a dimly lit cavern, surrounded by a suffocating sense of oppression. It was all so familiar, so pleasant to his mood, and nothing about it seemed to have changed. Still searching for an exit amidst endless dangers, he stepped forward, looking composed, avoiding danger with ease and abandon, and his lips were even tinged with a faint smile. Suddenly, he stepped out of the cave into an open area, while below him was a bottomless abyss. In the middle of the abyss, a giant beast roared, sounding like a morning bell and a drum, causing the stone walls to crumble and debris to fly. Seeing the right moment, Yi Xiaolan did not hesitate and leapt down towards the huge beast, his eyes full of pleasure. Unsurprisingly, your giant beast faced Yi Xiaolan, who took the initiative to come to your door, and opened its bloody mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. After a moment of trance, Yi Xiaolan opened his eyes, and after seeing the familiar room, he let out a long breath of relief. It seemed that the mind illusion hadn't changed in any way. The so-called variables, I am afraid, are extremely limited in what they can change. The corners of his lips curled up as he stepped out of the room, looking at the color-changing aura in the sky, his right hand lightly tapping his brow. However, at that very instant, he suddenly realized something and his movements suddenly froze. This was not right. The two senior sisters were not even outside the house to protect themselves. In an instant, he only felt his scalp tingling, felt a chill down his spine, and his forehead had been filled with cold sweat. This was actually the precognitive dream that the illusion had simulated itself to have. In the dream he also passed the first level with ease, then stepped out of the room and flew up into the sky to begin the second level. But the problem was that what he was currently experiencing was almost exactly the same as that dream, and if it was reality, it would be impossible for the two senior sisters not to be outside the house to protect themselves. It was fortunate that he had reacted. Otherwise it was extremely likely that he would not have been able to pass this first hurdle. Taking a long breath, he fell into a deep thought. Now that he was in the illusion, how could he get out? The world within the ring of the Sumeru ring, the illusion of White's mind. One could see Little White running wildly across the vast and boundless plains, occasionally stopping to shave two spirit grasses and swallow them, and then without any need to digest them at all, he directly began to advance. First order intermediate, first order advanced, second order, third order. In just a few days, Little White had already become a fifth-order demonic beast, and his strength was comparable to that of a Jindan stage cultivator. It was already comparable to an elephant in size, with strong and powerful limbs and smooth and graceful muscle lines, as if it had gone through 1,000 hammers. The claws were sharp and carried an eerie cold light that could easily tear through the rock, and just by standing there, they carried their own intimidating pressure. Under the moonlight, it looked up to the sky, its fur glistening with a silver-gray sheen. In the rear, quite a few giant wolves that looked similar to Little White followed Little White's lead, running wildly and chasing each other across the plains. After a long time, Xiaobai seemed to be half tired of running, lying on the ground looking at the large area of spirit grass in front of him, his eyes full of reluctance. Since he had opened his spirit, he could not have fallen into the illusion so easily. What color of fur it was, he knew beyond all doubt himself, but there was the pack in front of him that he longed for, everything he aspired to be, even if it was an illusion. He wanted to experience what it was like to be accepted by the pack, only to return to reality himself after the experience. With that thought, it took a deep breath and sat up, its front paws lifting and dropping to its neck without hesitation. In the world in the ring, Little White suddenly moved. Then, as if someone was choking it, it continuously stomped its legs and struggled, causing Lu Yuan, who was on the side, to walk a little farther away in disgust. Not long after, Xiaobai stood up fiercely, his eyes full of shock and panic, as if he had just experienced life and death. But only it knew best. That suffocating and helpless feeling was really too real, as if it was really going to die. But well, it came back moments before it actually breathed its last. A pair of eyes full of wisdom looked at Lu Yuan in the distance. Little White immediately pounced over, only to be easily dodged by Lu Yuan. You peed. Stink. Lu Yuan's answer was simple and concise, instantly causing Xiaobai to cover his face in embarrassment. That choking feeling was so real it actually. Looking at Little White's human-like demeanor, Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. This enlightenment was not bad. Between a thought, a person and a dog returned to the previous room. At this moment, 2.5 hours have passed since the light rain dispersed, and many of them are still in the illusionary realm, without the slightest sign of awakening. Lu Yuan patted the dog's head and smiled. Let's go. I'll show you what this spirit abyss's real trial is like. Saying that, Lu Yuan pushed open the window, and the rain of light on his brow had blossomed into radiance. Little White called out in response, and then slowly landed on a heavenly ladder that led straight to that huge crack that looked like ripples in the water. Lu Yuan brought Little White with him, smiling faintly as he walked up the heavenly ladder, and from time to time, he looked down to check, but he saw that deep within the Ling Xiao immortal sex compound, Yi Xiaolin was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, his right hand resting on his chin, as if he had fallen into deep thought. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, secretly saying that this person was not wondering if he was still in the illusion. Puzzled in his mind, his sight swept over again and instantly became clear. His senior sisters who loved him like their own didn't seem to be by his side, so it was no wonder that he had this suspicion. If it were to be in the past, needless to say this kind of big event, even if he was in seclusion to heal an injury, those few would have guarded outside his room without moving an inch. Even if that wound heals a moment later. He was snickering, but he saw a sword light chopping out from below, heading straight for him. Lu Yuan's brows were tightly locked, and he was about to swing his sword with his wooden sword, when he saw that the sword light crashed into a light screen and quickly collapsed and disappeared. Lu Yuan! A stern cry immediately attracted the attention of many people. Even Yi Xiaolin, who was deep in thought, was attracted by this angry cry and looked up to the source of the voice. This look directly made him freeze in place. White hair, rough linen clothes. Wasn't this exactly Lu Yuan's costume when he left the sect? That guy actually came to the Spirit Abyss trial? Nope. Only then did Ji Xiaolin react to the fact that he had returned to reality and was not in a mind illusion. Senior sister Lu wasn't outside the house to help protect herself because she had gone to look for Lu Yuan. What about Sister Qin? Is this really not a psychic illusion? Suddenly, his sight fell on the white mass beside Lu Yuan, and his heart instantly became certain that this must be a mind illusion. How is it that a dog can get through a mental illusion? If this is reality, doesn't it mean that you are worse than a dog? Laughing coldly, he simply closed his eyes and continued to think about countermeasures. And at that moment, Lu Xuanwei covered herself with a black robe and flew up towards Lu Yuan. However, just as she approached Lu Yuan, she was blocked by a rule force, completely unable to continue to approach. Even though she kept swinging her sword towards Lu Yuan, they were all easily dissolved by that rule force. She stared blankly at Lu Yuan, who was moving away from her, and gritted her teeth in anger as she transmitted. Lu Yuan, the Spirit Abyss trial is filled with killing machines everywhere. I hope you can still come out alive. However, this voice was also restricted by the rules and was completely unable to reach Lu Yuan's ears. The second level of the Spirit Abyss trial. I, Lu Yuan, have come. Woof. Chapter 35, Qin Jinxian enters the trial. Yi Xiaolin still tangled up. Amidst a fog, Qin Jinxian kept chasing forward. Up ahead, there was always a back. And if she was fast, that back would be fast. And if she was slow, that back would be slow. The two of them kept an unchanging distance, causing Qin Jinxuan's heart to burn with anxiety. Eldest senior brother. Stop. Count Jane Xian is begging you. Woohoo. Finally, she paused and sat down on her knees, unable to hold back her tears. This was Qin Jinxuan's mind illusion. Eldest senior brother? What a familiar and unfamiliar title. I haven't heard it in over 100 years. At that moment, a voice rang out, and then that back figure finally turned around, and it was none other than Lu Yuan. What? Is it that the Sovereign Lord hasn't tortured me enough to make you take me back and throw me into the Void Rift to continue helping the clan suppress the source of the evil qi? As a way to continue to torment me as a mortal? Lu Yuan laughed maniacally. She also doesn't carry that dog's head to think about it. Does the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect deserve it? Qin Jinxian raised her head in shock, looking at Lu Yuan's maniacal face. She seemed to remember something, but she couldn't quite recall it. The world knows that mortals can enter cultivation at the age of 12, and I built the foundation at 13 and achieved Jindan cultivation at 16. Even if it's the 9 immortal sects, if I go there, I'll be a key disciple to cultivate. But what about in the Spirit Sky Sect? Lu Yuan's face was twisted, his eyes red. In the Spirit Sky Sect I've lived even less than the mundane world, less than those loose cultivators. 2 lines of clear tears crossed Qin Jinxuan's delicate face. She wanted to open her mouth to say something, but she heard Lu Yuan continue. The techniques I cultivate are the most common qi drawing skills and yuan gathering skills in the mundane world, and even the original magic treasures after connecting the Dan are all made from my own materials and asked to be refined. 3 years? Do you know how much I can raise my cultivation in 3 years? Qin Jinxian was so sour in her heart that she couldn't help but choke. Big brother. Don't call me big brother. Lu Yuan spoke out to interrupt, his expression cold, yet with deep hatred in his eyes. She never taught me. She just took up the name of a master and received all the benefits from the old patriarch, and all the rewards were taken by one person alone. And I never got even a single spirit stone. And me? Not a single complaint. and even guided the 5 of you on the immortal path for her. And in the end, for the sake of the clan's prosperity, I went alone to the void rift to suppress the source of the evil qi. Lu Yuan steeply looked at Qin Jinxian, and that look made Qin Jinxian shiver in fear for an instant. But what did you do to me in the end? Qin Jinxian lowered her head in shame, her heart growing more and more sour. If it wasn't for me, she wouldn't be the current sect leader of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, and you wouldn't be the so-called proud daughters of heaven. Qin Jinxian froze. That feeling from just now appeared again, but it was also like just now, still fleeting. What have you forgotten? Since you've found me, let me simply make it clear. That evil aura was released by me on my own initiative. I just want to let this group of white-eyed wolves from the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect know that without me, the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect is nothing. Lu Yuan continued. Qin Jinxian looked up in shock as that feeling grew stronger, but she just couldn't remember what she had forgotten. However, he saw that Lu Yuan's right hand had grabbed a short knife at some point and threw it directly towards Qin Jinxian. Looking at you, you must know that you've apologized to me, right? In that case, why don't you cut yourself in front of me? How about it? As soon as those words came out, she reacted completely, and a memory flooded into her mind like a tidal wave. This is mind illusions. Then this person in front of him was by no means his own eldest brother. She didn't dare to say anything else, but eldest senior brother would definitely not want them to die, even if he had already severed his ties with the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect. Qin Jinxian fiercely stood up, looking at Lu Yuan whose eyes were crimson in front of her, gnashing her teeth in hatred. What kind of a thing are you to tarnish eldest brother's image in my heart? After she said that, her right hand fused her fingers like a sword, pointing out towards Lu Yuan through the air. In a flash, Lu Yuan's body stiffened, a bloody hole emerged on his head, and his body fell straight down. Also at that moment, the surrounding illusion changed drastically, and then everything disappeared. In a daze, Qin Jinxian felt as if a hand was touching her face, and then was even bolder to the point of reaching towards the bottom of her neck. She opened her eyes in horror and saw a clean-cut young man staring down at the fullness of her chest with a face full of shock, and she was instantly furious. Snap! With a slap, he directly jerked the man backwards and flew out, crashing through the stone wall and flying into the courtyard. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Jinxian took out a golden longsword from her Qianquan ring and directly walked out. The young man panicked when he saw this, and he struggled to get up from the ground. Fairy, let me explain. Before the words were finished, Qin Jinxian had already chopped out with a sword. A big good head was thrown up in the air as the sword chi passed by. Is a Yuaning cultivator not something you can trifle with? She said coldly, and between her thoughts, the aura of heaven and earth transformed into sword chi, shredding the man's corpse, and then finally burning it cleanly with a fire. After doing so, she seemed to notice something and looked upwards. Then she saw a white-haired figure above the dome of the sky. In just an instant, the figure dissipated like a mirage. Qin Jinxian froze slightly, and then without the slightest hesitation, she invoked the rain of light, and a heavenly ladder fell down, and she ascended it in a smooth manner. And at this moment, Yi Xiaolin was still contemplating on how exactly to leave this mind illusion realm, and didn't pay the slightest attention to Qin Jinxian, who had already begun to climb the heavenly ladder. On the contrary, Lu Xuanwei, who was still angry, was shocked when she saw this scene. She immediately opened her mouth to cry out, yet her voice was blocked, completely unable to reach Qin Jinxuan's ears. When he led by into the huge crack above the sky, he saw the scene that had appeared in that dream. Then they saw that the place they walked out of was actually a courtyard pond. The water surface was like a mirror, and they were able to clearly see the scenery of Tianfeng City below. Walked out of the pond, raised his eyes and looked around. Then see, this place has a light mist. Pavilions are hidden in it. At this moment, and then turned back to look at the pond. You will see the water sparkling, clear, such as a mirror that, but no longer see the Tianfeng City. Lu Yuan froze slightly and turned back in an instant, but Xiaobai was already gone. So it seemed that this second level of the trial had already begun. Looking at the dense fog around him, Lu Yuan had just taken a step out when he noticed that there seemed to be a blurry figure standing in the fog, subconsciously urging his divine sense. He was surprised to find that it was useless here. Raising his eyes again, those blurred figures disappeared again strangely, which made Lu Yuan immediately alert. Raising his foot once again to take a step out, the thick fog in front of him steeply dispersed, and then a childish but familiar face appeared in Lu Yuan's line of sight. Thank you, Patriarch, for saving my life. Lu Yuan will definitely cultivate hard in the future, so as not to waste Patriarch's careful cultivation. That, after all, was my childhood self. Chapter 36, chopping me off to get out of the way to get to the true self. The fog shrouded the area once again, and then another figure emerged. Since it's for the sake of the clan, as a part of the clan I have no reason to refuse. This void rift will be mine to go. It was 23 years old, about to step into the void rift itself. Back then, he still had long black hair. Not like this. I am as close to that Kong Xian as a brother. How could I harm him? Could this matter be something else? I still request that Master can give my disciple a chance to investigate, and I will definitely give you all an explanation. That was Kong Xian's own self, who was eager to find the cause of Kong Xian's death and moreover to prove his innocence when he died. Frosty long hair, frail breath, and dressed in rough linen. Who would have thought that the look-alike himself at that time would be the chief disciple of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect? The evil elixir and the others have already taken it away. Why are they here again? Could it be that you still want to take away the decaying golden Dan in my body? Dressed in a prison uniform, with his hands and feet chained, his body revealed only 2 words, wretched. It was the evil Dan that had been dug up, and the decaying Jin Dan in his body was about to be unprotected itself. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Unworthy of the self in front of him, unworthy of the self in the dream. Ha 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 ha, this is your beloved junior brother, the kind and understanding junior brother in your eyes. I have to say that you all deserve to have your retribution today. Laughing like a madman. That was Yi Xiaolan's gloating self when he sacrificed half of the living beings in the Xinhuang ancient realm to ascend and drew thousands of sects to besiege the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. You are just ants. How dare you try to block my path to immortality? Today, I'm about to ascend. You and others have come to see me off. Lu Mao is grateful, but if you and others do not listen to reason and strike at will, then Lu Mao also knows a little bit of swordsmanship. The look was cold and empty-eyed. That was the instant healing spiritual body awakening again, re-entering the path of immortality, 100 years of Mahayana legends, and about to ascend to the heavens itself. Afterwards there are various periods of their own. In addition to seeing the Jindan is about to lose their own, Lu Yuan frowned, and then no matter when their own reappearance. Lu Yuan face and heart have not the slightest fluctuation. Cut me down and out to get the real me, Lu Yuan murmured in a low voice. Then he grabbed his wooden sword and stepped forward. I don't know about others, but as far as I'm concerned, this trial is without difficulty. Feeling the illusory aura in the illusionary realm, Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with firmness and determination, and as he approached his imaginary shadow, Lu Yuan did not hesitate for a second, and the wooden sword in his hand instantly chopped down. In a flash, the shadows dissipated one by one, and the surrounding fog gradually dispersed at that moment. The illusionary realm began to collapse, but Lu Yuan still stood in the same place. Even though the pavilion and the pavilion were turned into flying dust and dissipated together, Lu Yuan did not make the slightest movement. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the void, which then spread and quickly covered the entire sky dome. Under a crunching sound, the canopy shattered like a glass, turning into a sky full of light and rain. The sky and the earth are clear. Everything around him was instantly plunged into darkness, as if it were a deep night under the cover of dark clouds, with no fingers to be seen. Suddenly, the source of light appeared, and when he raised his eyes, he saw a sky full of stars blooming and flashing with dazzling light, which also illuminated this piece of heaven and earth. Lu Yuan subconsciously stepped forward, but realized that under this step, he had actually induced ripples, just like leaves floating down the water. This was actually a mirror lake at night to be exact. Subconsciously raised his eyes and scanned around, and saw that not far away there was a huge green lotus glowing with green light, making everything around him pale in comparison. The green lotus was seen to be glowing with a faint green light, and its branches were winding and twisting like a giant dragon circling up, holding up the huge flower. The green lotus blossomed with dazzling light, and a faint spiritual rhythm flowed from its petals, and occasionally points of spiritual rhythm light spilled down into the void, transforming into dots of starlight that disappeared into nothingness. The green lotus of enlightenment. Lu Yuan was a little excited and subconsciously raised his step, but then quickly retracted it. In the dream, there was someone who was so impatient that he rushed towards that enlightenment green lotus at once, and was finally killed by the weird power in seconds, without even being able to save his corpse. Turning his head to look, he saw 10 green lotus stone platforms slowly emerging, on which the spiritual rhythm was heavenly, precisely the green lotus platform of enlightenment. It was just that there were prohibitions on the green lotus stage of enlightenment at the moment, and Lu Yuan couldn't step on it at all. Just as Lu Yuan was observing the green lotus stage of enlightenment, a stone monument rose from the mirror lake not far away. Lu Yuan developed a few moments of curiosity and took a step straight over. When he walked to the stone monument, the text on that stone monument was already clearly visible. That was every person who had passed the Spirit Abyss triple trials, only that there were only 7 names from beginning to end. Lu Yuan let out a breath and raised his hand to gently stroke the surface of the stone monument, a cold yet warm sensation coming from his fingertips. Right at this moment, the stone monument suddenly emitted a dazzling light that enveloped Lu Yuan's entire body. This is the list of enlightenment. However, Just as Lu Yuan was feeling the difference of the enlightenment ranking, Little White came from the void and immediately ran over wagging his tail when he saw Lu Yuan. Looking at Xiao Bai's silly appearance, Lu Yuan couldn't help but hold his forehead and laugh bitterly. Opening his mind a little later might not be a bad thing. And at this moment, quite a few cultivators had already passed through the mind illusion and conjured up the heavenly ladder to start heading towards the huge crack above the sky dome. In response, Yi Xiaolin remained contemplating with his eyebrows lowered. However, just as he was thinking about countermeasures, Lu Xuanwei was pushing the door open. Seeing Yi Xiaolin, who did not have the slightest intention to climb the heavenly ladder, Lu Xuanwei's face was filled with puzzlement. "Jean, why are you still here?" The disbelief on Lu Xuanwei's face quickly turned into worry as she asked, "Is it because you didn't catch lightning rain?" Hearing the voice, Yi Xiaolin raised his eyes and swept a glance, then shook his head, ignoring Lu Xuanwei's inquiry. Lu Xuanwei froze and was busy quickly stepping forward to crouch in front of Yi Xiaolin. "Kobayashi, what's wrong with you?" A slight panic arose in her heart. Could it be that junior brother had been taken over? However, Yi Xiaolin let out a cold laugh. "This illusion is made quite real. Even the demeanor is so similar. It's really surprising." At those words, Lu Xuanwei immediately reacted. Was this still thinking that she was in a mind illusion? She hastily patted Yi Xiaolin's shoulder and pointed at the heavenly ladder that hung down from the cracks in the sky. "Junior brother, you won't know the answer until you finish the walk anyway, rather than sitting here waiting for the end to come." When these words came out, Yi Xiaolin froze on the spot. He raised his eyes to look at Lu Xuanwei, and then looked at the heavenly ladder that kept dropping down in the sky, and a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. He immediately stood up, and after much hesitation, he still tapped his brow, and a flash of light appeared, followed by a heavenly ladder dropping down. Stepping onto the heavenly ladder, he gave Lu Xuanwei a deep look and snickered as he opened his mouth. Yet the words that came out of his mouth had been isolated by the rules, and Lu Xuanwei didn't hear a single word. It is fortunate that he did not hear. Otherwise Lu Xuanwei would only be shocked by the content of the words and shattered 3 views on the spot. The heart of the Tao is unstable. Chapter 37 Memory Recovery. Qi Luck Predator. Looking at Lu Xuanwei below, who was still full of hope, Yi Xiaolin was more and more sure that he was still in the illusion. To even reply with such an expression to words like telling her to burn incense and bathe and wait for me to come back to enjoy it. What is it if not in an illusion? Letting out a light laugh, he raised his eyes to look at the cultivators who were surging towards that huge crack like a river of carp, and a trace of annoyance rose in his heart. If he hadn't been unable to find a way out of the situation, how could he have been led by the nose by the illusion? However, after entering the void rift, he realized that he was actually in the middle of the clan. No, not simply the clan. Looking around, the Spirit Sky Immortal sect was a harmonious scene, and many places were completely different from what he remembered. Above the 7 peaks, there was a stone sculpture of Lu Yuan's image. Yi Xiaolin's brows knit tightly as he flew towards Liuli Peak, and just before he landed, he heard people talking, and every time they mentioned Lu Yuan, they were filled with respect and gratitude. Yi Xiaolin was shocked, somewhat unable to understand what was going on. He quickly stepped forward and looked at the 4 words Heavenly Pride stone carving that flew under the stone carving, gritted his teeth in hatred, raised his hand to blast out a punch, but was countered by the restrictions arranged around the stone carving, and was shaken to the point that he spat out blood and flew backwards. Staggering up, panic filled his eyes as he turned around and vanished towards the Patriarch's hall. Find the master. If you find the master, everything will be explained. However, when he arrived at the Patriarch's hall, he was cut off by a prohibition, and no matter what method he used, he was unable to pass through the prohibition in the slightest. Suddenly, he remembered his cave residence, Little Xian Peak, and immediately vaporized in the direction of Little Xian Peak. However, when he just saw the Little Xian Peak, he showed a joyful expression on his face, and just as he was about to head over to check it out, he stopped his footsteps violently. It was seen that the 5 senior sisters and their masters were gathered near the Little Xian Peak at this moment, while the surroundings of the Little Xian Peak were meticulously arranged with various defense formations, as if they were preparing to resist something. Just as he was in the middle of his contemplation, he suddenly noticed that the sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning, as if another terrifying catastrophe was brewing in it. In this instant, a message surfaced in his mind, the Mahayana Heavenly Tribulation. Someone in that Little Xian Peak was ushering in the Mahayana Heavenly Tribulation. Suddenly, a white light flashed down, like a sharp sword cutting through the void, and landed on Little Xian Peak. Various defensive formations were activated, easily receiving this thunder, and then ushering in the thunder that kept pouring down like a heavenly river breaking its banks. For a time, the sky and earth lost their colors, and the rumbling sound was deafening. I don't know how long, the great calamity gradually weakened. In the last one is like a heavenly pillar of thunder boom fell, All kinds of defense array was shattered. Immediately led to the 5 senior sister exclaimed in shock, and hastily towards the small Shen peaked to fly away, but was stopped by the master. With all the buzzing in his ears, Yi Xiaolin couldn't hear what she said, and all 5 senior sisters stopped their steps, their sights gathered to that one cave, and they waited up meditatively. It was also at this moment that the aura within the cave suddenly became even more profound and powerful, accompanied by a rumbling sound. The 6 women's eyes were attracted over, and Yi Xiaolin also looked over at this moment, and then he saw the figure that he hated the most. Lu Yuan. The moment they saw this figure, all 5 senior sisters and master teacher immediately flew over, and junior sister Su Wan even jumped into Lu Yuan's arms at once. The remaining 4 senior sisters and master teachers were surrounding Lu Yuan, their expressions filled with pleasure and delight. Yi Xiaolin's face changed greatly. Just when he wanted to go forward, everything in the distance began to go away. That was a speed that he could not even catch up with at full speed. He was unwilling, just wanted to escape and chase, but was intercepted by a force, as if a natural barrier, so that he could not go forward another inch. Sad, but that's what they were supposed to be. You came along and changed all that. You're the only variable in that. A voice full of compulsion resounded in Yi Xiaolin's ears, and he violently turned his head, trying to find the source of the voice, but found that he could not find anything. Have you forgotten? Sacrificing so much to change all this for what? Exactly? Yi Xiaolin's brows furrowed, and he immediately felt a stabbing pain in the center of his eyebrows, which then quickly spread to his entire head. He gritted his teeth in pain as his body shook, and segments of what seemed like fragments of memories flooded into his mind. It turned out that he was not a person from this realm, but a chi plunderer from outside the domain. He traveled all over the heavens and the worlds, snatching the fortune of the sons of fortune, and in this way exchanging it with something called the system for more powerful and advanced treasures or physical qualities. He had already managed to plunder the chi of hundreds of primary realms and only found it joyless, so he set his sights on the medium realms, and the Xin Huang ancient realm was this medium realm that he was eyeing. In a fit of brilliance, he exchanged a bit of the higher realms with the system to change the plot, the Void Rift. This was also why the remaining value of chi in his hand was not enough to support him in forcibly breaking through the boundary to the Xin Huang ancient realm, and he could only break into this realm by means of reincarnation tire piercing. The so-called reincarnation is a rebirth with erased memories, but it is possible to awaken memories of previous lives under the influence of some specific conditions. Panting heavily, the corners of Yi Xiaolin's mouth involuntarily raised back. Finally, I said, how come there's no information about the second level in the dream? So the reason is here. He stood up straight and a panel appeared in front of him with a thought. 100,000 level of chi luck value. That's really tempting. Son of Fortune, Lu Yuan. Lootable luck value, 850. 000/1. 000. Looted luck value, 150. 000. HM? How is it that you've only plundered 15,000 chi luck values? No. He hurriedly counted the zeros of the plunderable chi values, and was then filled with shock. System, when did Lu Yuan become a son of chi with millions of chi value? A few moments of trepidation grew within him, and he unconsciously gulped. There is a boundary energy isolation. The system is unable to probe the current status of the son of fortune, Lu Yuan, and the initial judgment is awakening. Awakening! Having plundered the chi of hundreds of primary realms, Yi Xiaolin naturally knew what an awakening was. Letting go of what you currently have and stepping out onto a new path is awakening. He had come into contact with more than one awakened son of chi, and there were also those whose chi value had skyrocketed, but at most, it had only doubled, and he had never seen one that directly doubled tenfold like Lu Yuan. Ever since he left the clan, I've felt that everything has gone wrong, and sure enough, he's awakened. He asked, System, if I find a way to pull him back to the clan and then set him up to continue suppressing the source of the evil chi, will he fail to awaken? Please ask the host to do something practical to plunder the chi instead of dreaming about it. Yi Xiaolin, scanning his gaze around him, he asked, so now that I'm not in the mind illusion, I've passed the second level as well? The second level of the Spirit Abyss trial has been forcibly replaced, and the host can travel to the third level of the Spirit Abyss trial at any time. Chapter 38, Injunction Lifted. Lotus Platform of Enlightenment. The Space of Enlightenment. Lu Yuan stood above the Twilight Mirror Lake and looked at the endless starry sky above his head. Beside him, Little White lay quietly on his back, occasionally raising his head to scan the area, then lowering his head to nibble on a piece of spirit wood that Lu Yuan had thrown to it not long ago. The two of them had been waiting here for 2 whole days, and just as Lu Yuan had seen in his dream, not a single person had stepped into the enlightenment space during that time. Retracting his gaze to look at the 10 lotus platforms of enlightenment, the prohibitions on them had already dissipated for the most part, but they were still inaccessible. Right at this moment, a fluctuation emanated from the void at the back, followed by a figure stepping out. The man was dressed in black, holding a sheathed long sword in his hand, and at the moment he seemed to be in the right place, holding the long sword in his arms after finding a spot. Lu Yuan recognized this person at a glance. It was the false Dan realm cultivator who had realized that thousands of swords and knives were suspended in the void. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yuan just wanted to take another look at the green lotus of enlightenment, when he sensed fluctuations coming from the back once again, and then a young girl wearing a long water green dress walked out from it. Wow! Is this the enlightenment space? It doesn't seem too difficult. Lu Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows. The voice seemed to be that Joya? It seems that what she said back then was indeed true. With her enlightenment, she might really be able to leave her name on that enlightenment tablet. As for that green lotus of enlightenment, perhaps only Yi Xiaolin would be able to compete with himself for a moment or two. Ha! You're in too, big dog? At this time, however, he heard Joya's voice coming from beside him, and when he turned his head, he saw that Joya was ravaging Xiaobai's fleshy dog head. To Lu Yuan's surprise, Xiaobai did not resist the whole process, and even wagged his tail in an enjoyable manner. Could this woman have an innate affinity for demonic beasts? Looking at Xiaobai's reaction, this affinity was clearly of a very strong kind, even stronger than that white-eyed wolf Zhou Wan. No one can get close to this guy easily on a regular basis, and you're kind of the first besides me. Lu Yuan decided to guide appropriately, not for any other reason than to make Joya, who was crowned as the most gifted beast master by the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, fall into a joke. Then 2.5 years ago Lu Yuan went down the mountain to exchange the spiritual liquid for something, but he saw that there was a spirit sparrow locked in a birdcage outside Zhou Wan's cave. This spirit sparrow is petite in size, the feathers present a light pink color, full of flashes of subtle golden light points. At first glance it looks like a star falling feathers, beautiful and unusual. If this was an ordinary spirit sparrow, Lu Yuan would never have cared, but that spirit sparrow was a bizarre purple color underneath its feathers when it spread its wings, which instantly caught Lu Yuan's attention. He had once brought Zhou Wan into the world of beast mastery and quickly recognized that this spirit sparrow was the illusory feather spirit sparrow that was capable of bewitching people's hearts. This kind of spirit sparrow can release the illusory feather mist when its wings flap, which will erode the cultivator's mind and make him hallucinate. And this kind of mist is colorless and tasteless, making it difficult to be detected. Lu Yuan directly killed the illusory feather spirit sparrow without the slightest hesitation, only to be bumped into by his junior sister and Yi Xiaolin, who had just returned. Without waiting for him to inquire about the source of the illusory feather spirit sparrow, Zhou Wan angrily blasted Lu Yuan out, and in the end, he was subjected to 30 law enforcement lashes and was grounded from the cave for half a year. During the period, no matter how he explained it, it was useless. With Zhou Wan and Yi Xiaolin testifying, things were quickly capped. Like this kind of demonic beasts cannot recognize all the people. Also worthy of the most talented beast master name? Did you bring the big dog in? Seeing Lu Yuan, a flash of surprise rose in Joya's eyes. Lu Yuan didn't care and laughed lightly as he talked with him, his words prompting Joya to try the way of beast mastery. And just as the two of them were talking, there was another fluctuation in the space behind them, followed by another unfamiliar aura surfacing. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. It seemed that his inclusion did change the content of the trial a little, but that's not necessarily true. Can't guarantee that this person's situation is the same as Joya's? As he was thinking this, a familiar aura appeared in this space. Lu Yuan twisted his head to look, and he saw Yi Xiaolin stepping forward, with a few more points of confidence and arrogance in his eyes. It was the same as in the dream, so he thought that he must have experienced something in the second level, so that it caused him to become like this. Could it be that he thought this green lotus of enlightenment was already his? On the other hand, Yi Xiaolin saw Lu Yuan, who was talking with Joya, at a glance, and the corner of his lips slowly hooked up. That's a whopping 850,000 chi value. He was excited but suddenly remembered that Lu Yuan's enlightenment was unbelievable, and hurriedly began to talk to the system. A few more people came to this space of enlightenment, adding up to 13 people. There were only 3 casual cultivators among them, 2 of which were Lu Yuan and Joya, and the remaining one was the black-clothed youth who was carrying a long sword. In addition to that, the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion had 3 people, the Star Immortal Mansion had 4 people, and the Xin Tian Sacred Sect had 2 people. Lastly, there is Yi Xiaolin. At this moment, the gazes of the crowd were focused on the 10 slowly rotating lotus platforms of enlightenment, their eyes filled with hope. Time slowly passed, and the light of the prohibition on the lotus platform of enlightenment dissipated further, its speed already dozens of times faster than not long ago. At this moment, the place was quiet and a bit eerie, and everyone waited with bated breath for the moment when the prohibition completely disappeared. Finally, when the last of the light dissipated, The prohibition was completely ineffective. The lotus platform of enlightenment emitted a faint spiritual radiance, and a trace of calming aura emanated from it, quickly filling the entire space. However, after the lotus platform of enlightenment's prohibition was removed, there was no one except Lu Yuan who walked towards the lotus platform. Seeing Lu Yuan walking towards one of the lotus platforms of enlightenment, Little White immediately understood and walked towards one of the lotus platforms of enlightenment. Qi refining stage? The third level of Qi refining? At this time, a disciple of the Star Immortal Mansion felt Lu Yuan's aura, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, but in just a moment the surprise turned into a thick mockery. How ridiculous! A guy at the third level of Qi refining also dares to go up to the lotus platform of enlightenment? The man wore a brocade coat and a belt plate engraved with the word star around his waist. Indeed, it is a bit presumptuous. How precious is the lotus platform of enlightenment? Can it be that this kind of person with a low cultivation level can get their hands on it? That Qingfeng Sword Pavilion disciple spoke out in agreement, with sarcasm in his words. More than that, his dogs have gone up to find a lotus platform of enlightenment. This statement led to laughter from the crowd. Yi Xiaolin was also a bit dumbfounded at the moment. Lu Yuan had really resumed his cultivation, and even raised his cultivation to the third level of Qi refining within a month. Previously saw Lu Yuan he did not care. Lu Yuan also did not show the breath. At this moment Lu Yuan mounted the lotus platform show cultivation. Yi Xiaolin was able to know. So it seemed that after leaving the sect, he had quite a few strange encounters, truly worthy of being a million-level son of fortune. Yi Xiaolin laughed coldly in his heart. Then he also took a step towards a lotus platform of enlightenment. When he took the green lotus of enlightenment himself, he would harvest some of the Qi luck value from him. Seeing that Lu Yuan was about to enter the state of enlightenment, someone immediately couldn't sit still. He saw a disciple of the Star Immortal Mansion frowning tightly as he took a few steps to the lotus platform of enlightenment where Lu Yuan was, and opened his mouth in a commanding tone. You, get up and get out. Chapter 39 Little White succeeds in enlightenment. Crowd goes crazy for lotus seat. Lu Yuan didn't even raise his eyelids and asked rhetorically, something's wrong? The Qingfeng Sword Pavilion disciple didn't say anything. His right hand waved out, and the 3-foot green peak appeared in his hand. The sword blade arrived in front of Lu Yuan's neck in a flash, almost sticking to his neck, a trace of coolness coming from the blade. Get out yourself if you don't want to die. Don't force me to kill you. Lu Yuan laughed coldly, and the moment he raised his eyes, a trace of true Qi was introduced into the silent pupil. Qingfeng Sword Pavilion disciple froze, then his face changed greatly, panicked to collect the sword and retreat. Just a few breaths. His face has no blood, such as to see the great horror. Senior. Seeing such a scene, the other two disciples of the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion hurriedly went forward to support this person, and looking at his shocked and trance-like appearance, they couldn't help but feel a surge of anger rise in their hearts. You demon! What exactly did you do to my senior brother? One of the disciples rebuked angrily, and the pair of pupils of his eyes that looked at Lu Yuan were almost on the verge of spewing out fire. Demons? Lu Yuan laughed coldly. That smile was full of disdain. His own heart is too poor. I just cast some illusions. How is he qualified to ascend this green lotus of enlightenment? You! The other Qingfeng Sword Pavilion disciple was furious and wanted to draw his sword but was afraid of the illusion technique that Lu Yuan had performed earlier. Eldest brother. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the back of several people, instantly attracting the attention of several people. Only Lu Yuan's face cold smile disappeared at this moment. This guy, he's definitely up to no good again. Have you really entered the devil's path and become an evil practitioner? Yi Xiaolin slowly walked up, his eyes filled with heartache and worry. Your roots and bones are destroyed. I know that you desperately desire to return to the immortal path, but that is ultimately an evil path. So why would you want to fall so far? As he spoke, his eyes had turned red, as if he was truly worried about Lu Yuan. You know this man? The Qingfeng Sword Pavilion disciple who wanted to draw his sword looked at Yi Xiaolin and asked with furrowed brows. Yi Xiaolin rubbed his nose at the words and busily raised his hand and arched at the surrounding cultivators. Only then did he say, I won't hide it from you all. This person is my Spirit Sky Immortal Sect's eldest senior brother, Lu Yuan. His remaining light swept towards Lu Yuan, a flash of malice hidden in his eyes. Previously, he poisoned and killed his fellow disciples for cultivation resources, and defected to avoid the sect's punishment, and we've been looking for him for quite a while. In a few words, the fact that Lu Yuan was an evil cultivator was directly confirmed. A renegade evil cultivator. No wonder he knows that soul-shattering demonic technique. That Qingfeng Sword Pavilion disciple's face immediately turned grim after hearing Yi Xiaolin's words, and he immediately turned around and arched his hand at the crowd. Gentlemen, this man's tactics. Before the words were finished, a bit of light surfaced above the dark, night-like sky, spitting out the moon like an ending eclipse. Only at this time, The moon was not the usual one, but was colored with a weird blood red color. The blood moon is in the sky. The crowd was stunned, and their sights immediately turned to the giant wolf that was lying on the side on the lotus platform of enlightenment as if it was sleeping. Just at this time, the body of Xiaobai rose up wisps of fog in the air, convergence and distortion, and finally transformed into a 10 feet more than a huge white wolf. Its pupils flashed with strange blood light. Ow! At this instant, the giant wolf raised its head to the sky and whistled, its voice low and long, echoing in this part of heaven and earth for a long time. The vision. Tian Lang whistles at the moon. Xiaobai has succeeded in becoming enlightened. The rest of them couldn't care less about anything else, and quickly rushed towards the remaining 8 lotus platforms of enlightenment, even fighting over one of them, with all sorts of means coming out frequently. At this moment, no one dared to covet the lotus platform of enlightenment occupied by Lu Yuan. Seeing such a situation, Yi Xiaolan's face became very ugly. He had wanted the people present to join forces to pull Lu Yuan off the lotus platform of enlightenment, but he didn't expect the dog over there had actually succeeded in enlightenment first. This made Yi Xiaolan unconsciously recall the first time he saw Xiaobai, and suddenly his face became even more ugly. He coldly looked askance at Lu Yuan, and with a cold snort he looked toward the remaining 8 lotus platforms of enlightenment. 5 of the lotus platforms of enlightenment had already been occupied, and the black-clothed young man holding the sheathed sword had been killed on the spot. His body separated. His line of sight quickly locked onto the farthest lotus platform of enlightenment, and he immediately took out a breath-converting talisman to activate it. At the farthest lotus platform, Zhouya was fighting with a false pill stage disciple of the Star Immortal Mansion, and had not noticed Yi Xiaolan, who was approaching with a breath-converting talisman to hide his breath. After all, there is a gap in cultivation, and Zhouya is a loose cultivator, and at this moment, he has been beaten by that false dance stage cultivator to the point of retreat, and it looks like a line between life and death. Just as Zhouya closed his eyes and prepared to meet his death, the long sword in the man's hand did not fall, but instead, a fluctuation of true essence came from the direction of the lotus platform of enlightenment in the distance. When she quickly opened her eyes, she saw that the disciple had been chopped into 2 pieces by Yi Xiaolan's sword, and at this moment, his eyes were so cold that it was as if he had changed into a different person. Jin Dan cultivator. Zhouya was shocked and hastily withdrew her gaze, not daring to meet her eyes. This person had never really shown his breath since he entered this enlightenment space, and he had never thought that he was actually a hidden Jin Dan cultivator. Dog thief of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, how dare you behead a disciple of my Star Immortal Mansion? Do you want to be an enemy of my Star Immortal Mansion? The other disciple who did not grab the lotus platform of enlightenment hissed and questioned. His expression twisted as he stared angrily at Yi Xiaolan. However, Yi Xiaolan only looked at him coldly askance. His eyes filled with contempt, then he directly sat down on his knees, closed his eyes and began to realize the Tao. Seeing this, that person immediately summoned a long black spear, and with the wind under his feet, he arrived in front of the lotus platform of enlightenment where Yi Xiaolan was in an instant, and the tip of the spear vaguely carried flames, pointing out towards Yi Xiaolan's brow. However, once the lotus platform of enlightenment began to enlighten, it would generate a layer of prohibition, isolating all attacks and influences. The shot ultimately only landed on the forbidden system and did not affect Yi Xiaolan in the slightest. Looking at the corpses of his fellow disciples on the ground, he was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged like a gnarled dragon. Tapping the occupied lotus platform of enlightenment, Zhouya felt aggrieved, having managed to catch up with great difficulty, but not even having the opportunity to ascend the lotus platform of enlightenment. Her eyes couldn't help but land on Xiaobai, who seemed to still be in a state of enlightenment, and she couldn't help but walk over. Coming to Little White's side, she reached out and touched Little White's head, as if seeking comfort, while Little White's ears moved at that moment, seemingly in response to Zhouya's touch. Feeling the soft touch coming from her fingertips, Zhouya instantly felt a lot more at ease, and couldn't help but think of the imperial beasts together that Lu Yuan had mentioned earlier. But at that moment, a change of heart occurred. The lotus platform of enlightenment, which had already regained its calmness, once again blossomed with dazzling light, and within that light, Zhouya only felt a powerful force continuously surging into her brow. Her consciousness began to blur, and she soon entered a state of enlightenment under this power. Not far away, that Star Immortal Mansion disciple froze directly when he saw this scene, and his anger dissipated without a trace at this moment, replaced by only the remorse of missing a chance for creation. Subsequently, the eyes he looked at Yi Xiaolan had taken on icy killing intent. It was all because this person had killed his fellow disciples that he did not have the time to explore the lotus platform of enlightenment. Blame it on this guy. He sat down on his knees in place, took out an elixir and stuffed it into his mouth, and actually began to form a Dan on the spot. However, at this moment, fluctuations once again emanated from the space not far away. and Qin Jinxian directly fell to the ground as soon as her figure appeared. Her face was ashen, and her 3,000 green threads had been soaked with sweat, making her look wretched to the core. A moment later, she looked up towards the distance, and into her eyes was the face she had longed for. Tears slipped silently as she stumbled up and stumbled towards Lu Yuan. However, when he was about to arrive in front of Lu Yuan, he was stopped in his tracks by a prohibition and could not advance an inch further. Senior brother, Jinxian finally sees you again. Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, Patriarch Hall. There's a Tsang Dragon extravaganza at the Tsang Dragon Ancient Hall in a month's time, in which there are countless spirit beasts, and any spirit beasts that catch your eye can be taken by bidding. Bai Mengqi looked at the invitation in her hand, and the corners of her lips couldn't restrain themselves from curling up. She looked towards Su Wan, who was not far away, and said with a smile, Wan as the clan's most talented beast master, you'll be the one to go to the Tsanlong sacred ceremony this time. The Tsanlong Ancient Hall was the only sect among the 10 great immortal sects that majored in beast harnessing, and the Tsanlong Extravaganza was the highest specification spirit beast trade fair in the Tsanlong Ancient Hall. Beast masters from the 72 states of the Xinhuang Ancient Realm would bring their bred spirit beasts to the Tsang Yuan Dao state under the jurisdiction of the Tsanlong Ancient Hall, and trade spirit beasts under the organization of the Tsanlong Ancient Hall. Thank you, Master, for making it happen, Su Wan hurriedly said, the corners of her eyebrows filled with joy. The Tsanlong Gala was held every 10 years, and she paid attention to almost every one of them, but it was a pity that she never had the chance to travel and participate in it from the beginning to the end. Bai Mengqi let out a light laugh, then looked at the beautiful woman on the side. Senior sister Qingzhu, you're also more proficient in the Tao of harnessing beasts. For this trip to the Tsanlong festival, that girl Su Wan is counting on you. As the words fell, the beautiful woman hurriedly got up and bowed to Bai Mengqi, respectfully saying, Qingzhu will not dishonor her mission. Bai Mengqi nodded her head in satisfaction and then arranged a few more things before allowing the elders and deacons to leave first. Only Su Wan and Lin Shirhan were left in the hall did Bai Mengqi knit her brows and asked, have the two of you seen your eldest sister these days? Chapter 40 Black Hole Devouring Spirit. Enlightenment Green Lotus Alteration. At those words, both of them looked at Bai Mengqi with some confusion. Back to Master. Isn't eldest sister in seclusion in her cave at your request to deal with the heart demon tribulation? Su Wan wondered. Lin Shirhan nodded. The last time we saw eldest senior sister was also when her heart demon tribulation descended, and we haven't seen eldest senior sister since then. Did something happen to eldest senior sister? Looking at the serious appearance of her two disciples, Bai Mengqi nodded her head and said, seeking way, she left the sect. I think she should have found a way to break the heart demon tribulation. After she finished speaking, her face became grave as she looked at Lin Shirhan and asked, what's the situation with that void rift? Lin Shirhan's face sank slightly as she said, as of now, the leakage of evil chi has decreased, but the soul lamps of those 3 void refining stage deacons are also flickering on and off. So I'm afraid that the situation is not optimistic. Bai Mengqi frowned and mused. Lu Yuan was only at the Jindan stage of cultivation back then. Why was he able to suppress those evil spirits so easily? Seeing this, Lin Shirhan busily stepped forward and arched her hand. Master, disciple has a guess. When Bai Mengqi, who was in deep thought, heard such a sentence, that furrowed brow stretched a few points. Tell me about it. Lin Shirhan said with a straight face, those so-called pure auras can help us cultivate, but they can also allow those evil spirits to open up their spiritual minds and gradually master the way of cultivation. Bai Mengqi was stunned, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes. You mean those evil spirits are learning the cultivation path of the Xinhuang Ancient Realm, and not only have they succeeded in mastering it, but their strength is also extremely impressive? Lin Shirhan nodded her head, a few points of gravity on her face. Given today's situation, this is the only explanation that makes sense. Otherwise the 3 Yuaning cultivators from before wouldn't have accurately stated that those evil spirits possess strength comparable to that of transformation god cultivators. When she received such an answer, Bai Mengqi's face was getting uglier and uglier. In the past 100 years, the aura gushing out of the void rift has been most clear to her. If the evil spirits in it also enjoy that kind of pure aura, then in the future, this void rift is a crisis that erupts at irregular intervals. A crisis that is enough to threaten the entire Xinhuang Ancient Realm. After pondering for a long time, she spoke, Sure Xin, you continue to pay attention to the situation of those 3 deacons, and you report any changes at the first opportunity. Lin Shirhan sniffed but revealed a look of desire to speak. Seeing this, Bai Mengqi was a bit unhappy. If there are any difficulties, just say so, the teacher will not blame you. Back to Master. Lin Shirhan nodded. I'm afraid that those 3 deacons won't be able to hold out for long. In my disciple's opinion, the safest method is to bring Lu Yuan back and let him continue to suppress the source of the evil chi. However, He heard Bai Mengqi let out a cold snort. He exploded as soon as he left this source of evil qi. The reason is definitely in him. Even if you didn't mention it, I would have done the same. Words to this, her face brought up a few points of anger. Wait for Jin Xian to pass the news back. I will personally go to suppress it to bring back. Against the heavens he actually learned to threaten the honored one. Threaten the clan. After she finished speaking, she looked at Su Wan. Wan how is your fourth senior sister's situation? Mentioning Yun Mengyao. A few moments of sadness surfaced on Su Wan's face. Fourth senior sister is still the same depressed look from before. Not letting him leave the clan to stay frozen and sit in the cave. Not eating, not drinking and not cultivating. Speaking of this, she immediately gritted her teeth in hatred. It's all because of that scumbag Lu Yuan. I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup he has poured into fourth senior sister. When master brings him back, I'll be sure to throw him into my spirit beast garden for a good torture. Hearing Su Wan address Lu Yuan, Bai Mengqi's brows furrowed slightly, but she didn't say anything. Let her go out when you travel to the Tsong Yuan Dao state. Your third senior sister's power is limited on her own. She mused. Su Wan's eyes lit up at the words, and she nodded her head busily. Disciple keeps this in mind. Bai Mengqi nodded her head and pushed her hand. Alright, you guys go down. Do your part well, and be the first to pass on your voice to report any situation. The two women arched their hands in farewell and then left the patriarch's hall. In the blink of an eye, 5 days went by. In the middle of the enlightenment space. During this period, 3 visions came in succession. There were thousands of stars floating above the dome of the sky, gradually falling between that Xin Tian sacred sect disciples' one breath and one inhalation. The stars fall. There are countless flowers floating in the air, budding, in which the Star Immortal Mansion female cultivators open their eyes in an instant all bloom. The breeze comes, petals flying in the sky, bringing refreshing fragrance. The group is colorful. There is even a Qingfeng sword pavilion disciples into the shadow of the sky. Eyes open and close between the thunder light appeared. And exhale and inhale are with a thunderous roar. Thunder elemental phantasm. Whenever a visionary awakening descends, that person of enlightenment will awaken. And now there are 3 people who have succeeded in attaining enlightenment, leaving their names on the monument of enlightenment. However, none of the paths realized by these 3 could obtain feedback from the green lotus of enlightenment. When the 6th day came, wisps of flame surfaced above the dome of the sky and spread rapidly, gradually forming the momentum of burning the sky. Fiery fire burns the sky. Such a situation lasted half a day. A beast roar tore apart the flame, and then a head of different forms of demonic beast's shadow have torn apart the monstrous flames emerged. In the eyes of a few people have to joy a pious pilgrimage. 10,000 beasts make a pilgrimage. At this instant when the countless demonic beast silhouettes made their pilgrimage, around the green lotus of enlightenment, a rain of enlightenment light flew out, and in the blink of an eye only injected itself into the center of Joya's brow. The recognition of the green lotus of enlightenment. That female cultivator from the Star Immortal Mansion opened her mouth in surprise, her eyes filled with envy. And also at this time, the male cultivator of the Star Immortal Mansion who proceeded to conjugate pills successfully conjugated pills, his cultivation leaping into the Jindan stage. The vision was still there, and that male cultivator from the Xian Heavenly Sacred Sect who had realized the fiery flame burning sky violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath instantly becoming shriveled. He looked at the countless demonic beast silhouettes above the dome of the sky with a face full of astonishment, wanting to say something, but fainted on the spot due to the trauma to his soul. When the thousands of demonic beast shadows gradually dissipated, Yi Xiaolin virtual space surfaced with silk cracks, and the sound that was like a glass shattering attracted the attention of several people. Seeing that crack collapse, Yi Xiaolin's entire body was placed in an incomparably deep vortex, and from the moment the vortex appeared, the rich heaven and earth spiritual qi contained in the entire space of enlightenment was attracted by that vortex at that moment, and finally swallowed into it as much as it could. As time passed, the vortex grew larger and larger, and Yi Xiaolin's aura continued to rise along with the expansion of the vortex. Black hole devouring spirit. At this instant, the green lotus of enlightenment gently swayed, and dots of enlightenment light rained down, continuously converging towards Yi Xiaolin, and even the green lotus of enlightenment was a little dumbfounded. This is a situation that has never occurred in 8,000 years. Could it be that the green lotus of enlightenment is going to be taken away today? The black hole was still expanding, as if it was endless, and in just a few breaths it had already covered all 10 lotus platforms of enlightenment. At this time, the green lotus of enlightenment blossomed with dazzling divine radiance, and the roots of the green lotus of enlightenment gradually appeared as the light overflowed. The crowd was shocked. Their eyes were full of unwillingness, but this matter was no longer humanly possible to stop. Even though they were unwilling, they could only watch what happened. However, just when the crowd thought that the green lotus of enlightenment was already in Yi Xiaolin's possession, The sound of a drop of water falling into the water surface suddenly resounded in their ears. It was also at this time that the original Enlightenment green lotus that had been continuously displaying its roots and whiskers was actually as if it had been frozen in time, no longer moving. Chapter 41, Chaotic Planting of the Green Lotus. The crowd subconsciously looked towards the direction where Lu Yuan was, and saw that he was currently staring with his eyes closed, and his breath was long and deep, as if it had become one with the surrounding heaven and earth. In the depths of Lu Yuan's chi sea, there was chaotic chi that seemed to be like an ocean churning, constantly converging towards the fourth star, while wisps of chaotic chi were pulled and converged in a place of emptiness in the chi sea, finally transforming into a drop of chaotic essence. Like water generally low, the chaos essence actually fell into the void. Ripples of space. The previous several people heard the sound of ethereal water droplets. Is from this, just after this sound, a burst of fluctuation came out from the emptiness of the enlightenment space, and then, except for the star darkness, everything in Lu Yuan's Tsang Dome Chi Si was presented in this heaven and earth. 9-star vision? The crowd was stunned. No, he's just 9 stars. What makes him able to stop the evolution of the green lotus of enlightenment? That male cultivator from the Xin Tian Holy Land who had realized starfall was filled with puzzlement. He was enlightened countless stars fall, so but cannot get the enlightenment of the green lotus a little feedback. Why he 9 stars only, but let the enlightenment of the green lotus to stop the evolution of the green lotus? Several people nodded at the words. While talking, several people did not notice that after the sound of the water droplets appeared, the black hole realized by Yi Xiaolin could no longer expand even an inch, as if it was suppressed by something. Qin Jinxian, who was healing her wounds, finally opened her eyes at this moment, and her eyes were the huge black hole that encompassed the 10 lotus platforms of enlightenment, followed by the 9 huge stars that hung above the dome of the sky. Her divine sense catalyzed her, and she instantly stood up. This was surprisingly the Tao that her youngest and eldest senior brothers had respectively realized. This shows that eldest brother's talent is still the same, and junior brother is no less talented. He didn't hold back from looking at the green lotus of enlightenment, but he realized that the green lotus of enlightenment had already produced changes. At this moment, Lu Yuan's brow trembled slightly as an invisible force quietly rose from within him. The surrounding air seemed to be pulled by this force and began to slowly rotate, forming a tiny vortex. As the aura continued to converge, Lu Yuan's body seemed to become transparent, and the flow of qi and blood and the operation of the meridians in his body were all clearly visible. When the crowd saw this surprise, the dome of the sky above, 9 stars in the center, a little light convergence, instantly condensed into a ball of light. It was also at this time that the aura that had originally been swallowed by Yi Xiaolin's black hole vision was strangely stripped away, rapidly surging towards those tiny vortexes around Lu Yuan. With the passage of time, it was seen that the green lotus of enlightenment actually began to evolve again, and the ball of light in the void also blossomed with a blinding aura at this moment, piercing the several people staring at the ball of light to subconsciously avert their eyes. When the spiritual light became softer and they once again looked at where the ball of light was, they once saw a green lotus quietly blooming. Cosmic bloom green lotus? These words surfaced in the hearts of several people almost simultaneously, but no matter what, such a vision could not possibly defeat the black hole devouring spirit. Just as several people were puzzled, the corner of Lu Yuan's lips were slightly hooked. What he had realized was the top-level Tao vision of the Chaos Seed Green Lotus. Chaos represented the physical body and cultivation, while this blossoming green lotus of enlightenment represented the divine soul and enlightenment. Moreover, Lu Yuan only truly began to realize the Tao after sensing Yi Xiaolin's realization of the black hole devouring spirit vision, which meant that the time spent by Lu Yuan to realize the Tao was only a moment. At this moment, in looking at the green lotus, each petal emitted a dazzling light, almost illuminating the entire space of enlightenment. However, as the green lotus bloomed, the crowd only then noticed something bizarre. The green lotus that bloomed in the vision seemed to look exactly the same as the green lotus of enlightenment. Also at this time, the green lotus of enlightenment completely evolved and rapidly converged towards a point, and the originally complete green lotus of enlightenment began to become illusory. At this critical moment, Yi Xiaolin violently opened his eyes and actually directly sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood. Blood sacrifice visions originally stopped expanding. Only slow rotation of the black hole rev steeply accelerated. More hidden blood light bloomed from the black hole, and fleeting. However, that green lotus of enlightenment was not affected in the slightest and continued to evolve on its own, finally condensing into a lotus seed. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiaolin gritted his teeth in hatred. System, exchange me for a devouring demon level top enlightenment. Redeeming devouring demon enlightenment requires the consumption of 100,000 chi luck values. Does the host need to redeem it? Redeem me. Redemption is successful. 100,000 chi luck value is deducted. Current chi luck value remaining is 50. 000. As the system voice fell, Yi Xiaolin seemed to see a black-robed figure standing at the top of the void, at the edge of the chaos, his black robe hunting in the chaotic air currents. The moment that figure looked back, Yi Xiaolin only felt as if the breath of the entire universe was incorporated into himself. Returning to his senses, his divine sense was rapidly activated, and a strand of what could be described as bizarre true essence continuously surged into that huge black hole. As time passed, the black hole began to spin and twist at high speed, and an unspeakable devouring force quickly coalesced. The center of the black hole was deep and dark, as if it could swallow all light and matter. The edges of the black hole, on the other hand, were tumbling with chaotic currents that emitted a deafening roar. Lu Yuan also opened his eyes at this time, raising his eyebrows slightly as he looked towards the black hole. The edge of this black hole actually produced a chaotic aura, which seemed different from what he had seen in his dream, but that was all. Lu Yuan scoffed. After all, he had an entire Dome Qi Sea of chaotic qi. How dare the light of the fire compete with the light of the moon? Seeing that Lu Yuan did not counterattack, Yi Xiaolin sneered and maneuvered the devouring black hole towards the chaotic seed green lotus vision. The devouring power of the black hole crazily tore everything around it. Yet the 9 stars and the green lotus in the vision were unperturbed, still quietly suspended and blooming. A trace of surprise flashed in Yi Xiaolin's eyes. He no longer stayed his hand, pouring all the true essence in his body into the black hole, and the power of the devouring black hole became even more terrifying. However, right at this moment, the green lotus emitted a faint green light as it swayed, and the black hole with the terrifying devouring power was as if it was restricted, unable to advance an inch further. When viewed from a distance, the vision didn't even step into that vision. The situation is stalemate. No one backed down, just one person sitting quietly, like closed eyes to rest his mind. A person gritted his teeth, such as madness like madness. At this moment, Yi Xiaolin's face was flushed red, as if he was insane, and the meridians on his forehead and everywhere on his body were bulging like gnarled dragons, as if they were under endless pressure. Qin Jinxian, who saw the scene, hurriedly stood up. She quickly stepped forward to try to stop it. Yet before she could take a few steps, she was isolated by a forbidden imminent. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, Yi Xiaolin reached his limit. His qi and blood surged. He didn't hold back a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. And the black hole began to collapse rapidly after losing the support of his true essence. The edges of the black hole began to shatter, and chaotic air currents ran around, shaking the entire void. However, they didn't know that all those chaotic qi that were running amok were eventually refined by Lu Yuan and incorporated into his Dome Qi Sea. Looking at the black hole devouring spirit vision that turned into countless fragments and spilled into the void, a few people were all amazed inwardly. And this was enough to induce the Enlightenment Green Lotus to evolve the vision of the Great Tao of Defection. But it was broken just like that. At this moment, while his consciousness was blurring, Yi Xiaolin's mechanical voice of the system resounded in his mind, detected that the hosts realized Tao is broken, and is looking for a way to repair it. Chapter 42, Harvesting the Green Lotus of Enlightenment. Little White's sudden condition. Yi Xiaolin completely fell into a coma, but the 9 stars above the sky dome were still hanging and showed no signs of dissipating. As the green lotus swayed, the green lotus of enlightenment also began to evolve once again, constantly completing its roots. Seeing this, those few people subconsciously looked towards the remaining 3 who had not yet succeeded in attaining enlightenment. However, those 3 people were calm, their breath was smooth, and they were actually still in a state of enlightenment. At this moment, Qin Jinxian hurriedly stood up and took a step towards the lotus platform where Yi Xiaolin was. Just as she passed, her eyes couldn't help but fall on Lu Yuan. Looking at the complete meridians that were clearly visible and sensing his meager cultivation, her heart was in a trance, as if some message was about to be called out. However, when she saw the unconscious Yi Xiaolin, she couldn't think of anything else and subconsciously accelerated her steps. The enlightenment space had been opened for a total of 10 days since the opening of the lotus platform of enlightenment, and now 7 days had passed, and there were less than 3 days left before this place would close. In just a few moments, the green lotus of enlightenment was completely and fully evolved, and a complete green lotus of enlightenment was presented to everyone's sight. In the next moment, the green lotus of enlightenment transformed into a mist of light that continuously converged towards a point in the center, condensing into a ball of light. However, at this moment, the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion disciple who had been shocked by Lu Yuan with his silent pupil stepped on the ground, and his figure flew towards the green lotus of enlightenment as if he were an arrow out of a string. Ha ha ha, this enlightenment green lotus is right there. Instead of following its rules, it's better to. Before the words were finished, a strange force emerged, and the body of this person who was still in the air abruptly exploded, turning into a blood mist that spilled down. Several people were wide-eyed at this, while others secretly sighed with relief and inwardly sighed with emotion. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan did not know when he had closed his eyes again. In his Tsong Dong Chi Si, the fourth star completely lit up, and his aura came to the fourth level of Qi refining at this moment. At the same moment, the light mist that the green lotus of enlightenment had turned into completely merged into that ball of light. And then the ball of light was seen to flash and turn into a streak of light that directly merged into the vision of the chaotic seated green lotus that Lu Yuan had comprehended. Coming, Lu Yuan said in his heart, and then he saw that in the middle of his Tsung Dome Chi Si, a speck of light appeared and transformed into a light ball in a flash. And at that moment, the chaotic Qi of the circumvallation of the void was attracted to it and transformed into a vortex that continuously merged into that light ball. The green lotus of enlightenment, in hand. Taking a long sigh of relief, Lu Yuan had only gotten up when several figures blocked his way. This fellow Daoist, please also leave the green lotus of enlightenment, or else we don't mind removing one evil from this world first. The Qingfeng Sword Pavilion cultivator was the first to speak, his voice cold and firm. Lu Yuan laughed coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. It seems that no matter where you are, there is no shortage of people in this world who want to get something for nothing. He converged his smile, his eyes gradually becoming cold. This enlightenment green lotus is the result of my own enlightenment. If you want it, take your life in exchange. The Star Immortal Mansion cultivator lightly shook his folding fan with a hint of mockery in his tone. Although your excellency has outstanding enlightenment, you are ultimately only a Qi refining cultivator. And even though you have those arguably bizarre means, you are unable to restrict the cultivators of our three great immortal sects at the same time. The words were full of threats. The Xian Tian Holy Land cultivator, on the other hand, directly catalyzed his cultivation, and immediately a pressure that belonged solely to the false Dan realm cultivators pressed towards Lu Yuan, and the purpose was also very obvious. In the face of the threats from the three major immortal sect cultivators present, Lu Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. If it was before, the silent pupil would have to take at least 2 breaths to hit a person hard, but now that the green lotus of enlightenment is in his hands, Lu Yuan's soul is as if it has been cleansed and purified, and hitting 10 people hard in a flash is no big deal. At the back, Qin Jinxian, who saw the scene, subconsciously wanted to go over to help. After all, she was the only Yuaning cultivator present, but before she got up, she caught a glimpse of the cultivator from the Star Immortal Mansion who had just broken through to the Jindan stage. She hesitated. Zhou Ye, who was on the side, likewise wanted to step forward to stop it, but was stopped by Lu Yuan's voice transmission. Her striking out was a liability to Lu Yuan, although she was very reluctant to admit this. Facing these false Dan realm or even Jindan stage cultivators, she would indeed be sending them to their deaths if she went. If Lu Yuan had a way to get away, then she was indeed no different from a liability. Unable to do anything else, she had no choice but to listen to the advice and fly towards the spatial fluctuation she had come from. Seeing this, Lu Yuan slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath, secretly saying that he could finally let go. Opening his eyes, he only saw the light flickering in Lu Yuan's eyes, and an invisible force instantly spread out. The Qingfeng Sword Pavilion cultivators were the first to bear the brunt of this power. The moment they felt this power, it was as if their souls were being torn apart. They couldn't help but suck in cool air, and then they only felt a trance in their spirit. When he regained consciousness, he only felt what appeared to be pins and needles on his brow. The cultivators of the Star Immortal Mansion and the powerhouses of the Xian Tian Holy Land were also aware of this, and their faces immediately changed greatly as they took several steps back, running their true essence to resist. However, the power of the silent pupil was not something they could resist. In front of this force, they only felt a burst of severe pain coming from all parts of their bodies successively, as if they were cut by knives, and as if they were stabbed by needles. Looking at the pain-filled faces of the 3 immortal sect cultivators in front of him, Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Gentlemen, take care of yourselves. After saying that, he turned around and walked away, not looking at them anymore. And as he turned around, he realized something violently and turned to look at Little White, who was already sleeping on all fours on the lotus platform of enlightenment. If you listen carefully, you can hear subtle snoring. This guy, he's really, seeing it so peaceful, Lu Yuan suddenly felt an urge to send it to work as a laborer. Turning towards White, he ended up slapping it directly in the face. Ow! Xiaobai was woken up by the sudden slap and instantly stared at him with wide eyes, his eyes filled with panic and anger. It subconsciously got up, its fur standing on end, and even bared its teeth in the direction where the slap was called over, letting out a low warning sound. Ouch! However, when its line of sight met with Lu Yuan's gaze in front of it, its angry expression instantly disappeared and turned into a face full of froth. Lu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he reached out and directly grabbed its neck. Alright, successful enlightenment and you dare to oh and ah at me. Itchy skin, right? Looking at Lu Yuan's expression of suppressed anger, Xiaobai's mouth opened. Yes, I'm sorry, Lord, Master. Suddenly, A childish voice filled with childishness rang out, causing Lu Yuan to freeze on the spot. The little white man actually spit out his mouth. You know, today's little white is still a first-order demonic beast, not even at the level of second order, and can actually spit out human words? This is something unheard of and unseen. It seemed that the ability of the silent pupil was truly terrifying, but Xiao Bai was able to do this thanks to the green lotus of enlightenment. Returning to his senses, Lu Yuan let go of Xiao Bai and took 2 steps back. White shook himself off in a hurry, smoothing his fur in the process as well. And from afar, the Star Immortal Mansion disciples and Qin Jinxian who saw the scene were both filled with astonishment. With their cultivation level, they could naturally sense that the cultivation level of the demonic beast was a first-order intermediate level. But this level of demonic beasts, not to mention spitting out human words, can have a spirit is considered good. Smoothing his fur, Little White subconsciously walked towards Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with caution. Master, snap. Lu Yuan lightly slapped Xiao Bai's head. Call big brother. From now on you don't listen to those blind men in the city's nonsense. Follow me and cultivate well, and strive to transform into a form as soon as possible. Okay big brother. The one man and one wolf walked towards the place where the ripples of space were rippling by themselves. Seeing this, Qin Jinxian subconsciously got up and opened her mouth to call out to Lu Yuan. Senior. Chapter 43, has junior brother killed fewer people? Senior. Seeing that Lu Yuan didn't respond, she called out again. Yet Lu Yuan still didn't respond in the slightest. Lu Yuan, eldest brother. Unable to help herself, she increased her volume and brought a few moments of cultivation into her voice. Lu Yuan's footsteps finally stopped, and Xiao Bai subconsciously turned back to look at Qin Jinxian. Seeing this scene, Qin Jinxian's heart was delighted and she was about to open her mouth when she heard Lu Yuan's icy voice ring out. What? Is your excellency also wanting to try the pain they endured? Qin Jinxian froze slightly and subconsciously gulped as she looked at the 3 great immortal sect cultivators who were in agony. Elder brother. I don't mean that. I just want to tell you, don't ever go back to the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, Elder Zun. She wants to grab you to go to the Void Rift and continue to suppress the source of the evil chi. Lu Yuan laughed coldly. I have never thought of going back since I left. He looked towards Qin Jinxian, narrowing his eyes slightly. As for that Void Rift, I will naturally go back. But in recent years, after saying that, Lu Yuan turned around once again, and this time he didn't stop, bringing Little White to step directly into that fluctuating space. Nowadays, the Void Rift might be a flooding beast and a horrible place that ate people without spitting out bones for other people, but for Lu Yuan, it was a good place to keep the puppet spirit. The so-called puppet spirits were those evil spirits that were naturally obedient to the holders of the Taoist heavenly disc. Moreover, evil chi is a good medicine to enhance the cultivation for the holder of the Tao Dharma heavenly disc. In the dream, Yi Xiaolin was relying on the Tao Dharma heavenly disc to constantly devour evil chi to rapidly enhance his cultivation. Otherwise, with his broken talent and root bones, cultivating for 1,000 years to reach Yuaning would be the generosity of the heavenly Tao. Now that he thought about it, the evil spirit in that void rift should already have transformation god stage strength, and he thought that it must have been able to give Bai Mingqi a headache for a long time. Seeing Lu Yuan leave, Qin Jinxian subconsciously wanted to chase after him, but she saw a Jindan stage star immortal mansion disciple step forward, in a stance ready to strike at any time. Her eyebrows knitted slightly, and without further hesitation, she immediately exploded her body's cultivation. Yuan in cultivator. Coldly sweeping a glance at that star immortal mansion Jindan stage disciple, Qin Jinxian directly picked up Yi Xiaolin and walked towards the fluctuating space. Your Excellency, please stay back. At this moment, that star immortal mansion disciple opened his mouth with a deep brow, his figure instantly arriving in front of Qin Jinxian. Seeing this, a few points of displeasure arose on Qin Jinxian's face, and her line of sight looked toward the fluctuating space in the distance again. Your Excellency is a Yuaning cultivator. I don't dare to offend, but this person beheaded my star immortal mansion's disciples for no reason. This matter can't just be left alone. He looked determined, not the slightest bit of fear visible in his eyes. Today, Your Excellency can take him away, but I hope that the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect will give my star immortal mansion an explanation within a month, or else there will be consequences. When he finished, he voluntarily stepped aside and said no more. What happened to killing your star immortal mansion disciples? Although she wanted to catch up with Lu Yuan and try to persuade him some more not to go back to the Spirit Immortal Sect, the matter over here was obviously a bit more serious. That star immortal mansion disciple snorted coldly and directly took out a jade slip. With a finger clearing, a picture appeared on the jade brief, and it showed Yi Xiaolin displaying his cultivation, killing a man dressed in star immortal mansion disciple's attire with a single sword, and finally sitting comfortably on the lotus platform of enlightenment to begin enlightenment. After watching those images, Qin Jinxian subconsciously looked down at Yi Xiaolin whom she was holding, her face full of disbelief. How could the young master? The voice came to an abrupt halt at this point. Has junior brother killed fewer people? Sect handyman, outer sect disciple, affiliated sect disciple, and finally inner sect disciple Kong Xian. In the past, several of their senior sisters could help him hide it, or even knowingly frame Lu Yuan. Even if he killed a disciple of the Star Immortal Mansion's affiliated sect, they could help out. But this time was different. He killed a Star Immortal Mansion false Dan Realm disciple. Knowing that 3 of the 5 states in the Ling Shao Immortal Sect sphere of influence nowadays were snatched from the Star Immortal Mansion's hands, this matter, if not handled properly, would be very troublesome to follow. Qin Jinxian was silent. This was the first time she felt overwhelmed. For a long time, a flash of ruthlessness in her eyes. As long as the people here are killed, then everything. No, there are others who have left the area. Should we go after them and kill them all? Exhaling a long breath, she looked towards the Star Immortal Mansion disciple. I will report this matter to the Patriarch and will definitely give the Star Immortal Mansion a satisfactory answer. After saying that, she hugged Yi Xiaolin and left the Enlightenment space. At this time to look at the Enlightenment Monument, chaotic species of green lotus at the top of the list, and originally stood in the second black hole phagocytosis spirit is becoming dim transparent. Only in some kind of power intervention did not disappear. As for Joya's 10,000 Beasts pilgrimage, it was fixed at the 5th position, while the paths realized by the rest of the people were at the bottom of the list. Tianfang City. The crack above the dome of the sky that was originally emitting ripples suddenly bloomed with dazzling spiritual light, and everyone was attracted by this spiritual light, subconsciously raising their eyes to look. He saw that the aura transformed into a golden color after a few transformations, dropping down like a tug of war, and smashing on the ground with a rich aura like a heavenly river breaking its banks. The aura in the sky and the earth had been enriched a lot due to this situation, and many cultivators even went straight to the place where the golden light fell, among which the cultivators of the 3 great immortal sects were the most numerous. However, as the crowd arrived, a woman in plain clothes was seen taking the lead to walk out. Her face was clear and beautiful, and a faint aura of enlightenment was faintly emanating from her body, obviously an enlightened person who had passed the 3 levels. This woman is none other than Joya. This woman is. Some were puzzled, and all eyes converged on her. Enlightenment True Chi. This woman has succeeded in attaining enlightenment and has received feedback from the Green Lotus of Enlightenment. Suddenly, a middle-aged man dressed in the Star Immortal Mansion's deacon's attire took a step forward, but his figure appeared as if he had instantly moved about 10 feet away in front of Joya. This girl? I am the Star Immortal Mansion deacon. May I ask what kind of vision the girl realized in that enlightenment space? The Star Immortal House majors in the power of the Star Cave. If it is not this aspect of the vision to join the Star Immortal House is also a waste. It is better to ask for clarification. I see that the girl's temperament is extraordinary. A breath is even more hidden to help the miniature sword intent. Must also be a sword cultivator. Your Excellency might as well considering my Qingfeng sword pavilion. At this moment, a young man with white clothes and a 3-foot green blade following his side drifted away and looked at Joya and invited. If Your Excellency chooses to join my Qingfeng sword pavilion, we will definitely cultivate Your Excellency with the specifications of a core disciple of the inner sect, so I hope that you will choose carefully. The Qingfeng sword pavilion deacon's words had just fallen when another figure broke through the air. Only before he could speak, Lu Yuan had already stepped out from the golden lighted avenue, and his voice came out at this moment. There's no need to consider these 3 immortal sects. You can just head directly to the Sunlong Ancient Hall. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of everyone present converged on the exit of the golden light path. Who was it that dared to be so bold as to refuse the invitations of the 3 great immortal sects? And it's still a rejection for someone else. Chapter 44, Defusing a Sword from a Yuaning Cultivator. Invitation from Qingfeng Sword Pavilion. The crowd followed the sound and saw a young man dressed in rough linen clothes walk out, with a white-furred giant wolf by his side. With just this glance, the crowd recognized this person's identity. Isn't this that first cultivator who stepped onto the heavenly ladder? It seems like he managed to achieve enlightenment in less than an hour. It's him. There was another female cultivator who made a move against him when he ascended the heavenly stairs, and was finally stopped by the rules of the Green Lotus of Enlightenment. Crowd discussion, but did not notice a figure from a distance to escape. The hand of the 3-foot green blade with the sword chi instantly broke into the 3 feet range in front of Lu Yuan. The sword light condensed by the sword was like 100 feet of pike cutting through the sky, carrying an indestructible sharpness and majestic sword aura. This scene took everyone present by surprise, except Lu Yuan. See the corner of his lips spread a cold smile. His right hand lifted up instantly. The wooden sword flew away, hanging in front of him feet away. The body of the 3 wisps of chaos chi was guided into the wooden sword. The heaven and earth aura was also mobilized by Lu Yuan at this moment. Madaka. The sword chi collided with the aura that surrounded the wooden sword, and the sound of Jingo clashing resounded between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked. The people present were all cultivators, so they were naturally able to sense that Lu Yuan was only a chi refining cultivator. But it was such a chi refining cultivator that had so easily blocked the sword of a Yuanying stage great cultivator. However, unlike the shock of the crowd, the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion deacon was staring at Lu Yuan with glowing eyes as if he had discovered a top genius of the sword Dao. At this moment, when he looked at the female cultivator who made a move, his eyes had brought a touch of coldness, and the true essence in his body was quietly running, ready to make a move to save the white-haired youth. The Star Immortal Mansion deacon on the side also fell into contemplation upon hearing this. This person's attainments in sword Dao could be considered heaven-defying, and his use of aura could also be called perverse. In that case, what he had said earlier needed to be taken seriously. After all, the favor of the Tsunlong Ancient Hall was very rare. But at that moment, Lu Yuan spoke. He looked at Lu Xuanwei, his eyes full of disappointment and mockery. Your sword is also like 100 years ago, weak and feeble, with no pattern to speak of, and your use of true essence is also a mess. So it's just that your cultivation is still too good to look at. The Qingfeng Sword Pavilion deacon sniffed and sensed carefully, then secretly nodded his head. And his heart was even more surprised, not expecting this son to know this. Wait, he said 100 years ago? Lu Xuanwei was originally angry, and now that she heard Lu Yuan's words, she was even more furious and trembled, gritting her teeth and wanting to strike another sword. However, before she could draw back the green blade in her hand, Lu Yuan had already grabbed the hilt of the wooden sword and swung out a sword in a flash. This sword swung out, sword chi like frost and snow, instantly let the surrounding temperature reduced a few points. Lu Sunwei action also have a little slow down. Finally is like being fixed general, the whole person frozen in place. Lu Yuan laughed coldly and reached out to put his hand on Lu Xuanwei's wrist. His divine sense instantly intruded, and then the cold smile on his face grew even wider. Her heart chakra was in chaos, and there was even a trace of strange aura wandering in her odd meridians and veins, which was a sign of the descent of the heart demon robbery. And it seemed that her heart demon robbery had already descended. And look at her like this now. I think that the heart demon robbery is bound to be inseparable from himself, or even himself. In this case, it seems that Lu Xuanwei's heart demon calamity is coming early, and the breakthrough realm is also estimated to be early. Just don't know without his own help to suppress the heart demon. This self-proclaimed sword path wizard Lu Xuanwei will be what kind of result? In the dream, Lu Xuanwei's breakthrough was a year later. After all, during this period she had been following her beloved little senior brother and had absolutely no mind to think about cultivation. Now that the heart demon tribulation had come early and a cultivation breakthrough was imminent, things were bound to get very interesting. I just wonder how long this pretentious guy can survive without his help. With this in mind, Lu Yuan sneered and withdrew his hand, closing his sword and taking a step back. Seeing such a scene, Lu Xuanwei only felt shame in her heart, and it strengthened her determination to kill Lu Yuan. At the same time, the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion deacon's figure arrived in front of Lu Yuan almost instantly. This little friend, my name is Li Hong. Qingfeng Sword Pavilion Deacon. Late stage of refining the virtual cultivation. The previous view of the little friend of the sword Dao attainments are quite extraordinary. Will be up to the heart of the talent. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yuan had already waved his hand. I'm used to being idle, and I'm not willing to join any sect. Xiao Bai in the back nodded repeatedly, echoing Lu Yuan's statement. Earlier still in the Golden Light Channel, Lu Yuan urged Xiao Bai not to open his mouth casually. Otherwise it will certainly attract people to think about it. While being frost and snow full of sky seal Qinkuan fixed Lu Xuanwei mood is seized up, but in hearing Lu Yuan refuse Qingfeng Sword Pavilion Deacon invitation heart is also relieved. At the same time the heart cursed Lu Yuan simply stupid. If he had temporarily joined the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion, perhaps he wouldn't have dared to touch him, but he had refused. Thinking about this, the killing intent in Lu Xuanwei's eyes fluctuated, and she kept running the true essence in her dantian to impact the various meridians. Little friend. My Qingfeng Sword Pavilion is the most powerful immortal sect in the Shenhuang Ancient Realm Sword Dao. There are countless sword cultivators in the sect, and even more countless sword Dao texts. Lu Yuan paused in his footsteps, his brows furrowed slightly. Then as if he thought of something, he turned around and asked, "Dare I ask your excellency, does there exist a person in the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion who is able to fight against Yuaning cultivators at my cultivation level?" Lu Yuan's lips were tinged with a hint of a seeming smile. If the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion can have such a cultivator, then I, Lu, will definitely worship under the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion on the spot. Li Hong was momentarily speechless, looking at Lu Yuan to speak. Not to mention the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion, even the divine Xiao Dao sect, which was known as the top 10 immortal sects of the Xianhuang ancient realm, couldn't find a person who fulfilled the conditions. I wonder if Your Excellency has gained the recognition of the Green Lotus of Enlightenment? At that moment, a woman wearing an ink-colored long dress with golden patterns outlining the mountains and rivers on it opened her mouth and asked. A trace of displeasure flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes, and with a slight inclination of his gaze, he saw a woman with a cool temperament standing not far away, who was currently arching her hand slightly towards him. She had also gained the favor of the Green Lotus of Enlightenment and received a strand of Enlightenment True Qi. Only after saying this she regretted it. This should have been asked by voice transmission. Wouldn't asking it so boldly invite a lot of trouble for the other party? What makes you say that, Your Excellency? Lu Yuan asked back, his tone a little cold. The ink-skirted woman also reacted extremely quickly. I sense that Your Excellency also carries the true Qi of enlightenment on your body, and thus inquired. Lu Yuan had no inner fluctuations and only nodded. But at this moment, Lu Xuanwei regained control of her body. She couldn't care less about her limbs, which were still a bit cold and stiff. She raised her sword and rushed towards Lu Yuan once again. This time, Lu Yuan did not call the wooden sword, not to mention the mobilization of the body of the chaotic gas and heaven and earth aura, and even did not lift his eyelids, as if he did not know, but also seemed to feel at ease to die. Lu Xuanwei was ecstatic in her heart. However, just as the 3-foot green blade was approaching Lu Yuan's body, a golden aura flashed, and then a huge formation appeared as if it was breaking through the air, forcibly stopping the sword. Senior sister, stop, we need to get out of here immediately. Chapter 45, Lu Xuanwei, I seem to have done something extraordinary. Junior brother killed the Star Immortal Mansion disciples. Qin Jinxuan's voice rang out in Lu Xuanwei's mind, the content causing Lu Xuanwei to freeze on the spot. Little master has killed again. She subconsciously looked towards Lu Yuan, and the 3-foot green peak in her hand had already pointed at Lu Yuan through the air. Lu Yuan, how dare you kill a Star Immortal Mansion disciple? It's simply a heinous crime. A stern cry came out, and the crowd's gazes moved uncontrollably towards Lu Xuanwei. Qin Jinxian froze on the spot, while the Star Immortal Mansion deacon's brows furrowed a little. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately understood. This brainless guy is trying to plant evidence again. Unfortunately, this wasn't the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, and that Star Immortal Mansion deacon wasn't her patriarch master who didn't have a brain. In a flash, the terrifying pressure spreads, and a star silhouette emerges and arches around it, faintly visible. Qin Jinxian just wanted to vanish, but she was suppressed on the spot by the mighty pressure, and the ground collapsed by more than half a foot due to this terrifying pressure. Lu Xuanwei, on the other hand, was surrounded by a force, and even more so, an aura surfaced, instantly sealing the true essence in her body. What do you guys mean by killing my Star Immortal Mansion disciples? Mo Yunxin, the deacon of the Star Immortal Mansion, asked in a deep voice, his right hand raised, and the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth condensed into 2 small balls like stars under the guidance of his true essence, and what was contained within them was the terrifying star power that was enough to suppress the cultivators at the early stage of refining the void. Back to the Star Immortal Mansion deacon. My name is Lu Xuanwei, a disciple of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect's patriarch. She arched her hand at Mo Yunxin and then pointed at Lu Yuan and said, this person beheaded a Star Immortal Mansion disciple in the Spirit Abyss Mystic Realm. This matter was told to me by my senior sister by voice transmission, and she also asked me to help him hide it first. Her hand slowly dropped, her face filled with pain. This person is vicious by nature, and he had killed his fellow masters and brothers a month ago. Enough! Just as Lu Xuanwei was recounting Lu Yuan's crimes with great emotion, Qin Jinxuan's voice rang out abruptly, interrupting Lu Xuanwei's words. Senior sister, the person was killed by junior brother. It has nothing to do with eldest brother. Lu Xuanwei froze, and a few moments of confusion arose in her heart. However, he heard Qin Jinxian continue. There are dozens of people in the Enlightenment space, and almost all of them saw the scene where junior brother killed the Star Immortal Mansion's disciples. Lu Xuanwei sucked in a cool breath. She seemed to have just done something extraordinary. Feeling Mo Yunxin's gaze with a cold intent, Lu Xuanwei only felt a chill down her spine. What an on-the-spot framing! Is this the behavior of a disciple of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect's sect leader? Mo Yunxin laughed coldly, then looked towards the suppressed Qin Jinxian, as well as the youth lying on the ground in front of her. You come and tell me the truth, or I draw out his soul to find the truth by soul searching. Qin Jinxuan's petite body trembled. After I entered the Enlightenment space, everything had already happened, and it was only before I left the Enlightenment space that I heard a Star Immortal Mansion disciple mention it. Her voice rang out with a few tremors. But the content made Mo Yunxin frown straight away. He looked toward Yi Xiaolin, who was lying on the ground with a weak breath. It seems it's faster to search the soul. With that, he reached out and grabbed towards Yi Xiaolin. Elder, have mercy. Qin Jinxian and Lu Xuanwei shouted anxiously. Junior brother is one of the most beloved disciples of our master, the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect's patriarch. I hope that senior will think twice, Qin Jinxian hurriedly said, fearing that Mo Yunxin would directly search his soul. It is important to know that soul searching can be demented for cultivators in the lightest case, and in the heaviest case, it can lead to death. Oh, you're threatening me? Mo Yunxin looked at Qin Jinxian with a raised eyebrow, a few hints of playfulness in his eyes. A newly promoted Immortal Sect disciple dared to speak out and threaten the veteran Immortal Sect deacon. Should I call her stupid, or unaware of her own talent? Qin Jinxuan's face showed trepidation, and she hurriedly said, late generation wouldn't dare. It's just that they've all gone through the Spirit Abyss trial, and perhaps, in terms of self-awareness, they're all conscious as hell. I'll testify. Before the words were finished, Lu Yuan had already opened his mouth to interrupt, only that the content was making the two women more and more alarmed. Lu Yuan, this bastard, not take the initiative to bear this charge even if it is, actually act as a witness. Lu Xuanwei was so angry that she clenched her fists and stared at Lu Yuan with a frosty face. Qin Jinxian was also filled with surprise, her eyes filled with incomprehension. Why did you act as a witness? Can't you keep quiet? Thinking so, she froze on the spot. Why would one have such odd thoughts? However, he heard a cold snort as Mo Yunxin grabbed Yi Xiaolin's head through the air. However, at this moment, a powerful force surfaced, directly blocking Mo Yunxin's true essence, but also shooting out two rays of light to take Lu Xuanwei and Qin Jinxian away. Then look at Yi Xiaolin. The same was wrapped in a massive light swallowed. Blink of an eye will be towards the far away to fly away to fly away. Senior, don't worry. Within a month my Spirit Sky Immortal Sect will definitely give Senior an explanation. Qin Jinxuan's voice came from far away, causing Mo Yunxin's face to cloud over for a few moments. Defense Spirit Treasure. The Spirit Sky Immortal Sect was really willing to put down money, actually giving a cultivator who had just entered Jindan a defensive spiritual treasure. With a cold snort, he turned to look at Lu Yuan. However, he saw that Lu Yuan had raised his hand to strike first. There's no need to persuade anything else. Mr. Lu isn't interested in joining any clan. After saying that, he waved his hand in Zhouya's direction, signaling her to follow him. Li Hong still wanted to persuade, but he stopped speaking after seeing Lu Yuan dryly leave. It's fate after all. Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, Patriarch Hall. Dressed in a phoenix robe, Bai Mengqi sat in the center of the patriarchal hall. Inside the great hall, the candle flame flickered, reflecting the complex and indistinguishable emotions on her face. At this moment, a disciple hurriedly stepped into the great hall with a few uneasiness in his expression. The disciple fell to his knees and said with a slightly trembling voice, reporting to the patriarch, after multiple verifications, those three void refining stage cultivators have indeed fallen in the void crack. With these words, the atmosphere in the great hall instantly froze. Bai Mengqi's brows tightened as a flash of disbelief and anger flashed across her eyes. She slammed the armrest and stood up, her voice cold as ice. Wastes. A bunch of wastes. Even void refining stage cultivators couldn't truly suppress the source of the evil qi and even lost their lives. What's in this rift in the void? The reporting disciple was even more frightened and trembling at the sight of this, not even daring to raise his head, just quietly listening to the patriarch's angry scolding. After a long time, she took a long breath and looked at the trembling disciples below. Go! Call over all the clan elders of harmonized or higher cultivation. Upon hearing this, that disciple hurriedly saluted and then quickly left the place. On this day, Bai Mengqi called all of the senior members of the sect over to discuss the matter of dealing with the void rift. And also on this day, Suan released Yun Mengyao's restrictions and let her go down the mountain to look for Lu Yuan. Soon after, Suan and Elder Qing Zhu left the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect and rode their swords in the direction of the Tsanglong Ancient Hall. Chapter 46, Medium Plane. Open System Upgrade. On this day, a group of elders from the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect gathered at the Forbidden Land to discuss the matter of the Void Rift. It was only when an elder asked Lu Yuan where he had gone that Bai Mengqi made the recent events public. Of course, the mention was only Lu Yuan taking the initiative to withdraw from the clan, and she nodded in agreement. Almost all of the elders proposed that Lu Yuan be retrieved to continue suppressing the source of the evil qi, with only a few elders suggesting that Lu Yuan's cultivation was all but ruined, so how could he continue suppressing it? And at most, he could only be questioned about his methods. In any case, their unanimous decision was to retrieve Lu Yuan. But right now, the Void Rift was overflowing with evil qi and needed to be suppressed immediately. After deliberation, it was decided that an elder in the middle stage of harmonization would go to suppress it. But of course, after the previous experience, he would go with thousands of reparative elixirs along with 3 spiritual treasures. This caused Bai Mengqi to feel a bit of a meaty pain. After all, spiritual treasures were not big cabbages, and she only had a dozen or so in her hands. It was still only refined after she became the patriarch by utilizing the many materials from the clan's treasury. Now for the sake of this void crack, before and after the 6 pieces of spiritual treasure has been hitched in, this account for the time being counted Lu Yuan head. Wait until he wiped out the mark and then settle the score with him. The old patriarch knew Bai Mingqi's character well, so he left a mark in her soul before ascending. A mark that could not lay a finger on Lu Yuan. Once she laid her hands on Lu Yuan, she would be subjected to the pain of a fiery fire burning her soul, and the only way to refine that mark was to reach the late Mahayana stage of cultivation. So she's waiting. Also right after things were finalized, she suddenly sensed that the defensive spirit treasure gifted to Yi Xiaolin had been triggered, and that the cultivation of the person who had struck had reached refined void. Above a mountain range, a reclining light swiftly swept towards the distance. In the recluse light, Lu Xuanwei tightly hugged the unconscious Yi Xiaolin, constantly ferrying her true essence to the other party through her palms. What did you say? Lu Yuan's way of comprehending the way is not only stronger than junior brother, but he also snatched the green lotus of enlightenment, which had already been attracted to junior brother. Hard and fast? After listening to Qin Jinxuan's account, Lu Xuanwei was filled with shock. Impossible. He definitely used some unseemly means. Qin Jinxuan's mouth opened, but she didn't retort, having gotten used to Lu Xuanwei's reaction in her mind. Eldest senior brother's enlightenment is not bad. It can even be said to be very strong. After all, the 5 of us have learned different things, yet he alone guided us to the door. Lu Xuanwei coldly grunted. It's just an introduction. Now even if someone wants to practice the path of beast harnessing, I can easily guide him to the door without my little sister stepping in. She then looked at Qin Jinxian with some dissatisfaction. If you hadn't stopped me today, I would have already killed that scumbag with a sword. Qin Jinxian frowned. Eldest senior sister. That's our eldest senior brother. Enough. Don't mention his former status in front of me. He doesn't deserve that status nowadays. Lu Xuanwei directly interrupted with her words. Qin Jinxian wanted to speak, but in the end, it all turned into a sigh and spat out. She closed her eyes and didn't say another word. Lu Xuanwei also stopped talking and concentrated on ferrying her true essence to protect Yi Xiaolin's heart vein, even though Yi Xiaolin's heart vein had not suffered any damage from the beginning to the end. Meanwhile, in the middle of the system space. System, why can't I wake up? Yi Xiaolin's consciousness anxiously asked. Earlier, his consciousness had awakened from the chaos, but he realized that his consciousness was not in his own body, so he was a bit anxious at that moment. The host's soul has suffered a serious injury. Now the system is making every effort to repair the host's soul, and we hope that the host will wait quietly in the system space. Yi Xiaolin, who received the answer, let out a long breath and immediately put down his heart. System, what is the thing that Guy Lu Yuan realized? How come it's so much stronger than my black hole devouring spirit? He asked. The Tao he has realized is the enlightened green lotus proper, and the host's black hole devouring spirit is naturally no match for it. Moreover, Lu Yuan, the son of Qi Lux's enlightenment is already heaven-defying, and even among all the medium realms, he is among the top of the list. Yi Xiaolin immediately frowned. If that's the case, wouldn't I have no chance of winning against him? Not without a chance of winning. Yi Xiaolin instantly became agitated. Then what other solutions are there? After the host enters the medium dimension, the system also opens up the upgrade function. Upgrading the system requires the consumption of 150,000 Qi luck values. May I ask the host whether to consume the fortune value to upgrade the system? The system has detected that the host's current Qi luck value is only 50,000, and currently does not support system upgrades. Yi Xiaolin froze, then inwardly reveled in ecstasy and asked busily, System, what functions can be unlocked after upgrading? Unlocking the secondary Sons of Qi hunting function. The host can open the secondary Sons of Qi hunting function in the medium plane to harvest more Qi values. With the power of precognition, the host can directly predict what will happen in a certain time in the future without relying on dreaming. Unlocking a more advanced mall. Hosts can consume their luck value to exchange for more advanced things. Listening to the system report 7 or 8 functions in a row, Yi Xiaolin was immediately moved. If one had harvested enough Qi value in the medium realm, and one was strong enough, wouldn't one be able to go to the high realm to have a look around? What's more, even after entering the higher realms, the system can be upgraded again, unlocking even more functions. System, how many secondary Sons of Qi can there be in a medium realm? There can be countless, and each sub-son of fortune has the potential to become a son of fortune. Yi Xiaolin's heart was ecstatic. The son of luck Lu Yuan he can't get, then the secondary son of luck can't get it himself? Moreover, nowadays, he was the chief of the 10 great immortal sects, so he was expected to be able to solve a sub-Qi son by moving his lips. So how could he use his own hands? It was a pity that the beauty of it was that the current chi luck value he possessed in his hands was only 50,000, which was simply not enough to upgrade the system. As he was thinking so, the system's voice came at the right time. The host can harvest the chi of Lu Yuan, the son of Qi, who was once a fellow disciple. In order to obtain enough chi value to upgrade the system, Yi Xiaolin drifted off and immediately checked the chi luck value on Qin Jinxian and Lu Xuanwei. Having lived for over 20 years with my memory wiped, I've almost forgotten how the system functions. The son of fortune was not the only one who possessed the value of fortune, those cultivators who were related to him, and even the clans possessed a certain value of fortune. Name, Lu Xuanwei. Cultivation, Yuaniing great perfection. Current luck value, 60,000. Harvestable luck value, 60,000. Yi Xiaolin was a bit surprised, but when he thought of Lu Yuan's even more perverse million chi values, he was relieved. Name, Qin Jinshen. Cultivation, Middle Yuaning. Current luck value, 85,000. Harvestable luck value, 45,000. Qin Jinshuan's chi value was actually so high, but why was there only 45,000 available for harvesting? Chapter 47, Space Teleportation, Traveling to Tsang Yuan Dao State. Looking at the harvestable chi luck value, Yi Xiaolin's eyes instantly went cold. The amount of harvested luck value all depends on how the person's heart views the sun of luck. The more valued the sun of luck, the lower the harvested luck value, and vice versa. So Lu Xuanwei has completely lost Lu Yuan in her heart, while Qin Jinxian still has her heart set on Lu Yuan. Yi Xiaolin was very upset in his heart and secretly thought that when his cultivation went up in the future, he would have to shell this woman properly, and since he couldn't harvest directly, he could still plunder the chi luck value through the method of dual cultivation system. Harvest all the harvestable chi luck values from them. The most important thing at the moment is to upgrade the system. Everything else can be put on the back burner. Successful harvesting. Gained Lu Xuanwei's chi value of 60,000. Gained Qin Jinshuan's chi value of 45,000. Detecting that the host's current luck value reaches 155,000, and has met the system's upgrade conditions. Is it upgraded? Yes. Yi Xiaolin immediately opened his mouth, thinking that he was disrespecting the new feature by hesitating for even a split second. At the same time, in the recluse, Lu Xuanwei couldn't help but shiver, only feeling that he seemed to have something that was drawn away by a force, but for a moment he couldn't tell. Qin Jinshuan's brows furrowed slightly as she felt as if something was being drained away, but this feeling was not very strong, so she did not care too much about it. The Lingxiao immortal sect, located in the Tsuiwei mountain state, was situated in the southern domain of the Xianhuang ancient realm. The Tsang Yuan Dao state where the Tsang Long classical is located in the southwest domain of the Xianhuang ancient realm, so if one relies on flying to get there, 1 month may not be able to arrive. It was a good thing that one or several teleportation spell formations existed between each state for cultivators to teleport to designated locations. On the other hand, there were 2 teleportation spell formations in the Tsuiwei mountain state, which were located in the 2 cities of Jiushao City and Yuntiandu. At this moment, 10 whole days had passed since the end of the Spirit Abyss trial. In the 9 heavenly cities, Suwan bounced down the street, grabbing a bunch of sugar gourds in her hand as she traveled through the stores. Not long afterward, she was seen coming out with something, while the shopkeeper quickly chased her out to ask for money, and Elder Qingju had no choice but to follow her and keep helping her to pay. However, if it was once or twice, Elder Qingju could still accept it, but when Su Wan did this continuously, Elder Qingju became a bit unhappy. Seeing her figure flashing, she directly blocked Su Wan's way, raising her hand and striking out with a sound isolating note. Immediately the two of them were surrounded by a barrier. Su Wan, there are rules in the immortal cultivation world, and there are also rules in the mundane world. You know? She asked with some displeasure. Su Wan returned with a disinterested face. Junior brother said, we are immortals. It's their honor to take these mortals' things. They should be grateful. Elder Qingju's face sank slightly. If you continue to act capriciously, I will directly bring you back to the clan and hand you over to the patriarch to be dealt with personally. Hearing the other party move out her own master, a few points of aggression arose in Su Wan's heart. This behavior, it was exactly like the previous Lu Yuan. Obviously he was an immortal. Why should he still abide by the rules of the mundane world? But she couldn't afford not to go to the Tsang Long festival. Helplessly, she had no choice but to pinch her nose and endure it, following Elder Qingju as she strolled through the streets towards the teleportation array. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of his eyes, followed by being quickly drowned in the crowd. She subconsciously looked forward, but did not see the figure she had thought about. Could it be that? Is really looking at this wrong? Collecting her thoughts, she followed behind Elder Qingju and merged into the crowd. Ahead, Lu Yuan held the small and Xiaobai and Zhouya as they walked along the street together. Nowadays, Lu Yuan's cultivation has reached the 5th level of qi refining, and with his strength today, even if he takes on the cultivators in the middle stage of foundation establishment, he has the power to fight. Of course, this was on the premise of not utilizing the 9 immortal execution swords, the silent pupil, and the chaotic qi. So you're going to that Song Yuan Dao state as well? Zhouya's voice rang out, but her gaze was glancing from time to time at Little White, who was sleeping in Lu Yuan's arms. Ever since the end of the Enlightenment, it was as if all demonic beasts and spirit beasts carried their own goodwill towards her, and actually carried a few moments of respect when facing her. Go check it out, and also stop by to see a friend you once had a connection with. More than 100 years ago, there was once a man who was preparing to worship in the Spirit Sky sect and met Lu Yuan on the way, so he traveled with him. But I didn't expect the two to meet a middle-aged man who claimed to be traveling in the clouds on the halfway road. He hit on that guy at a glance, and directly abducted the person without saying a word. The aura and true essence fluctuation of that person's body, Lu Yuan couldn't see through it, but he could be sure that this guy didn't have any malicious intent. Now that he has regained his freedom, he naturally wants to check this guy out. I just wonder if that guy is still alive after more than 100 years. Is one side a friend? Shuyo wondered. Lu Yuan nodded his head, but did not answer too much. The two conversed occasionally, but they were on unusual topics. In the crowd of people around, most of them were carrying bags pretending to be ordinary people in the mundane world. There were also cultivators with firm eyes, and there were even cultivators like Lu Yuan who were holding small beasts. The commotion of the crowd was accompanied by the disappearance of an ancient chime of a karmic-rated person, and the entire space shook at the moment. When he raised his eyes, he saw a pillar of light rising up into the sky, and several black dots were hidden in the pillar of light, disappearing in a flash. That would be the teleportation array. Along with the dissipation of the pillar of light, the crowd once again began to stir. The footsteps of the people in front gradually accelerated, and the people behind had the tendency to follow, unable to do anything about it. Lu Yuan had no choice but to speed up his pace. A quarter of an hour later, after paying 500 lower-grade spirit stones, Lu Yuan got a copper token engraved with the 4 words Song Yuan Dao state. He then disappeared into the teleportation formation in a burst of blinding white light, and at this moment, outside the teleportation array, Suwan and Elder Qingzhu were both filled with surprise. They were certain that the white-haired young man standing inside the teleportation array was Lu Yuan, but how could Lu Yuan have appeared here? Suwan still remembered her master's words, and immediately took out the transmitting note. And between the true essence infusion, the transmitting note turned into a stream of light and flew out, and soon disappeared without a trace. Elder Qingzhu, on the other hand, stared at Suwan with a complicated expression and did not know what to say. She was also an old man of the Spirit Sky sect, and she didn't say that she knew everything that Lu Yuan had gone through, but she also knew a rough idea. She froze for a long time when she first learned that Lu Yuan took the initiative to withdraw from the clan, but she was also happy for Lu Yuan. But I didn't expect to meet him here. Paying for the spirit stones, when she led Suwan into the teleportation array with the token, a full quarter of an hour had passed since Lu Yuan left. The runes around the formation lit up one by one, while the tokens in their hands blossomed with a bit of silver light. With a burst of white light, they only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and when their vision was restored, they could only see many streams of light flashing in front of them. This is spatial teleportation. Chapter 48, Handling? An apology and some resources at most. Song Yuan Dao State. Spirit Winds City. In the southeastern corner of the city, on top of a huge square, a dozen guards in armor stood in various parts of the square. The huge teleportation spell formation was lying quietly in the center position of the square, while the square outside was packed with people. The teleportation spells needed to be recharged after each use, and the process took almost a quarter of an hour. Therefore, each teleportation spell formation could be used once every quarter of an hour. As for the teleportation spell formation, it is divided into a transmission formation and a receiving formation, and the formation here is the receiving formation, which will receive the cultivators who have been transmitted from the 72 states. When the runes on the formation lit up one by one, the formation would gradually be activated, just as it was now. When the runes were completely lit up, a formation pattern emerged on top of the formation, and then a huge pillar of light fell from the sky above the dome of the heavens like a heavenly river breaking the dike, smashing down on top of the formation, stirring up a gust of light and fog spreading out like the waves of the sea. Outside the plaza, there were a few scattered people standing, either people who were idly coming here to see what kind of people would arrive at Spirit Wind City through the teleportation array, or civic organizations gathering intelligence. Soon, a middle-aged man walked out with his head held high, his body like an iron tower, and a tiger's back. Get out of my way. Not in my way. Suddenly, a voice so sharp that it looked like a sharp blade cutting through silk came, and the burly middle-aged man immediately stepped aside respectfully. Then he saw a short old man walk out from the light curtain, and he was only about 5 feet tall as far as the eye could see, with a handful of goatee under his jaw and 2 mustaches on his lips. He stepped out of the light screen and coldly swept a glance at the lanky man. "Follow me. If you dare to run away, I will not peel your skin off." After saying that, the old man's feet generated wind, and his body instantly flew up, transforming into a touch of recluse light flying towards the outside of the city. The burly man, on the other hand, took a step to follow, and his figure similarly turned into a recluse and chased after him. Then there are a few people out, also like the previous 2 people, the body into a recluse flying away. Therefore, when Lu Yuan walked out of the light screen with Little White in his arms and walked directly towards the outside of the square, the sights of those scattered few people all fell on him. Lu Yuan didn't pay any attention to it, and only walked out of the square and into the middle of the street on his own. After that, several more people walked out of the light screen successively, and Joya rushed out after these people. After her feet settled, she looked towards the surroundings, but none of them could find Lu Yuan's figure. With a light sigh of helplessness, she directly took out a flying sword and was about to leave by sword when she was stopped by the guards. After learning that no imperial swords were allowed to fly in the city, she had no choice but to walk into the city as well. This is the case for a quarter of an hour round. Week after week, when Elder Qingju and Suwan arrived, Lu Yuan had long since disappeared. Suwan wanted to find Lu Yuan, but Elder Qingju refused outright and rushed to the Tsanglong Classical Reception Point in Spirit Wind City with her. As for Lu Yuan, the person he was looking for was not in this Spirit Wind City, so he left the square and walked straight towards the city gates. When he left the town, he directly threw Little White out to take the form of a demonic beast and rushed straight to his destination. Purple Sun City. Spirit Immortal Sect. Lioli Peak. Is Kobayashi still awake? After Bai Mingqi finished handling the affairs of the sect, she rushed over at the first opportunity. Lin Shurhan, who had been guarding this place, rose and saluted. Returning, "It's good that the pulse has stabilized. I think it will soon be awakened." 8 days ago, when the 2 women returned to the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect with the unconscious Yi Xiaolin, Bai Mingqi immediately rushed over and mobilized numerous resources to heal his injuries. On the 2nd day back, Lu Xuanwei suddenly sensed a breakthrough opportunity and went straight to the retreat to prepare for a breakthrough. Qin Jinxian, on the other hand, has been taking care of Yi Xiaolin for 6 days, and only left Liuli Peak the day before yesterday to go back to rest. "Has your 4th sister ever been here?" Bai Mingqi asked again. While sitting on the chair next to the bed, Lin Shurhan shook her head. "Meng Yao has not returned, but I think she should have received that message." Bai Mingqi's brows furrowed slightly, and there were a few points of displeasure on her face. For the sake of that trash Lu Yuan, she actually even disregarded her young master. Does she still have Shaolin in her eyes, and me as her master? Seeing that her senior was angry, Lin Shurhan hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Senior, is eldest sister's breakthrough still going well?" Bai Mingqi nodded. "Currently, her breath is stable and her cultivation is steadily rising, so I think that she should have crossed the heart demon tribulation this time out." A hint of relief surfaced on her face. Now that the evil chi in the void rift has not continued to overflow, Seeking Wei is about to break through to transformation spirit, and will become one of the few transformation spirit cultivators in the world who is less than 130 years old. She looked at Yi Xiaolin with a soft gaze. "Everything is getting better now, just waiting for Xiaolin to wake up." As her words fell, she seemed to remember something, and her eyes steeply became icy cold. That trash Lu Yuan actually dared to heavily damage Xiaolin's soul. When those deacons bring him back from Heavenly Fong City, I must strip the green lotus of enlightenment from his body and take it to Shaolin. How does a trash deserve to have such a heavy treasure as the green lotus of enlightenment? Lin Shurhan pursed her lips, but the green lotus of enlightenment has already recognized its owner, so it might be more difficult if you want to deprive it. Bai Mingqi didn't hesitate to say. He was able to recultivate before gaining the recognition of the green lotus of enlightenment, and as long as he becomes an invalid once again, I believe that the green lotus of enlightenment will abandon him as well. Her eyes were shadowy. Besides, his cultivation is low, and he won't be able to refine the green lotus of enlightenment in a short period of time. So the big deal is that this father will personally take out the lotus of enlightenment. Just because you can't kill him doesn't mean you can't hurt him and torture him. Lin Shurhan nodded her head, and then her face became grave. Master, then how do we swing to deal with the matter of junior brother beheading a Star Immortal Mansion disciple? Processing? Bai Mingqi snorted coldly. Yes, someone saw it, but Lu Yuan got hold of the green lotus of enlightenment, and with the terrifying ability of the green lotus of enlightenment, it's difficult for him to change just a few people's memories? Lin Shurhan still had obvious worry in her eyes, but will the Star Immortal Mansion believe this? Bai Mingqi looked like she was in control of everything. The Star Immortal Mansion is indeed an old immortal sect, and the strength of its foundation is not comparable to that of my Spirit Sky Immortal sect. But to tear themselves apart from our Spirit Sky Immortal sect for the sake of a single false pill realm disciple, they aren't that stupid. That's a reason they'll have to accept or not. She sneered. Just give them an apology, and at most some compensation for resources, and don't even think about anything else. Lin Shurhan froze slightly. She had thought that her master had thought too simply, but now it seemed that it turned out to be she who had thought too complicatedly. Matters between two immortal sects, as long as the ones involved weren't core disciples, it wasn't really as complicated as one might think. Rumble. Just as the two of them were talking, thunderclouds converged above the dome of the sky outside, and the sound of thunder resounded through the sky. The calamity of the transformation of God is here. Chapter 49, Breaking Through into the Devil. System upgrade completed. In the sky above the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, thunderclouds tumbled and coalesced, and lightning dangled under the friction of the thunderclouds. All the Spirit Immortal sect cultivators looked up. When the first thunder fell, everyone knew who it was that was ferrying the tribulation. Eldest sister is worthy of being the number one sect disciple. She is already a spirit transformation cultivator. Even the rest of the 9 immortal sects have few people with such talent. More than that, it is said that eldest senior sister is less than 130 years old. Such an age is also an extremely rare existence when looking at the past and present. The Spirit Sky Immortal sect has an eldest sister. It's really a blessing for the sect. The crowd of disciples were talking, but suddenly they saw several figures sweeping through the air, heading straight for a cave. The crowd reacted violently. This is ready to go to reflect a sense of existence. After all, this can be said to be heaven-defying talent. In the future, even if it is not the patriarch, but also the elders level characters, there is only good, not bad, in brushing up on your presence. On the Lioli Peak, looking at the thunder that lasted for nearly half an hour, falling one after another, Bai Mingqi didn't say a word. It was only when she saw the last thunder fall and the thunderclouds above the sky dissipate that the corners of her lips curled into a smile. The future of the sect was getting better and better. Even without Lu Yuan, the Spirit Sky Immortal sect would be able to gradually grow under her leadership, just not as fast. As for the source of the evil qi, he would have to pry the suppression method out of his mouth no matter what. As she was thinking this, an ominous premonition of meaning surged into her heart, and her gaze subconsciously fell in the direction of Lu Xuanwei's cave. Why do you feel this way when it's obviously a good thing? Divine sense was instantly prodded, and then her complexion froze and her figure instantly disappeared in place. At the same time, outside Lu Xuanwei's cave, more than 100 corpses dressed in Spirit Sky Immortal sect disciples' attire were lying on the ground, with broken limbs falling all over the place. There were disciples who still had a breath left, their faces filled with pain while their eyes were filled with disbelief. Just now, hundreds of disciples had arrived outside Lu Xuanwei's cave, waiting for her to come out of the gate and congratulate her on reaching the transformation god stage. But when they looked at the cave with anticipation, they saw a sword light chopping through the door of the cave, instantly killing 3 Jindan stage disciples. The crowd immediately panicked, have turned to escape. Who expected Lu Xuanwei is suddenly rushed out. See people to kill. Just a few breaths will have dozens of Jindan stage disciples fell under her sword. In the void, a group of disciples used all their means, but they were still killed by Lu Xuanwei's seemingly random sword. There were even disciples who performed evasion techniques and disappeared into the ground, only to be strangled by Lu Xuanwei with his sword intent. At this moment, her eyes were red, her face was distorted, and she was vaguely insane, which could be described as being like a madman. When Bai Mingqi arrived here, what she saw was this blood-stained mountain scene. Lu Xuanwei once again beheaded 3 of the sect's Jindan stage disciples in front of Bai Mingqi, and did so cleanly, without the slightest hesitation. This is the invasion of the heart into the devil? But hasn't she already solved the demonic tribulation? Otherwise, how could she have sensed the opportunity to break through? Just as Bai Mingqi froze, 6 Jindan stage disciples in the distance quickly vanished in her direction. Patriarch, help! A few people exclaimed in shock, but they saw Lu Xuanwei slightly sidestep her eyes, and in the blink of an eye, she caught up with those 6 people. Seeing this, Bai Mingqi no longer hesitated. Lifting her hand, a terrifying true essence surged out. The aura of heaven and earth was induced by it, suppressing towards Lu Xuanwei, sensing an aura that was many times stronger than her own. Lu Xuanwei didn't hesitate in the slightest and turned around to vanish. However, the moment she turned around, the terrifying true essence wrapped in the aura of heaven and earth directly suppressed her to the point where she fell to her knees. Being suppressed on the ground, Lu Xuanwei was instead not in a hurry to escape. She forcefully twisted her head to look at Bai Mingqi, her eyes full of madness, obviously in a state of invasion of her mind. Bai Mingqi no longer hesitated. Her figure instantly arrived at Lu Xuanwei's side, raising her hand and pointing a finger at her brow. In just a split second, Lu Xuanwei only felt a blur before her eyes, followed by fainting on the spot. Thank you, Sovereign, for saving my life. Those 6 disciples arched their hands at Bai Mingqi with palpitations in their hearts, while secretly, they all let out a long breath of relief. How long has it been? It also seemed that in just a few dozen breaths, hundreds of Jindan stage disciples had fallen. Among them, there were even a few disciples who had first entered Yuaning. She looked towards Lu Xuanwei, who had fallen into unconsciousness. Her face had a few moments of helplessness. Her gaze landed on those disciples, and a trace of intolerance and guilt flashed in her eyes. The divine sense was urged, and the 6 people directly fainted, erasing the memories of these people. Bai Mengqi raised her hand and so far wiped away the bloodstains on the mountain, and those limbs and broken arms were also incinerated by the blazing fire. After bringing several people back to Liuli Peak together to heal their wounds, Bai Mengqi took a long breath. Currently, he didn't know what was going on with Lu Xuanwei, so he could only suppress her first and wait until she regained her consciousness before making inquiries. However, at this time, a stream of light flew and hovered in front of Bai Mengqi. She slightly frowned and lightly tapped, and at that moment, one of the information was made into a stream of light and drilled into her brow. Lu Yuan actually went to 9 heavenly cities? Moreover, he had entered the teleportation spell. Was he preparing to leave the spirit sky immortal sect sphere of influence? She laughed coldly in her heart, and immediately took out a transmitting note, transferring the entire contents of this transmitting note and sending it to those deacons. At the same moment, in the middle of the system space, system upgrade completed, unlocking the sub-subsons of Qi hunting function, unlocking the Qi value harvesting blitz function, unlocking the power of precognition, unlocking. Originally bored Yi Xiaolin heard this heavenly voice of the system and immediately got excited. He hurriedly opened the system panel to check. Name, Yi Xiaolin. Cultivation, early Jindan stage. Physique, astral chakra body. Status, soul damage repairing. Yi Xiaolin froze slightly and asked busily. System, why hasn't my soul been repaired? The restoration progress has reached 90%. The host can now turn on the secondary Qi Sun hunting function to determine the location of the secondary Qi Sun in advance, in order to harvest the Qi value. Yi Xiaolin furrowed his brows. What kind of injury is it that actually takes so long to repair? The soul suffered crushing and shattering. If not for the system's advancement of the host's consciousness into the system space, the host is afraid that the host has already died. Yi Xiaolin was slightly stunned, having the surprise that the consequences of that day's visionary collision were actually so serious. At the same time, he also somewhat regretted his impulsiveness that day. If not for that, he wouldn't have been late to wake up. He had no choice but to try out this so-called secondary sons of Qi hunting function first. In a single movement of his mind, Yi Xiaolin only felt that everything in a radius of tens of miles was presented in his mind. In just a few moments, a pillar of light rose from the sky, but it was only visible to Yi Xiaolin. Analyzing the location that he had sensed, Yi Xiaolin slightly raised his eyebrows. It didn't seem to be far from the spirit sky immortal sect. Chapter 50. The technique she practiced was chosen by Lu Yuan. It was night on the glazed peak. Senior brother, how is the situation of this disciple of mine? Looking at the goatee-bearded middle-aged man who took his hand back, Bai Mengqi couldn't help but ask. However, I heard the man let out a sigh. The heart demon is like fire. It can be thinned out but not blocked. Nowadays, if you want her to recover, the only way is to let her kill in pain. Bai Mengqi's face sank as she heard this, and she was about to speak when she heard him say urgently, but the problem still lies in the technique she practiced. I wonder which technique the patriarch gave her. What feats? Bai Mengqi froze as she kept rummaging through her memories, but she couldn't even find out exactly what technique she had chosen for Lu Xuanwei. The earliest memory was that she brought Lu Xuanwei back to Lu Yuan, and then brought the foundation establishment pill to help Lu Xuanwei build her foundation 4 years later. The subsequent memory related to Lu Xuanwei is that after he became the sect leader and brought back Yi Xiaolin, he introduced the girls one by one to Yi Xiaolin to get to know them. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and her face instantly became gloomy. The technique she cultivated was chosen for her by Lu Yuan. When I was in closed-door cultivation, she looked towards Lu Xuanwei, her heart full of heartache, stepped forward and grabbed her wrist, her divine sense instantly catalyzing. Not long after, an image was presented in Bai Mengqi's sea of consciousness, and a strand of cold and deep cold aura was seen traveling between the intangible and the tangible, as if it was a touch of will that was difficult to capture. Under careful sensing, it was discovered that this flash of cold aura actually had the terrifying power of not being able to cut anything and not being able to break anything. Feat, soul-breaking sword intent. The name of such a feat surfaced in Bai Mengqi's mind, and she was immediately shocked. This is the most easy to breed heart demons in the clan, and fall into the evil way of the gong method. Between 100 years was destroyed by the clan. 100 years ago. Almost 110 years have passed since Lu Xuanwei chose her technique. Before Yi Xiaolin, it seemed like he really didn't care too much about those few disciples. It seems that in the future, he should put more effort into his several disciples before doing so, and he must not favor one over the other. In addition, Lu Yuan actually induced Xuanwei to choose soul-severing sword intent, a technique that could easily breed heart demons. It was simply a great crime, waiting to get him back. Bai Mengqi suddenly fell silent, drunk on cultivation and with just a few punishments in her head, but Lu Yuan's charges were still increasing. Forget it, double the penalty used. As for this technique, Lu Yuan had also strongly discouraged Lu Xuanwei from practicing it in the first place, but the soul-breaking sword intent could allow those who practiced it to rapidly increase their cultivation level, and their strength would be far superior to that of the same level of cultivators, which all cultivators who wanted to cultivate the sword could not refuse. In order to be able to cultivate this gongfu, back then, Lu Xuanwei was pampered and cute, so Lu Yuan had no choice but to let her cultivate the soul-breaking sword intent. However, while Lu Xuanwei was practicing, Lu Yuan also divided his mind to help her dissolve the heart demons that the gongfu had bred, and during these 100 years, without Lu Yuan's help, Lu Xuanwei had already bred a heart demon. It was only that her cultivation hadn't reached the breaking point of the heart demon yet that it hadn't affected her cultivation. Cultivation breakthrough to transformation spirit was an opportunity for the heart demon to erupt. After returning to the clan, Lu Yuan had also opened his mouth to instruct Lu Xuanwei, but he was directly shaken by Lu Xuanwei, and said that Lu Yuan did not deserve to judge her sword moves. However, she had never thought that without Lu Yuan, with Bai Mengqi's nature, it would have been a problem for her to even get started in cultivation. Looking at the sleeping Lu Xuanwei, Bai Mengqi pursed her lips. Suppressing him was a small matter. The real big matter was the hundreds of disciples who died under Lu Xuanwei's sword. Just thinking about this gave Bai Mengqi a headache, while the resentment towards Lu Yuan in her heart increased by a few points. Song Yuan Dao Prefecture. Above a peak in the nameless mountain range, Lu Yuan leaned against the sleeping Xiao Bai and closed his eyes. Suddenly, the corners of his lips hooked up slightly as if he had sensed something. When he fought with Lu Xuanwei in Tianfang City, Lu Yuan fixed her and took her pulse in passing, and at that time, he sensed that the other party was about to break through, but was still a little short of the fire. In order for him to break through faster, Lu Yuan left behind a strand of chaotic qi. Now that the chaotic qi was completely consumed, that meant that Lu Xuanwei had broken through her cultivation and stepped into the ranks of the transformation spirit cultivators. I also don't know how many Jindan Yuanin disciples of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect died under Lu Xuanwei's sword this time. He laughed softly twice and opened his eyes to look at the stars in the sky. Don't be in a hurry. In the future, my gifts to the Spirit Sky Immortal sect will only increase. I hope you guys won't be played to death too early. Lean on white and watch the moon rise and set and the stars turn. When the sky turned fish belly white, Lu Yuan got up as if he had foreknowledge, and then little white stretched comfortably. Stepping into the sunrise, Xiao Bai ran through the mountains and forests. 5 days later, Xiang City. People come and go on the streets, and most of them are followed by different forms of spirit beasts, which is unique compared to other towns. Walking through the streets with little white, Lu Yuan quickly arrived at one of the pickup points of the Tsanglong Ancient Hall. Oh, what you're talking about should be Deacon Blackhawk. He's the only one in the clan who likes to travel around. Inside the point of reception, a young man wearing a black robe embroidered with the golden pattern of the augur beast responded with a smile. But you've come at the wrong time. Deacon Blackhawk went out on another cloud tour 3 years ago. As for the cultivators you said he brought back, there are more than 60 of them in this 100 years. Can you provide the more obvious characteristics? Lu Yuan said. I forgot his name, but he was brought back from the Tsuweiwei mountain state by the Black Eagle deacon you speak of. Upon hearing this, the disciple immediately looked dazed. You're talking about Senior Brother Zhong, right? Among these 60 or so people, Senior Brother Zhong is the only one from the Tsuweiwei mountain prefecture. He subconsciously sized up Lu Yuan. Are you a descendant of Master Zhong? Lu Yuan shook his head. There was a time when I had a chance to meet you, and I came to inquire after passing by here with nothing to do. That disciple was silent for a moment. Oh, that's right. Afterwards, a few moments of difficulty surged on his face. But you didn't catch the coincidence. Senior Brother Zhong has now successfully formed the Dan, and is now an inner disciple, so it might be a bit troublesome for you to want to see him. Lu Yuan lightly laughed. How could he not see this person's mind? This was treating him, Lu Yuan, as someone who wanted to climb into the ancient palace of the Tsang Dragon. As for whether that Zhou Nanqing was here or not, would Lu Yuan, who had been dreaming for 10,000 years, not know? But he was just looking at his low cultivation level and was afraid that he would rely on him. It didn't matter. Anyway, he had only come here to explore the ruins of a Yuaning beast master, and in the meantime, help Little White raise his cultivation. It is only that this site was discovered by Zhou Manqing 2 years later, and he also took the opportunity to successfully break through to the Yuaning, and his spirit beasts will also achieve the cultivation to the Zhedan Great Perfection realm. I was thinking of that one-sided relationship, thinking of bringing him to break through the cultivation level in advance, but I didn't give him the chance to use it. Arching his hand at the man, Lu Yuan turned around with Little White and headed towards the city gates. Only after the two had walked away did that disciple return to the interior of the reception point, and behind the gate, a man with the body of a tower in the back of a tiger leaned against the back of the wall with his arms wrapped around him. Chapter 51, being assigned to the western suburb city 50,000 miles away? Senior Zhong, the people have already been dispatched for you. After that disciple walked into the point of reception, he was busy bowing to the stout man standing behind the door. If one looked carefully, one would know that this person was the stout man who had arrived at Spirit Wind City in the same transmission batch as Lu Yuan that day. The short old man, on the other hand, was the Black Eagle Deacon of the Tsonglong Ancient Hall. That person is carrying a first-order mid-level spirit beast with him, so he must be trying to rely on his senior brother's relationship to enter into the Tsonglong Ancient Hall. That disciple then said. He also didn't look at what cultivation level he has, and he's also worthy of joining the Tsonglong Ancient Hall? Zhou Manqing frowned slightly. Raising his eyes instantly, that disciple felt a pressure, immediately shutting up and not daring to speak again. I've only met him on one side at most, and it's only decent of me to refuse him like this, and it's good to see that he knows what he's doing. He stepped forward and walked straight to the interior of the reception point. You're doing great. Upon hearing this, that disciple was instantly elated, only for the words that came afterward to cause him to freeze in place, while feeling a coolness rush straight to the sky. But you talk too much for my liking. Subconsciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva, that disciple hurriedly turned around and bowed to Zhou Manqing's back. He was about to open his mouth, but suddenly remembered Zhou Manqing's earlier words and immediately closed his own mouth. Walking into the reception point, Zhou Manqing's heart then sneered coldly. Really, what kind of people can lick their faces to beg for themselves? When he first met with Lu Yuan was already a foundation establishment cultivator, and now his cultivation was retreating instead of advancing. Obviously his Dao foundation was damaged. Just look at his head full of white hair. This was a sign of loss of qi and blood. To come to find himself, also with a spirit beast, this is obviously want to rely on his face to find a place to retire and wait for death. After all, foundation establishment stage cultivator's top death is only 200 years of life. We've only met once. You're asking too much, aren't you? As he was thinking so, Zhou Manqing arrived outside an attic. He landed on his feet and bowed to the attic door. Disciple Zhou Manqing, seeking an audience with Deacon Black Eagle. The voice fell. All the surrounding sound disappeared to go. Even if the rear of the bamboo leaves by the breeze, the sound seems to be swallowed generally. This situation lasted for about 10 breaths before the sound that sounded like a sharp blade cutting through cloth rang out. What is the matter that seeks to see this seat? Zhou Manqing opened his mouth, but did not make a sound at all. Then he saw the attic door open and Zhou Manqing stepped into it. As the attic door gently closed, the sounds around them resumed once more. The breeze rustled through the bamboo leaves. Spirit Wind City. There was less than half a month to go before the Tsonglong Festival, and the triggering of the receiving array was becoming more and more frequent. If it was placed in normal times, both the receiving array and the teleportation array could only be triggered once in a quarter of an hour. But now it was a special period of time, and the ancient palace of the Tsanglong Dragon had specially dispatched a cultivator to make changes to the array. But whenever a cultivator teleported over, the array would be triggered directly. And so there was also the magnificent sight of a pillar of teleportation light that never dissipated. From time to time, most of the cultivators who came out of the light pillars were here to participate in this Tsanglong extravaganza. And among them, there were both sellers and buyers, and Spirit Wind City Tsanglong Ancient Hall outside the point of reception. At this moment the place has already gathered a lot of people, just that everyone is a cultivator. There is still a certain distance between each other, and there is not that kind of overcrowded scene. And at this time within the point of reception, if I had known that coming over to the Tsong Yuan Dao state early would be so boring, I would have come back later. Suan was lying in front of the window, her hands resting on her chin, full of impatience. There are benefits to coming early. If you are really bored, you can go to the Spirit Beast Garden within the point of reception to take a look, or go to the testing ground to exchange beast mastery skills with the disciples of the Tsanglong Ancient Hall. Elder Qingju sat cross-legged on top of the bed and said softly. Hearing this, Suwan's head shook like a rattlesnake, saying, as the same Jindan stage cultivator, their beast control skills are too poor. Last time my Song Chui Falcon easily packed up 5 of their spirit beasts. Her face was filled with bitterness. and none of them can harness two spirit beasts at the same time as I can, so what will I learn if I go? At that, she didn't hold back another sigh and simply got up and stretched, but at that moment, a figure broke into her line of sight, and an image flashed back violently from her own mind. She saw that the woman was wearing a long water-green dress, her temperament was as tranquil as water, and it was the woman she had seen traveling with Lu Yuan in the 9 heavenly cities. Without the slightest hesitation, Suwon got up and chased straight out. Elder Qingju, I'll wander around within the reception point and return later. The words fell out of her mouth and she was gone. At those words, Elder Qingju opened his eyes, which were filled with helplessness. Just then, a spiritual talisman was wrapped in aura and flew in front of her. It was a sound transmission note. She raised her right hand and lightly tapped on the transmission note, and a wave of information immediately flooded into her mind. Western Suburb City? If I remember correctly, that's a good 50,000 miles away from Spirit Wind City. It's a bit unkind of the Tsanglong Ancient Hall to act like this. A few huffs welled up on her face. 50,000 miles was already equivalent to traversing a third of the Tsong Yuan Dao state, and this was clearly a dismount from the Tsanglong Ancient Hall. They had come early and should have been placed in the nearest towns, but what they didn't expect was that they were actually placed in a town 50,000 miles away as a trading point. The Tsong Dragon Extravaganza was an extravaganza for the entire Tsong Yuan Dao state, and would set up no less than 5,000 trading points which were spread throughout the entire Tsong Yuan Dao state. The cultivators who came to participate in the festival would be divided into various trading points to trade spirit beasts, in addition to the beast taming competition, the battle of the beast masters, and other activities, and the eventual winners of the more than 5,000 trading points would be gathered in Sanglong City for the final round. Of the two competitions, cultivators could only choose one to participate in, the difference being that the beast taming conference had nothing to do with cultivation and only tested the beast taming ability of the beast master. The battle of the beast master is slightly unfair. After all, the rules only limit the cultivation of demonic beasts up to Jindan Great Circle, so there will be a number of God of Transformation and even refining void beast masters with Jindan Great Circle of demonic beasts to participate in the competition. With a soft sigh of helplessness, Elder Green Bamboo was filled with sorrow. Song Yuan Dao State was not Chui Wei Mountain State. Even if she had grievances in her heart at the moment, she could only endure them. And when Suwon took the West Suburb City leader and headed to Tsanglong City, they would feel ashamed of themselves. At the same moment, Suwon walked out of the courtyard and looked towards the direction where the figure had left earlier. When she saw that one back walk around the far corner, she immediately chased after it. Quickly, she caught up with the pace of the three Shangyas and flew to stop them from leaving. Sweeping a glance at the three, her eyes finally fell on Joya, and she opened her mouth to question. Where is that white-haired youth who entered the teleportation array with you in the Nine Heavens City? Chapter 52, the so-called genius. But it's just cudgeling. The three of them were already startled by this sudden appearance, and now that they heard her question, a few points of displeasure arose in their hearts. But this person was a Jindan cultivator. Even if the three of them were no longer upset in their hearts, they did not dare to attack at will. Hearing Su Wan's question, Joya's brows knitted slightly, and a few alarms immediately arose in her heart. She raised her eyes to take a closer look at Su Wan, and when she saw the Lingxiao Immortal Sex token hanging on her waist, Lu Xuanwei's figure instantly surfaced in her mind. A few moments of alertness arose in her heart, and she shook her head. Senior doesn't know what Senior is talking about. Su Wan's brows furrowed. Are you from Tsuiwei Mountain State? Joya raised her head and was about to nod, but then as if she thought of something, she shook her head at Su Wan. Latecomers come from the Heavenly Green Spirit Prefecture, not from the Tsuiwei Mountain Prefecture. Su Wan froze slightly when she saw this, and her face instantly became gloomy. Good. Since you said you're from the Heavenly Green Spirit State, take out your Heavenly Green Spirit State teleportation order, or else you won't blame me for being impolite. As soon as these words came out, the two male disciples of the Tsanglong Ancient Hall immediately blocked in front of Joya, one on the left and one on the right. This senior, Joya has already worshipped my Tsanglong Ancient Hall. If you want to touch her, the Tsanglong Ancient Hall will never sit idly by. One of them spoke in a deep voice with a determined look. Seeing this, the true essence in Su Wan's body steeply revolved, and a pressure that belonged solely to a Jindan stage powerhouse spread out steeply. So far, no one has dared to not answer my Su Wan's question. Her expression was icy cold and full of hostility. Since you guys want to meddle in the matter between me and her, you won't blame me for being merciless. As the words fell, an eagle's cry resounded through the sky, and then a spiritual light was seen rushing up into the sky, followed by a giant demonic beast breaking into the three's line of sight. The demonic beast had a wingspan of 3 feet. Its feathers were a deep emerald green. Its sharp claws were like daggers with an eerie cold light, and there was a strange green flame rising from its pupils. Spirit Beast, Pale Falcon. Who has summoned such extremely aggressive spirit beasts in the non-beast taming area of my Tsanglong Ancient Hall's reception point? Suddenly, a stern shout came out, followed by a slightly aged figure appearing in front of the three as if it was an instantaneous movement, raising his hand and instantly striking out with a piece of true essence, condensing into a light shield to easily stop the swooping of the pale green falcon. At the same time, Elder Qingju also appeared on Su Wan's side like an instant, raising his eyes and sweeping over the situation in the arena. Elder Qingju had a number in his heart. Without waiting for that old man to speak, she took the lead and bowed to him. I am an elder of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. This disciple of mine is a bit quick-tempered. I apologize for her behavior. After she finished speaking, she gave a slight bow to the three Zhouya. This scene caused that old man to freeze, but immediately he said with a sullen face, summoning a Jindan stage spirit beast to strike out at our sect's foundation stage disciples. Her behavior can be considered as an arsonist's act, and my Tsanglong Ancient Hall can wipe out her spirit beasts on the spot according to the rules. After saying that, the old man immediately raised his hand, and instantly the pressure of a strong void refining stage person spread out, instantly locking onto the pale emerald falcon that was still hovering in the sky. As a beast master, Su Wan sensed the fear within the pale falcon almost immediately, and her heart thumped. She looked at the old man with some puzzlement. She could be said to be the best beast master in this reception point. Why did this deacon of the ancient palace of the Tsanlong not only not help herself, but also suppress her spirit beast? Ever since He Xiaolin came to the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, Su Wan's ears had been filled with compliments from time to time. What genius beast masters, outstanding beast mastering talent were all called out by Yi Xiaolin with his followers. Originally, Su Wan didn't care, but the compliments for more than 10 years as one day made her gradually lose herself. And because the Spirit Sky Immortal sect's beast masters were already scarce, she accepted the name of Genius Beast Master as a matter of course. I hope your excellency will raise your hand, Elder Qingju pleaded, with a bit of gravity on his face. That spirit beast has been following her for 100 years. I believe that you, who are also a beast master, should know that this is of great significance. However, he heard the old man coldly hummed, if I had appeared a breath later, these three disciples of mine would have lost their lives. How do you expect me to stop? Besides, she violated the rules of my Tsanglong Ancient Hall first. If I don't impose punishment, who will still abide by the rules set by my Tsanglong Ancient Hall in the future? As he spoke, the pressure gradually tightened, and the miserable screams of the pale falcon came at that moment. Su Wan's delicate body trembled and looked at the old man with some indignation. He was about to open his mouth to question, but he violently remembered something, and the eyes that looked at the pale falcon steeply became cold. This spirit beast, hatched from the spirit beast egg given by Lu Yuan. I had thought that I would find a better spirit beast for this Tsanglong festival before replacing it, but now it seems that I have to sacrifice this spirit beast in advance. Without the slightest hesitation, she directly disconnected the soul contract with the pale emerald falcon. In just an instant, Su Wan's breath immediately became shriveled, and a trace of blood gushed out from the corner of her mouth, while the pale emerald falcon let out a mournful cry and fell down from the air. A spirit beast is just a spirit beast. This genius has never put it in his eyes. She coldly swept a glance at the old man and the three of them, Zhouya, and actually fainted on the spot. The old man saw this as not polite. The mind between a thought that the pale green falcon was refined virtual stage cultivator's horrible pressure crushed, and finally a spiritual fire burned clean. Seeing this, Elder Qingju looked at the fainting Su Wan with complicated eyes, and for a moment he didn't know what to say about her. Well, now that the matter has been dealt with, I'm sure that your excellency has also gotten the allotted trading points, right? The old man shook off his hand and glanced disdainfully at Su Wan, then said, if you're fine, it's better to depart earlier, so as not to miss the start of the Tsanglong ceremony. Upon hearing this, Elder Green Bamboo sighed helplessly and saluted the old man, turning around and instantly transforming into a recluse light to go far away. Only after seeing this did the old man turn around and leave with the three Zhouya. Genius? Was 111-something-year-old mid-Jindan cultivation enough to be a genius? Or was being able to harness two spirit beasts at the same time enough to be a genius? In the Tsanglong Ancient Hall, being able to harness two spirit beasts at the same time was only the standard for the outer sect, and one could only enter the inner sect by harnessing 5 spirit beasts at the same time. How dare you call yourself a genius with such talent? It's simply ridiculous. The year Lu Yuan entered the Void Rift, Su Wan was only 17 years old. At that time she had just built her foundation under Lu Yuan's teaching, but in just 2 months she learned to harness 2 spirit beasts at the same time. After Lu Yuan entered the Void Rift, Su Wan was drunk on raising spirit beasts, and it was only when she saw that the cultivation levels of several senior sisters had significantly increased that she began to raise her own cultivation level. During these 100 years, Suwon never thought of raising the number of her imperial beasts again. The so-called genius is nothing but Yi Xiaolin's cudgel, spirit immortal sect. As the sun was setting, Lin Shurhan was taking out a high-level formation diagram to study it, but she suddenly sensed a hint of true essence fluctuation, and immediately turned her head to look at Yi Xiaolin, who was lying on the bed. He saw Yi Xiaolin's eyelids move and finally open a little bit. Chapter 53, A Famous Teacher. The Star Immortal Mansion comes to our door. Senior, junior brother has woken up. Lin Shurhan took out a transmitting note and instantly activated it, then immediately took quick steps to the bedside. Junior brother, how are you feeling? Yi Xiaolin gently shook his head as he sniffed, while opening his mouth, but nothing could come out. Seeing this, Lin Shurhan hurriedly probed her hand and pasted it on Yi Xiaolin's forehead, and the soft water attribute true essence slowly surged into Yi Xiaolin's body, and at that moment, in the middle of Yi Xiaolin's line of sight, a panel surfaced. Name, Lin Shurhan. Cultivation, Middle Yuaning. Current luck value, 50,000. Harvestable luck value, 50,000. Yi Xiaolin was very satisfied in his heart. It seemed that the 5 senior sisters were already very disgusted with Lu Yuan, except for Qin Jinxian. Currently, he wasn't planning on harvesting Lin Shurhan. This was the chi value that was kept as a backup. Just as he was thinking so, a figure came to the bed as if it had broken through the air. When she saw that Yi Xiaolin's open eyes were filled with exhaustion, she didn't hold back the redness in her eyes. Going forward and grabbing Yi Xiaolin's hand, she similarly transformed her body's true essence into a gentle airflow that way and ferried it to Yi Xiaolin. Name, Bai Mengqi. Cultivation, Middle Mahayana. Current luck value, 200,000. Harvestable luck value, 200,000. 200,000. Worthy of being the master teacher of the son of Qi, he was just better than the several senior sisters. And the best part is that 200,000 can be harvested at any time, which is too good to be true. Feeling the gentle true essence that was constantly being ferried over, Yi Xiaolin, who was gradually regaining control of his body, finally spoke. Many thanks to Master. Many thanks to Senior Sister. Hearing the voice, Lin Shurhan cried tears of joy and busily grabbed Yi Xiaolin's other hand. However, just as the 3 of them were happy, there was already a large army outside the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect. Hundreds of figures were seen stepping into the air. All of their auras were not bad. The head of the middle-aged wearing a moon-white long shirt, elegant temperament, as if the mundane world of middle-aged scribes. At this moment, he stood in the void, holding a folding fan and clasping his fists. His voice was like a loud bell, spreading up and down the Ling Shao Immortal Sect. Elder of the Star Immortal Mansion, Calendar Wuyin, has come to pay his respects. This scene instantly attracted the attention of most of the disciples of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect. They converged towards the source of the sound like a river of carp, not caring in the slightest why the Star Immortal Mansion elders had come to worship the mountain. And on the glazed peak, the 3 people who heard these words froze. Bai Mengqi immediately stood up. Rest at ease here. This matter will be resolved by Master. At the end of her words, her figure had disappeared in place. Meanwhile, in front of the Ling Shao Immortal Sect's protective formation, Bai Mengqi's figure appeared as if she had broken through the air. Seeing the appearance of the visitor, her brows furrowed slightly, but she still saluted the middle-aged scribe. Spirit Sky Immortal Sect Patriarch Bai Mengqi. Meet Elder Li Wuyan. However, I heard a cold snort from Li Wuyan. Patriarch Bai. In the matter of your Spirit Sky Immortal Sect's chief disciple killing my internal protege disciple, I have waited for more than half a month and have yet to see the slightest sign of movement. Are you prepared to disregard the warnings of my Star Immortal Mansion? Hearing that, Bai Mengqi's brows became more and more tightly knit, but it was just a false Dan realm disciple. As to be so uptight? The chief of my clan is kind by nature, thick and simple, and will certainly not kill at will, she explained without hesitation. Moreover, the fight for the chance. It is inevitable that friction and dispute will occur. Killing is unavoidable. Could it be that in the future, when there is a chance of heaven and earth and the stars, and there are casualties among the Star Immortal Mansion's disciples, they will also have to bring a few hundred cultivators to seek a fair deal? Sharp-tongued, Li Wuyan snorted coldly and raised his hand to throw out a jade slip. Open your eyes and take a good look. Is this friction and strife? Receiving the jade slip, divine sense sensing some, Bai Mengqi face slightly sullen, did not expect that they still have such evidence in their hands. Seeing Bai Mengqi's face change, Li Wuyan said, my conditions are simple. 1 life for 1 life, or else I, Star Immortal Mansion, don't mind going to war against the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect. Upon hearing this, Bai Mengqi's face was already so gloomy that it was about to drip water. She had thought that it was just an ordinary disciple, but she didn't expect that it was actually a Mahayana cultivator's interpersonal disciple. It is impossible to resolve such a situation as easily as envisioned. Besides, they still had such evidence in their hands that it was impossible to frame Lu Yuan. For the first time, Bai Mengqi's heart was a little dissatisfied with Yi Xiaolin. He was really spoiled and dared to kill anyone. However, this matter was also Lu Yuan's fault. If Shaolin had successfully taken down the Green Lotus of Enlightenment and wiped out everyone in that enlightenment space, then there wouldn't have been such trouble. Bai Mengqi didn't know that in that dream, Yi Xiaolin did just that. Only this time there was an extra variable like Lu Yuan. After a long period of silence, Bai Mengqi took a deep breath and raised her eyes to look at Li Wuyan. 3 pieces of top-grade talismanic treasures. Can you exchange them for my disciple's life? Li Wuyan's face showed displeasure at his words. What do you take me, Li Wuyan? For, after he spoke, the true essence in his body roared to life, and the terrifying aura of the early Mahayana stage unfolded, causing the spirit sky immortal sect's protective formation to tremble. Looking at Bai Mengqi's gloomy, watery face, Li Wuyan sneered in his heart. That disciple was nothing more than an ordinary disciple who was about to be promoted to the inner sect, and he came here to pit the Ling Shao immortal sect against a wave. And secondly, he used it to show his goodwill to Lu Yuan. After all, he was able to obtain the recognition of the Enlightenment Green Lotus from the cultivator. And the most important thing is his perception of the way of the sword. With the 4th level of Qi refining thought to restrict the movement of Yuaning cultivators, such a wizard which clan cannot love. 7 pieces. Pak Mingqi once again made a step back. That's my personal disciple, the kind that will be registered when he breaks through Jindan, Li Wuyan said with a sullen face. In fact, what he wanted to say was, is the chief of your spirit sky immortal sect worth this much treasure? A spiritual treasure. Bai Mengqi gritted her teeth. Li Wuyan slightly raised his eyebrows. This is to be expected. This is also thought to take a 10 pieces of 8 pieces of talismanic treasures will be enough. Did not think that the other party was so generous, but thinking about it, the only treasures that could make a Mahayana cultivator's heart flutter were the spirit treasures made by the various refining masters, in addition to the several top-grade ancient treasures that were registered. Seeing that Li Wuyan's expression changed, Bai Mengqi immediately took out a Qiankuan ring and threw it out. Seeing this, Li Wuyan grabbed it and carefully sensed it before saying, seeing as Patriarch Bai is so sincere, I'll let this matter go, but I still hope that Patriarch Bai will properly restrain his disciples in the future, so as not to end up with the tragic situation of having his family's fortune emptied. With that, he turned around and walked away, and Bai Mengqi, who saw the scene, also came back to her senses. Where is this to seek justice? This is clearly to take advantage of the situation, but the other side of the division, and they are the one who is in the wrong. In the case of both sides of the cultivation difference, Bai Mengqi can only pinch the nose to endure. Star Immortal Mansion. This matter is written down by this honored one. She snorted coldly and whisked her sleeve away. Chapter 54, with the 9 stars of chaos as the plate and the green lotus of enlightenment as the foundation. 3 days later, in the Tsong Yuan Dao state, in the middle of the nameless mountain range, Lu Yuan led Xiaobai to step on the fine sunlight in the forest and slowly walked through the lush and dense forest, surrounded by ancient trees, their branches and leaves intertwined overhead to city a bright green dome, cutting the sky into tiny specks of light that poured through the sunlight onto the wet ground. Suddenly, a weird breeze brushed by, and the originally still clear forest path was gradually covered with a thick layer of fog. Looking at the suddenly changing scene in front of him, Lu Yuan's footsteps were getting firmer and firmer. This was the destination of his search, the Phantom Forest. The fog here is extremely strange. Even if the distance between feet, the appearance of the other side will become blurred, and the fog falls on the body will have a strange sticky feeling, making people feel uncomfortable. However, such an environment was very suitable for the growth of some special spiritual plants. The situation here is special. Lu Yuan has long been informed in advance of the small white, so after entering the fog, the small white will also follow behind Lu Yuan. Do not dare to have the slightest distraction. Walking through this thick mist, strange and weird lights and shadows appeared and disappeared, constantly distracting the attention of the beings who entered it. In response, both Lu Yuan and Little White were unmoved, and only stepped forward on their own. Suddenly, a flower with fangs and sharp teeth broke into Lu Yuan's perceptive range, and at the same time, there were many vines that began to move like spiritual snakes, bringing out a rustling sound. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. This was a mistake to enter the territory of the sharp-toothed flower? Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yuan swung out his sword, and his sword chi was like frost and snow, covering the sky, and under this thick fog, it was actually transformed into pieces of ice crystals spreading out towards the front. Not long after, the sound of frost condensing into ice could be heard, and the rustling sound also disappeared at this moment. Not long after he stepped out, 3 spikes broke into Lu Yuan's perceptual range like silver needles, and he swept his sword across the room. and the spikes were instantly snapped off. Lu Yuan once again raised his sword and chopped out. Then he heard the sound of trees being chopped to the bottom in the distance, bringing up a breeze. Moving forward on the ground, he encountered quite a few more seemingly harmless but secretly murderous spirit plants, but they were all easily neutralized by Lu Yuan. He had only one goal in mind, and that was the waterfall hidden in the depths of the Phantom Shadow Forest, where the ruins of the Yuaning Stage Beast Master's Cave were located. Along with gradually going deeper and deeper, the fog also became thicker and thicker, and it had already reached a terrifying level that affected breathing. At this moment, vision had completely lost its effectiveness, while Xiaobai followed Lu Yuan and relied entirely on the sound of trampling leaves resounding in front of him. Wow! The sudden sound of water flowing caused Lu Yuan's heart to rejoice, and he immediately slightly accelerated his pace. Xiaobai was equally aware of this and quickened his own pace following the change in Lu Yuan's footsteps. Finally, after bypassing a dense forest covered with strange light and shadows, the clattering sound had become deafening, which caused Lu Yuan's footsteps to become lighter and lighter. A few drops of water sprinkled on his face. Lu Yuan, easily out of the fog, looked up. Near the Shujiang outside there is a magnificent waterfall from the crags above the pouring down. The water mist steam, and the surrounding fog intertwined together. The water droplets that kept falling washed away the fog closest to the place, so there was no fog interference within a 5-foot radius of the waterfall. Xiaobai then stepped out of the thick fog and also breathed a long sigh of relief after seeing this huge waterfall. Lu Yuan subconsciously looked towards the waterfall. According to the scene in the dream, behind the waterfall was the cave left behind by that Yuaning Stage Beast Master, concentrating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on the wooden sword. Lu Yuan chopped out towards the waterfall. Boom! When Fong broke into the waterfall, a spirit shield emerged and stopped the sword chi. Protective array. With a thought, Lu Yuan immediately activated his silent pupil, and in just a split second, that so-called formation was directly dissolved away. If you follow the dream scene, you need to wait until a specific time, until the waterfall changes direction and actively reveals the entrance to the cave. But Lu Yuan had known everything for a long time, so naturally, he was not prepared to wait. He turned and patted White's head, warning, "Watch your step." After saying that, he charged straight towards the waterfall. Xiaobai saw this and hurriedly stepped to follow, but ignored Lu Yuan's words and immediately fell on his face. Getting up and backing up a distance, he rushed out once again, which led him to jump towards the waterfall just as Lu Yuan did. Diving headfirst into the waterfall, Xiaobai was also drenched, and when he landed on the ground, what he saw when he raised his eyes was another heaven and earth. Just overhead, he saw countless night pearls set in the roof of the cave, illuminating the entire cave with ease. Looking around, one could see that there was actually a forest below, in which countless exotic flowers and plants grew, emitting a faint spiritual chi that nourished every inch of the land. Various types of spirit insects are flying and playing in the forest, and there are even many grass-eating spirit beasts strolling in the forest, just like a scene of the outside world's mountains and forests. However, in Lu Yuan's silent pupil, this place was a different scene: dead branches and leaves, white bones everywhere. There are even countless traps and dangers hidden everywhere. Seeing the little white eyes full of yearning to go forward, Lu Yuan's mind moved. The void in front of him instantly distorted, and then a broken scene took its place. Xiaobai's advancing footsteps violently paused, looking at the suddenly changing scene in front of him a little stunned. "Stay put, unless you want to be one of those skeletons all over the place," Lu Yuan reminded. Xiaobai nodded repeatedly at his words and retreated to his previous position. Following Lu Yuan around the dilapidated spirit beast garden in front of him, an ancient and elegant attic soon appeared in sight. That attic was nothing more than 3 floors, with all kinds of spirit beast patterns carved on the outer walls, only slightly dilapidated in such an environment. This time, Lu Yuan did not go around, but walked straight towards that attic. Gently push open the door of the first floor, but see that there are a number of bookshelves in it. While a number of books are stored on the shelves, only Lu Yuan didn't stay on the first floor for long, but went straight up to the second floor. Seeing this, Xiaobai busily transformed into the normal size of a wild wolf and took a step to follow into the attic. When he went up to the second floor, what met his eyes was not a bookshelf, but a potted plant, in which special spiritual plants were planted, and their appearance was quite similar to those spiritual plants in the Phantom Shadow Forest. "White, let go and eat," Lu Yuan directly said. Xiaobai was also not polite, and just after going up to the second floor, he transformed into the form of a demonic beast and directly opened the self-help mode. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, turned around and went up to the third floor. Here, there were several yuan replenishing pills that could lower the threshold for cultivators to break through to yuaning, and it was these pills that Zhou Minxing had obtained in his dream before he managed to attain his cultivation to yuaning. However, In addition to lowering the threshold for a cultivator to break through to Yuaning, the Yuan replenishment pill could also improve one's own root bones and enhance one's qualifications and enlightenment. Of course, this was for other cultivators, not for Lu Yuan. He had only collected these pills for absorption by the Green Lotus of Enlightenment to accelerate the growth of the Green Lotus of Enlightenment with the medicinal power of the Yuan complement pills. He would watch the Green Lotus of Enlightenment bloom at the time of foundation building, using this chaotic 9 stars as the disc and the Green Lotus of Enlightenment as the foundation to build the strongest Tao foundation. Chapter 55, Taoist Heavenly Plate. Third grasp. Lu Yuan sat alone on top of the 3rd floor of the attic. The surrounding area was quiet and silent. The only sound was the sound of little white nibbling on the spirit plants on the 2nd floor constantly ringing out. With a light sigh of helplessness, Lu Yuan's mind moved. His figure disappeared. And when he reappeared, he was already in the world of the Sumeru ring. At this moment in his hand, 5 Yuan replenishing pills emitting a faint fluorescent light were lying quietly in his hand, each of them containing a rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan did not hesitate to pick up the first Yuan replenishing pill and threw it directly into his mouth. And instantly the pill turned into a warm current that quickly spread all over his body. He closed his eyes and concentrated, guiding this massive medicinal power to flow along his meridians and eventually converge in his dantian. Through the dantian, the medicinal power surged into the sea of qi, where the enlightened green lotus seed was quietly suspended in the chaos. The medicinal power transformed into a light mist in the sea of qi, and was guided by Lu Yuan's divine sense to converge towards the green lotus seed of enlightenment. As soon as it came into contact, that enlightened green lotus seed was like a vortex that swallowed up all the medicinal power. As the medicinal power of the first Yuan replenishing pill was gradually swallowed, Lu Yuan followed by swallowing the 2nd and 3rd, along with the devouring of the medicinal power of each Yuan complement pill. The enlightenment green lotus seed was also expanding and deforming. When the medicinal power of the 3rd elemental replenishing pill was completely devoured, a faint spiritual light glowed on the lotus seed. As the 4th Yuan replenishing pill's medicinal power was swallowed, a crunching sound came out, and a crystal clear, turquoise jade-like shoot poked out from the crack. The buds gently swayed, and the endless power of enlightenment overflowed from the crack, merging into the sea of qi in the sky and fusing into a star. For a while, Lu Yuan only felt a wave of refreshment, as if his soul had been washed. When the 5th Yuan complement dan was also completely refined, the crystal and shoot had fully extended, a lotus leaf of enlightenment curling and swaying in the celestial qi sea. Meanwhile, a 2nd shoot extends from the lotus seed, followed by a 3rd and a 4th. Just as the shoots extended one after another, the lotus once again broke open, and a crystal clear root filled with the rich power of enlightenment grew out and quickly took root in this heaven and earth. As time passed, the enlightenment green lotus shoots began to overflow with points of light, and these points of light actually fused together without any rejection after coming into contact with the chaotic qi. At this moment, Lu Yuan was able to clearly sense that a force several times weirder than the chaotic qi was being nurtured, as if some kind of ancient and profound power was awakening within it. At the same time, Lu Yuan sensed that the chaotic qi generated by the 5 stars that were lit up had also become a bit thicker at this moment. Finally, when the last trace of medicinal power was also completely absorbed by the green lotus seed of enlightenment, a faint chaotic enlightenment qi permeated within the Sumeru ring, with Lu Yuan as the center, within a radius of 100 feet. And within this 100 feet, the spirit tree hut, which is already flourishing with leaves, even started to sway its branches independently as if it had spirituality, causing the leaves to rustle. Exhaling a long breath, Lu Yuan returned to the 3rd floor of the attic with a thought. Heading down the stairs, he soon saw White sprawled out on the floor huffing and puffing. In the silent pupil, Lu Yuan clearly saw that those spiritual plants were continuously digested in Xiao Bai's stomach, and the spiritual qi contained therein was gradually absorbed by the body along with the digestion, and finally transformed into pure spiritual qi that flowed through the meridians to the dantian. It will take time, and only half a day had passed in the outside world since Lu Yuan had entered the Sumeru ring. Directly putting little White into the Sumeru ring, Lu Yuan went straight out of the attic. When Lu Yuan left the cave and walked out of the dense fog, it was already 2 days later. At this time, there were only 7 days left before the Tsong Long festival began, and there were still 5 days until the Tao Dharma heavenly plate grabbed the treasure again. Walking on the mountain path in the twilight, Lu Yuan couldn't help but think of that Sanglong extravaganza that he had seen in his dream. With Yi Xiaolin's company, Suwan not only took in a Class A spirit beast with an ancient bloodline, but also went all the way through, easily taking the top spot in the beast taming competition, obtaining a generous reward, and even more so, her so-called genius beast master name was completely solidified. It can be considered a fame and fortune. Only this time, without Yi Xiaolin's company, and having stuffed himself with a cultivator who had realized the way of the 10,000 beasts worshipping him. I wondered how far she could go. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan stepped into the moonlight towards Sanglong City. Soon 3 days had passed, and Lu Yuan, who had walked out of a small town, had changed his attire. In the past, he used to wear coarse linen clothes and carry a wooden sword on his back. If not for the white hair that caught his eyes, he would look no different from those who traveled around in the mundane world. Now he changed into a basalt-colored robe, on which cloud patterns flowed and embellished just right, as if he were an exiled immortal coming out of a scroll. When 2 days had gone by, Lu Yuan sought out a mountain top, and sat down on his knees to exhale. In front of him, the Tao heavenly plate glowed with a faint light. Seeing Lu Yuan open his eyes, his body's true qi transformed into wisps of thin threads between his thoughts, continuously integrating into the Tao heavenly disk. Along with the passage of time, the light on the Tao heavenly plate became more and more blazing, while Lu Yuan also began to sense it in detail. Suddenly, the light of the Tao Law heavenly plate was so bright that the rules of heaven and earth seemed to have been triggered, and the sky also had a 7-colored haze mapped down, enveloping 100 miles in a radius. Lu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly when he saw this. What kind of extraordinary treasure had been captured that had caused such a vision? Not long after, he saw the 3-foot green blade flying out of the Taoist heavenly plate that was shrouded in light, breaking into Lu Yuan's line of sight in a flash. The hilt of this sword was flowing with verdant light, just like the emerald bamboo under the first light of the morning sun. The sword body was straight and slender, with various unknown runes engraved on it, which carried a little bit of antiquity and mystery. Green Spirit Fairy Fall. Lu Yuan's mind seemed to be stuffed with a message, the very name of the sword. And the only treasure that could do that was an innate spiritual treasure. Innate spiritual treasure is the same as spiritual treasure. Both come with their own spirit, except that innate spiritual treasure is born and raised, while spiritual treasure is refined by cultivators. Looking at the haze in the sky that condensed and did not disperse, Lu Yuan's brows slightly knitted. Just as he made a move, the green spirit immortal fall fell down abruptly, and finally hovered in front of Lu Yuan in a place of feet. This is active recognition. Lu Yuan was a bit surprised, but the situation at the moment was urgent, so he couldn't afford to think more. Gathering spiritual chi to condense like a blade, the moment he cut through his fingertips, a drop of blood fell on top of the pale emerald hilt of the green spirit immortal landing, and at once some kind of special connection was established between the two. In this way, it was even recognized as the master. There was no tedious process, not to mention the complicated test, so easy that Lu Yuan was somewhat skeptical of whether this sword was an innate spiritual treasure or not. Shaking his head helplessly, Lu Yuan grabbed the hilt of the green spirit immortal drop sword, and his figure abruptly disappeared in place. And just at this time, the small and medium-sized clans, lineages, and mundane cultivators close to this place came out one after another, and they either flew with their swords, or harnessed their spirit beasts, or performed evasive maneuvers, and all of them converged towards this mountain range. Chapter 56, Acting like someone just became a cultivator. A quarter of an hour later, the haze in the sky had begun to dissipate, and hundreds of figures arrived here successively. Looking at the mountain range that was calm on the surface, there were already people who didn't hesitate to activate their divine sense, wanting to catch a little clue. Those foundation establishment cultivators, on the other hand, fell directly into the mountains and forests, either using their swords or running and shuttling between the mountains and forests. I didn't expect this mountain range looks ordinary, but there would be a heavy treasure coming out, drawing out that kind of shocking vision. A middle-aged man with his feet on a spirit vulture stood with his hands in the air, looking at the rolling mountains. He could not help but sigh with emotion, while his line of sight subconsciously glanced to the palace-suited beautiful woman who stood not far away from him with her sword. That spirit vulture had a wingspan of 5 feet, and its aura had even reached the early Jindan stage. There's a lot of unexpected things going on, so if you don't have anything to do you should go down and look for it too. Don't be here without words, that beautiful woman said in a bad mood, then straightened her sword and headed towards the distance. The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly and guided the spirit vulture towards the other side. In the forest below, a space distorted, and then Lu Yuan's figure appeared as if he had broken through the air. Slightly raising his eyes, he saw the starry few silhouettes above the dome of the sky, and with his divine sense catalyzed, there were also quite a few foundation establishment stage cultivators wandering around in the surrounding forest. Looking at the sky and judging the direction, Lu Yuan took a step towards Sanglong City. Whoosh! However, before he could go far, 3 auras immediately locked onto him, and then 3 figures successively caught up with his footsteps from 3 directions. 5th level of Qi refining? One of them looked Lu Yuan up and down, then straightened his sword and left. The other person looked around Lu Yuan for a while, making sure that there was nothing special about him other than his hair, and then similarly left the place with his sword. Seeing that the other 2 had left, That last person was putting away his sword and landing on the ground. The true chi is rich and the breath is long. It's a guy who pays attention to the roots of cultivation. I wonder which family or power you come from, the man commented to Lu Yuan after he landed, then clasped his fists and asked. Lu Yuan similarly raised his hand and arched. Lu Mao is but a casual cultivator, and does not have a family, nor has he joined any forces. Swish! Only after the words fell, the long sword in that person's hand had already cut through the air and arrived before Lu Yuan's throat. Since we are both casual cultivators, I won't be polite. You leave behind a pair of pants and hand over all the rest of your things. This is the first lesson I'll teach you as a casual cultivator, senior. Seeing this, Lu Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows. This person looked to be around 40 years old. His cultivation was only at the early stage of foundation establishment, and his breath was weak and floating. Obviously he was the type of person who had forcibly built the foundation. If he was to talk about his strength, I am afraid that it would not be as good as the steady peak refinement cultivator. However, if he wanted to talk about lessons, what Lu Yuan had seen and experienced in his life was already enough for the guy to learn that his lifespan was exhausted. Make it sound like who just became a casualty. Lu Yuan laughed coldly in his heart as he slowly raised his right hand and gently pressed it against the top of the sword in the other party's teasing gaze. Just as the other party was puzzled, Lu Yuan flicked a finger on top of the sword, and the sword only lasted for a split second before it was disintegrated. The terrifyingly huge force followed the sword straight to the man's arm. Click! A crunching sound was heard, and the sleeve robe wrapped around his right arm directly exploded, splattering blood. The sharp pain made it seem as if he had lost all his strength, and he directly fell to his knees, his face full of disbelief. However, he saw Lu Yuan slowly step forward and whispered in his ear, "Never underestimate anyone, even if that person's cultivation is lower than yours. This is the first lesson I will teach you." After saying that, he took a straight step and walked towards the distance. In the face of such a situation, the man had been dumbfounded, but he was already lucky to have saved a small life. However, just as he was celebrating inwardly, a flash of swordlight came from behind, piercing through his throat in a flash. The moment before he was completely cut off, he was already repenting inwardly. Never leave anyone alive who has made a grudge. That's the second lesson I've taught you. Remember it well in your next life. Lu Yuan's voice came from far away, and then his figure disappeared into the mountains. From this moment on, as long as he had the certainty of a sure kill, he would no longer spare anyone who stood in the way of his immortal path. The breeze carried the smell of blood into the forest. Not long after, several figures arrived here following the smell of blood, and when they saw the scene in front of them, their brows furrowed. Foundation stage cultivation. Not much treasure on his body, and spirit stones are scattered. It seems to be a casual cultivator, and the person who killed him must not be able to look at this amount of resources. A man stepped forward to examine it and analyze it. He looked up at a few people around him and asked, "Has anyone seen this person earlier?" A few people looked at each other at the words and shook their heads, and one of them looked thoughtfully at the man's body. A white-haired young man dressed in a metaphysical cloud-patterned robe could not help but appear in his mind. While a thought that could be described as absurd leapt into his mind, he shook his head, while in his heart, he laughed at himself for thinking too outrageously. A small cultivator of the 5th level of chi refining was just a small cultivator. How could he possibly subdue that kind of heavy treasure that attracted 100 miles of haze visions? Boring. I thought I'd found something. One of the short-haired teens snorted, then turned and walked into the forest. On the other hand, Lu Yuan frowned slightly as he looked at the young man stepping into the air in front of him, his eyes having a few moments of indifference. About a foot in front of him, a pit left behind by a sword blade looked extremely eye-catching in the middle of this mountain forest full of fallen leaves. "Kid, hand over the Qiankuan ring in your hand. I want to inspect it," the youth said in a commanding tone, his eyebrows filled with contempt. Lu Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, while his sight landed on the Qiankuan ring on the other party's hand. Seeing Lu Yuan's line of sight, the man instantly sank his eyebrows, then lifted the long sword in his hand and chopped straight out. With this sword, the sword chi was pointed straight at Lu Yuan's throat. However, Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his sword chi annihilated in a flash, as if it had never appeared. The man's heart was startled, yet without waiting for him to make his next move, he only felt a sense of fear as he was being stared at by an ancient beast. Gritting his teeth, his early Jindan cultivation was fully activated, and the true essence in his body was even rolled into the 3-foot green blade. However, before he could even wait to cast it, he saw a flash of green-colored sword chi sweeping in, and then he felt a coldness in his neck, followed by his entire body losing consciousness, and his consciousness began to become blurred. At this moment, when he looked at Lu Yuan again, he saw that he was holding the green spirit immortal drop in his hand and had already taken a step to leave this place, while his figure directly disappeared away in the next moment. the green spirit immortal fall was worthy of being an innate spirit sword. And with the enhancement of chaotic chi it was actually so easy to chop that Jindan cultivator with a single sword. Borrowing the Sumeru ring to leave that place earlier, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart, while his footsteps were unhurried as he walked towards the set direction. That day and night. Find out for me. No matter what. We must find the person who killed my Li family's unicorn son. A middle-aged man droned in a deep voice, and at his side, the spirit vulture unfolded its wings and continuously flapped them. The surrounding cultivators sniffed and arched their hands at the old man, then dispersed in all directions, and in the back, a body was lying on the ground, and on closer inspection, it was precisely the cultivator who had stepped into the air that Lu Yuan had decapitated. Chapter 57, The Best of the Beast Taming Contest? That's it? As the Li family was the immortal cultivation family within a 100-mile radius, any cultivator in this vicinity had heard of it. The youth of the Li family who was called Kirin Z was even more famous. After all, a 38-year-old Jindan stage cultivator, or on the premise of not joining a clan. Such a talent can be considered as a heavenly genius, and it is the key for the Li family to annex the rest of the immortal cultivation families in the future. Such a genius. Now that he had fallen in such a nameless mountain range for no apparent reason, how could the people of the Li family accept it? Soon, several figures rushed back from all directions, bringing back the same news. The white-haired, Xian-robed youth. Many people from the Li family also said that they had seen the figure of the white-haired, Xian-robed youth in the forest many times. However, that person's cultivation level was only the 5th level of chi refining, and it was impossible for him to have the ability to kill a Jindan stage cultivator. So Lu Yuan's suspicion was quickly ruled out. For days went by in the blink of an eye, and the western suburbs of the city. It's a town big enough to hold 1 million people, and it's never even been seen to be full in the past, but now it's overcrowded. The streets were swarming with people, with cultivators standing shoulder to shoulder, while on both sides of the street there was a table, on which a spirit beast ball was neatly placed. The grade qualification spirit beast. Come and take a look if you like it. Hey, rare twin spirit beasts in this world. Taming one is equivalent to taming two. Look and see. AI. Fellow Dioist, are you selling this spirit beast? The price is negotiable. Who says I can't buy spirit beasts just because I'm a vendor? This is the Spirit Beast Trading Assembly. Do you understand what trading is? Various kinds of selling sounds filled every street, and there were even tame or lack of aggressiveness spirit beasts following behind the beast masters, weaving in and out of the crowds of people. And unlike here, on the beast taming stadium in the middle of West Suburb City, a beast taming competition was going on. Spirit beast qualifications were clearly divided into 4 grades of A, B, C and D by the ancient palace of the Tsunlong, with A being the best and D being the least. The beast taming competition, on the other hand, determines the winner through the qualifications of the spirit beasts tamed by the cultivators. If both have tamed equally qualified spirit animals, the winner will be determined by numbers. The winner of the first group, Suwon of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, relying on taming 2 B-grade qualification spirit beasts, Suwon took the victory and left the beast taming arena with a face full of pride. Nowadays, her chi had recovered, and her cultivation was even vaguely showing signs of breaking through to the late Jindan stage. On the other hand, Elder Qingju, who had watched the entire match, secretly nodded his head, understanding in his heart why he had been placed in the western suburb city. The talent of the cultivators participating in the beast taming competition here was indeed very average, and other than Suwon, the winners of the rest of the groups were just barely able to tame a grade B qualified spirit beast. There were even those who won by taming 2 C grade spirit beasts. Suwon coming here was simply a descending blow. Although this was a good thing, Elder Qingju always had a feeling of being belittled in his heart. With a soft sigh of helplessness, she got up and left the taming grounds. For the next 2 days, Suwon took the victory without any surprises, and even more so, as the beast taming champion of the western suburb city, she was about to go to Tsanglong City to participate in the beast taming finals, easily winning the top spot. Suwon was inwardly happy, and the next day, she wandered around the city, wanting to buy a desired spirit beast. It was just that she had wandered around the city for a long time without a single spirit beast that caught her eye. However, just as she was about to return to the Tsanglong Ancient Hall's reception point, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, and she subconsciously paused in her steps to look over. See, that is a spirit sparrow. Its body size is petite, feathers present elegant pink, full of flashes of subtle golden light points, as if the stars fall feathers, beautiful and unusual. Her heart fluttered. Wasn't this the kind of spirit sparrow that junior brother had once given to her? For a moment, the ends of her eyes were slightly reddened. In the beginning, if it wasn't for Lu Yuan, the spirit sparrow given to her by junior brother might have grown up by now, right? Fairy, this is fancying this illusory feather spirit sparrow of mine. Ha! At this moment, a thick voice rang out, instantly pulling Su-won's thoughts back. Seeing that the other party didn't reply, the stall owner talked to himself instead. This spirit beast can be considered rare and unusual, and it took me a lot of effort to squat in the middle of a mountain forest many times before I caught such a one. Upon hearing this, Su-won's inner resentment towards Lu Yuan intensified. I'll take this spirit sparrow. Name your price, she said directly. The stall owner was overjoyed when he heard it. He thought that this fantasy feather spirit sparrow was too big to be sold, but he didn't expect that someone would ask for the price directly. This illusory feather spirit sparrow is a bit bigger, so I'll charge you less. Just take 500 spirit stones. Su-won froze slightly and asked in return, how much? 500 spirit stones? How could this price be so cheap when at best you can only buy a ding-class spirit beast? The stall owner was also a bit bewildered. Could it be that he had met a connoisseur and shouted hi? He tried that. I wonder what the fairy bought this spirit beast back for. Su-won furrowed her brows and said unhappily, of course it's a contract. Could it be that it's still being kept for fun? The stall owner instantly huffed, reaching out and grabbing back the cage containing the illusory feather spirit bird with one hand, his eyes vigilantly looking at Su-won, and there was already low laughter coming from around them. Are you a beast master? Su-won also came on fire. I'm the leader of the West Suburb City Beast Taming Competition. How come I'm not a beast master? The laughter around the room grew even louder at this statement. The stall owners snorted coldly. It seems that the level of beast tamers in this western suburb city is really bad enough. Someone who can't even recognize all the spirit beasts actually won a beast taming competition. His face was full of contempt, saying, Phantom Feather Spirit Sparrow, no fighting ability. The only role is to compel people's hearts and erode the cultivator's sanity. Although relatively rare, but the most famous. And most importantly, the illusory feather spirit sparrow cannot be contracted. Hearing this explanation, Su-won's face was filled with dismay. Dismayed at the ability of the illusory feather spirit sparrow. Dismayed that junior brother had gifted an illusory feather spirit sparrow to himself. Dismayed that he had not only sent Lu Yuan flying because he had killed that illusory feather spirit sparrow, but he had also subjected him to the 30 law enforcement lashes. She felt ridiculous and took 2 steps backward to turn around and run away from this place at a fast pace. However, I heard the stall owner's voice coming from far away. If you want to learn how to harness beasts, don't just stare at the spirit beast list, but also take a look at the other spirit beast canonical books before you do so. Our West Suburb City's beast taming competition champion. As the words fell, there was a burst of laughter from the surroundings. The winner of the beast taming contest? That's it? And hearing these words, Su-won's footsteps slightly paused, and Lu Yuan's figure could not help but appear in her mind. Similar words had been said to her by Lu Yuan, and more than once. Quickly returning to the Tsanglong Ancient Hall's point of reception, she went straight back to her room and dove headfirst into the comforter, her entire body falling into the middle of contemplation. She kept recalling the appearance of the spirit sparrow that Yi Xiaolin had given her, and then kept comparing it with the illusory feather spirit sparrow that she had seen earlier. However, the more she compared, the more guilt and fear she felt in her heart, but inwardly she kept telling herself that her youngest brother would never harm her. Absolutely not. Chapter 58, Beheading the Son of Secondary Luck. Hunting level up. Another 2 days went by, and under the leadership of the Tsanglong Ancient Hall's deacon, Elder Qingzhu brought Su-won to step on the Tsanglong Ancient Hall's deacon's spirit beast, the Tsangjiao, to head to Tsanglong City. And these days, Su-won's entire body was a bit absent-minded. Even when she went out with Elder Qingzhu, she seemed preoccupied and often wandered off. On the same day that they departed for Tsanglong City, more than 5,000 trading points in the Tsongyuan Dao state had Tsanglong Ancient Hall cultivators departing with the leader of each trading point, heading straight for Tsanglong City, a mountain village in the Tsuweiwei mountain state. The roaring fire continuously engulfed the hut built of grass and wood. A figure stood in it, his face cold, one hand cupping the neck of the teenager dressed in cloth and grass shoes. We haven't offended the immortal sect, so why? Teenage red face, mouth extrusion, so a few words, just words only halfway. The person palm finger fierce force, teenage direct gas dead. These sub-chi fortune sons are a bit too poor. The highest chi fortune value is only 3,000. It's far worse than Lu Yuan. With his right hand, he flung it out, and his true essence gushed out like water, wiping away the blood that had stained his hand. Medium plane is different from primary plane. The chi luck value held by the chi luck sons and secondary chi luck sons in medium plane can be increased with the increase of cultivation. Host can patiently wait for the cultivation of the secondary chi luck sons to be increased before harvesting. Yi Xiaolin leaned over and flipped out a white jade bowl from the teenager's arms, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth converged into the white jade bowl with a single movement of his mind, and quickly turned into pure spiritual liquid. Waiting for their cultivation to rise? How far has Lu Yuan grown then? It's better to just kill and harvest the chi value and bet on harvesting the storm. After saying that, he poured the spiritual liquid in the white jade bowl directly into his mouth. And immediately, the true essence in his body surged. And every acupoint on his body blossomed with a faint light. In the next instant, his breath stepped directly into the middle stage of Jindan. And the light that bloomed on each acupoint was a few points brighter. System, how many more subordinate chi suns are left to raise the level of the pursuit? Taking a long comfortable breath, Yi Xiaolin asked. Detected a cultivator at the peak of chi refining in the southwestern direction as a son of secondary chi, 360 miles away from the host, possessing the means of chi as the remnant soul of a strong person. The remnant soul's realm in life was at the transformation of the divine stage, and the residual strength was at the middle stage of the Jindan. Hint, the residual soul possesses means sufficient to kill a Yuaning cultivator. Expect the host to use thunderous means to kill the son of the secondary chi. Yi Xiaolin nodded his head and said with some impatience, I know. I've broken into hundreds of primary realms. I still have this common sense. In the blink of an eye, half a day went by, and as thunder continued to pour down above the sky, Yi Xiaolin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pulled the heavenly sound thunder shadow sword out of a black-clothed young man's body. And around here, a town has been reduced to rubble. System, upgrade the hunt level. Sub-ranking of the Sons of Chi hunting function is in the process of being upgraded. Successful upgrade. Host can perceive sub-chi suns below Jindan stage and hunt them down. Listening to the upgraded introduction, Yi Xiaolin directly sought out a ruin and sat down, quietly waiting for the spirit sky immortal sect to come. As expected, it didn't take long to see a few reclining lights coming from far and near, quickly arriving over the town, and he immediately stepped into the void to welcome them. Disciple Yi Xiaolin, meet the two deacons. He was the first to identify himself and saluted the visitor. And when they heard Yi Xiaolin declare his name, the two of them were obviously stunned, and then they were busy arching their hands in response. The chief is polite. We also arrived here after hearing the commotion. I wonder if the chief knows what happened here. One of them asked. Yi Xiaolin had already thought of what to say and explained right away. I recently had a lack of state of mind, so I thought of going out to experience some, but I found that there are evil cultivators in the Tsuiwei mountain state who go around taking people's lives and practicing evil methods, so I went all the way to track them down. He turned back to point at the body of the youth below and continued. When I followed the clues and found this place, with an explanation, he counted all those villages that he had destroyed on that young man's head, while he himself was a benevolent man who had fought bitterly against evil cultivators and the remnants of evil cultivators at the Yuaning stage, and had almost lost his true essence. However, he also mentioned that the town's current state of disrepair was also due to him, which made the two deacons admire him. Planning ahead, courageous, and most importantly, committed. With a strong talent to boot, the two of them casually scanned above the town and finally characterized the matter as the work of evil cultivators and returned to the spirit immortal sect with Yi Xiaolin. Now that he had been away from the sect for a while, it was time to go back. However, the most important point was that there were not a few foundation stage disciples in the sect, so instead of searching for the so-called sublucky children outside, it would be better to start with those disciples who had just entered the inner sect. After all, if one could be spotted by the sect and sent to the spirit sky immortal sect, how could one not have some means and secrets? During the process of going back, he always felt as if he was forgetting something, but he couldn't remember it for a while. The more he thought about it, the more upset he became, so he simply threw away all the distractions and seriously hurried up the road. However, when he returned to the sect, he found that the entire spirit immortal sect had 40% of the disciples with the value of luck on their bodies, only to be constantly overflowing. Such a situation left him a little stunned, but it was a scene he was most happy to see. It's just some newly promoted inner disciples at the foundation stage. Isn't it a normal thing to die a few times when you bring them out on a mission? Song Yuan Dao State, Spirit Wind City. The three Spirit Sky Immortal Sect Void Refining Stage Deacons finally bought the teleportation tokens to the Song Yuan Dao State, and after a period of spatial shifting, they all finally arrived at Spirit Wind City without any problems. They had long since received the Patriarch's message, but they could not help the fact that more and more cultivators had recently traveled to the Song Yuan Dao State. And even though they had been squatting day and night, they had not been able to come here until not too long ago. After some inquiries, the three of them got a general idea of the flow of the Tsanglong festival, and asked about where the festival was proceeding at this point in time. Combining all the news they had obtained, the three of them patiently analyzed it and immediately decided to go to Tsanglong City to try their luck. There was no way. Lu Yuan was not a beastmaster, much less the need to participate in the Tsanglong festival, so instead of looking around like a headless fly, it was better to go directly to Tsanglong City to take a look. And shortly after they left, 3 cultivators wearing Star Immortal Mansion costumes walked out of the light pillar. They were all middle-aged looking, and their breath had all reached the refined void stage. Standing on top of the square, after looking around for a while, the 3 of them looked at each other and then left the square straight away, heading towards the outside of the city. Chapter 59. As long as the first place is theirs, it doesn't matter who comes in second place. Sanglong Ancient Hall. The only immortal sect among the 10 great immortal sects whose sphere of influence was only one state. Just one Song Yuan Dao prefecture was comparable to 3 Tsuowei mountain prefectures and 7 Tianqing spirit prefectures. Moreover, 90% of the cultivation forces in the Song Yuan Dao state were all based on beast mastery, and almost all of them had a yearning for the ancient palace of the Tsang dragon in their hearts. Sanlong City, as where the core of the inner gate of the Sanlong Ancient Hall was located, had been divided into an inner city and an outer city since it was built in order to avoid some unnecessary trouble. Among them, the inner city was also known as the inner gate of the Sanglong Ancient Hall, while the outer city served as a living area that housed foreign cultivators. Even so, just the outer city alone was enough to accommodate 10 million people in it. Here, have everything related to harnessing the beast? Because of this, the outer city of Sanglong City had always been the holy land in the hearts of beast masters. Rolling over and landing on the ground, Lu Yuan patted the neck of Xiao Bai, who had changed his appearance again. Nowadays, Little White was already a second-stage demonic beast, and both its size and aura were more powerful than ever. Newbie, as he was raising his eyes to look into the distance, he heard an eagle cry from above the sky, and when he raised his eyes, he saw a huge winged cloud eagle with a wingspan of more than 5 zhang tearing through the clouds, heading towards Sanglong City in the distance. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yuan patted Little White's neck, and the 1 man and 1 wolf walked towards Sanglong City in such an idle manner, to be close to sea. Sanglong City outside the city by the mountains and water. The city wall towers into the clouds. The tearing clouds wind cloud eagle also slowly landed, walking into the city. Looking closely, one could see a lifelike pale dragon totem printed on the city wall, glistening in the sunlight, as if it would rise up in the air at any time and travel to the 9 heavens. Soon after stepping into the city, he saw that the streets within the city were crisscrossed in all directions, and every stone slab was carved with various patterns of spirit beasts. On both sides of the street, stores were lined up, each with a steady stream of customers and a mix of voices. Little White, who had transformed into a normal wolf size, followed behind Lu Yuan, walking into a random inn and staying there. Lu Yuan quickly entered the state of enlightenment. Now that he had the blessing of the green lotus of enlightenment, Lu Yuan's cultivation advancement was getting faster and faster. As it was, the 7th star was already glowing with a faint light, while the chaotic chi kept pouring into this one from the remaining 6 stars. Finally, in the afternoon of the 2nd day, the 7th star was completely lit up, and Lu Yuan's cultivation level also reached the 7th level of chi refining at this moment. In the following days, he had nothing to do, so he wandered around during the day, and at night he brought Little White to watch the moon rise and set from the roof of the inn. And during these days, the leaders of more than 5,000 trading points all rushed at Sanglong City under the leadership of the core disciples and deacons of the Sanglong Ancient Hall, and that Sanglong City, which was already bustling with activity, gradually became more and more boisterous. Soon, the finals of the 2 games began. The 2 events are located in the north and south squares of Sanglong City, but it is obvious that the fighting beasts are more popular. The square in the south of the city has been surrounded by a lot of people, and there are a lot of cultivators in the sky above that square. Lu Yuan didn't even have to deliberately inquire. He could learn about some of the more outstanding matches just by drinking tea at some tea houses. There were no surprises. Su Wan kept winning narrowly, while Zhouya, who was a dark horse, made light work of it all the way. When the morning of the 3rd day came, Lu Yuan got up early in a rare morning, after which he went to the north of the city with Xiao Bai. Thanks to the fact that there were very few cultivators watching the beast taming competition, Lu Yuan was able to walk into the audience with such ease. Today, he only came to place bait and try to see if he could catch Suwan, the big fish. Over. Soon, along with the announcement from the deacon of the Sanlong Ancient Hall, 12 cultivators stepped into the beast taming arena. Looking closely, Suwan was also present. After all, they were both immortal sect disciples. Even if they were lifting, they had to lift her to the finals. And among the 12, the one who attracted the most attention was the Zhouya with a long water green dress. After all, over the past 2 days, but wherever there was a scene where she participated, all the spirit beasts would directly submit to her. The others seemed to be aware of this, and subconsciously distanced themselves from Zhouya upon entering the field. However, in just a few moments, the gate on the other side of the beast taming field opened, and a head of spirit beasts with huge size and strange aura walked into the field, the number of which reached as many as 36. and the qualification of each head reached the grade A level. With all of the spirit beasts entering the field, the 11 cultivators other than Joya quickly began to act. They either cast spells to deter the spirit beasts with their might, or they used secret beast taming techniques to try to establish a connection with psychic communication. Lu Yuan looked towards the direction where Su Wan was, and saw her lightly opening her vermilion lips, murmuring something while her hands kept pinching. In just 10 or so breaths, the unruly spirit beast showed signs of submission. Seeing this scene, that Sanglong ancient hall deacon looked towards Joya, as if he was passing on some sort of signal. And it was at this moment that Joya stepped forward, and between the surges of true essence in his body, those spirit beasts that were close by had already sensed something. They saw a head of spirit beasts that were still unruly and fighting with the cultivator turn around and look towards the strolling Joya. As Joya approached a certain distance, a spirit beast bent down towards her in worship, like a devout believer. This scene caused all the watching cultivators to gasp in shock, and even more so, caused the remaining 11 participating cultivators to freeze in place. They had all been the best in beast mastery as well, but in front of Joya, no matter how hard they had worked and how noticeable they had become, they all became overshadowed at this moment. Su Wan was unwilling. She immediately urged her divine sense, wanting to find the reason why all this happened. Lu Yuan, who was aware of this, displayed his own aura at this moment, and at once Su Wan's attention was diverted, and she hurriedly turned around and looked at the audience. Soon, under looking around, a basilisk-robed, white-haired back broke into her line of sight. Without the slightest hesitation, she drew out an inconspicuous spirit bug from the spirit beast ball at her waist and quickly chased after Lu Yuan. And all of this was in Lu Yuan's perception. Fish, hooked. And on this day, Joya won the top spot by crushing everyone with her absolute strength. As for Su Wan, after much deliberation, she took second. Of course, those in the know knew that this was nothing more than that Sanglong ancient hall deliberately lifting. Anyway, as long as the first place they took, it didn't matter who the second place was. It was night. Su Wan quietly left the inn that the Sanglong ancient hall had helped her arrange and followed the fluctuations of true essence transmitted back by the spirit bugs towards a direction. She wanted to apologize to Lu Yuan, just for that one thing. After that, she would find a way to persuade Lu Yuan to follow them back to the Spirit Sky Immortal sect so that he could continue to suppress the source of the evil chi. Soon, she came to a secluded place, and the one standing in front of her was clearly the shin-robed, white-haired cultivator she had seen during the day. Lu Yuan. She subconsciously opened her mouth, but she saw a flash of sword light cut out, pointing straight at her brow. Chapter 60 Life is in danger. The soul lamp is extinguished. Facing the sudden attack, Su Wan's face changed slightly. Just before she could react, the jade pendant hanging at her waist had already blossomed with light. She saw a circle of light surging out, quickly condensing into a true essence shield that blocked her body. Boo! The sword chi collided with the true elemental shield and erupted into a roar. Yet the terrifying force carried above the sword chi still shook Su Wan and sent her flying backwards. A trace of shock surged on Su Wan's face. Lu Yuan actually dared to strike his sword at himself, and it was still so powerful. Could it be that he's back in training? Lu Yuan, I am. Today. Brush up. Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Lu Yuan had already chopped out 2 swords again. Su Wan was flabbergasted in her heart and hastily urged her true essence to inject it into the true essence shield in front of her body. However, these 2 sword chi were much more powerful than the previous sword, and just the first sword chi easily shattered the true elemental shield. Her body flew out uncontrollably backwards. Su Wan didn't hold back a mouthful of blood, and when she raised her eyes, she saw the second sword chi zooming in and out of her line of sight. Thumbs up, an arm flew up and fell into the distance, while Su Wan fell heavily to the ground. While blood continued to spray from her left shoulder, she looked at it incredulously and couldn't help but tremble all over. Lu Yuan was running to kill himself with this sword. Fear made her forget to scream, and she raised her eyes in horror, only to see that Lu Yuan had already rushed towards her, the 3-foot green blade in her hand glowing with an eerie cold light. At the same time a flash of sword light swept out, pointing straight at Su Wan's brow. Stop! A sudden terrifying pressure suppressed towards Lu Yuan, and majestic true essence surged forth, annihilating the flash of sword light. Lu Yuan saw this footstep stopped, raised the sword horizontal cut. See a flash of green aura bloom. Sword chi vertical and horizontal is actually easy to break that belongs to the merging stage cultivator's horror of the pressure. What kind of miscreant dares to injure my Spirit Sky Immortal sect disciples? Elder Qingju rushed to the ground, landing instantly has to Lu Yuan a palm hit, and then hastily turned to Su Wan served a pill, and also urged the cultivation to help stabilize its injuries. Seeing that Elder Qingju had arrived, Su Wan was also greatly relieved, only that the eyes that looked at Lu Yuan had become unusually unfamiliar and fearful. Seeing this, Lu Yuan slightly frowned, his figure strangely disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already several feet away. Elder Qingju was a bit surprised to see this. Only when she saw what the person looked like, she froze in place. Lu Yuan? In an instant, her complexion became extremely complicated, while a few moments of fear arose in her heart. With all my calculations, I didn't count on Elder Green Bamboo leaving a defensive talisman treasure on her, much less that Elder Green Bamboo would arrive so quickly. Lu Yuan laughed coldly, then his gaze fell on Su Wan. The corner of his lips hooked up instantly and a sword chi chopped out. Elder Qingju subconsciously urged his true essence, but he saw that Lu Yuan's sword was actually running towards the ground aside. She cried out in her heart that it was not good, and it was completely too late for her to protect the broken arm. Boo! The broken arm exploded under this sword, turning into a field of broken bones and flesh. Elder Qingju's face sank slightly, and when he looked at Lu Yuan again, his eyes had taken on a bit of anger. What is there to say that can't be said properly? Do you have to take things this far? Lu Yuan laughed coldly. Don't say those grandiose words. Enjoying the benefits that my sacrifices brought to the clan, and turning a blind eye to all my experiences. What kind of good person are you again? Elder Qingju froze and looked at Lu Yuan with some consternation, while his mind kept recalling what he had seen and heard in the past. I didn't know at the time. Lu Yuan snorted. Is it meaningful to talk about this now? If you are truly ashamed of me, hand over that woman, or else everything is empty talk. Elder Qingju opened his mouth when he heard this, but in the end, he said, you've been overwhelmed by hatred now. You won't listen to anything I say. Wait until you return to the sect and you calm down for a period of time and we'll talk again. She looked determined, and the moment her words fell there was a mighty pressure like a landslide and a tsunami suppressing towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan coldly grunted. His figure instantly disappeared, and the place where he originally stood violently collapsed, and the ground around him was even covered with cracks. Slap! The sudden applause surprised Elder Qingju as she turned her head to look at Lu Yuan, who suddenly appeared on the other side, her face filled with a stunned look. The hand is really hard. If I didn't have some means, wouldn't I be suppressed to the point of breaking my tendons on the spot? Lu Yuan clapped his hands and said, I control the force. It won't. Thumbs up. Before the words were finished, the figure of Lu Yuan, who was originally standing there, abruptly disappeared, followed by the sound of a sharp sword penetrating through his body abruptly coming from his side. Elder Qingju had a guess and fiercely drew in a breath of cool air, while what came from her side at the moment was the sound of Su Wan's trembling breath. When she saw the sword blade that ran through Su Wan's chest, Elder Qingju's pupils seemed to quake, and not being able to think too much, she instantly raised her right hand and slapped it down at the place where Lu Yuan was standing. Boom! The terrifying true essence wrapped with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth condensed into a huge palm print, smashing down in a flash, directly smashing the ground to collapse, and the surrounding environment was in turmoil, leading Su Wan to quickly retreat. Elder Changju trembled as he took out an elixir to protect his heart veins and stuffed it into Su Wan's mouth, constantly ferrying true essence to Su Wan to save her life. Elder Qingju was already shaking inside. Lu Yuan, she rebuked in a shrill voice, the terrifying pressure that belonged uniquely to a harmonization stage cultivator spreading rapidly like a wave. However, no matter how angry she was, she could not see Lu Yuan's figure, and even his breath had completely disappeared. This fellow Daoist, are you experiencing an attack? Just as she was puzzled, she heard a thick voice and turned her head to see a middle-aged man dressed in that Sanglong ancient palace deacon's clothing standing in the void, frowning as he surveyed the surroundings. It's this disciple of mine. She encountered a sneak attack by outlaws. I was a step too late even though I arrived. She hurriedly asked. I'm an elder of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. Now that this disciple of mine is in critical condition, I wonder if you could let the pill hall of the Sanglong ancient hall help to treat him. It was imperative to save Su Wan. As for Lu Yuan, when the matter was reported to the patriarch would decide. Looking at the dying Su Wan, who was only surviving by relying on Elder Qingju to ferry her true essence, the man nodded his head and said, bring her with me. After saying this, he turned around and turned into a recluse and went away. Elder Qingju similarly turned into a recluse and chased after him with Su Wan, and right after they left, several more figures arrived, spreading their search with this place as the center, wanting to find this so-called outlaw. At the same time, the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, Patriarch Hall, a disciple arrived with a sword, and without bothering to inform him, he directly barged into the Patriarch's hall. Reporting to Patriarch, Senior Sister Su Wan's soul light flickers on and off, and this has been going on for a full quarter of an hour. He held a soul lamp in both hands, and saw that the wick had been completely extinguished, and a wisp of green smoke rose from the wick. Chapter 61, Heart Demon Kills Again. Lu Xuanwei banned from Sky Wind Cliff. Bai Mengqi, who was dealing with the affairs of the sect, smiled as the spirit pen in her hand was directly crushed. She stood up violently, an imperceptible shock flashing in her eyes, but then anger quickly crept over her face. What did you say? The soul light went out? How is that possible? She was furious, and the terrifying pressure that belonged uniquely to a Mahayana stage cultivator spread out, shaking the floor of the Great Hall straight to the point that cracks were all over it. Didn't Suwon go to the Tsanlong festival? How could something happen? Are you questioning the majesty of the Tsanlong Ancient Hall or the strength of Elder Qingju? Could it be that the Tsanlong Ancient Hall, as one of the 10 great immortal sects, still couldn't protect the cultivators participating in the Tsanlong festival? Moreover, Elder Qingju was even a late-stage harmonization cultivator, and to be able to make Suwon's life endangered under her eyes, unless the other party was also a late-stage harmonization cultivator, or a Mahayana stage cultivator. That disciple was so suppressed by Mingqi's pressure that he fell to his knees and was busy explaining. Disciple is also not sure of the reason, but it is also a fact that senior sister Suwon's soul lamp flickered on and off, and finally extinguished, and I'm afraid that senior sister Suwon has met with an untimely demise. Mingqi looked towards the soul lamp held in the disciple's hand, her face terribly gloomy, her fists clenched tightly, her nails deeply embedded in her palms. Although Suwon is not her most valued disciple, she is after all her own disciple, and she went out to participate in other immortal sects event but nearly lost her life. If this is spread out, how will the world look at herself? All of the clan's harmonization stage elders head to the mountain gates at once. My father will personally head to the Tsong Yuan Dao state to see what kind of person dares to be so bold as to seriously injure my father's disciple. She transmitted her voice in a cold voice and then looked at the disciple. You now go to Liuli Peak and look for Sun Ling to ask for a soul-fixing pill and a 9 transformation pill. Before the words were finished, she suddenly sensed something. Her face steeply became gloomy, and her figure also disappeared at this moment. That disciple was full of doubts, but he didn't dare to act rashly, so he could only kneel and crouch on the ground, waiting for the patriarch to return. And at this moment, on the glazed peak, like a wild beast that had lost its mind, Lu Xuanwei launched a frenzied killing spree against the disciples on Liuli Peak. The light of her sword was like electricity, and wherever she passed, blood splattered everywhere, and life withered like grass. The sect elders also arrived at this moment, and they were all shocked to see such a situation. Suppress it first, one of the elders proposed. Then his hands formed a seal, and immediately a spiritual light flew out, instantly transforming into a huge aura copper bell, straight towards Lu Xuanwei's suppression. Lu Xuanwei was aware of this, and even stood still with her sword, without the slightest intention of escaping. Then a deafening loud sound came out. The bronze bell trapped Lu Xuanwei, and the terrifying force caused the entire Liuli Peak to tremble with it. At this moment, when she looked at Lu Xuanwei through the aura copper clock again, she saw that she was full of contempt, holding her sword and standing proudly in the copper clock, as if she was unaffected, eyes red in true essence surging. This is obviously a sign of demonic entry. Why would such a cultivator appear on Liuli Peak? An elder asked in a deep voice. It was arranged by my father. A cold voice rang out. And then he saw Bai Mingqi's figure emerge from the scene as if she had broken through the air. Upon hearing this, that elder instantly became enraged, and he immediately questioned, "Dare I ask the patriarch, do you know where Liuli Peak is located?" Bai Mingqi immediately sank her face. As the head of a clan, how could my father not know? Between words, a majestic aura spread steeply. Straight pressure around a crowd of elders have backed up a distance. Only that out of the questioning elders stood firm. If you know that, then why do you let people who have become demons live on Liuli Peak? Does the sovereign want Liuli Peak to be reduced to a human inferno? He once again spoke out to question, then seemed to think of something and continued. Did those disciples who disappeared the other day also die under this person's sword? Bai Mingqi's frown grew tighter at his words, but he saw the elder arch his hand at Bai Mingqi and said aloud, I still hope that the patriarch will give an explanation to us elders. As the words fell, the rest of the elders who also had equally gifted disciples missing similarly arched their hands. I still hope that the patriarch will give us and the other elders an explanation. Bai Mingqi's face sank at the words, her cultivation fully functioning, the terrifying pressure spreading like a tidal wave, shaking the crowd of elders back. I am the lord of a clan, and even a Mahayana cultivator. Why do I need to give you an explanation for what I do? She was genuinely angry. However, he saw that elder stand up straight and said with a firm expression, Good. Since the patriarch is unwilling to explain the past, let's ask the patriarch to imprison this person in the heavenly wind cliff so that more disciples will not fall under her sword. Bai Mingqi snorted coldly. It's not your turn to teach this dignity what to do. After saying that, she turned to look at Lu Xuanwei, who was suppressed inside the bronze bell, but she saw the other party's mouth open and close, seemingly saying something. The divine sense was urged and her voice was finally heard. Only the content of those words was a bit startling to her. There are some things I'd like to talk to you about alone. if you still want to preserve your apprentice's sense of self. Bai Mengqi's brows furrowed, and she finally nodded. My father will personally escort her to the heavenly wind cliff. She then turned to look at the several elders. Wanner's side will be run by you guys for this honored one. After saying that, she turned around and lifted up the aura copper bell and left the place. When Bai Mengqi walked away, the elder coldly grunted, treating Lu Yuan so meanly, but now he's acting like a master and disciple. After saying that, he swept straight down into the sky and landed on the glazed peak. Whoever likes to go to that thing in Sunlong City can go. Anyway, I don't have that kind of heart. As he spoke, he went straight to a pharmacy, and when he pushed open the door, he saw a mess all over the place, and there was even a headless corpse lying on the ground. He was extremely angry, his robes bulging, but he quickly calmed down and busily took out a soul-gathering jade from his Qianquan ring, reciting an incantation under his breath. Soon the soul-gathering jade lit up with a faint glow. Seeing this, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Yuan Shen is still there, and finding a good body is still possible to remodel. After saying that, he took the soul-gathering jade and left Liuli Peak, leaving his spirit immortal sect and heading straight to Tianfang City. This Yuan Shen was none other than Sun Ling's Yuan Shen. He also sensed that Sun Ling's breath had disappeared before rushing over, and only when he came to the Liuli Peak did he realize that there were already several elders here, but they were all just stopping to watch, as if they were afraid of Lu Xuanwei's identity. As for Sun Ling, he was the one who brought him back, and since these guys from the Spirit Sky Immortal sect didn't cherish them, there was no need for the two of them to be right here. And just as the crowd was cleaning up the mess on Liuli Peak, on Little Xian Peak, in the cave, Yi Xiaolin fled back in a mess and spat out a large mouthful of blood on the ground. He busily took out the pills and stuffed them into his mouth, sat down on his knees and began to refine the medicinal power in them, while asking in his mind, "System, what do you mean by new souls? And what's with that weird chi luck value?" Chapter 62, Trading Lu Yuan for Lu Xuanwei? The system has detected that a new soul is being born in Lu Xuanwei's body and is gradually replacing the original soul. According to the original plot development, this new soul should have been gradually worn out by Lu Xuanwei with the help of Lu Yuan, due to the awakening of Lu Yuan, which led to the emergence of the new soul and continuously wore out Lu Xuanwei's original soul. Yi Xiaolin said indifferently at his words. Anyway, I've already harvested her chi value. I just didn't expect that she would suddenly wake up. If it wasn't for the 3 times of instantaneous transmission rewards that I had obtained before, I'm afraid that I would have to account for it there. Originally he wanted to go and have a good time. Who expected that before he could do anything Lu Xuanwei woke up and even went straight out? He turned to ask, "System, does that new soul have a chi value?" Preliminary judgment that the new soul is a son of secondary chi. With the host's current hunting level is too low and cultivation is too low to sense the other party's chi value, and can't hunt the son of chi. Completely refining the medicinal power, he had recovered most of the injuries on his body. Suddenly, he finally remembered something he had previously forgotten and busily asked, "System, what is the white jade disc that Lu Yuan brought out from the void rift? I always feel like that thing isn't simple." Ever since Lu Yuan snatched the white jade disc and retired it, everything seemed to be going in the opposite direction of what he expected. The system can only detect that the void rift came from the higher plane. The rest are undetectable. Higher realms? Is what I redeemed so strong in the first place? Yi Xiaolin was a bit stunned. If you want to change the direction of the original plot of the medium plane, only something from the high plane can do it. After hearing the answer, Yi Xiaolin lowered his head in contemplation and then opened the system mall, lifting up the aura copper clock to vanish into the air. Bai Mengqi quickly arrived on the sky wind cliff. I saw a cliff towering into the clouds, surrounded by cliffs like cutting. The mountain is the astral wind raging. The top of the cliff thunder and lightning. Below is the bottomless abyss. Throwing the aura copper bell to the top of the cliff, Bai Mengqi said in a cold voice, "Speak, what words must you say to me alone?" Lu Xuanwei, however, was not in the least bit anxious. Sitting down on her knees in place, she lightly laughed and said, "It's just the two of us here, and I don't want to run, so let's remove the aura copper bell first." There were a few moments of impatience on Bai Mengqi's face, but she still waved her hand and withdrew the aura copper bell. Lu Xuanwei nodded in satisfaction. "That's right." Bai Mengqi frowned. And immediately the pressure spread, causing electricity to flash and thunder to roar on the heavenly wind cliff, and the astral winds became more and more terrifying. Don't be angry. In the end I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have been worn down by him by special means when her cultivation reached transformation god. Bai Mengqi slightly froze. Who is he? Lu Xuanwei, on the other hand, had her lips hooked up, while hatred welled up in her eyes. If it wasn't for him, I would have been able to master this woman's body as early as when her cultivation reached Yuaning. Not now. She suddenly laughed. a smile that carried a few hints of madness and despair. Watching Bai Mingqi frown frequently. But you know what? The body I want most is not this one, but the young man who drew her in. She patted her chest and said yearningly, a special physique, top-notch enlightenment, plus a unique understanding of the sword Tao. Everything is too appealing to me. At those words, Bai Mingqi roughly guessed what she was thinking, but her brows became more and more furrowed. However, by this time, tears were flowing from the corners of Lu Xuanwei's eyes. Unfortunately, he doesn't cultivate soul-breaking sword intent and won't fall for my tricks. Bai Mingqi couldn't help but ask, so you mean to exchange Lu Yuan for Xuanwei? Lu Xuanwei stopped her tears and grinned at Bai Mingqi. Not quite stupid. She nodded in satisfaction and held out 3 fingers. 3 months? I can only guarantee that her soul exists in the sea of consciousness for 3 months. After that, even if I don't rub it out, she will gradually dissipate. Bai Mingqi frowned and asked, it's easy to promise you, but before that you have to tell me who you really are? Lu Xuanwei laughed lightly as she got up and walked towards the bottom of the sky wind cliff. My name is on the feats. She waved her hand. Looking forward to you bringing that guy back. Looking at Lu Xuanwei's back, Bai Mingqi murmured, broken soul. San Yuan Dao State. San Long City. Early morning. Lu Yuan walked out of an alley and quickly merged into the crowd. 40,000 spirit stones. 45,000. 50,000. Following the tide of people to the south square of the outer city, he heard bursts of bidding sounds coming from it. Lu Yuan did not pay attention to it, turned away from the tide of people and continued to walk towards the front. Only after he had walked to a place with fewer people did Lu Yuan call Little White out of his Qianquan ring. However, not long afterward, a familiar aura intruded into Lu Yuan's range of perception. This aura was something he had sensed at the Sanlong Ancient Hall's reception point in Purple Young City. Shangnan Hing. Lu Yuan sneered. It seemed that he should have followed the Purple Young City deacon here. Your Excellency, please stay. A figure blocked Lu Yuan's path while Zhou Manqing's voice rang out. He was seen arching his hand at Lu Yuan and said smilingly, I wonder if the spirit beast beside your excellency is for sale. The price is negotiable. When the words came to this point, his voice abruptly stopped. Zhou Manqing slightly frowned and looked Lu Yuan up and down, with surprises flashing in his eyes from time to time. Lu Yuan? He asked tentatively. Lu Yuan laughed coldly in his heart when he saw this, but on his face, he didn't avoid it and directly nodded. Zhou Manqing didn't hold back his laughter. I said, why does it look so familiar? So it's you, Brother Lu. With that, he walked directly to Lu Yuan's side and reached out to put his hand on his shoulder. Since we're old acquaintances, I won't beat around the bush. I've got my eye on this spirit beast of yours. Do you think you can just give it to me? He smiled and flirted. How about you give me your spirit beast and I'll return one of them to you later and introduce you into the Sanlong Ancient Hall for cultivation. Earlier, he was wandering in the street when he suddenly sensed the scent of a spirit beast with excellent qualifications. And then he found the source of the scent. With just one glance, he determined that the spirit beast was of the 2nd rank. Spirit beasts and demon beasts are all categorized into 1 to 7 stages, where the first stage corresponds to the cultivator's chi refining stage, while the second stage corresponds to the cultivator's early foundation establishment stage, the third stage corresponds to the middle foundation establishment stage, and so on. Demonic beasts would usher in the transformation tribulation when they reached the 7th stage, while spirit beasts would usher in the spirit transformation tribulation. Glancing at Zhou Manqing, Lu Yuan snorted and asked, where's your face? Zhou Manqing froze. What do you mean? You and I are just one side of the edge. Last time in the Purple Sun City you hide behind the door pretending not to see and hear. Now look at Xiaobai qualification is good. Don't come again to set close. Your face? At the words Zhou Manqing was infuriated to the point that his face turned red. He did not expect Lu Yuan to actually know about this matter. The point is that he also said it in public. Drawing his hand back, Zhou Manqing's face became somber as he said, if a cultivator contracts a spirit beast whose realm is higher than his own cultivation, not only will he not be able to utilize the full strength of the spirit beast, but he will also be easily backfired in the process of harnessing the beast. When he finished speaking, he put his right hand behind his back, while the corner of his lips hooked up slightly. Chapter 63, It's common sense to kill someone to make up for it. I can see that this spirit beast's qualifications are extremely good, and in the future, its realm is bound to rise again. I'm doing this for your own good, Zhou Manqing said, already grasping a scroll of deeds in his hand. Lu Yuan glanced at Zhou Manqing, then removed his hand and walked straight toward the front. That little mind of yours had better not be used on me. After all, one side of the story won't save your little life from me. Zhou Manqing froze slightly, then a surge of anger surged in his heart. Lu Yuan, he frowned and said, cultivation regression, clan expulsion, 100-year-old cultivator. You're already weak to this extent now. Why are you still pretending to be noble? I'm giving you face by discussing with you in a nice voice. Don't give me face. Hearing these words, Lu Yuan couldn't help but recall the end of Zhoumanqing that he saw in his dream. In the dream, after his cultivation reached Yuaning, he went to an abyss for exploration, and as a result, not only was his body seized, but in the end, he was also beheaded by the hand of the deacon who brought him in, and it seemed that even his body was fed to the spirit beasts. Since he was destined to die, there didn't seem to be any difference between earlier and later. He glanced back at Zhoumanqing and snorted, "With your virtues, I'd be too dirty to give me a face." After saying that, Lu Yuan walked straight towards the city gates. Zhoumanqing's fists tightened when he saw this, then he pinched his spell and a spirit insect flew out and landed on Lu Yuan's clothes. "You forced me to do this. Don't blame me," he said coldly, then turned around and rushed to the inner city, wanting to quickly finish the matter at hand. And when the spirit bugs flew out, Lu Yuan had noticed it, but he didn't care and headed towards the established route to the city gates. With Elder Qingzhu around, the probability was that Su Wan would not be able to die, which made Lu Yuan's heart very unhappy. But that's okay, I'm sure I'll be chanting soon. Walking out of the city gates, Lu Yuan rolled over and landed on Little White's back, heading straight for the distant mountains. And 3 hours later, Zhoumanqing similarly walked out of the city gates. His right hand lightly tapped the Sunlong ancient temple's waistplate hanging on his waist, and immediately a wind cloud eagle broke through the sky. He flew and landed on the back of the wind cloud eagle, and with a thought the wind cloud eagle spread its wings and flew towards the distant mountains, following the scent left behind by the spirit bugs. He couldn't help but sneer, running quite fast. "I thought you were really bold." However, as soon as the words fell out of his mouth, his brows furrowed, and he saw that on the huge boulder in the forest in front of him, Lu Yuan stood with his arms folded, while the huge wolf lay on its back next to the huge boulder, and by the look of it, it appeared to be taking a false sleep. "You knew I was coming?" Cheng Anhing asked. Lu Yuan nodded. "I have been waiting for more or less." Seeing how calm Lu Yuan was, so calm that he seemed to be in control of everything, Zhoumanqing could not help but have alarm bells ringing in his heart. When he first became acquainted with Lu Yuan, he had demonstrated not low attainments in runic formations, and he was even more handy in laying down formations in a deadly fight with his opponents. Now that he looks so calm, could it be that he has laid a killing formation here? Thinking about this, Zhoumanqing broke out in a cold sweat. Formations are not limited by cultivation. As long as there are enough spirit stones, it is not impossible for a chi refining stage to lay down a killing formation that is enough to pit a Jindan stage cultivator. Divine sense instantly catalyzed, and he began to look around. Yet no matter how much he perceived, he was unable to find a tiny bit of aura fluctuation caused by the rune formation. The more he couldn't find it, the more he was afraid in his heart. Could it be that the big formation was too hidden? There's no need to look for it. I didn't lay down a killing formation. You're not worthy of me taking the trouble to use one. Lu Yuan coldly snorted. Zhoumanqing froze, and then he felt humiliated as he narrowed his eyes slightly at Lu Yuan. "Little chi refining cultivator. How dare you speak out of your mouth?" Swish! He was about to taunt, but then he saw a sword chi zooming in and out of sight. Buzz! It was also at this instant that the waistplate at his waist blossomed with a silver glow, and at that moment, a true element shield appeared as if it had broken through the air and covered his body directly. The sword chi chopped on the true elemental shield, and Zhoumanqing's figure flew out backwards, while the wind cloud eagle was injured by the aftershock and smashed on the ground with a miserable cry. Lu Yuan frowned. Why did all these immortal sect disciples like to carry such shields? Flying backwards for more than 10 feet, Zhoumanqing finally stabilized his body. He coughed and stood up, looking at Lu Yuan with scorn in his eyes. What kind of sword Dao attainment was this? Actually forcing the true elemental shield within the clan's waistplate to be passively activated with just a single sword. I really didn't dare to think about what would happen to me if this sword landed on me. And the most horrible thing is that his cultivation is only the 7th level of chi refining. It is really a thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. At this instant, he vaguely felt that he seemed to have kicked the bucket today. Looking at the 3rd-ranked wind cloud eagle that fell to the ground and fluttered, he gritted his teeth and directly summoned the 5 6th-ranked spirit beasts resting in the spirit beast orb. However, just as the spirit beast had just appeared, there was a sudden spiritual light surfacing around it, dotted with stars, like the stars in the night sky. It was also not until then that Zhoumanqing sensed the existence of the formation, and the formation flag was an inconspicuous branch in the forest. Even those branches were still intact and growing on the trunk. Such a means is considered to be heaven-defying. Looking at the increasing amount of spiritual light, he felt bad in his heart and wanted to guide the spiritual beasts away. But he saw that the spiritual light steeply transformed into tiny sword shadows and attacked towards the 5 spiritual beasts like 10,000 arrows. His heart tightened, and he could no longer care about the spirit beasts. taking out the divine traveling talisman and running wildly towards the distance. Then, they heard screams ringing out as 5/6th ranked spirit beasts fell amidst the chaos of swords. Damn, can't I just stay in the city? Why do I have to come and mess with him? He quickly rushed towards Tsanglong City, while his mouth kept complaining, and his heart was already full of regret. However, how could Lu Yuan, who was already red-eyed, give him a chance? He was seen raising the green spirit immortal fall, and a sonorous sword chant resounded throughout the entire mountain forest. A sword fell, and between the flashes of sword light had caught up with Zhou Manqing's pace, piercing through his throat in a flash. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's mind moved, and the green spirit immortal fall issued a sonorous sword chant, followed by a green-colored sword shadow condensing in the void, falling down in a flash. It's the least bit of common sense to kill someone to make up for it. After doing this, Lu Yuan looked towards the corpses of several spirit beasts not far away. Those could be a great tonic for Little White. With a thought, the corpses of all 5 spirit beasts were put into the Sumeru ring, naturally including the Wind Cloud Eagle. After explaining that Xiaobai let go of his stomach to eat, Lu Yuan put Xiaobai into the Sumeru ring, and then directly burned Zhou Manqing's corpse with a handful of spirit fire. The speed at which the 9 stars are lighting up is getting faster and faster. Perhaps when we return to the Tsuweiwei mountain state, we should start preparing for foundation building. Murmuring in a low voice, Lu Yuan idly walked in the direction away from Tsanglong City. Meanwhile in the inner city of Tsanglong City, the second floor of an attic. The diminutive old man furrowed his brows and took out a jade stone from his Qianquan ring. That Zhou Manqing kid is dead? He narrowed his eyes slightly as his divine sense invaded the jade. This was the soul jade of the ancient hall of the Tsanglong dragon, and it had the same function as the soul lamp of the spirit sky immortal sect. A moment later he withdrew his divine sense, his brows deeply furrowed. Chapter 64, Foreseeing Ability. Ancestral spiritual treasure will soon descend into the world. Unlike the soul lamp, the soul jade can record the breath of the murderer, unless the distance is too far, or unless it's a purely physical power blast. He was still in the city earlier, so I guess the location of the accident must be the mountains and forests outside the city. He directly got up, but his figure directly disappeared to go. However, no matter how he searched, he only found the remnants of the formation with the scorched ground. He had no choice but to report this matter to the sect, and then he stopped paying attention to it. It's just a Zhou Manqing. His talent isn't very good, so if he dies, he dies. As for how that Tsanglong ancient hall would be handled, it was out of his hands. Spirit Immortal Sect. Little Xian Peak. Yi Xiaolin, who had been recuperating for half a day, began to utilize his precognition ability. These days he used precognition many times, all ended in failure. Asked the system also only said that the precognition ability is similar to precognitive dreams, and does not necessarily predict the future things. As his breath gradually smoothed out, Yi Xiaolin suddenly had an image emerge in his sea of consciousness, which caused him to immediately get excited. The precognition finally worked again. Quickly calming down, he began to look closer. It was seen that in a Buddhist ruin, the afterglow of the setting sun was like fine gold leaf, gently sprinkling down on every inch of the ancient stone steps and remnants. In this quiet land stands an ancient Bodhi tree with a thick, coiled trunk and branches that cover the sky. At the top of this ancient tree, on one of the thickest branches, there hung a string of softly glowing linden seeds, and in the linden seeds, a pure heaven and earth spiritual chi overflowed, nourishing this land. The original broken walls and ruins of the Buddhist ruins suddenly bloomed with the light of birth. Countless flowers and grasses broke out of the ground and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and there is no lack of spiritual medicine and grass. And the year is rapidly climbing. The innate spiritual treasure, the birthright Bodhi seed. Yi Xiaolin was overjoyed. This item could be considered an excellent item for cultivators, and it was a great aid to cultivation. And since it was an innate spiritual treasure, this item would never be more than that. The time and place came to his mind as he rejoiced. 20 days from now, the Dodo Zen Temple. He opened his eyes and busily took out a scroll from his Qianquan ring. The Duor Zen Temple. I remember it was in a mountain range in the west of the Tsuweiwei mountain state. It was once a holy place of Buddhist cultivation. For some reason it suddenly declined. He muttered to himself, while searching carefully on the scroll. The Green Spirit Mountain Range. This is it. He got a little excited, and then immediately measured the distance between the Duor Zen Temple and the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect. Nearly 20,000 miles. That's not far. He was a bit surprised that this distance of 20 days to get there was completely enough. Suddenly, he snapped back to his senses. And this time the precognition wasn't right. Hope's precognitive dream, where he would see everything that happens in the future directly, rather than just predicting the time and place. System, there's a problem with precognition, he said with a sullen face. there will not be any problems after the precognitive dream is upgraded to a precognitive ability. And if there is an expected situation, it's the awakening of the sons of Qi that is affecting it. At this, Yi Xiaolin's mouth twitched. Is the system dumping the pot? Then how am I going to stabilize to take this heavy treasure when this only knows where and when the heavy treasure came out? And I don't know how the competition is? He asked rhetorically. It is recommended that the host bring along the elder sister who favors the host and go as the chief of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. Yi Xiaolin was stunned at his words and suddenly reacted. Recently, several senior sisters had a succession of situations, making it impossible for him to seek them out to enhance their relationship. Eldest sister was now giving birth to a new soul being locked up in the heavenly wind cliff. Third and fourth sisters had both left the clan to search for Lu Yuan, and fifth sister had traveled to the Tsong Yuan Dao state. Currently, the only one who could be found was second senior sister Lin Shirhan. Having made up his mind, he immediately moved on, and on the way, he even thought of a plausible reason, and after hearing about this, Lin Shirhan immediately decided to go there as well, only that when they headed to the Patriarch's Hall, they did not see Bai Mengqi. It was only through the sound transmission that they learned that Bai Mengqi had something to temporarily leave the sect, and that Bai Mengqi had agreed to their actions. With this, the two of them didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly left the sect to rush to the Green Spirit mountain range. Only after the two of them left, immediately a void refining stage deacon received orders to follow the two of them from afar, serving to secretly protect them. And at the same time, Bijou Qiangzhou, deep in the Mangan mountain range, countless peaks like small islands were suspended above the dome of the sky, flickering with gusts of spiritual light under this night, as eye-catching as a star. Above the dome of the sky, a huge star silhouette was suspended, and the whole thing looked as if it was a cosmic river of stars, as far as the eye could see. On the peak of these thousands of suspended mountains, an attic stood silently, on which hung the four large, dragon-flying characters of astrology and divination, glittering in the night. Suiwei Mountain State, Bodhi. Above the third floor of the attic, an old man with white hair held an astrolabe, looking thoughtfully at the trigrams that appeared above. This seems to be an unrivaled opportunity. He immediately put away the astrolabe, and when he turned around his figure had disappeared from its original position. The Star Immortal Mansion is most adept at the art of astrology and divination, and there are elders in the Immortal sect who are specifically responsible for divining the stars and divining the creation of heaven and earth. It was also because of these elders that the Star Immortal Mansion was able to come to its current position, and it was even showing signs of growing stronger. Soon, he arrived at the Immortal Mansion's main hall, where many of the clan's elders had already gathered, and even the long-secluded mansion master was among them. He was not ambiguous, and after saluting the people in the hall he told everything he had divined. Bodhi seeds are rare in this world, and all descending into the world are innate spiritual treasures. The clan will definitely rise to a higher level with the assistance of this item, he concluded. A group of elders heard each other look at each other, are nodding, but this thing after all in the Tsuiwei Mountain State, where now is no longer the territory of the Star Immortal Mansion. The division is not good to go directly to the words of the elders' level characters. Right at this moment, an elder stepped forward and arched his hand at the housemaster. He was dressed in a moon-white robe with an elegant temperament, and was none other than Elder Li Wuyin, who had traveled to the Spirit Sky Immortal sect to collect the debt in the first place. Reporting to the mansion master, in my opinion, although the Bodhi seed is an innate spiritual treasure, it doesn't necessarily have much of a role to play. After all of the past sorts of things you all have seen with your own eyes. The elders looked at each other, and helplessness welled up in their eyes, as if they had remembered something old that they wanted to try to forget. The face of the Star Immortal Mansion's prefect was similarly not looking too good as he asked with slightly drooping eyes. Then according to what senior brother said, how should this matter be dealt with? Li Wuyan once again arched his hand. In my opinion, it would be better to send clan disciples to this matter. For one thing, my Star Immortal Mansion's disciples are bound to be stronger than those of the newly promoted Immortal Sect, Ling Xiao Immortal Sect. Secondly, this matter is also an experience for the disciples of the clan, and if nothing happens, that Bodhi seed will be in my clan's possession. Chapter 65, Splitting Up. Bai Mengqi arrives at Song Yuan Dao State. When he heard about the calendars, the housemaster immediately brightened up. He valued the training so much that he even added a rule to the clan after he succeeded to the throne that in addition to closed-door breakthroughs, the people of the clan had to go out for training for 10 days every month. This clan rule included all cultivators up and down the entire clan, including himself. That's very good. So we'll follow senior brother Li's lead and select a few Yuaning cultivators to head to Chuiwei Mountain State immediately, the prefect said, then swept a glance at the crowd of elders in the hall. He laughed and said, I hope this Bodhi seed can be somewhat useful, not like that innate spirit fruit from 300 years ago. which ate up countless resources of ours but only exploded into a big cockerel the size of a small mountain. Ha ha ha. The more he laughed, the more awkward the atmosphere in the Great Hall became. After all, just because of this matter, the Star Immortal Mansion hadn't slowed down after 300 years, and because of this they had to cede the Tsuweiwei Mountain State, Tianqing Spirit State, and Ziyuan Tang State to the newly risen Immortal Sect, the Lingxiao Immortal Sect. As for the chicken, it was studied by the clan for half a year, and after realizing that it really didn't have any special abilities it was killed and stewed and eaten. This incident also caused the Star Immortal Mansion to be laughed at by the remaining 8 immortal sects for a full 300 years. Curtailing his smile, the housemaster coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Well, all go about the business at hand. After saying that his figure was the first to disappear in place, the elders looked at each other, all seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Okay, speechless senior brother. Still talking so much A middle-aged man with stubble and a few haggard features flirted. The last time I reacted quickly I fished out a spiritual treasure from the hands of that Spirit Sky Immortal Sect Patriarch in the Tsuweiwei Mountain State, and now I've gained the opportunity to brush up on the number of calendar days. His eyes were green and black, and he stretched even more as he spoke. Seeing the visitor, Li Wuyan was busy arching his hand and saluting. Senior brother Chen is too kind. I just happened to think of it. He turned his words around and asked, Senior brother Chen, is this just coming back and is he ready to go get a good night's sleep? This person's name is Qin Ju. Joined the Star Immortal Mansion has been 1,000 years. The original cultivation progress is slow, nearly 200 years to be able to dan. Later, simply swinging for a book called Star Trek, dream 1,000 turns of the gong method. Whenever you practice will be sleepy, but in just 10 years successfully become a baby. But also in 20 years after the successful breakthrough to the transformation of God. One must know that this technique had been practiced by countless cultivators in the past, but none of them had succeeded. However, although this gong method is strong, the side effect is also extremely obvious. That is, it is easy to get sleepy. While ordinary Mahayana cultivators had no problem at all staying awake, he couldn't do it, and once he fell asleep, he wouldn't be able to wake up at all for less than 6 hours. It was also because of this that Zhu Chen's attainments with runic formations were terrifying, especially the 3 types of formations: defense, soundproofing, and astringency. It was no exaggeration to say that the defense formation laid down by his hands, all the elders present were afraid that they would not be able to break it in a short period of time when they joined hands. Zhu Chen smiled and nodded. I haven't slept in 3 days. I really can't top it. As he spoke, he yawned again and busily waved his hand. Elder brother, I'm really sleepy, so I'll take my leave. After saying that, his figure flickered and directly disappeared in place. Li Wuyin smiled helplessly. In his heart, he was truly envious and jealous. It appeared to be sleeping, but in reality, the gong method was automatically running, automatically exhaling the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. If there are no surprises, this guy will definitely reach the cultivation level of Mahayana perfection before the Lord of the House. Shaking his head, Lix Woya similarly left this place. Song Yuan Dao Prefecture. Above the nameless mountain range, the 3 Spirit Sky Immortal Sect deacons were still rushing along, but they suddenly sensed something and were busy stopping their footsteps and stepping into the air. Not long after, a golden aura came from far away and quickly arrived in front of one of them. He pinched his hands together, and then the transmitting note blossomed with a golden aura, followed by a voice coming out from it. I have borrowed the divination technique of a small clan in Bailo Qianzhou to ask about the whereabouts of Lu Yuan. You and the others will split up and go to Thousand Cloud City, Dao Lin City, and Spirit Bamboo City. If you see Lu Yuan, you don't have to leave your hands behind, and you can directly break your hands and feet and bring them back to the clan. The 3 of them froze in unison, and then they took out their maps to check them out, successively identifying the towns they were headed for. The 3 of them immediately rushed to the nearest town in order to determine their final direction. And at this moment, outside of Spirit Wind City, Bai Mengqi stood on air, similarly holding a map in her hands. Her line of sight quickly locked onto the place on the map called Falling Forest City, and her figure disappeared in place in a flash. And just the moment her figure disappeared, deep within the inner city of Sanlong City, on top of a short mountain. What kind of powers Mahayana cultivator would barge into my Song Yuan Dao state without warning? A beautiful appearance of a beautiful woman in a palace dress opened her eyes, the pair of pupils with a faint golden aura, on which there is a golden light mist overflow, sometimes like the pupil of a bird, sometimes like the pupil of a tiger or a leopard. It looks extremely bizarre. This is Spirit Sky Immortal Sect Patriarch Bai Mingqi? What is she doing here in my Song Yuan Dao state? Could it be that she came for her injured disciple? She slowly got up, and the pupils of her eyes changed once again, finally transforming into a pair of snake pupils. Please ask the 5th elder and the 6th elder to come to the small mountain outside my temple. As she spoke, the pupils of her eyes instantly returned to normal. This was an Earth-stage divine ability, which could control any spirit beast, demonic beast and all insects, fish, birds and beasts within the range of perception through divine sense, borrow their eyes to see something, and even pass his words through their mouths. This was also what she had gained from the Spirit Abyss enlightenment back in the beginning. Soon, two middle-aged men came here and saluted the beautiful woman. We have guests from the Tsong Yuan Dao state, and they're already heading towards Tsong Long City, so wouldn't it be a breach of etiquette if we don't go to greet them? She smiled and said, the two of you set off immediately, and make sure to receive Spirit Sky Immortal Sect Patriarch by Mengqi halfway. The two of them were a little surprised when they heard this. Rumor has it that the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect Patriarch is extremely loving towards his own disciples, and is even more notorious for protecting his calves. Now that Su Wan had just had an accident in Son Long City, and the situation had only just stabilized, she had actually set foot on the land of the Tsong Yuan Dao Prefecture. At the behest of the Palace Master, we will not dishonor our mission. After saying that, the two took a few steps back before their figures strangely disappeared, and at the same moment, outside of Tsong Long City, 100-foot golden-scale giant scaly auger soared up and roared as it soared towards the distance. Gathering her thoughts, she narrowed her eyes slightly as she recalled some of the images that had flashed through her mind while meditating, which was and is the ability of that avatar. White hair, arcane robes, and spirit swords. It seems like you're the source of all these problems. With a thought, her pupils turned golden and her divine ability was activated once again. Soon she found the white-haired, shen-robed youth who was running recklessly on a giant wolf in the forest through the eyes of a bird finch. She subconsciously wanted to use her divine ability to control Little White's consciousness as a way to talk to Lu Yuan. However, as soon as her mind started, Little White violently stopped her steps, as if sensing something and looking towards the back again and again. Big brother, I seem to feel a force approaching me, and just now it even attempted to control me. Chapter 66, a subordinate son of fortune with 50 points of fortune value. This demonic beast actually spoke. What kind of horrible qualification must this be? Or is it a natural demonic spirit? And Lu Yuan, who heard what Xiao Bai said, seemed to think of something and rolled over to land. With his divine sense catalyzed, Lu Yuan rushed out with an arrow step and easily grabbed a sparrow that had not yet had time to fly up. The beautiful woman who saw this scene through a beetle was once again shocked. Could this person know about her ability? A chi refining cultivator? Seeing that the sparrow on his hand didn't move, Lu Yuan frowned and asked, what? Could it be that senior isn't here to find me? The beautiful woman froze at her words, and then her mind moved, and the bird's pupils suddenly had a golden aura flashing. Xiao Bai also came over at this moment. Just what you just displayed is enough to shock me. It doesn't look like a chi refining cultivator at all. He saw the sparrow open its mouth, and the voice of the beautiful woman came out from it. Xiao Bai just stood his feet. Seeing this situation was startled, immediately shrinking his neck back, his feet also backward. I wonder what Senior Yi Fei is looking for me for. Lu Yuan didn't want to talk nonsense and went straight to the point. After the Lingxiao Immortal Sect was destroyed due to Yi Xiaolan's ascension in the dream, he himself, as the only remaining disciple of the Lingxiao Immortal Sect, spent 100 years in the hunt, and during this period of time this woman did not fail to capture his position through various fish, insects, birds, and animals. Especially after Lu Yuan's cultivation reached the harmonization stage. Not to mention cultivation. In the Xian Huang ancient realm, Lu Yuan didn't even have a chance to take a breath. Therefore, Lu Yuan didn't have much good feelings towards this Tsong Long ancient Hall master. The beautiful woman froze, then smiled and said, the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect Patriarch is personally visiting the Tsong Yuan Dao state, so I'm sure he's coming for that matter of Su Wan. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. In the dream, Bai Mengqi didn't rush to Tsong Yuan Dao state at this time. Could it really be because of Su Wan? Since Senior has seen it all, what is the purpose of telling this matter at this moment? It can't be that you want to capture me back and hand me over to Bai Mengqi, right? Lu Yuan asked. The content of the words was to hear Yi Fei somewhat less comfortable, but there was no need to argue with a junior about anything. The Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, a newly promoted immortal sect, isn't qualified to ask me to work for her? Bai Mengqi, she grunted coldly, a few moments of displeasure already audible in her tone. As for coming to you, it's just a matter of some curiosity. Curiosity about you as a person. Curiosity about how you'll react when you learn about this. Lu Yuan simply let go of the sparrow and let Yi Fei's consciousness manipulate the sparrow to land on Xiao Bai's nose. If it's just to satisfy curiosity, then you can go now. After saying that, Lu Yuan walked straight towards the distance. Yi Fei froze at this, and was about to fly up and say something when she suddenly felt her eyes go black and her consciousness snapped back together. She was a little bewildered. The sparrow she had consciously manipulated seemed to have been eaten. On the other hand, Xiao Bai bit the sparrow and swallowed it directly into his stomach. Too small. White. Who would have had few words, expressed his displeasure. Only after the words fell, he heard that Yifei's voice once again. That's just it. I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. A katydid was seen flying to a stop on Lu Yuan's clothes, and only then did the voice resonate again. In this case, I can make sure you're alright. Lu Yuan's footsteps paused, and then he continued to move forward. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and I don't have anything on me that you can covet, Lu Yuan directly said. As for self-preservation, I can do it myself, so I don't need to bother Senior. Yifei was a bit stunned and wanted to say something else, but Lu Yuan had already rolled over and landed on Little White's back. She had no choice but to withdraw her divine sense, while a trace of doubt arose in her heart. The boy seemed to harbor a hint of hostility towards herself, which puzzled her a bit. After a little while, she shook her head and entered the cultivation state without any distractions. On the other hand, Lu Yuan, who originally wanted to head directly to Spirit Wind City and return to Tsuiwei Mountain State, suddenly remembered something. In the dream this time period, Tsuiwei Mountain State seems to be an innate spiritual treasure descended to the world. At that time the Star Immortal Mansion had divined to after. In order to cover up the years of people only sent Yuaninging stage disciples to go. The beauty of it is that it's all about the experience. And at that time, Yi Xiaolin was taking Su Wan to play in the Tsan Yuan Dao state and was not involved in this matter at all. During the playing period, the two of them had befriended a small Imperial Beast Clan sect relative. And subsequently this person had become a great help for Yi Xiaolin to become stronger. The corners of his lips hooked into a smile. Lu Yuan already had his own plans in mind. Seemingly sensing Lu Yuan's thoughts, the green spirit immortal drop suddenly flew out and hovered at his side. Lu Yuan nodded with a light smile at this. This green spirit immortal drop was obtained by chance by a giant of the Sword Dao, and it took nearly 1,000 years before it finally matured. It was just that after one outing, that Sword Dao giant never came back, and the green spirit immortal drop became ownerless as a result. Half a day later, Falling Forest City. Bai Mengqi stood on top of the dome of the sky outside the city, her divine sense sweeping through the entire city in a flash, everything in it presenting itself in her sea of consciousness. A moment later, her brows furrowed, and she turned around and vanished towards the distance. However, just as she moved, two figures came from the distance. The Spirit Sky Immortal Sect Patriarch is personally visiting my Tsan Yuan Dao Prefecture. Please forgive us if we have missed our welcome. One of them opened his mouth smilingly while bowing to Bai Mengqi. Bai Mengqi froze slightly. Then she seemed to remember something and frowned. These two must have been sent by Yifei to invite her. After all, Su Wan's current situation was not too optimistic. My Tsanglong ancient Hall master heard that the sovereign was here and specially instructed the two of us to come and invite Lord Sovereign to the Tsanglong inner city. The other man spoke up. Bai Mengqi's face was a bit ugly, but now that the situation was such that she had to go, she couldn't find a reasonable excuse. Helplessly, she nodded. Lead the way. There was still a 29-day deadline for that Lu Yuan thing, while Su Wan was effectively seriously injured. In contrast to the two, it was inevitably the matter of Su Wan that was more important. The two of them nodded after looking at each other and made a pleased gesture to Bai Mengqi. Soon, the three of them left the place, and on the afternoon of the second day after the trio left, Lu Yuan arrived at this Falling Forest City. Here, there was the one he was looking for, Tsuiwei Mountain State, Bonsin City. The two of them rode their swords for a day to arrive at Fengxin City for a short rest. Just as the two had just entered the city gates, Yi Xiaolin seemed to sense something and subconsciously raised his head to look above the sky. A huge recluse building ship was seen slowly soaring towards the outside of the city. It was also at this moment that a message box was presented in front of Yi Xiaolin's eyes. Subordinate Sons of the Air. He fumed slightly and looked up to take a closer look. Also, just as he was getting serious, a message presented itself to him. Name, Jin Xixin. Cultivation, uncultivated. Possession of luck value, 50. Harvestable luck value, 0. Yi Xiaolin was completely baffled. How come there were still 50 points of the Sons of Qi? Yi Xiaolin immediately felt that his three views had been turned upside down, completely subverted by this medium dimension. Chapter 67, Accusation, Punishment. System. How is it that there's still a subordinate Son of Qi with 50 points of Qi value? Yi Xiaolin couldn't help but ask. According to the systematic analysis, this type of secondary chirography is the one closest to chirography. Unlike the Sons of Qi and secondary Sons of Qi who are capped on their Qi value, given enough time, there will be no upper limit to their growth. However, in terms of the Sons of Qi and secondary Sons of Qi that the host has encountered so far, Lu Yuan is the strongest one, and we cannot rule out the possibility that his Qi value will rise again. So please raise your cultivation strength as soon as possible, so as to avoid encountering a situation that you cannot cope with. Yi Xiaolin was confused. What did that mean? One must know that in the past, He had never been in such a situation when he had broken through hundreds of primary realms, and all the situations had been hand-to-hand. It seems that my choice to force my way into the medium realm was a mistake, but coming all the way here, how can I know the outcome without trying? He made a silent note of the location, ready to follow up and keep an eye on this person to see how far she could grow. After making a slight adjustment in feng cinching, he and Lin Shirhan left with their imperial swords early the next morning. And that night, in the falling forest city, a cultivation family with 3 Jindan stage beast masters was overthrown, during which not a single movement was produced. Sanlong City, Inner City Pill Hall. What did you say? Who was it that injured Wan Air like this? Bai Mengqi's eyes widened, disbelief filling her eyes. He has now mastered an extremely bizarre body technique that allows him to instantly move with his chi refining cultivation. And the weapon in his hand still seems to be a spirit sword that can directly ignore the protective astral chi of a Jindan stage cultivator. Elder Green Bamboo explained with a lowered brow. Bai Mengqi lowered her eyebrows in contemplation. Then, as if she had seen through something, she gritted her teeth and said, he must have made a deal with the evil spirits in that void rift, and those means must have been obtained from those evil spirits. She coldly grunted. After capturing him back, this honored one will definitely skin him. She realized something violently and frowned at Elder Qingzhu. What did you say? Refining chi cultivation? Elder Qingzhu nodded. His cultivation has now recovered to the 7th level of chi refining, and it's only been 2 months since he retired from the clan. Bai Mengqi narrowed her eyes slightly and asked, have you ever sensed what kind of gongfu he is practicing? Is it my Ling Xiao immortal sect's technique? Elder Qingzhu shook his head. I've never sensed that aura before. Besides, what he used to cultivate was not a sect technique, but the most common chi drawing skills and yuan gathering skills in the immortal cultivation world. Bai Mengqi froze. Road show him, did not practice the clan's techniques? The book depository is in the middle of the sect. Didn't he go and get it? Seemingly seeing what Bai Mengqi was thinking, Elder Qingzhu sighed softly. Patriarch, you didn't register Lu Yuan's name in the past in the first place. He doesn't even have a monthly salary, and naturally he can't get into the book collection pavilion. But didn't he take the Seeking Vivian girls? Bai Mengqi subconsciously wanted to retort, but suddenly thought of something, and the latter half of her sentence was not uttered. The reason he was able to bring Lu Xuanwei and the girls into the book depository was because his cultivation had already established the foundation and he had cultivated the gathering of yuan technique, which was not restricted by the prohibitions. She grimaced. Who can blame him? It's still his own fault? Snorting coldly, Bai Mengqi then said, it's not like he doesn't have a long mouth. Does he not know to mention it if this honored one forgets? As his remaining light fell on Su Wan, Elder Qingzhu sighed softly. Could it be that Sovereign Sister expects a found child to know the process of bringing up a disciple? Green Bamboo. Bai Mengqi was instantly furious, so angry that her plump breasts continued to rise and fall. She reached out and pointed at the unconscious Su Wan and said, your poor protection led to Wanner's near death. This matter has yet to be settled by this honored one. But you are accusing this honored one first. Elder Qingzhu froze, and in his heart, he only felt desolate. Wasn't all of this caused by your harsh treatment of Lu Yuan? Even if you, the thought came to her, but all she felt was a wave of powerlessness. Since the patriarch wants to settle the score, then let's do so. Not wanting to explain anything further, she directly took out her elder token from her Qinkuan ring. Bai Mengqi froze on the spot. However, he heard Qingzhu already talking to himself. She took a step back and bowed respectfully to Bai Mengqi. Qingzhu, take the punishment. Bai Mengqi's mouth opened, but suddenly remembered the scene when Lu Yuan retreated from the clan, and anger surged up in her heart. Good. Lu Yuan forced my father. You also forced my father. Do you really think that my father doesn't dare to dismiss you from the position of elder? She probed her hand and grabbed the elder token that was suspended in the void, and the moment her palm and fingers exerted force, the token shattered, and then directly turned into pieces. Get yourself back to the sect's law enforcement hall to receive your punishment, and then report to the Heavenly Rhythm subsect. Bai Mengqi's icy voice rang out. If you dare to defect, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Elder Qingzhu was stunned, then said, default elder, wouldn't he dare? When she finished, she stood up straight and excused herself. Only after Elder Qingzhu left did Bai Mengqi come to the bedside. Placing her hand on Su Wan's wrist, the worry in her eyes gradually changed to anger. The heart and veins are severed, and even if they are saved, they will never wake up again. This hand of Lu Yuan's is so brilliant. She busily took out the 9 turns dan that was meant for herself and gave it to Su Wan. However, when she took her pulse again, she realized that the 9 revolutions pill had not played any role. Her heart tightened and she was busy urging her divine sense to perceive it in detail. This is the residue of innate sword chi. Her heart was shaken. The sword used by Lu Yuan was actually an innate spirit sword. Where did he get the innate spirit sword? Also, With his cultivation at the 7th level of chi refining, how could he possibly manage the innate spirit sword? Unless it was that innate spirit sword spontaneously recognizing its owner. But how could a loser induce an innate spirit sword to recognize its owner? Bai Mengqi took her hand back and looked at Su Wan's pale face. Today's situation could only wait for the remnants of the innate sword chi to dissipate before making a move to save the people. Can Su Wan's 500 years of lifespan at the Jindan stage really afford to wait? Bai Mengqi was silent. The corner of Yi Fei's lips, who had taken it all in through a mosquito on the windowsill, curled into a sneer. How could such a person who acted arbitrarily lead the sect to its current heights? For the spirit immortal sect to be where it is today, there must be other factors. With that thought, she got up and headed toward the medicine hall. After all, he had asked her to come over, so he had to meet her after all. Of course, what they said when they met was all polite. After some conversation, Bai Mengqi had no desire to stay any longer, so she took Su Wan and cast a recluse spell to leave Sanglong City. Just after leaving Sanglong City, she sent out 3 transmission notes, somewhat impatiently wanting to know if those 3 had captured Lu Yuan. Chapter 68 Duie Zen Temple. Bizarre situation. However, by the time she arrived at Spirit Wind City, all the news that came back from the sound transmission was that Lu Yuan had not been found. She had no choice but to bring Su Wan back to the Spirit Sky Immortal sect first. After this, she once again traveled to Bijou Qiangzhou, only this time, no matter what realm of cultivator she asked for astrology and divination, she could not find any trace of Lu Yuan. There were only 2 scenarios that could lead to such a situation. One was that Lu Yuan was dead, and the other was that he had something in his hands that could shield divination. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yuan had already entered the Sumeru ring at this moment, waiting for the 8th star to light up. With no choice, Bai Mengqi had to return to her clan, Tianfeng Cliff. With his enlightenment and qi, it's not surprising that he can master such means. Hearing what Bai Mengqi said, Broken Soul laughed, his expression filled with relief. Now that the situation is like this, and my father can't find where he is, why don't we change the terms? Bai Mengqi said, my Lord Spirit Sky Immortal sect is full of talents and has many sword Dao geniuses, so why don't you pick from amongst these people? Broken Soul raised an eyebrow at his words and then laughed out without caring about his image. What a laugh! Your Spirit Sky Immortal sect is full of talents? How do you have the nerve to say such words? Her eyes were filled with mockery. If Lu Yuan hadn't traveled to the Void Rift to suppress the source of the evil qi, it would be a question whether or not this broken sect would still be around today. As for the so-called geniuses in your mouth, they are nothing more than ordinary cultivators who have stood on the high platform piled up with rich aura and enjoyed the convenience created by Lu Yuan. In terms of strength and enlightenment, who dares to say that they can be compared to Lu Yuan? Could it be that you yourself are not clear? Without the aura overflowing from that void rift to nourish them, those talents in your mouth would be nothing more than a speck of dust in the mortal world. Bai Mengqi was silent. Seeing this, Broken Soul seemed to think of something and hooked his lips. But I don't have to have him. After all, I'm not very satisfied with this body. Hearing this, Bai Mengqi's eyes lit up and she busily asked, tell me what you want. If I can do it, I will go all out. On her lips, she was laughing coldly in her heart. When you leave Seeking Wei's body, she will wear you out at the first opportunity. I've heard that amongst the 10 great immortal sects, there is a sect that majors in the way of the sword, in which the number of sword cultivators is in the millions. She raised her eyes to Bai Mengqi. I'm not asking for much. How about you go and help me capture a transformation god sword cultivator under the age of 70, and I'll return this body to your disciple? Bai Mengqi's brows furrowed. Then she nodded directly. Yes, I will capture a god transformation stage sword cultivator back as you requested, and I also hope that you are true to your word. After saying that, her figure instantly disappeared. The Broken Soul who saw this scene, however, laughed coldly in his heart. This Bai Mengqi is afraid of having a body of cultivation, but does not bring a little brain. As a Mahayana cultivator, she didn't even have the slightest means of divesting her soul, and she didn't know what kind of immortal she was cultivating. But thinking about it, it was right. She had been in seclusion from time to time during these 100 years, and all she had focused on was just the increase in her cultivation. She could never see her practicing anything else. Snorting, she turned around and walked down the Skywind cliff into the cave she had chiseled out with her sword intent not long ago. Half a month went by in a flash. During this period of time, the remaining 2 dull stars in Lu Yuan's Tsangdong Qi Si also lit up successively, and his cultivation level came to the 9th level of qi refining. Xiaobai swallowed the flesh and blood of those spirit beasts, and after digesting them, he directly advanced to become a 4th stage demonic beast, comparable to a human late stage foundation establishment cultivator. And during this time, Lu Yuan also returned to the Tsuweiwei mountain state through the teleportation array. Cultivation was about to build the foundation, and it was time to take revenge on the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. These white wolves had enjoyed so much of what he had given, and it was time to pay them back. Deep within the Green Spirit Mountain range, the two figures flew through the air with their imperial swords, their speed not slowing down at all. Following the precognition forward, a mountain peak soon appeared in the sight of the two. See that the peak stood alone and proudly between the rolling hills, on which the clouds and mists were so dense that it was impossible to see the peak in its entirety. He approached with his sword, but found that the mountain peak was surrounded by a formation that isolated it, making it completely impossible to approach. The two had no choice but to land first. Just when they landed, they found that around the peak they could no longer use the slightest amount of true essence, and even the hands of the magic treasure are out of effect. Lin Shurhan instantly furrowed her brows and busily took out a formation disc and a few spirit stones. However, even with the spirit stone in her hand, she was unable to activate the array plate. What's going on? She frowned, her mind immediately alert. Yi Xiaolin was unconcerned. After all, there were no hidden dangers on top of this mountain peak as seen by precognition. As long as no one came to fight for it, the breath of life Bodhi seed would be in his possession. Second senior sister, take a rest first, I'll go around. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the foot of the mountain. Looking at the foot of the mountain obscured by the fog, he subconsciously raised his hand, but his footsteps were unceasing. The moment he stepped into the thick fog, his heart was suddenly clear. That formation that separated the way forward and the formation at the foot of the mountain that restricted cultivation were in coordination with each other. The former restricted flight, forcing cultivators traveling to the Duor Zen temple to land and observe. The latter, on the other hand, suppressed the cultivation of the landing cultivators, allowing them to climb up this mountain peak with their physical strength alone. As for this so-called dense fog, it was just a blindfold. Understanding this, Yi Xiaolin immediately informed Lin Shurhan of this, and then led her to start climbing the mountain peak. The two traveled along the winding mountain path and found it overgrown with weeds, tree branches blocking the way, and most of the green stone stairs were covered with moss. Continuing along the mountain road for about half a day's time, he finally saw an ancient temple presenting itself, approached only to find that the ancient temple gate lofty, but has been modeled, on which is crawling with vines. Raising his eyes, the vermilion door was badly faded, and the few words inscribed on the lintel were already blurred, but vaguely, he could still distinguish the four big characters of Duor Zen Temple. Pushing open the door and walking into it, he realized that the temple was literally two places from the outside world. The first thing that caught my eye were two large, dry and twisted trees, as if they would dissipate into flying ash at the slightest touch. This was followed by the dusty green stone path, on which not a single fallen leaf could be seen, even if there were a number of sky-high trees around the temple. There seems to be some kind of power here that has drained the life out of all the flowers and greenery inside, Lin Shurhan said, then turned around and folded a branch from the door and brought it in. In an instant, the green leaves on that branch yellowed and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally fell off from the branch and dissipated into pieces in the void. In the end, even the branches became dry, and Lin Shurhan gently exerted her force and the branches directly shattered into crumbs. Such a scene is bizarre. Clapping her hands, Lin Shurhan said with a grave expression, "It's still uncertain if this place will have such an effect on cultivators. It's best for us to find that heavy treasure as soon as possible." Chapter 69 Ancient Bodhi Tree, Breathing Bodhi Seed. Hearing what Lin Shurhan said, Yi Xiaolin nodded. Of course he knew that the culprit that led to all of these results was that breath of life Bodhi seed, but he couldn't say it outright. Inviting Lin Shurhan to come, he only said that there was news that a heavy treasure was about to descend from this side. After all, in the past he had also used the same means to find quite a few treasures, so Lin Shurhan had no doubt about it. The two of them walked into the Duor Zen temple, but they didn't see any in the front yard of the temple, so they had no choice but to go deeper. However, after walking all over the Heavenly King Hall and Maharaja's Treasure Hall without discovering any heavy Buddhist treasures, the two of them also had to head to the Dharma Hall and the Scripture Collection Building. Dharma Hall is okay, just slightly worn out. The Scripture Building is directly collapsed, full of rotten wood, wind blowing into ashes. However, just as the two of them were continuously searching, the Green Spirit Mountain Range welcomed a few other cultivators. These three people flew with their swords, cutting through the air and arriving directly at that mountain peak. Like Yi Xiaolin and the others, upon arriving near the peak of the mountain here, a barrier cut off the way forward, forcing the three to drop down and look for a way up at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the deacon of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, who was resting on a giant tree in the sky at the peak of the mountain, also noticed the movement at the foot of the mountain, and his brows couldn't help but knit up. Which power could it be at this point in time? The people who can arrive here at this time are either the Star Immortal Mansion's group of people who know how to astrologically divine, or the former Buddhist monks of this Duo Zen temple. But as far as he knows, this place has been deserted for 1,000 years, so it must not be a Buddhist monk. his brow furrowed involuntarily as he thought about it. If they were really people from the Star Immortal Mansion, then they were bound to be followed by cultivators with the same cultivation level as themselves, or even harmonization stage cultivators. This thing seems to be getting troublesome. He couldn't help but twist his head to look at the Duerzen temple at the top of the mountain, and with a flash of his body, he disappeared away. And a few moments later the mountain road had been covered by weeds this ground, and even the fog had become thicker. In the temple, the two came to the meditation room, but they found a different scene. Unlike the rest of the temple, the compound where the meditation room was located was overgrown with weeds and wildflowers, as if isolated from the world presented itself to the two. It was just that when the two of them approached, the weeds and wildflowers quickly withered and turned into crumbs of dust that drifted away, which could be said to be quite bizarre. And in the middle of this bizarre Zen room compound, an ancient and mysterious Bodhi ancient tree stood proudly, around which there was a weak fluorescent light flickering, as if a firefly danced. The two of them walked into the middle of the courtyard of the meditation room, and they saw the thick trunk of the ancient Bodhi tree with thick branches and leaves, dropping a cool green shade for the meditation room. It was just that the meditation room was tilted at the moment, and there was even less of a Buddhist monk in it. Lin Shurhan's sight only paused on the ancient Bodhi tree, and when she withdrew her gaze, she turned around and walked towards the meditation room. This place is different from the others, and that heavy treasure is 80% here. Second senior sister. Look, however, at that moment, Yi Xiaolin raised his hand and pointed above the top of the ancient Bodhi tree. When she turned to look, she saw that above the top of the tree, there was actually a rounded Bodhi seed. Looking closely, one could see that the linden seed was round like jade, crystal clear, emitting a faint fluorescent light, as if it contained the purest spiritual qi in heaven and earth. Is that Bodhi? Her eyes searched up the ancient tree, but she realized that there was actually only that one linden seed on this one tree. In such a situation, how could she not understand that this so-called heavy treasure was 80% this Bodhi seed? She twisted her head to look at the road she came from, and actually found that the weeds and wildflowers that withered just now had actually been reborn, as if they had never withered and dissipated. That heavy treasure should be this Bodhi seed. If nothing else, she got excited inwardly. If this thing could make these weeds and wildflowers live and die in a flash, what if it was a spiritual plant instead? Waiting for 100 years and 1,000 years to get a good quality spiritual plant. With this Bodhi seed, wouldn't you soon be able to get herbs of the corresponding year? With this kind of treasure in hand, the Lingxiao immortal sect's position in the Dan Dao will definitely be stronger than the other 9 immortal sects in the future. Can even use the name of this object to attract Xian Huang Ancient Realm Genius Dan Cultivator? The final Dan Cultivator monopoly situation. Under such circumstances, the status of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect would definitely be taken to the next level. She couldn't help but look at Yi Xiaolin, remembering in her heart what her master had said. Going forward, I'm afraid that only Shaolin alone will be able to lead my Spirit Sky Immortal Sect to the next level. At this moment, Lin Shurhan had the feeling that these words were mapped to reality. The Spirit Immortal Sect will prosper greatly with a young master. Just as she looked at Yi Xiaolin with a smile in her eyes, Yi Xiaolin also looked over. Elder sister, I'm going to pick linden seeds. Help me watch, he said with a grin, then quickly ran to the tree and circled around the ancient tree before returning to where he started. He took a few steps back, helped himself to a run and then directly leaped up about 10 feet, grabbed a branch and then quickly got up and climbed towards the top of the ancient tree. The reason why Lin Shurhan was not allowed to pick it was that Yi Xiaolin was afraid that this linden was not limited, and then if the linden was picked early and not fully matured it would be a loss. The ancient Bodhi tree was about 10 feet tall, and when Yi Xiaolin climbed to 5 feet his feet slipped, his body instantly lost balance, and he fell toward the bottom without warning. Seeing this scene, Lin Shurhan was shocked and hurriedly ran towards the tree. Then without her cultivation, she was not a body refining cultivator, so her speed naturally could not catch up with Yi Xiaolin's falling speed. The dull sound Yi Xiaolin made when he landed on the ground was as if it smashed into her heart, but it hurt her. She was busy kneeling on the ground, lifting the upper half of Yi Xiaolin's body up to lean on her arms. Looking at him grimacing in pain, Lin Shurhan only felt her heart ache immensely, and her eyes didn't even hold back the redness. Why are you so careless? She opened her mouth with heartache, but she suddenly intersected with Yi Xiaolin's line of sight, and for a moment, it was as if all the voices had disappeared away. A blush quickly crept onto Lin Shurhan's cheeks, and their faces gradually came closer together. Swish! However, at this moment, a sound transmission note flew in, and that deacon's voice sounded out immediately. There are people coming down the mountain. Looking at the clothes should be Star Immortal Mansion disciples. You guys find the heavy treasure as soon as possible to go down the mountain from the other side. A word that directly broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Lin Shurhan was busy pushing Yi Xiaolin out of her arms and stood up again to take 2 steps back, twisting her face to the side. She then said, "It seems that Master has arranged for the clan's deacons to protect us along the way, so we'd better quickly remove the Bodhi seed and leave." After saying that she was ready to climb the tree, but was stopped by Yi Xiaolin, second senior sister. "There is a weird aura around this Bodhi seed. I fell down earlier because of this." As he spoke, he had already cursed the deacons several times in his mind. On his face, however, he explained with a serious face, "It is recorded in the sect's books that the Bodhi seed that produces this phenomenon is called the Breath of Life Bodhi seed, which is an innate spiritual treasure that has given birth to self-awareness. And the reason for the bizarre aura is that the Breath of Life Bodhi seed has not yet fully matured. So we'd better wait here for 2 days." Chapter 70, Building an Unprecedented Tao Foundation. 2 days was naturally impossible. In one's own precognition, this Breath of Life Bodhi seed but still needed 4 days to mature. But as it stands, it can only be delayed 2 days at a time. As for the Star Immortal Mansion, they will send someone. Yi Xiaolin is not surprised. After all, they are most specialized in astrological divination. If they do not come to be strange. Hearing Yi Xiaolin's words, Lin Shurhan nodded, although she was still curious. She took out a spirit stone and wrapped it in the earlier transmission note. The fact that a void refining stage cultivator could use his true essence meant that the formations of this Duor Zen temple could not restrict void refining stage cultivators. So using the transmitting notes left behind by a void refining stage cultivator would be able to stimulate the spirit stones, thus achieving the purpose of activating the transmitting notes. It was just that the more she did so, the more Lin Shurhan's brows tightened, because this method was also discovered by Lu Yuan. When Qin Jinxian had only just joined the sect, Lu Yuan had taken the 3 of them out to practice, and they had mistakenly entered a secret realm, and there was such a formation present in that secret realm. On top of that, the secret realm was sprinkled with white bones and skeletons, directly bringing the 3 women who had just entered cultivation under tears. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, dealt with it calmly, taking out the spirit stone wrapped around the transmission note that the deacon, who was still at the Yuaning stage at that time, had used, and used it to catalyze the transmission note. Several people were saved as a result. It was also because this was the first time she had ever been in such a situation that the incident made a deep impression on her. I'm sure the other 2 were very impressed as well. A moment later, the transmission note flew back, and that deacon's voice sounded once again. "I've already set up a formation to confuse the public. I can still hold my own for 2 days." Upon hearing this, both of them let out a sigh of relief, and then each of them found a place to sit down on their knees. Song Yuan Dao State. Between 10,000 miles of mountains, the 3 spirit immortal sect deacons were on their way to Spirit Wind City, but one of them suddenly stopped in his tracks. When the other 2 saw this, they turned back to the man. "What's wrong?" one of them asked. The man looked down at his right hand. His palm slowly opened, in which there was a golden aura that was gradually overflowing and dissipating. Lu Yuan has returned to Tsuweiwei Mountain State. His brow furrowed as he spoke. The other 2 fell silent straight away when they heard his words. 3 void refining stage cultivators, plus the personal presence of the patriarch at the Mahayana stage cultivation, and even the astrological divination technique of the Bijou Qiangzhou cultivators. He actually managed to run back to Tsuweiwei Mountain State under such a siege. In the silence, a paper transmission flew in, and one of them probed and grabbed it. "Quickly bring Lu Yuan back to the clan. That harmonization stage elder's soul lamp flame has begun to weaken." The news brought by the transmission note caused the 3 of them to stiffen. Even the harmonized stage elders couldn't do anything about the evil spirit inside the void rift. How on earth did Lu Yuan suppress it in the first place? Putting the transmission note away, the 3 of them glanced at each other, and then exerted their recluse technique with all their might towards Spirit Wind City, Tsuweiwei Mountain State, deep in an unnamed valley, in a natural cave. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged on top of a smooth jade-like boulder, surrounded by silence like night. Just a moment ago, the green lotus of enlightenment, which was growing rapidly in the chaotic chi of the Chi Sea Vault, gave birth to a bud and absorbed all 6 lotus leaves, taking root in the Chi Sea Vault. When all this happened, Lu Yuan knew very clearly that the preparations needed to build the foundation were completely in place, just waiting for him to close the door and make a breakthrough. At this moment, he closed his eyes and concentrated, his mind sinking into the vast and infinite dome of the Sea of Qi, taking in everything in it. As Lu Yuan's mind guided him, the 9 bright stars suspended in the dome of the Qi Sea each blossomed with different colors of light. The 8 colors of the 8 stars represent the 8 basic attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder and ice, while the last star has a black and white 2-power convergence and fusion. It is the casting of the sea of this dome of the chaos star. Along with the passage of time, the rich chaotic chi from the 9 stars emerged and overflowed, merging into the sea of chi in this dome of the sky. At this instant, Lu Yuan's heart gave birth to an odd feeling, as if his Chi Sea Vault was able to embrace all things, but also seemed to be able to destroy everything. After the chaotic chi filled the dome of this sea of chi, the chaotic chi that continued to overflow began to be attracted by the green lotus of enlightenment that had not yet bloomed, quickly converging and integrating into it. Lu Yuan's mind was in awe as he looked at the green lotus of enlightenment that was greedily devouring the chaotic chi. He knew that the key to building the foundation was in the moment when the green lotus was in full bloom. Looking at the green lotus of enlightenment that was devouring the chaotic chi like a bottomless pit, Lu Yuan's consciousness gradually sank into it. In an instant, it was as if he saw countless great avenues flashing past before his eyes, like misty clouds, bringing him an extremely inauthentic feeling. As his consciousness sank, the slightest movement easily pulled his divine sense back. The originally tightly wrapped green lotus of enlightenment was seen to open up a little, and then slowly blossomed under the surroundings of countless fluorescent lights. A soft glow had lit up from each petal and gradually illuminated this chi sea vault. With the chaotic 9 stars as the disk and the green lotus of enlightenment as the foundation, he built the strongest Tao foundation ever. Such a sentence resounded in his mind. And in the next moment, he saw the chaotic chi that had originally filled the dome of the chi sea, as if it had received guidance, frantically surging towards the green lotus of enlightenment that was slowly blooming. The endless chaotic chi poured in, but the green lotus of enlightenment blossomed as if it was unaffected. The moment the green lotus of enlightenment fully blossomed, the yuan of the mixed elements surged out like a tidal wave, while the green lotus of enlightenment blossomed even more brilliantly in the process, and the supreme Tao rhythms contained within seemed as if they were about to pierce through the void and touch the origin of the heavens and earth. As time passed, Lu Yuan's breath began to climb, and the scene in the vault of the Chi Sea became more and more spectacular. A marvelous resonance was formed between the 9 stars and the green lotus of enlightenment, and together they built a solid and powerful Tao foundation. This Daoji, it's strong, unprecedentedly strong. At least in that dream for 10,000 years, there was no human base comparable to it. After waiting for 4 days, all the chaotic chi was finally transformed into chaotic yuan, and the original chi sea vault was completely changed into yuan sea vault. The majestic breath centered on Lu Yuan's dantian and spread with waves of air. There were thunder clouds converging above the dome of the sky, only for the thunder clouds to converge. There were 2 strands of power that could be called taboo that surged forth, annihilating the thunder clouds in an instant. It was also at this time that Lu Yuan successfully built his foundation and his cultivation came to the early stage of foundation establishment. Feeling carefully, Lu Yuan realized that this chaotic element had actually begun to gush out from his dantian and feed back to his limbs and bones through his meridians. Every meridian was widened in the process, and there was even a constant flow of power filling his body, as if he had the long hard training of a physical cultivator in an instant. Exhaling a long breath, Lu Yuan slowly stood up. Then, as if he thought of something, he took out the Tao heavenly disc from his Sumeru ring. It seemed like another month had passed, and it was time to grab the heavenly Dharma treasures again. Thinking so, Lu Yuan sat down on his knees once again and looked down at the Tao heavenly disc that only had a little faint light. Seemingly, there's still a little time left. Chapter 71, Devouring Bodhi Seeds. Harvesting Chi Luck Values. At the foot of the Dwayu Zen Temple, the 3-star Immortal Mansion disciples were already anxious. This broken mountain actually had no entrance. There were barriers everywhere they went, and at this moment, their cultivation was sealed, and there was absolutely no way to forcefully shatter the barriers by relying on their cultivation. I told you to practice the art of astrology and divination properly in general, but you didn't listen, so now you're in trouble, aren't you? At that moment, a voice came from the distance, and the 3 of them hurriedly turned around and respectfully bowed to the distance. Welcome, Elder. The 3 men kept their heads down, not daring to look up at all to see the others. Li Wuyan let out a light laugh and immediately took out an astrolabe from his Qiankuan ring. Watch it, slackers, I'm only going to demonstrate once. After saying that he slightly raised his head, but there was not the slightest fluctuation of true essence around him. His left hand lifted up the astrolabe, and his right hand quickly rattled the original star sign on the astrolabe. In a flash, there were countless stars floating above the sky, as if the stars were appearing in the daytime, making people marvel. All 3 of them had their eyes on the astrolabe at the moment, watching Li Wuyan's fingers continuously fiddling with it, almost appearing as residual shadows, causing a wave of awe and envy in the eyes of the 3 of them. However, at this moment, Li Wuyan's heart has been very impatient. Directly using the true essence of a breath can get it right, but the problem is that now is teaching these 3 lazy pigs. Finally, after a few snapping fingers, Li Wuyan slapped his entire hand down, and the astrolabe suddenly bloomed with a golden aura, and then transformed into beams of light that headed straight for the thick fog in the distance. In a flash, the fog dissipated and the path to the mountain was presented to their sight. Clenching his right hand into a fist, Li Wuyan put away the astrolabe and looked at the surprise and envy in the eyes of the 3. He coughed lightly twice. What's the point of breaking a small barrier array? As long as you understand the astrolabe well enough. Not to mention this array that restricts cultivation. Even our immortal mansion's defense array you all. The words came to his mouth, but he did not dare to say it again. Which if the master of the house deduced again, he is estimated to be arrested to loosen his muscles again. At that moment, a wisp of cultivator's breath broke into his perception, and he was immediately alarmed that the situation had changed, mobilizing heaven and earth aura to lift up the three of them and run straight to the. In the blink of an eye, he brought three people to break into the Duo Zen temple, and his divine sense catalyzed instantly had captured the location of the ancient Bodhi tree in the temple. Of course, there was also the scent of the two Yi Xiaolin. No wonder this deserted Duo Zen temple of 1,000 years has an isolation formation. So it turns out that a rat ran in first. His tone was a bit cold, his feet stepping forward in an instant. His figure had already arrived in the middle of the meditation room. Also at this time, the void in front of him distorted for a moment, and then a figure flashed out. Elder, such an unknown chance should be discussed in a first-come first-served manner, right? That deacon of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect looked grave as he arched his hand at Li Wuyan. Li Wuyan snorted coldly. Taking by force when you're strong and coming first when you're weak. Your Spirit Sky Immortal sect is really shameless. His face was grim, and his voice was cold as if it had quenched ice. Back then, the Spirit Immortal sect was incomparably strong in terms of resources, to such an extent that it could be compared to the top 3 of the 9 immortal sects, and at that time, the resources of the Star Immortal Mansion were all taken to feed that innate spirit fruit. It was a time when resources were scarce. It is also then Ling Xiao Xian's own zone master rely on strong resources to seize the Star Immortal House 3 states, and now once again on actually pull what first come first served, when it is laughable. That deacon raised his head stiffly at the words and looked straight into Li Wuyan's eyes. He said stiffly, even if I die in battle today, I will never let this Bodhi seed fall into the hands of Senior. Boom! Terrifying true essence swept. In an instant the meditation room collapsed, turned into pieces and dissipated between heaven and earth, and the terrifying pressure instantly shocked the deacon into spitting blood and retreated. It was also under this arguably terrifying pressure that the formation that restricted cultivation instantly shattered. In an instant, Yi Xiaolin and Lin Shihan only felt that the true essence that was originally confined in the Dantian surged out crazily, filling every meridian. Almost at the first moment, the two of them executed their recluse techniques and headed straight for the breath of life Bodhi seed at the highest point of the Bodhi ancient tree. Swish! Also at this time, a sword chi chopped out, rushing before the two to cut off the branches of the tree where the breath of life Bodhi seed was growing, and another wave of star power surged out, directly devouring the breath of life Bodhi seed. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiaolin snorted coldly as his cultivation frantically revolved. In an instant, the void behind him twisted and shattered, finally transforming into a huge black hole, and immediately those heaven and earth auras that had just poured into the Duo Yuzen temple were almost swallowed up by it. The star power that had just devoured the breath of life Bodhi seed was also disintegrated in this instant, and was then easily and directly devoured by Yi Xiaolin. Leave quickly, leave this place to me. Seeing this, the deacon's body was ablaze with flames, and a shadow identical to him emerged behind him. The battle of refining God, refining the Yuan Shen and forcibly raising his strength. This move was tantamount to cutting off the path to immortality for cultivators of the transformation God and above. Seeing this, Li Wuyan's eyes narrowed slightly. In his heart, he had some admiration for this refined void stage deacon of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, but admiration didn't mean that he would give the breathless Bodhi seed away. And seeing Li Wuyan, an early Mahayana cultivator, looking towards himself, Yi Xiaolin's breathing stopped and he growled in his heart. System, prepare to use instantaneous transportation. I'm leaving this hellhole. Quick, hurry. As he growled inwardly, he reached out and grabbed Lin Shihan's wrist with one hand. One had to take the senior sister with him. The chi value in her body hadn't been harvested by himself yet. He couldn't let her die. Detected that the host has one instantaneous transfer opportunity left. Is it to be used? Use. Detected that the host has physical contact with others. The instantaneous transfer cannot be activated. Please avoid contact with others in order to activate the instantaneous transfer. If the host needs to take a bystander along with him for transient movement, 2 transient movement opportunities are needed, which can be exchanged in the system mall at a cost of 60,000 chi value. May I ask if it is exchanged? Seeing that the two were hesitant to move, that deacon immediately rushed up, the flames around his body burning more and more fiercely. A palm blasted out, carrying a terrifying flame that directly melted the path in front of Li Wuyan, blocking his footsteps. In response, Li Wuyan withdrew his gaze and looked at the deacon. Cancel God refining at this moment, and you'll still be able to save a life with your void refining stage cultivation. He cautioned. Cut the crap. It is incumbent upon our cultivators to dedicate themselves to the clan. That deacon said. and then took a step forward, but only just broke into the Li Wuyin circumference of about 10 feet of land. Will collide with a pressure? The figure shot backwards. Along the way the air is filled with the smell of blood. Since you seek death, I will have no choice but to give you a ride. After saying that, Li Wuyan's figure flickered, and when he reappeared, he had already pinched the deacon's throat with one hand. Get on the road early and with less pain. The moment the words fell, a crunching sound came out, and the blazing flames burning on that deacon's body dissipated in an instant, and his head hung down at that moment. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiaolin couldn't help but suck in cool air. He let go of Lin Shurhan's wrist as he growled with increasing tension in his mind. System, harvest Lin Shurhan's chi value for me, then let me instantly move away. I want to leave this hellish place. And at the same moment, in front of Lu Yuan in the cave, who was 10,000 miles away, the Tao Heavenly Plate bloomed with 3 colors of spiritual light, slowly rotating in the void. Chapter 72 Breath of Life, Destruction of Dust, Transition, and Reincarnation. Successful harvesting, gained Lin Shurhan's fortune value of 50,000. Detected that the host's luck value reaches 63,000. Can be exchanged for an instantaneous transfer? Is it exchanged? Transient. Move. As soon as the words fell, Yi Xiaolin's figure instantly disappeared in place. Even his breath directly disappeared away. While Lin Shurhan looked at the deacon who died in the hands of Li Wuyan, what came to her mind was the scene when Lu Yuan traveled to the Void Rift, and she didn't even notice when Yi Xiaolin disappeared. It is incumbent upon me to sacrifice for the development of the clan. The unwavering back of that young man with long black hair kept surfacing in his mind at the moment, and a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. In the beginning, Lu Yuan should have also walked into the Void Rift with the determination of certain death, right? The more she thought about it, the more dizzy she felt, as if something had been drained from her. At this moment, Li Wuyan turned around, but he saw Yi Xiaolin's figure strangely disappearing to the point where his breath could not be sensed at all. His sight immediately locked onto Lin Shurhan, and his figure came to her side in a flash. A finger pointed at Lin Shurhan's brow, actually directly sealing her cultivation. Lin Shurhan's breath became weak and she couldn't help but gasp for air, and it was only then that she remembered that Yi Xiaolin was still following her. She twisted her head to look for it, but her eyes went black and she fainted on the spot. Looking at the fainting Lin Shurhan, Li Wuyan snorted coldly and mobilized the aura of heaven and earth to lift her up, looking towards the 3 people who were hiding far away to watch the show. Go, follow me to the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect. I want them to give up the breath of life Bodhi seeds they ate with both hands. I can't run away from the monk. I don't believe that kid won't return to the Spirit Immortal Sect. In the middle of the cave, looking at the Tao heavenly discs that glowed with 3 colors of green, red and gold respectively, Lu Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows. Could it be that he had caught 3 things at the same time? But whether it is a dream or personal experience, have never heard of the Taoist heavenly plate and such effects. Collecting his mind, Lu Yuan couldn't care to think about it. Prioritizing grabbing the magic treasure was the most important thing at the moment. With a thought, wisps of chaotic yuan surged into the Tao heavenly disc, and those 3 colors steeply became blazing. And in this instant, Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness was presented with 3 separate images. Those are 3 different colored Bodhi seeds. Where the first one is located, the deadwood springs to life and everything awakens. Where the second one is located, all the spirits are silent, and the people are suffering. The third place is where all souls are transmigrated and flowers bloom on the other shore. Breathing, destroying dust, and transmuting. These are the 3 great Buddhist teachings. Lu Yuan was surprised, both surprised at the picture presented in the sea of consciousness, and surprised at the heavenly disc of the Tao ability value against the sky. Unexpectedly, the 3 great Buddhist teachings have now evolved into 3 Bodhi seeds, scattered in different time and space. Even if there was no accident, it was highly likely that this one breath of life Bodhi seed was the one obtained from the Star Immortal Mansion in the dream. Lu Yuan clearly remembered that subsequent to Yi Xiaolin's control of the Tao heavenly disc he had also managed to grab the breath of life Bodhi seed, but only that one, whereas he himself had directly grabbed all 3 Bodhi seeds. The Buddhist sect once said that between the cycle of life and death, the end of all living beings is the cycle of reincarnation, and the Buddhist sect once had a great power to realize the cycle of reincarnation avenue, and even more personally experienced the cycle of reincarnation and the cycle of reincarnation avenue divided into the 3 small paths of the birth of the breath, the extinction of the dust and the transmigration. Opening his eyes, 3 different colored Bodhi seeds immediately flew out from the Taoist heavenly disc and were grabbed into his hands. Without the slightest hesitation, after putting away the Tao heavenly disc, Lu Yuan directly entered the ring world of the Sumeru ring. In his dream in the immortal world, Lu Yuan had heard a Buddhist powerhouse say that reincarnation was taboo, and that it should not be perceived or mastered. That's why some great adepts sent the Bodhi sons, which carry birth, destruction of dust and transmigration, to different times and spaces, just to keep the cultivators who mastered reincarnation from reproducing themselves. And now, Lu Yuan is in charge of the heavenly disk of the Tao and has once again reunited the 3 Bodhi seeds, wanting to reign over reincarnation and this taboo in the future. With 3 Bodhi seeds as seeds, they raised the chakra Bodhi and hold the law of chakra. At the top of a mountain range, Yi Xiaolin appeared and then fell on his butt. God-damned star immortal mansion. When I harvest all of Lu Yuan's fortune value, I will make sure to turn that place into a hell on earth. He couldn't stop shaking, and he didn't know if he was angry or if the fear he'd brought on earlier was still fresh. He slowed down for a moment before he raised his right hand, and suddenly space shattered and a small black hole appeared in the center of his palm. A branch was seen flying out of it, but no Bodhi seeds were seen hanging from it. Yi Xiaolin froze, then frantically urged his divine sense to find the breath of life Bodhi seed in the black hole. Yet no matter how much he searched, he was unable to find it. How come it's gone? He was a bit bewildered, but suddenly remembered a very long-standing role of the system. System, help me find out where the breath-bearing Bodhi seed went. Consume 1000 chi value and start searching for where the breath of life Bodhi seed is going. Detecting that the breath of life Bodhi seed was wrapped up and taken away by a forbidden force, it is currently impossible to determine the exact direction, but it is still in the Xianhuang ancient realm. Yi Xiaolin was confused. Then he fell into deep thought. This breath of life Bodhi seed was an innate spiritual treasure of the Buddhist sect, and it was impossible for Buddhist cultivators not to know about it. So while they were eyeing this item, it was highly likely that the Buddhist powerhouses would also be eyeing this item. Could it be that some Buddhist powerhouse used special means to take away this breath of life Bodhi seed from a distance of 10 million miles? This is a big loss. No wonder there is no picture of the fight for the Bodhi seed in the precognition. It turns out that from the beginning this Bodhi seed is destined not to fall into their hands. The second senior sister is still in the Duo Air Zen temple. We have to find a way to get the second senior sister back. With this in mind, Yi Xiaolin performed the transportation technique and quickly left this place, the world and the precepts. The moment the 3 linden seeds met, bizarre power surged forth and the 3 linden seeds instantly fused together, transforming into a slightly larger linden seed. Immediately afterward, the linden seed broke open and a shoot poked out, breaking into Lu Yuan's line of sight. Lu Yuan felt surprised and was observing carefully when Little White immediately leaned over and opened his mouth to bite down. Eat and die. Lu Yuan calmly opened his mouth, and Xiaobai's body directly froze, immediately shrinking his neck. Seeing this, Lu Yuan lightly laughed and raised his hand as the ground collapsed, revealing black soil. Putting the Bodhi seedling down, the ground changed again with a thought and planted the seedling. Seeing this, Xiaobai even leaned over, carefully examining the shoots in front of him, and cautiously sniffing them again. Underground, the rhizomes begin to spread and continue to take root in the ground. On the ground, the shoots kept swaying and growing, and soon they were already about a foot long. Seeing such a change, Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze at ease and left the ring world with Little White, who was already a 4th-stage demonic beast, and at the same time, Bai Mengqi returned to Nine Heaven City through the teleportation array. Within the spatial array disc in her hands, a woman wearing a plain white sword robe sat cross-legged within it, her expression extremely grave. Chapter 73, Bare your fangs and take it by force. In the spatial array disc, the woman's face was as cold as a cold plum under the cover of the first snow, and her eyebrows were condensed with a transcendent aloofness and loneliness. This person was Qingfeng Sword Pavilion's contemporary Heavenly Pride Lan Xinyue, a 68-year-old god transformation stage sword cultivator, one of the few in the world. 2 days ago, she took a few senior brothers and sisters out to practice, who expected to meet Bai Mengqi, who came up and directly suppressed them without saying a word of nonsense. Senior, the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion and the Spirit Sky Immortal sect have always been at peace. Aren't you afraid that the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion will pursue the matter if you take the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion cultivators away so recklessly? She asked in a voiceover. More than 10 years ago, Bai Mengqi brought 3 of the clan's Mahayana stage cultivators and a group of harmonization stage elders to descend strongly on the Immortal Sect questioning conference, and as she was among the participating ranks at that time, she naturally recognized Bai Mengqi. To this, Bai Mengqi didn't reply, only rushing on her own, heading swiftly towards the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect. Senior, I'm already a chief candidate, and as a fellow Immortal Sect patriarch, you should know what this matter means. I hope that Senior will think twice. She spoke again to remind. Upon hearing this, Bai Mengqi finally stopped and murmured. The Spirit Sky Immortal Sect has a sword Tao creation, but my disciple can't eat it. After saying that, she once again performed her escape technique and soon disappeared. Can't eat the sword creation? Would Bai Mengqi, who had robbed the resource-poor star immortal mansion of 3 states in one breath, have a creation that her disciples couldn't eat? Exhaling a long breath, Lan Xian could only pin her hopes on her senior brothers and sisters, hoping that they could spread the news of her capture back to the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion. Xuyang Mountain Range, Wanshi Mountain, 4th senior sister? Looking at the figure that stood not far away stepping into the air, his eyes were somewhat complicated. In the past, the first time she saw herself, Yun Mengyao would have smiled and greeted herself, then cheerfully asked where she had gone and what she was planning to do. As for the current Yun Mengyao, her eyes did not carry a smile like before, and in its place was a hint of bewilderment. Even when she greeted herself she only nodded in response, and at this moment she was even turning around to leave. A wave of anger immediately surged in Yi Xiaolan's heart, and Yun Mengyao qi value surfaced in front of him in a single movement of his mind. Name, Yun Mengyao. Cultivation, Jindan Perfection. Possession of luck value, 60, 000. Harvestable luck value, 0. Boom! Like a flat thunderstorm, this information directly exploded in Yi Xiaolan's mind. What does it mean to have a 0 harvestable chakra value? It meant that in her heart, Lu Yuan occupied an incomparably important position, and the person she was thinking about at the moment was Lu Yuan. At this instant, Yi Xiaolan only felt as if his efforts over the years had been fed to the dogs. A nameless anger surged to his heart. His qi and blood seemed to flow in reverse, and he felt a discomfort all over his body. Taking a deep breath, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips. System, redeemed the one-time harvesting function. Successful redemption. 5,000 qi values deducted. Host can harvest all the other party's qi values at once in dual cultivation. No limit to the method. This was a function obtained in the primary realms, and among those realms where there were only a few thousand qi values per capita. Utilizing this function was a luxury, but the medium plane is different. At least it doesn't lose when facing them. With more than a cold smile in his heart, Yi Xiaolan cast the transportation technique and chased after him. Since what you have in your heart is always Lu Yuan, don't blame me, Yi Xiaolan, for destroying the flowers with a hot hand. 4th senior sister, where are you going? Quickly catching up with Yun Mengyao's footsteps, Yi Xiaolan softly asked, still with the same pathetic look as before. Yun Mengyao glanced at him. Her mind couldn't help but recall the images of the past 3 years where he had time and time again verbally guided them to resent and victimize Lu Yuan, and disgust immediately rose in her heart. Retracting her gaze, she ignored Yi Xiaolan and accelerated her recluse technique towards the distance. Yi Xiaolan froze, and then the sneer in his heart increased. When he saw his hands forming a seal, Yun Mengyao, who was still flying towards the distance, was instantly confined in that one space. Yun Mengyao was also startled by the scene and turned her head towards Yi Xiaolan with some surprise. What do you mean by that? She asked in a cold voice. Yi Xiaolan laughed coldly, and a maniacal intent surged in his eyes. Senior brother, I have a favor that I hope senior sister will help me with. It's about cultivation. Yun Mengyao frowned slightly. A few points of uneasiness arose in her heart, and she was busy urging her divine sense to look for the key to breaking this spatial blockade. You and I have similar cultivation levels. There's nothing I can instruct you on. Why don't you go back to the sect and ask your other few senior sisters? Yi Xiaolan let out a light laugh as he stepped into the void towards Yun Mengyao. It's because of the similarity in cultivation that you can help me with this favor. Senior sister. The moment the words fell, that one spatial blockade quickly and swiftly distorted. And after Yi Xiaolan stepped into it, it actually appeared directly on top of the ground below. The smile on Yi Xiaolan's face turned cold as he looked towards Yun Mengyao. Also at that moment, space was completely blocked off, and the two figures were obscured between the black fog. In between, Yi Xiaolan slowly removed his clothes, a cold smile on his lips. Yun Mengyao, on the other hand, stared with wide eyes as she unsheathed her sword. With a quarter of an hour gone by, the black mist dissipated and Yi Xiaolan walked out of that blocked space fully dressed. Thank you for the gift of senior sister, allowing senior brother my cultivation to come to Jindan perfection. Senior brother will definitely remember you well. With an insatiable smile at the corner of his mouth, he turned back in satisfaction to look at the disheveled Yun Mengyao, who was lying on the ground still unable to move. He took her genjutsu. Even after this, Yi Xiaolan's cultivation reached Jindan perfection while Yun Mengyao's cultivation fell to the early Jindan stage. Listening to Yi Xiaolan's words, Yun Mengyao's mouth opened, but she couldn't make a sound at all. Just now, Yi Xiaolan had cast a bizarre technique to seal her cultivation and actions, as if she was a puppet with senses. At his mercy, 2 lines of tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. She closed her eyes, and inwardly, she only felt humiliated and her heart was as if it was dead. She was his senior sister. Even if she had a bad attitude just now because she wanted to find Lu Yuan quickly, she wouldn't treat herself like this, right? Since you've gone meatless, turn around and get that Qin Jinshin too. The words that suddenly rang out shocked Yun Mengyao. who suddenly remembered that Yi Xiaolin had mentioned more than once that Lu Yuan had once had bad intentions towards them. Now, it seemed that the one who had misgivings about them had always been this junior brother, not the eldest brother who had guided them in their cultivation and had worked his ass off for them. This is something that must be told to the master. Nope, she reacted fiercely. The most favored person of her master was Yi Xiaolin. If she told her master about this matter, it was estimated that her master would not do anything to him, and she might even turn around and blame herself for not knowing what she was doing. While he was stunned, he saw Yi Xiaolin turn around, his fingertips glowing with a bizarre purple aura. She pointed a finger at the center of Yun Mengao's brow, and for a moment, Yun Mengao only felt a force interfering with her divine sense, and it was getting stronger. Just at the moment when her consciousness was about to be completely suppressed, that weird power was instantly fading, and then there was actually no feeling at all. While Yi Xiaolin was looking at her tenderly at the moment, reaching out to caress her cheeks, the words he said sent chills down her spine. Be a good cultivator. My cultivation hearth. Chapter 74, Blind Confidence by Mingqi. Self-knowledge night without words. 2 days later, Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, outside the mountain gate. Li Wuyan arrived here early, his hands behind his back. In the middle of the mountain gate formation, the 3 harmonization stage elders looked at Li Wuyan with tightly locked brows. Elder, aren't you joking? One of the elders smiled apologetically and said, you are a Mahayana stage cultivator. My clan's disciples are only at the harmonized spirit cultivation level at the most, so how could they possibly snatch the opportunity from your hands? He laughed softly. Wouldn't you be slapping yourself in the face if you said that? Upon hearing this, Li Wuyan lightly laughed. See less. Nothing to do but go out and experience more, or else the disciples of my clan will laugh at your lack of knowledge. That elder smiled awkwardly and turned to ask, then I wonder which disciple of my clan snatched the opportunity from under senior. The smile on Li Wuyan's face disappeared. Don't argue. I'm waiting for your patriarch by. I'll force her to make a choice. Only after the words had fallen, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head towards the distance. Just see the distant sky above. A touch of recluse light quickly toward this side. That breath is also somewhat familiar. Not by Mingqi, who else can it be? Without the slightest hesitation, he probed his hand and grabbed it, and immediately the void distorted, with star shadows floating above the sky, and then a silhouette flew out from among those star shadows, hovering at Li Wuyan's side. This is Lin Shirhan. The 3 harmonization stage elders sucked in cool air. So it seemed that the person who snatched the opportunity from Li Wuyan, a Mahayana stage cultivator, should be the chief disciple. Yi Xiaolin. Is the new chief so powerful? To actually be able to snatch the chance from the hands of a Mahayana cultivator. At this moment, Bai Mingqi, who had just returned, also saw the scene, and her face instantly became gloomy. Li Wuyan, what do you mean by that? She questioned in a cold voice, and immediately the temperature within a radius of dozens of miles dropped by a few points. Li Wuyan snorted. Can't you see? I'm here to threaten you. Bai Mingqi narrowed her eyes slightly. It's because of the fight of chance again? She laughed coldly. I said last time, the competition for the chance is based on the means of each person. Your Star Immortal Mansion is not as skillful as the others and did not compete for the chance. Who can be blamed? Li Wuyan raised his eyebrows and nodded his head. Indeed, the fight for the chance is based on each means, but I have dirty means, so I'm going to threaten you with your disciple. What can you do with me? He had a beat-up look on his face, but it pissed off Bai Mingqi enough. Bai Mingqi took a deep breath before she looked at Lin Shirhan for the first time. He saw that Lin Shirhan's face was bloodless and her lips were dry and cracked, obviously in a state where her cultivation was sealed. Bai Mingqi was instantly furious. Li Wuyan, how dare you seal my disciple's cultivation and make her suffer the pain of mortal slumber? Are you trying to start a war with the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect? All of a sudden, the surrounding mountain peaks and rocks crumbled, the trees swayed, and a gust of coldness was brought up between the gusts of wind. Who would have thought that Li Wuyan, who heard this, was unable to hold back his laughter? A mere upstart Immortal Sect dared to say such words to veteran Immortal Sect cultivators? The 3 harmonization stage elders in the large formation were also filled with embarrassment. In terms of age and seniority, they are above Bai Mingqi, but in terms of talent, Bai Mingqi carries a mutated ice spiritual root, but also before the first baby in the old patriarchs helped to make up for its 5 elements, and then cultivation from the transformation of the divine to the body are all the way to the water. One of the elders was busy transmitting. Patriarch, if you're relying on that one divine thought left behind by the old patriarch after he ascended, I would advise you not to be so confident. In terms of the number of ascended ones, since the Star Immortal Mansion was founded more than 25,000 years ago, there are more than 300 that I know of alone. In this regard, the Spirit Immortal Sect was really not enough to look at. Bai Mingqi froze, a sense of absurdity arising in her heart, and at that moment, Li Wuyan also stopped laughing as he looked at Bai Mengqi, his face still piled with smiles. Then we have a deal. No backing out. Seeing Li Wuyan's reaction, Bai Mengqi's heart shook. Could it be that their star immortal mansion really had more than 300 ascended masters? It was no wonder that Bai Mengqi would have such a reaction. After all, a 500-year-old Mahayana cultivator. Except for the old patriarch who had taken her on an adventure, she was basically cultivating. And her cultivation process was all watertight, with no bottlenecks to speak of. Hearing what Li Wuyan said, that elder arrived in front of Bai Mengqi with a flash. He busily arched his hand at Li Wuyan and said, "Calm down. Senior, calm down. I wonder what treasures the chief of my sect has obtained in this competition for opportunity that would allow Senior to chase you to the front of the mountain gate of my spirit sky immortal sect?" Hearing what this elder said, Bai Mengqi's eyes widened and she felt that her face was not shining. This was in front of her sect's mountain gate. Was it necessary to be so careful? Li Wuyan smiled and mused. A Bodhi seed that can control the life, death and growth rate of a spiritual plant. I don't think I need to say more about its value, right? Suddenly, his line of sight fell onto that spatial array disk, and without any qualms, he directly urged his divine sense. Bai Mengqi was shocked and backed away in a panic, while her cultivation frantically pushed forward. Her divine sense instantly condensed like cold ice, directly freezing the array plate. Li Wuya, she angrily rebuked. Who gave you permission to pry into my honor's privacy? As she spoke, her aura around her body erupted steeply, and her icy and bone-piercing true essence brought up gusts of cold wind, condensing into sharp ice cones, instantly surrounding Li Wuyan and the three-star immortal mansion disciples. In response, Li Wuyan had no fluctuations in his heart, and did not even activate his protective astral chi, only mobilizing the aura of heaven and earth to protect those three brats. Privacy? Li Wuyan snorted. I think it's something unseemly, isn't it? He directly grabbed Lin Shirhan over and placed her between the two of them. His voice then rang out. Let me see what's inside and I'll return your disciple to you. You're not losing out on this deal, are you? Bai Mengqi's face was increasingly gloomy when she saw this. At this moment, Lan Xinyue in the spatial array disk was continuously pushing her cultivation to resist the cold brought about by the ice ceiling of this Mahayana cultivator's true essence, and frost was hanging on her 3,000 green silks. She couldn't sense the situation outside, but she was basically certain that Bai Mengqi had been stopped. There had to be a way to let the people outside know that they were trapped, even if they knew that the trapped person was a Qingfeng Sword Pavilion cultivator. The thought of it was a flash of insight. Lan Xinu was busy tapping her sword finger on her brow, constantly searching for memories of the past. After a few moments, she showed a happy face, and even more so, she sighed in relief as if she was relieved. Not daring to hesitate, she pinched her hands together, and instantly the true essence in her body surged out crazily, instantly condensing into a small true essence sword, and outside at the moment, Bai Mengqi was tightly frowning. What the hell are you up to again? Li Wuyan raised his eyebrows. Am I the kind of person with a lot of heart? The words fell. He recalled himself and was busy correcting himself. I'm the kind of person who has a lot of heart. Monique White, not waiting for Bai Mengqi to open her mouth, Li Wuyan busily reminded. Really, don't you want to consider it? You won't lose out at all with this exchange. Before the words were finished, the cold ice sealing the spatial array plate made a clicking sound, followed by a small golden true essence sword flying out, straight into the sky. Chapter 75, Cynicism, Anger, and Breaking the Boundary. The moment she saw the small golden sword, Bai Mengqi struck out. When she saw her right hand flick up, the true essence immediately condensed like cold ice, and in the blink of an eye, it completely engulfed the small golden sword. However, the next moment, the cold ice shattered, a strong wind swept through, and ice ballast flew everywhere. He saw Li Wuyan with a smile at the corner of his mouth, looking at the small golden sword condensed by the power of his Yuanshan with great interest. Quite bold, Patriarch Bai, even daring to arrest a disciple of the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion. Li Wuyan sked, then directly threw Lin Shirhan out. I don't want any of that innate spirit treasures. I'll go to the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion right now to report it. After saying that, the instant Night Wuyan turned around, countless ice cones shattered and turned into a sky full of ice shavings that spilled down, resembling a sky full of flying snow. At that instant, invisible pressure spread, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on the hearts of the three elders. They all looked at their own patriarch in amazement, their eyes filled with disbelief. This honored one didn't arrest the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion disciple. This honored one is just going to gift her with a chance. Li Wuyan was filled with indifference and took the three little ones with him as his figure instantly disappeared. Bai Mengqi clenched her teeth in anger, then whirled around and put on an attitude of indifference. It's not like my father has done anything wrong, so I'm not afraid of you to report it. After saying that, she was about to rush to the heavenly wind cliff, but she suddenly saw dark clouds converging above the sky dome in the distance, and the sound of thunder. Looking closely, the thunder beneath that thundercloud seemed to be pouring down like heavy rain, endlessly washing that piece of earth. That direction seems to be the direction of the heavenly rhyme branch. Is Yunchang's cultivation attained Mahayana? She nodded slightly. It's time for a breakthrough after so many years. After saying that, her figure instantly disappeared, which caused the three elders who wanted to speak to chase after her or not. He had no choice but to turn his head towards the Lin Shirhan who was thrown into nothingness and brought her to the Liuli Peak. And half an hour ago, the heavenly rhyme branch, looking at Yun Mengyao, who walked into the inner hall of the heavenly rhythm hall with a face full of haggardness. Yunshan's right hand was slightly lifted, but it ultimately drooped down. She was just about to open her mouth to speak, but she saw Yun Mengyao fling herself into her arms all of a sudden, followed by a low whimpering sound muffled out. Yunshan's breathing stopped for a split second. Then she realized something and her divine sense instantly prodded. After a moment passed, her heart burned like fire, her eyes instantly red. The majestic true essence in her body was like a flood breaking through an embankment, surging crazily, and the entire inner hall trembled under this terrifying pressure. Yun Mengyao's cultivation had fallen to the early stage of Jindan. Moreover, even the most precious Yuan had been taken away. My Yunshan's bloodline shouldn't have suffered this. Her tone was icy cold as she looked down at Yun Mengyao, who was hugging herself a few more points tighter, and raised her hand to gently rub her head. Mengyao, can you tell old ancestor who it is that dares to be so bold? Her heart still holds a few points of fluke. If it is Lu Yuan did, then they can still calm down a few points. After all, Lu Yuan, that child is she watched grow up, or trustworthy. However, it was ultimately just a figment of her imagination. When Yun Mengyao spoke the truth, she however only felt thunderbolts and froze on the spot. Yes, young master. Although Yun Mengyao's voice was small, it fell like a thunderclap in Yun Shan's ears. Her eyes immediately went cold, and she even pushed Yun Mengyao away on the spot. Haven't you loved your little senior brother for more than a decade? What? Would such a you also be upset because he took your Yuan? Listening to her family's old ancestors sneering, Yun Mengyao pursed her lips, tears rolling down her face like broken pearls. Old ancestor. Mengyao was wrong. Mengyao was wrong from the beginning, she said in a trembling voice, huffing and looking over at Yunshan. Yi Xiaolin he also planted a slave mark in my body, wanting me to be his cultivation cauldron. Please old ancestor help Mengyao. Mengyao doesn't want to be someone else's cauldron. Upon hearing this, Yunshan's brows furrowed slightly as she busily asked, did he force you? Yun Mengyao huffed and nodded, receiving affirmation. Yunshan's heart immediately surged with thick killing intent. This little vermin actually dared to lay hands on his own bloodline descendant. Could it be that he really thought that his master who only knew how to cultivate could protect him? Between her anger, she no longer suppressed her cultivation, and the true essence in her body began to crazily impact the bottleneck. For a while, the originally clear sky became dark, and the clouds rapidly converged as if attracted, and in a short time dark clouds covered almost the entire sky. Thunder flashed and roared, causing the disciples of the Heavenly Rhythm subclan to raise their heads. Afterward, their sights fell onto the Heavenly Rhythm Hall, where countless figures even flew out. Stunned for a split second, they reacted violently that this must be the Mahayana calamity induced by the Palm Sect elder, and then they all fled towards the distance. However, at this moment, Yun Shang stepped forward and gently patted Yun Mengyao's head, and then her body transformed into a recluse, and when she reappeared, she had already arrived at the sky above the dome of the sky. As the thunder fell, she mobilized all of her cultivation within her body, weaving between the rain like thunder to meet the Mahayana heavenly tribulation that should have appeared 50 years ago. Finally, after nearly half an hour of thunderbolt baptism, her cultivation reached the early Mahayana stage, becoming one of the few Mahayana stage cultivators in this world. However, the next moment, her figure disappeared abruptly, and at the same time, Yun Mengyao, who had fallen to the ground, had Yun Shuang's voice transmission ringing in her ears. Do whatever you want to do, while you're still yourself. A few words that woke up Yun Mengyao. The cultivator who was planted with that kind of slave mark would lose himself along with the increase in the number of times the slave mark was stimulated, thus completely falling into the cultivation cauldron of the person who planted the slave mark. Her only remaining obsession now was Lu Yuan. At the very least, let yourself apologize to eldest brother Lu Yuan in person. Thinking about this, she turned around and cast the transportation technique to leave the Heavenly Rhythm Hall. Heavenly Soul Mountain Range, the deepest part. Lu Yuan came with his sword and finally landed in front of a quiet path after looking around. Both sides of this path are filled with purple and black strange spiritual grasses, on which there are even more strange spirits wandering around like ghosts. Raising his eyes, he saw that the trail led to the depths of the mountain range with a ghostly green light flickering. Listening carefully, there seems to be a rustling sound accompanied by the intervening What this pathway led to was the soul-trapped valley, which was also the destination of Lu Yuan's trip. As I saw in my dream, there is a spirit wood named Soul Nurturing Wood deep in the valley here, which is the puppet master's favorite thing. What Lu Yuan was going to do next could not be done without the help of the Soul Nurturing Wood. Now, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of foundation establishment, and it had only been 2 days. Such a speed of cultivation was horrifying. Thinking about this, he took a step onto this quiet path, and immediately the ghosts on both sides immediately lunged towards him. Just as they were still in mid-air, there was a flash of light in Lu Yuan's left eye, and in the next moment those ghosts were devoured by the silent pupil, and then transformed into pure soul power fused into Lu Yuan's soul. And just as Lu Yuan stepped onto this quiet path, there was a different kind of movement in the depths of the soul-trapped valley. Chapter 76 Split Sect Detachment. Formal Confrontation. As Lu Yuan stepped onto the quiet path, he found that the originally low spiritual grasses gradually transformed into sky-high trees along with his footsteps. The dappled sunlight that was originally still able to spill and map on the ground was completely obscured by the intertwined branches and leaves of the giant trees in the sky, and the surroundings were darkened all of a sudden. Breeze. In this blazing sun and the weather actually cannot bring a little warmth, but let the air filled with the cold more. Lu Yuan's footsteps were unhurried and light, not affected in the slightest by the change in environment. Just as the quiet path became narrower and narrower, a wisp of green flame drifted across the front of his eyes, and the original narrow path ahead of the path disappeared, and was replaced by a long corridor of white bones filled with a sickening smell of blood and gore. Lu Yuan frowned slightly, but his footsteps did not stop, and with a single step, he stepped directly onto this horrifying white bone corridor. See both sides of the corridor densely arranged with all kinds of skeletons, broken, complete, and even spliced have a lot. Lu Yuan's face was expressionless, as if he hadn't seen the skeletons around him, as if he was walking leisurely in the white bone corridor. There were even more ghosts around, constantly roaring at Lu Yuan, but they didn't dare to approach him in the slightest. This soul-trapping valley was said to be set up by a harmonized cultivator for trapping his soul, and the tired white bones were all cultivators who had died under him. In fact, it was not correct to say that it was trapping the soul, it should be accurately described as warming the soul. After all, those with crippled souls relied on the soul nourishing wood to nourish their own souls, thus achieving soul integrity. In his dream, Yi Xiaolin had mistakenly entered this place and exterminated the remnant soul of the harmonization stage cultivator that was warmed on the soul nurturing wood, thus obtaining the soul nurturing wood. As he was walking, the light became dim not far away, and the original long corridor of stacked white bones came to an end. The moment Lu Yuan stepped out of the white bone corridor, the soul-trapped valley was only complete in front of Lu Yuan's eyes, revealing strangeness everywhere. Lu Yuan didn't have the heart to enjoy the scenery of the soul-trapped valley, and turned to continue on his way until he saw a broken stone tower appearing in his line of sight before he slightly accelerated his pace. It was seen that the stone tower had only 5 floors after the break to be exact, and the parts upwards were long gone. Approaching the stone tower, Lu Yuan slowly stopped and looked at the huge stone door on the first floor, then raised his hand and arched at it. The late Lu Yuan, borrowing Senior's soul nurturing wood for a while, and also asking Senior to end himself for liberation. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the stone tower erupted with a bizarre pressure, and although it was only at the refined void stage, it carried a morose coldness. In an instant, Lu Yuan only felt a chill and tingling pain coming from his skin, but he still did not change his face as he stood in front of the large door on the first floor. Faintly, it was as if a snort of laughter was coming from the stone tower. Lu Yuan frowned and spoke once again. Since Senior doesn't want to leave in a decent manner, then don't blame the late generation for helping you in a decent manner. The words only fell. The tower immediately sounded a low and hoarse laughter. Obviously the residual soul is not willing to go to death. Of course, no one else would have wanted it. Hearing that low laughter, Lu Yuan sneered coldly, and there was a flash of light in his left eye between his thoughts. No! A scream with despair came from the stone tower, and then the breath in the tower completely disappeared, and in its place there was only a faint aura. Lu Yuan straight pushed open a layer of stone door. Into the eyes is a section of light green light emanating from the spirit of the wood, on which the aura is dense. The light flow, there is a trace of the Taoist rhyme hidden into this section of the spirit of the wood. This is the soul nurturing wood. After putting the soul nourishing wood into the Sumeru ring and placing it next to the reincarnation Bodhi, Lu Yuan then summoned the green spirit immortal fall and destroyed this soul-trapping valley with a single sword strike. Spirit immortal sect, heavenly wind cliff. Yunshan's figure was like electricity, piercing through the clouds and fog, directly descending on the top of the cliff. A white coat of snow, sword intent, terrifying might shock the surrounding winds all dissipated. At this moment, Bai Mengqi stood at the top of the cliff, holding the unconscious Lu Xuanwei in her arms. And even more so, she exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Sensing someone approaching, Lu Xuanwei subconsciously raised her eyes to look, and saw a woman in white clothes with a sword coming. In response, Yunchang acted as if she hadn't heard, and she looked at Bai Mengqi with somewhat cold eyes. Yun Mengyao, I'm here today for one thing only. I hope you consciously hand over Yi Xiaolin. When Bai Mengqi heard this, her brows furrowed slightly. What was wrong with this senior sister of hers? Why was she suddenly so angry? She furrowed her brows. This honored one doesn't quite understand what senior sister means. How did my chief offend senior sister? Please also clarify. Yunchang coldly grunted and struck out a ray of spiritual light. However, Bai Mengqi, who had received the aura, froze, her face filled with disbelief. Shaolin has always been well-behaved and pleasant. How could she possibly do such a thing? A hint of mockery welled up on her face. Could it be that your people went out and stole someone? And seeing Shaolin's outstanding talent, they wanted to frame him to make Shaolin responsible? Bai Mengqi. Yunchang was completely enraged. Her gaze was chilling as she stared at Bai Mengqi. My Yin clan descendant was handed over to you intact, and now that she has been subjected to such a nasty incident, you're actually denigrating her like this. A single sentence, like a flat thunderstorm, directly exploded in Bai Mengqi's brain. What did you say? The object Shaolin he forced was Mengyao? Her voice went shrill, yet her face was nothing but amazement. Not a ding of surprise in sight. I would never make fun of such things. I'll ask you one last time. Will you hand over this Yi Xiaolin or not? Yunchang once again raised her voice in question, but she saw Bai Mengqi shaking her head. Senior sister, the future development of the sect still depends on Shaolin. As long as the sect can be strong, what do you want? Moreover, Shaolin has successfully formed the Dan. His cultivation can be said to be growing by leaps and bounds with the star origin vein body's augmentation. It would be an honor for Mengyao to dedicate herself to Shaolin. Boom! Only after the words left her mouth, the true essence in Yunchang's body instantly erupted, directly shaking the mountains and rocks, and the clouds collapsed. In this instant, Bai Mengqi actually felt an unprecedented pressure from Yunchang, a bizarre pressure that hadn't even appeared before her own master ascended. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Mengqi grabbed her right hand, and immediately a jade stone broke through the air, on which the Tao rhythm flowed, and a figure loomed on it. Yunchang froze. That was the divine thought stone left behind by their master's ascension, and she didn't expect Bai Mengqi to take out this thing in order to deal with herself. At this moment, Yunchang had also calmed down a few points, knowing that the ending of this moment's action would definitely not be as desired. In that case, Bai Mengqi, listen carefully. Yunchang took a deep breath and her voice resounded through the clouds. I, Yunchang, in the name of the Heavenly Rhythm subsect sect leader elder, formally announce that from this moment onward, the Heavenly Rhythm subsect is detached from the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, and is renamed the Heavenly Rhythm sect. When these words came out, heaven and earth changed color, and the winds around them rose up, as if even heaven and earth were moved. Bai Mengqi's face also changed again and again. She didn't expect Yunchang to be so determined. Chapter 77, Swearing to Destroy the Spirit Sky. Setting up the first game first. Yunchang was actually going to take the Skyrime subclan to break away from the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. The group of elders who followed up and arrived froze on the spot when they heard these words, looking at Yun Shan with disbelief. She and the patriarch came from the same school, and now this was the rhythm of turning against each other? Yun Shan. Bai Mengqi was also shocked, and at this moment, she came back to her senses and spoke angrily. I'm the patriarch. Everything in the Sky Rhythm subsect is up to me. What kind of thing do you count as? Yun Shan sneered. Reaching out and shaking her hand, a scroll broke through the air. At the expense of you still saying that you have the final say in everything in the Tianyun subclan. Have you ever cared about the Tianyun subclan in the past 20 years? Bai Mengqi frowned. There's no point in talking more. Since you've already chosen to detach yourself, then this honored one will treat you in the same way as a traitor. After saying that, her body's power was steeply raised by a large margin, and the aura wrapped up in her true essence swept out like a tidal wave. All the elders of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect listened to the order. When these words came out, the elders who arrived afterward were all a bit stunned. Was the patriarch preparing to go to war with her senior sister? When the patriarch opened his mouth, they were forced to respond. So the word it filled with helplessness and his tone echoed around the heavenly wind cliff. Today, along with my father, we will kill the traitor Yunchang together as a warning to others. Boom! A sentence that instantly exploded in the minds of the crowd of elders, who were all looking at Bai Mengqi with astonishment on their faces. The elders present were all at the harmonization stage cultivation, and the 3 Mahayana stage supreme elders had long since been dispatched to the other 3 states to manage the subsects there. Such a situation actually allowed them to join forces to battle a Mahayana stage cultivator, and moreover, They were once fellow disciples, and it was the eldest sister who knew them best. At this moment, all the elders have only one thought in their heads: is the patriarch crazy? In the face of such a situation, Yunxiang did not show any weakness. Of all the people present, the only thing she needed to pay attention to was the divine numinous stone left behind by the old patriarch, and the other elders, even including Bai Mingqi, were all insufficient to be feared. Thinking about this, she catalyzed her cultivation, and an aura that was only stronger than Bai Mingqi's spread steeply between the outbreaks of her true essence. At this instant, even the sky wind cliff began to tremble. Until this time, the crowd of elders were all reacting to the fact that these two were truly prepared to make a move, rather than talking in anger. After all, in the past, when the old patriarch was still around, there were no shortage of similar incidents between the two of them, but in the end, they all ended up unsettled. Helplessly, they no longer cared about anything and moved to surround Yunxiang. Just as the scene became tense, a golden aura shot from the distance and then stopped in front of Bai Mingqi. Bai Mingqi's brows furrowed, and with a wave of her sleeve robe instantly the content within the sound transmission note resounded in this heaven and earth. The harmonization stage elder in the Void Rift escaped the Void Rift with serious injuries. Return quickly. A statement that immediately caused everyone present to freeze in place, a sense of absurdity arising in each heart. Didn't that Yuaning stage disciple say that most of the evil spirits among them were at the transformation stage? How is it that even the harmonization stage elders were now severely injured and forced to flee the Void Rift? Bai Mingqi gave Yunxiang a deep look, then turned around and rushed towards the Forbidden Land. It was so hard to suppress the evil aura. It must not be allowed to reappear. Elders, follow me to the Forbidden Land, she commanded. This caused the group of elders to be somewhat speechless, but due to their cultivation and status, they could only obey the order and turn around to follow Bai Mingqi's steps. And hearing these words, Yunxiang first froze, and after she had made some bold guesses, she immediately snorted. Bai Mingqi, you've treated Lu Yuan like this. You're finally getting what's coming to you. You really deserve it. She mocked up without the slightest bit of concealment, and then she even pinched her hands together, which instantly led to a group of elders urging their cultivation, ready to prevent Yunxiang from making a move at any time. However, a golden aura was seen condensing from Yunxiang's fingertips, and then it actually flew directly into the sky. Yunxiang, make the great Tao vow today. I will personally destroy the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, and I will never let the sect that my master has worked so hard to create be tainted by your hands. Boom! As the words fell, the sky above the dome of the sky blossomed with haze, and there was even a shocking sound that resounded through the sky. The great Wei Vow, come into being. Hearing these words, Bai Mingqi's movements stalled, and she turned her head hatefully toward Yunxiang, angrily rebuking. When this father resolves the matter of the Forbidden Land, he will recall those three supreme elders, and personally take down your bull ***** heavenly rhythm sect. After saying that, she no longer hesitated, her figure instantly disappeared. Seeing this, Yunxiang let out a cold snort and turned around to leave, but suddenly realized something, and her divine sense was instantly activated. It wasn't long before she searched for an extremely refractory aura on the Skywind Cliff. Taking over? She murmured in a low voice, and with a flash of her body, she appeared in a cave on the Heavenly Wind Cliff. Seeing a woman dressed in plain white sword robe with a clear and cold face sitting cross-legged in it, at this moment she was frowning tightly, and her face was already bloodless. Yunxiang frowned slightly, recognizing at a glance that this person was dressed as a disciple of the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion, and couldn't help but keep an eye out. How could a disciple of the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion appear here? While he was contemplating, he saw the cool woman open her eyes, and then directly spit out a mouthful of blood. Look carefully. At this moment, the cool woman's pupils are lax. Her breath is weak to the extreme. Obviously in the battle of taking over the body has been in a disadvantage. After a moment's reflection, Yunxiang took a big step forward and was shocked when her probing hand landed at her wrist. Soul-breaking sword intent. Wasn't this destroyed by master? How could? As she spoke, she suddenly remembered that Lu Xuanwei who had been leaning in by Mingqi's arms at the beginning, and she was suddenly enraged. However, in just a split second, she calmed down. This broken soul was an excellent tutor in the Sword Dao for sword cultivators, and she would be considered to have helped the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion if she saved this person. Why not be happy when you can take a favor from the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion for nothing? Thinking about this, she clenched her hands and pointed a finger at Lan Xinyu's brow. At once, a force of divine souls forcefully intruded into Lan Xinyu's sea of consciousness. Seeing that in the sea, a dark red shadow was performing various dazzling sword techniques, beating Lan Xinyu's soul spirit into retreat. This was a complete one-sided crushing. It was no exaggeration to say that this broken soul was fully capable of instantly decapitating Lan Xinyu's soul. However, Such an operation would cause the soul to dissipate too quickly, which would not be conducive to devouring it, thus achieving the purpose of further controlling this body. Seeing this situation, Yunshan immediately stepped in, directly and forcefully suppressing the broken soul and exerting means to forcibly strip it from Lan Xinyua's sea of consciousness. All of this flowed under Yunshan's exertion, but it was accomplished with just a snap of the fingers, and at this moment, a dark red flame-like spirit immediately appeared in Yunshan's hand. This was the essence of the broken soul, the spirit of Kung Fu. He took out a jade bottle and put the broken soul's main body into it, and then sealed it with a special means. She looked towards the unconscious Lan Xinu. The corners of her lips slightly hooked up as she lifted her hand to directly take her away. She had just judged this woman's age by touching her bones. Less than 70 years old as a god transformation cultivator, and let the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion hit the door to stall Bai Mingqi. That way he could feel at ease to clean up those forces that were attached to the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. She, Yunshan, has always been true to her word. Chapter 78. The one who was wrong was never himself, but Lu Yuan. Spirit Immortal sect. Forbidden land. A man with white hair and beard, but middle-aged in appearance, sat cross-legged on the ground, constantly applying his energy to resist something. On his skin, purple lines twisted and spread like living creatures, only to be suppressed in the next moment as they retreated back to the area they had originally occupied. Soon, a figure appeared in the Forbidden Land as if it was an instantaneous movement, immediately causing the disciples who were guarding the Forbidden Land to salute. Who else could the visitor be but Bai Mingqi? At a glance, she saw the mid-conformity elder sitting cross-legged, only for her consciousness to trance uncontrollably when she saw the white hair, remembering that a month ago, when this elder went in, he still had black hair, and now he had become just like Lu Yuan. She stepped forward, yet only a few steps later, the elder's eyes snapped open. Stay back. His eyes were full of hostility, and the meridians under his skin bulged between his growls, rising and falling like gnarled dragons. Looking at the several disciples guarding the Forbidden Land with goosebumps all over their bodies, Bai Mingqi paused in her steps, her face instantly becoming gloomy. What's gotten into you? I come to see you and you're still throwing your face? That elder was slightly stunned for a split second at his words, and then stared at Bai Mingqi with scarlet eyes, and then actually laughed strangely. Such a smile caused Bai Mingqi to furrow her brows, yet just as she was about to open her mouth to say something, that elder's voice was the first to sound. Do you know how terrifying it is inside this rift? Do you know what Lu Yuan has endured every day for 100 years? His face was full of bitterness, and a trace of blood was even spilling out from the corner of his mouth, making him look a bit miserable. At this time, a group of elders also rushed to the Forbidden Land, and they couldn't help but suck in cool air when they saw the scene. It seems like it's only been a month, right? I can't believe it's turned out like this. At this instant, they couldn't help but think of that Lu Yuan who had spent 100 years in the Void Rift. Seeing that elder's maddened appearance, Bai Mingqi said unhappily, now that you've come out, my father will try his best to heal you. Healing? That elder smiled bitterly as more blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, while those purple lines on his skin began to spread wildly as if they were being released. Bai Mingqi's brows became more and more furrowed, but then she heard that elder's voice come through. But whenever you go into the Void Rift to take a look at it, you will be able to know how terrifying it is inside, and you won't be able to take Lu Yuan's dedication to the sect so lightly. He suddenly laughed, but his breath was getting weaker. After this incident, I'm deeply sorry to Lu Yuan. It's just a pity that I won't have the chance to apologize in person. He smiled bitterly once more, purple lines having arrogantly crept up his cheeks. Now, let's use this life of mine to make amends. After all, if it wasn't for him, I'd still just be a spirit transformation stage cultivator. By this point in the conversation, his skin was completely covered in purple, and his breath was completely cut off at this moment. He, dead. The crowd of elders looked over, their mouths opened, but they didn't know what to say. I'd like to trouble the patriarch to invite back Lu Yuan to suppress the Void Rift and preserve the peace of the entire clan. At this moment, an elder bowed and spoke, followed by all the elders present bowing and arching their hands. I trouble the patriarch to invite back Lu Yuan in order to suppress the Void Rift and keep the whole clan in peace. This time, they no longer decided to bring back Lu Yuan with the same casual attitude as the last time, but instead, they solemnly proposed to invite Lu Yuan back. Even the harmonization stage cultivators couldn't resist the erosion of those evil chi in the Void Rift. If they didn't invite Lu Yuan back, they wouldn't have that many lives to fill this Void Rift. Hearing this thunderous voice, Bai Mingqi turned around in surprise, her face a bit ugly. They actually asked themselves to invite Lu Yuan back? She subconsciously wanted to reprimand, but stopped at the critical moment. For a moment, she just felt that everything seemed to be going out of her control, and that things weren't supposed to be this way. Could it really be that he was wrong? Bai Mingqi was deep in thought. No, The one who was wrong was never himself, but Lu Yuan. Why did he have to walk out of the void rift? Why didn't he stay in it for eternity as a way to ensure that the spirit sky immortal sect would flourish and rise to the top of the Xin Huang ancient realm? Lu Yuan is the sinner. It is the sinner of the entire spirit immortal sect. His very existence should be a stepping stone for the spirit sky immortal sect to climb to the very top. And a stepping stone should have the appearance of a stepping stone. Taking a deep breath, she narrowed her eyes slightly as she spoke. This honored one will personally capture Lu Yuan back. There is no need for you to remind me of this. Upon hearing this, the crowd of elders all looked puzzled, but none of them said anything. After all, after so many years, they more or less knew Bai Mingqi, and instead of trying to change her mind, it would be better to find a way back for themselves first. Afterward, Bai Mingqi teamed up with a group of elders to briefly blockade this space of the Forbidden Land before rushing to Liuli Peak to see her 3 disciples. And just after the crowd had left, that elder's body had become dry, and even more so, it turned into dust with the breeze and dissipated between heaven and earth. On the Liuli Peak, looking at the unconscious trio, Bai Mingqi's face was extremely complicated. Su Wan was on the verge of death, only hanging on to her last breath. Lu Xuanwei had just experienced a heart demon, and although she had avoided being completely taken over, she didn't know when she would awaken. Only Lin Shirhan was in a slightly better condition, but she hadn't awakened yet either. Arranging for someone to take care of them, Bai Mingqi directly left the sect. She wanted to prioritize finding Yi Xiaolin, wanting to determine if he had really laid hands on Meng Yao. Over the nameless mountain range, as the sky darkened, Lu Yuan landed on top of a boulder at the top of a mountain with his sword. Sitting cross-legged on top of the boulder, he began to breathe evenly as he began to rest in place. As his divine sense invaded the Sumeru ring and looked at the reincarnation Bodhi tree that had already grown into the shape of a sapling, Lu Yuan nodded his head in satisfaction. The soul-nurturing wood on the side also began to take root and sprout, obviously nourished by the reincarnation Bodhi to have such changes. And not far away, Little White was attempting to impact a 5th-ranked demonic beast. As his consciousness came back together, Lu Yuan couldn't help but think of the person he was going to meet. That was a puppet wizard who had attracted the solicitation of many immortal sects, but it was a pity that this person's character was too unruly and untamed. And in the end, he attracted the siege of many parties. Although he escaped from this battle and saved his life, he was unable to manipulate the puppets because of his soul injury, and his cultivation even fell from a perfect union to the early stage of refining emptiness. Now that he was living off of selling low-grade puppets, it was the time when he needed soul-nurturing wood. It was already 10 years later when Yi Xiaolin met this person by chance in his dream, relying on the soul-nurturing wood to obtain 3 puppets, and subsequently sealing the souls of the 3 supreme elders of the Ling Xiao immortal sect into the puppets. On this trip, Lu Yuan also held the same purpose, except that what he was going to exchange with the soul-nurturing wood was not 3 puppets, but all the remaining ones in that person's hand. A total of 9 puppets that could hold the souls of Mahayana stage cultivators. Chapter 79, The Once Genius Puppeteer. In his dream, Lu Yuan had witnessed the growth rate of those evil spirits, which could be said to be quite terrifying plus bizarre. If Yi Xiaolin hadn't relied on the Taoist heavenly disc to forcefully devour and refine the evil qi, the evil spirits therein would have been able to reach the refining void stage at least within 3 years by groping for it. And now the situation was slightly different. With the evil aura leaking out, they were bound to send their clan disciples to check it out, and once he died in it, his memories and so on would be read and utilized by the evil spirits. If there is no accident, Lu Yuan projected that those evil spirits are afraid that they already have the cultivation of the God transformation stage, and even individual evil spirits have already reached the refining void stage. The good thing is that now that his cultivation has already built the foundation, in the future, with the passage of time, the more chaotic element accumulates. The speed of cultivation will become more and more perverse. After repairing for the night, Lu Yuan stood up and was about to ride the sword, but suddenly sensed something and was busy standing still. After a few breaths, his aura steeply pulled up to the late stage of foundation establishment and quickly stabilized. Feeling the breath that had thickened a few more points, Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Then he directly rode his sword towards Tianshan City. Tianshan City, situated on a short hill-like mountain, in which there were many cultivators and few mortals entering and exiting. After 3 days of flying, Lu Yuan arrived here. Putting away the green spirit immortal drop, Lu Yuan walked straight into Tianshan City, and when he saw it, he saw several cultivators with part of the puppets' remains on their bodies walking on the street. Upon closer inspection, he found that the legs of those people were mutilated, while the puppets' remains had a faint aura lingering on them. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow when he saw this. It seems that Guy is not just a puppet in this Tianshan City. Walking into the city and following the route in the dream on the streets, he found that the children playing on the street side were basically small puppets. and all of them were catalyzed by spirit stones, while some cultivators with broken arms and legs were assisted by the puppet's limbs, relying on spirit stones or cultivation to catalyze them as an able-bodied person. After walking for about half an hour, Lu Yuan came to a stone house, which had 2 floors and looked out of place with the surrounding buildings. He pushed open the hidden door and stepped inside. The room appeared a bit dark, in which there were many broken puppets with various kinds of puppet limbs. Able-bodied old men are not received. If you want to buy a puppet for battle, go to the west end of the city. Before he could take a closer look, he heard a raspy voice followed by a heavy exhale. Following the sound, he saw an old man with a slightly thin figure and hair like hay sitting on a wooden table inside the house with his back to himself. There was a pile of paper beside him, while his hands were carving something. "I didn't come to buy a combat puppet, but to make a deal with your excellency." Saying that, Lu Yuan raised his foot to walk out, but suddenly sensed something and immediately put his foot back. It wasn't until then that the man stopped the movement of his hand and turned around. "White hair. Foundation establishment cultivation. There seems to be a lot of stories on you," he said, then reached out and twisted one of the inkstones beside the table. "Tell me, what kind of deal is it that you have to make with old man? If you can't arouse old man's interest, the consequences will be very serious." As he spoke, he had stood up and walked over to the window to remove the boards blocking it, which lit up the entire room. "Feel free to sit down. You only have 1 tea time. Don't waste it." With that, he sat back down at that table, but with his eyes closed, carving something in his hands. "Is it useful for senior to exercise the power of the divine soul in such a manner?" Lu Yuan asked. The old man's hand movement stalled for a moment, and then continued to move again while laughing lightly. "Practice makes perfect. What exercise of the divine soul and whatnot? I can't understand what you're saying." Lu Yuan laughed lightly and didn't beat around the bush, directly saying, "Your excellency doesn't need to play dumb. I came here because I want to exchange the soul nurturing wood for the 9 puppets in your hands." Click. The carving knife in the old man's hand was directly crushed by him. Then he coughed lightly twice and took out a new carving knife from the wooden box on the table. "What soul nurturing wood? I don't recognize it. I'm just a Jindan stage puppeteer. Now that my lifespan is coming to an end, I just want to benefit the cultivators in the city with my work," he said in his mouth. Hand movement, although there is a haphazard pass, completely no logical texture can be said. "Since your excellency has no such thoughts, I will leave first." After saying that, Lu Yuan didn't move, but the old man immediately turned around. Seeing Lu Yuan's ambitious smile, he immediately developed a feeling of being fooled. Exhaling a breath, he smiled slightly helplessly and reached out to grab the quill that sat on the left side of the table. When the door to the house closed with a muffled thud, the window that had just been opened was also closed directly, and at once the whole room seemed to be cut off from the world. The heart is not bad. Facing such a situation and still able to keep his face unchanged, he rose slowly and tore the beard from his face, and pulled off the long gray hair that was like dry grass. Lu Yuan nodded his head and unhurriedly searched for a chair to sit down. "I don't want to say anything more than that, and as my purpose was mentioned earlier, I wonder what your honor thinks." The man sat on a chair not far from Lu Yuan and threw his face skin to a wooden frame aside, revealing a handsome face. "Makara, a former genius puppeteer. To find me means you've heard my story as well, and before we trade I'd like to know how you learned of my whereabouts?" He surveyed the white-haired youth in front of him with a scrutinizing gaze, seemingly holding something in his interlocked fingers. "I am untalented, and I know a little about the art of astrology and divination." Lu Yuan tried. Hearing what Lu Yuan said, Mu Yuan immediately retracted his gaze and said in a cold voice, "I'm sorry, I'm not going to do your business, even if you can take the soul-raising wood." Saying that, he had grabbed something in his hand and was about to move when he heard Lu Yuan's voice ring out again. Not even caring about the matter of having 15 years of life left, Lu Yuan had a smile on his lips, a look of victory. In the dream, Makohara did get the soul-nurturing wood, but due to the severe Dao injuries, he died after only 5 years. Makohara's hand movement stalled, his face as gloomy as water. "What else have you deduced?" Lu Yuan simply took out the soul-nurturing wood directly. Of course, it was only most of it. After all, some of it still needed to take root. It was deduced that it would take 13 years for you to repair your divine soul Dao injury. Now it's up to you whether you want to die or repair your Dao injury and take revenge. Lu Yuan said with a smile, only that smile was a look that made Makoto uncomfortable. After a long period of silence, he looked at Lu Yuan, and the movements of his hands loosened a little. "But you're a Star Immortal Mansion disciple. I don't trust you." Lu Yuan sniffed but didn't hold back his laughter. "Who did you hear say that the art of astrology and divination is exclusive to the Star Immortal Mansion? Or is it that your divine soul perception is already so weak that you can't recognize the soul-nurturing wood?" Ha! Chapter 80, A Good Death. Hearing Lu Yuan's words that appeared to be mocking and essentially indicated his identity, Mu Yuan lightly laughed and shook his head. You don't have to talk to provoke me. It's basically useless. At this point, he was a turn of phrase, said, however, I have not sensed from just now that you cultivate the technique. How about this? You will be the reason out. I will promise to exchange the 9 puppets with you. How? Lu Yuan smiled coldly in his heart as he heard this. This was a young plot, clearly trying to use one of his secrets as a bargaining chip to avoid being betrayed later. He simply got up and picked his way out. Forget it, you're dying anyway, so I'll just wait until you're dead to get the puppet, said Lu Yuan, turned around and left. However, Mu Yuan was not panicked at all. It's hard not to believe that he, a foundation establishment cultivator, can still instantly move away like himself? Thoughts just bubbled up. He raised his eyes to see Lu Yuan's figure strangely disappearing, as if he had seen a ghost in the daytime, and he was so shocked that he stood up all of a sudden. His breathing was a bit ragged and he was just about to step forward when Lu Yuan's voice sounded behind him. Well, has your excellency thought this through? I but only have 1 tea time. Mu Yuan froze on the spot, and when he looked back at Lu Yuan, his eyes were as if he was looking at a monster. A foundation stage cultivator was able to achieve instantaneous movement. He didn't hold back a laugh, as if he was so pissed off at something that he couldn't help but laugh. It looks like there's a lot more to the story on you than I thought. He will be in the hands of the things collected into the Qianquan ring, which got up and walked to the side to take out a book to open. Rummage through a few pages not far from the wall suddenly sunk in. Not long there will be a secret passageway presented in Lu Yuan line of sight. Since you've shown sincerity, it's time for me to show what you want. With that, he took the lead in stepping towards that secret passage. When Lu Yuan saw this, he also took a step to follow up, and when he came to the entrance of the secret passage, he only felt a cold air coming from his face, as if the blood around his body was frozen. Lu Yuan immediately urged his cultivation to dissolve this discomfort before he continued to take steps to follow. Soon, one after the other with Makuhara, Lu Yuan arrived in front of a large door covered in rust. Inside here is where the proudest work of my life is stored. When I was trying to activate these 9 puppets, I was digging around the ancestral graves of those clans, which brought about the killing. He walked over to one of the wall arrays next to the iron gate and probed his hand and began to fiddle with it. But the most disgusting of these people is still that star-seizing elder of the Star Immortal Mansion. Obviously I have never touched the Star Immortal Mansion's ancestral tomb, but when he faces me he is treating me as if he were killing his father's enemy. Manhwa spat out his bitterness to himself, as if a floodgate had been opened, and unconsciously outlined the events of that year in broad strokes. After summarizing it, it was that the star-seizing elder of the Star Immortal Mansion was meddling in his own business, not speaking of immortal virtue to sneak up on him, and also attempting to seize those 9 pairs of puppets in his hands. However, he wasn't weak either, and spared his own life by spelling out the self-destruction of the souls among the 9 puppets, and of course, he also heavily injured that Star Raider elder. With a loud bang, the huge iron door full of rust slowly opened, and a burst of dust fell, spilling onto the ground with a low rustling sound. Makara took the lead and walked into it. At the same time, his right hand seemingly casually tapped twice on the wall. At that moment, there was a light blue light lit up on the surrounding walls, which was actually an ancient rune. Into it, the eye will see not far from the scattered standing 9 figures, all dressed in black armor, stout and tall. These 9 pairs of puppets have consumed almost all of my efforts, but the good thing is that they did make me famous. He walked in front of the puppet before he continued, but it is also because of them that the disaster of killing has also come to me many times in succession. Lu Yuan didn't care to listen to his nonsense and directly said, if you want to trade, trade. If you don't trade, just say it, don't waste time, okay? Manhwa froze, then directly moved to erase the soul imprints on the 9 puppets. Come on, what I just said is all for naught. Lu Yuan nodded and directly handed over the soul nurturing wood. Mu Yuan was a bit helpless to Lu Yuan's reaction, but seeing this, he still took it with both hands, and when he touched the touch of warm and cool spirit wood, his eyes couldn't hold back the moistness. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, directly put all 9 puppets into his Sumero ring, and then, not caring whether or not Mu Yuan saw it, he turned around and walked towards the way he came. Looking at Lu Yuan's back, it was as if Makara had made some sort of determination in his heart. Meanwhile, the Jade Void Spirit State, in an elegant courtyard in the inner pavilion of the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion, Li Wuyan was drinking tea with a middle-aged man with frosty temples. You mean my Clear Wind Sword Pavilion disciples were captured by Mingqi? Qingfeng Sword Pavilion Master Jin Xingshan showed a shocked expression on his face, then closed his eyes and urged his divine sense. As expected, the whereabouts of the prospective chief disciple Lan Xingyue was unknown, and the soul plate did not respond no matter how much it called out. His face immediately became gloomy. That was the quasi-chief disciple that he had personally selected. And he didn't expect that only a few days ago, he was actually captured by Mengqi? Is this true? Did you see it with your own eyes? Jane asked. Li Wuyan nodded his head. This matter is 1,000 times true, not half false. Jian Qixin's face instantly grimaced. What a spirit sky immortal sect patriarch. The idea actually hit my Qingfeng Sword Pavilion's head. That's the chief hand-picked by my father. It will be formalized next month. He immediately stood up and took out a transmitting note. Notify the elders of each peak to send out a Mahayana stage cultivator to accompany my father to the Tsuiwei mountain state. I'm going to do something big. As the words fell, the sound transmission note instantly flew out, splitting into 12 parts in the air and scattering. Seeing this, Li Wuyan busily stood up and arched his hand at Jian Qixin. Patriarch Jane, I would like to join in the fun and promise not to cause any trouble. Jian Qixin nodded at his words, and then his body transformed into a recluse and flew away towards the distance. For his part, Lix Wuya looked at the cup of tea and withdrew his gaze with some reluctance. That was a rare enlightenment tea, a delicacy that could not be enjoyed in the Star Immortal Mansion. He had just cast the escape technique to follow him, but in the next moment, Li Wuya flew back, picked up the teacup and poured 3 cups of tea for himself successively, and only then did he satisfactorily leave. Although the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion is only ranked among the 9 great immortal doors for less than 10,000 years, it is one of the most hostile clan forces. Since they were ranked as an immortal sect, they had fought against almost every immortal sect, yet their overall strength had not slipped too much, and even increased at certain times. And a special point, this Jane asked the heart is quite protective of the calf. Bai Mengqi captured his disciple can be said to be really kicked to the iron plate. If that disciple was fine, all of this would be fine. If that disciple was injured anywhere, the entire Spirit Sky Immortal sect would be implicated. This Bai Mengqi, you've really made a good death. Chapter 81 Ling Xiao Immortal Sect. In danger. Su Maru, the world of precepts. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged, and in front of him were 9 pairs of puppets dressed in black armor. Along with the planting of the soul imprint, Lu Yuan immediately sensed the presence of the 9 puppets. It was only in this instant that he only felt that the chaotic Yuan in his Tsung Dome Yuan Si was rapidly transformed into true Yuan and quickly distributed to the 9 puppets. Also at this time, the 9 deputy puppets slowly raised their heads, and a ghostly light surged out of their pitch-black pupils. Lu Yuan was taken aback and hurriedly disconnected the true element connection with the 9 sub-puppets, and only then did the chaotic element not continue to be consumed. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Lu Yuan raised his eyes to the 9 pairs of puppets that had lowered their heads once again, his eyes narrowing slightly. If it was an unusual late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, I am afraid that he would not be able to hold on for even a split second before he would be drained of his true essence. And from the time he started to the time he disconnected, 5 breaths of time had passed, and Lu Yuan had only consumed 1% of his chaotic essence. In comparison, the highs and lows, and after Lu Yuan's own judgment, nowadays, he was enough to fight against Yuaning cultivators just by virtue of the green spirit immortal drop. When the Dan is formed, one can head to the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect and include the Void Rift in the Tao Heavenly Disc. Before Yi Xiaolin ascended in the dream, he had used the Tao Dharma Heavenly Plate to take in the Void Rift and carry it with him as he ascended to the immortal realm. And this time, Lu Yuan was prepared to take away the Void Rift in advance. After all, the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect had already served its purpose. Thinking so, he directly left the world in the ring and flew towards the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect with his sword. And on this second day, Lu Yuan's cultivation reached straight to foundation establishment perfection, which was the false Dan realm in the words of the cultivators. It seemed that it was time to start working on conjugation. After spending 2 days to find what he needed, Lu Yuan entered the world in the ring and prepared to proceed to conjugate the Dan. Meanwhile, 9 heavenly cities, 14 Mahayana cultivators descended on Tsuiwei mountain state through the teleportation array in unison, causing the aura in heaven and earth to stir. Those cultivators who were practicing in the city stepped out of their rooms and looked up above the dome of the sky, and they saw 14 figures stepping into the air, and then disappearing without a trace in the next instant. 14 Mahayana cultivators. What is the bottom line? Now that's what I call a bottom line. Some transformation god refining void cultivators sensed the cultivation of those 14 people and began to guess what had happened. As for the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect at this moment, Bai Mengqi also sensed something and her expression immediately became grave. She had also heard about the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion, and had not expected them to arrive so quickly. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Her figure disappeared in an instant, and when she reappeared, she was already standing in the sky wind cliff. It's not there, how could it be? She was filled with amazement and kept thinking back. Then her brow furrowed. It was obviously too late to rush to the Heavenly Rhyme subclan at this moment, and with Yunshang's character, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to hand over Lan Xingyue in a short period of time. Things seemed to be getting troublesome. At this moment within the Heavenly Rhyme sect's Heavenly Rhyme Hall, Lan Xinhua had awakened, and was currently staring at the blood-colored flames in front of her with a grave expression. This is your only chance to live, whether to be refined or to cooperate and wait for a stronger body. Your choice. Yunshang said coldly, her eyes filled with threats. Broken Soul was silent, but in his heart, he cursed Bai Mingqi's stupidity for countless times. If it wasn't for her, he would have succeeded in taking over the body long ago. Where would he still have this? It smiled and said, slightly helplessly, do I have a choice? Yunshang smiled similarly at her words. Don't look like you've suffered a great loss. I'm saving you. Could it be that you don't think that the group of old monsters in the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion can see that you've seized the body? Broken Soul laughed coldly. I will leave the Tsuiwei mountain state if I succeed in seizing the body, and when they react I will have long since run a long way through the teleportation array. Yunshang shook her head. Your behavior like this is no different from a jumping clown in the eyes of the Star Immortal Mansion. What do you mean? Broken Soul wondered. Yunshang explained. What they are best at is astrological divination and deducing the art of asking questions. Where do you think you can run to? Broken Soul was silent. Well, since you have already made your choice, help this child cultivate properly, and in the future, remodeling your physical body will not be a problem at all, and by doing so you will surely become the guest of honor of the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion, which is much better than fleeing around, and most likely losing your life. Yunshang smiled. Broken Soul had no choice but to compromise, and in that dream, with the help of Lu Yuan once, the heart demon, that is, the spirit of this gongfu did not break out, but only until the destruction of the Lingxiao immortal sect succeeded in seizing the body to be killed by the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion master with a sword. Half an hour later, the Spirit Sky immortal sect, a huge roar resounded through the clouds, shattering the thick clouds and flattening the short peaks within a 100-mile radius in an instant. 14 figures stood in the void. One of them stood at the very front, his right hand with fingers like a sword, staring indifferently at the Spirit Sky immortal sect's protective formation that was rapidly recovering. Bai Mengqi's face sank like water as she gritted her teeth and looked at Jian Qingshan. As I said, that disciple of yours was received by my senior sister to the Heavenly Rhythm Branch. If you want to find him, you can go directly to the Heavenly Rhythm Branch. Her heart is full of scorn, since the Chengdu have changed. The color is unprecedentedly grave. Jian Qixin smiled coldly at his words. You're the one who grabbed the person. Now that the person is lost and his life or death is unknown, shouldn't you be responsible? Boom! Another sword was chopped out with a sword finger, and it crashed heavily on top of the clan protection formation, and the originally towering 7 peaks within the clan suddenly shook. I'll just say one thing, if you don't hand over the person, I'll destroy your main clan of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect and destroy your clan's foundation. Bai Mengqi's brows furrowed as she immediately took out that divine numinous stone. If you make another move, I don't mind if the fish dies. Seeing this, Jane's inquiring heart didn't hold back her laughter. Divine thought stones left behind by ascended ones. Ah, I haven't put it in my eyes before. The moment the words fell, Jian Wenxin directly summoned her own sword, and immediately there was a horrifying sword intent like waves tossing in the sky and earth. The clouds above the sky dome were shredded, and even the Lingxiao immortal sect's slowly recovering protector formation began to buzz and tremble. The supreme treasure, the Swire Heavenly Void Sword. Come, let my father see today, whether your divine idea stone is hard or my father's sword is sharp. As the voice fell, Jian Wenxin had already grabbed the hilt of the sword and chopped out a sword in the air. Bai Mengqi was confused. It's a real chop. She couldn't think of anything else and was busy injecting true essence towards the divine numinous stone in order to catalyze the divine numinous stone. A sword aura was seen flickering, and then 100 feet of sword chi was like a pike tearing through the void, heading towards the sect protector formation below. The terrifying destructive sword chi wrapped in the severe wind. Before it arrived it had already pressured the protective array to be covered with cracks and roaring sounds. At the same time, the divine idea stone blossomed with blinding spiritual light, and a great figure projected out from it, standing in front of the clan protection formation in an instant, and lifting his hand, he struck out a palm seal. The sword and palm met, the void collapsed. The ground was under the aftermath of this continuously cracked and collapsed, and the clan protection array was shaking. Inside the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, everyone didn't hold back their breath as they sucked in cool air. Spirit Sky Immortal sect, in danger. Chapter 82. The main sect falls into ruins. Escape to the subsect with people. The protector formation cracked and clicked amongst the remaining sounds that filled the roar. Bai Mengqi's eyes widened as this sword was so terrifying. The crowd of deacons and elders who saw the scene were madly greeting Bai Mengqi in their hearts. What exactly is in this person's head, letting this kind of person be the patriarch? The Spirit Sky Immortal sect really isn't far away from being finished. At this moment, They were frantically sending their disciples into secret passages that had been deserted for over 100 years. Bai Mengqi kept on urging the divine idea stone, but she was still being suppressed to the point where she was retreating, and a splash of blood was hanging from the corner of that mouth. She gritted her teeth and raised her eyes to look at the figure stepping in the void, gritting her teeth and saying, "Does Pavilion Master Jane really want to kill everyone?" Jian Wenshan snorted coldly and sneered. "What? You can't take it anymore after just one sword from me? Where's your toughness just now? Continue." He snorted. "I still like you better in that untamed look you had just now. How about you recover?" Jane asked for it. Bai Mengqi was furious. "You're bullying my spirit sky immortal sect like this. Aren't you afraid that my sect's old patriarch will know about it and personally come down to the realm to settle the score with you?" Jian Qingshan's expression instantly turned ice cold. "Could it be that you think that there is no one in the upper realm of my Qingfeng sword pavilion? I'll go back and notify my clan's ancestor to surround your spirit sky immortal sect's old patriarch first." Saying that, he had already lifted his sword once again and chopped out in a flash. Boom! The void collapsed and crumbled. The terrifying sword intent swept through. The protector clan formation collapsed and disintegrated in an instant, and even the summoned shadow fell towards the ground by more than 100 feet. Bai Mengqi's figure flew backward dozens of feet before she managed to stabilize herself, and her heart turned toward Liuli Peak as soon as she put away the divine numinous stone. Jian Wenshan snorted coldly. "Trying to escape? Could it be that you can still be faster than my father's sword?" After saying that, he then sent out a sword. The void fluctuations. Bai Mengqi only feel the spine chills, and immediately offered a large seal, on which sits a qilin. Along with the offering of the qilin seal, a qilin silhouette appeared in an instant, colliding with the seemingly invisible sword chi and exploding with a loud bang. However, it was only for a split second. The qilin silhouette was torn apart, and the great seal was crushed into countless fragments, scattering across the heavens and earth. With no other choice, she immediately offered up her own sword, the Dao Yan Ice Spirit. All of a sudden, the temperature between heaven and earth seemed to plummet like a cliff, and the remnants of the sword chi that was chopped down was directly frozen by the terrifying coldness carried by this ice spirit. Jian Qingshan raised her eyebrows. "This is actually a supreme treasure as well?" Spinning around, he smiled and raised his sword to cut again. "That's what makes it fun. Otherwise unilateral destruction is also boring." In a flash another sword chopped down. Bai Mengqi was busy pouring her body's true essence madly into the Dao Yan ice pillar, and then similarly chopped out a sword. When this sword was chopped out, frost and snow drifted down in the sky and earth as if it was winter. However, just at the moment when this sword was cut out, Bai Mengqi only felt that her body's chi and blood were tossing and turning, and her breath was vaguely trending towards falling. The two sword chi met in the void, and a huge roar resounded through the sky. The void twisted and collapsed. However, the next moment, the frost break iced over that piece of void, and the sword that Jian Wenshan chopped out was actually frozen alive. Seeing this scene, those elders and deacons who had already found a good way to retreat turned around and fled towards the distance, no longer caring about dispatching the sect disciples. Nowadays, the spirit immortal sect was already in a state of catastrophe. In response to Bai Mengqi's sword, Jian Wenshan was slightly taken aback, but immediately the corner of his lips curled into a smile. Good. Finally showing some strength. It's not in vain for this father to sacrifice the swift heavenly void. The words only fell. His body true essence madly surged into the Taiku heavenly void. Immediately a huge sword from the sky above the cohesion of the dome of the sky. Within a radius of thousands of miles there are even countless long swords chirping. Bai Mengqi was so shocked that she couldn't think of anything else and turned around to cast her recluse technique with all her might. In a flash, her figure flashed on the glazed peak. Looking at the unconscious Lu Xuanwei three women, she directly took out a space array disc and included all three women in it. She then took out a palm-sized white jade stone, and her true essence was madly poured into it. This was the leap stone, which Lu Yuan had also brought out from the void rift, and as long as it was marked, 1,000,000 miles was just an instant. Now Ling Shaoxian sect in Qingfeng Sword Pavilion. Star Immortal Mansion Li Wuyin is on the sidelines looking at the joke. So once belonged to the two immortal door of the four states can no longer go. Only once belonged to the Xian Tian Holy Land Haiyu Frost state to go. And in this instant, that huge sword was already hanging over the glazed peak, dropping down directly without the slightest stop. In this instant, Bai Mengqi abruptly remembered her young disciple Yi Xiaolin and once again offered the Dao Diffraction Ice Spirit. In a flash, the cold air overflowed, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a frosty sword shield hanging over the Liuli Peak. Hard to receive this sword. The sword shield fell 70 to 80 feet into the void before coming to a halt, and cracks were all over it. At this time, there was actually a giant sword shadow rapidly condensing above the dome of the sky once again. At the same time, Bai Mengqi was urging her divine sense to frantically search for Yi Xiaolin's traces, and just at the moment she found it, she was busy urging her true essence to stimulate the white jade. and at the same time, stimulating a small piece of the white jade that Yi Xiaolin was carrying on his body. Just at the moment the shadow fell and reunited with the giant sword, the leaping white jade was energized, and her figure abruptly disappeared. The frost sword shield shattered in an instant, turning into a sky of frost and snow that drifted down into the void, and the Liuli Peak also crumbled under the sword, ceasing to exist. The main sect of the Ling Xiao Immortal Sect was completely destroyed at this moment. Smoke and dust and frost and snow filled this heaven and earth, and from time to time there were wailing sounds, but then returned to silence in the instant that Jian Wenqin withdrew his sword. Pavilion Master Jane's cultivation seems to have refined again in these few years. I'm sure it's not much farther to White Sun Ascension, right? At this moment, Knight Wuyan's voice rang out. Jian Wenqin nodded at his words. After the next Immortal Sect questioning conference, my father will be ascending to the upper realms, and those people or forces that try to challenge my Clear Wind Sword Pavilion's authority will naturally have to be taught a lesson. With a Mahayana perfection cultivation, naturally, he was not afraid of the so-called divine thought stones left behind by ascended beings. Looking at the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, which was reduced to ruins, he felt a bit bored. It's a pity that she was allowed to escape after all. How on earth did such a weak sect manage to rank among the 10th greatest immortal sect? It was a shame that he had called 12 Mahayana stage cultivators to come, but it turned out that the main sect of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect had been overthrown so easily. Li Wuyan smiled and said, "It's just a matter of being strong on the outside. I wonder if Pavilion Master Jian still wants to travel to the Sky Rhythm subsect?" Jian Qingshan nodded. "Since I'm here, this honored one naturally has to bring my quasi-chief back, otherwise wouldn't this trip be in vain?" With that, he took the lead and turned around, his figure disappearing in place in a flash. When the rest of the Mahayana cultivators saw this, there was not the slightest fluctuation of emotions on their faces, as if they had already seen it all, and they only performed the transportation technique to follow them. Seeing this, Li Wuyan smiled and swept his eyes over the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect that had been reduced to rubble. "Let you be arrogant. Now your home is gone. You deserve it," he said smugly, then similarly cast his transportation technique to chase after him, and at the same time, within the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect subsection of the White Moonfrost Prefecture, in a pavilion on a suspended mountain peak, blinding white light blossomed, reflecting that mountain peak as if it were a blazing sun, instantly attracting the attention of all the cultivators of the subclan here. Chapter 83, If we fight the Spirit Sky Branch, the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion can borrow people. In the middle of the cave, Lu Yuan was about to form a dan, but he suddenly sensed something and was busy taking out the Dao Dharma Heavenly Disc. This Dao Dharma Heavenly Disc was connected to the Void Rift, and by invading it with divine sense, one could sense the changes in the Void Rift. Of course, when the divine consciousness was strong to a certain extent, the changes around the Void Rift could also be incorporated into the Sea of Consciousness and presented together. At this moment, in Lu Yuan's Sea of Consciousness, everything that the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect had experienced earlier was presented. Captured the prospective chief disciple of the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion? The Qingfeng Sword Pavilion Master himself came to break the Lingxiao Immortal Sect's protective formation with 2 swords? Bai Mengqi used the leapstone to leap away? Lu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Then he realized everything. It must be that the spirit of the soul-breaking sword intent technique has turned into a demon to dominate Lu Xuanwei's consciousness, and then tempted Bai Mengqi to go and capture a well-qualified sword cultivator to take over her own body. This thing in the dream Lu Yuan has seen. Only at that time Lu Xuanwei is the stage of the merged body before the broken soul to occupy the dominant consciousness, and propose to take over their own. Just before he could implement it, Yi Xiaolin made the act of sacrificing half of the living beings in this heaven and earth to ascend, and within those who were sacrificed, Lu Xuanwei was listed. This is very good. It will save me a lot of trouble and I can go directly to receive the Void Rift. With this in mind, Lu Yuan collected his mind and began to prepare for the conjugation. Not long after, the chaotic yuan in his body surged, like a river rushing through every meridian. He took a deep breath and made seals with both hands, invoking the aura of heaven and earth, feeling the raging chaotic yuan in his body continuously integrating into his limbs and bones, and finally overflowing, and then once again wrapped in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, flushing every meridian in his body through exhalation. An arcane pattern was formed in the process, like a dream. Along with the passage of time, 9-star silhouettes slowly emerged and hovered above Lu Yuan's head. Endless light toward a point of convergence. Chaotic green lotus in this light slowly bloom. Overflowing light fragrance. Let a person's heart relaxed and happy. The moment the 9 stars of chaos and the green lotus of enlightenment condense like substance, as if they truly existed in this heaven and earth, Lu Yuan's hands changed their seals. He saw the chaotic 9 stars and the green lotus of enlightenment transform into 2 streams of light respectively, one after the other, and disappear into his dantian. And in the Tsong Dome Yuan Sea, The chaotic 9 stars had a mist of light rising up continuously, meeting and mingling with the light mist of enlightenment on the green lotus of enlightenment. The two forces collided and fused with each other without producing the slightest bit of rejection, as if everything was watertight. I don't know how long it took, but when the place where the two mingled formed a huge fog of black and white light, a blinding light flashed, and Lu Yuan's breath instantly rose. Not long after, the light dissipated, and a black and white blended chaotic enlightenment Dan was condensed, and Lu Yuan's cultivation formally entered the Jindan stage. Above the dome of the sky, once again there are thunderclouds convergence, only with the same as before. The robbery cloud just condensed, 2 sets of forbidden power emergence, instant annihilation of the robbery cloud, everything returned to calm. Exhaling a long breath, Lu Yuan stepped out of the cave and performed the transportation technique to fly towards the direction of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect. In the past, his cultivation had also reached Jindan, so he could also be said to be comfortable with the execution of the recluse technique. And at this moment, outside the shattered mountain gate of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, Qin Jinxian looked at the already shattered mountain gate in disbelief, her body trembling. She's only been gone for half a month and the clan is just gone? What force could possess such a terrifying ability to overthrow the Lingxiao Immortal Sect, which was among the top 10 immortal sects? Throwing away distracting thoughts, she was busy casting recluse into the sect, but found that the original magnificent building has now been turned into a piece of rubble, in which the Liuli Peak has directly disappeared to go. Where's Master? What about your own cohort? She froze, not knowing for a moment what emotion to use for such a scene. She dropped helplessly to the ground, hugging her legs against a stone pillar, and finally failed to hold back a low whimper. And outside the Sky Rhythm sect, Yun Shang personally brought Lan Xingyue to the outside of the sect protector formation. Now that my Heavenly Rhyme subsect has separated from the Spirit Sky Immortal sect and has officially changed its name to the Heavenly Rhyme sect, I still hope that Pavilion Master Jian will not be angry with my Heavenly Rhyme sect because of the matter of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. She respectfully bowed to Jian Qingshan, with a few moments of apprehension in her heart. Mahayana consummate cultivation. That is not she can resist. And Lingxiao Immortal Sect matter she has stayed in the Lingxiao Immortal Sect through the person's note learned. The heart is more and more scrupulous in front of the Jane asked the heart. In response, Jian Wenqin didn't listen to a single word, raised his hand and gently pressed it against Lan Xinyue's brow, and at once, the power of the divine soul was activated. A few moments later, Jane asked her eyebrows to furrow slightly. He looked toward Yun Shang, who still maintained her salute, and said in a cold voice, "The soul is mutilated. How do you explain this?" As soon as the words fell, Lan Xinyue grabbed the first to explain. "Master, forgive me. It is that Bai Mingqi led the spirit of the Gong method wants to seize the body of the disciple. Fortunately Yun Senior to save the disciple only to pick up a life. I hope that the master mercy." Jian Wenqin narrowed his eyes slightly as he sized up Lan Xinyue, and only after seeing the other party's face of sincerity and certainty did he then drop his gaze to Yunshang once again. "With this disciple opening his mouth? This honored one will not make things difficult for you. But this honored one also needs to see your sincerity. After all, breaking away from the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect isn't just lip service." Yunshang was stunned at her words. Then she stood up straight and firmly said, "I have made an oath of the Great Tao that I will destroy all the remaining forces of the Lingxiao Immortal Sect in this life, and the Great Tao can be judged by this heart." Jian Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. "Whenever you want to overthrow the Oracle Lansao subsect, you can come to my Qingfeng Sword Pavilion first, and at that time, my father would like to lend a few Mahayana cultivators to give you a hand." Oracle Lansao was once the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion territory. When the Immortal Sect questioning conference by Mingxi opened her mouth to ask for the past, the 5 states of Oracle Lansao, Haoyu Frost State, Tian Cheng Spirit State, Zi Yuan Tang State, and Chui Wei Mountain State had been delineated into the Lingxiao Immortal Sect sphere of influence since that Immortal Sect questioning conference, and one of the Tsuiwei Mountain State those 3 is the Star Immortal Mansion helplessly let. Oracle Lansao is under the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion extremely unwilling to be given by the other 2 Immortal Sect after pressure. The only White Moon Frost State Xintian Sacred Ground give very painful. Therefore, Jian Qingshan could be said to be extremely eager to retrieve the Oracle Lansao. Hearing Jian Qingshan's words, Yunshang was pleasantly surprised and was busy arching her hand in thanks. In terms of strength, those 3 Taishan elders could be stronger than even the old patriarch. After all, they had all been old monsters in people's mouths. And it was only after the old patriarch had promised a lot of benefits that he had pulled them together. Only after some more conversations did Jian Qingshan leave the Sky Rhythm sect with the people from the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion. Congratulations to Patriarch Yun for getting out of his misery and establishing the Tian Yun sect. At this moment, Li Wuyan opened his mouth smilingly, raising his hand and arching it at Yun Shang. He really came over to watch the fun this time and was a spectator from start to finish, not interfering at all. Upon hearing this, Yunshan was busy arching her hand in response. I don't know what fellow Taoist calendar stays here for. Yunshan wasn't stupid and naturally saw that Li Wuyan had something to say. There's not much to it. Just the matter of the purple Yuan Tang state. My idea is the same as the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion. Other than that, I can still call 2 or 3 Mahayana cultivators. The smile remained on his face as he spoke straight to the point. Chapter 84, Reclaiming the Void Rift. Spirit Immortal Sect. After sitting for a day, Qin Jinxian stood up shakily, and as if she had made up her mind, she cast a recluse spell to leave this place. She headed straight for the Tianyun subclan, secretly praying in her heart that nothing more would happen to the Tianyun subclan. At the same time, he also hoped that his master teacher and senior sisters would appear safely in the Sky Rhythm subclan. During this time, she was so shocked by the scene in front of her that she collapsed and forgot about the transmission note. The white moon in frosty state, the sky standing on the peak. Are you saying that the Clear Wind Sword Pavilion master laid hands on the main clan for no reason, and that he suppressed the Ascended One's divine thoughts and the divine thought stone left behind by the old patriarch by bizarre means? A bald old man with a long beard looked at Bai Mengqi with a grave expression. He was only willing to believe 70% of her words. The one who had struck out might have been Qingfeng Sword Pavilion master Jian Xixin, but it could never have been for no reason. However, with Bai Mengqi's nature, he probably wouldn't tell the truth, so he could only put it aside for the time being. I only hope that the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion wouldn't take this matter to this side, or else I wouldn't have a peaceful life again. At this moment, looking at Bai Mengqi again, her breath was weak and she was currently meditating to recover. And not far away, the three of them, Lu Xuanwei, were still in a comatose state, with no sign of improvement at all. If Lu Yuan that didn't quit the clan, where would there be so much trouble coming to the door? As soon as Lu Yuan was mentioned, Bai Mengqi hated her teeth. And even more so, she blamed all the sins on Lu Yuan's head. Master, calm your anger. You are at a critical moment of recovery. Don't break your meridians. Upon hearing this, Bai Mengqi nodded and said gently, it's still Shaolin who cares about your master. It's not much better than some people. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered her fourth disciple, Yun Mengyao, and wanted to open her mouth to inquire, but then she saw the Supreme Elder on the side and shut her mouth. Seeing this, the elder got up and glanced at the three people sleeping peacefully in the distance and arched his hand at Bai Mengqi. That's just it. I'm sure you're all tired, so I won't disturb your rest. After saying that, he turned around and left, while calculating in his mind where he should choose for his back road. The Xian Tian Holy Land might be a good place to go. He was over 3,000 years old and had witnessed the war between the Clear Wind Sword Pavilion and other immortal sects. Basically, the sects that had pissed off the Clear Wind Sword Pavilion didn't have much of a good ending. Seeing this, Bai Mengqi nodded and pushed his hand to signal him to go down. And it wasn't until then that Yi Xiaolin had the time to walk to see his several senior sisters. However, when he saw Su Wan's qi information, he froze in place. Name, Su Wan. Cultivation, Middle Jindan. Has a luck value of 55,000. Harvestable luck value, 20,000. The fact that there were only 20,000 to harvest was a slap in the face. Among the 5 senior sisters, his relationship with Su Wan had always been the best, sharing everything together, and the first person he thought of when he made a mistake was also him. I didn't realize that I had paid so much to her, and what she had in her heart was still Lu Yuan. Why? On what grounds? Anger churned in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. Narrowing his eyes slightly, an evil plan surfaced in his mind. It's all harvesting anyway. There's no difference between forced and direct results. And now she's in a coma anyway, basically unable to resist. System, redeem me for a one-time harvest. Redemption successful. He twisted his head and glanced at Bai Mengqi, secretly saying that he would do it when his master left. The next day, outside the Sky Rhythm subsect, Qin Jinxian flew away into the distance with her blood-stained longsword in hand. Not long ago, she arrived at the Heavenly Rhyme branch and was about to enter into it but was directly stopped. When she learned that the Heavenly Rhythm subsect had broken away from the Spirit Sky Immortal sect and changed its name to the Heavenly Rhythm sect, her entire being was shocked to the core. However, just as she was about to force her way in and ask Elder Yunshan for an explanation, the 2 Yuaning stage disciples unexpectedly but directly moved. She had no choice but to be forced to fight. However, after many exchanges she realized that all the moves they used were actually killing moves. She couldn't help but strike again. As a result, one of those 2 was decapitated and the other was seriously injured. Why? Why did things turn out this way? She wiped the tears that kept welling up in her eyes, but her feet didn't dare to stop for even an instant. Obviously everything was fine 3 months ago. Why did it turn out like this? At this moment, she headed straight for 9 heavenly cities, while praying that nothing would happen to the other 3 subclans. and on the afternoon of the second day after she left, Lu Yuan performed the transportation technique to arrive at the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect. Looking at the Ling Xiao Immortal Sect, which was full of wreckage like ruins, his heart was much smoother. It was only a pity that he had not witnessed it with his own eyes. Otherwise his mood must have been even more painful than when he saw the 9 immortal sects besieging the Ling Xiao Immortal Sect in his dream. But it didn't matter. Now that he only needed to keep accumulating chaotic element, he thought that his future breakthroughs would only get faster and faster. After standing in the void and admiring the current pomp and circumstance of the Ling Xiao Immortal Sect, Lu Yuan headed towards the Forbidden Land. When the protector formation shattered, the seal of that Forbidden Land also disappeared in the first instance. As a result, Lu Yuan easily arrived outside the Void Rift. Today's Void Rift has changed significantly compared to the beginning. At the moment it is like the eye of a giant beast, flashing with a palpitating light, surrounded by evil gas, as if even space is distorted. Lu Yuan nodded his head in satisfaction at this. Such a rich evil chi would surely allow him to cultivate to Yuaning or even transformation of God in a short period of time. And by that time, the evil spirits among them will definitely have a combined or even Mahayana stage cultivation, and then they will be sealed into the puppets. Without further thought, he directly sacrificed the Tao Dharma heavenly plate, turning the chaotic yuan in his body into wisps of silk threads that were continuously injected into the Tao Dharma heavenly plate, which immediately blossomed into a dazzling light, taking in all of the surrounding evil chi. Lu Yuan made a seal with both hands, and he saw the runes flowing above the heavenly disk, transforming into a golden chain that lunged towards the void crack. That crack didn't know whether it felt threatened or what, but it struggled violently, which was a bit surprising to Lu Yuan. But with the added power of the Tao Dharma heavenly plate, Lu Yuan didn't believe that he couldn't take in this void crack. In the blink of an eye, it was half an hour, and the void rift was finally tightly bound by the golden chains. No longer able to struggle, Lu Yuan was busy increasing the injection of chaotic yuan, and the golden chains recycled towards the Tao heavenly plate as if guided. The sound of clattering iron ropes echoed in the air, and soon the entire void rift was directly included in the Tao heavenly plate. With the disappearance of the crack, the evil chi that was originally overflowing in the void actually began to converge madly towards the Tao Law heavenly plate. Seeing this, Lu Yuan took a long breath of relief and simply took out a jug of wine and performed the transportation technique towards that bamboo forest. However, just at the moment he flew away, an extremely familiar aura instantly broke into his perception. Lu Yuan's face instantly became gloomy, and there was even more killing intent rising in his eyes. Chapter 85, The Hunt officially begins. Yun Mengyao is the first. Just above the ruined Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, a silhouette stepped into the air, disbelief plastered on her face. The clan, gone? Originally, she was prepared to go back to the sect to fetch some things before continuing to look for Lu Yuan. Who would have expected to come back to see this scene? Where's Master? Where are the sisters? She was a little overwhelmed for a moment. However, at this instant, an extremely familiar scent broke into her perception. The scent that she had been searching for nearly 3 months. She was trembling with excitement. Not caring to use her transmitting note to ask her master where he was, she cast her recluse technique and flew towards the place where the scent existed. And that place? The entrance to the Forbidden Land. Just at the moment when she was close to the entrance of the Forbidden Land, a flash of sword light followed by sword chi with a harsh astral wind went straight to her throat. Yun Mengyao was startled and offered a jade tablet in a panic, and instantly the spirit shield enveloped and collided with the sword chi. A huge roar resounded. The spirit shield only lasted for a split second before it collapsed, and the sword chi mercilessly chopped at Yun Mengyao's shoulder. The impact from the collision of the two sent Yun Mengyao's figure flying, but it also saved her this time. And at this moment, Lu Yuan held the green spirit immortal drop and walked out of the Forbidden Land with an indifferent expression. From this moment on, the hunt for the few of them officially began. Today, I will first take this Yun Mengyao's life. Although that is a dream, Lu Yuan is like a personal experience. If not to make changes, that dream is his future. In the dream, the 2 times of planing the Dan were both moved by Yun Mengyao, without mercy. No matter how much Lu Yuan begged for promises, she didn't hold back in the slightest. Even the wounds that could have been broken open with a single cut, she preferred to go down slowly, euphemistically saying that this could minimize the damage to Lu Yuan's body. As his footsteps became faster and faster, Lu Yuan directly performed the escape technique and made another sword strike in the air. Yun Mengyao was shocked to see this. She thought to herself that she had only watched with a cold eye for the past 3 years. How could Lu Yuan hold such great hostility towards herself? Besides, he already knew that was wrong, and the only thing he wanted to do now was apologize. In the nick of time, she offered her own magic treasure, the Jun Tian compass, and collided with the sword chi, buying an instant of time. Thumbs up, the sword chi chopped down, leaving a striking gully with a piercing bright red. The Juntian compass shattered and Yun Mengyao spat out a mouthful of blood, forcing herself to endure the severe pain to raise her eyes, but all she saw was the icy sword blade against her jaw. In an instant, her eyes turned red and tears came to her eyes. Eldest senior brother, how could you spare such a killing to me? She asked in a shaky voice. Lu Yuan's face was full of indifference. Without the slightest hesitation, his long sword flicked, bringing out a trace of blood, not detaching from the bandwagon in the slightest. Yun Mengyao's pupils widened as her breath rapidly weakened. She clearly came to apologize. Why did the eldest senior brother not give her a chance to apologize at all? Moreover, he even laid down a killer. Why? However, at this time, in the Sumeru ring, there was a faint spiritual glow flickering above the Tao heavenly plate, and Yun Mengyao's consciousness saw everything in a trance, saw everything she would do to Lu Yuan if he didn't awaken. No wonder eldest brother would have no mercy on himself, so everything was his own fault. I regret so much. That is obviously the senior brother who introduced himself into the cultivation. Obviously the person who loved him as his own sister. But why did he do this to him? Eldest brother, he should be reborn back, right? If only I could also be reborn. Then I would have done my best to protect my eldest senior brother, even if I had to fight against my senior sisters and my own master. Ha! She's a bull ***** mastermind. Yun Mengyao's breath was completely severed. Her soul, on the other hand, was grabbed by a strange force and directly refined the first time it was detached from her physical body. This strange force was extremely mysterious, so mysterious that it could be called forbidden, and was even stronger than the two strange forces that dispersed the robbery clouds. Lu Yuan hadn't noticed any of this, or rather with his current strength he couldn't notice it at all. At the same moment, the Sky Rhythm sect, as he was plotting how to take down the Oracle Lanzhao branch, he suddenly felt something in his heart and stood up violently. Something happened to Mengyao. She already had a connection between her bloodline and Yun Mengyao, not to mention the fact that her cultivation had already reached the level of a Mahayana, and her sense for such a sensation became more and more obvious. She was busy urging her divine sense to perceive, and in no time, she sensed the exact location and her figure disappeared in a flash. When she arrived at the Spirit Sky Immortal sect and saw the corpse that was sitting on its knees on the ground and no longer had any breath, it was as if she had been showered with cold water. Anger instantly filled her chest, and she immediately activated her divine sense to perceive all the scents in a 100-mile radius. The next moment, she froze on the spot. The scent that remained at the scene belonged to Lu Yuan, and in a bamboo forest in the distance, Lu Yuan's scent was still there. In this instant, she only felt a mix of emotions in her heart. Taking a deep breath, her figure flashed and she arrived outside that bamboo forest in a flash. See that piece of bamboo forest? Dozens of stone monuments crooked east to west listed. Lu Yuan sat on his knees in the bamboo forest stone path. Mention a pot of spirit wine drink. For her arrival, Lu Yuan seems to be unaware, but also seems to have anticipated, without the slightest reaction. Still drinking wine by himself. It's been a long time, Elder Yunshang. Finally, after several breaths had gone by, Lu Yuan finally took the lead in speaking. At those words, Yunshang's figure landed on the ground, and she looked at Lu Yuan with a complicated expression. The death of Mengyao. I killed it. Lu Yuan returned unapologetically, while getting up to look at Yunshang. In the dream, she retired from the sect after roughly 30 years due to disagreement with Bai Mingqi, and later established the Tianyin sect to retire in Tiannan Dingzhou under the jurisdiction of the Xian Tian Sacred Land, and she was never heard from again until Lu Yuan ascended. Yunyao's later words were blocked in her throat by Lu Yuan's 3 words, and she opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. He should be resentful. 100 years of dedication is ignored, but after returning, he is still not valued, and he is not even as good as a casual cultivator in the clan. Yunshang wanted to get angry, wanted to question him, but she realized she couldn't find a reason, much less the qualifications to do so. In the end, the fault was not with Lu Yuan after all. However, at that moment, Lu Yuan tipped the wine pot and spilled all the spirit wine in it onto the ground. I've finished saying what I need to say. I should also leave. If Senior Yun wants to avenge your descendants, the late generation will be waiting at any time. Upon arriving at Yunshang's side, Lu Yuan added, you don't have much time. After all, going forward, my growth rate will only get faster and faster. Yunshang sucked in a breath of air and turned around, but she only saw Lu Yuan vanish into thin air and go far away. Jindan stage. It was only then that she reacted to the fact that Lu Yuan's cultivation had already reached the Jindan stage, and it seemed that he had only retired from the sect for 3 months, right? With such a terrifying talent, the Spirit Sky Immortal sect actually didn't pay attention to it, but bet heavily on a 26-year-old cultivator who could only manage to form a Dan. I really don't dare to think that if he was given enough resources to grow up, what level could he reach in 100 years' time? Retracting her gaze, Jun Shan let out a light sigh, no longer putting Yun Mengyao's matter on her mind, and set up a protective boundary at this place, leaving behind her own and Lu Yuan's scent before leaving the place. The connection with Lu Yuan will stay here from now on. Chapter 86, Su Wan's Death. White Moon Frost Prefecture. Spirit Sky Immortal Sect Subsect. Bai Mengqi, who was exhaling and regulating her breathing, snapped her eyes open, her face filled with disbelief. The connection between himself and Mengyao was broken. How? What kind of thieves dare to kill my disciples? She was extremely angry in her heart, and she got up and instantly spread her majestic true essence, pulling back the thoughts of Yi Xiaolin who was wandering off to the side. He busily got up and looked at Bai Mengqi, asking, Master, what's wrong with you? Bai Mengqi's heart was filled with anger without the slightest bit of sadness. Your elder sister, Mengyao, is dead, she said, but in her heart she was extremely angry. Could it be that that stupid girl didn't know to announce her name? Besides, didn't she have the extremely high-grade talisman treasure white shield jade plaque she had given herself? Can this even be killed? On the other hand, Yi Xiaolin, who heard the reply, was stunned, and then his heart was filled with the celebration that Yun Mengyao's chi value had already been harvested by himself. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Bai Mengqi simply got up and left. When a few breaths had gone by, Yi Xiaolin probed and looked outside. System, redeemed the breath tracking perception function. Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming the breath tracking perception function at a cost of 5,000 chi luck values. With a time limit of 1/4 of an hour, please ask the host to choose the binding object. Yi Xiaolin froze slightly and asked busily. System, didn't this thing only cost 1,000 chi luck value when it was in the primary realm? How come it's 5,000 now? The rules of the primary plane and the medium plane are different, and the breath tracking function has been adjusted. All changes are marked in the system upgrade instructions, so please don't question the system's markup. Yi Xiaolin, he always had the feeling that he had been duped, but on second thought, this was after all tracking the scent of a Mahayana cultivator, so a little more expensive was just as good. Binding object, Bai Mengqi, he said in his mind. Object Bai Mengqi has been bound, and is sharing the location of her scent to the host's sea of consciousness. The moment the words fell, a huge map immediately appeared in Yi Xiaolin's sea of consciousness, while there was a red and a white dot on the map. It seems like it's still in the middle of the subclan. Should we do it? He muttered to himself, then looked towards Su Wan who was sleeping peacefully on top of the bed. Suddenly, his heart snapped and he turned towards Su Wan's bed. Let's harvest the chi value first. In the midst of this process, Lu Yuan, who was far away in the Tsuiwei mountain state, only felt that fluctuations were once again emanating from the Dao Dharma heavenly plate, but he didn't pay too much attention to it, as long as the Dao Dharma heavenly plate could still grab the treasures of the heavens. In a daze, Su Wan opened her eyes back to the light, but she saw a man on top of her, and was shocked into a cold sweat, yet whether she tried to speak or resist, she found herself unable to do so. Suddenly she raised her gaze slightly, and when she saw a familiar face, she was struck by lightning. One's own junior apprentice brother was really plotting against him. Although it was extremely painful for her to have Roadshow strike his sword at her, the young master who had committed such a shameless act was even more disgusting to her. What the hell kind of has she been protecting for the last 20 years? Tears continued to well up in her eyes, and endless remorse flooded her heart. It was at this moment that she finally felt sorry for Lu Yuan. At this time, Yi Xiaolin also saw tears flowing from the corner of Su Wan's eyes, but did not see her open her eyes. He laughed lightly and teased. You should feel honored, not sad, to be little master's woman. Until then, Su Wan realized that something was wrong, and when she wanted to think about it, the picture in front of her was a steep change. She saw herself standing in the middle of one of the clan's forbidden lands, with a few ferocious spirit beasts, pointing at the figure that looked like a beggar in the distance. Go! That's your ration. Eat all you want. His flesh and bones will grow back again anyway. As the words fell, a dozen or so vicious spirit beasts rushed out, pouncing and biting towards the figure. That's Lu Yuan. She was shocked. Was this something she had done? Even if he always said that he would throw Lu Yuan into his spirit beast garden, he had never actually done it. Nope, done that, or she did it herself. It was the 4th month after the matter of the phantom feather spirit bird, and Lu Yuan, who was finally able to regain his mobility, was captured by her and thrown into the spirit beast garden with her own hands. Just at that time, Lu Yuan knew a little bit of beast mastery, and the spirit beast garden is mostly tame spirit beasts, so it didn't cause a big trouble. But even so, one would never do such a horrible thing as the one in front of him. Never. Yet soon she was silent, because it appeared before her eyes a second time, a third time, and even more times than she could count. And sometimes the spirit beasts brought there were mixed with a few spirit beasts from that spirit beast garden she remembered. It's really something she's done. These are things that will happen in the future. So Lu Yuan would be so determined to retreat from the clan, and would use what could be described as a bizarre means to re-injure himself that time. All because he knew about these future events? So Lu Yuan was actually reborn back, right? As she thought about it, she became more and more fuzzy in her consciousness, only feeling as if she was going to die. I'm still really actually so harsh to treat the eldest senior brother who once treated himself like a dear sister, but so carefree Yi Xiaolin. This beast, he deserved to kill me, and I deserved to be reduced to this. In a trance, she only felt a large hand grab her soul and take it away forcefully. At the same time, Bai Mengqi, who was discussing the matter of sending people to look for Yun Mengyao with the sect leader elder here in the Heavenly Frost Great Hall, seemed to have a feeling, and a trace of panic rose in her heart. She turned around directly and her figure appeared in that room in a flash. When she saw the scene in front of her, Bai Mengqi was struck by lightning. Yi, Xiao, Lin. A stern shout came out and the terrifying pressure directly suppressed towards Yi Xiaolin. Yi Xiaolin's heart was horrified. He was so focused on his own comfort that he completely forgot to look at the situation in his sea of consciousness. Being shocked to spit out blood and fly backwards, Yi Xiaolin only felt a sharp pain coming, and in his heart, he hurriedly opened his mouth. System, use the chi luck value to repair my body's injuries, checking for damage to the host's body. The small calf is broken and all the organs are displaced, and the value of the chi needed for repair is being calculated. Calculation completed. Repairing the injuries present on the host's body will cost a total of 50,000 chi value. Please ask if you want to repair it? Yi Xiaolin froze and only felt a heartache. Hard work and calculations. Who knows that in the end it will be all for naught. Even hitching a ride on 5,000 chi luck values to exchange for breath tracking. This was simply a loss. Fix it. He gritted his teeth and replied in his mind. Bai Mengqi was extremely angry and quickly stepped forward to check Su Wan's condition. The breath is gone. The soul dissipated. Obviously, Su Wan is dead. Bai Mengqi turned to look at Yi Xiaolin and raised her hand to shoot down. But she suddenly sensed something and a hesitant look appeared in her eyes. In the sky, thunder clouds were converging at this moment, while Yi Xiaolin's aura began to climb steadily at this moment. This was actually the calamity of becoming a baby, and Yi Xiaolin had actually broken through. Chapter 87, Botched Lies. The line of sight went back and forth between Yi Xiaolin and Su Wan. The anger and depression in Bai Mengqi's heart finally turned into a sigh. In the end, her feelings for Su Wan stopped at just knowing her, and even after she became the patriarch, it didn't make much of a difference to her, or even their lives. What good things there are will always be tight to Yi Xiaolin, and even let them help guide Yi Xiaolin's cultivation. Moreover, she also had the intention of cultivating them as Yi Xiaolin's Dao couples. In the end, the only change she, Bai Mengqi, had made to their 5 sisters was that she had brought Yi Xiaolin into their lives. Retracting her eyes from Su Wan, Bai Mengqi's body flashed to the sky above, and the anger in her heart poured out towards the just congealed robbery cloud. Seeing this, Yi Xiaolin took a long breath of relief and kept thinking of what to say in his mind. Not seeing Lin Shirhan, who had already awakened and was full of shock. In the slightest, his own junior sister died, or died under the abuse of his beloved junior brother. Obviously, the senior master had mentioned before that the junior sister was seriously injured and needed to be tended to with focus, and he himself had mentioned it more than once during his trip to the Duo Erzen temple with the junior brother. Why would junior brother do such a beastly thing? At this moment, she only felt that her heart was unbearable, and in her heart, she felt even more intense loathing towards her junior brother, Yi Xiaolin. Before she fell unconscious, when she saw the deacon's god-refining battle, she was only touched by Lu Yuan's former dedication, but at this moment, after watching this beastly act of her junior brother, she only felt irony. Suddenly, he thought that when he was in the Duoyu Zen temple, he still had an ambiguous atmosphere with Yi Xiaolin, and he felt a hard time. It was a good thing that the deacon broke that kind of atmosphere with a transmitting note, or else he was bound to be even more uncomfortable at this moment. In the future, one has to stay away from the little master. When Yi Xiaolin's aura was completely stabilized at the Yuanying stage, Bai Mengqi's figure also returned to the room once again. She looked at Yi Xiaolin with cold eyes, the anger in her heart having been vented for the most part. Adversary, do you realize your mistake? Yi Xiaolin has clothes on at this moment, busy kneeling on the ground. Full of self-blame, disciples know the wrong, but disciples also cannot help themselves. Bai Mengqi raised an eyebrow. Tell me, how is it that you can't help yourself? Yi Xiaolin raised his head, and at this moment, tears were already hanging on his cheeks, and this scene caused Bai Mengqi's heart to be shaken. Master, I used a special means to escape from the Duo Zen temple, but only a short time after I left, an old man sneaked up on me and prepared to take over my body. It took a lot of effort for my disciple to wear out that old man's soul, but I was also affected by the harvesting technique practiced by that old man, and sometimes I really can't control myself. He cried bitterly and kept kowtowing. That matter of senior sister Manhwa. It was also a mistake made by my disciple after losing control. I still hope that master will chastise him. However, when he saw Bai Mingqi's right hand lightly lifting up, a wave of true essence surged out and lifted Yi Xiaolin up. She believed it. Lin Shihan's heart was shaken. How could the master believe so easily? No investigation at all? This guy is the one who killed the little sister, and you're not even going to punish him, master? In confusion, she sucked in a sharp breath. In the past, when they had falsely accused Lu Yuan, it seemed that the master had never investigated, and even himself and a few of his sisters had hoped that the master would not investigate. So is this what it feels like to have something you desire trivialized or even ignored? Lin Shihan was incomparably hard to bear inwardly, yet Bai Mingqi's words caused her to completely break down. It's justifiable that you would make such a mistake. Master will seek out a woman for you to be your Taoist partner in order to quickly improve your cultivation. Finding a Taoist couple to quickly improve his cultivation, is that helping him to find a couple? Obviously, it is looking for a stove, so that he can perform the art of extracting yin and replenishing yang. What exactly does master wants to do? Just as she was wondering within herself, she felt a surge of power that wrapped around her and brought her into the spatial array plate. You rest well. Master will arrange everything. The moment the words fell, she raised her hand and struck out a stream of true essence, and that Suwan's body instantly turned into flying ash. Lin Shihan, who had seen this matter in its entirety in her eyes, only felt a cold chill through her body. Yet right at this moment, Bai Mingqi's voice transmission was ringing in her mind. Don't make a noise about this matter. Everything is focused on your junior brother's cultivation enhancement. Lin Shihan was stunned, but she didn't dare to respond. Bai Mingqi sighed softly and left this place with the spatial array disk. It wasn't until he confirmed that Bai Mingqi's breath was far away that Yi Xiaolin breathed a long sigh of relief. It's not even fun enough. It's bad luck. He lay down on the bed at once, and his mind couldn't help but recall the appearance and cultivation of the female disciples of the branch here. Haoyu Frost Prefecture. A place covered in frost and snow all year round. Resources such as medicinal herbs and demonic beasts were relatively scarce, but spirit mines were all over the place, and most of the female disciples of this subclan are gorgeous, with frosty skin and generally high cultivation levels. He had seen quite a few Yuaning stage cultivators, with a preponderance of women, just by walking around the subclan a few days ago. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and asked busily, System, does that Spirit Sky Immortal Sex clan chi luck value still exist? At first, he had seen that the value of the chi that enveloped the Spirit Sky Immortal sect could be more than 300,000, only that there was no way to harvest it for the time being. Now that the sect formation was shattered and the Spirit Sky Immortal sect was reduced to rubble, the chi luck value could certainly be harvested. Testing in progress, please wait. Detected that the Spirit Sky Immortal sect possesses a chi value of 360,000, and the sect's grand formation is broken with a loss of chi value of 80,000. Clan Liuli Peak was decimated, losing 30,000 chi value. Most of the clan's buildings were razed to the ground, losing 120,000 chi value. Most of the clan's elders, deacons and disciples lost 100,000 chi value in battle, with 30,000 chi value remaining. Harvesting the clan's luck value requires the host to go to the site to do so, and the luck value is overflowing. With 26 days remaining, Yi Xiaolin froze on the spot, and a feeling of missing a heavenly opportunity arose in his heart. At this moment, in the Heavenly Frost Great Hall, what did you say? That kid killed that evil cultivator back when he was taken over by an evil cultivator, only to have that evil cultivator's technique backfire on him? Palm Sect Elder Mo Duan was directly exasperated and laughed. You believe such a clumsy lie? Bai Mingqi frowned at his words. Otherwise, how could my father's always well-behaved little disciple do such beastly things to his senior sister? What's more, even after the intercourse, the cultivation level directly stepped from Jindan perfection into Yuaning? She added. You know, my little disciple's cultivation only managed to reach Jindan 3 months ago. Mo Dus snorted and asked as if he had seen through everything. Patriarch, do you have no suspicions? Or do you want to use this and other means to quickly raise his cultivation strength to participate in the Immortal Sect asking assembly at that time? Bai Mingqi looked at Elder Mo Duan with a few moments of displeasure on her face and said, You just carry out what this honored one arranges, and this honored one will bear the consequences of the matter. Chapter 88, This Lu Yuan, what are his virtues? Since the patriarch has opened his mouth, there's nothing for me to say. He pulled out a roster and handed it over. The first half of this roster are all female disciples, and many of them have a not-so-shallow relationship with the Xian sacred ground. The patriarch himself will see to it, and don't involve the old man when something goes wrong. Hearing this, Bai Mengqi's brows furrowed, but she heard Manhwa continue. Old me no longer wants to ascend to the upper realms. I just want to find a place to retire. If patriarch's move causes trouble, I will not make a move and will only leave this place at the first opportunity. I hope patriarch will forgive me, Bai Mengqi said in a cold voice. What does Elder Manhwa mean by this? Enjoying the offerings of my spirit sky immortal sect, but not wanting to perform the deeds of protecting the sect. Is this an attempt to rebel? Enjoying clan offerings? Mo Dust snorted. Dare I ask Sovereign, has the sect sent anything over other than a number of deacons with some resources in the first year? Bai Mengqi subconsciously wanted to retort, but suddenly remembered something and was momentarily mute. However, he heard Mo Duan continue. Has this clan's current brick-and-mortar spirit sky immortal sect ever contributed? He laughed coldly. If it weren't for the face of the old sect master, coupled with the fact that the old man didn't want to take care of the sect, I'm afraid that the branch here would have long since changed its name, and it would be even less likely to take you in. Bai Mengqi was completely silent. After a long time, she took the roster, looked at the markings on it, and asked, why does it say Xian Holy Land after each name? Mo Duan sneered. Otherwise, why do you think they would so painfully seed the Haoyue Frost Prefecture, which is filled with spirit mines? It's just a matter of borrowing our hands to manage the Haoyue Frost Prefecture and help train their disciples along the way. Mo Duan snorted. Lord Sovereign, you can't really be so naive as to think that the Xian Holy Land, an old immortal sect, would give face to a newly risen power, right? What's more, with the Xian Holy Land not entering, on what basis can they enter my spirit sky immortal sect? Even most of the feats in martial arts and sword techniques here in the book depository are from the Xian Holy Land. A few words. Hearing Bai Mengqi was like being struck by lightning, but immediately a trace of anger rose in her heart. Even if there is a possibility that my father has neglected the subclan, that's no reason for you to help the Xian heavenly sacred ground cultivate disciples. Listening to Bai Mengqi's words that were filled with anger, Mochizuki slowly got up. What? Are you trying to make a move against me, patriarch? A hint of coldness rose in his seemingly cloudy eyes, and looking at Bai Mengqi sobered him up a few points. She could never be a match for this murderum, not even before the old patriarch ascended. Taking a deep breath, she calmed down a few points as well, only for the suffocation in her heart to grow stronger. This honored one does not have this intention. It is only that the main clan has just suffered such a change. This honored one's heart has not yet been dispelled, and for a time he was not able to control his emotions. Murdoch nodded his head and turned toward the outside of the hall. Anyway, I've already advised on this matter, so it's up to the patriarch himself to decide. Bai Mengqi nodded, then stood up and rarely spoke. Greetings to Elder Mo. This action drew a cold smile from Manhwa's heart, but he did not take it to heart. This Bai Mengqi's ability to provoke trouble he also counted to have seen. If the trouble really once again descends on this branch, he will not hesitate to leave. Change a place to retire. Jade Void Spirit State. Qingfeng Sword Pavilion. Sword Skill Hall. This is the entire content of the enlightened sword technique. All fellow disciples may practice diligently and strive to comprehend it as soon as possible in order to enhance the overall strength of my Qingfeng Sword Pavilion. Jane asked Xin to open her mouth with a spring in her step, her heart filled with joy. Just the day before, his own prospective chief disciple had handed himself a copy of the basic sword skill, a sword skill that he had completely despised at first. However, after a little bit of perception, he was able to easily grasp the sword skill that he had not understood for more than 100 years, and he could not help but attach importance to this sword skill. After many attempts, he had mastered 13 new sword techniques in one night, and thus the scene before him. He had wanted to wait for Heart Moon's soul to be repaired and then erase that broken soul, but he didn't expect this guy to have such tactics. Such a wizard. Naturally it is better to stay in the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion, wait for some time then go to the ancestral land to see, help him pick a body. That afternoon, however, he was shocked once again. You're saying that you didn't start this enlightened sword technique? Jane asked, her heart to be a little surprised. Broken Soul said, indeed not. This sword skill was created by Lu Yuan, and Lu Xuanwei, who practiced the Broken Soul sword intent, had comprehended this sword skill, and I had occupied her dominant consciousness and gained a part of his memories. Lu Yuan. Jane asked the heart to look down and ponder. This person's attainments in the way of the sword are far above Lan Xingyue's. And it's no exaggeration to say that basic sword techniques such as the enlightened sword technique have 3 of them in Lu Xuanwei's memories. It was all realized by Lu Yuan and taught to her. Broken Soul said. In an instant, Jian Wenxin's interest in Lu Yuan climbed dramatically. But why had he never heard of Lu Yuan's name? After all, such a sword Dao wizard should not be unknown. Just as Jian Wenxin was pondering, Broken Soul's voice was once again ringing out. I have quite a lot of things about the Spirit Sky Immortal sect here, including the reason for their rapid rise. Jane asked, raising an eyebrow. How much do you know? All of it. And what does all this have to do with that Lu Yuan? Jane asked. Broken Soul laughed lightly. It's not an exaggeration to say that without Lu Yuan, even if the Spirit Sky sect had a 10,000-year heritage, it wouldn't have been possible for it to become the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, and it's even possible for it to have completely disappeared 100 years ago. Jane asked her heart to be interested at once. So, Broken Soul told what he saw in Lu Xuanwei's memory. A void rift? The sect's overall cultivation has risen by at least one great realm in just a few decades. Jane asked, the heart amazed. There are such magical things in the world. That's right. It's just a pity that after Lu Yuan retreated from the sect, the void rift stopped gushing out spiritual qi and released evil qi instead, constantly eroding the heaven and earth spiritual qi of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. Broken Soul explained. Jian Qingshan pondered. So it seems that as long as Lu Yuan continues to stay in the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, that pure aura will always be supplied? Broken Soul denied. All I can say is not necessarily. Jian Wenxin laughed brightly. Judging from this person's enlightenment, even if his cultivation is ruined, he is still a rare talent for my Qingfeng Sword Pavilion. He immediately took out a transmission note. Pass on my order that with immediate effect, Sword Pavilion disciples going out for training must inquire about a disciple named Lu Yuan. If you come across this person, be sure to respectfully invite him to my Jade Void Spirit State, and my father will personally receive him. As the words fell, the transmission note flew into the sky above the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion and quickly burned, finally bursting apart and spilling down as a rain of light. And at the same time, such words rang in the ears of every Sword Pavilion disciple, which could not help but make them a little surprised. One must know that the last time such a transmission was utilized was 300 years ago, and that time it was a full-scale war with one of the 10 great immortal sects, the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace. This Lu Yuan, what can he do? Chapter 89, Bai Mengqi seeks help from the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace. Crested Butte Mountain State. Along with the news of the destruction of the main sect of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect spreading, many of the smaller sects that had originally relied on the Spirit Sky Immortal sect to do their bidding ushered in the liquidation of their home. There were even countless cultivators who rushed towards the ruins of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect like crushing carp across the river, as they dug into the main sect of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, constantly searching for the so-called opportunity. A scene as if locusts were passing through, and all of these Lu Yuan already didn't care. He advanced along the road that he left the spiritual immortal sect that day, but in half a day, he came to that one mountain village. This was the place where he had first met Dr. Zhang Shen again, and now more than 3 months had passed. Following his memory, he arrived at the residence of the Zhang Divine Doctor, but only saw a middle-aged man sitting at a table writing something, and in the courtyard there were 2 little medicine boys sweeping up the fallen leaves. Without waiting for Lu Yuan to open his mouth, one of the little medicine boys quickly greeted him. Is the gentleman looking for a doctor? Only after the words fell, another little medicine boy greeted him. Is there something wrong with you, sir? Lu Yuan lightly laughed and shook his head, and was about to turn around and leave when he heard a cry of alarm, and the middle-aged man rushed out as well. Immortal Master, stay back. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at the middle-aged man who had hurriedly arrived. The man was seen to give a respectful junior salute to Lu Yuan, before he took out a letter from his sleeve. This was left by my master before he went out on his travels, and he ordered my juniors to be sure to hand it over to the Immortal Master in person when they meet him. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. You know me? The middle-aged man shook his head. There was a portrait of the Immortal Master's back hanging in the house of the family master, and the younger generation watched it daily, which is how they recognized the Immortal Master at a glance. Lu Yuan nodded his head, and only then did he take a closer look at the middle-aged man in front of him. This person's breath was calm and steady. He had already entered the cultivation, and although his cultivation level was only the 5th level of qi refining, it was relatively solid. This time I have prepared to leave Tsuiwei Mountain State. Perhaps I won't see your master again. Then if he comes back, you will greet him for me. Lu Yuan smiled and said, turning around in a flash and already flying dozens of feet away. He came here originally to meet his old friend, and now he knows that he has successfully formed Dan when he learns that he has been traveling, which is also reassuring. With this in mind, he headed straight for 9 heavenly cities. After flying for 5 days, Lu Yuan arrived at the 9 heavenly cities and casually found an inn to stay at. Only after he had taken care of everything did Lu Yuan settle down to analyze where Bai Mengqi and the girls would go. However, if one thought about this matter, one would know that it was unlikely that they would ever travel to the heavenly oracle Lanzhou and the purple Yuan Tangzhou. After all, What the Tao Heavenly Disc had seen was the clear wind sword pavilion master decapitating the spirit sky immortal sect's main sect. And the one who brought the person here was the star immortal mansion elder. Thinking of the Hao Frost prefecture, Lu Yuan couldn't help but have the dream about the subclan sect head elder come to his mind. This person cultivated the 10,000 Shadows Tao canon and was known for his bizarre and unexpected stances. After Yi Xiaolin sacrificed half of the Xian Huang ancient realm's living beings to ascend, that branch encountered a siege from the Xian Tian sacred ground, and he fought 13 Mahayana stage cultivators all by himself, finally exchanging his life for 5 of them. Such a record is a formidable and impressive one, but in the dream, he was also forced to meet the battle. If he had known that Yi Xiaolin's move, he was afraid that he would have packed up his things and returned to the mountains again. For this person, Lu Yuan only had one thought: as long as he prevented himself from killing by Mengqi, then he would be immortal. The 10,000 Shadows Tao code is not invincible. Slowly exhaling a breath, Lu Yuan's consciousness sank into the void rift. At once, he saw a twisted and distorted picture presented in Lu Yuan's eyes, while in the extreme distance, a dozen black shadows came hiding in the air and stood in front of Lu Yuan. They surrounded Lu Yuan in a group. Their bodies were filled with fierce aura, and their killing intent almost condensed into substance. In the next moment, a dozen black shadows knelt down in unison towards Lu Yuan, and their fury dissipated in an instant. The corners of Lu Yuan's lips lifted slightly, and he couldn't help but recall the dream in which Yi Xiaolin, who had a harmonization stage cultivation, entered this void rift for the first time, and when he saw these dozens of black shadows surrounding him, he was actually directly scared to the point that he fell to the ground on his butt. It was like a child who had seen a monster, which was really ridiculous. With a light lift of his right hand, a dozen black shadows immediately stood up and turned around, standing around Lu Yuan like a single guard. Lu Yuan also did not care, directly took out the Taoist heavenly plate, and the rich evil chi that filled the sky and earth with a thought surged to the Taoist heavenly plate. He saw the space in front of Lu Yuan distorting up, and then rich and pure spiritual chi surged into his meridians through the connection between the Tao heavenly disc and Lu Yuan. In an instant, the originally silent meridians ushered in spiritual chi like a Yangtze river, and quickly converged towards the Dantian. The aura intruded into the Tsong Dome Yuan Sea, and was immediately swallowed by the chaotic elements that filled it, and was rapidly assimilated. White Moon Frost Prefecture, Spirit Sky Immortal Sect Subsect, Skyfrost Grand Hall. Bai Mengqi paced back and forth in the hall, looking outside the hall from time to time as if waiting for something. Finally, as she stopped to look outside the temple once again, a golden aura flew from the distance, arriving in front of her eyes in a flash. She was busy stepping forward to grab the golden on, when a cold female voice sounded in her mind. Your request is agreed to by this honored one, but this honored one's request remains unchanged in the slightest. If you agree to it, this honored one will dispatch a few disciples with good talent to assist the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect questioning on a later date. Bai Mengqi's heart was delighted. Dizzy hands pinched knots. Suddenly the golden aura in his hand burned up, and was annihilated in a flash. With the purple cloud immortal palace assisting us, the Qingfeng sword pavilion is not enough to fear. She instantly relaxed, turning around and instantly her figure had disappeared from its original spot, arriving at her cave residence in the branch here. In fact, when she was able to travel to the Immortal Sect questioning conference, all the way unhindered, she could not be separated from the purple cloud immortal palace's covert maneuvering, and after she stated her purpose, it was also the Violet Cloud Immortal Palace that took the lead in agreeing to rank the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect as an immortal sect. In the end, when the Lingxiao Immortal Sect was able to be so smoothly ranked among the top 10 immortal sects, the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace was the biggest push, and they had feuded with the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion and suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion, which caused them to suffer a great deal of vitality and hold a grudge against the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion even more. Supporting the Spirit Immortal Sect to rise up was only to limit the development of the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion. At this moment, 10 million miles away in the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace, a woman was bathing in the spiritual spring, and a few young girls at the side were holding bushels of fans and delicacies, serving the woman bathing in the spiritual spring with all their heart and soul. Her figure was exquisite, her skin as delicate and flawless as the first snow, gently enveloped by the soft light of the spirit spring, adding a bit more of an unearthly immortal aura. Her long hair was like a waterfall, casually scattered in the middle of the spiritual spring, gently swaying with the water waves. This woman is the palace master of the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace, Yu Lingshi, with a late Mahayana cultivation. Her face is absolutely beautiful. At this moment slightly closed eyes are all show charming. See those several maid-like female disciples' pretty face slightly red. Suddenly, Yu Lingshi seemed to notice something and slowly opened her eyes. The corner of her lips also hooked up a faint smile at this moment. Not bad at all. It's not a waste of my father's efforts to make the Spirit Sky Immortal sect among the top 10 immortal sects. Chapter 90, The Fifth Grasp. Fabric Origin. Fong had already sensed Bai Mingqi's reply, and she was suddenly in a good mood. She wriggled her waist and got up from the spiritual spring, and at once, several female disciples were busy coming forward to change her clothes. She was also happy to enjoy the services of a few disciples. After changing her clothes, she lazily leaned back in a rattan chair, and immediately 2 disciples came forward with bushel fans and gently fanned them. Not long after, she drew up a list and handed it to the disciple waiting not far away. Have the few people up here depart immediately for the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect's Haoyue Frost Prefecture branch. Yu Lingshi said directly. That disciple didn't ask too many questions, took it with both hands and exited the place. Purple Cloud Immortal Palace has 1 palace and 32 gates, one of which is full of women, and each gifted near demon. And of the 7 people she had chosen, each one of them was a heavenly beauty, and 2 of them were even her personal disciples. However, she didn't know that Bai Mingqi didn't have any good intentions with this move. 3 days later, the White Moon Frost State. Frost and snow are in the air, and the wind is cold. Lu Yuan stood on the top of a snowy mountain, looking at the white blanket, his brows knitted slightly. Now that his cultivation had reached the middle stage of Jindan, he had reached the best time to perfectly refine his own life sword. At this moment, the green spirit immortal landing hovered in front of him, a faint spiritual radiance lingering on it, and the powerful sword aura caused the snowflakes that came close to it to be chopped into nothingness. In the past, his original sword was nothing more than the grade of a mid-grade talismanic treasure, and even though it was subsequently sacrificed by him with materials to the upper grade, it was not enough to look at. And in the dream, Lu Yuan refining after the recultivation of the original life sword called Infinite Sword, is an ancient treasure sword, grade top dead on the quasi-spiritual treasure only, although strong but cannot play out his full strength. Now that he had an innate spirit sword like the green spirit immortal fall in his hands, Lu Yuan would cut down all the obstacles in the path of immortality and ascend at an early date. Slowly exhaling a breath, Lu Yuan sat cross-legged on the top of the snowy mountain. He closed his eyes and concentrated, and with a thought, the green spirit immortal drop slowly hovered in front of his chest, and the tip of the sword lightly trembled. As he took a deep breath, the golden Dan in the Tsung Dome Yuan Sea of Lu Yuan's body began to rotate violently, releasing monstrous chaotic torrents, like a river breaking its banks, surging and surging. This chaotic element was guided by Lu Yuan to the top of his hands, transforming into 2 golden pillars of light that rapidly approached the green spirit immortal fall sword. The heart of the sword is united, and the spirit and God are in harmony. Lu Yuan's eyes condensed, and his hands violently pushed forward. The golden pillar of light instantly mingled with the green spirit immortal fall sword, erupting into a dazzling light, reflecting the entire snowy mountain into gold color, as if it was a golden mountain. At this moment, Lu Yuan could clearly feel that he had established some sort of mysterious connection with the green spirit immortal drop, and could clearly feel every trace of the fluctuation of spiritual energy contained in the sword. It was even able to direct the flow of this spiritual energy according to its own will. As the refining process deepened, the body of the green spirit immortal fall sword gradually became warm and moist like jade, and the green spiritual light on the sword became more solid, as if it contained an even deeper power. After several hours of refining, when the last trace of chaotic element mobilized was incorporated into the green spirit immortal fall, the entire refining process finally came to a successful conclusion. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and an unprecedented light flashed in his eyes. He gently waved the green spirit immortal fall in his hand, only to see the sword light like a dragon, slicing through the sky, leaving behind a faint green-colored sword mark, revealing its unparalleled power. The snow seems to have stopped going at this moment. The wind that had been whistling past also subsided for a moment, and everything around seems to have fallen into silence. When the fierce wind came again wrapped in heavy snow, Lu Yuan had long disappeared from the spot, and in the extreme distance, a figure marched forward in the wind and snow, as if it was not affected by this wind and snow in the slightest. Meanwhile, in the Xian Yuan Dao state, the Xian Tian Holy Land, oh, that Spirit Sky Immortal sect is holding a Dao couple ceremony for their chief, and actually invited us specifically? A middle-aged man with frosty temples, slightly thin, and a goatee looked at the messenger in front of him and opened his mouth with a raised eyebrow. Husband, wasn't the main sect of that Spirit Sky Immortal sect destroyed? How could it still be holding the sect chief's Dao couple ceremony? A palace-suited beautiful woman sniffed and took 2 steps forward, looking at that middle-aged and asked softly, "This girl is extremely beautiful. The body comes with a young woman's unique gentle flavor, eyes as clear as autumn water. Occasionally flow seems to have stars flashing." This middle-aged man was none other than the Holy Lord of the Xian Tian Holy Land, Ji Heng, and that beautiful woman in palace dress is this Ji Heng's Taoist couple. The world all call it Qing Fei Fairy. That by Mengqi is not a saving grace. I don't know what maneuver was used to escape to the White Moonfrost Prefecture subclass, and it was considered to have picked up a life. Ji Hong analyzed. Now that she's in such a hurry to hold a Dao couple ceremony for the sect chief, it's obvious that she's trying to take the opportunity to harvest some of my Xian heavenly sacred ground. The calculations are quite good. It's just a pity that my father doesn't fall for them. He smiled to himself as he finished speaking. The toughness of the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion he had seen more than 2,000 years ago. After that battle was fought, the Xian Tian Holy Land only slowed down for more than 200 years. And that was only with the support of the many spirit veins of the Haoyue Frost State. Without the spirit veins of the White Moonfrost Prefecture, I'm afraid that it wouldn't necessarily be slowed down for 500 years. So are we still going? Fairy Qingyu asked. Ji Hong laughed lightly and lowered his head to caress the woman's hair. Of course we'll go, only we'll have to prepare properly. My father doesn't want to be misunderstood by the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion, he said as he picked up the beautiful woman in his arms. Today this honored one is in a good mood. Tonight is destined to be sleepless. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Fairy Qingyu's pretty face slightly reddened and she only gave a low Seeing this scene, Ji Heng's mood got better and better as he hugged the beautiful woman and left this place with great strides. 3 more days passed by, and the white moon frosted the state. Looking at the wind and snow for days, Lu Yuan was also a bit helpless, so he simply cut out a snow cave with his sword and entered it to rest for a while. Also by the way, prepare for the 5th catch of the treasure. Injecting the chaotic element into the Tao heavenly disk as wisps, the spiritual light immediately flourished. However, the treasure captured this time was a top-grade spirit umbrella named Skyfall Umbrella, an item that would be treated well in any sect. But for Lu Yuan, it was a bit of a chicken rib. Having no choice but to crush it with the help of the Tao Heavenly Plate, Lu Yuan could only turn it into a spiritual treasure origin. In his dreams, Yi Xiaolin had often grabbed things that were of little use, so he used the power of the Tao Dharma Heavenly Plate to crush them and turn them into Dharma treasure origins. The fabulous treasure origin, on the other hand, could be used to sacrifice useful fabulous treasures. Of course, it wasn't only the Tao Dharma Heavenly Plate that could be sacrificed with the origin of a magic treasure. After all, the silent pupil was formed through constant sacrifices. The treasure that was now in Lu Yuan's hands, the silent pupil could be said to be completely above the supreme treasure. The green spirit immortal drop was also an innate spirit sword, so this spiritual treasure origin could be said to be of little use to these 2 items. In that case it could only be used to refine the ancient treasure Sumeru ring. Chapter 91, The Arrival of the 7 Ladies of the Purple Cloud. Lu Yuan closed his eyes and concentrated, the chaotic elements surging around him, guiding the spiritual treasure origin to flow towards his fingertips and eventually into the Sumeru ring. In a blink of an eye, the light within the snowy cave blossomed, and the aura of the heavens and earth seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, frantically surging into the Sumeru ring. As time passed, complex runes and patterns began to surface on the surface of the Sumeru ring, and these runes were like living creatures, traveling and bouncing in the light, intertwining into an arcane picture. Lu Yuan's face was grave as he felt that the inside of the Sumeru ring was undergoing a sea change, and an unprecedented power was being nurtured within it. Within a short time, the scene therein was mapped out and landed on the snow-capped peaks. The 4 sky-high spirit trees covering the spirit wood hut grew and spread rapidly, and the ground broke open, growing a spirit tree seedling, forming a spirit wood forest with a momentum visible to the naked eye. Above the vast and boundless grassland, the green grass, as if stimulated, similarly began to grow wildly, and in a short time, it had already covered most of Little White, who was resting on the grassland. This is only 1 person high linden tree is also affected. In the aura of crazy moisturizing in just a few breaths will have adult man thigh thickness, but, the growth still just doesn't stop. Not long ago, his sleeping Xiaobai opened his eyes, stood up to see the grassland in front of him under the gale rolled up gusts of sea-like waves, and Xiaobai was also affected. The body of the demon element agitation, vaguely has broken through to the 6th stage of the trend. Looking further into the distance, the originally limited range of space was actually expanding rapidly at a speed that could be described as terrifying. Finally, when the last trace of the spiritual treasure origin was completely integrated into the Sumeru ring, a clear chirping sound echoed within the cave. Immediately afterward, a crystal clear ring that emitted a faint spiritual light took shape from the light. At this time, the Sumeru ring is no longer what it used to be. It has a faint spiritual pattern flowing on its surface, and the internal space is infinitely expanding, filled with rich spiritual qi. And to Lu Yuan's surprise, in the depths of the Sumeru ring's ring world, an illusory ball of light slowly condensed as if it was a spirit body. Spiritual treasure. The Sumeru ring had been promoted to a spiritual treasure and came with its own ring spirit. In that case, although the Sumeru ring was an ancient treasure, it should have already reached the quality of a quasi-spiritual treasure in itself. And compared to the past, there is a large forest of spirit trees in the Sumeru ring, in which the spiritual chi is much denser than in the outside world. Thinking so, Lu Yuan looked towards the still crazy blizzard outside and simply took out his map to carefully analyze the distance so far to the spirit sky immortal sect. At the same time, the White Moonfrost Prefecture's Sealfrost City was in its receiving formation. 7 beautiful figures stepped out from the teleportation light screen, and immediately the originally expressionless guards in the square were shocked by this sudden spectacle, each of them staring with their eyes wide open and their mouths slightly open, almost forgetting to breathe. But immediately after, they hastily withdrew their sight, not daring to meet the 7 women's eyes. After all, their highest cultivation level was only Jin Dan, while those 7 women were all at the god transformation stage cultivation. In this regard, the 7 women did not care in the slightest that the leader of the Hands of a Seal, immediately in front of the space fluctuations, and then a talisman seal seems to break through the air to fly out. This is the guiding talisman given to them by elixir, which will guide them straight to the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect subsect of the White Moonfrost Prefecture. As the receiving talisman was activated, there was a surge of true essence around the 7 women, and in the next instant, they transformed into 7 brilliant streams of light, cutting across the sky above Sealfrost City, heading straight for the wind and snow outside the city guard formation. When the 7 figures pierced through the wind and snow, they each performed a recluse technique and were soon gone. A quarter of an hour later, another figure stepped out from the reception formation. She was slightly haggard, her clothes were all a bit wrinkled, while her long hair was a bit messy and scattered behind her. The master and the girls are bound to be here, Xin Jinxian said, then went up towards the city. In the Tsuweiwei Mountain Prefecture, she had been chased by all sorts of people from the Tianyan sect, and it was with great difficulty that she had escaped to the Nine Heavens City, arriving here through the teleportation array. Previously, after she had heard about the destruction of the main sect of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect from people's mouths, she analyzed that the White Moonfrost Prefecture was the only place where her master could go, or rather, the only place she dared to go given the situation. After a brief respite in the city, she left Sealfrost City with the same determination and walked into the raging blizzard. She had been to this branch once before, when the branch was established, and she came here with Elder Qingzhu to attend the ceremony. Therefore, he could say that he remembered the road to the subdivision very clearly. 5 days later, the Heavenly Frost branch of the Spirit Immortal Sect. Do you mean that you want me to couple up with that chief disciple of yours in order to reap the congratulatory gifts of the Xin Heavenly Holy Land? In the Heavenly Frost Great Hall, the woman's clear and cold voice rang out with a few moments of doubt and displeasure. She was dressed in a long dress as elegant as water, face cold and dusty, between the eyebrows own extraordinary gas, like a cold moon under the clear light, comes with a refusal to people outside of the cold temperament. On the side, the other 6 women with equally stunning looks were also looking at each other at the moment, with puzzlement welling up in their eyes. These 7 women were the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace disciples sent by the Palace Master of the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace to assist the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, and that person who spoke was called Fairy Yuehua, one of the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace Master's personal disciples. Please also be at ease. This honored one is not coveting anything from you by making this request. It's just that my Spirit Sky Immortal Sect has just suffered a great disaster nowadays, and it's the time when resources are in short supply. Bai Mengqi explained in a serious manner. This Tao couple conference is just for show, and with you guys here, it's hard for that Xian Tian Holy Land Holy Lord not to bleed, which also facilitates your subsequent cultivation, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Fairy Yuehua subconsciously looked at Yi Xiaolin, who was standing on the side of Bai Mengqi, and the latter, as if sensing the other party's line of sight, immediately became headstrong. It seems a bit contrived. Immortal Yuehua was instantly dissatisfied and could be said to despise Yi Xiaolin from the bottom of her heart. The cultivation level was weak and the foundation wasn't solid enough, so the only thing that could be taken for granted was just the point of being a 26-year-old Yuaning cultivator. If she was looking for a Taoist couple, she wouldn't find such a guy even if she died. But this was a task given to them by their master, so they could only carry it out as it was for now. Yes, I promise, but I have to remind Senior, it's just a play. Don't get caught up in it and take it for real and end up drawing fire, Fairy Yuehua said, not giving Bai Mengqi any face at all. In response, Bai Mengqi was not annoyed. These 7 people were originally the furnace tripods she had found for Yi Xiaolin, so how could she take their threats to heart? This was her territory, and even though their natural talent was terrifying, they were only at the level of transformation god cultivation. In front of her, a Mahayana cultivator, what waves could they make? This is naturally known to this honored one. Now that this honored one still has things to attend to, so please follow this honored one's second disciple to the cave to rest. As the words fell, Lin Shurhan stepped out and led the 7 women out of the Heavenly Frost Great Hall. Chapter 92 Unexpected Harvest Outside the Sky Frost Subclan. Master. The strength of the disciple sent by the Violet Cloud Immortal Palace seems to be somewhat stronger. Only after the 7 women had completely left the Heavenly Frost Great Hall did Ji Xiaolin come to Bai Mengqi's side and said. Bai Mengqi glanced at Yi Xiaolin and raised her hand to gently rub his head. That Purple Cloud Immortal Palace Master was the one who picked the person according to the Immortal Sect's questioning standards, and can only be considered moderate, so you don't have to worry about that. Yi Xiaolin looked outside the hall, while the figures of the 7 women kept surfacing in his mind. He couldn't help but purse his lips and gulp a mouthful of water. But I'm still some distance away from their cultivation level, so I'm afraid they won't feel at ease to cooperate. Upon hearing this, Bai Mengqi's brows furrowed slightly. In the sect, there are a handful of Yuaning cultivators. My teacher has arranged everything for you. You just need to cultivate daily. Yi Xiaolin was stunned. What did this mean? Yet that night Yi Xiaolin knew it. He didn't have much heart to cultivate. His cultivation basically relied on the system exchange when he was in the primary realm, and he was preparing to go to bed at the moment. Right at this moment, an unconscious woman was brought over by Bai Mengqi and directly thrown onto Yi Xiaolin's bed. Yi Xiaolin was visibly stunned. Only before he could speak, he heard Bai Mengqi's voice ring out, "Control the degree of harvesting yin and replenishing yang." After saying that, her figure disappeared in place. Only then did Ji Xiaolin come back to his senses and look at the unconscious woman. This person he has seen. Yuaning middle stage cultivation. Nature is cool. Had a few face-to-face. And as far as the situation at hand was concerned, that woman Bai Mengqi clearly wanted to let herself maximize her yin harvesting to the extreme. This woman. She's crazy. I just don't know what she'll do when her cultivation reaches merging. Could Murphy have sent himself over? Thinking of this, Yi Xiaolin didn't hold back his smile, and a touch of greed surfaced in his eyes. System, exchange me for the top-level yin harvesting technique. Successfully exchanged for the heaven nurturing technique at a cost of 10,000 chi luck values. The host has automatically comprehended the nurturing heaven technique. At that moment, Yi Xiaolin only felt a huge wave of information pouring into his mind. And then there was a lot more information related to dual cultivation in his mind. He once again looked at the female cultivator, and an evil light flashed in his eyes. And at this moment, on top of one of the mountain tops of the sect, Bai Mengqi's eyebrows were slightly knitted as she looked towards Yi Xiaolin's cave from time to time. It seemed to tussle with whether or not her actions were right. Yet in just a moment she was firm in her thoughts. Everything he had done was so that the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect could rise, and it was completely normal to make sacrifices on the way. At the same time, the ink dust cave, a soft sigh came out, and Mo Dust took out a map, on which the 72 states of the Xian Huang ancient realm were clearly inscribed. Bai Mengqi, you gave the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace again. This Heavenly Frost subsector can't stay. When the Dao couple ceremony is over, go out and practice yourself, so as not to draw fire. With this in mind, he began to look closely at the map. Finally his eyes rested on the east of the map. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by, and the Skyfrost subsect was already festive with lights and colors. On top of a mountaintop outside the sect, Lu Yuan, who was watching all of this, slightly hooked his lips. The main clan had just been extinguished and held the Dao couple ceremony with lights and colors. Rather like Bai Mengqi's style, Lu Yuan had seen it in his dream. When the Oracle Lanzhao branch was destroyed, she lightly took over the statistics of the losses and plunged into the joy of intercourse again that night. And at that time, Yi Xiaolin was proceeding to impact the Mahayana cultivation level. But it's disgusting. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and turned around to go down the mountain. It was obviously unrealistic to rush in directly. After all, the puppet cultivation was not enough to decapitate Bai Mengqi, but it was possible to ambush the place. After all, the 10,000 years snow lotus was about to descend. In the dream, in order to enhance Yi Xiaolin's cultivation, Bai Mengqi personally led him to the scramble and succeeded in capturing the 10,000 years snow lotus, which was used to enhance his cultivation. Moreover, in this competition for the 10,000-year-old snow lotus, Yi Xiaolin had even managed to obtain a copy of the polar cold marrow that could maximize the improvement of his physique. It was also because of this portion of polar cold marrow that Yi Xiaolin's star Yuan vein body became completely pure, and he could independently raise his cultivation level by simply bathing in the light of the stars and moon every night. Now, Lu Yuan would not let him have his way. Just as he turned around, a breath-counting aura broke into his perception. Qin Jin Shen. Lu Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He had originally come over to step on the spot, but he didn't expect any surprises. In the dream, Qin Jinshan basically did nothing to Lu Yuan, but she knew and was even present when Yin Mengyao shaved her Dan twice. When Su Wan brought her spirit beasts to tear at Lu Yuan many times, And even when Bai Mingqi came to suppress Lu Yuan to the point of breaking his tendons and bones whenever he had a bad day, Lu Yuan could never forget the cold and disgusted look in her eyes. And such indifference was even more abhorrent in comparison to Yin Mengyao and the others. In just a flash, the green spirit immortal fall broke through the air, and Lu Yuan grabbed the hilt of the sword as he headed straight for the source of the scent. Several miles away, Qin Jinxian walked through the wind and snow, stopping from time to time to look up, yet all that was seen was nothing but snow and wind. She was a water and earth dual spirit root, and in the middle of this icy sky and snow with no magic treasures to protect her from the cold, for 8 whole days, and no spirit stones to replenish her. Even with her Yuaning cultivation, she was somewhat unable to withstand it. Just as she stopped once more to take out her map, a sense of crisis arose, and she subconsciously took out a golden array disc. Boom! The sword chi tore through the wind and snow like a pike, crashing mercilessly on top of the formation that Qin Jinxian had just catalyzed. The terrifying force shook Qin Jinxian to the point that she flew backwards, collapsing a short mountain made of ice and snow before she managed to stabilize herself. In a panic, she successively activated 3 defense formations before she opened her mouth. I am the 3rd female disciple under the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect's patriarch, Qin Jinxian, and I hope that your excellency will be able to inform us. Subconsciously she thought that the person who attacked was arranged by her master. After all, the main clan had only been overthrown not long ago, and a normal person would think of being more vigilant. But even if she thought about it, she couldn't possibly think that at this moment, the Skyfrost subsect was already decorated with lights and festivities, completely forgetting about the existence of her as an outgoing disciple. Seeing that the other party didn't continue to attack after her words were uttered, Qin Jinxian also let out a sigh of relief. However, it was also in this instant that the sword chi tore through the wind and snow, directly chopping on top of the outermost defense formation, which instantly crumbled. At that moment, Qin Jinxian only felt her body's chi and blood fluttering, just not waiting for her to push her true essence to set up the formation again. The 3-foot green blade instantly penetrated the second layer of the defense formation. Only a glass-shattering sound rang out, and the tip of the sword was directly against the last defense formation. Qin Jinxian was surprised and raised her eyes but only saw a familiar face. Big brother, Madaka. Sword chants resounded as the sword blade instantly pierced through the last layer of the formation and stabbed into Qin Jinxuan's heart. The whole thing flows without a minute's procrastination. Qin Jinxuan's eyes were wide with disbelief. The array disc fell to the ground, blood quickly staining her clothes red as the innate sword chi rushed into each of her meridians, brutally crushing them. Chapter 93 Golden Formation Plate. Teleportation to another world. 4. Why? Qin Jinxian asked with a trembling voice. Obviously, she was so eager to get Lu Yuan back, so eager for her senior sister and master teacher to accept Lu Yuan again. But why did he not hesitate to use his sword on himself when he saw him again after a farewell at the Spirit Abyss? However, he saw Lu Yuan raise his head, the bottom of his eyes were cold, and his complexion was full of icy cold. Looking at Qin Jinxuan's heart trembled. Indifferently sweeping a glance at her, Lu Yuan put away his sword and turned around, his figure quickly disappearing into the wind and snow. It was also at this moment that the Tao Dharma heavenly plate bloomed with spiritual radiance, and at the same moment, the golden array plate dyed with Qin Jinxuan's blood, bloomed with golden light, instantly flew up, and manifested a golden light that enveloped it. For these, Qin Jinxian had already completely failed to perceive that innate sword chi was still continuously destroying her meridians, and all her vitality was continuously being lost. Buzz! Suddenly, the space distorted, the array disc was squeezed by the terrifying pressure, emitting a thin clicking sound, and silk cracks emerged from above the array disc. Also at this time, Qin Jinxuan's heart blood seemed to be attracted and slowly floated up, quickly integrating into the array disc. A questioning sound rang out as the golden array plate instantly shattered, and the bizarre force directly grabbed at Qin Jinxian in this instant. Boom! However, at that moment, the golden array plate that exploded into countless pieces was actually attracted by the strange power and reorganized in a flash. Also at this instant, a dazzling golden aura enveloped Qin Jinxian, blinding as if it was a blazing sun. In the distance, Lu Yuan, who had sensed this change, looked back and couldn't help but furrow his brows. He suddenly recalled that formation disc of Qin Jinxuan's, which seemed to have been brought out from a site when he first entered Jindan 100 years ago. At that time, he felt that it was of little use, so he directly gave it to Qin Jinxian, and she treasured it so much that her cultivation had just reached Jindan when she directly refined it into an innate array plate. Looking at this scene now, it seems that some of the prohibitions of that array disc have been triggered. Lu Yuan lightly laughed and shook his head. Anyway, that sword stabbed out by himself. The depression in his heart about her also subsided, and it was also considered to be a clear thought. Now that her life and death had nothing to do with him, Even if she came back to life, Lu Yuan wouldn't care. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yuan walked straight towards the distance, his figure quickly disappearing in the wind and snow. Just before leaving, he subconsciously glanced at the sky. For some reason, he always felt as if something existed there, and that something was something he could not currently perceive. Right after Lu Yuan turned away, Qin Jinchuan's consciousness was completely blurred, and under the cover of this array plate's golden aura, her body began to disappear a little bit, only that this disappearance was not turning into flying dust, but was like teleportation that way. Bathed in this golden aura, the innate sword chi was quickly worn down, and the twisted meridians were rapidly recovering. When Qin Jinxian opened her eyes again, she was already in another world, and this side of the world is not the ancient world of Shenhuang. At this moment, two images surfaced in Qin Jinchuan's mind, two images that made her unexpected. The first image was of her coldly watching her fellow disciples torturing Lu Yuan in various ways, and it was heartbreaking to see her personally tear up. It also thoroughly looked at his own senior sister and brother, and even more so, his own master. Lu Yuan Ming loves them so much and takes care of them so much, especially Yi Xiaolin. When that one fragrant picture appeared, she almost couldn't hold back from spitting it out. And in that dream, Qin Jinxian was also the only one who hadn't been fingered by Yi Xiaolin. Only in the end, she became a victim of Yi Xiaolin's sacrificial ascension. As for the second image, there was no void rift in it. There was no junior brother. There was just the various legendary experiences of the eldest brother. It was only after watching the second image that her heart grew more and more disgusted with her master and a few of her fellow disciples. Are they worthy of the experience in the second image? They don't deserve it. After this, Qin Jinxian started cultivating from scratch in this realm, using formations to enter the Tao, and eventually became a giant. The moment Qin Jinchuan's aura completely disappeared from the Shenhuang ancient realm, Bai Mengqi, who was directing her disciples to hang the colored lanterns, stiffened. Her pupils widened and her figure instantly disappeared from its original position. When it reappeared, it had already arrived at the place where Qin Jinxian had been earlier. Looking at the white snow all over the ground, her right hand flicked up, and the true essence in her body instantly eliminated a layer of snow. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw the piercing crimson. The blood had been frozen, but its lingering scent couldn't possibly fool anyone. Her breath became trembling. This Qin Jinxian was the second person she had high hopes for. After all, besides Lu Xuanwei, she was the only one who had a chance to reach the god of transformation in 3 years. But why is it suddenly gone? Suddenly, she remembered that she had thought of the three Lu Xuanwei and Yi Xiaolin when she used the leapstone, but only Qin Jinxian had not thought of her. It seems, she could have survived. With a shaking hand pressed against the frozen blood, her divine sense was immediately activated. For some unknown reason, a scene of Lu Yuan beheading Qin Jinxian had strangely surfaced in her sea of consciousness. That unrelenting sword stance, indifferent look, and mid-Jindan cultivation. Middle Jindan. Lu Yuan is already in the middle Jindan stage. How is this possible? He had obviously lost all his cultivation and had not been able to cultivate for 3 years. So why had he been able to reach the middle Jindan stage in just 3 months after leaving the Spirit Sky Immortal sect? At this moment, she had mixed feelings in her mind. A little while later, her expression became icy cold and her eyes were filled with killing intent. First of all, regardless of whether or not Lu Yuan had resumed his cultivation and how terrifying his talent was, now that he had first seriously injured Su Wan in the first place, and then beheaded Qin Jinxian in the second place, the matter could not just be left alone. The Dao couple ceremony could all be pushed back, and now that Lu Yuan was nearby, he had to be captured first. After the subsequent rebuilding of the main clan, he would also be able to continue suppressing the source of the evil aura to ensure that the Spirit Sky Immortal sect would have a continuous supply of dense aura. With this in mind, her figure disappeared in a flash, and when she reappeared, she had already returned to the Heavenly Frost subsect, while an order rang in the ears of every disciple. Immediately from the moment, the nest was poured out, and the Yuaning stage cultivators worked in groups of 3 to capture a person named Lu Yuan. Lin Shurhan sniffed and swept to the Heavenly Frost Great Hall with equally quick steps. Master, did you find Lu Yuan? She asked with some excitement. Bai Mengqi's expression was cold as she looked at Lin Shurhan. What were you expecting? Lin Shurhan froze slightly. What does senior mean by this? He killed the third senior sister. This honored one saw it with his own eyes. Boom! These words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in Lin Shurhan's head. After this, she opened her mouth several times, but couldn't make a single sound, while her eyes were filled with disbelief. To Lu Yuan, she was pitiful, and it was only after that deacon's sacrifice that she felt this way. If it were in the past, she would have only loathed Lu Yuan when she faced him. After a long time, she finally found her voice and mumbled, asking, even if he regained his cultivation, It's impossible for him to decapitate the third senior sister who possesses the cultivation of a Yuan Ing. Master, are you mistaken? Bai Mengqi sniffed and coldly swept a glance at her. Shi Xian, you'd better figure out your position. That Lu Yuan has fallen into the evil path and practiced evil kung fu. He's an enemy of our righteous sect. When he is captured and returned, my father will personally reveal his true colors. This honored one will skin him to the bone and put him in endless pain for eternity. Chapter 94 Outside the Heavenly Oracle Branch. War. The matter of the Dao couple ceremony being pushed back a month to be held soon spread to the Xian Tian Holy Land, and Holy Lord Jihan responded with a smile when he learned about it, not caring too much about it. The rest of the small clans breathed a long sigh of relief. After all, this was an opportunity for them to flatter the immortal sect. Pushing it back a month means they get an extra month to prepare their gifts. The Moonflower Fairy and the others who had learned of this news were happy to be free, and they closed their doors in their caves every day, intoxicated with cultivation. In the Elder's Cave, Ink Dust, who had learned of this news, frowned. There wasn't much evidence, but it always felt like Bai Mengqi was going to get into trouble again. He simply didn't hesitate any longer and threw the things in the cave into the Qin Kuan ring with a brain, then headed directly to the Heavenly Frost Great Hall. This was a place he didn't want to be in for a moment, and he couldn't guarantee that he'd be in trouble tomorrow. The 36 stratagems. Walking is the best plan. You said that Elder Chen of the Ziyuan Tang Prefecture invited you over for a visit? Hearing Ma Chuan's words of resignation, Bai Mengqi frowned slightly. Ink Dust bowed slightly. Exactly. Patriarch also knows that the Purple Yuan Tang State was originally the sphere of influence of the Star Immortal Mansion, and one of the most prevalent is the art of astrology and divination, and old Chen has learned some of it as well. Bai Mengqi raised her eyebrows. Then tell me, what has Elder Chen divined? Mo Dust's expression was as normal, his eyes flushed with reminiscence, saying, he deduced that the Tian Yuan Subsect's foundation was unstable and prone to collapse, and now that he has invited me to go there, I guess it's just for this matter. Moreover, the Star Immortal Mansion has recovered quite a bit of its vitality now, and is eyeing our clan's Tian Yuan subclan, so in order to avoid a repeat of the tragedy of the main clan's destruction, I hope that the Patriarch will make it happen. Upon hearing this, Bai Mengqi's face immediately became grave. It seemed that it was only until this moment that she remembered what the Heavenly Oracle subclan and the Heavenly Yuan subclan were about to go through, and her face immediately turned ugly. A moment later, she looked at Mo Chuan and said, there's no need for that. You immediately send a message to have the Heavenly Oracle subsector and the Heavenly Yuan subsector abandon their subsections and bring their subsections underpinnings with them to come to the Heavenly Frost subsector instantly. Murdoch? Could it be that the sect master is going to voluntarily cede the other two subsections and give up the chance to cunningly escape? Murdoch asked rhetorically. With the leapstone that Lu Yuan had brought out from the Void Rift, they would be able to instantly move to another subclan. Such a bizarre tactic could not be dealt with even by someone as strong as Jian Qingshan. And as long as the two subsects were still there, they still had a way to retreat. And once they gave up those two subclans, it meant that they would have no way back. Bai Mengqi fell into deep thought, but soon spoke again. You can go over there this time and move the leap array to a place that no one knows about. Then bring the disciples of the Tian Yuan subclan over immediately. As she spoke, she looked towards the heavy snow that had fallen for several days in a row outside the sect's large formation, and continued, it's also time for this Heavenly Frost subsect to expand a bit. Ma Chuan didn't care about Bai Mengqi's other words, and exited the Heavenly Frost Great Hall with his hand raised and arched. The moment he stepped out of the sect formation, the token that symbolized his identity was directly crushed by him, and then his figure directly disappeared into the wind and snow. Get a good retirement somewhere else. In fact, his idea of not ascending was simple. In the Xian Huang ancient realm he was already a ceiling-level cultivator. Wherever he went he received top-notch treatment. After this ascension is not certain. In case he still has to run errands for others as a little brother, then he cannot afford to come. It would be better to stay in the Xian Huang ancient realm to be at ease. At the same moment, Yi Xiaolin, who had learned of this news, was also relieved. He had just foreseen something. On the top of a huge snowy mountain less than 1,000 miles from this branch, a 10,000-year-old snow lotus was about to descend, and in the midst of this precognition, he sauntered forward and easily plucked the 10,000-year-old snow lotus. There was no scrambling, no killing in the entire process. All there was the true elemental shelter from Bai Mengqi, and in the process, he also killed a few secondary sons of Qi in the process, allowing the system's hunting function to rise another level. Originally, he had already prepared to redeem the cultivation ceiling function to deal with the next arrival at the Great Hall, but who would have thought that things would have developed to this point? What was even more unexpected was that precognition had actually returned. Moreover, the picking process existed, and in the end, the 10,000-year-old snow lotus arrived. which meant that it was a sure shot. With this in mind, he went directly to the Heavenly Frost Great Hall and informed Bai Mingqi of this matter. As for the time when the Snow Lotus would descend, Yi Xiaolin gave it exactly half a month later. Oracle Lanzhou. Outside the Oracle subclan, beneath the firmament, surrounded by clouds and mist, the Heavenly Oracle subsect of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect looked like a bright pearl set on the top of 10,000 mountains. Outside of it, a circle of faint spiritual light flowed, which was precisely the protector formation of the subsector here. 5 figures stood in front of the formation, their clothes fluttering, and a careful sensing, but found that these 5 people were actually all at the Mahayana stage cultivation. Yunsheng, what do you mean by this? Joining forces with the outer sect cultivators and bullying my subsect for having no one? A deep drink rang out from within the clan, followed by a white-haired but hale and hearty old man, who slowly stepped out from within the clan. This person was the head elder of the Heavenly Oracle subsect, Gu Qing. His gaze was like a torch as he looked straight at Yunsheng, his eyes filled with suppressed anger. Beside him, several harmonization stage elders followed, all of them with grave expressions, clearly shocked and puzzled by the scene before them. Yunsheng snorted coldly and did not reply, and when she raised her hand, the 4 people behind her immediately wanted to strike. Yunsheng, the sect master elder, spoke again, unable to stop his body from trembling with anger. Even if you want to break the formation and kill someone, you should at least let me die clearly, right? Yunsheng's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she directly said, I've already separated from the Spirit Sky Immortal sect, and I've made a heavenly Tao oath that I will definitely eradicate the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. Gu Qing froze slightly, then reacted, his face instantly grimacing. Detachment? That's a nice way of saying it, isn't it just treason? He snorted. It seems that the patriarch was right. You are the man of the wolf's heart. We should have guarded against you long ago. Yunsheng didn't care either, waving her hand for a split second. These 4 Mahayana cultivators borrowed from the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion took a step forward and stood side by side with Yunsheng. At that moment, a majestic stream of true essence surged out from their bodies and went straight to the clouds, as if they wanted to poke through the sky. No need for words. We'll see what happens under the hands, Yunsheng said. With that, the 5 of them simultaneously activated their cultivation, and 5 brilliant rays of light converged from their palms, transforming into a heaven-destroying attack that blasted straight towards that Big Dipper array of metaphysical light. Boom! Loud, deafening. The world for the color change. That originally impregnable Big Dipper Xian light array actually in the 5 people under the joint hands. There are cracks. Hidden has broken the trend of dissipation. Seeing this, Palm Sect Elder Gu Chang was enraged, and with a flip of his left hand a white array disc surfaced. Good. Since we've made our move, today we will not rest until we die. Chapter 95, The Unexpected? This seems just right. Cultivators within the Heavenly Oracle subsect, listen up. This father will give you one last chance to break away from the Spirit Sky Immortal sect. You still have a way to live. If you persist in this, you will surely die. Yunsheng's voice resounded like a morning bell and a twilight drum within the Heavenly Oracle subsect, echoing for a long time. Gu Cheng palmed the array disc with one hand and looked at Yunsheng indifferently. Your behavior is despicable, but it's not a bad way for them to live. He then moved his cultivation and his voice similarly resounded through the Heavenly Oracle subclan. You are free to choose. No matter what you choose, this elder will fight to the death to ensure that you can leave safely. With that, he threw a piece of white jade to the harmonization stage elder behind him. Take the disciples and deacons who are willing to continue following the Spirit Sky Immortal sect and leave the Heavenly Oracle branch. That harmonization stage elder was slightly stunned. Then he said with a firm expression, We will not retreat in a deadly battle. Only after the words fell, the voices of the remaining elders followed. We, who fight to the death, will not retreat. And at the same time, in the middle of the Heavenly Oracle subsect, the voices of a group of deacons and disciples also rang out. We, who fight to the death, will not retreat. Gu Qing froze slightly and then laughed painfully. Good. Fight to the death and don't retreat. Seeing this, Yunsheng sighed softly, her expression steeply becoming cold. Do it. In an instant, 5 terrifying auras shot up into the sky, and a shocking battle erupted. Even though Gu Qing pushed the array plate with all his might, he was unable to withstand the attack of the 5 Mahayana stage cultivators. However, in just half a day, the Heavenly Oracle subsect was destroyed, and all the cultivators within the sect died in battle. Looking at the broken Oracle branch, Yunsheng's complexion was somewhat complicated. Is it worth it to give one's own life for a favor from Master? She asked herself, then shook her head and turned to leave the area. As for the 4 Mahayana stage sword cultivators from the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion, they had resigned first long after the battle had ended. They, in turn, are going to proceed to take back the Oracle Lanzhou, and at the same time, far to the southwest of the Xianhuang ancient realm, on top of a lonely island, deep within its earth, in a true element cocoon room. Terrifying fluctuations of true essence were emitted, followed by a revival of a breath. As a spatial fluctuation emanated, an old figure appeared from the void. This was actually Gu Qing. He opened his mouth and spat out a talismanic seal, and his breath quickly recovered. Old friend Dao Yuan, this out-of-body incarnation is considered a way for me to repay your favor. Whether the spirit sky immortal sect lives or dies in the future has nothing to do with me. If you are a Mahayana cultivator, how could you not have some special means to save your life? Raising his eyes to look at the evening sunlight like fire in the sky, he murmured, "It's just a pity that the spirit sky immortal sect that you worked so hard to create will eventually be destroyed in the hands of that disciple of yours." He let out a bitter sigh. The most unfortunate thing is those foolishly loyal subsect disciples. Not too early to die early into the cycle of reincarnation. He suddenly laughed. After all, the walls are falling down. The spirit sky immortal sect has that idiot Bai Mingqi, and it's only a matter of time before it's overthrown. Instead of being abused by those who stomp on the ground and hold up the ground, it would be better for that sort of a Mahayana cultivator to be painful. As for the old man, it's time for a good rest and relaxation. After all, how the upper world is. The old man is also curious. As his words fell, the talisman seal instantly turned into flying ash, and his figure instantly disappeared away. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and the white moon frost state, the frost moon mountain range, under the dual influence of the chaotic element and the void rift, Lu Yuan's cultivation had reached Jindan perfection. At this moment, he was sitting in the Sumeru ring, blowing the wind that carried the scent of green grass as he attempted to impact the Yuaning, and on his side, a light blue light mass constantly surrounded him, landing on his heels from time to time, and then disappearing and appearing behind him in the next moment. Xiaobai then looked at Lu Yuan from afar and said helplessly, "Big brother is about to break through again. This is too fast, isn't it? I'm only at the 6th rank." After saying that, Xiaobai simply lay down on the ground, and before long actually sounded a low snoring sound. At the same time, in Lu Yuan's Tsong Dong Yuan Si, the originally rounded Jindan seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force and began to rotate rapidly, emitting dazzling light. With the passage of time, the golden Dan seemed to turn into a negotiating wheel of blazing sun in the middle of the Tsong Dong Yuan Si, rapidly illuminating the Tsong Dong Yuan Si. Also at this time, the chaotic Yuan in the Yuan Si was still madly surging towards the Jindan, accompanied by a crisp clicking sound. Silk cracks emerged from the golden Dan, just like the cocoon that was about to break open. At that instant, Lu Yuan's aura around him was steeply elevated, while the spirit of Sumeru that was beside Lu Yuan seemed to sense something and subconsciously looked at Lu Yuan. At the same moment, above the sky dome of the world in the ring, dark clouds converged, actually forming a precursor to a heavenly calamity just like the outside world. However, at that moment, the spirit of Sumeru raised its head violently, and a force emerged, forcibly dispersing the thunderclouds that had already formed a thick momentum. It then jumped in front of Lu Yuan in one go, its sight staring straight at the sky, its round body bouncing around as if it was angrily rebuking the sky for not knowing what it was doing. Suddenly, a succession of crunching sounds rang out from Lu Yuan's vaulted Qi Si, and cracks had spread all over the Jindan, which finally shattered. Also at this moment, the huge vortex centered on the place where the Jindan was shattered, continuously devouring the chaotic Yuan in the Tsong Dong Yuan Si. As the vortex continued to devour, its center was rapidly changing, as if something was being congealed. Vaguely, a hazy baby shape gradually appeared, and a soft light enveloped it. As time passed, the infant's appearance became more and more complete, and its features gradually became clear. The firstborn, become. In an instant, Lu Yuan's cultivation easily stepped into the Yuaning stage and became a Yuaning cultivator. And at this moment in his Dantian, in the Tsong Dong Yuan Si, a child who was 7 times similar to Lu Yuan was sitting in meditation with his eyes closed, his body covered with a faint layer of golden aura. This, then, is the cultivator's Yuaning. With the Yuaning cultivation, this 10,000 years snow lotus fight, that Yi Xiaolin will certainly not be able to curry any favor. If possible, leave him here completely. Thinking so, Lu Yuan left the Sumeru ring and his figure appeared in a flash at the halfway point of that huge snowy peak. Days of heavy snow finally stopped. When you look into the distance into the eyes of a snow-white, cold air constantly erode Lu Yuan's body protection astral chi, as if there is a spirit. As he was looking out from afar, an unexpected figure broke into Lu Yuan's line of sight, causing his brows to furrow slightly. Seeing that person wearing a green coat, dressed as a middle-aged scribe, he was now walking step by step on the snow-covered mountain road. Knight was speechless. What's this guy doing here? Could it be that they are also here to compete for this 10,000-year-old snow lotus? Lu Yuan was a bit puzzled, and while he was thinking about it, He suddenly sensed something and turned his head towards the distance. Just above the dome of the sky in the distance, two black dots were rapidly enlarging, and that scent Lu Yuan was also very familiar. No wonder. In the dream, Bai Mengqi didn't accompany Yi Xiaolin to fetch the 10,000 years snow lotus, so it turns out that she was held back by Li Wuyan. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sneer. This seemed just right. Chapter 96, the two meet again. Lu Yuan simply disappeared into the Sumeru ring, relying on the Sumeru ring's spatial leap to directly arrive at the cold pool at the peak, keeping a lookout. In his dream, Lu Yuan had seen Yi Xiaolin's means of preserving his life many times, and the most bizarre one was the spatial leap, which was the most troublesome. However, space-blocking formations, Lu Yuan had seen quite a few of them in his dreams. With this in mind, he began to set up formations around this cold pool, also like the one outside Sanglong City. The point that served as the foundation of the array was so hidden that it was basically impossible to discover. Just as Lu Yuan was setting up the formation, Bai Mengqi led Yi Xiaolin to meet up with Li Wuyan, who was walking on the mountain path. Bai Mengqi immediately turned cold, her eyes wanting to spit fire. She opened her mouth to question. Li Wuyan, my spirit sky immortal sect has never offended you. On what basis did you lure Jin Qingshan here, causing the destruction of my main sect? Li Wuyan didn't hold back a laugh at his words. There's enlightenment tea at fellow Daoist Jane's place. I like it very much. Isn't it normal to exchange the news that you captured his disciple for a few cups of enlightenment tea? He gathered his smile and looked at Yi Xiaolin on Bai Mengqi's side, asking rhetorically, besides, I gave you a chance in the first place. It's you who didn't cherish it. Can you blame me for that? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaolin immediately remembered the previous experience of the Duor Zen temple, and immediately came to be angry as well. That Bodhi seed was not only targeted by our two parties, but also by a third party, and although I escaped with the help of the transportation technique, that Bodhi seed did not fall into my hands. Li Wuyan snorted at his words. Now that it's been so long since the incident, it must be whatever you want to say. Anyway, I only saw you leave with the Bodhi seed. His expression was steeply icy. Today, this 10,000-year snow lotus descends into the world. I'm afraid you little fellow won't have much of a chance, unless you hand over the Bodhi seed. Yi Xiaolin froze slightly and then reacted. No wonder he was the only one among the foreknowledge who traveled to the peak to pick the snow lotus. So this was the reason. As expected, Bai Mengqi's voice rang out, Shaolin, you immediately go up the mountain and pick the 10,000 years snow lotus and devour and refine it on the spot. And my master will hold this guy off for you. As she spoke, Bai Mengqi's eyes were filled with coldness. If this guy hadn't run off and complained, how would the main plan have been overthrown? Li Wuyan raised an eyebrow at his words. What? The injuries brought to you by fellow Daoist Jane have healed? You even dare to call me out? Bai Mengqi snorted coldly. In this place of extreme cold, my father's Dao diffractive ice spirit has an inexhaustible supply of cold ice aura. So what makes you think that my father doesn't have a chance of winning? This Dao diffractive ice spirit sword was brought out by the old patriarch from a place named Frost Rinse Cold Prefecture in the north of the Xinhuang ancient realm when he first entered the harmonization stage in one place. And there is a clan site. And this Dao diffractive ice spirit is the sword of the clan. At that time, the old patriarch's retrieval of the sword also utilized Bai Mengqi's heartblood, which brought out the sword. As for using the Dao diffusion ice spirit, it required an extreme ice spirit root and a huge amount of ice attribute true essence or aura. In this white moon frost state, Bai Mengqi could bring the strength of the Dao diffraction ice spirit into full play. Li Wuyan raised an eyebrow at his words, then directly took out an astrolabe. In that case, let me watch and learn, to see whether your innate spirit sword is sharp or my astrolabe is weird. The moment the words fell, the majestic true essence madly surged into the astrolabe, and then the void above the sky dome fluctuated and twisted, and a huge star emerged. It was actually a direct hit. Go! Bai Mengqi was also stunned, and when she reacted she immediately ordered. The Dao diffraction ice spirit in her hand also blossomed with spiritual radiance at this instant, and the cold air of heaven and earth around her was mobilized by it, surrounding the sword. When Yi Xiaolin heard this he immediately performed the transportation technique and flew towards the peak. Li Wuyan didn't care either, and the instant he raised his hand, the huge star silhouette hanging above the dome of the sky even quickly condensed as if it was substantial, crushing the void and crashing down towards the ground. Bai Mengqi stared blankly, and then the Dao diffusion ice spirit in her hand blossomed with a piercing silver radiance, and her chilly aura rose up to the sky, transforming into a giant sword of chilly aura that chopped towards the falling star. All of this Yi Xiaolin was completely unaware of, and only flew towards the peak one after another. At this moment, outside the cold pool at the peak, sensing the rapidly approaching aura, Lu Yuan turned around and waited for his prey to make an appearance, and Yi Xiaolin, who was full of expectations, at this moment also sensed a breath that wasn't too much weaker than his own, and his heart was suddenly bottomless. Could it be that precognition has gone wrong again? Holding a skeptical attitude, he immediately took out the heavenly sound thunder shadow sword as soon as he rushed up to the peak, and even more so, he pushed his cultivation to the extreme. In this instant, the two met again. While a flash of surprise passed through both of their eyes, Lu Yuan's heart was a little surprised. I didn't expect that this Yi Xiaolin actually is already a mid-Yuaning cultivator, and there is a hidden tendency to break through to the late Yuaning stage. It seemed that he seemed to have grown faster after he retired from the clan. Yi Xiaolin, on the other hand, was surprised in his heart, secretly saying how could Lu Yuan be here? Obviously foreknowledge inside there is no one here at all. And how could his cultivation level rise so fast? It had only been less than 4 months, and he was already on the verge of catching up with himself. It seemed that his own precognitive ability was completely unable to predict where Lu Yuan would appear. The cultivation speed of a medium-realm Qi Yunzi's son when truly terrifying as it was. For a time, the peak was also plunged into silence, allowing the two men below to fight and erupt what kind of terrifying and huge fluctuations, all failing to make the two men look sideways. Senior brother. It's been a long time. What a coincidence. There was no one else here, and Bai Mengqi couldn't be bothered to sense this side of the situation, so he didn't bother pretending. Lu Yuan smiled lightly at his words and simply summoned the green spirit immortal drop to hover at his side. Unluckily, I have been waiting for you here for quite some time. Yi Xiaolin froze slightly. You knew I was coming? As his words fell, his line of sight landed on the green-colored longsword hovering on Lu Yuan's side. His heart fluttered indisputably. That was really an innate spirit sword. Previously, when he heard second senior sister Lin Shirhan mention that Lu Yuan had used an innate spirit sword to severely injure Su Wan, he didn't believe it, but he didn't expect it to be true. Damn awakened people, how do you deserve to use such a good thing? However, I heard Lu Yuan's voice ring out. What do you think? At the end of his words, he had already rushed out with his sword in hand, and his figure arrived in front of Yi Xiaolin in an instant, not giving him the slightest chance to react. However, when the sword was cut out, Yi Xiaolin's figure disappeared strangely, and when he reappeared, he was already standing at the edge of the cold pool. Although the opportunity for instant teleportation was gone, short-distance spatial flickering could still be done. It was just that one time it would require the consumption of 500 Qi luck values. He was about to open his mouth to say something, but he suddenly sensed something and jerked his head to look around. A sense of crisis arose, and just as he wanted to use short-range spatial flickering again to leave the edge of the cold pool, he realized that he was no longer able to perform spatial flickering. Space blocking array. Yi Xiaolin reacted almost immediately, and his heart thumped. It's over. I've been duped. Chapter 97, Death, Escape of the Firstborn. He saw Lu Yuan's figure flash and appear in front of Yi Xiaolin like a ghost. The green spirit immortal drop bloomed with a green aura and pointed directly at Yi Xiaolin's heart. Yi Xiaolin's reaction wasn't slow either. The moment his foot hit the ground, his figure flew backward, while there was even more of a talisman seal in his hand. As the talisman bloomed with a golden aura, Lu Yuan instantly felt that the chaotic yuan that he could originally mobilize at will was as if it was imprisoned by something, and was actually completely blocked in that Song Dome Yuan Sea. And what was even more bizarre was that even the chaotic yuan that had flowed through the meridians from earlier was as if it had lost control, completely unable to mobilize the slightest bit. Forced to stop his attack, Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised inwardly. Yi Xiaolin laughed coldly. This was a forbidden spirit talisman that he had long ago exchanged from the system, where everything related to aura by the user would be forbidden to be mobilized within 30 seconds. Nowadays, Lu Yuan was just like a mortal that in front of him. Today, he will die. With a flip of his wrist, there were lightning flashes above the heavenly voice thunder shadow in his hand, and there were even thunder arcs pulsing. However, just at the moment he was about to strike his sword, he was violently stunned, and a sense of fear arose, constantly eroding his consciousness. And at this moment, Lu Yuan's left eye was flashing with a ghostly cold light, the pupil of silence. For a moment, Yi Xiaolin only felt that he seemed to be targeted by some kind of supreme power, and in just a few breaths, he was already cold and sweaty. System, use the clear heart charm. He panicked and growled inwardly, while in his eyes, Lu Yuan was already holding his sword towards his throat, pressing along with a refreshing feeling spreading all over his body. Yi Xiaolin was busy leaning back to avoid the sword blade, while at the same time the Tianyin thunder shadow condensed sword qi in his hand chopped horizontally. Seeing this, Lu Yuan knew that this sword was no longer able to win, so he immediately withdrew his sword and blocked it horizontally, stopping the sword qi. Only during this time, his left eye once again bloomed with a ghostly cold light, and a drop of blood flowed out from the corner of his eye, and Yi Xiaolin only felt a terrifying force surging up, almost on the verge of crushing his bones. System, body armor. He fretted inwardly. A soft light surged around him, and he actually directly dissolved that weird power away. And Lu Yuan, who raised his hand to wipe away the blood from the corner of his eyes, was a little surprised that his own ability to instantly heal his spirit body was also sealed by that seal. I didn't realize that this guy had a means in his hands that he hadn't seen in his dreams. However, at this time, Yi Xiaolan's breath was steeply elevated, and in just a split second, he had directly stepped into the late stage of Yuaning from the middle stage of Yuaning. But the change seems a little odd, like it's been forced up. This tactic Lu Yuan had seen in his dreams, and it seemed to last for several snap fingers. A huge roar came from under the mountain peak, while on the water surface of the cold pool, the lotus had completely left the water surface, and a crystal water droplet slid down. Thunderous sound burst. Yi Xiaolan charged towards Lu Yuan with thunderous might, while at the same time being ready to use the clear heart talisman at any time. Lu Yuan was unable to utilize the chaotic Yuan at this moment, so he immediately grabbed the green spirit immortal fall, and between the surges of his divine sense, the sword intense surged out like a tidal wave, surging in all directions. Yi Xiaolan seemed to have sensed something and stopped his steps violently, busily activating the protective amulet. In the next instant, the moment the sword intense swept through, Yi Xiaolan only felt that the protective astral aura covering his body all seemed to have been chopped open with a bizarre opening. Lu Yuan, this fellow, truly deserves to be the awakened son of the medium dimensions Qi. His methods are truly numerous and terrifying. Even after sealing his cultivation, he still had so many tricks up his sleeve. Feeling the majestic sword intent dissipate, the duration of the spirit prohibiting talisman also passed. Feeling the severe pain brought about by the use of the silent pupil disappearing, and the chaotic Yuan surging through the meridians once again, Lu Yuan's eyes had become completely icy cold. When he moved again, Yi Xiaolan threw out the heavenly sound thunder shadow sword in his hand, instantly evolving a number of sword shadows, all carrying the power of terrifying thunder. Lu Yuan's eyes were cold, and the green spirit immortal fall in his hand had a faint green glow floating above the blade, which was hidden in a flash. Since he had means in his hands such as forbidden spirits, he would not use the chaotic element. In that case, I, Lu Yuan, can still chop you up. His footsteps became faster and faster, and in a single movement of his mind, his sword intent surged, like a shocking wave, sweeping towards his surroundings. Yi Xiaolan, on the other hand, induced hundreds and thousands of thunder sword shadows to meet that surging sword intent and attacked. For a while, the golden roar resounded, and there were constantly sword shadows being crushed, while there were also many sword shadows condensed, and the speed was even faster. Unconsciously, these various sword shadows had a hidden tendency to encircle Lu Yuan. It was actually a sword formation. Buzz. However, at this moment, the heavenly sound and thunder shadow lightly trembled, and the sword chants were so loud that it directly dispersed the majestic sword intent. And in the middle of the system space, a forced dispersal talisman dissipated into flying dust. In an instant, the sword shadows covered the sky, directly enveloping Lu Yuan. At this moment, a trace of contempt surfaced in Yi Xiaolan's eyes. Only when he saw the hint of a smile at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth, a sense of ill feeling rose in the bottom of his heart. Swish swish swish, before the sword shadow fell, the original space-blocking formation had changed into a sword formation at some point, and countless sword chi raged, not only crushing the sword shadow as much as it could, but also seriously injuring Yi Xiaolan. This change was really too sudden, and even though there were still many talismans in Yi Xiaolan's system space that had not been utilized, it was too late. Blood flew and almost dyed the ground in a circle of about 10 feet red, while Lu Yuan still held his sword and stood in place. The battle seems to have been divided. Holding his sword, Lu Yuan immediately urged his cultivation, and the moment he took the first step, he had already pointed out a sword blade towards Yi Xiaolan's head. However, when the sword blade landed, Yi Xiaolan's figure strangely left its place and appeared 3 feet away. Lu Yuan's brows furrowed at once. This guy seemed to be harder to kill than he expected. Ha! Ha ha! At this time, Yi Xiaolan also stood up. He was currently covered in blood and looked like a madman. It's a good thing I stayed back or you would have killed me. Earlier, fortunately, he reacted quickly and moved his position by using spatial blinking, and immediately used the healing talisman to completely heal his injuries. Lu Yuan, you are really strong. No wonder. Thumbs up. Before the words were finished, a flash of sword chi pierced through his throat from behind him, bringing out a cup fistful of blood and flesh. Too much bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Xiaolan's face froze and he directly fell to his knees, his eyes filled with disbelief. Wasn't he just in front of his eyes? How? Still in doubt, a slash of sword chi chopped out and his head flew up, his breath completely severed, but at that moment, a golden light flew out, and then it actually directly disappeared away. Also at that instant, a flash of sword chi chopped through that one space, that is, Yi Xiaolan's Yuaning. After a cultivator reaches the level of Yuaning, as long as the Yuaning does not perish, he can take over the body and rebuild. But why could his Yuaning also move the space flicker? Bai Mengqi's body, who was tangling with Li Wuyan under the mountain peak, abruptly stiffened and turned her head towards the peak with a face full of consternation. His most favored junior disciple, Yi Xiaolan, had died at the peak? Chapter 98, Unsubstantiality. At the peak, Lu Yuan's divine sense catalyzed and sensed that Yi Xiaolan Yuaning had left the peak. He wanted to chase after him, but he felt that it was a bit risky. Simply do not chase. There is no need to take the risk. It is just a Yuaning. Even if he seizes the body and rebuilds it, he will not be able to adapt to that physical body in a short period of time. And the evil spirit in that void rift would be able to reach a merged cultivation level in less than 2 months. As long as Yun Xuan could step on the Tian Yuan subsect within the next 2 months, then Bai Mengqi and Yi Xiaolan would have no way out in the Tian Frost subsect. However, before leaving, it was possible to use this 10,000 years snow lotus to disgust Bai Mengqi. He stepped into the void and walked to the 10,000-year-old snow lotus that had bloomed at some point and pulled it up. And below the peak, Bai Mengqi arrived in front of a ball of golden light with a flash. In that golden light, a baby weakly closed his eyes, and his appearance was 7 times similar to Yi Xiaolan. This was none other than Yi Xiaolan's Yuaning. Her left hand lifted up, and immediately the space array disk broke through the air, and with a single thought, she took Yi Xiaolan's Yuaning into it. Seeing this scene, Li Wuyan also raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised that someone actually arrived on top of the snowy peak before him. What kind of rats dare to destroy my disciple's flesh? Get out! With a furious shout, the terrifying pressure that belongs solely to a Mahayana stage cultivator straightened up the mountain peak that was no longer covered in snow to the point of shaking. Li Shiwoya looked towards the snowy peak with a curious face, and a few moments of anticipation actually arose in his eyes. Obviously they didn't sense anything. In this case, it seems that the peak should be arranged above the convergence array, and is still a superb convergence array. Otherwise with their cultivation how could not sense the battle on the peak? Just as Bai Mengqi's patience was about to run out and she wanted to raise her hand to blast the peak with a palm, a figure she hadn't expected stepped out into the void. It's been a long time, Patriarch Bai. The familiar voice rang out, causing Bai Mengqi to be stunned for a moment, and then the death scenes of Su Wan and Qin Jinxian successively surfaced in her mind. Rebel! She raised her hand and struck out with a palm, her terrifying might crushing the void and running towards Lu Yuan, distorting the space along the way. However, when that palm swept past where Lu Yuan was, it did not cause the slightest fluctuation. Isn't it just killing a few of your disciples? As for getting so angry? Lu Yuan opened his mouth, but his voice came from behind Bai Mengqi. Bai Mengqi violently turned around and blasted out another palm. Yet Lu Yuan's figure disappeared again. Seeing this scene, Li Wuyan immediately came to be a little interested. This guy is interesting. In his hands should be possessing a magic treasure that can cross a piece of space in a short distance. Being teased twice, Bai Mengqi was instantly furious. And within a 10-mile radius, the space was all distorted, and the snowy peaks that had originally towered over the clouds also crumbled and collapsed at this moment. Seeing this, Li Wuyan's mind moved, and the area around him was not affected in the slightest. Lu Yuan, get your ass out here. Bai Mengqi was so furious that her body was trembling, while her divine sense covered this heaven and earth in an instant, trying to find a little bit of Lu Yuan's scent. However, no matter how she perceived it, Lu Yuan was just like evaporating on earth, and she couldn't sense a single breath. You're good at finding places. Li Wuyan suddenly laughed. At this moment, Bai Mengqi also sensed Lu Yuan's aura, and immediately grabbed the Daoyan ice spirit and wanted to chop it out. Li Wuyan, on the other hand, frowned at Bai Mengqi, the astrolabe in his hand having been lifted up once again. Earlier, no matter how Bai Mengqi attacked, Li Wuyan was able to use his astrolabe to easily defuse it. Just like the words he said, the astrolabe in his hand was really weird. This had to be an extremely high-quality spirit weapon at least. Li Wuyan, this is an internal matter of my spirit sky immortal sect. Get out of the way. Bai Mengqi rebuked, her eyes almost spitting fire. Li Wuyan, on the other hand, took a step forward and said with his head held high, I'm standing right here. I'll see if you dare to move me. Bai Mengqi was so angry that she fell back on her back, but for a while she couldn't do anything about Li Wuyan, so she simply looked at Lu Yuan through Li Wuyan. Traitor! The people you killed were all once your fellow disciples. How could you lay your hands on them? Listening to Bai Mengqi's questioning, Lu Yuan lightly laughed. I've been a loose cultivator since the beginning. When did I ever join a clan? Where's the fellowship again? Bai Mengqi froze slightly, remembering that she had never reported Lu Yuan's name to the clan. Her anger increased. The matter of titling you was forgotten by this honored one. Don't you know how to remind this honored one? She took a step forward, her aura around her body locking onto Lu Yuan at the same time, wanting to strike at any time to break through Li Wuyan's protective astral aura. And Lu Yuan, who heard these words, felt bored and suddenly felt that conversing with her was simply a waste of time. He simply scolded. A Mahayana stage cultivator with a dog's brain in his head all day long. The destruction of the main clan of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect really deserved it. This dumbass. Actually expecting a kid who's new to cultivation to teach her how to lead a disciple? Calling her a dog's brain is an understatement. After saying that, Lu Yuan took out the 10,000 years snow lotus and handed it over. This item is gifted to senior. Please send me away from here. Li Wuyan, who was originally watching the show, was a bit dazed at the sight, and when he reacted, he was actually a bit overwhelmed as he received the 10,000 years snow lotus with both hands. Bai Mengqi, on the other hand, was so infuriated by Lu Yuan's words that the qi and blood in her body flowed backward, and she hated that she couldn't break him into pieces. When she saw Lu Yuan handing a snow lotus to Li Wuyan with both hands, she immediately froze in place. Lu Yuan, that belongs to your junior brother. Hand it over to this honor, and this honor can reluctantly allow you to return to the clan. Returning to her senses, she said in a rush. With the 10,000 years snow lotus in place, it would be much easier to help Yi Xiaolin remodel his physical body. However, Lu Yuan acted as if he hadn't heard, allowing that Li Wuyan to take away the 10,000 years snow lotus. Good point, that's just what I need, but it's just a small matter of getting you out of here. After he finished speaking, he carefully sensed it and determined that it was a real 10,000-year-old snow lotus, then he directly gave it away. Afterwards, he seemed to feel that he had somewhat shortchanged Lu Yuan. Pursing his lips, he said, "One 10,000 years snow lotus in exchange for me taking you away. This is too much of a loss for you. Why don't I get you something else for it? Or I won't be able to get my mind around it." What Li Wuyan was most skilled at was the art of astrology and divination. And what this type of cultivator cared most about was karma. 10,000-year-old snow lotus is such a valuable thing. But as long as he takes him out of here, this is obviously not good. Lu Yuan was indifferent. Whatever. Seeing that those two people completely ignored themselves, Bai Mengqi was so furious that she said 3 good words in a row. And then the Tao diffractive ice spirit on her side emitted a burst of buzzing. For a while, the sword chants carried monstrous sword intent, like a big wave pouncing towards Li Wuyan and Lu Yuan. Seeing this, Li Wuyan coldly grunted, and the astrolabe in his hand bloomed with starlight, followed by the distortion of the land in a circle of 100 zhang, and a huge star shadow emerged, protecting him and Lu Yuan in it. Easily stopping this monstrous sword intent, Li Wuyan frowned at Bai Mengqi, a few points of displeasure rarely surfacing on his face. "I'm still discussing things with this little brother. What's your hurry?" Chapter 99, The One Who is Best at Deduction. This honored one last time. Hand over the 10,000 years snow lotus, or this honored one will surely die with you and the others. Bai Mengqi's long hair danced wildly, her face fierce, her eyes red as she stared at Li Wuyan and Lu Yuan on his side. "Don't make my father say it a third time." At those words, Li Wuyan snorted as he mocked. "Oh yo, you're so powerful. Oh, as long as I want to leave today, even if you, Bai Mengqi, kill yourself here, you won't be able to keep me." He grabbed his right hand in the air, and instantly the power of the stars condensed into a 3-foot green blade that bloomed with an eerie cold light. "I'm not talented, although I'm not a sword cultivator, but thanks to frequent trips to the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion, I've also realized a move and a half. So today I'll ask Patriarch Bai for a lesson." As he spoke, a river of stars emerged above the dome of the sky with a brilliant silver light, as if the Milky Way stretched across the dome of the sky. Bai Mengqi was slightly stunned, immediately opened her arms. Dao Yan ice spirit suspended in front of her body. Immediately the temperature of the surrounding heaven and earth were lowered by a lot. The cold air condensed like a palliette, lingering around Bai Mengqi's body. "Good. Today, we will decide the winner with one move. If you lose, you will have to hand over the 10,000 years snow lotus and that traitor Lu Yuan. If you win, my father will immediately retreat," Bai Mengqi coldly said. Li Wuyan was infuriated. "You still want to whore for nothing? If you don't get any blood, what kind of gambling game are you running? Besides, the fight for chance is inherently accompanied by casualties. What? If you want to avenge the death of your disciple, then shouldn't I also avenge the death of my disciple who died in the spirit abyss?" Bai Mengqi froze slightly, then immediately raised her right hand high, and the cold air pips rapidly converged towards her head. "Cut the crap. First take a sword from my father." Li Wuyan coldly grunted as the sword of stars directly slashed down. For a moment, it was as if time had stopped at this moment, and wherever the sword light reached, it was like the Milky Way pouring down, cutting off the endless stars above the sky dome and tearing through the void. Under this sword, Bai Mengqi only felt a chill down her spine, and actually felt a horrifying threat that was straight to death. She no longer dared to hesitate. and the frost giant's sword above her head fell, colliding with the chopped-down star sword chi. In this instant, the void collapsed and twisted, and the sword aura was so ghastly that it tore the void of the surrounding heaven and earth into horrifying fissures, like a huge chasm leading to an abyss, which was intimidating to look at. Lu Yuan, who saw this scene, frowned slightly. So it seemed that this Bai Mengqi was indeed like a fish out of water in this white moonfrost state. Seeing that the sword chi carried by the star power and frost power was out of control and spreading towards this heaven and earth, Li Wuyan immediately turned around. And just as Li Wuyan was about to cast the transportation technique to take Lu Yuan out of here, Lu Yuan suddenly thought of something. He looked towards Bai Mengqi and shouted loudly. Originally, the flesh was still alive. Yi Xiaolin remodeling his flesh was only a matter of time. Now that the flesh has been destroyed by you, he will have no choice but to take over his body. The voice echoed in this heaven and earth, but Lu Yuan and Li Wuyan had long since disappeared. As for Bai Mengqi, who heard these words, she was also stunned for a moment, and then fiercely looked towards the snowy peak that had been reduced to a piece of rubble, and suddenly her anger attacked her heart, and she didn't hold back to directly spit out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yuan, this honored one swears that if he catches you, this honored one will break you into pieces. Repeatedly, the roar shook the sky, and the pressure was like a torrent pouring down, constantly crushing this heaven and earth, and above the dome of the sky, the power of the stars and the power of frost were directly crushed by this terrifying power. At this moment, Lu Yuan had truly become Bai Mengqi's heart demon, and she already had the tendency to fall into the devil's path. 100 miles away, there was a fluctuation in the void, and then two figures broke through the air, and it was none other than Lu Yuan and Li Wuyan. Sure enough, not a sword cultivator's perception of the way of the sword is ultimately a little worse. If I were to use the power of my hand, then I'm sure I'd want that woman to spit out another spiritual treasure. He snorted and looked away with a relaxed expression. Lu Yuan laughed lightly. Naturally, he could see that this guy was a 10,000-year-old snow lotus in his hands, and was too lazy to tangle with that stupid bastard Bai Mengqi. Moreover, such as they know astrology divination cultivators, the most concerned about is the cause and effect. If he deduced that Bai Mengqi should not be extinct in his hands, the probability will not go to stain this cause and effect. That's why he retreated. In such a situation, it reminded Lu Yuan of something about this person in his dream, remembering that it seemed to be more than 100 years later. The Lingshao immortal sect was overthrown by the 9 immortal sects in a joint effort, and Lu Yuan started a brand new immortal path that was surrounded by various forces. It was only after Lu Yuan reached the harmonization stage that he first came into contact with Li Wuyan. At that time, Li Wuyan had blocked Lu Yuan many times, almost using deduction to the extreme. However, every time he blocked Lu Yuan, what he wanted was not a fight to the death, but with the power of a sword. Then, to be fair, he suppressed his cultivation to the same level as Lu Yuan every time, yet he lost to Lu Yuan every time and time again. Even after being dismissed from his position as an elder by the Star Immortal Mansion, he continued to do as he pleased, and even took the risk of saving Lu Yuan when he was being tracked down by various ways by Xianglong Ancient Hall's Hall Master Yi Fei, who was caught in a deadly situation. The reason was simply that he had deduced that Lu Yuan should not die here, and even more so, he had deduced that he had a great calamity that day. After this, he was besieged by various forces and simply directly triggered the heavenly tribulation and flew up in the daytime, infuriating those guys to gnash their teeth. As for what happened after the immortal realm, it seemed to be sealed by some kind of power, and Lu Yuan could not recall it at all. This is for you. Bringing you out was just a passing thing. I, Li Wuyan, am not someone who takes other people's things for nothing. Li Wuyan's words pulled Lu Yuan's thoughts back, and he looked down at the two pills that were handed to him, and for a moment, he actually cried and laughed a little. This was actually the broken sultan that lowered the threshold of breaking through the transformation god realm, as well as the concentration pill that increased the speed of cultivation at the transformation god stage. If this was an unusual Yuaning stage cultivator, it would be very useful, but for Lu Yuan, it was somewhat useless, but it didn't matter. It was just selling Knight Wuyan a favor anyway. Thank you, elder. Lu Yuan received the elixir and raised his hand to arch at Li Wuyan. What's your next plan? That woman Bai Mengqi definitely won't stop. Why don't you come back to the Star Immortal Mansion with me? Li Wuyan nodded and asked rhetorically. Lu Yuan pretended to be contemplative, then shook his head. There are too many karmic consequences on the late generation. It is not suitable to join a force. Besides, the late generation is accustomed to being idle and doesn't like to live a life of constraints, so I hope that senior will forgive me. Li Wuyan didn't hold back a laugh at his words. This kid was quite interesting. He seemed to know the Star Immortal Mansion cultivators very well. In that case, I won't force myself. He smiled, but there was a flash of loss in his eyes. Alright, this 10,000 years snow lotus has arrived, so I won't stay much longer. He looked at Lu Yuan and suggested, "You should also leave the Haoyue Frost Prefecture quickly so that crazy woman Bai Mingqi doesn't go around looking for you." Lu Yuan nodded at his words. "What Senior said. Senior keeps it in mind. After Senior takes care of some things, he will leave the Haoyue Frost Prefecture." Li Wuyan nodded his head and turned around, and in an instant his figure had disappeared from the spot, and Lu Yuan didn't know that it was this 10,000-year-old snow lotus that shortened Li Wuyan's time for that ascension by a full 180 years. Chapter 100 Inheritance Detection. Demon Immortal Inheritance. 3 days later, the Heavenly Frost Branch sect. After Bai Mingqi returned to her cave, she began to frantically check the disciple directory. Even if he was taking over a body, he should take over a top-quality physique that would be worthy of being his Bai Mingqi's disciple. And in the middle of the spatial array disk, Yi Xiaolin's Yuaning sat cross-legged, seemingly cultivating and exhaling. It was just that his consciousness was present in the system space at the moment. "System, what's the deal with that weird stance? How is it faster than my spatial blink?" Yi Xiaolin looked a little agitated. After systematic analysis, that is the ancient treasure ring named Sumeru Ring. The ring forms a world of its own, and can be flashed instantly for short distances. And the ancient treasure has been upgraded into a spiritual treasure by special means. Yi Xiaolin gritted his teeth in anger. Ancient treasure? Where did that guy get an ancient treasure? System being analyzed. Analysis complete. The son of Qi, Lu Yuan, has in his hands a wondrous artifact known as the Tao Dharma Heavenly Plate, consisting of the laws of time and space, which can capture any unowned magic treasure of any time and space, with no limit to its quality. The voice fell. A shadow appeared in front of Yi Xiaolin's eyes, on which the two colors of purple and gold intertwined and blended. It looked flat, but the shape was such that Yi Xiaolin sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Wasn't this the white jade disc that Lu Yuan had snatched from him at the entrance of Lu Yuan's cave? It's amazing how amazing this stuff is. Then the innate spirit sword used in Lu Yuan's hands was also obtained through the Tao Heavenly Disc? After systematic analysis, yes. When Yi Xiaolin heard this, he was struck by lightning and froze on the spot. Innate spirit sword. That was an innate spirit sword. It was many times better than the quasi-spirit sword Tianyin Thunder Shadow in one's hand. After systematic analysis, Lu Yuan's left eye is a supreme treasure-level spirit pupil called the Pupil of Silence, which is terrifyingly powerful and bizarre. Yi Xiaolin sucked in a large breath of cool air. To the treasure? What a strange word. Something he had never even heard of, let alone seen. Lu Yuan actually has one? After systematic analysis, in the Sumeru Ring, there is a... Stop. Yi Xiaolin couldn't bear it anymore and was busy interrupting the system's analysis with his voice. For a while he only felt that his breath was going to stop. Ancient treasures, innate spirit swords, and even supreme treasures. Why did he hand over that white jade disc in the first place? Obviously all have already arrived. Obviously that all already belong to themselves. As long as they ask, how can the master not want to come over to give themselves awe? At this moment, he was truly repentant. After a long delay, he continued to ask, "System, what other magic treasures did he grab in his hands?" The reincarnation Bodhi tree, analyzed by the system. The reincarnation Bodhi tree is formed by the fusion of 3 Bodhi seeds, namely, the breath of life, the dust of destruction, and the transition, of which the breath of life Bodhi seed is the one that the host obtained in the Duor Zen temple at the very beginning. The more he listened, the more outrageous Yi Xiaolin felt, the harder it was. It turned out that his own piece of breath of life Bodhi was not captured by the Buddhist monk, but by Lu Yuan. Damn it! Lu Yuan, he really deserves to die. If he hadn't had his physical body destroyed, I'm afraid he would have been so angry that his lungs would have exploded. Moreover, the top physique star Yuan pulse body was also gone, which simply made him feel worse than killing him. That was the top physique that he had spent all of his several hundred primary realmary attired chi luck value in exchange for. Just like that it was gone. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked busily, "System, is there a hidden top-level inheritance in this world? The kind of inheritance that is comparable to that of an immortal?" After detection, this world exists a legacy comparable to that of an immortal. Detection requires 150,000 chi values, and the host's current chi value is detected to be only 43,000, which is not enough to open the legacy detection. Yi Xiaolin was stunned. It was actually an inheritance comparable to that of an immortal. So if he inherited it, wouldn't it make his cultivation skyrocket? Thinking so, he thought of Bai Mingqi. That was the 200,000 chi luck values he had stored up, and it finally came in handy. System, harvest 150,000 chi luck values from Bai Mingqi. Leave 50,000 just in case. Successful harvesting, gained Bai Mingqi's chi value of 150,000. detected that the host possesses a fortune value of 1930,000, and can open the inheritance detection. May I ask whether to open it? Turn it on. As long as the orientation was determined, he would go straight to the location of the inheritance after he succeeded in taking over the body, and after seizing that inheritance he would be able to lay his hands on Bai Mingqi. The moment he thought of Bai Mingqi's marvelous figure, Yi Xiaolin couldn't stop sucking in cool air. Testing in progress. Detection complete. 3 legacies have been detected. They are the legacies of a genius formation master of the harmonization stage located in the Tangzhou of the purple element, the legacy of a Mahayana stage beast master in the Tsong Yuan Dao state, and the legacy of the demon immortals of the Tsuiwei mountain state. The host may choose to proceed to view the details of the inheritance. Crested Butte mountain state? A demon fairy? The chance is with me? Yi Xiaolin immediately checked the details of the demon immortal inheritance. Demon immortal inheritance. The location is located in the spirit immortal sect's main clan to the north and east, about 300 miles, is 10,000 years before the ascension and fall of the demon immortal. System, using my previous physical body data as a basis, help calculate how much of a boost I can get if I take the inheritance? After calculation, if the host inherits the demon immortal inheritance with the original physical body, it will directly explode. So please choose carefully. Yi Xiaolin, was his original flesh so weak? It has been detected that the host's master has been selecting a suitable object for the host to take over. The system can help analyze which person can bear the demon immortal inheritance. Hearing these words, Yi Xiaolin's heart was delighted and he was busy returning his divine sense to his Yuaning. And at the same time, in the outside world, Bai Mingqi's cave, Bai Mingqi rummaged through 7 or 8 disciple directories, finally locking onto a name in the middle of one, Lin Naichen. 39 years old, star battle body, early Yuaning cultivation, thunder and fire dual attribute spiritual root, sword cultivator. Almost every item met Bai Mingqi's requirements, except for being slightly older. But for those who cultivate immortals, age is not an issue. The main question now was whether or not Yi Xiaolin had the certainty to successfully seize this person. Master. At this moment, Yi Xiaolin opened his mouth and immediately drew Bai Mingqi's attention. She was busy bringing the space array disc over, and with a thought she released Yi Xiaolin's Yuaning who was recuperating in it. Kobayashi, are you okay? She spoke with some remorse, guilt in her eyes, an expression that if she had known it would turn out like this, she should have followed Yi Xiaolin to the peak. Master, don't worry, disciple is already fine. As long as the Yuaning doesn't die, disciple will be able to take over the body and rebuild. He looked at the list of disciples on the table and then asked, I wonder what kind of physique the master has selected for the disciple. With that, he walked over to the directory. With just one glance, the system's voice rang out. After systematic analysis, the only person in that directory whose physique can withstand the demon immortal inheritance is Lin Yichen. The host can convince the host's master to let you take over this person in order to facilitate the inheritance of the demon immortal legacy. Chapter 101 Lu Xuanwei, a brand new century-old memory. Hearing Yi Xiaolin's words, Bai Mingqi pursed her lips. Shaolin, you have to understand, for the teacher will take this move as completely helpless. But you will be dead. The fault is also all in the teacher. This matter for the teacher will take the burden. After all, after that Lin Naichen's name, it was clearly written with the words Xian Tian Holy Land. If this matter was known by the Xian Tian Holy Land, then it was bound to attract trouble. After Yi Xiaolin successfully seized the body, he would need to start preparing for the Dao couple ceremony. This is a matter that can no longer be delayed. As for the Xian Tian Holy Land, after this mess, it was better not to call it out, so that things would not develop to an uncontrollable point. Don't worry, Master, I have never blamed Master, and in the future, I will definitely double my efforts in cultivation to repay Master's kindness, Yi Xiaolin said. Bai Mingqi was very pleased with what she heard, and then she had someone call Lin Yichen over, and this night, Yi Xiaolin relied on the 10,000 Qi luck value exchange for the seizing card, and successfully seized Lin Yichen's body, and used a special technique to transform his appearance into his original appearance. Also on this night, Lin Shirhan was restricted in her cultivation and was sent to Yi Xiaolin's cave by Bai Mingqi in a coma. On the next day, his cultivation dropped to the early stage of Yuaning, while Yi Xiaolin regained his cultivation in the middle stage of Yuaning. As for Lin Yichen, Bai Mingqi had placed a mission that was hanging in the mission hall, while the column of the person who carried out the mission had Lin Yichen's name on it. Another 7 days passed by, and the Dao couple ceremony was held as scheduled, and every small and medium-sized power in the White Moonfrost state sent people to come, and the congratulations were endless. Standing in the middle of the main hall, Yi Xiaolin looked from time to time at Fairy Yuhua, who was on his side, and his throat rolled. On the other hand, Immortal Moonflower's face was filled with sadness and her brows were tightly knitted. Yesterday, The junior sister with the weakest cultivation among the 7 of them said that she wanted to go out for some fun, and she hadn't returned since then. Even when they used the purple cloud spell, they were unable to locate her, as if she had evaporated from the earth. When the grand ceremony ended, Immortal Moonflower left a doppelganger in Yi Xiaolin's cave, while she herself returned to her previous cave to discuss countermeasures with a few of her fellow disciples. But in the end, they couldn't come to a conclusion and could only head to the Great Hall to inform Bai Mingqi of this matter. In response, Bai Mingqi took this very seriously on the surface, but inwardly, she breathed a long sigh of relief. She immediately got up and left the Heavenly Frost Great Hall with a few harmonization stage elders to search for them. The 6 Ziyun girls also all went back to wait for news. They just didn't know that at this moment, in Bai Mingqi's space array disk, Yi Xiaolin was practicing the art of extracting yin and replenishing yang on that little senior sister that they were talking about. As for that little sister, has long been Bai Mingqi sealed cultivation. At this moment has been the fish meat on the board, can only be picked up. At the same time as all this was happening, Lin Shurhan's cave. She sat withered in front of the bed with a haggard face, tears streaming down her face without realizing it. Ever since that incident with her junior sister Suwan, she was already deliberately leaving contact with her junior brother, not realizing that 1,000 precautions are hard to guard against a master. That was her own master. How could she do that to herself? At this moment, Lin Shurhan really felt suffocated. She kept recalling how Lu Yuan had once treated them, and her inner remorse grew stronger. Not holding back, she whimpered lowly. She, broken, completely broken. She hated herself for not being able to recognize people well, hated herself for actually losing the guide of her immortal path. Obviously every time it was the youngest senior brother who offered to frame the crime on the head of the eldest senior brother Lu Yuan. Obviously every time she could have stopped it, but she just didn't do it. She condones it. She's an accomplice. She doesn't deserve to be pitted. Suddenly, a trace of true essence fluctuation came out, and Lin Shurhan's delicate body trembled slightly, and she was busy raising her eyes to look at Lu Xuanwei, who was lying on the bed. Entering her eyes, those thick eyelashes fluttered. Lin Shurhan was ecstatic and subconsciously was about to take out a transmitting note to inform her master, but she stopped her next action the moment she took out the transmitting note. To eldest brother, he was guilty, but eldest sister Lu Xuanwei was even more guilty. He also remembered that the first time he framed eldest senior brother, it was eldest senior sister who led the charge, and at that time, it was Yi Xiaolin who destroyed the pills prepared for eldest senior sister. Eldest sister clearly knew the truth, but she helped Yi Xiaolin to put the hatchet on Lu Yuan's head. He deserved to die, but his big sister deserved to die even more. In a trance, Lu Xuanwei only felt that a lot of things seemed to have been stuffed inside her head, a lot of memories that didn't belong to her. After carefully analyzing it, she realized that this was actually a memory from the past 100 years. Only this memory didn't have a void rift within it, and didn't have junior brother Yi Xiaolin. The person who led the rise of the clan in these 100 years became Lu Yuan, who went out to practice to compete for opportunities, seize treasures, and subdue many forces, and finally his reputation was so high that the entire Tsuiwei mountain state was honored by him, and the spiritual Shao sect was honored. In the end, his cultivation broke through to the Mahayana, the Tsuiwei mountain state became independent, and the world crowned the Spirit Sky sect as a quasi-immortal sect. The 4 neighboring immortal sect forces even sent deacons and even elders in person in order to discuss matters related to cultivation, and in that 100 years of memory, the entire Lingshao sect is very harmonious. Although their cultivation improvement is slow, but the weakest also has a Yuaning cultivation. She herself is to reach the perfect Huanshan, completely have the qualification to impact the refining of the virtual. Who stuffed this centuries-old memory into his head? Which memory is the real one? Lu Xuanwei's brow furrowed and she only felt her brain rise to the point of exploding. She slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with tears. Lin Shurhan. She subconsciously wanted to raise her hand to wipe the tears on Lin Shurhan's face. The movement was a steep freeze. It seemed to be a behavior that only existed within that new memory itself. In that memory, Lu Yuan had suffered many injuries for the sake of the clan, and there were several times when even the instant healing spirit body was unable to heal very quickly, which naturally led to the sadness of several of their senior sisters. And every now and then, this is how she reaches out and wipes the tears from her own siblings' eyes. So that brand new memory, too, is real? For a while, Lu Xuanwei's heart became even more confused, and her head ached even more. She subconsciously covered her forehead and frowned. Seeing this, Lin Shurhan busily got up and reached out her hand to press down on Lu Xuanwei's hand. It was not until then that she could see what the roof looked like, and she asked with some confusion, "Has the house of Lurid Peak been changed?" Lin Shurhan froze slightly and immediately said, "Eldest sister, Lioli Peak is gone. The main sect is destroyed. and we are now in the Heavenly Frost subsect. A few words, like a thunderbolt, exploded in Lu Xuanwei's brain. How? What's going on? Where's Master? She asked anxiously, sitting up immediately. Lin Shurhan was busy comforting Lu Xuanwei and told her to lie down. It was only after that she told the whole story of what she knew. And the more she listened, the more ugly and alarmed Lu Xuanwei's face became. At this moment, she only felt that her perceptions were collapsing, and that image of a kind and naive little senior brother that was originally in her heart was completely shattered. In its place, a demon, a devil. Chapter 102 Sixth Grasp. Qiankuan Compass. Lu Xuanwei was now completely messed up. The memories were jumbled. So jumbled that she couldn't tell exactly which memory she was experiencing. The reason for this is that Yi Xiaolin has changed too much before and after, breaking her inherent knowledge. As for the rare part of the two memories that overlapped, it was that the introductory leader of their immortal path was both Lu Yuan. After a long time, she calmed down and raised her eyes to look outside the cave. That new memory would never have appeared for no reason. There had to be something that caused it. You're saying that the master sealed your cultivation and sent you to Junior Brother's cave so that he could harvest you? She looked at Lin Shurhan with a grave expression, and there were a few moments of skepticism in her eyes. Lin Shurhan nodded. I woke up in Yi Xiaolin's cave and my Yuan Yin disappeared. And it was also I who heard it with my own ears that he practiced the art of harvesting yin and replenishing yang. Lu Xuanwei's heart was shaken for a few moments, but when she thought of the innocent appearance of her youngest senior brother in the past, she still couldn't connect him with the devil that Lin Shurhan had spoken of. But you also said that junior brother contracted the bad habit of harvesting yin to replenish yang because he counter-killed that evil cultivator's soul when he was taken over. And his soul absorbed that evil cultivator's dead soul unconsciously. Lu Xuanwei said with a grave expression, so in my opinion, Junior Brother's nature isn't bad, he's just under the influence of that evil cultivator's dead soul. As her words fell, her expression turned cold and her eyes carried killing intent. Instead, it was that Lu Yuan who actually seriously injured the youngest senior sister first, indirectly causing her death, and then beheaded the third senior sister later on. She narrowed her eyes slightly and analyzed. I can't guarantee that the fourth senior sister's death is also related to that Lu Yuan fellow. Lin Shurhan opened her mouth at that, but didn't say anything. And I don't know what to say. The preconceived notions of man are a great mountain, an insurmountable mountain. That's just it. I still have some things to do. Senior sister, although you're awake, your body is still weak. So just rest first. I'll go out to get some air. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Xuanwei to respond, she got up and left the cave. And it wasn't until Lin Shurhan walked away that Lu Xuanwei revealed a complicated expression. Why was Lu Yuan able to cultivate again? Isn't he wasted? And also in just 4 months, he had cultivated to the point where he possessed the strength to kill a mid-Yuaning cultivator. What did he have? Unconsciously, Lu Xuanwei's heart demon seemed to be showing signs of revival. Broken Soul was not her heart demon, but rather, she had used it to gain the opportunity to dominate Lu Xuanwei's divine sense, while her original body had always been the spirit of the Gongfu. No, Lu Yuan must die, and he must be killed by my own hands, otherwise my heart will not be at peace. And it will be difficult for my cultivation to progress any further. Saying that, she got up and walked towards the outside of the cave. Her body was covered in fury, and her eyes even turned scarlet along with her footsteps. Buzz, not yet out of the cave, a pressure is steep towards Lu Xuanwei suppression, straight to the pressure of its woes backward. Breath collapse. The originally steaming baleful aura also dissipated under this pressure, and Lu Xuanwei fell into unconsciousness again. At this moment, outside the cave, Bai Mingqi appeared. Looking at the cave with eyes full of complexity. I thought that by stripping the broken soul from you, you would be free from heart demons, but I never imagined that you would be so indomitable. She narrowed her eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, if you continue to behave like this, I won't blame Master for laying hands on you. After saying that, she coldly swept a glance at Lin Shurhan and her figure instantly disappeared. Lin Shurhan, who continued to take it all in outside the cave, froze on the spot, especially with Bai Mingqi's final icy gaze, which looked as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. For a while, she only felt as if everyone around her had changed, and it all started with that one false accusation against Lu Yuan. Regret filled her chest and mind, and she didn't resist crouching in place and sobbing lowly. They weren't supposed to be. In an unnamed mountain range, in the middle of a huge pine forest, Lu Yuan was sitting on the back of a white bear demonic beast, and blood dyed the ground red, and in front of him, the Tao Dharma heavenly plate had just finished grasping the treasures of the heavens. And at the moment, a bronze compass was suspended in front of Lu Yuan's eyes. Qiankuan compass can deduce the orientation of the ruins and inheritance places in a special way, and can even directly open the ruins and inheritance places that have not yet been opened. A magic treasure of such quality, yet it had not yet reached the level of a spiritual treasure, which was somewhat surprising to Lu Yuan. But this was a good thing for Xiaobai. After all, the demon immortal inheritance would not be opened automatically until 10 years later. However, as of now, Little White's level was still too low, and even if he traveled to the inheritance land, he wouldn't be able to withstand the demon immortal inheritance. If one wanted to be able to withstand the demon immortal inheritance, then at the very least, one would need to successfully transform into a form. That is, to reach the equivalent of a human cultivator's Yuaning stage 7. Only the 7th order transformed demonic beasts were ultimately a minority, and the insurance point was the 8th order. And he also had to teach him the cultivation method, so that he could condense the spiritual platform like a human cultivator and become a demon cultivator. Only then would he be qualified to obtain the demon immortal inheritance. Feeling his cultivation level, which had already reached the middle stage of Yuaning, Lu Yuan nodded his head in satisfaction and got up to instantly put the demonic beast's corpse into his Sumeru ring. It seemed that he had to hunt more demonic beasts, but it was just what Lu Yuan wanted. After all, his cultivation had risen so fast recently that he didn't even have much time to familiarize himself with his latest power. 5 days later, Xiantian Holy Land. The matter of the Dao couple ceremony held by the Heavenly Frost subsect had already reached Ji Heng's ears, and at the moment, he was staring down at the disciple who had come to report below with a frown on his face. This honored one knows. You go down first, he frowned and said, and the disciple was busy arching his hand and retiring. What? Did you guess something? Fairy Qin, you asked with some concern. Ji Hong nodded. In the beginning, they invited my Xiantian Holy Land 3 times, each time with full sincerity, so that my father would definitely appear. But now they are hiding the Dao couple ceremony from my father and quietly holding it. His eyes held a bit of coldness. Isn't this the place to be? After speaking, he immediately stood up and commanded, Men, prepare a gift. With a flutter of his sleeve robe, he strides towards the outside. This honored one will personally pay a visit to see what kind of medicine this Heavenly Frost subclan is selling in its gourd. Seeing this, Immortal Chengyu was busy following quickly. Husband, my concubine will accompany you. Ji Hong didn't sniff back, only constantly thinking of the worse outcome. At the same time that the Xiantian Holy Land was preparing, inside the Heavenly Frost subsect, a petite figure stumbled in the Moonlight Fairy's cave, immediately drawing the attention of the Moonlight Fairy, who was in closed-door cultivation. Her eyes snapped open, and when she looked at her senior sister who had disappeared for 5 days, she immediately stood up in excitement. She quickly walked over to support the other party, and when she saw how weak she was, she subconsciously wanted to activate her divine sense to check. But at that moment, Bai Mengqi's voice came from outside the cave. She encountered an evil cultivator when she went out and was locked up to absorb a lot of her cultivation, and even had some of her essence blood drawn. So now she's weak as hell and needs to pay more attention to rest. Chapter 103, What's in your head? Evil practitioner? Drawing blood? What kind of evil cultivator dares to arrest someone inside an immortal sect subclan? A flash of suspicion flashed in Immortal Moonflower's eyes, but it was quickly hidden. She didn't have any evidence yet, and this was the territory of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, so she couldn't startle the snakes. At the same time, the moment Bai Mengqi turned it on, she could clearly feel her little sister's body trembling, which was clearly fear. Many thanks to Patriarch Bai for rescuing my junior sister back. After organizing some of the thoughts tumbling around in her head, she busily bowed to Bai Mengqi. Seeing this, Bai Mengqi waved her hand. You guys are originally here to help the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, so what's so trivial about this? She looked inside the cave and then said, How is it? Are you still used to living here? It's not bad to be entrusted with the care of your ancestors. Immortal Moonflower replied back, while assisting her youngest sister to the bedside to sit down. Bai Mengqi nodded her head and then laid down 2 formations in front of her. The main plan of my Spirit Sky Immortal Sect has broken down, and the walls have already fallen, and now many forces are eyeing our position. So to ensure your safety, I've purposely searched for 2 formations. A smirk curled her lips. As a way to ensure your safety. Immortal Moonflower's brows furrowed slightly, but she couldn't say anything, so she could only nod her head and say thank you at that moment. After making sure that the array formation was set up and functioning properly, Bai Mengqi asked seemingly casually, By the way, quite a few of the collections in the subclan here in this honored place are from the Xian Heaven Holy Land, so if you guys want to visit, you can always come to the Heavenly Frost Great Hall to find me. After saying that, she looked at the petite figure again and smiled softly. You guys can cultivate well. If there is a situation where there are not enough cultivation resources, you can speak at any time, and this honored one will do his best to satisfy it. The moment her words fell, her figure had already disappeared in place. At this instant, Fairy Moonflower's face completely sank as she pushed her cultivation, and suddenly purple light mist emerged from around her. Senior sister Ling Yun, come here. She sent a message in her mind. Fairy Ling Yun, together with Fairy Yuehua, was the personal disciple of the palace master of the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace, and was extremely good at formation techniques. She must find out what was so fishy about the formation that this Bai Mengqi had laid down. After transmitting her voice, she looked at her junior sister without opening her mouth, but she saw the tender junior sister tearfully nod her head. Subconsciously, Immortal Moonflower wanted to use her divine sense to probe a bit, but she was dodged by her junior sister. She didn't dare to say a word, only shedding silent tears. It was at this time that a green-clothed figure stepped on the void and landed, and walked into the cave to see such a scene. Senior sister. What is the youngest sister? Yuehua busily stepped forward quickly and covered Ling Yun's mouth, then transmitted her voice. It's highly likely that junior sister has been tainted by an evil cultivator, and the relationship between this evil cultivator and Patriarch Bai is definitely not ordinary. Ling Yun immediately furrowed her brows. Can you ever perceive? Her words did not speak, yet the meaning was clear enough. Yuehua shook her head. I guess she was planted with a divine sense imprint. Once we use our divine sense, it will be known by the other party, or it will also be affected. After all, in their impression, for more than 100 years, their little sister would cry and beg for consolation even if she suffered a little superficial injury that healed in a while during a sparring session, and earlier her reaction was clearly abnormal. So now, Ling Yun's heart thumped, and she subconsciously turned back to look at her youngest sister, who was sitting on the bed, somewhat absent-minded. This is the territory of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect. There are too many restrictions on us, and even if we send a message, there isn't much of a chance to send it back to the Immortal Palace. Yuehua transmitted her voice and analyzed. While that layer of window paper is still intact, next time if there is an outing mission we must have someone go there, and then we will look for an opportunity to transmit the situation back to the Immortal Palace and inform the Palace Master. Ling Yun nodded, then transmitted her voice and asked, other than that, what else do you need me to do? Yuehua looked towards the two formations that had been completely set up. I would like to know what exactly is the purpose of the formations that Patriarch Bai has laid down here. Ling Yun sniffed and subconsciously sensed, then took out a white array disc. Divine sense wrapped in true essence surged into it, and then it actually directly triggered those two formations. In the next instant, Ling Yun's face immediately sank. These two formations are both defense formations, yes, but the combination of the two formations together has the effect of affecting divine wisdom. This Patriarch Bai has bad intentions. When Yuehua heard the transmission, her complexion similarly became a few points heavier. Now it seems that Master has also fallen into her calculations, and it is highly likely that we are only the first step. This Bai Mengqi, why don't you just change your name to White-Eyed Wolf? It's a shame that his own master is helping the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect so much. However, at that moment, a powerful aura rapidly approached towards the Skyfrost subclan. No, it's two channels. There were even several strong auras unique to the harmonization stage in the aftermath. Who's coming? Sacred Lord Jihang of the Xian Heavenly Sacred Land, here to pay a visit. A single sentence, like morning bells and drums, resounded up and down the Heavenly Frost subsect, causing the three Moonflower fairies to be stunned and subconsciously look into the distance. At this moment, outside of the Heavenly Frost subsect's large formation, several figures stood in the air, with Jihang and Fairy Qingyu at the head of the two, while 8 harmonization stage cultivators followed at the back. Such a scene attracted many cultivators to stop and salute. Of course, these people who saluted were mostly disciples of the Xian Tian Holy Land who were remembered here, and at this moment, in the Heavenly Frost Great Hall, Bai Mengqi, who had just returned to the Great Hall, narrowed her eyes slightly, her heart suddenly feeling bad. Could it be that the Xian Tian Holy Land has sensed something? Or was Lin Yichen's identity not as simple as he thought? For a moment, she had the illusion of having her hands full. A little while later, she took a deep breath and brought along the divine numinous stone and spatial formation plate, her figure immediately disappearing from its original location. The Holy Lord of the Xian Heavenly Sacred Land is here in person. I apologize for the delay in welcoming him. Bai Mengqi's figure appeared and saluted Jihang and the others outside the grand formation. He then waved his hand to open the formation and welcomed a group of 10 people in. As soon as he entered the formation, Jihang's mind moved the array disc and the Qiankuan ring to establish a weak connection with the formation. He swept a glance around and asked, "How come we don't see Elder Ma Chuan?" Bai Mengqi casually said. Elder Chen of the Tianyuan branch invited him over to join in dealing with the Star Immortal Mansion's calculations, and I agreed. Jihang froze slightly and couldn't help but think about the situation of the Star Immortal Mansion today. It did seem like there were enough resources to establish a new subsector, but even so they wouldn't be in such a hurry to do so. Suddenly, he thought of something and instantly snapped back to his senses. He had also met with Mo Chuan more than once, and had even invited him to join the Xian Tian Holy Land several times. And Mo Duan's answer has always been only one. That is, he just wants to find a place to retire. And he doesn't want to participate in any fights at all. The reason why he joined the Spirit Immortal sect was just to return a favor. Therefore, it was simply impossible for him to go to the Heavenly Yuan branch to help out. And there was only the possibility that he would leave the White Moonfrost Prefecture and live in seclusion. And looking at Bai Mingqi's appearance, it seemed that she didn't know about these things yet. He couldn't help but look at Bai Mingqi, secretly saying that this woman, what exactly was in her head all day long? Chapter 104. Collecting his thoughts, Ji Hong took a step forward and raised his hand in an instant. The 8 people immediately stepped forward, spreading their hands, and then another wooden box broke through the air. Previously, your clan will hold the Dao couple ceremony, but 3 invitations to my Xian Tian Holy Land. How come the Dao couple ceremony has officially begun, but have not seen the messenger to come and invite? Ji Hong looked at Bai Mingqi while his mind quietly invaded the grand formation, sensing the changes in this part of heaven and earth. Things were too busy, and I always felt as if I had forgotten something at first, and by the time I remembered, the ceremony had already begun. So I hope the Holy Lord will forgive me. Bai Mingqi smiled sarcastically and said back, but inwardly had already calculated up. In the end, who is the leakage of the wind? But did not go to this whole branch of people. 99% belonged to the Xian Tian sacred ground. This aspect to think. It was also at this time that she sensed a trace of an odd feeling that this patriarchal grand formation seemed to have produced some kind of change. However, Ji Hang's voice resounded once more. That's true. The Heavenly Oracle branch has just been destroyed, and the disciples died tragically outside the Heavenly Frost branch. I'm afraid anyone else would be in a trance. At those words, Bai Mingqi's face immediately became ugly. Sage Lord Ji wouldn't have specially come over to expose the scars of my Spirit Sky Immortal sect, would he? Ji Hong laughed. How could that be? I've only just heard about it. So didn't I personally come over to seek the truth? Bai Mingqi snorted coldly and raised her hand to accept the 8 wooden boxes. Now that the plea is over, is there anything else Saint Lord Ji wants? Fairy Qingyu froze slightly at his words, and then a trace of anger rose in his eyes, but he didn't snap. After all, Ji Hong hadn't even said anything yet, and it wasn't her turn to open her mouth. And at this moment, Ji Hong also detected something, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. After 3 years, there was no progress in the cultivation of more than 10 disciples, and there were even those whose cultivation had regressed, which was obviously not right. He swept his eyes over the surrounding onlookers and asked his patriarch, by not going to invite me in for a seat? He was trying to find out. I'm sorry, I fought with a Mahayana stage cultivator the other day and was injured, so I'm afraid I won't be able to entertain Sacred Lord Ji and all of the Xian Heavenly Sacred Land's honored guests, she said dryly. Ji Hong laughed coldly in his heart, and just as he was about to open his mouth and tear his face apart, he saw 7 figures coming from the distance. Seeing these 7 people, Ji Hong was a bit surprised, while Bai Mingqi furrowed her brows. Purple Cloud Immortal Palace Yuehua, meet the Holy Lord of the Xian Heavenly Sacred Land. As soon as he approached, Yuehua led a salute. This moonflower fairy Ji Hong had naturally seen her before. After all, in the last Immortal Sect's Dao discussion conference, she was following Yulingshire as a spectator. How did you get here? Ji Hong suddenly became curious. Yuehua didn't shy away from it and said directly, it's still the same reason. I came over to pull a helper by order of my master. After saying that, she was busy transmitting, Lord Holy Lord, this Bai Mingqi doesn't have good intentions. I implore Lord Holy Lord to speak up and invite us to the Xian Heaven Holy Land temporarily. Hearing these words, Ji Hong raised an eyebrow. There were a few vague guesses in his mind. The Xian Tian Holy Land had been at war with the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion, but had not been at war with the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace. If Bai Mingqi really didn't have good intentions towards these 7 people, saving these 7 people himself would be considered making the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace owe itself a favor. With this in mind, Ji Hong swept his remaining light towards Immortal Changyu, who immediately understood. At the Immortal Sect questioning conference you said that you wanted to come to my Xian Tian Holy Land to have a look. This time you happened to come across it. Do you want to come over and stay for some time? Fairy Qingyu stepped forward and invited with a smile. Bai Mingqi sniffed and immediately blocked. The Immortal Sect questioning conference is approaching. They need to raise their cultivation as soon as possible to ensure. Ji Hong snorted out a laugh at his words, directly interrupting Bai Mingqi. It's only half a month. What can this delay? Or did you put something unseemly on them and are afraid of being discovered by my father? Bai Mingqi's heart thumped and her face went pale for a moment. Quickly adjusting her state of mind, she busily said, I'm just urging them to cultivate. What bad intentions can I have? Ji Hong nodded. Indeed, you're also doing it for their own good, but it's only for half a month. There won't be much of a delay. Besides, this father will also urge them to cultivate. You can rest assured of that. Upon hearing this, Bai Mengqi wanted to say something, but suddenly thought that nowadays, the Spirit Sky Immortal sect had already offended the Star Immortal Mansions Li Wuyan and the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion. Even the Heavens Oracle subsect had been overthrown. If he offended the Xian Tian Holy Land again, he was afraid that he would face a truly desperate situation. Taking a deep breath, she looked at the Moonflower Immortal's youngest sister, a flash of warning in her eyes. Only then did he say, "Well, since Saint Lord Ji has spoken, I have little reason to refuse, so don't forget to cultivate." Upon hearing this, a flash of delight flashed across Fairy Yuewa's eyes as she arched her hand at Bai Mengqi. "The latecomer and the other 7 take their leave. After half a month, we will definitely return." The remaining 6 people similarly arched their hands at Bai Mengqi. Only the youngest senior sister had a trace of celebration flashing in her eyes, and her heart was even more relieved. Seeing Bai Mengqi loosen up, Ji Hong also nodded in satisfaction. "Well, since Patriarch Bai is in ill health, we won't bother you anymore. Farewell." After saying that, he took the lead and turned around, stepping into the void towards the outside of the formation. It was also at this moment that Bai Mengqi's voice rang out in little senior sister Ziyun's head. "You'd better rot those things in your stomach, or else you won't blame me for activating the slave seal to completely reduce you to what you least want to be." The junior sister's delicate body trembled slightly, but she did not reply, stepping into the void and quickly following. Just as he was moving away from the Skyfrost subsect, Yuehua rushed forward to stop Ji Hong in his tracks. "I implore the Holy Lord to take action to erase the divine sense imprint on my little sister." She curtsied to Ji Hong with a sincere attitude, and her voice was slightly trembling. Ji Hong was slightly stunned, secretly saying that Bai Mengqi really did not have a good heart, and busily signaled Fairy Qingyu to help Fairy Yuehua up. "You and I are considered to have a one-sided relationship. It's only reasonable for me to help you today. There's no need to be polite." After saying that, he turned around and came in front of his little sister, spreading his hands and grabbing her wrists, his divine sense surging in a flash. Offended. In just a moment, Ji Heng's complexion became grave. A smattering of a Mahayana cultivator's divine sense, plus an evil cultivator's slave seal. This Bai Mengqi is playing quite fancy. He frowned, and with a single movement of his mind he directly wore out the wisp of divine sense left behind by that Bai Mengqi. Subsequently, the moment he withdrew his hand, the slave seal was also directly erased. With that done, he looked to the petite figure standing in front of him and reached out to rub her head. In just a moment, the little sister who felt all this did not hold back her tears, crying her heart out. A few senior sisters saw this and quickly stepped forward to comfort him in their arms. At that moment, Ji Hong also withdrew his hand. A few moments later, looking at junior senior sister Ziyun who had regained her emotional composure, Ji Hong asked, "Tell me about all the bad things that Bai Mengqi has done inside this Heavenly Frost subsect." Chapter 105, Tian Yuan subsect. Empty building. Yi Xiaolin practiced evil arts and practiced yin and yang on female disciples of the Skyfrost branch. Even more so, he even took over a subsect disciple. "Is that person called Lin Yichen?" Ji Hong asked. He had heard that Yi Xiaolin was a star Yuan pulse body, and if he were to die and his Yuan Ing were to take over his body, Lin Yichen's star battle body would be the best choice. That junior sister thought for a moment and said, "The junior only remembers that person's surname is Lin," and the rest of the things were discovered before she had a chance to take a closer look. It turned out that she had gone out to play that day, and it was already late at night when she returned to the Heavenly Frost subclan, and at that time, it was the time period when Bai Mengqi sent the female disciples who had been taken back to their original cave. She happened to bump into it and overheard the conversation between the two. Because of this, Bai Mengqi directly suppressed her in the spatial array disk, and later on, she even sealed her cultivation, so that she was reduced to being the object of Yi Xiaolin's pickup on the night of the Dao couple ceremony. Hearing Ziyun Jr. senior sister's reply, Ji Hong burst into a rage. That was the person he had chosen by the thousands, and in the future, he was going to assist the Xian Heavenly Sacred Ground to rise to the next level. In that case, it seems that there's no need for this Heavenly Frost subsect to exist, Ji Hong said coldly. His right hand raised his sword finger, and a true elemental talisman seal appeared with a thought. He took great pains to topographize as much of what had happened as he could in the form of words, which he then transmitted directly. Offending 4 immortal sects at the same time. Such a feat would be a stone-cold first even in the 50,000 years of the Xian Huang continent. He looked at Immortal Qingyu and then said, "You take them back to the Holy Land, and my father will make a trip to the Violet Origin Tangzhou." The moment his words fell, his figure had already disappeared in place, and at the same time, in the Heavenly Frost subsect, in the Heavenly Frost Great Hall, "Master, the slave seal laid by disciple was erased," Yi Xiaolin anxiously said. his footsteps hurriedly walking into the middle of the large hall. However, he saw Bai Mengqi standing in the middle of the hall, her expression equally grave. My master's divine sense imprint has also been erased, and what you and I have done must have already been known by Jihan. Her brows tightened as she gritted her teeth. Even more so, the Violet Cloud Immortal Palace might also know about this afterward. We're, in trouble. Yi Xiaolin was slightly stunned and busily asked, what does senior mean by this? Hasn't that Purple Cloud 7 girls always been in the sect? How could? They were taken away by the Holy Lord of the Xian Tian Holy Land, saying that they were going to play for a few days, so I didn't dare to stop them. In reality, he didn't dare to tear his face off with Holy Lord Ji Heng. She doesn't have the guts, much less the qualifications. Yi Xiaolin froze on the spot, wanting to directly scold this idiot, but not having the guts to do so. Headstrong and arbitrary, seemingly strong but actually stupid. Then, Master, what should we do next? He forced down the anger in his heart and asked with furrowed brows. Bai Mengqi sniffed and let out a long breath, her eyes dimming. She murmured, perhaps, indeed, I was in too much of a hurry to enter the ranks of the immortal sect too early, when waiting for a few decades. Yi Xiaolin? What's with the sentimentality of this guy? He looked at Bai Mengqi with a grave expression and said with a clench of his teeth, Master, disciple knows of an inheritance place where a fallen demon immortal's inheritance is hidden. Never mind that. No matter what, we must get this stupid master to fight first. He didn't think he had the ability to make it to the main clan ruins of the Tsuiwei Mountain Prefecture in a short period of time. Upon hearing this, Bai Mengqi's eyes that were originally like a pool of stagnant water immediately brightened up. Where is that inheritance now? Is there a way to open it? Yi Xiaolin nodded. But opening that inheritance requires disciples' cultivation to reach the god transformation stage. And now disciple has already attained Yuaning perfection. Before the words were finished, Bai Mengqi brought Yi Xiaolin to Lin Shurhan's cave with a flash. And at this moment, Lin Shurhan was taking care of Lu Xuanwei who had fallen into a coma again. Seeing her master teacher arrive, Lin Shurhan busily put down the handkerchief in her hand and bowed to her. Just before she could speak, Bai Mengqi's next words caused her to fall into the ice cellar and send chills down her body. Master will only give you 3 days. These two are yours to harvest as you please. After 3 days master wants to see results. When she finished speaking, she turned around and walked away, while Yi Xiaolin, who heard these words, looked at Lin Shurhan with a smile on his lips. Senior sister, I'm offended. Now that senior brother I need to rapidly raise my cultivation. You guys will have to become my cultivation cauldron. After saying that, he directly took out a talisman seal and directly struck it after his true essence was injected. Lin Shurhan had wanted to resist, yet after this talismanic seal was activated, she was unable to mobilize a single ounce of true essence. In the midst of her panic, she once again fell into the role of a furnace. Her Yuaning was dusted, and her cultivation fell to Jindan, Violet Elemental Tang Prefecture, Spirit Immortal Sect Tian Yuan Subsect. Yunshang arrived here with 3-star Immortal Mansion Mahayana stage cultivators, and looking at the subdivision where the Grand Formation was being activated, she immediately went forward. Without the slightest hesitation, she raised her hand and offered a large seal, and her true essence surged into that large seal like a heavenly river breaking through a dike. Boom! In the next instant, the great seal fell and heavily smashed on top of the clan protection formation. However, the originally expected scene of many elders appearing did not appear, and was replaced by a blasted and shattered protector array. Yunshang was slightly surprised, and immediately went forward. Her divine sense was instantly activated. And then she actually realized that there was not a single cultivator's breath present in this subclan. This Tian Yuan branch has already been emptied. It seems that the destruction of the Heavenly Oracle subsect has caused the Heavenly Yuan subsect to feel the pressure, in which the cultivators when all converge to the Heavenly Frost subsect. A Star Immortal Mansion Mahayana stage cultivator similarly sensed and spoke. And allow me to tell your fortune. As he spoke, his left hand spread out and a star broke through the air and landed in his palm. After some maneuvering, he raised an eyebrow. The people are gone, each to his own door. As early as 5 days ago, this place was already empty, and the cultivators in it had long since abandoned the Spirit Sky Immortal sect's clothing and self-proclaimed name and dispersed to various small and medium-sized sects. He put away the astrolabe and raised his hand to arch at Yun Shang. Congratulations to Patriarch Yun for taking down this subsector without bloodshed. Yunshang was busy arching her hand in response. Since this matter is over, Yunshang will also take her leave, and will leave the next matter to your sect. The man sniffed slightly stunned, then reacted, busy smilingly arching his hand and said, just take what you need. We also have to proceed to the next thing, so we will first take our leave. After saying that, the three of them turned around and directly left this place far away. Yunshang, on the other hand, dashed to an air pavilion and raised her hand to instantly destroy the leaping formation in it. she's going to have a go at Bai Mingqi. Meanwhile, on top of a mountain peak 3,000 miles away, a long-browed old man let out a long breath. Luckily, the old man ran fast, otherwise I was afraid that I would have followed in the footsteps of old Monster Goo. But that old thing is so tricky, it's 80% that he didn't die either. With that, he stood up, and a teenager behind him who looked to be 12 or 13 rushed forward to assist him. Master, aren't you afraid that the world will revile you for doing this? The teenager asked. The old man laughed and knocked the teenager on the head. For the teacher to ask you, is it better to live and be scolded and not be able to hear? Or to die and be praised and not be able to hear? The teenager rubbed his head and said, Senior brother and the others have said that it's better to be praised. The old man was exasperated and laughed. You little guy. Of course it's good to be alive, wow. Dead which is not as free as alive. Chapter 106 Hearth. Lu Xuanwei collapses in regret. Half a day later, in the sky above the Tian Yuan branch sect, Ji Hung stepped into the air. Looking at this side of the clan that was intact but without a trace of breath, he fell into deep thought. Bai Mingqi, now that you've been betrayed by all, unless you fly up on the spot, you'll never have a way to live. Words fall instantly. His body true essence like the river breaks the dike. Crazy swept here, led to the distortion and collapse of the void. Seems to want to destroy this place. This place has been returned to the Star Immortal Mansion, so I hope your excellency will be merciful. At this time, a female voice sounded, followed by the distortion of the void, and an illusory figure emerged, and upon closer inspection, its appearance was generally the same as Yunshang. At those words, Ji Hung twisted his head to look and recognized Yunshang with a glance. He asked, I remember you, the elder of perfect harmonization stage cultivation who came to the immortal sect asking assembly with Bai Mingqi back then. He looked up and down at Yunshang's silhouette and said with interest, It looks like more than 10 years have passed, and you've stepped into the ranks of the Mahayana as well? Without waiting for Yunshang to speak, he then asked, Also, you said that this place has been returned to the Star Immortal Mansion. What's going on? The more he said, the more terrifying the aura around him became, and his divine sense had begun to counterlock Yunshang's location through this shadow. The Heavenly Rhyme subsect has become independent, and now I am the Heavenly Rhyme sect leader. And that day the Oracle subsect was the one that I led the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion cultivators to overthrow. Feeling the terrifying aura of the late Mahayana cultivator, with the eyes that carried danger, Yunshang hurriedly explained. Half a day ago, I arrived with 3 Mahayana stage cultivators from the Star Immortal Mansion, ready to overthrow the Tian Yuan subsect, but it's a pity that this place has long since been emptied. Now that the Star Immortal Mansion has gone back to prepare to take over the Tian Yuan subsect, if you destroy this place, won't you be feuding with the Star Immortal Mansion? Ji Hong was slightly stunned, and immediately waved his hand to disperse the previously released true essence, and the sky and earth returned to silence. Indeed, it's not wise to cross swords with the Star Immortal Mansion for the sake of a moment's pain, but learning that the Tian Yuan subsect is no longer in existence, I'm not considered to have gained nothing from this trip. When he finished, he simply excused himself and turned around. Then, as if he remembered something, he paused in his steps and looked back at Yunshang. I will take back the Heavenly Frost subsect. 98% of the people there originally belonged to my Xian Tian Holy Land. Bai Mingqi, she'll soon become a loner with only those few disciples left. As his words fell, his figure instantly disappeared in place. Upon hearing this, Yunshang fell into deep thought. For a long time, the shadow dissipated, while she couldn't help but sigh inwardly that it was unfortunate for her master to accept Bai Mingqi. White Moon Frost Prefecture, Skyfrost Subclan, Lin Shurhan's Cave. The icy cold blade of the sword rested against Yi Xiaolin's throat, cutting through the skin as a splash of blood gushed out. Lu Xuanwei's eyes were full of resentment, and she could be described as hating Yi Xiaolin to the point of gnashing her teeth. Why did you do this? We love you so much. We love you so much. We even framed the eldest brother who led us into the immortal path for you. She gritted her teeth in anger, and her sword blade vaguely tended to continue forward. That's just it. It's all because of my indulgence too, so let me put an end to it with my own hands. As he spoke, the sword blade shifted forward, but it stabbed an empty hole. She immediately turned around and was just about to perform the sword skill when she saw the talismanic seal in Yi Xiaolin's hand blossomed with light, and then the true essence in her body couldn't be utilized for half a second. She just wanted to draw back. Who would have thought that Yi Xiaolin had already bullied his way forward and pinched her neck? Senior sister, you're the one who loves me the most. Now that I need to quickly break through Yuaning and reach spirit transformation, you should also help me wholeheartedly. Yi Xiaolin licked his lips and said, then mercilessly shredded Lu Xuanwei's clothes. Just a moment ago, Yi Xiaolin's harvesting of Lin Shurhan ended, and his cultivation attained the no-leakage, no-fault realm of the Yuaning stage. Just as he was about to lay his hands on the unconscious Lu Xuanwei as well, The other party opened her eyes violently, and even summoned her own sword. Unfortunately, she didn't have to do it after all. Buzz! Just as Yi Xiaolin threw Lu Xuanwei on the bed and was about to pick her up, Lu Xuanwei's body steeply erupted with majestic sword intent, which was so terrifying that it was like the Yangtze River in the waves. Yi Xiaolin was unprepared and was cut by the sword intent, his body retreating in a sorry state. At this moment, Bai Mengqi, who was waiting outside, realized something and entered the cave with a flash. And this was the scene that caught her eyes. Lu Xuanwei was dressed in rags and her eyes were red as she looked at Bai Mengqi. She wanted to step forward, yet after thinking about what Lin Shihan had said, the steps she took stopped violently. Her mind was filled with memories of that without Yi Xiaolin, and she was already in tears. Master, we shouldn't have become like this, we shouldn't have. She wanted to get that memory out, but whenever she tried, she couldn't get what she knew out. In 100 years' time, she could have become the youngest female cultivator of the void refining stage, and was even more qualified to impact the harmonization stage. Instead of being reduced to Yi Xiaolin's cultivation cauldron here, his cultivation was even more comparable to the god transformation stage. Disperse your sword intent and accept your junior brother's picking. It's your only choice. Bai Mengqi frowned slightly and said in an icy tone. Only the content of the words was like a thunderbolt that completely woke up Lu Xuanwei. She crossed her sword in front of her neck and was about to kill herself. Madaka! A bit of true essence pierced through the void and heavily impacted on top of the sword body. The sword body was split in pieces in an instant, and a blood arrow was even shot out of Lu Xuanwei's mouth, and her breath instantly became shriveled. In front of a Mahayana cultivator, it would be difficult for a mere Hierophant cultivator to die. Master vaguely feels that something is not good. You act quickly. This father will wait for you outside, Bai Mengqi said with a frown. Yi Xiaolin was busy nodding his head in response, while his eyes kept roaming over Bai Mengqi's body, and he couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of water. Until this moment, Lu Xuanwei completely awakened. Her master's heart in the eyes of perhaps from the beginning to the end of only Yi Xiaolin one person. It was true for Lu Yuan, and it was also true for them. In the past, when a few senior sisters were killed, it was a relief, and it was eldest brother who was helping them out. Feeling Yi Xiaolin's behavior towards herself, Lu Xuanwei suddenly laughed miserably and coughed up blood. Blood spattered her cheeks, setting her off like a madman. If they treat their big brother Lu Yuan well, they don't say that all of them will ascend, then they are bound to have a good ending, rather than falling into Yi Xiaolin's cultivation tripod, as is the case now. When her remaining light glanced at Lin Shihan, who was lifeless on the side and whose cultivation had fallen to the middle stage of Jindan, she felt a trace of heartache. She was supposed to be a heavenly rune formation master. There was also the third senior sister who was a year younger and had stepped into the void refining stage 3 years after him. That fourth senior sister who should have mastered the Dan Dao long ago and become a genius alchemist, as well as the genius beast master fifth sister who could harness 100 beasts at the age of 100, causing that Sanglong ancient hall to offer a heavenly price in exchange. That new memory kept coming back to his mind, spots of blood and tears slipping from the corners of his eyes. At this moment, Lu Xuanwei completely broke down, a wave of remorse filling her heart. They are, well, not supposed to be. Chapter 107, Skyfrost Subsect? This place is now called the Frost Moon Sect. Dark clouds converged in the sky, and when Bai Mengqi saw this, she immediately disappeared into the air. With the terrifying means of a Mahayana cultivator, he forcefully intervened in the heavenly tribulation. She had thought that it would be as good as breaking the robbery cloud when Yi Xiaolin broke through to the Yuaning, but who would have thought that it would be a heavy blow after the heavenless robbery fought against a few snapping fingers. In an instant, Bai Mengqi fell into a trance of consciousness and her figure fell into the sky, causing a crowd of disciples to cry out in shock, while Yi Xiaolin, who was still picking up his own cultivation, was feeling the increase in his cultivation. He suddenly sensed the change in the sky above, and immediately exchanged a robber shield talisman from the system space. However, due to the participation of the Mahayana cultivator, this heavenly calamity was no longer an ordinary god transformation heavenly calamity, and even though Yi Xiaolin had used the calamity shield talisman to reduce the damage by 99%, it still cleaved him into a serious injury, and he was forced to interrupt the harvesting. Although Lu Xuanwei and Lin Shihan were not the main targets of the apocalypse, they were also affected by the aftermath of the apocalypse and suffered heavy injuries and fainted. At the same time, in front of one of the deacons who was watching the fun, a sound transmission note was suspended in front of him, and the aura of it made him unable to resist sucking in cool air. The Holy Lord actually sent a message to find me. He didn't hold back his excitement, and then seemed to remember something, and busily covered his mouth and read the transmission note with his divine sense. After a few breaths, he once again sucked in a breath of cool air. Is the Sacred Lord preparing to take back the Heavenly Frost subsect? He murmured in his heart and nodded his head. That's good. This Bai Mengqi, I don't see her as a good person either. When he spoke, he made a seal with both hands, and then his hands blossomed with golden light, and then split into channels of golden ons, disappearing in all directions. From this moment onwards, the Heavenly Frost subsect no longer existed, and in its place was the Frost Moon sect of the Xian Heavenly Sacred Land. Not long ago, by the heavenly tribulation splitting stunned Bai Mengqi woke up. She shook her head, subconsciously want to use cultivation instantaneous, but found that at the moment her body is weak. Dantian did not real yuan deficit, actually cannot use half of the cultivation. Unable to resist frowning, she was busy touching the Qianquan ring, but found that the Qianquan ring had long been ruptured and scrapped, and turning her head, she saw that the place was full of wolves. She was a little surprised, secretly surprised at how powerful this heavenly tribulation was, but it never occurs to you that the heavens have sent down a calamity that allows you to destroy it once as expected, but will never allow you to destroy it a second time. Accurately finding a new Qianquan ring from the pile of things, she put back the things scattered all over the ground with a thought. Only after she had taken the pills and refined the medicinal power did she feel some recovery of her true essence in her Dantian. With a thought her clothes once again became clean as new, and then her figure appeared above Lin Shirhan's cave. Only when she saw the situation below, her face instantly became gloomy. He saw that the cave below had been half destroyed by the heavenly calamity, while Lin Shirhan was still unconscious, being carried aside to cover her body with a quilt by Lu Xuanwei, who had already awakened. As for Yi Xiaolin, lying completely naked on the floor of the cave, surrounded by the disciples of this place subsect, but also have taken out a photostone to record. Bai Mengqi was enraged and raised her hand as the void fluctuated, instantly isolating the surrounding disciples' line of sight. What are you doing here in a circle if you are not practicing properly at this time? She spoke out angrily, and the surrounding disciples subconsciously stepped back, then seemed to think of something, and their feet returned to the previous place. Seeing this, Bai Mengqi frowned. What do you mean? You guys don't even listen to this patriarch's words? She had no recollection of how long she had been unconscious, and at the moment, seeing their behavior, she only gritted her teeth in anger. Also at that moment, the void fluctuated and 6 figures broke through the air. They were all dressed in Xian Tian Holy Land elder costumes. Their cultivation levels were all at the perfection of the harmonization stage, and they were currently standing in the void, staring at Bai Mengqi with a serious expression. Patriarch Bai, the Xian Heavenly Holy Land has taken back the White Moon Frost Prefecture, and this place has been renamed the Frost Moon Sect. One person spoke up, and as the Holy Lord has ordered that he needs to ask Patriarch Bai personally about some things, I'll ask Patriarch Bai to follow us to the extreme cold prison first, and wait for the Holy Lord to deal with him. The moment the words fell, the 6 of them simultaneously erupted their body's true essence, and suddenly the airwaves were so great that the void was distorted. Please, Patriarch Bai, go to the extreme cold prison and wait for the Sacred Lord's sentencing. The disciples below also opened their mouths at this moment, simultaneously bursting out their cultivation within their bodies, and at that moment, the protector formation was triggered, and was rapidly closing off this side of heaven and earth. Bai Mengqi's heart thumped, and she instantly remembered that these 6 people also had the words Xian Heavenly Sacred Ground falling behind their names, and 99% of the crowd of disciples below were the same. Even if those 4 words were not present after the name, given the state of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect today, it was only then that sand would continue to follow. Seeing that the space was about to be closed, Bai Mengqi couldn't think of anything else and flashed to the bottom, and with a thought she directly put the 3 of them into the spatial array disk. When she once again took out the leap stone and prepared to activate it, she realized that she was actually missing 2 teleportation points. Nowadays, the only ones available for teleportation were the main sect abandonment point and the heavenly rhythm subsect teleportation point. The former would most likely be thrown out during the leap and not know where it landed. The latter might be surrounded by harmonization stage or even Mahayana stage cultivators from other immortal sects. In an instant, Bai Mengqi made a decision, and she directly chose the main sect abandonment point. Seeing this, one of the cultivators who was originally an elder of the Spirit Sky Immortal sect hurriedly exclaimed, "Stop her, she's trying to escape." As the words fell, the 6 of them directly struck out, wanting to suppress Bai Mengqi. However, the leaping stone had already been stimulated, and along with the momentary white light enveloping it, Bai Mengqi, along with the spatial array disk, disappeared into place. The 6 people's attacks also directly fell short. When several people saw this, their faces sank slightly, but there was nothing they could do. Report this matter to the Sacred Lord immediately, and by all possible means, directly ask the Star Immortal Mansion cultivators to take action and project their location. One commanded, then looked down at the crowd. Disperse, and by the way, change into the new disciples' attire. so that you won't be mistakenly injured by the heavenly rhythm sect master. The crowd dispersed in a flurry of words. Purple Cloud Immortal Palace. Yulingshir's cave. Yulingshir, who was bathing and resting, had a terribly gloomy face at the moment, and even though she did not activate her cultivation, she made the surrounding maid-like disciples not dare to breathe a bit. Good. You're very good. Bai Mengqi. She clenched her right hand into a fist, and at that moment, the spirit spring water was directly frozen, while her aura was fully revealed at that moment. In an instant, the spiritual spring water that turned into ice directly evaporated away, and a blazing flame ignited above her petite body, transforming into a phoenix robe in an instant. Randomly produced 13 Mahayana stage elders for this honorable man. This honorable man is heading to the White Moonfrost Prefecture. With a flutter of her sleeve robe, she turned around and marched towards the outside of the cave. Seeing this, a female disciple cautiously asked, Master, I'm afraid that Bai Mengqi is now a loner and can't use such a big battle, right? At those words, Yulingshir paused in her steps and glanced at the female disciple who spoke with her remaining light. What does a little doll know? If you don't show your strength, how can you compete with those 3 great immortal sects if you meet a good seedling from those 5 states on this trip? As she spoke, her figure instantly disappeared. Chapter 108, Shirking Responsibility. Suweiwei Mountain State. In the middle of a canyon. Birds chirping and insects chirping, streams babbling, and silence. Suddenly, points of light emerged in the void, but they flickered and pulsed like sparks. Some birds were curious and came closer to check it out, only to be strangled by the sudden distortion of space. In the next moment, a silhouette fell from the distorted void and smashed next to the creek, splashing the ground. Following that, an array disc similarly fell from the distorted void and rolled towards the deeper part of the canyon. When Bai Mengqi awoke, it was already half a day later, late at night, busy sitting down on his knees, meditating to recover. However, it was to find that his dantian was actually filled with silk cracks. Unexpectedly, how terrifying the power of the spatial storm generated by this leap is, she murmured in a low voice, her brows locked, wanting to run her true essence again to regulate her breathing, but she only felt a sharp pain coming from her dantian. As a last resort, she could only give up tempering and turn to taking pills to recuperate. The good thing is that this kind of injury is not irreversible, and it just takes time to repair it. Long sigh of relief, but suddenly remembered something, busy looking around, but did not see the space array plate. With a thought, the divine sense instantly covered several miles of land in a radius. Making sure that the spatial array disk was still there, she busily got up and headed deeper into the canyon. When she came to where the spatial array disk was located, her eyes were greeted by a giant python demonic beast, with a glowing turquoise snake pupil, entangling the spatial array disk. Seeing Bai Mengqi's arrival, the python even came directly towards its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow the spatial array disk into its stomach. Seeing this, Bai Mengqi pinched her hands together, and immediately the spatial array disk bloomed with light, distorting the void and directly strangling the demonic beast. After doing this, Bai Mengqi looked around. This place is quiet, and no one disturbed, is quite suitable for recuperation. Now I am afraid that many forces are looking for themselves, so stay here for the time being. Thinking so, she took the spatial array disk and headed deeper into the canyon, not stopping until she entered a moss-covered cave. The moment he raised his hand, the aura of heaven and earth was induced by him, instantly condensing into a formation that removed all the moss and stagnant water from the cave. Only then did she release Yi Xiaolin and the other 3 from the spatial array disk. At this moment, Yi Xiaolin was still in a coma, but for some reason, the injuries on his body had mostly healed. Lin Shirhan, on the other hand, was still comatose and leaning against Lu Xuanwei, who was full of indifference, her breath weak. Seeing this, Bai Mengqi raised her hand and her true essence transformed her clothes, which made Yi Xiaolin a bit more normal. She looked towards Lu Xuanwei and was about to open her mouth, but Lu Xuanwei had already spoken. It's already happened. There's nothing more to be said. You don't deserve to be a teacher. No wonder Lu Yuan would sever the master-disciple relationship with you. Bai Mengqi froze slightly, then a wave of anger grew in her heart. You blame me too? She asked rhetorically. Wouldn't I agree to him leaving the clan because you guys had repeatedly set him up and pushed him to the point where he offered to withdraw from the clan? She clenched her teeth and frowned. The anger in her heart increased, and her eyes became blood red. That Kong Xian is his former best friend? When you poisoned and framed him, did you not think about it? How dare you all lay the blame for your sins on the head of your master? She gasped in anger and couldn't stop shaking. And with this appearance, it's obvious that the mind is disturbed by demons. Lu Xuanwei laughed coldly. So many times of framing, you knew about it every time, yet you sided with us every time. Are you not right? She raised her eyes to Bai Mengqi and continued. If you had prevented us from doing this the first time, Lu Yuan wouldn't have quit the clan. and we would still be in the main clan, enjoying the rich and pure. The words came to her with a soft sigh, and her eyes drooped once more. There's no point in trying to pass the buck to each other until it's too late. Will it change anything? Will leaving him behind definitely suppress the source of the evil chi and keep the sect in its original state for a long time? Bai Mengqi looked like a maniac. Don't dream, Lu Xuanwei. The root cause of all of this is you, not this honored one, and it's your own fault that you ended up like this today. In response, Lu Xuanwei, however, directly closed her eyes and didn't say a word. Seeing this scene, Bai Mengqi was furious and stepped forward and pinched Lu Xuanwei's neck. You remember, this honored one is your master. All your lives are this honored one's, so is that Lu Yuan. As long as this honored one wants to, he can take his life at any time. Her eyes were red and she said viciously, you, too, don't make me. Willow Seeker. Lu Xuanwei's face flushed red as she kept reaching out to pick at Bai Mengqi's hand, her inner fear reaching the extreme. At this moment, she only felt that Bai Mengqi was crazy. It was only when she was thrown off by Bai Mengqi and her body smashed against the wall that Lu Xuanwei was able to take a big breath. When Bai Mengqi lowered her head, she saw Lin Shirhan looking at herself with a face full of fear. She reacted as if she was waking up from a dream, and looked down at her own hands. For a moment, she was actually a bit at a loss for words. Himself, clearly, is not like this and should not be like this. Blame it on Lu Yuan. Why did he withdraw from the clan and why did he hide his cultivation talent? Obviously still the dazzling genius. Why pretend to be unable to cultivate? She gritted her teeth in hatred and roared in her heart. When this honored one seizes the demon immortal inheritance, I will completely waste you, making you a complete and utter invalid. 10,000 Demon Canyon. Tianqing Spirit State. After killing a 10 feet huge demonic beast with a sword, Lu Yuan directly put its corpse into the Sumeru ring, relying on 1/10 of the time flow. Xiao Bai relied on eating and piled himself up into a 7th-ranked demonic beast, and was trying to transform into a form in the ring world of the Sumeru ring. As for Lu Yuan, he was now at the Yuaning perfection cultivation level, and was condensing a party of spirit transformation platforms in his Dantian Yuan C. The Yuaning crosses the spirit transformation stage and can transform into a Yuanshan, and then reach the spirit transformation stage. Moreover, during these days of fighting, Lu Yuan realized that such a process could make the accumulation of chaotic element faster, and that the evil spirits in the Void Rift could also grow faster. What was even more interesting was that those evil spirits seemed to be able to learn their own fighting skills and sword techniques and sword moves. If so, when their cultivation reaches merging, I'm afraid that even if they are released to act on their own, it won't be a problem. Walking in the middle of the 10,000 Demons Canyon, Lu Yuan's mind moved, and his sea of consciousness presented Little White's condition. With the presence of Little Sumeru, the heavenly tribulation of transformation naturally does not exist. After all, in this world in the ring, Little Sumeru is the existence of the heavenly Tao. When the huge demonic beast's body dissolved into spiritual light, the image of a young man with long brown hair was presented in Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness. This look is a few points more handsome than what Lu Yuan saw in his dream, perhaps because of his own good food and drink to take care of the cause. As his divine sense came back together, Lu Yuan looked up at the sky, and a trace of odd emotions inexplicably arose in his heart. After a long time, he let out a soft sigh and turned toward the way he had come. After he retired from the clan, everything is changing. It is better to use the Qiankuan compass to find the place of that demon immortal's inheritance earlier, so as not to give birth to any changes. Chapter 109 Deduction. Inheritance Space Advance Advent. Did you change your name there just because you said you changed your name? She, Bai Mengqi, is so calculating to my father? What's wrong if I kill a few of her disciples? 5 days later, White Moon Frost Prefecture, Frost Moon Sect. Yu Lingshir's voice resounded through the heavenly Frost Great Hall, and its burst of true essence even shook the entire hall. This place was originally lent to the Spirit Sky Immortal sect by me, and almost all of them, aside from a few elders and deacons, are from my Xian heavenly sacred land. Ji Hung frowned slightly and waved his hand. How is this you wanting to kill people from the Spirit Sky Immortal sect? This is you simply wanting to kill a few people to take the heat out of it. I won't give it to you. Yu Lingshir narrowed her eyes slightly at the words, and all of a sudden, her aura was locked onto Ji Hung. Seeing this scene, the elders of the Xian Tian Holy Land and the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace both stepped forward, with the momentum of a fight at the drop of a hat. After a moment passed, Yu Lingshir flung his sleeve robe and turned around. That's just it. For the sake of you saving my disciple once, you Frost Moon Sex people, I won't move, but you have to help me collect the news of that elder Mo Dust for a moment or two. Ji Hung shook his head. That elder Mo Chuan is steady and careful in his work. My father's Frost Moon sect can have today's scale without his careful management. I still can't rely on you in this matter. Yu Lingshir was instantly furious. Ji Hung, are you here to cooperate with me? Or are you here to sing against me? Ji Hung shook his head. The Frost Moon sect originally belongs to my Xian Tian Holy Land, so it's you who came over. Yu Lingshi froze, then immediately exploded his aura, and the space around him even twisted out a splendid flower of nothingness, filled with the power of terrifying destruction. Palace Master, you please calm your anger. My husband's mouth is a bit unforgiving on weekdays, and there is absolutely no intention to deliberately provoke. Seeing that the scene was about to get out of control, Immortal Chang Yu was busy rounding up the scene and said, I'll first make amends to the Palace Master on behalf of my husband. With that, she bowed to Ji Hang. Yu Lingshi insisted with a cold snort and waved her hand to disperse that flower of nothingness. Ji Hung, you wait. After resolving by Mingqi, this dignity will definitely have a duel with you. Ji Hung, on the other hand, laughed softly and looked at Fairy Qing Yu softly. Certain people, the temper hasn't changed at all after hundreds of years. It's really a fortunate thing that the purple cloud immortal palace wasn't destroyed in your hands. Yu Lingshi's willow brows knitted slightly, and she was about to open her mouth to retort, when a bright laugh came from outside the hall. Ha ha ha, sorry. It's been too long since I've been to this Haoyue Frost Prefecture. I got lost. Good thing the old man knows some astrological divining techniques. That's why I didn't delay for too long. When he looked at the sound, he saw a pale-faced, white-haired old man stepping into the void, dressed in star-embellished black clothes, with a head full of silver hair as if he were on the top of a mountain covered with the first snow of winter. Underneath that white hair, a pair of long eyebrows like the bright moon between the pines, hanging lightly without losing the heroic spirit, while the eyebrows reveal the calmness and transcendence after the vicissitudes of life. Seeing the visitors, both Ji Hong and Yu Lingshi bowed their hands and saluted. Latecomer meets Elder Qian. In response, Elder Qian smiled and waved his hand. As fellow Mahayana stage cultivators, old me is not as good as you guys, so I'm only coming here to make a small contribution, and I only hope that I won't delay you guys. Ji Hung hurriedly said. Qian Lao is joking. This Xian Huang ancient realm, if we are talking about the art of astrological divination, the world can't hope to catch up with it. Yu Lingshi sniffed. Horse's ass. Afterward, she bowed to Elder Qian and said, Elder Qian, please take the trouble to pay more attention to the matter of searching for Bai Mingqi's traces. Elder Qian nodded. Good to say, but it's just a matter of lifting a finger. Saying that, he walked into the middle of the great hall and came to sit down on the seat prepared for him before taking out a sight of the astrolabe. Qian Lao's full name was Qian Xingyuan, a star immortal mansion supreme elder who had lived for nearly 10,000 years, and was the only Mahayana stage cultivator who had failed to cross the ascension heist 9 times, yet still survived. As Ji Hang said, in terms of astrological divination techniques, no one in this Xian Huang ancient realm could indeed be better than him. Basically, as long as he made a move, there was nothing that could not be divined. Seeing this, Yu Lingshi and Ji Hang also returned to their seats, while their eyes fell on Elder Qian. Watching Elder Qian easily and naturally rattle the stars on the astrolabe while sensing the flow of star power above the celestial dome, several people were secretly surprised. Soon, Elder Qian stopped his hand movements and looked at Ji Hang. Sage Lord Ji, I have not dishonored my mission and have deduced where that Bai Mingqi is. Saying that, he moved his mind, and the power of his divine soul instantly surged into the astrolabe, and then the void distorted, and the stars in the astrolabe were presented to everyone's sight. The astrological signs were extremely cumbersome, and even though the people present looked at them carefully, they were unable to discern the slightest bit of information. This woman has 3 disciples with her, deep in a canyon in the depths of the Fanlin mountain range in the Tsuweiwei mountain prefecture, and is in a weakened state at the moment, Elder Qian explained. However, this person's destiny calamity is not on you, so the probability is that you will not gain anything from this trip. As he spoke, he seemed to have deduced something again, and his facial expression stiffened. He then took a soft breath and lowered his eyebrows in contemplation. It shouldn't, Murphy. Saying that, he picked up the astrolabe once again and his fingers kept fiddling with the stars on it, while all kinds of star movements were presented in the void. There are actually 2 variables that I can't make deductions on. It shouldn't be. Seeing this, Ji Hung busily asked, did Elder Qian project the variables on Bai Mingqi? Elder Qian frowned slightly, a few points of displeasure surfacing on his face. Seeing Ji Hung hastily shut up, not daring to speak again. After about a quarter of an hour, Elder Qian was already red in the face and stopped his deduction. There are too many variables in this matter, but the chances are quite great. You and the others don't need to go and surround Bai Mingqi. Just follow her. Yu Lingshi frowned. What does Elder Qian mean by this? Elder Qian put away the astrolabe and directly said, there is a great inheritance that will come out in advance, and that Bai Mingqi's 2 disciples are the variables, and no matter how much I deduce, I shall not know the reason why. He got up and looked at the crowd, then said, that great inheritance you and others took is useless. there is no need to fight for it, but there are quite a lot of good things and opportunities among the inheritance ruins, and the Star Immortal Mansion would naturally want to fight for one or two of them as well. With that, he took a step towards the outside of the Great Hall. How to choose in this matter all depends on your choice. The old man is only a suggestion. Looking at Elder Chin's back as he left, the entire hall fell into silence. Great opportunities, variables, legacies. Every word struck the hearts of the people in the room. There were more than 20 people present. All of them were the peak cultivators of the continent who had stepped into the Mahayana stage, and Chen Lao was in existence that had lived for nearly 10,000 years, and the great opportunity that could be said from his mouth was naturally an existence that was of great benefit to the Mahayana stage cultivators. For a while, the eyes of everyone present fell on Ji Hong and Yu Lingshi, waiting for the results of the two of them's thinking. After stepping into the Mahayana stage for more than 1,000 years, I've never seen an inheritance site that is a great opportunity for all of us. Ji Hong laughed while looking at Yu Lingshi. Palace Master Yu, I'm afraid I won't let you have your wish in this matter. Yu Lingshi, on the other hand, let out a snort. Could it be that you're the only one with curiosity? Chapter 110 Transformation Gods. All converge on Suiwei Mountain State. Suiwei Mountain State. 9 heavenly cities. Lu Yuan walked out of the receiving formation and flew towards the distance. After 3 days had passed, Lu Yuan had arrived above the main clan of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, where he was going to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation, and also wanted to see if he could wait for Yi Xiaolin here. Looking down, at this moment, this place has been reduced to a piece of rubble. Yin Mengyao's body has also long been gone, replaced by some cultivators still rummaging around on the ruins. At this moment, they also saw Lu Yuan's arrival, and vigilance surged in their eyes, with a few of them even directly activating their cultivation. Lu Yuan swept through the scattered cultivators below, did not care, straight toward the distant Yunlu Peak disappearance. However, his figure was still halfway there when a flying sword chopped at him. Your Excellency. Then he heard one person open his mouth, only just as he spat out 2 words. His head flew up from his neck and he instantly lost his breath. Yuan Ing cultivator. The people present were instantly alerted, and there was no shortage of Yuan Ing Lu's cultivators among them, but most of them were already in their twilight years. Your Excellency. It doesn't seem appropriate to kill someone at the drop of a hat, does it? At this time, a middle-aged man who was closer to the decapitated man spoke, his expression somewhat grave. Lu Yuan swept a glance at the man. With a thought, the green spirit immortal drop chakra broke through the air. Since you have made the sword, you should have the realization of death. After he said that, his chi surged wildly around his body, and the spirit transformation platform in the Yuan Sea of his Dantian blossomed with a bizarre shimmering light, attracting the Yuaning to rapidly approach. Seeing this, that person similarly urged his cultivation, and his majestic aura erupted out, directly shaking the ground with a gust of dust. After that, there were 7 more Yuaning cultivators urging their cultivation, as if they were ready to strike at any time. Lu Yuan saw this coldly smiled, a thought between the green spirit immortal fall above the lightning flashes. Thunder Snake Wild Dance. At the same time, the innate aura was completely released, causing those present to look at the 3-foot green blade that was glowing with green light and thunder aura, greed raging in their eyes, almost about to overflow. This bureaucrat's hands will certainly turn into more than just a magic treasure. All my fellow Taoists and follow me to do it. When we have killed this bureaucrat, we will come back to subdividing the spoils of war. One person couldn't help but open his mouth. His body's true essence had been pushed to the extreme. His feet stepped forward, and his aura climbed even higher. And at this moment, dark clouds converged above the dome of the sky, vaguely having the momentum of a heavenly calamity taking shape. The Yuaning cultivators present who heard these words glanced at each other, all seeing a touch of greed in each other's eyes. Those who were originally only Yuaning middle-stage cultivators, looking at the presence of so many Yuaning cultivators, but also gave birth to the idea of a fight, also urged the cultivation, hiding in the air towards the Lu Yuan attack. Among them, there is no lack of some Jindan stage cultivators mixed in, wanting to fish in troubled waters, wanting to get a piece of the pie from this siege. In an instant, the various styles of true essence in this heaven and earth surged and intertwined furiously, and a single figure transformed into streams of light and surrounded towards Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan closed his eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. At this moment, in the Yuan Sea of his Dantian, the Yuaning stepped into the void and turned into a stream of light towards the spirit transformation platform. The moment the Yuaning stepped onto the spirit transformation platform, Lu Yuan's eyes opened his eyes, and there was a flash of thunder in his eyes, followed by the aura in the void transforming into heavenly thunder. In the blink of an eye, the aura transformed into swords. The thunder element surged, and a sword shadow blowing with thunder ons condensed, chopping down in an instant. decapitating all those who were trying to besiege Lu Yuan into the dome of the sky. Not a single living soul remains. And also at that moment, Lu Yuan's aura directly stepped into the transformation god stage. He raised his head to look at the molding robbery cloud, but he saw that the robbery cloud directly overflowed and dispersed, as if some kind of power that did not belong to this world had intervened. Lu Yuan couldn't help but think of the same bizarre power that appeared when Qin Jinxian died, and his brows furrowed a little. Combined with that dream of his own, Lu Yuan surmised in his heart that there must be a great power in a realm comparable to the immortal realm that was interfering with the direction of this heaven and earth. Some people don't want to be that miserable, or they don't want their cultivation to improve too slowly. After all, with the instant healing spirit body in place, Lu Yuan was immortal, and after Yi Xiaolin ascended, Lu Yuan also successfully ascended 100 years later. Perhaps the reason is the latter. He should have thought of this. After all, the void rift appeared too strangely, and that so-called evil aura was just unsuitable for the cultivators of their side of the world. After all, Lu Yuan, who had mastered the heavenly disk of Tao, could now successfully absorb and refine evil qi, and the evil spirits therein could also cultivate with the help of that so-called evil qi. With this in mind, Lu Yuan was ready to explore the void rift properly. Leaving a trace of his soul power on Yulu Peak, Lu Yuan directly entered the void rift. At the same time, the spirit immortal sect was in the mountains outside the main sect. Bai Mengqi had wanted to go back to the main clan to take a look. However, the moment she saw the heavenly dome of the robbery clouds dissipate, she held onto the spatial array disk and disappeared far away. An existence with such means was at least a late Mahayana, or even a perfect Mahayana. These guys, they're really shady. When he has taken that demon immortal inheritance, he will settle the score with them. However, it was also his own fault for being too hasty, being heavily injured by the heavenly tribulation and being affected by the spatial storm. His dantian was ruptured, and has not been repaired even now. Collecting her mind, Bai Mengqi disappeared far away towards the place Yi Xiaolin had guided her to, Nine Heavens City, in the reception formation. At this moment, the sky was suddenly flooded with gusts of strange fluctuations. The clouds churned, and the multicolored haze pierced through the clouds and cracked the rocks, dyeing the entire sky with variegated splendor. Under this abnormal celestial phenomenon, above the open space in the center of the city, the ancient and complicated reception formation was slowly activated, and the light shot up into the sky like stars falling into the mortal world, illuminating the entire formation as if it were daytime. As the rotation of the formation accelerated, a powerful and pure spiritual energy gathered from all directions, and it was as if the entire aura of heaven and earth was agitated as a result, forming a vortex of spiritual energy that was visible to the naked eye, spinning crazily around the receiving formation. Right at this moment, a roaring sound rang out from the center of the formation, and dozens of figures violently broke out of the light. They wore various kinds of clothing, but it could be seen that they belonged to two forces respectively, and when they stepped foot in this heaven and earth, the aura instantly became agitated, and an aura uniquely belonging to a Mahayana stage cultivator was released at this moment, quickly spreading out. These dozens of Mahayana stage cultivators were no one else but the various elders of the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace and the Xian Heavenly Sacred Ground, and the two at the head were none other than Yu Lingshi and Ji Hang. The last time such a scene appeared was when the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace went to war with the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion hundreds of years ago, and now this situation couldn't help but make the cultivators in the city think of a similar scene. Not long ago the Qingfeng Sword Pavilion Master suddenly descended on this place with 12 Mahayana stage cultivators and overthrew the main clan of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect. Could it be that the descent of so many Mahayana stage cultivators this time was also related to the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect? The cultivators on the streets looked at the dozens of figures stepping into the air and didn't hold back their speculations in their hearts. It looked as if something big was about to happen in the Tsuweiwei Mountain State. Chapter 111 Yi Xiaolin. You are reckless. Spirit Demon Mountain Range. Deep down, two ancient and majestic 100-foot boulders stood, and they clung to each other in an almost provocative manner, not knowing how many years they had existed. The boulder was covered with crisscrossing cracks, just like the vicissitudes left by the years. Each crack was deep and long. Looking closely, the boulder was full of greenery, with trees and moss intertwined into a vibrant but somewhat eerie painting. However, what is more surprising is that on top of these two boulders, one ancient and complex runes can be seen vaguely. They are either deep or shallow, clear or vague, like a ghostly work of art, sealing and suppressing unknown secrets and power. Under the boulder, the ground was full of wreckage. Huge fallen rocks can be seen everywhere. Some have been weathered and broken into dust, while others still maintain sharp edges, telling of the intensity of the original collision. When Bai Mengqi arrived here with the spatial array disk, this was what she saw. Releasing the three of them from the spatial array disk, Bai Mengqi was busy sitting down on her knees in the same spot and running her gong methods to start healing her injuries. She looked towards Yi Xiaolin and softly said, "Apprentice son, you should rest for a moment. After I have tempered myself, I will work with you to break open the sealing array of this inheritance space." With that, she slowly closed her eyes. However, he heard Yi Xiaolin laugh lightly and asked, "Master, do you think that with your injured body, you can withstand the terrifying pressure from that inheritance?" Bai Mengqi froze slightly and opened her eyes to look at Yi Xiaolin. "What do you mean by that?" Yi Xiaolin slowly stepped forward, his eyes wandering over Bai Mengqi. "That inheritance is something that disciple has gone through a lot of trouble to find, so it naturally belongs to disciple." He laughed coldly, but his footsteps were unceasing. "But before that, disciple knows a secret method of dual cultivation that can help you quickly recover from your injuries, so I hope that you won't resist." Bai Mengqi's face instantly darkened at his words. "Yi Xiaolin, you're reckless." She fiercely stood up and exploded her body. The terrifying pressure spread like a wave, directly pressuring Yi Xiaolin to retreat back and forth. However, in the next moment, she only felt that her body's qi and blood seemed to flow in reverse, and the originally spreading terrifying pressure actually collapsed in an instant. At this moment, Bai Mengqi's face was pale, and her footsteps even stumbled twice, nearly falling to the ground. Yi Xiaolin laughed coldly when he saw this. The reason why he didn't lay his hands on Bai Mengqi before was because he wanted to wait for her body's true essence to be depleted and even deficient after she rushed. So much for getting down and dirty. Yi Xiaolin once again stepped forward. Looking at Bai Mengqi was burning with rage. "This father has taken such good care of you and loved you so much that he even let a few of your senior sisters become your cauldrons. And now you actually want to lay hands on this father. It's like cheating your teacher." She was busy taking out a jade bottle from her Qinkuan ring and was about to remove the cork, but a figure appeared at her side and directly snatched the bottle. At the same moment, a figure flashed out from the other side and similarly hugged her arm, and then both of them exerted force at the same time, directly pouncing Bai Mengqi down. Bai Mengqi was surprised, and when she turned her head, she saw Lu Xuanwei and Lin Shihan staring at her with a cold face, and a chill instantly went straight to the sky. "Sinful disciple, let go of my father," she anxiously shouted, but the two were not the slightest bit moved. That Lu Xuanwei eyes even have a touch of gloating emerged. Her heart thumped as her gaze turned to see that Yi Xiaolin had arrived in front of her. A Mahayana cultivator's true essence is in short supply, and his Dao injuries are so severe that he is unable to explode his cultivation. Such a good thing is rare in 100 years. He smiled faintly as he surveyed Bai Mengqi's delicate body and said, "Don't worry, master. When my disciple seizes the demon immortal's inheritance, I will treat you well." With that, he lunged right in, ripping off his clothes, his face full of the pleasure of things working out. "Little Lin, master's cultivation is a Mahayana. You won't be able to withstand that terrifying transfer of cultivation even if you tapped into it. You'll die," she said in a hurry, while struggling uncontrollably with her hands, but she was held down by the two women, unable to move a single bit. This is the innocence that she has kept for hundreds of years, and it must not be destroyed in this hand. However, when the stinging pain came, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Her eyes widened, and her struggling stopped. "It's over. Your innocence, gone." She looked despairingly at the two girls, Lu Xuanwei, who drew their hands back, her eyes filled with despair and anger. She wanted to immediately exterminate Lu Xuanwei and Lin Shihan, but she couldn't do it now. She could feel that her cultivation was rapidly flowing towards Yi Xiaolin, starting as a stream and gradually evolving into a Yangtze river, completely uncontrollable. At this moment, Lu Xuanwei suddenly laughed as she looked at the scene in front of her, spots of blood and tears welling up from the corners of her eyes. "Feel that, my beloved master?" The despair and fear within us at that time. She conjured up a long sword and stared at Bai Mengqi with crimson eyes, biting her lips apart in hatred. "Having lost our innocence and trimmed our cultivation, Shi Huan and I wanted to die, but you know what? Your favorite junior apprentice, Yi Xiaolin, used revenge as bait to arrange all of this." Hearing this, Bai Mengqi's pupils shrunk violently as she twisted her head to look at Yi Xiaolin, who was full of evil smiles, and under the gaze full of disbelief, Yi Xiaolin smiled and nodded. "Thumbs up." The sound of a long sword piercing through his torso came out, and when Bai Mengqi twisted her head, she saw Lin Shihan grabbing the 3-foot green blade at some point and stabbing straight through her chest. At this moment, her eyes were filled with the pleasure of having her revenge avenged, grinning as she pulled out a smile, blood quickly spilling from her mouth. "Patriarch Bai, we, all, deserve to die." When the last word left her mouth, her breath was completely severed and she was lifeless. Seeing this scene, Bai Mengqi didn't feel sad inside. There was only anger, the anger of being betrayed. Feeling the rapid loss of Bai Mengqi's cultivation, Lu Xuanwei smiled like she was relieved as she said, "If there was no that void rift, and no junior brother. We would all be doing just fine. At this point, the corner of her mouth pulled up a bitter smile. Nah, there are no ifs in the world. The instant her words fell, she threw up the long sword in her hand, grabbing it with her cultivation and stabbing it at her throat. Blood splattered as Lu Xuanwei's figure flew out backwards, carried by the long sword to a large tree in the distance with a muffled sound. Her lips trembled as if she were saying something, but she could not make another sound. And when this scene fell into Bai Mingqi's eyes, she only felt a chill down her spine. I'll watch you take it all and end up dead. In the Nine Heavens City, fluctuations were once again emitted from the receiving array, followed by 6 Mahayana stage cultivators dressed in the Star Immortal Mansion's elders' attire stepping out into the void. It seems that all of you Taoists have chosen the latter after all. Very good. Very good. Elder Qian smilingly stepped forward and gave a slight salute to the crowd, then took out his astrolabe and began to deduce. Soon, the deduction had a result, and Elder Qian took the lead and flew off in one direction, with the rest of the Mahayana stage cultivators following closely behind. At this moment, in the main sect of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and the Qiankuan compass in his hand had a spiritual radiance blooming. Someone has already arrived at that one inheritance place. Is it not Yi Xiaolin? He stood up, and with a thought, his body transformed into a streak of light and flew toward the location of the inheritance space. Chapter 112 Inheritance Space, White Bone Hall. Tidying up his clothes, Yi Xiaolin had an insatiable smile on the corner of his mouth. Now, he had raised his cultivation to the middle stage of refining void through harvesting, while Bai Mingqi's cultivation had fallen from the middle stage of Mahayana to the early stage of Mahayana. The realm gap is too large, overflowing a lot of cultivation, but the enhancement is also extremely considerable. Yi Xiaolin laughed while looking down at Bai Mingqi, who was hugging her legs and sighed in his heart. Worthy of being the woman he had coveted for more than 10 years, she was unknown how many times better than Lu Xuanwei and the others. As he looked at Bai Mingqi's exquisite jade body, he couldn't help but feel a flash of fire in his heart once again, but it was quickly forced down by him. How? Disciple didn't lie, did he? That dual cultivation method of mine can indeed help you recover from your Dao injuries. Master, he asked with a smile. Bai Mingqi didn't say a word, feeling nothing but humiliation in her heart. Although she loved Yi Xiaolin, she never wanted to be like this with him. Moreover, during that earlier process, Yi Xiaolin had actually planted a slave seal on himself, making himself unable to resist his orders from now on. Why could a mere god of transformation cultivator plant a slave mark on a Mahayana cultivator? Bai Mingqi couldn't figure it out. She only felt that in the process, she lost her innocence, dignity, cultivation, and some intangible things. Bai Mingqi didn't know that this invisible thing was the Qi luck value, and Yi Xiaolin's method of treating Bai Mingqi's Dao injury was also exchanged with the Qi luck value harvested from her. After all, there were too many unknowns in the inheritance space, so it was still necessary to bring a Mahayana stage bodyguard. Seeing that Bai Mingqi didn't reply, Yi Xiaolin wasn't annoyed and picked up the jade bottle that had fallen to the ground on the side, removing the cork and handing it to the other party. Recover your cultivation well. I still have use for you in this inheritance space. When I obtain the inheritance, in the future, you and I will become a great Dao together and ascend to the immortal realm. I won't treat you poorly. Looking at the jade bottle handed to her, Bai Mingqi twisted her head to the side. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiaolin directly activated the seal, and Bai Mingqi only felt hot and dry, and couldn't help but gasp for air in just a few moments. She raised her head in humiliation and stared at Yi Xiaolin with hatred. Her heart was like a knife for a moment. How did that once innocent child become like this? Or was he originally like that and just hid it too well? Strongly suppressing the churning qi and blood in her body, she could only take over the jade bottle and take out one of the pills and swallow it. Only then did she get a satisfied nod from Yi Xiaolin. Recover properly. I'll open this inheritance space. As he spoke, Yi Xiaolin had already taken a step towards those two boulders, and at the same time, there was a glow in his palm that lit up and turned into a single point of light that flew towards the two boulders. The points of light merged into the runes on the boulder, and instantly the runes lit up, connecting into a formation. The void twisted and fluctuated, and within a short time, a space portal was formed, and a bizarre aura came to the surface. Come here, we should go in, Yi Xiaolin reminded. Bai Mingqi gritted her teeth and stood up, putting the jade bottle into her Qiankuan ring and taking the lead to walk into the void portal. Seeing this, Yi Xiaolin nodded his head in satisfaction and glanced back at the corpses of Lu Xuanwei and Lin Shihan, smiling lightly as he stepped into the void portal. Step into the inheritance space. The eye is a white blanket. Gently move the void in front of. Can also see the fog with the wind. Just then, a flame ignited not far away, quickly dispersing the thick fog, which allowed everything in the inheritance space to be presented in sight. As far as the eye can see, the mountain range stretches endlessly, exotic flowers and grasses grow everywhere. All are more common in the outside world of the medicinal herbs and grasses, but the year has been more than 1,000 years. 10,000 years of level is not uncommon. In the distance, an ancient and huge palace was still hidden in the mist, looming and standing in the void, as if piled up with the white bones and scales of countless demonic beasts. Let's go. That demon immortal inheritance is in that white bone hall, Yi Xiaolin reminded. Bai Mengqi sniffed and stepped into the void towards that white bone hall. Still halfway there, the void distorted. Black gas rose, a demonic beast shadow coalesced in an instant. Bai Mengqi was already angry in her heart. At this moment, her body's true essence has recovered a little, and she immediately summoned the Dao Yan Ice Spirit, and killed those demonic beasts in the void with her sword. Only after watching Bai Mengqi clear those demonic beast remnants did Yi Xiaolin step into the void and follow. I'm afraid that most of those residual souls had Mahayana stage cultivation in their lives, but after countless years, their strength was not 1 in 100, so naturally they could not be Bai Mengqi's opponent. As for some slightly weaker residual souls, Yi Xiaolin could exterminate them with the lift of his hand, and it was easy to walk. Just this remnants of the soul is really more outrageous. The two men walked towards the White Bone Hall, spent 2 hours but did not arrive at the White Bone Hall. At this time, Yi Xiaolin also noticed that something was wrong. 2 hours the two said at least also walked a distance of 10 miles, and that the White Bone Hall but do not see close to the slightest, like a mirage is out of reach. Yi Xiaolin was busy summoning the system to analyze it, and only then did he learn that he had to land on both feet and walk step by step towards that White Bone Hall in order for it to be effective. Although filled with resentment, there was nothing to be done but to land with Bai Mengqi and walk step by step towards that White Bone Hall. Yet even so, it took the two of them a day's worth of light before they arrived in front of the White Bone Hall. At this moment to look again, only to find that this White Bone Hall in the glooming atmosphere, resentment of many souls, just walked into it, will hear the hissing of many demonic beasts ringing in the ears? Bizarre to the extreme. Bai Mengqi was about to step into the White Bone Hall, but she was stopped by Yi Xiaolin, who told her to stand outside the hall, while he himself stepped into it. In response, Bai Mengqi could only accept helplessly, sitting on her knees outside the temple and taking out pills to swallow and regulate. Don't waste your true essence trying to erase that mark. You can't and won't be able to do it. At this time, Yi Xiaolin's voice came out from that White Bone Hall. And if you do so, when I come out, the consequences will be very serious. Oh. Bai Mengqi's body stiffened, secretly gritting her teeth as a sense of humiliation surged through her heart. Her fists were clenched, but there was nothing she could do about it. And when she had recovered some of her true essence, she lifted her sword and chopped those resentful souls that came near into countless segments as a way to vent her anger. It was all Lu Yuan's fault. He does not withdraw from the clan. The clan everything will be as in the past. He is also still one of the 10 great immortal sects, the lofty patriarch, rather than now this, reduced to Yi Xiaolin this sinful disciple's cultivation pot, just as she was decapitating the resentful souls to vent her anger. Outside the void portal, a recluse light came from far and near, and quickly landed on the ground. The visitor had white hair and Xian robes, followed by a handsome black-haired youth. It was Lu Yuan in Xiaobai. As soon as he landed on the ground, Lu Yuan saw the corpses of Lu Xuanwei and Lin Shihan, and he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Not saying much, he summoned the green spirit immortal fall and raised his sword to chop, seeking only one thought to get through. After doing this, Lu Yuan didn't explain, and holding the Qiankuan compass, he walked straight into that void portal. When the two of them disappeared, there was a strange power emerging in the void, and at the same moment, there was a light blooming from the Tao heavenly disk in the Sumeru ring. The void twisted, and the souls of the two Lu Xuanwei were grabbed by the weird power and directly taken away. And it was also at this moment that an image surfaced in front of both of their eyes, an image of them imprisoning Lu Yuan and torturing him. After the souls of the two were taken away, rolling black smoke emerged from the void, followed by a flag slowly emerging with black smoke. Chapter 113, Sword Formation Trapped. The black mist churned, the void distorted, and the bizarre power reappeared. Almost there. One soul is missing, but the rules are dead and I'm alive. Ha ha ha. As the laughter disappeared, the black mist's black smoking flag slowly disappeared, and everything returned to calm once again. In the inheritance space, looking at the spiritual flowers and grasses all over the ground, Lu Yuan's mind moved and directly transplanted all the ones in a 10-mile radius into the ring world of the Sumeru ring. Only then did he raise his eyes to look at the White Bone Hall in the distance. On the road, weathered animal bones could be seen everywhere, as well as the black gas that gathered and dispersed like a white mist. The breeze came with a gust of coolness, causing the little white on the side to subconsciously take half a step back and assume a fighting stance. Lu Yuan didn't pay any attention to it. His right hand lightly lifted, and immediately 9 puppets broke through the air, followed by 9 purple and black chi flying out from the Sumeru ring, successively integrating into the puppets. Clear the way. As the 2 words exited, the 9 pairs of puppets slowly raised their heads, and each of them exuded an aura that was unique to a harmonization stage cultivator. Only theirs was even more bizarre. With a rich purple and black aura, the puppets lined up, probing their hands towards the void and grasping. The various types of aura tumbled and coalesced, transforming into a long sword. Above that path, the black gas continued to converge, condensing into the shape of a demonic beast, roaring out towards the 9 vice puppets. Soon, the puppet was broken apart, only to be quickly reorganized in the suffusion of purple and black chi, and Lu Yuan, who saw this scene, nodded in satisfaction before taking a step to follow. Seeing this, Xiaobai also felt relieved and took a step to follow, at the same time being surprised at Lu Yuan's means. For an hour, the 2 of them were like walking idly, and even if there was a sneak attack by a demonic beast's grudge soul, there would be a puppet to return to the defense and kill that grudge soul. Meanwhile, in front of the White Bone Great Hall, Bai Mengqi had long since noticed the movement in the distance, which made her wary, and she was busy flying high into the sky to check out who exactly was in the distance. It was only when she saw that one white-haired figure that her heart immediately shook, and then her eyes instantly turned crimson with anger as if it were a volcano erupting. It's him. He's the one who caused all this. If he didn't withdraw from the sect and continued to endure the evil aura of the Void Rift without fear, how could he have fallen into such a state? Also hide the cultivation talent. Less than half a year after leaving the clan, the cultivation level has already recovered to transformation stage. Bai Mengqi was stunned, and then she completely broke her defense. He's only been away from the clan for half a year. On what basis can he transform into a god? She clenched her teeth in anger and quickly found the words to say. It must have taken away all the pure spiritual chi in the Void Rift to have this terrifying cultivation speed. Ha 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 ha, Lu Yuan Lu Yuan. You have caused my honor so much suffering. Words fall instantly. She immediately grabbed the hilt of the Daoyan Ice Spirit. Suddenly the cold gas overflowed. Just the blink of an eye. 10 miles in a circle. Instantly transformed into a polar that way. However, even though this cold air was terrifying, it could not help Lu Yuan in the slightest. In front of Lu Yuan, 9 puppets held swords and walked in front of Lu Yuan, and the purple and black chi overflowing out of the puppets swallowed all the cold chi that came near. Seeing Bai Mengqi, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. He had expected that Yi Xiaolin would appear here, but he just didn't expect Bai Mengqi to actually appear here as well. But it didn't matter. 2 days ago there were already 9 evil spirits whose cultivation had been raised to the harmonization stage, just enough to deal with Bai Mengqi. It also saved himself from going out to look for it after killing Yi Xiaolin. Little White, the demon immortal inheritance prioritizes the demon cultivator, so I don't think I need to specifically teach you how to do that, right? Lu Yuan twisted his head and asked. Xiaobai looked towards the White Bone Hall and nodded solemnly. Immediately, he seemed to think of something and asked, Big brother, after I take the inheritance, will I be able to see you again when I come out? Lu Yuan lightly laughed. I saved you solely to keep Yi Xiaolin from getting that demon immortal inheritance. When this is over, you and I will have finished our destiny. He withdrew his gaze, and the chaotic yuan in his body transformed into wisps that continuously surged into the puppet. At this moment, Lu Yuan officially took over the puppet, while his left eye had a ghostly light that slowly lit up at this moment. Little White sniffed and looked at Lu Yuan, then resolutely walked towards the White Bone Hall. In this regard, Bai Mengqi has no intention of blocking. At this moment she eyes only that a basalt-colored robes-wearing body with a head of white hair of the youth. See Bai Mengqi surrounded by a faint cold air. The surrounding air at this moment are floating up flakes of snow, and her feet in that place has condensed feet of cold ice. She held the Dao Diffusion Ice Spirit and stepped forward into the void. In the next instant, her figure flickered, and she actually disappeared directly, and when she reappeared, she had already come behind Lu Yuan. The Daoyan Ice Spirit in his hand cut through the void and stabbed out towards the back of Lu Yuan's heart. This sword directly penetrated Lu Yuan's chest. Looking at Bai Mengqi was a bit stunned. It was that easy to get it? Inside her heart, she was ecstatic, and a feeling of revenge was born, and she was about to draw back her sword, but she realized that there was no sword in her hand. The moment she looked up, where was Lu Yuan's figure in front of her? She immediately realized that something was wrong, and she was busy invoking her divine soul, and her eyes were immediately plunged into darkness. Opening his eyes again, not far away, Lu Yuan was still standing, while 8 of the 9 puppets surrounded themselves, standing in their 8 directions. Bai Mengqi's heart thumped, immediately realizing that these puppets wanted to form a sword formation. She turned around and wanted to withdraw from this place, while at the same time, she also watched out for Lu Yuan. History was not without cases of harmonization stage cultivators killing Mahayana stage cultivators with formations, so the moment she realized something was wrong, Bai Mengqi wanted to withdraw. However, as soon as her figure moved, endless sword chi attacked her from all directions. It turned out that the sword formation had been formed long ago. Looking closely, one could see that each of the puppets in the 8 directions had evolved the 5 elements and the 8 attributes of wind, thunder and ice, and had now formed a powerful field, blocking off this side of heaven and earth. Bai Mengqi couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine and scrambled to grab the Daoyan ice spirit to strike back with her sword. It was only that both the sword chi and sword intent were directly worn down by the sword chi just as it rose, which caused a sense of powerlessness to arise within Bai Mengqi. For a while, she actually began to miss Lin Shurhan. After all, she was a genius in the rune formation Dao. However, she didn't know that if Lu Xuanwei and the other 5 could have that kind of achievement, the guide could all be Lu Yuan. It was clear who the genius was. It was just that Bai Mengqi didn't know. As he watched Bai Mengqi struggling against the sword formation, Lu Yuan's heart fluctuated without any fluctuation. He looked up to the green spirit immortal fall in the hands of the set of puppets that stood at the highest point. That's where the eye of this sword formation is. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yuan's killing heart had risen, and the sword chi in the formation was like a heavenly river breaking the embankment, quickly converging into a sea, spreading out towards Bai Mengqi's suppression. Bai Mengqi was slightly stunned, busy pouring all the true essence in her body into the Daoyan ice spirit, and the terrifying sword intent filled the air, colliding with the sea-like sword intent, tearing through the void and crushing forward. Seeing this, Lu Yuan stepped forward and even directly released the void rift, and a steady stream of evil chi gushed out, madly surging towards the 9 puppets under Lu Yuan's guidance. Chapter 114 Evil Chi entering the body, true essence spilling out. The moment a steady stream of evil chi was injected into the 9 puppets, the sword chi that had originally collapsed in that sword formation actually coalesced again. Also at that moment, the puppet that stood at the highest place raised the green spirit immortal fall in its hand and stabbed directly into the sword formation. At the same time, the sword formation space began to crumble and shatter, while a 100-foot giant sword with innate sword chi cut through the void, crushing the void towards Bai Mengqi. Lu Yuan created his own sword technique, Zhan Xian Lu. Seeing this scene, Bai Mengqi only felt a burst of stinging pain coming from her skin, as if there were countless sharp blades in the air that were constantly cutting at her. Bai Mengqi felt the pressure multiply, and at that moment, she no longer hesitated, her left hand grabbing the sharp blade of the Daoyan ice spirit. Thumbs up, the longsword was drawn, instantly stained with blood. Instantly, a blood-colored cold aura rose up and lingered around Bai Mengqi, while a demonic blood aura flickered above the sword. In the next instant, the Daoyan ice spirit evolved into a huge blood sword and met that 100 feet huge sword. The sword formation space completely shattered, the void trembled, and an innate spirit sword flew out, followed by a blood aura that enveloped this heaven and earth like a blazing sun. Lu Yuan frowned, blood gushed out from the corner of his left eye, and the distant void distorted for a split second. At the same moment, the 9 puppets once again rushed out with their swords, performing various sword moves and techniques, attacking towards the bloody light source. When the blood-colored sword chi chopped out, a pair of puppets were directly cut off. The figure flew out upside down, only in the moment of smashing into the ground. It has been restored as the original. Stabilized, the figure will once again raise the sword rushed out. To be able to completely force out Bai Mengqi's bottom card with a single sword was something Lu Yuan did not expect. After all, in that dream, this bottom card of Bai Mengqi's had lasted until the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect's disciples had died in battle, and she was the only one left to actually use it. This undercard of hers had caused many of the Mahayana stage cultivators who were besieging the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect to suffer great losses, and some had even lost their lives. Feeling the chaotic yuan in his body that had been consumed by no more than 1/10,000%, and looking at Bai Mengqi's crazy attack that was generally irrational, Lu Yuan separated a trace of his mind and lifted his feet towards the White Bone Hall. However, the moment he stepped on the White Bone Hall, a sword chi came from the back. Lu Yuan's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already 3 feet away. He frowned slightly and raised his hand to throw out the green spirit immortal fall. Just above the dome of the sky, there were flames in the sky, frost flying, astral winds, and floods of lightning. Between the sword chi vertical and horizontal, Bai Mengqi should not be able to catch, was hit by a sword. The figure flew backward more than 10 feet, then quickly stabilized his body, raised the sword horizontal cut. Swish! The sword chi was like a pike, and in the blink of an eye, it cut off the 4 pair of puppets, only to quickly recover during the fall. Bai Mengqi raised her sword to chop again, but suddenly the void distorted, and an astral wind tornado coalesced, directly blocking Bai Mengqi's movement, and then the sword chi was like fire, merging into the astral wind tornado. transforming into the burning sky tornado. Hissing roar came out from the burning sky dragon scroll. Lu Yuan's mind moved. The puppet controlling the power of thunder and the power of gold immediately came forward and chopped out a sword successively. Immediately the void collapsed and the sword chi turned into 100 feet of pike, cutting the burning sky dragon scroll at the waist. Bai Mengqi's figure flew out backwards and smashed heavily into the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. She was just about to get up when the ground collapsed like quicksand, and her body plunged right into it. At the same time, the vines drilled out of the ground and stabbed towards Bai Mengqi's chest like sharp blades. Boom! Pounds of true essence erupted. The ground burst open, and those vines were instantly turned into nothingness. Daoyan ice spirit flooded with blood-colored cold aura, evolving thousands of sword shadows, wrapped by the Yangtze River like sword intent, shattering the earth and emptiness, crushing towards Lu Yuan. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, and the evil chi that originally surged towards the 9 puppets in the void crack instantly shifted its direction and surged towards Bai Mengqi when his mind moved. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, jumped directly into the world in the ring, a sword chopping empty. Bai Mengqi anger is unable to restrain, is about to urge the divine sense to perceive Lu Yuan's location, but suddenly sensed part of the body true essence seems to be out of their own control again. At this moment, she had already regained some sanity, and almost instantly reacted to the fact that this was evil chi entering her body, and was immediately appalled. In a panic, she subconsciously wanted to push her cultivation to force out these evil chi that had entered her body. However, these evil chi had even directly fused with the true essence in her body, completely unable to be separated. How? Her face was full of surprise, her feet staggered, and she couldn't even hold the Tao diffractive ice spirit. Lu Yuan also came to the conclusion that the so-called pure and rich spiritual chi released from the void crack in the past 100 years was, in the end, the essence of the evil chi in their mouths. In the sect, everyone's rapid progress in cultivation is inseparable from the so-called aura. Bai Mengqi couldn't help but gasp for air, and when she raised her eyes, she saw Lu Yuan, who was full of indifference, and she gritted her teeth in hatred. Lu Yuan, why are you still alive? Why didn't you die in the void rift? She hissed and growled, her breath having become unusually disorganized. Lu Yuan sneered at this. He asked, have you ever felt your cultivation overflow like running water? And no matter how much you put out to stop it, it's useless? Bai Mengqi was a bit puzzled and was about to open her mouth to ask again when she felt a sharp pain coming from her dantian. She couldn't think of anything else and was busy stabilizing her cultivation with her divine soul, but it was completely useless. At this moment, fear finally welled up inside her, but she forced herself to be calm and said, all cultivators have a death, but it's just sooner or later. I just didn't expect that this honorable hall's immortal sex lord would be reduced to such a state. In this regard, Lu Yuan did not move in the slightest, only indifferently watching Bai Mengqi's cultivation overflow until it fell below the harmonization stage. Bai Mengqi couldn't hold back any longer, and lifted up the Daoyan ice pillar and stabbed it out towards her heart. Thumbs up, the blade of the sword went through her heart in a flash, and blood quickly stained her clothes. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan's brows relaxed, but he lifted up the green spirit immortal to fall up the mountain and cut Bai Mengqi's head with a sword. After doing so, Lu Yuan called out the Tao heavenly disc. At the same moment, that Tao diffractive ice spirit, as if sensing something, actually took off on its own. Before the Tao diffracted ice spirit could escape, Lu Yuan had already injected chaotic Yuan into the Tao law heavenly plate, and then the void twisted and a chain flew out to bind the Tao diffracted ice spirit, and then dragged it back. Only after the Tao diffractive ice spirit had been put into the Tao heavenly disc did Lu Yuan step into the white bone hall. Also at this time, a strand of Bai Mengqi's residual soul flew out and was about to escape when it was directly enveloped by a black mist, and at the same time, deep within the great hall, a furious cry rang out like the heavens. Obviously I was here first. Why should the inheritance go to this demonic cultivator? The words fell, and were replaced by an ethereal snort. The inheritance was left by this father, and it is naturally up to this father to decide who to pass it on to. The moment the words fell, Yi Xiaolan's figure was hit and spat out blood and flew backwards. At the same time, he clearly sensed that the power of the seal right on Bai Mengqi's body had also directly disappeared away. Bai Mengqi, actually dead? Could it be that a Mahayana cultivator had descended into the inheritance space? Chapter 115 Human Emperor Hockey My Ass. Yi Xiaolan was a bit bewildered. Could it be that he was going to give up this demon immortal inheritance this time? He looked once more at the dark-haired boy in the distance, and between gritted teeth a panel surfaced. Name, Tsunami Wolf / Small White. Cultivation, 8th Order Demonic Beast / Middle Gene Dan. Possession of luck value, 8,000. Harvestable luck value, 0. This was actually a son of secondary chi. No wonder this demon immortal inheritance would choose him. It seems that he would arrive here and should be brought here by that Mahayana stage cultivator. System, Is it possible to forcibly plunder the inheritance? The realm gap is too large to forcefully plunder. But the black hole devouring spirit that the host has realized can forcefully devour a small portion of the inheritance. And it is recommended that the breath concealment talisman and the stealth talisman be used first. Yi Xiaolin froze. Then he thought that he also had a black hole spirit devouring aptitude. Recently he was always picking up. He forgot about this. With a thought, the void behind him twisted. Then the space shattered and a huge black vortex emerged. Not far away, a stone statue emanated a green-colored light mist that converged into a stream-like flow, converging towards Xiaobai, who was not far away and was enveloped by a light shield. And the moment this huge black vortex surfaced, the light mist that had originally surged towards Xiaobai actually split off and surged towards Yi Xiaolin. The ethereal voice rang out, followed by a faint smile. You humans are interesting. The inheritance of the demon cultivator quota is also to be fought over. Is there any benefit to you? Yi Xiaolin snorted coldly. I'll grab it on my own. What's it got to do with you? Upon hearing this, the ethereal voice laughed softly, and was about to speak when he realized that there were several breath fluctuations in the distance. Swish! Suddenly, he chopped out a sword chi that tore through the void towards Yi Xiaolin. Yi Xiaolin was aware of it, turned around and was busy urging the spirit shield talisman. However, the spirit shield had just risen. It was directly chopped into two halves under the sword chi, and Yi Xiaolin's figure flew out upside down at this moment, heavily hitting on top of the stone wall. His figure slid down to the ground. Yi Xiaolin's face was a bit gloomy, but he looked up only to see a figure in black armor slowly coming, while in his hand, he was holding a true element longsword. His brow furrowed, and he was busy using the system's healing effects. I have no grievances with your excellency, so I'm afraid it's a bit unreasonable for your excellency to make such a move, isn't it? He slowly got up and stared at the figure that came slowly with an unkind expression. Inwardly he only felt that this person's aura had a few points of familiarity. I had those 3 years of experience thanks to you. How can you say there is no injustice? At that moment, Lu Yuan's voice came from far away, followed by 8 more figures coming swiftly. In an instant, Yi Xiaolin's face instantly sank, and cold sweat unknowingly seeped through his head. Puppet. 9 subs. So he didn't come looking for trouble all this time. He went looking for puppets? And even used these 9 puppets to decapitate Bai Mingqi? He subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and laughed. Senior brother is not saying anything. I was young and unintelligent at the time. Why do you care so much? Besides, that time in the White Moonfrost state. Before the words were finished, one of the puppets chopped out a sword in a flash. The sword chi tore through the void, and almost in the instant it was chopped out. It had already arrived before Yi Xiaolin's throat. However, the void flickered for a split second. Yi Xiaolin's figure directly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already standing several feet away. System, redeem the teleportation talisman for me. I don't want this inheritance. Yi Xiaolin growled inwardly. Yet when the teleportation talisman arrived, he just wanted to move it, but realized that he couldn't even use it. When he turned his head violently, he saw a sword blade straight to his throat. Thumbs up, sidestepping to avoid it. A piercing crimson red surfaced at his throat, appearing particularly eye-catching on Yi Xiaolin's somewhat morbidly white neck. Footsteps even stepped. Yi Xiaolin figure retreat. Only at this moment realized that Lu Yuan actually puppets as the basis. Unknowingly in this place laid a space blockade array. Simply despicable. He withdrew his gaze and looked towards the only puppet that had taken a step forward, and was about to move when another flash of sword chi chopped out in the distance. Yi Xiaolin dodged in a panic, and before his feet hit the ground, the sword light had already broken into the range of vision. Thumbs up. The true essence longsword ran through his chest, and Yi Xiaolin's pupils shrunk violently. That's the end of it? He gritted his teeth and said in his mind, System, save me, this is a dead end. The system is requesting disengagement. Yi Xiaolin's heart shook. This system could actually detach? Nope. The system is applying, not just disengaging. Failed application. Initiating mandatory disengagement. Yi Xiaolin? Yi Xiaolin felt a rumble in his head, and despair was born within him. Is oneself this, abandoned by the system? Swish. However, right at this moment, the void twisted, black smoke rolled, and a flag broke through the air. The moment this flag appeared, the temperature of the entire White Bone Hall seemed to have dropped a few points, accompanied by low ghostly cries and howls, carrying a sense of eerie horror. Looking closely, the streamer appeared black, on which there was a hidden golden aura flickering, and on which all kinds of complicated runes were drawn. Also at that moment, a familiar aura was recognized by Yi Xiaolin and Lu Yuan almost simultaneously. After beheading Qin Jinxian, Lu Yuan had sensed a bizarre breath, but did not look into it with deeply, and did not expect to actually encounter it again here. On the other hand, Yi Xiaolin's face was filled with ecstasy. This aura was more than familiar to him. It was a cheap plunderer just like himself. This might be a cheap plunderer from a higher realm, or a cheap plunderer who had been walking the medium realm for many years. It didn't matter which one it was, as long as it was a fellow traveler. Then it was bound to save itself. Just before he could open his mouth, the rolling black smoke tumbled and instantly gave birth to a black chain that flew out like an arrow and directly penetrated Yi Xiaolan's brow. A spirit body was brought out by black chains, and it was none other than Yi Xiaolan's soul. No. No. We're peers. You shouldn't have laid a hand on me. You should have saved me and gotten me out of there. Yi Xiaolan hurriedly opened his mouth. Save you? A hoarse voice rang out from within the black flag, echoing up in this white bone hall. The world knows that peers are enemies, and you actually expect me to save you? The hoarse voice laughed. Oh yes, by including you in this human emperor streamer of mine, I have also saved your life. Ha ha ha. Swish. At this moment, a sword chi chopped out. Just before breaking into the 10 feet range of the human emperor streamer, the sword chi automatically collapsed and disappeared, as if it had never existed. Yi Xiaolan completely panicked. Human emperor streamer my ass. This thing he had seen in the system mall. It was clearly the 10,000 soul streamer. However, it was too late for him to escape. However, at that moment, several sword chi chopped out, heading straight for Yi Xiaolan's soul. However, while the sword chi was still halfway there, a bizarre power surged forth and directly crushed it. Yi Xiaolan was stunned. He was busy recalling the green spirit immortal fall, and the moment he raised his sword, 9-star visions evolved behind him, and the green lotus of enlightenment gently swayed in it. Sensing the fluctuation in breath, a bizarre power that could be called taboo directly locked onto Lu Yuan. Chapter 116 Then none of them should live. Seeing Lu Yuan strike, Yi Xiaolan froze on the spot. Although he knew that he had struck out so that he could grind out his own soul with his own hands, he couldn't help but admire it in his heart. To be able to mobilize the 10,000 soul streamer to detain souls across an unknown amount of space and time means that this person should be a high realm's fortune plunderer no matter how bad he is. He had only crossed over from the primary realm to the higher realm, and the end was death. So what kind of terrifying place should the higher realm be? Just at the moment when he was about to be included in the 10,000 soul streamer, Yi Xiaolan stomped his foot. Mother asterisk 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 her, it. Since you won't let me live, don't even try to live. System, consume all of your chi value and longevity to bind Lu Yuan. The system is not yet fully disengaged and is still reading progress, although it has begun to force disengagement. At this moment, hearing Yi Xiaolan's command, the system also replied. The binding effect only lasts for 3 days. Do you want to continue with the command? Execute. Received instructions and is disengaging automatically. Disengagement successful. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Xiaolan's soul was also included in the 10,000 soul streamer. As for Yi Xiaolan, who felt that weird aura locking onto him, his brows tightened as he wanted to be ready to vanish into the Sumeru ring at any time. You are the son of Chi Fortune of this realm? With a fortune value of 1 million. It's comparable to the weaker sons of Chi of the higher realms. The raspy voice sounded slowly, followed by a low laugh. This guy is also a bit backward. Actually encountering an eccentric guy like you. Lu Yuan raised his eyes to look at the flag with black smoke, and the memories of his dream after ascension became clearer and clearer. This black flag, he had seen it in that part of heaven and earth after his ascension, and he had seen it more than once. Taking a gentle breath, Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze. I'm going to wear out his soul with my own hands, and since you've taken it away, I'll come to you in person. The voice visibly froze, then laughed as if it couldn't hold back. Come to this seat? Delivered to my door? Ha ha ha. Lu Yuan looked calm and raised 3 fingers. In 3 years at the most, I will ascend to the upper realm, and I will definitely come with a sword in my hand at that time and ask for his soul from you. That hoarse voice laughed with increasing mockery. 3 years? From transformation god to Mahayana, or even ascending to the upper realm? You wouldn't even dare to do that in your daydreams. How dare you say that? He curbed his laughter and teased. Not to mention 3 years. Within 5 years if you can ascend to the upper realm and find me, I'll stretch out my neck and let you cut me 3 times. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Then you make a heavenly Dao oath. The voice went straight to silence. After a long time, he let out a cold snort and said, sharp-tongued, I won't waste time with you. If you have the ability to come over here, I'll stretch out my neck for you to chop. As the voice fell, the black smoke subsided, and the banner quickly went white and transparent. At this moment, the only thing left in the white bone hall was Yi Xiaolan's corpse and Little White, who was receiving the inheritance. Putting the 9 pair of puppets into the Sumeru ring, Lu Yuan walked straight towards Yi Xiaolan's corpse not far away, removed the Qian Koan ring from his hand, and took out the Dao Dharma heavenly plate to directly grind the heavenly tone thunder shadow sword into the treasure's origin and put it away. After sweeping his eyes around, Lu Yuan walked straight towards the outside after withdrawing his gaze. However, at that moment, an odd voice rang out from Lu Yuan's mind. Target identified. Forced binding in progress. Binding successful. Lu Yuan's footsteps paused and his brows unconsciously knitted. This system is called the Qi-Luck looting system and is entrusted by the host to bind the son of Qi-Luck. Lu Yuan, the son of luck, can ask the system any questions about luck looting, and the system will know everything. You said you were entrusted by the host. I wonder if the host you are talking about is Yi Xiaolin. Exactly. Receiving an affirmative reply, Lu Yuan took a step towards the outside of the White Bone Hall and also asked all his questions. It turned out that there was more than one system, and there was also more than one Qi plunderer. They walked the heavens and the worlds, suppressing the so-called sons of fortune in each world, and then plundering the values of fortune possessed by the sons of fortune and those around them. In the end, he exchanged his Qi luck value for things in the system mall to obtain stronger power in magic treasures. The Xianhuang ancient realm where Lu Yuan was located was a medium realm, and upwards there were the higher realms and the 10 great beginning realms. All the Qi plunderers would eventually converge towards the 10 originating planes for some unknown purpose. Listening to the system's answer, Lu Yuan asked one last question. Without Yi Xiaolin's invasion, what would this realm have been like originally? How would my experience have been different? The system was silent when the question left the room, and it was only when Lu Yuan was about to ask again that the system's voice sounded again. The original timeline of Lu Yuan, the son of the Xianhuang ancient realm's Qi fortune, has been loaded out, and the system is being presented. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's figure flashed and directly appeared in the world in the ring, while at the same moment, a picture presented itself in his mind. In the scene, Lu Yuan worshipped under Bai Mengqi, but Bai Mengqi simply told Lu Yuan to go to the sect to register himself and left directly. But the child of 5 or 6 years old was walking alone on a mountain path, got lost late into the night, and accidentally fell off a cliff and rolled into a cave. Lu Yuan was also blessed by the misfortune, obtaining the ancient earth stage technique, and even more so, because of his heaven-defying enlightenment, he modified the technique senses before he could cultivate it, allowing it to become a heaven stage technique. It was also not until he started practicing that Lu Yuan truly registered as an initiate. After that, bringing the senior sister and practicing the sword path was not much different from this life. If I really have to say, it was that Bai Mengqi would come over from time to time to take a look, and also bring some pills. Only these pills still didn't have Lu Yuan's. After that, Lu Yuan began to show his horrible cultivation talent, and Bai Mengqi also benefited from it. Her status continued to climb, and she steadily sat on the throne of the sect leader's heir. It was only when 10 years had gone by and Lu Yuan had become the youngest spirit transformation cultivator ever in the Xinhuang ancient realm, and began to take up the burden of being a disciple of the sect, that the old patriarch made an appointment to talk to Bai Mengqi. It was also not until this time that Bai Mengqi began to separate her mind from Lu Yuan, and soon, another 10 years passed. The old patriarch closed his eyes to impact the middle Mahayana cultivation. Bai Mengqi was in charge of the clan, and Lu Yuan's cultivation had also come to the refining void stage. Since then, Bai Mengqi's various decisions had been misjudged, causing the clan to lose a lot of cultivation resources and disciples with good natural talent, and the clan was filled with complaints. However, this situation reached Bai Mengqi's ears, and she immediately arrested a deacon who was chewing the cud, making an example of him, and the sect was quieter as a result. After this, Bai Mengqi continued to make decisions as she pleased, and didn't allow the clan elders to refute them. After learning of this situation, Lu Yuan, in order to stabilize the elders, tried to reverse the situation as much as he could in the midst of Bai Mengqi's decision, so that the elders of the sect would be at ease. Also at the same time, Lu Yuan's cultivation progress became more and more terrifying, and his position in the sect became heavier and heavier. When Lu Yuan's cultivation reaches the stage of merging, the old patriarch comes out of the gate, and his cultivation reaches the middle of the Mahayana stage, while Bai Mengqi begins to defend Lu Yuan and often sends him out to carry out the mission. In order to cut down on Lu Yuan's time for cultivation, Chapter 117, 3 years? That seems a bit long. It was also because of Bai Mengqi's decision that Lu Yuan raised his cultivation to Mahayana more than 100 years later. And even so, he had attracted a visit from the 9 immortal sects. At that time, Bai Mengqi's cultivation had only just barely reached the perfection of the harmonization stage. Although she was kind on the surface and praised on her lips, in her heart she was crazy with jealousy. So she fabricated the lie that there was an innate spiritual treasure descending in the northwestern region of the Xinhuang ancient realm, and gradually spread it to lure Lu Yuan to lead the team there. The result was that he mistakenly entered the territory of a demonic cultivator family, triggering a great war between the cultivators and the demonic cultivators, causing the entire continent to be devastated. Lu Yuan was the only one who survived because of his special physique. and Bai Mingxi therefore united with several of Lu Yuan's senior sisters and poured all the dirty water on Lu Yuan's head. The end of that life was that Lu Yuan was sent to the demon cultivator territory to quell the war, and was also tortured for nearly 1,000 years. During this period, he had been hiding his cultivation, relying only on breathing and exhaling to raise his cultivation every day, until his cultivation reached Mahayana perfection, when he slaughtered the entire demonic cultivator territory and killed his way back to the spirit sky sect, which was about to become the 11th great immortal sect, slaughtering tens of thousands of living beings up and down the clan, including those of his sisters. Subsequently, they followed the scent of that day to find those cultivators who claimed to be righteous, and killed all those who were with their families, leaving no one behind. When those so-called righteous sect cultivators once again smelled the smell of blood rushed Lu Yuan and hundreds of thousands of cultivators surrounded by ascension to the upper realm. This is the result of this system's deduction. Lu Yuan nodded his head, but he did not say a word, because at this moment, everything after the ascension of this timeline had surfaced in his mind. It seems that my life just doesn't have any good endings. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. It was like that in the dream, it was like that in this life, and even without this chi predator interfering with the timeline, one's own life ended in tragedy, and the people you treat like family will always backstab you. Since this is the case, then one of us will kill the higher realm and even the origin realm, and see what kind of secrets are hidden behind this chi-luck marauder. Outside the inheritance space, looking at the two corpses outside the void portal, the group of Mahayana cultivators who had rushed here didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, it was a fight for chance. When they stepped into the inheritance space, they all couldn't help but frown slightly when they witnessed the scene of the grumbling souls wandering away. As far as the eye could see, it was full of ghosts, and the only building was the White Bone Hall in the extreme distance. Unsurprisingly, that's where the legacy is. This inheritance has already recognized its owner, and will even inherit part of the space owner's memories. If you guys still want to leave this place alive, you'd better not hit that inheritance. Elder Qian opened his mouth at this time, taking a slow step forward. But well, this was my Star Immortal Mansion's territory before, and the person who obtains the inheritance naturally belongs to my Star Immortal Mansion. So don't grab it. He smiled and reminded, but a light lit up under his feet, and an astrolabe even broke through the air, hovering above his palm. The terrifying pressure that belonged exclusively to a perfect Mahayana cultivator spread, pressuring some of the early and mid-Mahayana cultivators to be a little breathless. Such behavior is a warning. We're only here to seek some resources. Naturally we won't hit that person who has obtained the inheritance. Please don't worry about this point. Elder Qian. Ji Hong was the first to speak, his face full of smiles. Yu Lingshi frowned slightly, but she also spoke out in agreement. With these two opening their mouths, the rest of the Xiantian Holy Land cultivators and the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace cultivators naturally wouldn't say anything. In the time that followed, dozens of Mahayana stage cultivators ransacked this inheritance space, so to speak. Spiritual flowers and grasses on the ground, and even stones and bones with a bit of spiritual chi will be taken away. When Xiaobai completely obtained the inheritance of the demon immortal, his cultivation jumped into the refined void stage, and his whole body seemed to have been cleansed and purified. No matter whether it was the demon soul or the demon body, it was strengthened to the greatest extent. His mind kept recalling the phrase, "Take the inheritance and ascend to the upper realm to check it out." When he left the White Bone Hall, he saw dozens of Mahayana stage cultivators standing outside the hall. Seeing him appear, Elder Qian was the first to step forward and invite him, and he had become the only offering elder of the Star Immortal Mansion in the process, and even more so, the only void refining stage elder since its inception. The news of the Star Immortal Mansion's complete destruction quickly spread throughout the 5 states of the southern domain, and these 5 states quickly returned to their original immortal sect. After Yunshang settled everything, he took care of his Tianyun sect at ease, and even if he didn't compete with the world, there were quite a few small and medium-sized sects that came forward to join him. Elder Qingzhu, who had originally been punished for serving as a deacon in the Sky Rhythm sect, also escaped extermination and became a Sky Rhythm sect elder, his cultivation steadily rising. That with their own disciples Yuanshan rushed to Tianfang City to seize the body of the masterless body of the elders also dodged a bullet, and since then incognito walking in the world, and then did not mention their past identity. As for Zhouya, her talent for harnessing beasts was exceptional, and she quickly rose to prominence in the ancient palace of the Cunlong Dragon, being busted as a personal disciple. Soon a year had passed, and Lu Yuan once again came to Fengxin City after paying tribute to his old friend. During this year, the 12 treasures that he had successively acquired were enough to cause a bloody storm in any place, but in the end, they were all ground up into treasure origins with the Tao Heavenly Plate, which he used to refine the existing treasures. Now that the Green Spirit Immortal Drop had reached the top grade supreme treasure, and the Sumeru ring had become an extreme spiritual treasure. Lu Yuan could already manipulate the flow of time in it through the small Sumeru. Now, his cultivation had reached the consummation of the void refining stage, and he had initially grasped the 8 laws of the 5 elements: wind, thunder and ice. On top of that, due to the special nature of his physique, he had also mastered a kind of chaotic law that hadn't appeared in the Xinhuang ancient realm for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, when he came to the Lingxian Chamber of Commerce, Jin Sichuan recognized him as an old grandpa at a glance. Resting here for the night, Lu Yuan nudged Jin Sixian's father, Jin Yuandong, who quickly became enlightened and his cultivation bottleneck was broken. 100 years later, when Jin Sichuan's cultivation broke through the transformation of God and stepped into refined void, and all of this was because of just a few words of nudging from Lu Yuan. The businessman is the most important prophet, although Lu Yuan just a few words, but brought Jin Yuandong endless benefits, and then Jin Sixian's help. Lingxian Chamber of Commerce status straight line climb. The most brilliant time even spread over the ancient world of Xinhuang, half of the state. For this reason, he had a golden body molded for Lu Yuan and brought his clan to worship him every year. After that, Lu Yuan traveled all over the 72 states of the Xinhuang ancient realm and the Sea of Ink, raising his cultivation in battles, and attaining his cultivation to the Mahayana stage. During this period, he had mastered the 2 supreme laws of time and space. The reincarnation Bodhi tree had grown completely, and the soul nurturing tree had grown into a sapling under Lu Yuan's cultivation. Also in this year, Li Wuyan had a feeling in his heart, and his cultivation reached Mahayana perfection, and he flew up in the daytime. Another half a year has passed. Lu Yuan's heart felt, his cultivation reached Mahayana perfection, but also mastered the 2 major laws of reincarnation in silence. His strength skyrocketed, and in these 2.5 years, he had traveled to every part of the Xinhuang ancient realm, and even used the Qian Koan compass to seize all the inheritances that were of use, and took them all to the evil spirits in the void rift to learn. After exploring the last site he deemed necessary to explore, Lu Yuan invoked the Ascension Calamity and used his sword to break the Calamity Cloud and open the Ascension Heavenly Gate. 3 years? That seems a bit long. Chapter 118, Ascending to the Immortal World. Spatial Laws. The world says that those who cross the Ascension heist can reach true immortality in their cultivation after ascending to the immortal realm. What is a true immortal? After a cultivator ascended to the immortal realm, his body's true essence was transformed into immortal essence, and he gradually adapted to the immortal spirit chi of the immortal realm. Only after the true essence is completely transformed into immortal essence can one step into the realm of true immortality. Beneath the cliffs, clouds and mist surrounded the area, making it completely impossible to see what was going on below. And above the cliff, above the square of 1,000 feet are carved with complicated and obscure runes, and the clouds make it impossible for people to completely see the content of these runes. This place was the Immortal Realm's South Region receiving platform, which was specifically used to receive ascending cultivators from all realms connecting to the South Region. There were no pavilions here, not to mention a sea of people. There were just hundreds of cultivators from various forces in the southern region who stood on top of the peaks around the receiving platform. Each one of them was a veteran true immortal cultivator, and they squatted here waiting for every ascender that came up. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky, bringing with it 2 cultivators dressed in white. A scene that instantly caught everyone's attention. Seeing the people coming, a man and a woman, as soon as they landed on the ground the 2 of them only felt that the breath in their bodies had become frenzied, and their chi and blood seemed to be boiling like restlessness. The 2 of them were busy sitting down on their knees, regulating their breath to suppress their agitated breath and boiling chi and blood. Yet they don't know that the process can only be adapted, not suppressed. Soon, the woman didn't hold back and directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and her originally reddened face instantly turned pale. Seeing this, the man was busy giving up the suppression, wanting to get up but suddenly felt that his limbs were weak, and even more so, his consciousness became blurred. He was busy biting the tip of his tongue to stimulate his soul to stay awake. However, he saw that a figure had stood in front of him at an unknown time, and carried the woman on his shoulder with his probing hand. This girl is not bad. Ha ha, Star Ghost Sect, will take it, little master. I happened to be looking for the 63rd furnace tripod recently. He saw that the visitor was wearing a yellow robe, with a thin body and greenish-black eyes, but his breath was strangely solid. The man's heart shook as he tried to get up but was completely unable to do so, and could only watch as his Taoist was taken away. However, at this moment, a melodious flute sounded, and the man's originally agitated breath quickly became calm, and the true essence in his body was also rapidly transformed into immortal essence at this moment. Suddenly realizing this, the man dodged to the front of the slim man, and a black lance had appeared in his hand at some point. Dog thief, give me back my Taoist! With a furious cry, the great battle instantly erupted. The skinny man was furious and looked towards a woman dressed in a flowing cloudy mortal robe on top of a distant mountain peak. Moonseeker, do you, 100 Flower Valley, really want to go to war with my Star Ghost sect? Upon hearing this, the woman put down her jade flute, and her vermilion lips gently opened. As long as you strike out at a female cultivator, I will stop it when I see it. The skinny man snorted coldly. What I cultivate is a dual cultivation method. If I don't catch female cultivators, do I catch male cultivators? The woman smiled softly at the words. This move is not unavoidable. The man was furious and was just about to use his means to suppress the ascender when a figure came from the distance. Demon Slayer, don't hurt my son. As the words fell, a man with a stout body like an iron tower appeared and directly blocked in front of the ascending man. Seeing the visitor, the face of the slim man called Devil Slayer instantly turned ugly. This guy actually has a relationship with the deacon of the Big Dipper Xian sect. In that case, this chick can't be taken away today. He had no choice but to leave the woman on the ground. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he saw another beam of light descend from the sky, followed by a young man with white hair and mysterious robes stepping out from it. Who else could this person be but Lu Yuan? And seeing this person, Devil Butcher let out a cold snort and pulled out a ghost-headed greatsword and slashed towards Lu Yuan. In a bad mood, kill an ascender first to take the piss. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan's brows immediately furrowed as he raised his hand and instantly the green spirit immortal drop flew out. Madaka! The golden sound resounded, the void rippled, and then an unbelievable scene was presented in the sight of everyone. Under this collision, Devil Butcher was shocked into losing control of his body and flew backwards towards the back. Also at this instant, Lu Yuan's eyes turned slightly cold, and the laws of space were instantly unleashed. In an instant, with Demon Slaughter as the center, space made countless cuts in the blink of an eye, each cut carrying a stern sword intent. Devil Butcher only felt an incomparable stinging pain all over his body and couldn't help but wail. Laws of space, space cutting, stop. At this moment, a furious cry rang out from afar, followed by a surge of black mist, and a figure stepped on the void and came. Kid, stop right now, or my Star Ghost sect will not spare you. The visitor pointed at Lu Yuan and scolded him in a stern voice, completely not noticing Lu Yuan's eyes that lit up. Star Ghost sect? In that dream, when one arrived in the immortal world, this Star Ghost sect seemed to have been a force under that person. Seeing this white-haired young man's right hand raised, this person who came by treading the void felt bad, just wanted to turn around, but found that the square feet of land he was in was actually blocked. Laws of space, space blockade. Just as he tried to cry out, he was immediately drowned in the endless cuts of space. The space law, one of the supreme laws. It was only until this time that someone recognized the power of the laws that Lu Yuan was using, and they were so excited that they directly stepped into the void to come to Lu Yuan's body. I am a cultivator of the spiritual movement Dao sect, and I sincerely invite your excellency to be able to join my spiritual movement Dao sect, and we will definitely treat you as a guest elder. At that moment, one after another, cultivators stepped into the broken void and came, all of them extending invitations to Lu Yuan. Only that 100 Flower Valley's fairy Moonseeker smiled and said, I, 100 Flower Valley's Deacon Moonseeker, would like to make a good connection with your excellency. The 100 Flowers Valley was full of female cultivators, so it was naturally impossible to invite Lu Yuan to join them. But such cultivators who had mastered the supreme laws, it was better to befriend than to be strangers, and even better to make friends than to make enemies. Looking closely, many of these people had a threatening look in their eyes, the meaning of which was more than obvious. But Lu Yuan also didn't care at all about what they thought and how they would treat themselves in the future. He only wanted to ask the whereabouts of that person from these two guys quickly. Ignoring the crowd, he flashed to the two men and took them with him as his figure disappeared in a flash. Laws of space, space travel. The crowd froze in unison, their faces filled with surprise. After this person ascended, not only did not have the uncomfortable process of transforming true energy into immortal energy, but even managed to suppress two true immortal mid-stage cultivators with his hands. The means is really horrible, and the attitude towards them people was full of disdain, not even placing them in their eyes at all. With such behavior, could it be that he is a descendant of one of the immortal clans in the immortal realm? This person mastered the laws of space, so by this projection there would only be that one immortal race in the southern domain. But even that immortal race hadn't seen a descendant who had mastered the laws of space for tens of thousands of years. For a while, Lu Yuan's identity had become a mystery, which in turn had aroused the interest of many people. And on top of a mountain peak in the extreme distance, Lu Yuan and two Star Ghost sect cultivators appeared. Only the spatial cuts targeting the two never stopped from the beginning to the end. Chapter 119, Let's see who's faster. It was my rashness to strike earlier. I hope that your excellency will forgive me and not make an enemy of my Star Ghost sect. Demon Slayer gritted his teeth and endured the pain of his body being constantly cut by the sword intent. seemingly apologizing but actually threatening. Only after the words fell, another person hurriedly said, "My Star Ghost sect has hundreds of true immortals, 12 golden immortals, and even a tiny golden immortal cultivator sitting in the town. So I advise your excellency not to make a mistake. The implication is to release us quickly, and then join my Star Ghost sect, and the benefits will naturally be few and far between." How could Lu Yuan not hear the meaning of his words? Just hearing this tiny golden immortal, he couldn't help but think of that flag with black smoke. "I don't want to say more nonsense. I only have one question. If you don't answer it in 3 breaths, there is no need to live." Upon hearing this, Demon Slayer snorted coldly. Neither of them cared too much. After all, from the beginning to the end of the process, what they had suffered was only skin and flesh. If the spatial laws weren't too heaven-defying, they wouldn't have been restricted to such an extent. Seeing that the two did not say anything, Lu Yuan sneered, and the moment he raised his left hand, a flash of spatial sword chi pierced through the throat of the true immortal cultivator who had come by treading the void. The spatial cuts then intensified, and in just a single breath, he was turned into mush, falling all over the ground along with the disappearance of the spatial blockade. When this scene was presented to the eyes, the devil Slaughter, who was originally filled with disdain, instantly panicked. You. Lu Yuan only coldly swept him a glance. "He didn't answer my question within 3 breaths. Could it be that you think I was joking before?" Dare not. Devil 2 replied in a hurry. "The cultivation stronger than his own are said to be killed. He is really afraid." Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction at this. "You're only Tai Golden Immortal. What is his name?" "We have not seen him before, but we know that he calls himself Suo Ling Tianzuan, a ghost cultivator who has ascended to the immortal realm for more than 3,000 years. Lu Yuan sniffed but frowned. That person was not a ghost cultivator, but a cultivator of a righteous sect, who usually acted in an extremely low-key manner, and was even ostensibly a Mr. Nice guy. If he hadn't happened to see him harvesting cultivators' souls with the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand in his dream, Lu Yuan would have been deceived by his superficial illusion. He fell into deep thought, constantly recalling everything in that dream that had to do with this heaven and earth. Although this realm calls itself the immortal realm, but in the end it is not a real immortal realm. A post-like place leading to the immortal realm, and even more than one such place, and such a place was called the lesser immortal realm by the cultivators who knew the truth. I think this should be the higher realm in the system's mouth, and the real immortal realm should be the 10 beginning realms. The cultivation realms in this realm were divided into true immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, and Dala golden immortal, with no further advancement possible. If one wanted to break the shackles and break through the limitations of the great Luo, one would need to ascend to the true immortal realm. In the dream, Lu Yuan cultivated in the small immortal world for nearly 10,000 years, and when he was about to ascend, the dream came to an abrupt end. So I think it should be that there are great powers in the immortal world who intervened in this matter. Suddenly, Lu Yuan seemed to remember something, and his heart was suddenly clear. Watching Lu Yuan fall into contemplation, Devil Slayer was on the verge of crying, his mind almost growling, "Can you not perform spatial cuts when you ask questions?" But he didn't dare. He didn't even have the courage to open his mouth. And in his heart he regretted what he had to be angry about. "Now it's good. You've hit a man on the knife's edge." As his thoughts returned, Lu Yuan turned his head towards Devil Slaughter and was about to speak, but he suddenly sensed something and turned around to look towards a void. In the next instant, he saw that the void distorted, and then the black mist tossed and turned, and a short figure dressed in black robes appeared. "Fellow Daoist, please also stop your act of law suppression and show mercy." Just before Fong showed up, the short old man used a hoarse voice to persuade. Seeing the visitor, Devil Slaughter immediately became agitated and hurriedly shouted, "Deacon, save me!" As soon as the words fell, a flash of sword chi penetrated his throat, and then the spatial cutting intensified, and the Devil Slayer was turned into a mush of meat on the ground, with the smell of blood spreading to the sky. The short old man was shocked by this scene, and was even more furious. Obviously he had come. This guy actually did not give any face at all. Ran raised his hand to exterminate his own Star Ghost sex people. Well, what a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers, accustomed to being invincible in the lower realm, and still doesn't know how to restrain himself when he comes to the upper realm. You have the spatial laws at your disposal. I may not be your opponent, but the last thing my Star Ghost sect lacks is golden immortal powerhouses, and under the absolute crushing of the realm, any laws will be rendered null and void. The old man looked meaningfully at Lu Yuan and snorted coldly. "I hope you won't regret your behavior today." After saying that, he let out a cold snort and turned around. In a split second his figure had disappeared from the spot. Lu Yuan saw this cold smile, raised his hand, and then the law of time madly surged, saw that the void was steeply distorted, And then the short old man's figure returned to the original place again. The short old man was confused on the spot and froze for a long time before his face became grave. Laws of time, time rewind. His face was ugly as if he had eaten a dead fly, and he was busy raising his hand to Lu Yuan and arching his hand. His attitude was much better. Fellow Taoist has many means. It really opened my eyes. Only I also advise your excellency to make more good karma and less enmity. Don't bury your immortal path because of a momentary pain in the ass. As he spoke, his terrifying aura of true immortal perfection was unreservedly displayed, shaking the void and distorting the mountains. In this instant, he also regained a few moments of confidence and smiled. Old me is already a true immortal perfection cultivator. If I want to, I can break through to the golden immortal realm at any time. At that time, what's space-time? Under the absolute realm crushing will all be nothing. Lu Yuan lightly laughed and waved his left hand, and then 9 sets of puppets broke through the air, all standing on his side. Each puppet had the aura of an early true immortal. He laughed and said, "Then you ferry a robbery and make a breakthrough. I'll see if it's you ferrying a breakthrough that's faster, where this 9 pairs of true immortal puppet swords of Lu someone that's faster." The evil Qi and chaotic Yuan were not ordinary true elements, so they automatically broke through to the true immortal stage when they ascended to this world. And in those 2.5 years, Lu Yuan used the experience in the dream to strengthen all 9 puppets, and although the body was not as strong as that of a true immortal, the evil spirit was realistically at the true immortal realm. The short old man first froze at his words, and then immediately changed his face. "Ha ha, you're joking. Just now I was watching my fellow disciples being beheaded. My blood was in my head, my mouth had no handle, and I said some angry words. Please don't be angry." He respectfully arched his hand at Lu Yuan. Before continuing, "You are new to the immortal realm. There must be something you don't know about it. So if you have any questions, just open your mouth, and I'll be sure to know what I'm talking about." Chapter 120, Invitation to Reincarnation. I have ascended to this realm for 1,000 years, and without mentioning anything else, there's no one I don't recognize among the many forces in this southern region. What sect events and notable figures. Old man can tell them all as if they were his family's favorites. The short old man added. Lu Yuan nodded his head and said directly, "In this heaven and earth, do you know who holds the 10,000 soul streamer in their hands?" Upon hearing this, the short old man also sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and busily waved his hands and said, "I don't know about this, that what the 10,000 soul streamer is. I haven't even heard of it. I haven't heard of it." As he spoke, his face was filled with panic, obviously knowing something. Lu Yuan smiled blandly and stepped forward, while the 9 sets of puppets directly surrounded the short old man. "If you don't dare to speak, point out someone who does. Give directions, and I'll find them," Lu Yuan said. The short old man twisted his head to look at Lu Yuan and gritted his teeth. "If you ask people, you ask people. If you ask for directions, you ask for directions. What are you doing mentioning that thing?" That look in his eyes. He hated that he couldn't break Lu Yuan into pieces. Lu Yuan, however, laughed softly. "I'm used to being straightforward and don't like to beat around the bush. You're making it plain, but we're about to be targeted," the old man retorted excitedly. However, as soon as the words fell, the sky dome above actually twisted strangely, followed by the black mist tossing, and the bizarre atmosphere filled the air. The old man instantly sensed it and turned his head to see the black flag that slowly emerged from the black mist. "What am I doing here? Being invoked?" The short old man instantly became agitated, then turned around and fled. However, the moment he turned around, the black flag tumbled with even denser black mist, followed by a black chain flying out, directly piercing through the short old man's brow with irresistible and bizarre power. The black chains carried the short old man's soul and quickly drew back towards the black flag. At this instant, Lu Yuan raised his right hand. The laws of time operated in an instant. Time turned back, and the short old man's soul returned directly to his body, while the black chains returned to the 10,000 soul streamer. In an instant, the entire scene became silent. The short old man froze, and the 10,000 soul streamer also lost its movement, while their hearts were as restless as the black mist that churned around the 10,000 soul streamer. "It's bad. It's going to be grabbed again by the soul-slinging chain of the 10,000 soul streamer." Wow! Suddenly, the black mist tossed again and a black chain flew towards Lu Yuan. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's mind moved, and within a radius of 3 feet, time stood still. The black chains hung in the void, and there was no more movement. 2.5 years. "I'm coming. Give me a bearing and I'll cut your neck." Lu Yuan smiled. When these words came out, the short old man in the distance was confused, but the 10,000 soul streamer was silent for a while, not getting a response for a long time. Lu Yuan furrowed his brows and raised his hand to directly block off the piece of space where the 10,000 soul streamer was located. Without the slightest hesitation, he then directly executed spatial cutting. However, Under this spatial cutting, the 10,000 soul streamer was not affected in the slightest, and the only thing that was affected was the clattering black chains. Under divine sense perception, Lu Yuan realized that this 10,000 soul streamer didn't even have any direct divine sense link. It was just an immortal weapon projection. In the lesser immortal realm, the most inferior magical treasures were spiritual artifacts, and there were immortal artifacts and Honglong supreme treasures above the supreme treasures. In the immortal world, the magic treasure has an additional origin magic treasure, which is the magic treasure that was born by the heaven and earth autonomously at the beginning of the chaos, and there are only 10 pieces. Understanding this, Lu Yuan raised his hand and directly used the laws of space to distort space and twisted that soul-soliciting chain. At this time, the 10,000 soul streamer rose up with even denser black smoke, and then condensed into the appearance of a single cultivator and demonic beast, all of which exploded with true immortal realm cultivation. In response, Lu Yuan coldly laughed, lifting his hand. The laws of reincarnation evolved a rain screen, spilling down to cover as many souls as possible. You like to harvest the souls of monks? Then send all the souls you collect to reincarnation. Since the projection of the 10,000 soul streamer doesn't have a link to your divine sense, and you won't say where you are, then I'll use the laws of reincarnation to force you to come to me of your own accord. With the passage of time, the more souls the 10,000 soul streamer summoned, the more Lu Yuan sent to reincarnation, and the short old man who saw the scene completely froze. What did he see? The 10,000 soul streamer, which had been rampant in the lesser immortal world for nearly 3,000 years, had actually been restrained. The thing that restrained it was even rarer, a law of reincarnation that hadn't been recorded in millions of years. What was even rarer was someone who mastered the law of reincarnation, and in addition to the law of reincarnation, he actually mastered the 2 top-level laws of time and space. To summarize, it was that a person who had just ascended to the lesser immortal realm actually mastered the 3 supreme laws. This situation, just to say it out, I'm afraid that no one will believe, and will even attract people's blank stares, but at this moment it is really happening. The short old man's breathing became uncontrollable as he thought about it. Soon, the 10,000 soul streamer seemed to have realized that something was wrong as well, and the black smoke suddenly tumbled up and violently flew out 3 soul soldering chains, 2 of which went straight to Lu Yuan, and 1 of which went straight to the short old man. Seeing this situation, Lu Yuan coldly smiled, a thought directly distorting space. Soul soldering chain just flew out, was directly crushed away. The black smoke was still tossing, and after a few moments of silence the black smoke enveloped the 10,000 soul streamer, and finally disappeared directly into thin air. The whole thing was exciting to watch the short old man. However, the moment the 10,000 soul streamer disappeared, he was shocked to realize that something was wrong. The 10,000 soul streamer was able to record a cultivator's breath. Right now he was fine because of this person who had mastered the 3 supreme laws. What if he was gone? Then it would be hard to escape the end of being claimed by the 10,000 soul streamer. Ah, nope, this dog doesn't. Seniors, this senior mastered the law of reincarnation, and if he sent himself directly into reincarnation, then he could escape the 10,000 soul streamer's soul solicitation. This body of cultivation to stay is not much use. Encounter golden immortal cultivator is also in vain. It would be better to directly into the reincarnation of retraining. There is no guarantee that the achievements than this life is higher. With this in mind, he looked toward the white-haired, xian-robed youth standing in the distance, stepping into the air, his eyes filled with hope. In the next moment, he dashed out and came directly in front of Lu Yuan. Giving a respectful salute to Lu Yuan, he lowered his head and said, "Please, senior, send out your powers and send the little old man into that reincarnation so that he won't be tormented by that 10,000 soul streamer." After saying this and not waiting for Lu Yuan to respond, he immediately reversed his immortal element. His meridians were broken, and he spat out blood on the spot and fell towards the bottom. Lu Yuan? He didn't understand it, but he was greatly shocked. In his dreams, he'd seen ruthless ones, but never one so ruthless even to himself. Lu Yuan had doubts in his heart, so he raised his hand and used the laws of time to travel back in time, and the short old man was restored to his original state in the blink of an eye. Short old man, seeing Lu Yuan's puzzled eyes, he then reacted and hurriedly said, "It's because the little old man died in too much of a hurry." He forgot that senior had something he wanted to ask the little old man. "Please forgive me, senior." With that, he hurriedly saluted Lu Yuan once again. Chapter 121, 10,000 times time. Straight to half-step golden immortal. Just that 10,000 soul streamer. Tell me everything you know about it. Lu Yuan opened the door. The short old man nodded his head repeatedly. That 10,000 soul streamer, I also have one in the hands of that Tai golden immortal cultivator from the Star Ghost sect. Only that 10,000 soul streamer is only a projection as well, and it all serves a single person. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Who? The Heavenly Dipper Xian sect's youngest supreme elder, Zhao Wu, a half-step dollar realm cultivator. The short old man returned. Lu Yuan heard the words but fell into a deep thought. In the dream he saw is not what the Heavenly Dipper Xianzong Tai Shang elder, but another self-proclaimed righteousness of the clan's grand elder. He looked at the short old man and then asked, "What is the relationship between the Star Ghost sect's Tai Golden Immortal and that Zhao Wu?" "It's complicated, and if I had to say one relationship, it would probably be a pet." "Lu Yuan? Don't misunderstand ha. The Star Ghost sect's Tai Golden Immortal is a ghost envoy cultivated by that guy. It would probably be more appropriate to say henchman." "It's the old man who used the wrong words," the short old man hurriedly explained, then added, "The other thing is that besides the Star Ghost sect Tai Golden Immortal, there are also his men in the Red Flame Divine Sect and the Divine Heavenly Cliff, and none of them have a low status." Hearing this, Lu Yuan finally understood. No wonder the person he saw moving the 10,000 soul streamer in his dream was a cultivator of the Divine Heavenly Cliff. However, he didn't believe all of the short old man's words, and what he saw was perhaps only on the surface. And during those 10,000 years in the dream, Lu Yuan had seen many instances of people in power disguising themselves as subordinates, which not only allowed people to let their guard down, but sometimes they could even take their opponents by surprise. Carelessness is not allowed. Oh, by the way, this 10,000 soul streamer most likely belongs to that old monster from the Red Flame Divine Sect, and now that he most likely knows that the laws of reincarnation have reappeared, you have to pay attention to it as well. Senior. Lu Yuan nodded. "Alright, I already know what I want to know. Kill yourself." Upon hearing this, the short old man nodded his head repeatedly. "Then I'll trouble Senior to send the little old man to reincarnation." After he said that, he once again reversed the immortal Yuan in his meridians and spat out a mouthful of blood between the chi and blood churning, his breath quickly becoming shriveled. Lu Yuan nodded his head and raised his hand. Instantly the law of reincarnation evolved the path of reincarnation. The short old man's soul left his body in a flash and fell headlong into the path of reincarnation. At the end of the time, the short old man seems to remember something. Dizzy asked, "Senior, my next reincarnation is a what?" Lu Yuan shook his head. "Listen to God's will, short old man." As the path of reincarnation closed, Lu Yuan looked in one direction, his brows furrowing slightly. It seemed that the three opponents were all Tai Golden Immortals, but they weren't completely helpless. With a thought, Lu Yuan flashed into the world of the Sumeru ring, called out the little Sumeru to cooperate, and directly opened up a space with 10,000 times the flow of time, and began to frantically cultivate. And at the same time, the Red Flame Divine Sect, the preaching ground, sermons sound like a bell and drum, echoing in the entire preaching field. Below the people listening to tens of thousands of people, including true immortal realm cultivators, there are no less than 1,000 people. There are more than a dozen golden immortal realm cultivators sitting in it. And at the very top, an old man with a goatee and a fairy-like appearance was preaching the Tao sentence by sentence. Suddenly, his voice stopped, and those long, white, translucent eyebrows wrinkled slightly. He immediately turned his head, and saw a teenager who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old busily arching his hand at him before turning around and walking towards the outside of the preaching ground. It didn't take long for the young man to appear in the secret room below the evangelization site, which was isolated by a formation, making it difficult for even Tai Golden Immortal Realm cultivators to perceive the existence of this place. Space, time, reincarnation, three supreme laws. After reading the information remaining from the 10,000 soul streamer projection, a look of gravity appeared on the teenager's face. How could a mere mudblood from the lower realms who just ascended master the three supreme laws? Could it be that a great power from the beginning realm has struck? He fell into the midst of contemplation, and then activated his divine sense, his half-step de luo cultivation fully functioning. It's him! In the middle of the sea of consciousness, the image seen by the 10,000 soul streamer projection slowly appeared. The body of the 10,000 soul streamer was projected by him to countless medium planes to harvest the souls of cultivators who possessed good fortune. And he had once encountered a son of good fortune in a medium plane that made a deep impression on him, and that was this white-haired, Xian-robed young man. I seem to remember that he was called Lu Yuan. With a movement of his mind, the body of the 10,000 soul streamer, which had originally traveled through thousands of medium planes, immediately came to him across countless times and spaces. Raising his hand, a strand of soul flew out and came to him. Looking closely at its appearance, who else could it be but Yi Xiaolin? He wanted to ask a question or two, but felt that it was a waste of time, so he simply searched his soul directly. Awakened sons of Qi. No wonder it's so difficult to deal with. Special physique, cultivating into a Yuaning in just 4 months. I remember when he was conversing with me he had only just transformed into a god, and now only 2.5 years have passed and he's actually ascended to the lesser immortal realm. His face was instantly gloomy. It is bound to be someone from the beginning plane who has made a move. And if there is no accident, the probability is that the cloud old devil, that person, is really as you said, and will not let me go no matter what. He snorted coldly. It's just a pity that this brat just entered true immortality and is sober. So what if he possesses the supreme law? He laughed coldly. When I include him in my human emperor flag, the 3 supreme laws will be mine. And then when I ascend to the immortal realm, I'll make sure that you natives have a good time. Especially you, old devil Yun. Without realizing it, 10 days went by. It was still the same mountain range, still the same place. The void twisted for a split second, and Lu Yuan slowly stepped out. At this moment, Lu Yuan had already cultivated for 270 years in that 10,000 times time-space. And at this moment, his cultivation had already come to the half-step golden immortal realm. The moment he stepped out of nothingness, above the dome of the sky, thunderclouds converged, and at a glance it looked as if they were about to collapse the dome of the sky. And in Lu Yuan's Dantian, on top of that side of the Tsong Dome Yuan Sea, ancient and bizarre formations were outlined and molded, inducing the chaotic Yuan in it to almost boil up. In the world within the ring of the Sumeru ring, the void rift was similarly agitated, in which there were hundreds of true immortal realm evil spirits in addition to the 9 evil spirits that had already stepped into the golden immortal realm, and each one of them had a legacy in their hands, and their strength was not bad. Feeling the change in his aura, Lu Yuan slowly raised his head, only to see a strange force emerge, just as it did in the Xian Huang ancient realm, easily dispersing the robbery clouds and returning everything to calm. It was extremely easy to reach the golden immortal realm cultivation. Feeling the abundant cultivation in his body, Lu Yuan was about to head to the red flame divine sect, but he suddenly sensed something and waved his hand to isolate this side of the world. Afterward, he took out the Tao Dharma heavenly plate, and saw that it was dense with spiritual qi, so it was clear that he could continue to grab the masterless magic treasures of the heavens and the worlds. Chapter 122 Beginning Origin Magic Treasure. Going to Red Flame Divine Sect. This was the first time after ascending to the immortal realm that I had used the Tao Heavenly Disc, and I didn't know what I could catch. I also don't know if I can grab an immortal weapon or even a Hongmeng Supreme Treasure. With a single thought, the chaos element was transformed into wisps and merged into the Tao Heavenly Plate, and soon there was a spiritual radiance blossoming on it, followed by the emergence of a trace of the great Tao aura, which instantly flooded this heaven and earth that Lu Yuan had closed off and isolated. Lu Yuan immediately froze in place. This was something extraordinary that he had caught, actually containing the aura of the great Tao. Just as Lu Yuan was puzzled, he sensed that the original overflowing aura of the great Tao had been reversed and absorbed, surging towards the Tao Law Heavenly Plate, as if something had changed. His mind moved, and the chaotic Yuan madly surged into the Tao Heavenly Plate, and at once its spiritual radiance burst forth, and the reversed aura of the great Tao finally slowed down. Could it be that you have captured the very best Hongmeng Supreme Treasure? Without any doubt, Lu Yuan immediately concentrated fully on pulling with that weird power, and such a process lasted for a whole half hour. Just as the chaotic Yuan in his body was consumed by half, the great Tao breath suddenly erupted from the Tao Dharma heavenly disc in the form of a well blowing out, followed by a flow of green radiance, and a refreshing breath emerged, lingering on the tip of Lu Yuan's nose. In the next moment, a green lotus slowly blossomed under the green radiance and was pulled out of that Tao Dharma heavenly plate by Lu Yuan's chaotic Yuan. In just a moment, Lu Yuan's physique resonated with this green lotus, and a sense of affinity was born. This is the chaotic green lotus. Wasn't this one of the originating magic treasures born at the beginning of heaven and earth? It was actually captured by himself with the Taoist heavenly disc. Could it be because of self's physique? Lu Yuan remembered that this chaotic green lotus was one of the originating magic treasures, which had been destroyed as early as the ancient times because it could not withstand the innate wind, thunder, water and fire, and had been transformed into many Hongmeng Supreme Treasures. I didn't expect that the first magic treasure I captured when I ascended to the lesser immortal realm would actually be a beginning magic treasure, and such a magic treasure should exist in the beginning plane. There should be someone who can't wait. I'll have to pick up the pace. Flying forward, he contracted with his essence blood, and with the support of the chaotic Tao body, Lu Yuan was able to incorporate this chaotic green lotus into the Tsong Dome Yuan Sea in his Dantian with extreme ease. As soon as he entered this place, the chaotic green lotus quickly devoured both the chaotic 9 stars and the green lotus of enlightenment, leaving the chaotic green lotus alone in this heaven and earth. It was said to be devouring, but Lu Yuan didn't feel any discomfort, as if this was the way it was supposed to be. Restoring this heaven and earth, Lu Yuan headed straight towards the Red Flame Divine Sect. During this process, the cultivation level of the 9 evil spirits also came to the golden immortal realm, and already possessed the ability to condense their own fleshly bodies, without having to fight with the help of puppets. 3 hours later, Outside the red flame divine sect's protector formation, Lu Yuan stepped into the air and looked at the grandiose formation in the distance, and said aloud, "Lu's cultivator Lu Yuan, come to pay homage to the mountain." The sound spread to heaven and earth, echoing inside and outside of the red flame divine sect, attracting true immortal realm cultivators from all the heavens. "I wonder what you have come here for." A thin middle-aged man in the shape of a deacon raised his hand and arched at Lu Yuan. The visitor's breath is the realm of the golden immortal, and this person looks as if his age is not too old. Although he claims to be a casual cultivator, he should still keep an eye out. Lu Yuan wasn't ambiguous either, and directly said, "I'm looking for the Imperial Lan Heavenly Father, and I want to ask him to borrow something." The lean middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. "I don't know what my red flame divine sect's royal Lan Heavenly Father has in his hands that is capable of moving the heart of a fellow Taoist." Lu Yuan heard this but did not reply, turning to raise his eyes to look at the distant dome of the sky. There, an old man with a goatee stepped into the void. Seeing Lu Yuan looking over, the old man was busy arching his hand in response. "I don't know what little friend has come here specifically to find old me for." "Ah?" he asked softly with a kind smile on his face. Lu Yuan laughed coldly in his heart when he saw this. In that dream, during one of the ruins exploration, he also had such an amiable look before taking out the 10,000 soul streamer. "Wanted to borrow something from you," Lu Yuan directly said. Upon hearing this, the Imperial Lan Heavenly Father busily raised his left hand, revealing the green-colored Qinquan ring on that dry finger. "If I have something you need in my hands, there's no harm in lending it to you. After all, people have hard times." He still had that kind face on his face, looking at the red flame divine sect's cultivators who were touched. Elder is so righteous that he is willing to take out something of his own to help one or two even if it's a stranger meeting for the first time. My red flame divine sect is fortunate to have a Yulan Tianzuan. It's never stingy to the cultivators from other powers who come to listen to the sermon either. Having the Imperial Lan Heavenly Father around is simply a blessing for the entire southern region. Listening to the people around him praising the Imperial Lan Tianzuan, Lu Yuan sneered in his heart. "Soon you won't be able to laugh anymore." He raised his eyes to look directly into the eyes of the Imperial Lan Heavenly Father and said word for word, "I wish to borrow the 10,000 soul streamer hidden in your hands." As soon as these words came out, the amiable smile on the face of the Imperial Lan Heavenly Father disappeared a little bit, and his brows gradually wrinkled together. "The 10,000 soul streamer is something that is spurned by all the cultivators in the immortal realm. How could I have that filthy thing in my hands?" He snorted coldly and whisked his sleeve. Fellow Taoist isn't making fun of the old man. As the words fell, a loud murmur rang out within the red flame divine sect. In response, Lu Yuan only laughed coldly in response, probing his hand and grabbing it. The green spirit immortal fall, which was already a supreme treasure, broke through the air. "Since you're unwilling to take it out voluntarily, I'll fight until you do." After he said that, Lu Yuan took a step out, arriving in front of the Imperial Lan Heavenly Father in an instant, and the green spirit immortal drop in his hand chopped down with the terrifying might of tearing through space. However, when the sword fell, the royal spirit Heavenly Father's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he stood 100 feet away. Spatial laws? No wonder it directly crossed my red flame divine sect's protector formation. He waved his hand and ripped off his outer robe, his face a few moments more grave, then took out a sweeping duster. "This little friend, it's not easy to cultivate. I hope you'll stop earlier." Only after the words left his mouth, the Imperial Barbarian Heavenly Father sensed that the 3 feet of land where he was blocked off, followed by the constant distortion of the void. His face instantly sank. "Little friend, don't make a mistake. For yourself." Swish swish swish. Laws of space, space cutting, click. Also at this time, cracks actually surfaced in that blocked space, and in the end, it actually directly collapsed into nothingness. "Good. Since you're so insouciant, you can't blame me for bullying the small with the big." The moment the words fell, the temperature of this side of heaven and earth climbed steeply, and in just a few breaths it was already so hot that it burned. The cultivators who were still watching turned around and withdrew from the area, and the eyes that were looking at Lu Yuan were filled with gloating. Only on top of a mountain peak in the extreme distance, a middle-aged man stood with his arms folded, slightly nostalgic as he looked at the scene in front of him. "This guy kinda looks like that kid I picked up. I wonder how they're doing now. To be honest, I miss the boy a little, and my 2 apprentices who defy no one." Chapter 123, Restriction, Coercion, Futility. The person who was lamenting was no other than the old sect master of the Spirit Sky Immortal Sect, Li Dao Yuan. At this moment, he looked at the white-haired youth, and inwardly, he also missed the Spirit Sky sect more and more. On the other hand, feeling the boiling hot temperature in the void, Lu Yuan was about to utilize the law of fire, but then stopped at the critical moment. It's better to end the fight quickly so that the night doesn't grow long. With this in mind, he waved his sleeve robe, and at once dark purple points of light flew out, and when they fell into the void, they transformed into monks wearing masks and black armor. Lu Yuan was a bit helpless. He was able to condense his own body. How could he still look like a puppet? But think about it, these evil spirits have not seen too many people, and out of the fight is to use the puppet. Now can condense their own flesh. Naturally also limited to the puppet is the mane. Looks like we'll have to let them out for a walk from now on. A puppet? Nah, there is a cultivator's aura present in it. It's a soul puppet. The Imperial Lan Heavenly Father was instantly furious, while a flash of greed flashed in his eyes. You latter are so vicious in your tactics. Today, I, Imperial Lan, will act on behalf of the heavens and get rid of you, the villain. The moment the words fell, the void condensed into a huge fire dragon. The majestic pressure spread, crushing the void towards Lu Yuan. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's mind moved, and all 9 evil spirits flew out, heading straight for the Imperial Lan Heavenly Father, while at the same time, his right hand was raised, and the 100 feet of fire dragons were crushed by the space in almost an instant. However, the moment the space was restored, that 100-foot fire dragon unexpectedly recovered directly as well, once again soaring towards Lu Yuan. Such a scene caused Lu Yuan to raise his eyebrows, raising his hand to activate the laws of ice, and the 100-foot fire dragon was directly frozen in the void. On the other hand, the 9 evil spirits were constantly striking out at the Imperial Barbarian Heavenly Father, with all sorts of means coming out frequently, and even each of them was able to utilize a type of law power. Moreover, the strength of each evil spirit was extremely impressive, and they were even able to utilize arts and sword techniques, which made the Imperial Lan Heavenly Father's eyes glaze over. How in the world was such a puppet made? Inwardly roaring, his hand is non-stop, raised his hand to blow away a person immediately after the cohesion of the law of firepower. The void was burned, twisted and distorted, and then the flame seems to be like a breakthrough when the air appeared, will be directly engulfed by the person to go. Only in the next moment, strange power erupted, and that person actually directly shattered the flames and rushed out again. Gnashing his teeth, Yulan instantly split 3 doppelgangers to tangle with the 9, while his main body headed straight for Lu Yuan. Only halfway there, Lu Yuan raised his hand and unleashed a spatial blockade. In just an instant, the terrifying temperature once again filled this heaven and earth, and the void distorted to the point of breaking, yet that spatial blockade remained unaffected in the slightest. The face of the Imperial Lan Heavenly Father was a bit ugly, his hands poked out, the void behind Lu Yuan twisted, followed by 2 large hands condensed from flames directly suppressing down towards him. Click! Before arriving, the void shattered, and the big flaming hand directly disappeared away along with the shattered void. Seeing this, the Royal Lan Heavenly Father's face sank slightly, and between his thoughts there were countless fire lotuses blooming in the void, covering the sky and the earth. Law of fire, fire lotus burning sky. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan raised his hand for a split second. The fire lotus within 100 feet radius directly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it had already come to the circumference of the Royal Lan Heavenly Father. Boom! The fire lotus exploded one after another, and the Imperial Lan Heavenly Father couldn't advance or retreat, so he could only push his cultivation to fend it off. At this moment, he was incomparably furious, actually being fooled by a descendant, waving his hand to drive the terrifying lawstorm to forcefully manipulate the riotous flames, then turned into a vortex, and then like a sharp sword towards that blocked space to crash. Law of fire, burning flame Tianxian. A huge collision sound resounded through this heaven and earth, shaking the void and causing it to ripple like water, spreading rapidly. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan lightly laughed. If you use the immortal weapon projection, you might be able to break through that spatial blockade. Having suffered a loss once, you naturally know how to deal with it. These words infuriated the Royal Lan Heavenly Father's face was red and he angrily rebuked. You curmudgeon is really shameless, to plant charges on the old man like this. All the friends of the Tao will quickly step in and help me destroy this sun. When he saw him open his mouth, Lu Yuan directly activated the laws of space to stop the spread of his voice, and even if he activated his cultivation, the distant crowd could not hear the content of his words, and in the depths of the Red Flame Divine Sect, a 15 or 16-year-old teenager watched this scene, his face so gloomy that it was on the verge of dripping. This fellow has really found his way here, but it's only been about 10 days since we last met. How come he has reached the golden immortal realm? His fists clenched a little bit while his eyes scanned the surrounding cultivators who were watching. Use the human emperor flag to take down this sun first. This Red Flame Divine Sect is not to be treated. He immediately transmitted a voice, and then turned straight around, while a one-person high void portal appeared in front of him, and he stepped straight into it, without a breath. Hearing this, the Imperial Lan Heavenly Father's heart thumped, while inwardly, he hesitated a bit. And then the anger in his heart tickled the laws of fire, transforming into endless flames that burned the heavens. It was all because of this kid that he was forced to reveal his identity. As his right hand probed out, the void distorted and a gust of black smoke rose up. Good. This is all because you forced me to. I hope you won't regret it. However, as soon as that 10,000 soul streamer appeared, there was a mist of light that evolved into rain that continuously sprinkled down and was not affected by the laws of fire in the slightest. When this scene was presented in the middle of everyone's sight, everyone froze. This. It's actually really a 10,000 soul streamer. I didn't realize that the Imperial Lan Heavenly Father was actually the holder of a 10,000 soul streamer. At the loss of us still admiring him so much, I didn't realize that this shadow that has shrouded the southern domain for 3,000 years was actually created by this person. The crowd immediately became agitated, and some even urged their cultivation to go forward. My clan members died under the 10,000 soul streamer. I thought of you as a family member. Give back the lives of my clan members. A burst of Xian Yuan eruption spread continuously, causing the entire red flame divine sect to tremble. And seeing this scene, Li Daoyuan didn't hold back a mouthful of cool air and silently retreated a good distance towards the back. In contrast, the Imperial Lan Heavenly Father let out a cold snort, and that 10,000 soul streamer's black smoke dazzled and tumbled, condensing out channels of chains, heading straight for the crowd that had erupted their aura in the distance. Seeing this scene, the cultivators who were still charging forward have turned around and ran, scared less by this scene, only hating that their parents had 2 less legs. But the black chain is still halfway, but suddenly stopped moving, as if fixed in general. The Imperial Barbarian Heavenly Father's brows tightened as he twisted his head, and instantly a trace of fear arose in his heart. However, the moment he saw the black chains rise and dissipate into black smoke one after another, his inner fear was amplified to the extreme. This was actually the reincarnation reign of the law of reincarnation. This guy actually had the law of reincarnation in his hands. He couldn't think of anything else and turned around and fled towards the distance. However, under the spatial blockade, it was futile for him to try to escape. Chapter 224, The Platyrizi do not know that spring and autumn are also the cycle of reincarnation. Even though he had exerted his speed to the extreme, he was still confined to the same spot, and the moment he realized this, the Royal Lan Heavenly Father completely panicked. He hastily knelt down in the void. His robes around him were quickly engulfed by flames, revealing his original appearance. Originally, he was a cluster of spiritual fire. After countless years of birth of spiritual wisdom, and then got a person to enlighten, embarked on the road of cultivation. So far there have been more than 20,000 years. If so, he is not so afraid of the law of reincarnation. But because 3,000 years ago since he took charge of the 10,000 soul streamer, every day by the 10,000 soul streamer feedback, stagnant golden immortal early stage of the cultivation once again refined. In other words, even though his original body was a fire spirit, he was now no different from a ghost cultivator. Immortal, spare your life. Immortal, spare your life. He hurriedly opened his mouth and bowed again and again towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked at Yulan Tianzuan's appearance like this and asked in a cold voice, "What is that guy's name and where will he appear now?" Royal Lan's body trembled at the words, and his voice became trembling. "The Supreme Immortal forgives me. I really don't dare to say if I open my mouth and tell, I am afraid that I will instantly be turned into flying ash." Lu Yuan laughed coldly. "Since I am in charge of reincarnation, how does he have the means to make you go up in smoke in a flash? For the last time, tell me his name and where he is, and I can send you to reincarnation." Of course, since it is a cycle every year, and the so-called Platyplura does not know the spring and the fall, and he holds the body of the 10,000 soul streamer and travels the heavens and the worlds with conscious control, harvesting the fortune of that so-called son of fortune that he speaks of. As for where he would go, I think it would be in the Star Ghost sect or the Divine Skycliff. The upper immortal palm reincarnation. Face those two when his face need general hand-hold pinch. Is that I have not seen that person shot? The upper immortal, if you want to deal with him, I am afraid that you need to unite some Tai cultivators. At this point, Lu Yuan raised his hand to interrupt. Well, knowing this is enough, you'd better enter the wheel of reincarnation in peace. The moment the words fell, the void underneath Michaela's feet twisted. The gate of reincarnation instantly condensed, and Michaela fell straight down. After doing so, Lu Yuan raised his eyes and swept over the surroundings, finally settling on a middle-aged man on top of a mountain peak in the extreme distance. With a flash to that middle-aged man, Lu Yuan raised his hand and arched it. Lu Yuan, meet the old patriarch. Who else could this middle-aged man be besides Li Daoyuan? Li Daoyuan froze when he saw this, and then reacted to the fact that this person was that child. Ha ha ha, who did I think it was? So it's really you, kid. He raised his hand and was ready to pat Lu Yuan's shoulder, but he suddenly realized something and was busy withdrawing his hand. I remember that I ascended only a few decades ago. How come you also ascended up? Is there some kind of strange encounter? How are my two disciples? They should be separated, right? How is my spirit sky sect doing? Is its sphere of influence getting wider and wider? Isn't it true that the disciples in the sect are all refining their cultivation very quickly? Your several senior sisters should have Yuaning cultivation at the weakest, right? The questions thrown out one after another caused Lu Yuan's brows to furrow slightly. He raised his hand to stop it. The spirit sky sect is gone. Another disciple of yours, Yun Shuang, did it in conjunction with the Clear Wind Sword Pavilion, the Xian Tian Holy Land, and the Star Immortal Mansion. When these words came out, Li Daoyuan immediately froze. How could this happen? They're at odds, but not to this extent. He seemed to remember something and quickly asked, what about my disciple Bai Mingqi? I remember that he was already a Mahayana cultivator before I ascended, so it shouldn't be so bad that he didn't escape, right? Lu Yuan's expression was faint. I killed it. Boom! In an instant, he was struck by lightning and stumbled twice. Bai Mingqi's appearance was pretty, and Li Daoyuan had been born with the idea of becoming a Dao couple from the time he took her as his disciple, or else he wouldn't have given him to Bai Mingqi as his disciple when he knew about Lu Yuan's talent. All kinds of benefits were given to Bai Mingqi. If the Void Rift hadn't caused his heavenly chance to arrive earlier, he was prepared to marry Bai Mingqi as a Daoist. Anger arose in his heart, but after thinking that Lu Yuan was now a golden immortal cultivator, the anger instantly subsided for the most part. So what? Dead is dead. His mouth opened and closed, but finally he asked, can I know why? Lu Yuan nodded his head and raised his hand to directly point at the center of his eyebrow, following which Lu Yuan's personal experience, dream experience and that system's deduced images were all presented in his sea of consciousness. This fellow Daoist. At this time, a voice rang out from the back, followed by three breaths that were not weaker than that of Yuan, and one that was infinitely close to a higher level of the realm broke into Lu Yuan's perceptions. When Lu Yuan turned around, he saw four figures standing in the void, raising their hands and arching at him from more than 10 feet away. I am the Red Flame Divine Sect Patriarch, and fellow Daoist may call me Daoist Dust. I have no malicious intent. I just want to thank you, fellow Daoist, for removing this hidden scourge for my Red Flame Divine Sect. He once again raised his hand and arched it, and then with both hands, a white flame rose up and condensed into the shape of a lotus flower. My Red Flame Divine Sect may not have anything else, but there are a handful of spirit fires, so in order to thank you, I'll give this fire to you, or to strengthen your mastery of the laws of fire. At those words, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. From the beginning of his move with the Imperial Lan Heavenly Father, he had sensed the presence of these people's aura, only that they had no intention of making a move from the beginning to the end, or perhaps they never thought that the Imperial Lantern Heavenly Father would lose. He probed his hand and the white fire lotus flew in front of him. Divine sense catalyzed. Sensing this fire lotus carefully, Lu Yuan looked towards that dust Taoist. I'll take the stuff. Thanks are not necessary. He deserved to die in the first place. Upon hearing this, Daoist Dust hurriedly said, Daoist friend is mistaken. We also heard the conversation between Daoist friend and that Imperial Lan earlier. We southern region cultivators have been bitter about that 10,000 soul streamer for a long time. If Daoist friend is going to kill that thieving spirit void Taoist immortal, I, Daoist Dust and Red Flame Divine Sect, will definitely help out the scene. Lu Yuan laughed lightly. Then if I go to exterminate that Tai cultivator from the Star Ghost Sect now, and possibly even exterminate the Star Ghost Sect, will you guys follow? Daoist Dust was obviously stunned. Then said, Dao friend, this is also a little too hasty. Lu Yuan lightly laughed. Then don't say your words so full. As his words fell, Lu Yuan turned around and walked towards the distance. If you guys really have the heart, wait for me outside the Divine Skycliff in 3 days. The moment he spoke, his figure had disappeared. It was also not until then that Li Daoyuan fell to the ground with a disheveled face. How can? After he was disheveled, anger arose in his heart. That brat actually dared to taint Bai Mingqi. I'll definitely capture his soul and make it into a resentful soul lamp, so that he'll live in torment for all eternity. Chapter 125, Star, Ghost. The Divine Sky Cliff, located in the easternmost part of the southern domain, was situated on top of an abyssal cliff. At this moment, in front of the cliff, a blonde-haired middle-aged man sat cross-legged while holding a dull and lightless fire jade in his hand. That old man, Mikan, actually did die. It seems that reincarnation has truly appeared. I'm afraid I won't be able to escape, he muttered. What's your hurry? That old guy is the weakest of the three of you, and he's not bad as far as his mouth is concerned. At that moment, a teenage-looking man came from behind him, his face a little less than pretty. In just 2.5 years he cultivated from the transformation god stage to true immortal, and then cultivated to the golden immortal realm in just 10 days. What kind of monster is this guy? The laws of time, the laws of space, and the laws of reincarnation. Which scares us the most? The three supreme laws have all been mastered by him. Where would we be a match? That blonde-haired middle-aged man slowly got up and looked towards the abyss with no visible edge in front of him. Rather, it is this human emperor flag, who has traveled through the heavens and the worlds, but has not been able to make up for the lost souls. If you do not provoke him, perhaps we can still retain a sliver of a way to live. The teenager's brows furrowed at that. Golden harvest? What do you mean by that? The blonde-haired middle-aged man smiled coldly at his words and turned to look at the teenage-looking Lingshu Taoist immortal. Do you still remember? You once handed over a trace of your divine soul to me when you first arrived in this realm and asked me to take charge of the main flag of the human emperor flag. With that said, a mist of light dipped out from his brow, following which a strand of divine soul power emerged and was grasped in his hand. Try it. Can you still sense this trace of divine soul today? Lingshu Dao immortal froze slightly, and then his face instantly became gloomy. Are you trying to rebel? Golden Harvest smiled coldly and opened his arms. I was originally the master of this divine heavenly cliff. The millions of cultivators here are under my control. As long as I move my mind, they will all be the energy of the human emperor flag. Can't you see that? He slowly came to Lingshu Taoist immortal. Just to remind you, this main flag is still missing a main soul. You don't need me to teach you how to do that, do you? Lingshu Dao immortal coldly grunted, and instantly, the aura of a half-step Dao Lord erupted. Don't think that I can't suppress you without the divine soul hold. In terms of cultivation realm, I'm always one step ahead of you. However, he saw Golden Harvest slowly exhale a breath and lightly laughed. That said, how long can this new body of yours withstand your current cultivation? The moment his words fell, his aura was similarly displayed, and he was actually similarly a half-step Dao Lord. Now you have two paths. One is to become a master soul. The other is to become my stepping stone. A quarter of an hour later, above the dome of the sky of this place, thick robbery's clouds descended, and a roaring sound resounded through the land in a 100-mile radius. The Nebula mountain range, which stretched out between heaven and earth, sketched out a magnificent and bizarre picture scroll under the endless night sky. The mountains were rolling and layered, but they were shrouded by a faint, ethereal mist, making the entire mountain range appear more and more profound and unfathomable. This place was the mountain range where the Star Ghost sect was located. Star Ghost sect is the only ghost cultivation sect in the southern region of the Little Immortal realm, in which the strongest person is the Tai Golden Immortal Cultivator. But this person has quite a lot of means, and is most skilled at hiding and escaping. And all three of them had something like a fate card in each other's hands, such as the fire jade in the hands of that Golden Harvest. At this moment, that old ghost had left behind the 10,000 soul streamer projection, and did not know where to escape to. However, when Lu Yuan arrived at this Nebula mountain range, the first person he met made him a bit surprised plus helpless. He saw a middle-aged man dressed as a scribe standing in the distant void, his hand resting on an astrolabe, staring at Lu Yuan with a serious expression. This person, who else could it be but Li Wuyan? Then he looked at Lu Yuan with a face full of puzzlement and asked, if I remember correctly, we should have been separated for just over a year, not over 1,000 years, right? Lu Yuan laughed lightly and asked instead of answering, so you joined the Star Ghost sect after you ascended? Li Wuyan smiled helplessly and bitterly. I can't do anything about the situation. If I had known that I might as well have just stayed in the lower realm. Lu Yuan frowned. Don't tell me that all the ascended ones from your Star Immortal mansion are in this Star Ghost sect. Li Wuyan nodded. Indeed, our astrological divination technique originated from this Star Ghost sect's Star Character sect. He looked at Lu Yuan and said curiously, my clan elders once said that a cultivator who mastered the forbidden had rushed here and told us true immortal cultivators to ambush them here. It couldn't be you who were talking about it, could it? Lu Yuan didn't avoid it and nodded straight away. I'm looking for that Tai cultivator from the Star Ghost sect for something. Li Wuyan nodded slightly at his words. If it was someone else I would not have backed down. If it was you, I would not want to interfere. But I have one request. If you're not sure, you can just retreat and still have a chance in the future. But if you kill it, if you can, please exterminate the Star Ghost sect's Ghost Character sect, so that our Star Character sect can regain power. Lu Yuan nodded at his words. Just go ahead and go back and tell your Star Character sect elders to be ready to fully take over the Star Ghost sect at any time. This Star and Ghost sect was divided into the Star Character sect and the Ghost Character sect, and was a sect created by two Tai cultivators who joined forces tens of thousands of years ago, and also passed down all of their life's learning. Nay, with the passage of time, the two factions are already at odds with each other, and even a generation is worse than a generation, and there is constant internal strife. It wasn't until a Tai cultivator appeared in the Ghost Character sect 3,000 years ago that the fight between the two factions was truly quelled. And it wasn't as if the Star Word sect didn't have countermeasures. It was just too slow to be effective. Such as the Star Immortal Mansion in the Xin Huang Ancient Realm, the Star Heavenly Palace in the Taishu Plain, and so on. As his words fell, Lu Yuan raised his hand and arched at Li Wuyan before he turned to leave. Watching Luya go far away, Li Wuyan sighed softly. How can I say this? How is this gap between man and man bigger than even the gap between man and dog? Retracting his gaze, Li Wuyan turned around and walked away, his figure disappearing from the spot in a flash. 2 hours later, the Star Ghost Sect Star Word Sect location. This place is a world of its own, in which pavilions, water and flowers are all available. And unlike the eternal night of the Nebula Mountain range in the outside world, day and night were distinct in this place, and the power of the stars was abundant. At this moment, a suspended attic was in the middle of the building. Is that true? That person really went to the ghost character sect? An old man with a wrinkled face opened his mouth in a slightly agitated manner, looking at Li Wuyan in front of him. What my disciple said is true, and if nothing happens, this person will be in charge of the laws of reincarnation, and will be the most restrained against those ghost cultivators of the ghost character sect. Li Wuyan returned unhurriedly. Good. The heavens have eyes. My Star Ghost sect's reputation has been ruined by those guys in these 3,000 years, causing our Star Character sect to have to cower in this small world. Pass on my order. All Star Character sect cultivators are on full alert, ready to go to war with the Ghost Character sect cultivators at any time. His eyes were deep as he grinned. My Star Character sect, I'm finally turning over. Chapter 126, Trap, Cold Air, Ghostly Aura, and odd sounds filled this part of the world. The moment he raised his hand, flames rose and incinerated the thick fog in front of him. Also at this time, a light bloomed on the ground, followed by a chain that lingered with a purple-black aura flying out. Seeing this, Lu Yuan dodged to avoid it, while the space where he was originally located steeply surged with endless sword chi, directly crushing the flying chains. Swish, just settled his footsteps. He saw the surrounding thick fog tossing, and then 2 haunting black fog palms like a mountain toward Lu Yuan's suppression. Lu Yuan saw this parallel finger like a sword. In the void, a random stroke. Suddenly the void distorted. The 2 huge palms were directly chopped into 2. In the next instant, a black shadow mapped out from the thick fog, followed by a single disoriented resentful soul rushing out, heading straight for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had grabbed the green spirit immortal fall in his hand at some point, and the law of reincarnation enveloped the sword, followed by a sword swing. This sword, like a pike, spread rapidly like ripples on the water, affecting all the resentful souls that rushed out and sending them into the wheel of reincarnation. Law of reincarnation. Reincarnation one sword. It's the law of reincarnation. That guy is really coming. Retreat. At this time, a sound came from far away. Lu Yuan directly activated his divine sense, instantly locking the aura of everyone in 100 feet radius. In the next instant, those people had just turned around and realized that they were actually confined in place, completely unable to leave. Laws of space. Spatial confinement. Such a situation caused the hearts of these ghost cultivators to go cold, but saw a sword-like flash. Within a radius of 100 feet of nearly 100 ghost cultivators, all died under Lu Yuan's sword, was sent into the reincarnation by the law of reincarnation. Only that their reincarnation is also like that of the former Mikan Tensho. When these ghost character sect disciples died, the thick fog around them dispersed quite a bit. Lu Yuan once again reclined and traveled forward. However, when he was still halfway there, he saw a huge black hand with a putrid odor coming towards him to suppress him. Lu Yuan's brows knitted tightly. Dodging is a sword. That giant hand was directly chopped off. Brought out is a stench, as well as crying and howling everywhere, scurrying resentful souls. He was about to make a move when he heard a voice. Fellow Daoist, please also stay your hand. Only after the words were uttered, that person's breath was completely severed, and even his soul was sent into reincarnation. Another addition to the Platyplex army. Continuing forward, he successively killed 3 more golden immortal realm cultivators before Lu Yuan saw the huge palace. At a glance, the palace is full of limbs and broken arms around, and the inheritance space of the White Bone Hall has a few similarities. The only difference is that the White Bone Hall used white bone as animal bone. The Great Hall in front of him, on the other hand, was piled with the dead bones of human cultivators, as well as broken limbs and arms. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Lifting his hand, instantly a flame emerged in the void, directly devouring and burning all those broken limbs and dead bones. Swish! But at this time, the rear of the 3 breath emerged, followed by 3 cold ons from far and near. Although it is from far and near, but only in a flash. The voice has not yet been transmitted at the time of 100 years has been to the back of the heart of Lu Yuan, but at that moment, the flames froze, the fog stood still, and even time stopped flowing. Laws of time. Time stands still. Turning to look into the distance, he saw 3 black shadows standing in the void, but they were something like resentful souls, while under the divine sense perception, the manipulators were easily caught by Lu Yuan. Clipping his head with a sword, Lu Yuan turned around and walked towards the main hall. It was only then that the 3 cold ons pierced through the void and landed on the ground, erupting with a loud boom and causing the ground to tremble. Before arriving at the entrance of the hall, he saw the void distort, and then 5 figures appeared one after another. I don't know what kind of grudge my Star Ghost sect cultivators have with your excellency, but Dao friend had to come to this great hall, even going so far as to kill all the people who were blocking the way. A withered old man with his eyes closed, sitting cross-legged in the void, asked, the black gas around his body tumbling along with his voice. Lu Yuan's footsteps were not stopping. His voice was slightly icy. My goal was originally only one. The more people who blocked it, the more I killed. As he spoke, his footsteps gradually accelerated. Don't talk nonsense, we'll see what happens underhand. The moment he spoke, Lu Yuan had already chopped out a sword. The 5 people had all seen that previous reincarnation sword, and had dodged to avoid it when they saw the scene. It was just that as soon as their figures moved, they were fixed in place by Lu Yuan. Such a situation instantly caused them to panic. Little friend. No. Fellow Daoist, this place is where we have been practicing for 10,000 years, and we just don't want it to be destroyed by you. And we have no intention of blocking it, so I hope that fellow Daoist will be magnanimous and spare us. An early golden immortal cultivator spoke in a hurry. Only after the words fell, the withered old man who had closed his eyes earlier immediately coldly grunted. A generation that is greedy for life and afraid of death. My ghost character sect should be ashamed of you. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, and with a raised hand, he released the early golden immortal cultivator. Get out of here now before I backtrack. That early golden immortal cultivator was like being pardoned. And with a deep salute towards Lu Yuan, he turned around and fled towards the distance. Just the moment his figure disappeared, Lu Yuan sealed him in a space once again. Only those 4 couldn't see it, and the withered old man who saw the scene was so surprised that his eyes widened, and the pure black pupils of his eyes looked a bit odd. He turned around and was about to say something else when he saw the power of the laws surging in front of him, condensing into a sword shadow. Swish swish swish, 5 more generals were added to the platypus army. Until this time, Lu Yuan raised his feet into the hall. The road encountered resentful souls. Lu Yuan are lifted into the reincarnation, only from the beginning of the insect. When he arrived at the deepest part of the hall, he only saw a withered old man leaning on the only seat there, and on his side, the 10,000 soul streamer rolled over in black smoke, emitting a bizarre aura. Just want to step forward, but suddenly sensed that the withered old man body actually did not have a little breath, obviously just a corpse. Lu Yuan paused and chopped out his sword towards the corpse. However, he saw the 10,000 soul streamer condensing out endless black smoke, tumbling and transforming into black chains to meet that sword chi. At the same time, the black smoke condensed like a stream of water, continuously pouring into that body. In just an instant, the withered old man opened his eyes, only that the pair of eyes were not like those of an ordinary cultivator, but pure black, in which there was even more hidden bizarre power tumbling. The moment he rose, the shadow of the withered old man fell to the wall behind him, but it was constantly twisting and expanding, as if breeding some horrible beast. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan immediately utilized the law of reincarnation to chop out a sword, but suddenly sensed something and flashed his body directly to the side. The moment he turned around, he saw that the golden immortal realm ghost cultivators that he had previously killed had actually all arrived here, but there is no life in these people. The only thing that is there is the black smoke that is tossing around their bodies. Before his feet hit the ground, he saw a glow on the ground, which was actually a formation. The moment this light was lit up, the surrounding void distorted, and then countless black chains attacked towards Lu Yuan as if they were shattering the void. This, after all, was a trap laid by a 10,000 soul streamer projection. Chapter 127, All Divine Skycliff Cultivators Sacrificed. Space was frozen, time stood still, and all was silent. Lu Yuan raised his eyes and looked at this endless trap around him. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sneer. Abandoning your body and fleeing is convenient for you. The projection. To set a trap? Lu Yuan made a spatial leap to the back of that 10,000 soul streamer, and the place where he had been previously was already covered with light mist transformed by the law of reincarnation. The moment the laws of time and space were lifted, both the black chains and the bodies of those golden immortal cultivators directly disappeared away. At the same time, the 10,000 soul streamer was also enveloped, and that Tai cultivator's body once again collapsed onto the only seat in the great hall. Worthy of being an extreme immortal artifact, even a projection can give birth to a spirit. As he spoke, Lu Yuan raised his hand and the laws of reincarnation emerged, instantly enveloping the 10,000 soul streamer. in which the various types of resentful souls wailed and wailed. And as the laws of reincarnation surged and they were all sent into the reincarnation. After doing this, Lu Yuan directly called out the Tao Law Heavenly Plate and ground this projection into the immortal artifact origin. Although it was an origin, it was only a quasi-immortal weapon origin, but it's just right for sacrificing what you currently have on hand. With that said, Lu Yuan took out another quasi-immortal artifact origin that he had obtained from the refinement at the Imperial Lan Heavenly Father and began to sacrifice the Green Spirit Immortal Drop. For the next 3 days, he was sacrificing the Green Spirit Immortal Fall, completely forgetting about the agreement with the Red Flame Divine Sect. However, the Red Flame Divine Sect's cultivators weren't cuties either. Even if they were to go, they wouldn't foolishly rush outside the Divine Skycliff formation. At this moment, they were in a small town thousands of miles away from the Divine Heavenly Cliffs, and the only person who had sneaked into the Divine Heavenly Cliffs was only just a few breaths in before he was discovered and suppressed. And after suppression, his end was to be included in the human emperor flag. Also on this day, the Green Spirit Immortal Drop was promoted to an immortal sword, attracting the heavenly tribulation, but it was hammered to become more and more powerful. When the heavenly tribulation dispersed, Qingling Xianlu was actually like a true immortal cultivator, exuding a burst of immortal might that dispersed most of the surrounding thick fog. Also during these 3 days, the Star Character Sect cultivators began to round up those Ghost Character Sect cultivators in various ways, quickly causing them to die and injure most of them, and many of them fled the Nebula Mountain range in a panic. The moment the victory was obtained, the Star Word Sect Elder had mixed feelings inside. What they had spent tens of thousands of years and several generations planning, they had never thought that it would be easily accomplished by a junior today. When they wanted to thank Lu Yuan and came to the hinterland of the Ghost Character Sect, they sensed bursts of immortal might mixed with majestic sword intent spreading, causing them to push their cultivation to resist. When the immortal might dissipated and they rushed to the main hall, they only saw a withered body leaning against the only seat there, its breath completely gone. Other than that, there was no one else around. "We're late after all," one man lamented. The rest of them nodded their heads at the words, except for a hunched-over old man who shook his head. He's already got the best of it, so naturally he doesn't have the heart to accept this meaningless thanks from us. There was a moment of silence. From now on, we'll keep an eye out for news of this fellow Taoist, and if there's a need, we'll be the first to help. One man suddenly spoke up, drawing nods from the crowd. This Taoist friend was recruited by that descendant of Speechless, and since we can't thank him face to face and have a guilty conscience, we might as well give that descendant of Speechless the attention he deserves. There was another round of nods, followed by a chorus of words about compensation, and at this moment on the Divine Heavenly Cliff, the teenager's body had turned into flying ash and dissipated, and the blond middle-aged man's breath was no longer the same as before. Meanwhile, in front of him, a spirit body twisted and kept struggling. "I gave up the projection completely, so why would you need to use the power of the human emperor flag to cross tens of thousands of miles to capture me back again?" the spirit asked helplessly. However, he heard a cold laugh from Golden Harvest, but when he opened his mouth, it seemed like two people were saying a sentence like that. "I'm sorry, but I'm still missing a main soul in this human emperor flag, so you know what I mean, right?" That spirit body was instantly flustered. He quickly said, "Golden Harvest, don't you go too far. I did this even the Lord didn't say anything. What qualifications do you have?" The words had not yet fallen, but they were shocked by the scene in front of him and stuck in his throat. A translucent shadow emerged behind Golden Harvest, and at the same time that he made a move, that shadow also made a move. Only that the virtual shadow was not in the Golden Harvest's shape, nor was it in that teenager's shape, but in the shape of a youth. The spirit body, however, recognized the identity of this shadow at a glance, and at that moment, it could not help but exclaim, "You devoured the Lord?" Golden Harvest laughed softly. "It doesn't matter if I devour him or if he refines me. Won't the end result be the same?" That spirit body was filled with surprise and was about to open its mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Golden Harvest's words. "It's time for you to make a choice, old friend." That spirit body froze slightly, then couldn't help but laugh. "You're so calculating, Jean Hao. I'm afraid that you've been plotting since you met the Lord, right?" Golden Harvest laughed lightly. "You don't need to worry about that. You only need to answer my question." The spirit body sighed softly. "Fine, but I'll only lend my power. I won't fight in person." Golden Harvest snorted. "Don't talk so nicely about living." After saying that, he summoned the black smoking human emperor flag, manifesting black chains to entangle that spirit body and drag it in. Also at this instant, black smoke filled the air above the human emperor flag in Golden Harvest's hand, and then the entire void within the Divine Heavenly Cliff distorted, and countless human emperor flag projections surfaced. At that instant, in the middle of this sect with 1 million people, miserable screams rose and fell. Endless black smoke rose above it, and rolling cultivation feedback continuously surged into the golden harvest's body. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, the cultivation method of evil cultivators is the most painful and easy. In vain I have tens of thousands of years of hard cultivation, but not as good as this momentary cultivation feedback. Ha ha ha. Lascivious laughter resounded inside and outside of the divine heavenly cliff, causing the heavens and earth to shake and the void to distort. And the fluctuations over here soon caught the attention of the red flame divine sect's cultivators, who came to the top of the city wall, looking at the black patch in the distance with grave expressions. Unexpectedly, the divine heavenly cliff has also fallen to the traders of the 10,000 soul streamer. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid that all of the millions of cultivators of the divine heavenly cliff have been incorporated into his 10,000 soul streamer. And with such a scale of resentful souls, will that person's law of reincarnation be able to ferry them over? So what if you can make it? So what if we can't? The law of reincarnation is the only means that can restrain the 10,000 soul streamer. Other than that we have no other way. Of the several Tai golden immortals, 3 of them opened their mouths one after another, drawing nods from the crowd. But the previous calamity clouds have already shown that the golden harvest of the divine heavenly cliff has most likely stepped into the great Luo golden immortal realm. And even if that person is in charge of reincarnation, the probability of winning is pitifully low. Someone nodded off. At that moment, all 6 Tai golden immortal cultivators from the red flame divine sect fell silent. Cultivation restriction was a major problem. Even if that person's cultivation was the same as theirs, he might not be a match for a Deluo cultivator. The gap between a Deluo and a Tai was not something that could be compared to the gap between a golden immortal and a true immortal. For a time, many of the red flame divine sect's high-ranking cultivators were beating a retreat in their hearts. Chapter 128. You don't really think I'll let you go, do you? Just as everyone gathered outside the city, the sky was suddenly distorted, and then gusts of black smoke tumbled out from the distorted void. Everyone who saw the scene was shocked and turned around in a panic to flee towards the distance. If that golden harvest was still a half-step Tai, they might still have the power to fight, but now he was already a Dala cultivator, and they could be said to have no chance of winning. All of you red flame divine sect cultivators have been arriving here for a long time, so I guess you're looking for me for something, right? At this time, the voice of the golden harvest slowly came out, but it seemed like there were 2 people saying a sentence that way, which seemed extremely bizarre. Just as soon as the words fell, millions of soul streamer projections appeared around this city. The cultivators who managed to escape from the city perished on the spot under the pursuit of the black chains, and the cultivators in the city also died tragically under the black chains. There should be 400,000 cultivators in this city, so after refining their souls, I'll head to the red flame divine sect, followed by the star ghost sect, and then the other forces. Golden Harvest stepped forward into the void without haste. He was incomparably enjoying the hissing and screaming in the city. After all, this was a precursor of cultivation enhancement for him. Just as he was enjoying this, everything around him suddenly stopped going, and following that, everything in this city began to backtrack. Seeing such a situation, Golden Harvest's face instantly became gloomy. It was the man called Lu Yuan who came. His divine sense was instantly activated, wanting to capture Lu Yuan's location in advance. However, no matter how much he searched, he was unable to directly lock where Lu Yuan was, and he was instantly infuriated. A mere golden immortal cultivator. How dare you try to change the current situation? Only when the words fell, he saw the void distort and a flash of purple and black light blossomed, followed by a figure breaking through the air and rushing out, with a fist coming straight at his face. The Golden Harvest was stunned, and with a snort of laughter, he wanted to randomly strike out to decapitate the person who had rushed out. However, not only did her raising her hand not stop the footsteps of the man who rushed out, a sandbag-sized fist greeted him directly in the face. Dull sound rang out. The Golden Harvest figure flew backward hundreds of feet, and then in a flash flashed back to the previous position. Just a little bit more scratches on the face. This aura, Dala cultivator. He was so angry that he couldn't stop trembling, and the moment he twisted his head, the 3-foot green peak was already against the front of his throat. In a fit of rage, his body bloomed with a golden aura and his size rapidly expanded. However, in just a few breaths, the golden aura dispersed and a behemoth that was 100 feet tall was presented. One could see that the demonic beast had gnarled muscles, thick and golden hair, and all of its body was emitting a terrifying pressure that was enough to shock all living beings. The pair of eyes as deep as the night sky. The top of the head was born with a crystal clear but all over the mysterious runes of the horns. Between one breath and one inhalation is to bring up the wind and thunder. Shocked the void distortion. In the next instant, blood-colored thunder continued to fall between the distortions of the void, shattering the ground and the void, bringing out gusts of spatial storms that swept through this part of the heavens and earth. It was only when that spatial storm was formed that a strange force surfaced, bringing the spatial storm as far as it could go in front of Golden Harvest. The successive spatial storms slammed into the Golden Harvest, straightening him out and sending him backward, infuriating him with roars. Little thing, if you have the ability to come out and fight this seat head-on. Golden Harvest was so angry that he roared, and his roar brought up a burst of void fluctuations, shattering the piece of void in just a moment. What? Fighting with my evil spirit has aggravated you? Lu Yuan's voice rang out, but it came from nowhere, ethereal and distant. Hearing those words, those cultivators whose souls had returned to their bodies looked at that figure in surprise. It was a voice they couldn't say was incredibly familiar, but it was enough to move them. If it wasn't for him, they'd all be finished. Moved. They looked toward that one figure. That was indeed a Dala cultivator. But why would a Dala cultivator take orders from a golden immortal cultivator? Protector of the way. The crowd reacted. Such a young golden immortal cultivator. If he didn't have a protector by his side, how could he be so bold as to mess with that guy? That was a terrifying existence that had manipulated the 10,000 soul streamer to rampage across the lesser immortal realm for over 3,000 years. One must know that once a cultivator in the lesser immortal realm breaks through to the Great Luo, he or she will be forcibly brought to the immortal realm by the power of the rules in less than a year. And those so-called cultivation to reach the Great Luo people, want a cultivation further need to ascend to the immortal world of the law is pure bull *********. I heard that the immortal realm is fighting a protracted battle against an unknown and bizarre force. And for a celestial pride like this to target this 10,000 soul streamer so much just after arriving in the lesser immortal realm is bound to be a celestial pride of the immortal race in the immortal realm. Right. With such a heavenly pride around, why would we worry about losing? With these two words, the cultivators present who had reached Taiyi and golden immortal cultivation levels all exploded their immortal energy, and their terrifying breath swept through the heavens and earth in an instant, fighting against the terrifying power of that golden harvest. Such a situation was completely useless for the golden harvest. But it couldn't help having enough momentum. Golden Harvest was clearly bluffed by their aura for a moment, then his face became increasingly gloomy. Good. It's just a mere puppet. What can you do to me? He took a step forward. The immortal energy in his body completely erupted. Just one step. He had already trampled the ground and collapsed the void. The cultivator who was close to him was directly shocked by the horrifying aura and vomited blood on the spot, flying backwards for thousands of feet. But heard Lu Yuan a cold laugh sounded. And then the time backward. That backward flying out of the many golden immortal cultivators quickly returned. Injuries also recovered as before. Laws of time. Back in time. At the same moment, that great Luo realm evil spirit took a step forward. But its figure instantly disappeared. And when it reappeared, it had already arrived at the top of the golden harvest's head. This was the result of Lu Yuan's double acceleration, stacked with evil chi transfer. Having successively worn out two 10,000 soul streamer projections, Lu Yuan had also gained a lot, and had also mastered the means of cultivation transfer such as the 10,000 soul streamer. Only he wasn't going to use it on himself, choosing instead to use it on the evil spirits. After all, there were already countless evil spirits in the Void Rift right now, and with multiple additions, they would certainly be able to pile up a Taiyi cultivator. Adding the time acceleration of the laws of time, piling up a Dao Lord wasn't a difficult task. Roar! Roaring up to the sky, the void trembled, collapsing out of 100 feet of space, cracks spreading thousands of feet, like a spider's web spread over every inch of the sky dome overhead. At the same moment, the 10,000 soul streamer took flight, transforming into a huge black dragon as black smoke rolled out, heading straight for the evil spirit that had just appeared. However, at that very instant, space was frozen, and everything seemed to be suspended. Click! The next moment, the void was covered with cracks, and the black dragon instantly turned into countless fragments and directly disappeared. It was also at this moment that Lu Yuan appeared, holding the immortal sword Green Spirit Immortal Fall, his gaze fixed on the flag that was smoking black. The divine sense catalyzed instantly and soon locked onto the souls of those few people in the 10,000 soul streamer. Such a move instantly froze the 6 people struggling in the 10,000 soul streamer. Lu Yuan sneered at this. You guys don't really think I'll let you go, do you? Chapter 129, Regret? I just regretted messing with Lu Yuan. The 10,000 soul streamer was not a good place to be, and even though it had only been 2.5 years, it still tormented them to no end. At this moment, sensing a familiar and powerful divine soul fluctuation sweeping in, all 6 froze. The corners of Yi Xiaolan's mouth hooked up into a cruel smile, collecting the pained look on his face. It looked extremely bizarre. Sure enough, I bet right. Lu Yuan has the skills to fight that guy. Since you won't let me have a good time, you shouldn't have a good time either. He laughed a maniacal, reckless laugh. On the side, The Baimengchi who was drowning in the countless grievous souls and quickly flew up again was also somewhat in a trance. But more than anything else, there was jealousy in that pair of eyes. Why did he, a waste, possess such a heaven-defying cultivation talent? What makes him able to soar up in such a short period of time? On what grounds? Not far away, Lu Xuanwei was subconsciously lowering her head. Her body had been unable to stop trembling. In just a split second, she looked at Yi Xiaolin, who was not far away, with a face full of anger. It's all because of this guy. If it wasn't for him, how would his master and disciples have ended up here? Him. Damn it. And Lin Shihan and Yin Mengyao also stared at Yi Xiaolin so viciously. If it wasn't for him, how would they have ended up here? Only Su Wan subconsciously hid, her heart filled with fear. Her cultivation was the weakest and she had suffered the most, and at this moment, her memory was already confused, and she could no longer distinguish between reality and the images that appeared before her death. At the moment, her mind was still filled with the image of her bringing her spirit beast to tear into Lu Yuan, and now that Lu Yuan's cultivation was so terrifying, she was afraid that Lu Yuan would retaliate against her. Sensing the reactions of several people, Lu Yuan sneered coldly, and there was a strange light flickering in his left eye. In the next instant, the souls of several people were instantly locked, and the terrifying rule force carried their souls flying out of the 10,000 soul streamer. At the same moment, Lu Xuanwei and the others subconsciously called out eldest senior brother, only for her words to exit. The memory that was suddenly shoved into her mind 2.5 years ago was gradually becoming complete. She, her senior sister, and even her master teacher were all falsely accusing Lu Yuan of being the culprit for provoking the war between the human and demon races. The reason was simple. Bai Mengqi had promised too much. She suddenly became powerless, and all of a sudden she fell into the void. He himself still framed his senior brother, and even without Yi Xiaolin there, he still did that. It was ridiculous that he actually fantasized that if there was no Yi Xiaolin, their master and disciple would be living well in the Xin Huang ancient realm. Suddenly, she looked at the culprit of all this, and her eyes turned scarlet in an instant. Both memories are because of her. In a fit of rage, she charged directly at Bai Mengqi, her body tumbling with fury. However, before she could arrive, Bai Mengqi raised her hand and directly sent Lu Xuanwei flying backwards, away from the 10,000 soul streamer. Their cultivation level could also be moved again. In response, Lu Yuan didn't intervene and only quietly watched the dog-eat-dog scene. Just as Lu Xuanwei rushed out again, Bai Mengqi raised her hand and struck. A terrifying power surged out, actually directly dispersing Lu Xuanwei's soul. Just before her soul dissipated, the image of Lu Yuan slaughtering the spirit sky sect with one person and one sword surfaced in her mind. It was 1,000 years later. She and her sister's cultivation had reached the merging and even the Mahayana, but when they faced Lu Yuan, they couldn't even withstand one of his swords. Looking at the dissipating Lu Xuanwei, Lin Shihan and the others froze on the spot. Just before they could react, Bai Mengqi had already rushed at them. See, her right-hand convergence of this realm of immortal energy gas was about to hit the moment, but was immortal energy gas backlash. That soul had become transparent a few points. The cultivation also overflowed a lot. She was filled with surprise, but she saw that Lin Shihan and the others had rushed out with red eyes, each using their own means to attack towards her. She was shocked and raised her hands to keep attacking towards the several people, without the slightest intention of holding back. Soon, under her attack, the souls of several people dissipated away. Bai Mengqi gasped for breath and raised her eyes to Lu Yuan, who was not far away with a smile on his lips. Are you satisfied with the situation now? Lu Yuan coldly laughed, lifting his hand instantly. That souls were dispersed. A few people's souls were actually directly reunited. Once again appeared in front of Bai Mengqi. Several people were stunned, and then a glimmer of hope rose in their eyes. And seeing this scene, Bai Mengqi gritted her teeth and quickly struck out to disperse the souls of several people once again, while Lu Yuan happily reunited them once again. Going back and forth several times, Bai Mengqi was already panting, and there was not much of her divine soul true essence left in her soul. As for Lu Xuanwei and the others, they were also full of fear as they backed away. That feeling of their souls being dispersed was too painful. They no longer wanted to experience it. At this moment, their gazes all fell on Lu Yuan with a look of desire to speak. It turned out that Lu Yuan had reunited their souls not because he had already forgiven them, but rather he was using them to consume the remaining divine soul power in Bai Mengqi's soul. Understanding this, they were completely desperate, but the road was their own choice. So what if they were desperate and regretful? Smiling helplessly and bitterly, they withdrew their gazes and looked viciously at Bai Mengqi. If it wasn't for this stupid woman, how would they have ended up here? Whichever memory, whichever experience, it was this woman's guidance that led them to their desperate path. However, at this moment, Lu Yuan slightly raised his right hand, and several souls were enveloped by the laws of time and quickly dissolved, whether they regretted it or not. Lu Yuan already didn't care at all. As far as he was concerned, that was all they were good for nowadays. At this moment, Lu Yuan looked at Bai Mingqi, and the bottom of those eyes was already cold. He grabbed the green spirit immortal drop and slashed out with his sword. The sword energy turning into a pike and heading straight for the 10,000 soul streamer in the distance. When the golden sound resounded, the void trembled with firelight bloomed, and led to the distortion of the void, crumbling out like a spider web of dense cracks. The wails of countless grievous souls came out from that 10,000 soul streamer, which gave people the creeps and made them feel sick all over. At the same time, the golden harvest in the back spent a long time finally breaking through the double bondage of the laws of time and space, and his face instantly turned cold. It was only when he wanted to strike at Lu Yuan that a figure directly struck out, forcing him to retreat back and forth, and even used the laws of fire in the moment of striking out. Also at this time, the defense of the 10,000 soul streamer could not withstand it and directly collapsed, with the resentful souls in it continuously overflowing out and fleeing towards the outside. Just as Bai Mingqi was wondering what Lu Yuan wanted to do, she saw a strange force wrapping him up and throwing him directly into the 10,000 soul streamer. When the 10,000 soul streamer is decapitated, the power suppressing the resentful souls in it will also disappear, and those resentful souls will gradually regain their consciousness. When Bai Mingqi heard this, her heart instantly lost its bottom, and when she turned her head, she saw countless grievous souls rubbing their shoulders. Yet in just a split second, a resentful spirit turned toward her and chased after her. Since you want to kill me anyway, there's no way I won't give you something in return. I hope you're satisfied. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Bai Mingqi's pupils shrunk violently, her heart thumped, and she subconsciously wanted to urge her cultivation to cut down those resentful souls that leaned over. However, no matter how much she mobilized, the true essence within her soul was pitifully small. Her heart thumped as her eyes fell into the cloudy eyes of those disgruntled souls. What's that? Greedy, eager, and impatient. She was completely flustered. Even her breathing became rapid, and she was busy shouting shrilly. No, Lu Yuan, Master is wrong. Master change. Master follow you in everything. Don't do this to Master. However, he saw Lu Yuan sneer and raised his hand to instantly block off the space, so that he could only go out but not in. Chapter 130, Slaying the Golden Harvest. Boundary lifted. You're really ruthless. No wonder you've awakened and can possess such heaven-defying chi. At this time, Yi Xiaolan's voice rang out as he looked up at Lu Yuan and then sighed. To be honest, from the moment you first beheaded me, I began to regret choosing you to be a cheap plundering target. But that demon immortal inheritance gave me hope again, and I thought I could still turn the tide. But you didn't give me a chance at all. In the beginning, Lu Yuan had found a freshly transformed demonic beast from somewhere, and had taken the demon immortal inheritance so easily, without even having to open his mouth. It was ridiculous that he had even planned for so long, and even grinded his lips with the remnants of that demon immortal for about half an hour. However, when he saw Lu Yuan's right hand lightly lifted, a scene appeared in front of Yi Xiaolan's eyes, which was what Lu Yuan had seen in his dream. Yi Xiaolan froze slightly after seeing this. So, you were reborn back? I once won over you as well, but then he immediately knitted his brows. Aren't you immortal? No matter how heavy the injuries are, they can be repaired quickly. How could there be a rebirth? At this time, Lu Yuan finally spoke, saying, this is actually a dream that spans a time span of 10,000 years of years. Yi Xiaolan froze, then suddenly laughed as if he understood something. So it is. He leaned back and laughed so hard that tears came to his eyes. Lu Yuan could tell that he had something to say, but there seemed to be some sort of force present that was preventing him from speaking. After a long time, he stopped laughing, and wisps of flame flared above his soul. There's a guy who's stopping me from telling the truth, but I'm sure you'll get something out of it when you get to the beginning plane. The flames spread rapidly and soon engulfed him, and his last words came at that moment. There are 7 Shiluk marauders outside the boundary of this realm. They roam the heavens and the worlds. Their strength is stronger than one another, and their means are more than one another. So you have to hold out. I'm waiting for you to send them to meet me. Looking at the soul completely dissipated in the world, Lu Yuan turned around, and into the eyes is the golden harvest kneeling on the ground. The body cannot stop trembling. No. All this power is mine. It shouldn't dissipate with the damage to the human emperor flag. No. He suddenly got up and stretched out his front claws to grab at the overflowing immortal Yuan Qi and divine soul power, his face piled with rage. And the red flame divine sect cultivators who saw this scene were all ecstatic. The cloud that had been shrouding the lesser immortal realm for 3,000 years was finally going to dissipate. At this moment, the way they looked at Lu Yuan changed. Where was that a golden immortal junior? That's their savior. Also at this moment, Golden Harvest looked at Lu Yuan, anger rising in his eyes, and at this moment, his cultivation had fallen to half-step de luo, and endless immortal Yuan Qi and divine soul power poured out like a floodgate opening, returning to this heaven and earth. Towards Lu Yuan roared, Golden Harvest directly rushed over, only still in the halfway. The evil spirit will directly a flash to come behind the Golden Harvest. The hands do not know when his grabbed a golden flame turned into a long sword, is emitting a ghostly cold aura. The Golden Harvest had noticed something, and it was too late to turn around. Then he saw the cold aura flashing. Above the Golden Harvest's throat there was hot blood spewing out. Then a huge head flew up, and blood spilled down like rain. Even at this point, the Golden Harvest's eyes were still filled with unwillingness. Why would he be defeated by a Golden Immortal Realm Junior? On what grounds? The huge head landed on the ground, directly collapsing a small half of the houses in the city. Junior, you deserve to die. He couldn't help but growl, while the huge body took 2 stumbling steps before quickly moving towards the head. But see that the evil spirit in the hands of the long sword suddenly lit up the monstrous golden flame, a sword under the flame into 100 feet of the pie, toward the Golden Harvest body chopping. As soon as the sword chi came into contact with the Golden Harvest's body, it immediately engulfed it, burning his body into flying ash with an unstoppable momentum. No! The head of the Golden Harvest was startled and tried to stop it but was fixed in place by Lu Yuan with the laws of space. Just as he was impotently raging, a voice rang out from his mind. How? Still think this kid is easy to deal with? Golden Harvest froze, and then he was busy responding in his mind. Tao Immortal. Disciple is wrong. Disciple shouldn't have such evil intentions. I still hope that Lord Tao Immortal will come to the rescue of Disciple. Lingshu Taoist Immortal laughed lightly. It's good if you know your mistake. You let go of your divine soul barrier and allow this seat to enter. After that this seat will have its own wonderful method to save you. At this moment, Golden Harvest couldn't care less about defending against Lingshu Daoxian, and was busy lifting the divine soul barrier, into which Lingshu Daoxian immediately entered. At that moment, the bizarre divine soul power began to devour Golden Harvest's consciousness, and he didn't resist. He just allowed his main consciousness to be devoured at the same time, and separated a strand of consciousness to dive into a tooth, and soon fell into a deep sleep. In this regard, Lingshu Taoist Immortal was also aware of this, but he couldn't separate his mind from it at the moment, only devouring the Golden Harvest's main consciousness wholeheartedly. Also at this time, Lu Yuan's left eye flashed with a strange light, and then the Golden Harvest's head was instantly surrounded by black streams of light, and the parts that counter-contacted the black streams of light were immediately turned into black substances that dissipated between heaven and earth. The law of silence. Silent death light. Noticing this, Lingshu Tao Immortal was greatly alarmed and busily accelerated his occupying speed, a few moments of fear having arisen within him. Finally, in the moment when the head was mostly worn out and there were teeth falling to the ground, Lingshu Daoxian completely occupied the main consciousness of the golden snake. In this instant, he immediately used his divine sense to hook up with the realm boundary he had placed in this realm, and then directly lifted it. At the same time, a wisp of divine soul breath was left behind at this place. At the same time, the 7 cultivators who had been waiting for 1,000 years outside the boundary of the realm opened their eyes one after another, and a flash of excitement bloomed in their eyes. The so-called realm includes more than one realm, and when the Spirit Void Immortal was forced to flee here, he set up a realm boundary outside the 8 nearby higher realms with the help of external forces. Subsequently, he designed to behead the other Chi plunderers, wanting to monopolize these 8 higher realms. These 8 higher realms were also connected to thousands of medium and primary realms, which was completely enough for him to sacrifice the human emperor flag. However, there were not a few Chi plunderers from the higher realms, and soon there were other Chi plunderers who rushed in by orientation, wanting to plunder the Chi of the remaining 7 higher realms, but they didn't expect to be stopped outside by this realm boundary. During these 3,000 years, there were more than 24 Chi plunderers that had arrived successively, but only 7 of them ended up staying. Now that the realm boundary was lifted, they all sensed it in the first instance and quickly used their respective means to track down the divine soul aura left behind by the Spirit Void Tao Immortal. Looking at the head of the Golden Harvest that had been worn down by the law of silence, Lu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly before he raised his head to look at the sky. Also at this time, the heavenly dome shattered, and a trident cut through the void, like a divine mountain crushing the heavenly dome, suppressing towards this side of heaven and earth. The speed at which this Chi Luck Marauder was arriving seemed to be faster than one would have expected. Chapter 131 Lord of the Underworld. Laws of the Underworld. The trident that was 100 feet huge pierced through the void and shattered the sky, as if it was going to crush the heaven and earth. Deafening sounds rang out, shaking the earth and shattering the mountains and rivers. The ground crumbled into huge gullies, so deep that it was like a huge mouth of an abyss. swallowing the mountains and lakes of the earth into it. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan raised his hand, and in just a few breaths, his cultivation climbed from early golden immortal stage to mid-golden immortal stage, and there was no sign of slowing down. That evil spirit similarly raised its head at this moment, then grabbed the flaming longsword and stepped into the void in a split second. Its figure had appeared before the huge trident. Madaka! The golden sound resounded, shaking the void and causing ripples. Ha! District early stage of the Great Luo is just, also presumptuous attempt to shake the seat's underworld heaven-splitting halberd? Right at this moment, a figure slowly walked out of the broken void. He was wearing a golden armor, and his blood-red cloak moved with the wind, hunting and rattling, and at this moment, he stood in the void and looked down at the evil spirits below, like looking at a mole cricket. Out of your depth. The moment he raised his hand, the ghostly black gas surged forth, wrapping the evil spirit in a flash. In just a split second, the evil spirit was worn down by this black gas, turning into a cloud of immortal elemental divine soul chi. The man saw this and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Probing his hand, he grabbed the campus divine soul and directly threw it into his mouth. Top quality soul food with solid roots and extremely pure. As his words fell, he didn't hold back his laughter, before he dropped his sight to Lu Yuan's body below. You are the son of Chi Fortune of this realm, aren't you? At this point, a flash of surprise flashed through his eyes. There are actually more than 5 million Chi values, which is extremely rare in the higher realms, and it's still increasing. Is it an awakened person? In just a moment, the surprise in his eyes was replaced by greed. That's great. As long as I imprison you, I'll have a constant stream of Chi values, and it's only a matter of time before I ascend to the beginning plane. His face was filled with madness, and he raised his hand and instantly that huge trident directly suppressed towards Lu Yuan. However, at this moment, Lu Yuan slowly raised his head, and his breath also came to the golden immortal perfection realm at this moment. He slightly raised his right hand, and at that moment, the laws of time and space simultaneously surged forth, and everything in this heaven and earth was fixed at that moment. Dual law, time and space stagnation. It was also at this time that the Tao Dharma heavenly plate appeared as if it had broken through the air. At the same moment, a gust of fluctuation appeared in the void, followed by a scene like that of a prism. The next moment, click, one after another crunching sound came out, and then that huge trident even turned into pieces of broken space and began to fold up. Laws of space, space folding, rumble. Also at this time, the sky resounded with a burst of roaring sounds. The robbery clouds converge at this moment, but in the next moment was dispersed by the strange power, just like every time in the past. It was also at this time that Lu Yuan's cultivation reached straight to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Boom! At that moment, the man also broke through the law suppression, and when he entered his eyes, he saw that bizarre scene. Laws of space, laws of time. There are even cultivators in this heaven and earth who rely on the laws to certify Tai. He was a little surprised and his face was a little grave. After all, in his understanding, among these higher realms circled by the spirit void Taoist immortal, most of the cultivators were beheading 3 corpses to certify their path to Tai, not the rule of law. After all, this side of heaven and earth the way of law is cut off. Cultivators can grasp the power of the law is limited. Want to rely on the power of the law to certify 2E is too difficult. Looking at his spectral splitting halberd, his face became gloomy. Trying to shatter my lord of the underworld's underworld splitting halberd is a bit too presumptuous, isn't it? He immediately raised his hand, and immediately the laws of the underworld transformed into black gas that quickly wrapped around the underworld heaven splitting halberd. However, as soon as the law appeared, it was immediately bounced off. The lord of the underworld was slightly stunned, then reacted and his face sank. Spatial isolation, worthy of being one of the 3 supreme laws, but if your means are only like this, it's not enough to crush me. Before he finished speaking, he saw the Tao disc in front of Lu Yuan flying up in the air, instantly transforming into 100 feet in size. In the next moment, the spectral rift halberd that was restricted by the spatial folding actually flew directly into it. In just an instant, the lord of the underworld couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his breath became shriveled. The connection between him and the spectral rift halberd was unexpectedly broken. That was an extreme immortal weapon that he had spent a lot of effort to get his hands on, and it was just worn out like that? What grade of magic weapon was that Tao disc? In his mind's surprise, his thoughts flew, and then a flash of greed flashed in his eyes. As long as you take out this son of Chi, then this Tao disc will be your own. With this in mind, he flashed and came directly behind Lu Yuan, wanting to strike to result in Lu Yuan. Yet at that moment, his actions were once again fixed. Laws of time. Time stands still. Lu Yuan turned to look at him, then snapped his fingers, and certain forces within the body of the underworld were flying back. In just 3 breaths, a cloud of immortal soul chi flew out, continuously condensing its shape under the augmentation of the laws of time. It is the evil spirit. Also at this time, there was a black gas rising around the Lord of the Underworld, and then it actually directly broke through the dual law suppression. Good boy. More interesting than any opponent I've met before. I'm getting more and more curious to see you wag your tail. The moment he spoke, his cultivation was fully functioning, and he had actually reached the late Dala stage. Sensing this aura that could be considered terrifying, Lu Yuan's brows tightened. This seemed a bit tricky. The reason why his cultivation had rapidly risen to the Tai realm was due to the 10,000 times time flow rate enhanced void rift. This man seems to call himself the Lord of the Underworld? Lu Yuan instantly understood and quickly retreated while holding the Tao Heavenly Plate. At the same time, he condensed an out-of-body incarnation and used the laws of space to separate the out-of-body incarnation and the Tao Heavenly Plate into another space. Seeing the void distort, a twisted figure congealed, holding various types of blades, with the weakest person's aura reaching Tai perfection. In terms of soul defense, you're an initiate at best. So let me teach you, a layman, what a soul defense is. The moment the words fell, the dozens of figures flew out one after another, attacking towards Lu Yuan and the evil spirit respectively. Lu Yuan was about to make a move, but sensed something, looked up to see one of the figures holding a long gun in the air point out, followed by bursts of law power fluctuations, actually evolved a wind blade tearing through the void, straight to Lu Yuan and came. The law of wind. Wind transforms all blades. A figure pinched his hands, and the black gas tumbled in the void, transforming into an invisible vine with spikes strangling towards Lu Yuan. Laws of wood. Vine spikes. Various types of laws evolved all sorts of attacks, attacking towards Lu Yuan from all directions. The same was true on the evil spirit side, and in just a single breath, it presented an encircling situation. At the same moment, black gas tumbled out around both Lu Yuan and the evil spirit, and the power of the laws of the underworld raged and tumbled in it. Today, you will die. Chapter 132 Trapping the Lord of the Underworld. The black chi turned into black streams of light as it tumbled, lingering around Lu Yuan and the evil spirit, including the out-of-body incarnation that Lu Yuan had detached. Only that no matter how the laws of the underworld eroded, Lu Yuan's out-of-body incarnation was as if it had been isolated, and was not affected in the slightest. Such a situation caused the man who called himself the Lord of the Underworld to sigh. This was worthy of being a supreme law. Even with the cultivation aspect of crushing, one could not rely on the law to crush the other party. But it didn't matter. As long as the main body was eroded, then his out-of-body incarnation would not be enough to fear. Just as he was thinking so, he suddenly sensed something, and his line of sight violently turned back to Lu Yuan, followed by a shock. That's the law of reincarnation. Seeing the light mist tossing and turning, it actually directly dissolved the underworld laws that had turned into black streams of light, looking extremely easy. And what could do this? In the Lord of the Underworld's understanding, was only the law of reincarnation. How could anyone possess the three supreme laws of time, space and reincarnation at the same time? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and turned around violently, wanting to escape from this place. However, how could Lu Yuan give him a chance? Seeing his right hand raised, the two great laws of time and space blocked that piece of space in an instant, and time stood still at that moment. With a light lift of his left hand, the flow of time in the space where that out-of-body incarnation was located instantly accelerated by an unknown number of times. When the spatial segregation was lifted, the Sumeru ring had been promoted to become a superb immortal artifact, and the world in the ring had even evolved from the Sumeru small realm into the Sumeru immortal realm. The aura in it changed drastically, and it was even able to split into countless worlds as Lu Yuan's mind changed. After dissolving his out-of-body incarnation, Lu Yuan directly used the laws of space to put the Lord of the Underworld into the Sumeru ring, dividing a side of the world to use the laws of reincarnation to evolve thousands of changes, which was used to wear down his laws of the underworld. When everything was done, Lu Yuan dispersed the power of the laws that obscured this heaven and earth, and everything returned to the right track. Now, both the 10,000 soul streamer and that underworld heaven-splitting halberd had been refined by Lu Yuan with the Tao Dharma heavenly plate, and the immortal artifact origin that had been obtained was used to refine the Sumeru ring. Many thanks to you, fellow Daoist, for helping the lesser immortal realm to lift the crisis that had enveloped it for 3,000 years, and even more so, for winning over an outsider who wanted to take over this realm. At this moment, Daoist Dust stepped forward and arched his hand towards Lu Yuan, followed by the Red Flame Divine Sect cultivators present raising their hands and arching. Lu Yuan swept a glance at them and said flatly, "I'm just trying to save myself. If I let you all be refined by his 10,000 soul streamer, it will only make him stronger. If you guys want to thank each other, don't pull the lip service. Come up with something practical, like one or two immortal weapons." Currently, The pupil of silence was still only an extreme supreme treasure, so the power of the law of silence was also extremely limited, and Lu Yuan used it all rather sparingly. The law of reincarnation, on the other hand, came from the reincarnation Bodhi tree, which could be strengthened over time, and the law of reincarnation was extremely useful, and was also the nemesis of many evil forces. Just at present is not sure what cultivation of those 6 people, if they are all like the Lord of the Underworld, and not subject to the laws of reincarnation, then Lu Yuan's chances of winning can be said to be slim. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, many people had an embarrassed look on their faces, not because they couldn't spare an immortal weapon, but they didn't have one in their hands. But at this time, Daoist Dust stepped forward and reminded, "Why don't you head to the divine heavenly cliff to check it out? It was once a dominant party in the immortal realm, with millions of cultivators underneath, and even if there aren't any immortal artifacts, I'm sure that there should be quite a lot of supreme treasures and spiritual treasures." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "That's something I didn't expect. Farewell." The moment the voice fell, his figure had disappeared in place, while the evil spirit disappeared afterward, and at the same time, in the Sumeru immortal realm, in a small world, if you have the guts to come out for a one-on-one fight, what kind of skill are you to use the laws to restrict me? The Lord of the Underworld roared up to the sky, but he was struck by a reincarnation storm. Lightning in his body flew backwards. "Dog thief, you have the guts to come out." Only after the words fell, the laws of reincarnation evolved the reincarnation chain, locking him firmly in place, making it impossible for him to move, constantly weakening his underworld laws with the laws of reincarnation. He was shocked, and he was busy summoning a mountain opening axe. With a loud rumble, the mountain opening axe cut through the chains evolved by the law of reincarnation. Shaking the ground, as if he had discovered something, he immediately flew up and grabbed the mountain opening axe before he wanted to slash and chop horizontally. This axe is called Qian Yuan Kai Tian. It is a top-grade immortal weapon, and nothing keeps going under one axe. However, at that moment, Qian Yuan Kai Tian was fixed in the void, and no matter how hard the Lord of the Underworld exerted himself, he could not be shaken by half. He was shocked and tried to retract the Qian Yuan Kai Tian, but found that he was still unable to do so. In the next instant, he only felt a sharp pain coming from his right hand, and when he turned his head, he saw that his hand had been chopped off from his wrist, and the broken surface was smooth. The laws of space. He was furious, immediately summoned a giant hammer, threw up instantly. Giant hammer rose against the wind, instantly turned into 100 feet huge. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, the giant hammer fell directly on top of the space that separated Qian Yuan Kai Tian, shattering the space by mere contact, blinking the eye full of 100 feet, and still spreading. It was also at this time that the Lord of the Underworld calmed down for a few moments. He suddenly realized something and scrambled his cultivation to recover the giant hammer. However, he was still a step too late. He saw that the giant hammer was also isolated up by eye space, and then together with Qian Yuan Kai Tian, like the Underworld split sky halberd, they successively disconnected from him, spewing out another mouthful of blood. The Lord of the Underworld fell to the ground powerlessly, his face filled with disheveledness. He began to regret it, regretting being the first to arrive here, regretting taking a shot at this son of Qi, and even more regretting that he had actually waited outside the realm boundary for 300 years. Decadently, the laws of reincarnation once again evolved chains and trapped him, during which he no longer resisted, only running his cultivation to resist the erosion of the laws of reincarnation. Exhaling slowly, hope rose in his eyes once more. "I'm not the only one waiting outside this realm boundary. I'm waiting for them to come over and find trouble with you. The dog thief, they're not like me." The corner of his lips curled into a cold smile, then he stopped speaking. At the same moment, inside the divine sky cliff, looking at the ground full of corpses, Lu Yuan frowned slightly. Whether it was in the mouth of the dust Taoist or in his own memories, he remembered that the disciples of this divine heavenly cliff had millions, and he didn't think that all of them would die in the golden harvest. Single thought. Slowly exhaling a breath, Lu Yuan raised his hand instantly and the Tao heavenly disc broke through the air, followed by Lu Yuan's divine soul perception instantly covering the entire divine heavenly cliff. In the next moment, a single piece of magic treasure flew up from various buildings and continuously flew towards the Tao Dharma heavenly plate, leaving behind an out-of-body incarnation to refine these treasures. Lu Yuan laid down another time boundary before heading to the void rift in the Sumeru immortal realm, once again laying down the 10,000 times time flow boundary. Lu Yuan directly began his cultivation. With 6 Tao Lord cultivators, there wasn't enough time left for him. Chapter 133 Arrival. Robbery Cloud. Awakening. In the blink of an eye 10 days go by. The sky above the dome of the sky suddenly appeared green and red. 2 kinds of strange clouds attracted many cultivators have come out to watch. A vision from the heavens. Could it be that a heavy treasure has appeared? Green and red meet, but they don't blend. So I guess they must be two supreme treasures. I think it must be that the 10,000 soul streamer blocked the chi of this little immortal realm, which led to the delay in the descent of these two heavy treasures. And now that the 10,000 soul streamer has only just been shattered, this heavy treasure has come without stopping. People were talking about it, and they all thought that there would be heavy treasures descending into the world, but only the Star Word sect, which had been renamed the Star Sect, was full of sadness. What kind of sins did this little immortal realm create to invite two more Downlord powerhouses? An old man looked at the bizarre clouds above the sky with a grave expression, holding an astrolabe in his hand. This matter is not trivial, and I don't know if that descendant called Lu Yuan can block the attacks of the two Downlords. He sighed softly and was about to put away the astrolabe in his hand when he saw that a weird crack had actually opened up between the two colored clouds above the sky, in which the stars were shining brightly and radiantly, which had actually caused the resonance of their cultivation technique. This is actually primordial star power. He panicked and picked up the astrolabe and deduced it. However, in just 2 breaths, the astrolabe collapsed, and then it even blew up directly, and he was shocked to vomit blood and flew backwards, fainting on the spot. The surrounding cultivators who belonged to the same star sect were busy stepping forward. However, they were shocked by the strange power when they arrived at the position of about 10 feet around his body, and their figures shot out backwards. A mere mole cricket, also presuming to deduce the identity of this seat? A voice came from nowhere, but it resounded in the ears of everyone in the star sect, causing the crowd to suck in cool air and run their cultivation to protect their heart chakra. Also at this time, the old man's body quickly became transparent. And then his body lit up with bizarre starlight, and finally it was actually transformed into star power and flew towards the huge crack in the sky above the dome of the sky. This is only a small punishment. If you have any more thoughts, I will not leave a single cultivator in this realm behind. The voice resounded again. And then among the Stargate cultivators, those cultivators with cultivations below the golden immortal level vomited blood and fainted, their breath wilting. Also at that moment, above that sky dome, red clouds quickly converged to a point, and then transformed into a figure. He saw that this person was wearing a fiery red robe. His face was cold and his breath was extraordinary. His eyes swept icily across the bottom, finally settling on a point. At the same time, the green clouds dissipate. A figure seems to fall from the universe, straight down to the ground, instantly tearing the earth. 100 miles of land collapsed. Within 1,000 miles is not a living soul. Looks like I guessed right. Someone like him will only lift the seal if he dies. She opened her mouth in a clear and cold voice, her figure slowly taking off into the air, stepping into the void to look at the red figure above that dome of the sky. She was dressed in a green lotus dress, with a cool temperament, like a fairy who didn't eat earthly fire. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be the fire source Tao Immortal who has crossed the heavens. What? Did this person also provoke you? The woman opened her mouth, but her voice was with a bit of charm, and the brimming eyes were full of charm, combined with her face that was enough to pour immortality. It added a bit more charm. That red-robed man snorted coldly, busily withdrawing his sight and stabilizing his Tao. Less playing those little tricks. Be careful, I'll eat you dry and make you my stepping stone as well. The woman smiled daintily. Slaves do not have so much heart to wait here. This is just a little girl's body outside the body just. If you like despite eating dry wipe is. Words fell. Her face smile converged a few points, but those greedy slave body cultivators, but none of them ended up in a good place. So that the slave's Yuan-in is still in the body until now, but also really bitter. With that, she put on a helpless look. Upon hearing this, the red-robed man's face sank slightly, and after cursing a demonic spirit, he no longer paid any attention to it, and turned towards the place where the Lingshu Taoist immortal's breath remained and flew away. This woman's name is Chiu Qianyun. Dala Perfection Cultivation. Treatment of the Son of Luck is never step-by-step lure, and then finally to sacrifice the incarnation of the Son of Luck to harvest all the luck of the Son of Luck. Since ancient times, heroes have been difficult to get rid of, and she even took the character of many sons of Qi and played them in the palm of her hand, except for the son of Qi surnamed Yun. Watching the other party leave, Chiu Qianyun sighed softly. What a lack of understanding of the joy of having a warm fragrance in one's arms. Saying that, her eyes fell above the bizarre void crack and she softly said, what about the star origin Tao Immortal? Are you going to ignore your slave as well? As soon as the words fell, he saw the void distort, and then a figure stood in the void with a brush of its sleeve. If that original body of yours was here, I might have a few interests, but unfortunately you are just an out-of-body incarnation. Even if you seize the Yuan-in it will not be of much use. That person is wearing a wide robe dotted with stars and galaxies, as if a living picture scroll, a line of a move with a distortion of the void, and that distortion of the void has the same stars present. The corners of his lips curled into a smile. If you are willing to give me this out-of-body incarnation, I wouldn't mind. Xiao Qianyun smiled coquettishly. This outward body naturally won't work, but if you can ascend to the beginning plane. Her eyes were seductive, her trailing voice was drawn out, and her charming demeanor was heavenly. Looking at Xingyuan Daoxian's heart was on fire, and she hastily withdrew her gaze. You should be glad, or this woman would have you all on her hunting list. At this time, a hoarse voice rang out, and the two of them immediately looked at the source of the voice, and they saw a cultivator wearing a bucket hat and a straw raincoat, sitting in the void. Elder Yuanxiu, have you even joined us? Seeing the appearance of the person who spoke, the Star Origin Dao Immortal frowned and asked. Elder Yuanxiu laughed softly. After seeing a lot of things, I want to take it easy. The guys in the beginning plane put too much pressure on me. And from the moment she heard this voice, Qiu Qianyun's eyebrows had furrowed, and at this moment, she withdrew her sight and directly left this place, following the scent of the spirit void Taoist immortal. Seeing this, Elder Yuanxiu narrowed his eyes and sneered. This woman could have snatched the son of Qi from his hands more than once. A large part of the reason he had come here was because he had sensed that the woman's out-of-body incarnation had also come here. Just as the two men were talking, but saw the distant sky above the fire. The sky above is the thunderclouds gathered. That kind of scene they are extremely familiar with. It is the breakthrough, promotion of the great Luo realm of the heavenly tribulation. Other than that spirit void Taoist immortal, there are still people in this realm who can cultivate to the great Luo. Elder Yuanxiu was slightly surprised as he looked toward the distant heavenly tribulation, and then his figure directly disappeared away. Seeing this, the Star Origin Dao Immortal's face frowned. Elder Yuanxiu grasps part of the laws of space, and with his participation, the odds are that he's the winner of this plunder. He raised his head to look at the thick thunderclouds in the extreme distance, and was about to head there, but he suddenly sensed something and his face changed abruptly. Just see that the party formed the robbery cloud is breeding thunder, but suddenly there is a strange power appeared. Actually directly will be the robbery cloud to dispersed. Bad. It's that guy. I gotta get out of here. As his words fell, he didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation. Lifting his hand and tearing the void, his figure directly flashed into it without a trace. Chapter 134, Seeing Through Delusion. Old Man Yuanxiu. Extremely far away outside of a deserted city, the fire source Dao Immortal raised his right hand, and blood-colored flames rose up to the heavens, constantly impacting the spatial barrier in front of him. Laws of space? Half-step Dao Lord? No wonder you could kill the spirit void Dao Immortal. His face was filled with a maniacal smile. Nearly 6 million Qi values. This is enough for me to step into that realm and ascend to the beginning plane. The words fell as he violently revolved his cultivation. The blood-colored flames condensed into long swords and sharp blades, constantly attacking towards that spatial barrier, emitting metal collision-like sounds. The blood flames were monstrous, almost incinerating this dome of the sky. Not long ago, Lu Yuan returned from the Sumeru immortal realm to the lesser immortal realm, preparing to cross the heavenly tribulation and attain the cultivation to the Dala realm. But he never thought that he would just show up and meet this weird man in red robe. However, after hearing his words, Lu Yuan had long since determined his identity and immediately made a move to restrict his movement, pitying him for not realizing it yet. Also at this time, the sky's robbery clouds were dispersed by a strange force, and Lu Yuan's cultivation level went straight into the De Luo realm. And at the same time, two breaths that were not weaker than the great Luo mirror broke into Lu Yuan's perception and were rapidly approaching. In response, Lu Yuan was extremely calm. Now that all of the magic treasures in his hands had been refined, each one was no less than an extreme immortal artifact, with the green spirit immortal drop and the silent pupil even reaching the level of a Hongmeng supreme treasure. At this moment, he slightly raised his eyes, and with just a glance, the fire source Dao Immortal's body stiffened, and then his eyes became lifeless, only continuously condensing flames, as if he was a walking corpse. Raising his hand and casually grabbing it, that fire origin Dao Immortal was restricted in a party of space, and was then directly put into the Sumeru ring by Lu Yuan. In the Sumeru ring, the Lord of the Underworld had been shocked by Lu Yuan's cultivation speed that could be called perverse. How could anyone be able to cross the entire great realm of Tai Golden Immortal in just 10 days? The law of time, when it's really scary. For a time, the Lord of the Underworld's heart suffered a huge shock, and his breath collapsed by a few points. It's a good thing that there are a total of 6 people who have come this time. Even if you are strong, so what? How can one Dao Lord cultivator be a match for 6 Dao Lord cultivators? He laughed coldly in his heart, despising Lu Yuan, the son of Qi. From the bottom of his heart, cultivation piled up by the laws of time was nothing more than that. Empty cultivation. No real combat ability, all relying on the supreme law to crush. However, the most headache-inducing thing was the 3 supreme laws that he had mastered. As he was thinking this, The chains evolved by the laws of reincarnation made a clattering sound, and then the Lord of the Underworld felt a searing pain coming from his wrists and ankles. His heart thumped as he scrambled to run his cultivation to resist the erosion of the laws of reincarnation. This guy's cultivation had reached the Great Luo, and his law power had been upgraded and strengthened accordingly. With that in mind, it was pointless for him to think of anything else. It was also at this moment that a woman in a long water-green dress came stepping through the void, strolling forward in the air. Although it is strolling, the speed is very fast. Just a few breaths will come from the distance to the near. Reduce the separation of 1,000 feet. Slave Zhou Qianyun, meet your excellency. When she saw Lu Yuan, her eyes lit up and she was busy bowing to him. With a face like that, it's one of the few people who doesn't lose out to that insensitive guy. Moreover, this person's fortune value was as high as 6 million. It was simply a walking treasure pot. When he heard the woman's voice, Lu Yuan's brows immediately furrowed. He raised his eyes and immediately met Zhou Qianyun's autumn watery eyes, and he raised an eyebrow. This woman was actually casting a charm on herself? Lu Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. His feet stepped forward instantly. The void distorted. His figure instantly arrived in front of Zhou Qianyun, and he locked her throat with his probing hand. Zhou Qianyun was also shocked. That incomprehensible guy would be polite for a few minutes when he saw himself, but he didn't think that this guy would actually do it directly. And the movement was extremely fast, so fast that she had already been locked by Lu Yuan's throat when she reacted. She fixed her mind and softly said, "Fellow Taoist is really in a hurry, but if fellow Taoist needs it, then my slave is also able to make some sacrifices." Smiling coldly at this, Lu Yuan asked rhetorically, "What do you think? If I send this out-of-body incarnation of yours into the wheel of reincarnation, how will your original body be affected?" Zhou Qianyun was stunned, feeling a bit puzzled, as if this guy knew that they would come, and even more so, he knew their identities. "My slave can't quite hear what your honor is saying. What reincarnation?" Before the words were finished, Lu Yuan's palm and fingers had already fired, and the terrifying force shocked Zhou Qianyun, who couldn't think of anything else and scrambled to turn her body into several streams of light, wanting to reunite in the distance. Only when the streams of light appeared, Lu Yuan's right hand had already clenched its fist, and immediately space was blocked, and each stream of light was individually isolated. Zhou Qianyun was slightly stunned and hastily transmitted a voice to ask back, "What does your excellency mean by this?" Lu Yuan laughed coldly, "Originally opposites. What is the point of pretending to be like this?" Zhou Qianyun didn't have an entity at the moment, or else her face that was as black as the bottom of a pot would inevitably be visible. She suddenly sneered, "I wanted to have some fun with you, but it looks like I won't get the chance. That's what I hate about smart people, seeing through everything." She stopped laughing, and her voice was a few points colder. "But so what? With a cultivation like yours, how could you possibly escape me? I am a cultivator who has ascended to the beginning plane. You can be destroyed with a single thought, and you are still bragging to me about the law of reincarnation. Do you have any?" Before he finished speaking, Lu Yuan raised his hand and already summoned the law of reincarnation, directly enveloping Zhou Qianyun. "Fellow Taoist, have mercy." Zhou Qianyun was completely flustered. If a strand of her divine soul on this out-of-body incarnation was sent to reincarnation, then her cultivation would be doomed to stagnate. It was her only weakness. How did this guy know? "I still ask you, fellow Taoist, to let your slave go, and I'm willing to offer this out-of-body incarnation to become your cultivation cauldron. A cultivation cauldron of the Great Luo realm." Zhou Qianyun was confident that no one could refuse such a benefit. Lu Yuan laughed coldly, his left eye flashing with a weird light. He sees through everything. This was the brand new ability of the silent pupil. Seeing through falsehoods, any lies would be directly seen through in his case, and he could even directly see the truth. If you're antagonistic, make it painful and grind like ah. At this time, a hoarse voice rang out, followed by an old man wearing a bucket hat and a straw raincoat coming slowly. "The pupil of silence? I said who was the one who fought me for this item on the long river of time in the first place? So it was you." He pushed the bucket hat and said with satisfaction, "It has also been sacrificed to the Hongmeng Supreme Treasure level in a short period of time, which saves me a lot of energy." He slowly removed his bucket hat, revealing a bizarre face, which, although still a human face, gave off a spliced-out look. "I am Elder Yuanshu, a master of the laws of space, standing on top of the river of time all year round, fishing for the heavens." He once again looked at Lu Yuan. "Now I'll give your excellency a chance to dig out the silent pupil by yourself, and I can leave your body intact and will not involve the people around you. If not, I will not leave any of the living beings related to you." Chapter 135, When this matter is over, I will ascend to the beginning to take a look. Hearing what Elder Yuanshu said, Lu Yuan could not help but snort out a laugh. This Yuanshu old man he could have heard of in that 10,000-year dream, After all, this person's behavior was really dirty. The person in front of him was not his original body, but an incarnation, and there were countless incarnations like him, with different appearances and even different breaths. This person mastered the laws of space. His body stood above the long river of time, using the laws of space to fish for the treasures of the heavens and the worlds, and those out-of-body incarnations were there to gather intelligence. Directional angling for the treasures of the heavens is a much dirtier act. After all, the Tao Dharma heavenly disc was randomly grabbed, and all the things grabbed were unowned. Lu Yuan clearly remembered that when this silent pupil was grasped by him, there was no resistance, indicating that a silent pupil also existed in the other world. He raised his eyes to look at Elder Yuanshu. If it were your main body coming, I might be half afraid of it, but you are just an alter ego, and you're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you speak like that. Lu Yuan raised his hand and pointed to the sky. With that previous means of dispersing the great Luojiao clouds, such a character you don't even have the qualifications to meet him. How did you dare to speak those arrogant words? Yuanshu old man frowned. I do not remember that I have known you this kind of junior. Is not where I have heard my story? Brought here to say. He snorted coldly. Even if the main body isn't here, I can kill you as easily as crushing an ant. As for that strong person who possesses the ability to dispel the great Luo heavenly tribulation, with my main body stepping in, that person is not enough to fear. Saying that, he probed his hand and grabbed out, and immediately the void around Lu Yuan twisted and collapsed, forming a space cage in an instant. It's you. You seem to have a lot of good things in your hands. I can smell the unique scent of the Hongmeng Supreme Treasure on you. He spoke with a sneer, a smirk of triumph in his eyes. Lu Yuan gently shook his head. I didn't want to beat this dog of yours, but since you're really not obedient enough, I can only give some lessons. Hearing this, Yuanshu old man was directly exasperated and laughed. You doll. Not too old. Not too small mouth. Do you think you can? His face was full of disdain when he opened his mouth, but at this moment the latter half of his sentence was blocked directly in his throat. When he saw Lu Yuan take a step, the twisted and collapsed spatial cage even collapsed directly, and one spatial crack was like a huge mouth of an abyss, presenting itself around Lu Yuan. Seeing Lu Yuan raise his hand, old man Yuanshu was instantly startled, his feet stepping on the void in an instant. His figure retreated sharply, and in the blink of an eye, he withdrew more than 100 feet. However, how could Lu Yuan give him a chance to escape? The laws operated, and old man Yuanshu's figure returned directly to its original position, as if nothing had happened. Laws of time? Back in time. Elder Yuanshu was startled. This kind of law fluctuation was bound to be the complete time law. Just as he was still in shock, he suddenly sensed a familiar fluctuation of laws and was shocked beyond words. The laws of space. How could a person master both laws of time and space? No, it's possible. This person is one of those three special physiques. Prompting his divine sense and sensing carefully, it dawned on old man Yuanshu that this son was really one of those three special physiques, the chaotic Tao body. Since they have mastered the laws of space, they are mortal enemies. After all, there is only one space Tao ancestor position. He could ascertain that this son had mastered the complete spatial laws, while this doppelganger of his had only mastered the crippled spatial laws, so he had to memorize this person's scent. Easy to hunt them down later. However, he saw Lu Yuan's lips hook up. You have to remember, don't let me find your original body by then. All out of hand. Your original body still doesn't know what's going on. The moment the words fell, Lu Yuan clenched his right hand into a fist, and at that moment, the old man of Yuanshu only felt that his body seemed to be crushed by a mountain of gods, and even the strong physical body of the Dala realm could not support it for more than a few breaths before it collapsed. Good boy. I'll be waiting for you on the river of time, Elder Yuanshu said with all his strength, and then his body directly exploded, coloring that restricted little square of space red. At the same moment, Xiao Qianyun's out-of-body incarnation was sent directly into reincarnation. As for the fire source immortal, by the silent pupil silenced the soul, but it is just right to refine into a puppet to utilize, or let the evil spirits to manipulate. After resolving everything, Lu Yuan's divine sense was activated, and all of a sudden, everything in the entire little immortal realm was presented in the sea of consciousness, which then spread rapidly. But in just a quarter of an hour, the remaining two people's auras were also locked by him. These two chi plunderers were not at a high cultivation level, and had only just stepped into the Great Luo, but since they were here, they would be here. The divine soul catalyzed. Lu Yuan raised his hand and grabbed towards the space in front of him. The space law was unleashed, spanning millions of miles to directly suppress the two. As for the remaining person, it seemed that he had already escaped Lu Yuan's perception range with the help of some means, and even his breath was only a little bit left. Just as Lu Yuan's divine sense was gathering back, a figure came from the distance and arched his hand at Lu Yuan. Lu, Senior. He subconsciously wanted to call Lu Yuan, but suddenly realized that Lu Yuan's cultivation had already reached a level that was beyond his reach, and quickly changed his words. Hearing the voice, Lu Yuan raised his eyes to look at the visitor, his brows furrowing slightly. This visitor was no one else but Li Wuyan, who had ascended to the lesser immortal realm 1 year earlier than Lu Yuan. At this moment, he bowed slightly and hesitantly said, "I would like to ask Senior for a favor." Lu Yuan sighed lightly and waved his hand to put all of the 3 people stored magic treasures into his sumeru ring. "You and I aren't exactly familiar with each other, but we're not this rusty either." He looked at Li Wuyan and then said, "I am preparing to go after the person you mentioned. If there's anything you want to do, just ask. As long as I can help, then I will go along to help a little bit." Only after receiving this reply did Li Wuyan let out a sigh of relief. My star sect elder projected the heavenly visions, but he was crushed by that Tao Lord cultivator who also mastered the power of the stars, crushing his body and soul and transforming into the power of the stars and absorbing it directly. Only when the words reached this point did Lu Yuan open his mouth. "How did that man treat you?" Li Wuyan froze. "What?" Lu Yuan repeated. "How did that man treat you?" Li Wuyan mused. "Since I ascended, he has taken care of everything, and he treats me as if I were a junior in my family." Lu Yuan nodded. "I'll do this favor. At least we have known each other for a while." And for Lu Yuan, who has mastered the law of time, separating souls is not a difficult task. But then he frowned. "It's just that that person has already ascended to the true immortal realm, and the most I can do is to save his soul. At which point everything should feed back on an object like his life-tag soul lamp." At those words, Li Wuyan was visibly stunned. It was only after a moment that he opened his mouth like he wanted to speak again. "It is already fortunate that Senior was able to save the souls of the Star Sect's elders, and I, the Star Sect, do not dare to ask for anything else." Lu Yuan nodded his head, turning around and instantly grabbing directly towards the soulless body of the Fire Origin Tao Immortal. The Fire Source Tao Immortal instantly flew in front of Lu Yuan. "With this matter settled, it's time for me to visit that true immortal realm." Chapter 136 Extragalactic Space. Beginning Plane Guiding Agent. In those final moments of the dream, Lu Yuan had seen an image. The sky above the dome of the sunlight hanging down, such as the Buddha's light shines on all living beings. The small immortal world cultivators are not out of the cave pavilion to worship. In the midst of that heavenly haze, a golden avenue of light hung down to greet Lu Yuan's ascension like a long staircase to the gods. It seems that between those 10,000 years, there have been people who have been waiting for Lu Yuan for a long time, and have been impatient to pave the way to meet Lu Yuan. But who that was, Lu Yuan did not know. A dream of 10,000 years. Although it seems very long for the cultivator, but short pitiful, especially the dream of their own walk but the path of the 3 corpses. Cultivation progress is even slower. Now there is no one to guide. We'll have to find their own, but it is not all directionless. After all, the Star Source Taoist immortal ascension before, but left a wisp of thin breath. After sensing carefully, Lu Yuan took a step forward and his figure directly disappeared. On the other hand, Knight Wuyan, who saw the scene, opened his mouth, but never said a word. In the end, he and Lu Yuan were only once acquainted with each other, and the heights he had reached today were perhaps beyond his reach in his entire life. Let's leave the memories here. Between those higher planes, there was a river that connected the 10 origin planes, filled with the great power of time. The long river of time was also called the Abyss of Ages by the cultivators of the beginning plane. On top of that long river, an old man sat leisurely in the void, his body surrounded by clouds and mist, seemingly real. He held a withered bamboo-like fishing rod, on which the laws of space were entwined and transformed into silk threads, and waited silently. A little while later, his hands snapped, and the silk threads transformed into spatial laws collapsed straight and trembled continuously, as if he had caught something unimaginable. Not long after, that old man directly stood up and directly fished up an object from that long river of time between his hands. He saw that the thing was reddish in color. It was a large seal, on which a qilin was carved, on which flames of immortal yuan tumbled, and the moment it left the long river of time, it caused the temperature of the surrounding heaven and earth to rise a few points. I've been searching for the fire qilin seal for 300 years, sending out 76 doppelgangers before and after, and I've finally gotten my hands on it. He grabbed that fire seal, his eyes filled with joy. When that silent pupil is in my hands, I will be able to go on a crusade against the ancestor of space, and then I will be that ancestor of space. He was so happy that his eyes narrowed into slits, and he hurriedly put a drop of blood on top of that big seal, accompanied by a burst of immortal yuan fluctuation. A body dyed with fire huge qilin shadow appeared in the void. Under the pressure of the breath, actually led to 100 feet in the vicinity of the void are broken and collapsed. He smiled with joy and was busy dispersing the immortal yuan attached to the fire qilin seal before he put it into the Qianquan ring. However, At that moment, his expression froze and his face instantly became gloomy. A mere higher plane. Even someone dares to exterminate my bilocation. Truly they are impatient with life. He let out a cold snort and urged his divine sense instantly. And a picture was presented in his sea of consciousness. Chaotic Tao body? 3 supreme laws. And the Hongming supreme treasure level silent pupil. His eyes were filled with surprise. But immediately this surprise was replaced by ecstasy. Early Dala cultivation in carrying this much good stuff. This is simply. Suddenly, he realized something and his brows furrowed. Is this the system? He was slightly surprised that his own doppelganger was tainted with this. As a cultivator of the beginning plane, he naturally knew what the system was. And wasn't it the system that those extraterrestrial cultivators who wanted to invade the beginning plane and seize its chi luck relied on? Just as he was about to explore a bit, he heard a voice ring out, as if someone was transmitting with him. Elder Yuanshu, I have a deal here that I want to talk to you about. If you're interested, you can split off a detachment to go there. I'll be waiting for you at the square-inch mountain outside the domain. Higher planes, extraterrestrial stars. It was as if this place was an ancient and mysterious scroll, slowly spreading out in the boundless universe. The stars were bright. Unlike the lights of the mortal world, each of them contained an ancient and profound power. They were either bright or dark, intertwined into a flowing galactic scroll, extending towards the endless starry sky, which could not be seen at a glance. Suddenly the void fluctuated, and a figure broke through the air and stood in the middle of this extraterrestrial starry sky that was glittering with thousands of stars. After looking around, Lu Yuan's gaze was fixed on a piece of emptiness, and then his body flashed and came to that piece of emptiness. Late Dala, it seems to be a threshold? Lu Yuan muttered, then seemed to sense something, and his divine sense instantly prodded. Why do you need to hide your head? Since you're here, you can come out and have a chat, Lu Yuan said aloud, his voice constantly echoing between this universe under the weight of his cultivation. Seeing that the other party has no intention of coming out, Lu Yuan frowned slightly, and with a thought he wanted to directly use the space law to forcefully pull out this person. However, at this moment, a burst of fluctuations came from the distant void, followed by a figure slowly appearing. As the saying goes, time is honored, space is king, reincarnation doesn't come out, and karma is king. A Dala cultivator of more than 100 years. This kind of cultivation speed, even if it was placed in the beginning plane in the ancient times, it would still be a demonic existence. At this point in the conversation, the man had fully appeared, and only then did he arch his hand at Lu Yuan. The beginning plane, the great desolate realms receiving envoy, has been waiting here for you, fellow Daoist, for a long time. Lu Yuan frowned at the words. This person's cultivation was Deluo perfection, or even above perfection. If he were to move, he might need to use some energy. Fellow Taoist can rest assured that it is impossible for me to take action against you. Even if you want to kill me here, I will not fight back. That receiving ambassador respectfully said, then took out a scroll. But before you do it, please accept this scroll, which is the key to ascending to the Great Wasteland. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan raised his right hand and was about to grab that scroll over. However, at this moment, a burst of fluctuations came from the void, and then that scroll was directly crushed by an extremely domineering force. A mere great wasteland is worthy of opening its mouth to invite a character like fellow Taoist Lu? Then he saw a fluctuation in the void in the extreme distance, followed by a beautiful figure stepping out of the void, his bare feet stepping out of the void, seemingly a step, but he came directly in front of Lu Yuan. Fellow Taoist may as well ascend to our Yuanshu realm. It just so happens that our realm master is still lacking a husband. The woman's voice is like silk, like a charm. Listening to people's bones are crispy, and then only feel a burst of scalp numbness. Seeing this scene, that great desolate receiving envoy was instantly enraged, and opened his mouth to curse. You stinking, tailing me down to the realm again, and wanting to intercept the person that my lord has his eye on. You really aren't afraid of death. He did not say 2 words, directly conjure up a mountain axe. The right hand throws the wind skyrocketed, but in the blink of an eye there has been 100 feet of huge. I can't stand it any longer. Today I'll have to split your stinking alive.